The person standing in front of Russ and the Talon family had fair skin that almost had a tint of blue in it, a slim figure, and was wearing an overflowing dress which revealed that on parts of her skin there were what looked like fish scales. This was because the person known as Cyril wasn't human. She was from the Mermerial race, a race that humans had yet to come in contact with. However, Cyril wasn't a normal Mermerial, and one could see it in her eyes. "Is she a vampire?" Russ asked, as he could see her red eyes, a trait of the vampires, yet the others knew, due to their sense of smell, that Cyril didn't quite smell like a vampire. "I apologize," Cyril stated as she knelt over. "I do not remember you. However, Logan has explained to me who you are. He has been looking after me and sent me here a while ago. He said to wait for you and to help you with whatever is needed. I would like to add, although I do not remember you, I know you have done a lot for me. I remember what happened on my planet, and although Jim is the one who filled in my memories, Logan had made it quite clear that he was not the one that helped me. In the first place, it seems like he doesn't even know I exist." It made sense. Since Jim wasn't aware of what Quinn had done while he was away, he had no clue about their Mermerials, nor did he know that he had created something completely unique, something that wasn't a vampire, a human, or Mermerial. "I'm sorry I haven't been able to help you much after what I did," Quinn said. The last he remembered of Cyril was that she had been training with Mitchell to get control of her powers. Other than that, he actually had no clue what she could do, but after taking her away from her home planet and turning her into this, he felt responsible for her as well. For now, he was just thankful that Logan had been looking after her. If Jim did find her, he could only imagine what he might attempt to do. "It's okay. I know the situation is complicated. I'm just thankful that you have finally arrived. Please follow me," Cyril said, as she started to walk away, going further into the large building. "Is this a trap?" Russ asked. "I don't think so, and I can't sense anyone else being here," Quinn replied, walking ahead. Since Quinn was up in front, it did give Russ a bit of confidence as well. After his last scuffle by the side of Layla against the Dalki, he was a bit worried that he might come across some dangerous people, at least when traveling alongside these people. Eventually, Cyril led them into another large open room, but this one was completely empty, apart from a large electronic orb that was hanging from the ceiling. Once everyone was inside, the door closed behind them, and Cyril turned around to face the others. "What you are about to see is a simulation. Logan stated he was able to find the Blade ship. It was mostly destroyed, but he was able to recover data from a number of different cameras that were placed around the ship. With all the information he gathered, he was able to make a simulation of the events that had occurred on that day. After that, there is a final video that Logan wishes me to play for you all." Nothing else was said, and there was no time for the others to ask questions as the ball on the ceiling started to spin and the room around them was starting to change. It felt like they were being transported, and in a way, that was exactly what was happening. They were being transported to the Blade ship. It felt like they were really there, as they could see the inside of the ship. The ground was made out of metal, and they weren't sure if they were imagining it or not, but it seemed like they could smell it as well. And that's when they could see. Currently, they were inside some type of meeting room on the ship. There were several seats, but there were only 3 individuals inside. Shiro, Borden, and finally there was Syl as well. "Syl was on the Blade ship all along. He never went back out?" Quinn thought, seeing this. Syl was the one who had called both Shiro and Borden to come meet him, yet he hadn't said anything for a while, and the two weren't so sure of themselves. "Syl, is everything all right?" Shiro asked. "You've been worried since you've been here. Every little report that the Blades got, whether that be about the Chained or something else, you have been involved in." "Don't misunderstand, brother," Borden said. "It's not like we don't like you being here with us. You are part of our family, and you are always welcome here. It's just we are worried, and you still won't speak with us." Syl, finally letting out a big sigh, as it had come to this, he felt like he had to tell them. "You know, we were attacked recently by the being known as the Celestial, right? If I wasn't here, do you think you would have been able to take them on?" The simulation paused for a second, as footage appeared in front of the others of Syl taking care of the Celestial. Quinn had known there were multiple attacks, but didn't know about what had happened to Syl. Unfortunately, The footage only showed what happened on the Blade ship, and not what had happened when Syl had left for an unknown reason. That was unusual, but we survived that, so why are you still acting the way you are acting now? Shiro asked. A while ago, I looked into the future with my powers, and I saw that the Blade family was completely destroyed, Syl explained. In the vision, I wasn't originally there. You see, because before that I saw another vision of Celestials coming to destroy Earth, so I left to take care of them. When the Celestials had attacked the Blade ship, I thought I managed to fend them off. I was here this time, unlike in my vision. I was able to fend them off, but I was curious to see what the future was like. The other two could tell that it was hard for Syl to speak. I did what I shouldn't have done and looked into the future one more time. All I can say is, the Blade family, everyone, is still not safe. The problem is, when I'm looking that far ahead, it's hard to get an accurate time, an accurate set of events. It's hard to control the amount of MC cells to use to see a certain period ahead, so I have no clue what caused it or when it will happen, but I know it will happen, which is why I'm staying here. It was also why Syl didn't like to use his ability to look so far ahead, because now, what about the first vision he had seen? Would that come true now that he wasn't actively out there trying to stop them? It was hard to say, and since Quinn was busy dealing with other problems, Syl didn't want him to get involved. Quinn knew what he was watching. He was watching how Syl was involved in all of this, how it had come to this point, and it would give him a lot of answers that he was looking for. The video soon had skipped over a few hours. Days there was no frame of reference for how long it had been, but soon the whole ship was sounding an alarm. There's a gigantic vessel heading our way. We have tried to open communications with it, but it's refusing to respond, one of the men in the command said. Syl, Shiro, and Borden had rushed to the large command room, where there was open glass that allowed them to see directly into space, and there they could see it. A gigantic ship heading towards them, and written on the side were the words, Marpo Cruise. Sir, the ship has opened up communications with us. Put them through, Shiro ordered. Oh, I bet you weren't expecting to hear this voice. But this is a nice feeling, isn't it? I'm almost getting a sense of déjà vu, of traveling to a particular island, unaware of what was to come of me. This time things won't be the same. The voice wasn't recognizable to Syl, so he tried to go through his memory bank, but it just wasn't ringing a bell. But for one of the ones by his side, Shiro's body was shaking with uncertainty. Shiro, who is it? Is it someone that we should be worried about? Syl asked, seeing his reaction. I'm not Shiro, he answered. It's Vorden, and maybe you don't remember too much about what happened back then, but it's Jack Truedream, one of the Big Four. He had attacked Blade Island back then, searching for Quinn's power, but Hilston and the rest on the island got rid of him. Of course, we knew he was alive. There wasn't much else for Vorden to say, as Syl could figure it out based on the words he had said before. Jack Truedream had a grudge against the Blade family like many others did as well. That damn father of ours! Syl clenched his fist. Even now his past is coming back to haunt us. How long do we have to deal with this crap? We hate him as much as our enemies do. It was painful, in a way. The whole reason why the Blades currently existed was to try and make up for the misdeeds of their family. Most of those on the Blade ship were from generations that were abused by Hilston. It doesn't matter who it is. We have to treat every threat the same as we have done so far. Get everyone ready, Syl shouted and ordered. Usually it would be Shiro giving the orders, but ever since Syl had seen visions and stayed on the ship when it was an attack like this was how he would get. There weren't just those with the Blade ability on board the ship. There were also recruits, those that they had saved and wished to help them with their cause. It was also useful to have them on board so the Blades were able to copy their abilities and use them in combat like they needed to now. The Blade ship had several round glass rooms that were attached to the outside of the ship. It was designed this way so they could do combat in space in their own unique way. The specially made, what looked like glass, was actually formed out of beast crystal energy. It kept oxygen in so they could breathe well, while also allowing them to use their powers to fire off attacks one way. If an attack was to come in toward them, the crystal energy would instead be used as a shield. A special invention that had been made for them by none other than Logan Green. The problem was the Marpo cruise was a behemoth compared to them. It was around 100 times bigger than their ship, and they could see several weapons, cannons, and more pointed towards them. Some lit up as they were using crystal energy, while others fired out what looked like missiles through space. "Everyone shields!" Shiro shouted. Using their powers, large force fields were made, stopping the multiple energy blasts before they came toward them. From far away, it looked like a one-sided battle, as a heavy shower of lasers was being shot at a small object. Once they had defended themselves from the attacks, the blades started to use their own powers, and energy blasts from the ship to fire back. The cannons from the ship did next to nothing, as it looked like the Marpo cruise ship had a strong energy shield that could take on incoming attacks. However, some of the blades' abilities allowed them to attack in different ways. With the ability of acceleration and the ability to make a large weight lightless, they were using solid heavy beast balls to hold onto, and then shoot them through the space right at the ship. The objects were small, but so powerful that they broke through the energy shields, destroying a part of the Marpo cruise ship. The only problem was, the damage was so small that it wasn't even visible from the distance they were at. Not only that, but the energy blasts weren't the only thing that they needed to worry about, as there looked to be hundreds of missiles coming towards them. The blades, using their powers of heat, wind, and more, tried to hit them, and once in a while an attack would hit and explode the missile in space, but there were just too many. With their concentration on the missiles, an energy blast managed to get through and hit the side of the ship, causing the whole ship to veer slightly to the right. "A fire has started and is quickly spreading," one reported. "Then get the water ability users to get rid of it, and we will move from there." Several alerts, beeps, and alarms were going off in the command center, showing that the missiles were still coming their way. As one of the workers looked at the screen, he couldn't help but gulp. "They're all going to hit us. We don't have enough power to stop them," he gulped. The sound of footsteps could be heard, and Syl was seen walking past all of the workers that were sitting there on their computer terminals. Syl had stopped as he reached the edge of the large glass. "I will get rid of these, so just focus on everything else for now." Syl lifted his hands, and as he did, the inside of the missiles started to crumble and exploded in space. Some set off a chain reaction, blowing up those next to them. Syl moved one of the missiles into the others, blowing it up. In less than a second, all of the missiles that were in space had exploded and nearly covered the view of everything they could see. The other Blade members were left in awe, their mouths wide open. They had seen other Blades. There were those that could use the same ability, but they hadn't quite seen just what Syl was capable of doing. Some had heard the rumors, but it wasn't the same as seeing it in person. The missiles seemed to have stopped after seeing what Syl could do, and they continued to stick to the energy blasts. The blades were holding up, but it was making Shiro nervous. "This is bad. We can't continue on like this. We are hardly putting a dent, and although we are blocking their attacks now, our people will just tire out and run out of MC cells," Shiro said, as he was looking for advice from his fellow leaders, who were also in charge of running different departments of the Blades, but they were all silent, with no suggestions. "We have to fight them head-to-head. That's the only way," Rayton stated inside Shiro's head. "Head-to-head?" Shiro replied. "I don't usually agree with Rayton, but he's right," Vorden added. "We can't win a battle in space. In a battle like this, it's either our MC cells run out first, or they run out of beast crystals to use, and I doubt they came unprepared. We have to land the ship on a planet and take the battle to them." Shiro thought about it for a while as he looked at Syl. Even Syl was unable to use his full capabilities. "All right, land the ship on the closest planet. We're taking the fight to the land," Shiro ordered. From the Marpo cruise, Jack could see the ship was making a maneuver, and he could guess what it was trying to do. "Oh, bad move. You would have had a lot more chances with a battle in space. This will only make things end quicker," Jack said to himself. Syl was still standing by the glass, and he could see the ship was starting to move, but he still wanted to do something. "Just because I'm in space, I'm not so weak," Syl exclaimed, as he held out his hand, and one of the large meteoroids that were in space started to move. It was picking up speed, going faster and faster, heading right towards the Marpo cruise. "Let's see how they deal with this," Syl said as he chucked both of his hands down using his powers. At the same time, the meteorite in space was hurled right directly towards the Marpo cruise ship. The size of the two was still incomparable, but this would certainly do a large amount of damage at the speed the meteorite was moving. Syl, I thought we had seen it all, but all this time away, you were still gaining strength and getting stronger, Shiro commented. There were smiles on those in the command room. They were happy to know that they had someone like Syl on their side and could only imagine the look on the face of the others. However, of course, Jack Truedream and those on the Marpo cruise ship weren't just going to sit back and do nothing. From their angle, they were unsure what had happened, but a large blast of power went out right toward the meteorite. It didn't look like it had come from any of the cannons or blasters that were on the ship, but had come directly from the front. As it hit the meteorite, it soon broke apart and scattered into small pieces. That's okay, Syl thought. I thought you might have something that could get rid of that. Now that the meteorite had broken into small bits, they were all still flying towards the Marpo cruise ship, and the blasters were being used to fire and disintegrate the small pieces of rock. But there were far too many, and scattered thousands of pieces hit the ship, creating small holes all over the place. The Marpo cruise ship was damaged, and it was a lot more damaged than the small marks from before. Damn it! Do they even know how long it will take to repair everything? Jack shouted. H, why didn't you stop that? I made sure that none of the pieces hit anywhere important. Is it my job to look after the others as well? H replied. Jack almost looked nervous as he had heard the answer. Well, you're not the one that did the damage in the first place. Just follow them. Get ready and into the pods. We will stop any of them from flying away, while our ground force will take care of them. The order was made, and those on the Marpo cruise ship started to move. The Blade ship was usually either in Earth's solar system or the Greylash planet solar system, and this time when the attack had appeared, they were in the Greylash solar system, part of planets that used to belong to the vampires. They had moved areas due to a mission that the Blade family had been requested to help with. The problem was, some of the planets were heavily populated, while others weren't so much. Head to the old vampire settlement. I think that area is safe enough, Shiro ordered. It was the planet the vampires used to live on before it had been moved by Quinn to the Daisy planet. The old settlement, which no longer had any of the castles as such, hadn't been inhabited like the other planets. It was further than the planet which was closest to them, but it was worth it because they could imagine they had a pretty big fight on their hands. Still, I can't help but shake off this uneasy feeling, Shiro thought. They aren't using the missiles like they were before, and are just firing at us with energy blasts. The numbers have lowered, and there are plenty of their attacks that are missing as well. Either they're running low on beast crystals, and our ship being small is hard for them to hit, or it's almost as if they want us to fight on the ground. It was a big concern for Shiro, but what choice did they have? And the Blades were the group with the strongest ability users. A fight, face-to-face, was the best option for them. The ship had found the planet they were looking for, and it was moving in fast, but when they were close to the planet, having already breached its atmosphere, a report had come in. Sir, it looks like the ship has stopped giving chase, and they are no longer firing at us, a report came in. Shiro looked at the situation, and for now, didn't quite land just yet. The ship was staying there in place, not moving. What do you think they're trying to do? Borden asked. I think they're trapping us and not letting us escape, Shiro replied. If we try to break out and escape, they will rain down everything they have on us. So right now we're stuck. Wait, so even if we land on the planet, what will we do? If we stay there, are they just going to stay there hovering in the air? Borden asked. I don't think so. The Greylash family will find out, and we can easily send a report to the other groups to come to us. No matter how confident he is in his strength, I don't think that's a battle they want. Shiro had to make a decision in the end, and since he hadn't quite landed yet, it looked like the Marpo cruise ship was getting its lasers ready to try to shoot them out of the air regardless. Land! We have to land! The Blade ship had finally landed in a large, black-covered land. It was void of trees, and the area was bumpy, with large craters similar to that of the moon surrounding Earth. All of the Blades quickly evacuated from the ship. At any moment it could have blown up from attack, and without them using their powers to protect it, it would be a problem. In total, there were around 150 members that could use the blade ability, and 200 staff with powers of their own. They were ready to move away from the ship, as they thought any second an attack from the Marpo cruise ship would commence, and the ship would be blown to pieces. However, they had already taken action, and it wasn't the action they thought would be taken. Flying through the sky, there were a number of black pods. They hailed down into the land, crashing, breaking part of the hard ground, and sticking upright. In the large wasteland of the area, they could just see countless numbers of these pods sticking up. "They came from the ship, right? What are they?" Borden asked. The others were nervous. They readied their abilities, weapons, and more, and stood next to each other for help. Syl looked at all of their faces. "I should have been able to stop this. It shouldn't have come to this," Syl thought, as he walked in front of them all, standing there as if he was ready to protect them, but they wouldn't let him stand on his own. Shiro and Borden quickly jumped over and were by his side. "The Blade family, everyone here no matter what, I won't let them die." It was then that Syl leaned into Shiro and whispered something in his ear. "Syl, you can't do that. You can't," Shiro complained, but it looked like Syl had already made his decision. Just then, a loud clank sound was heard. Multiple were going off one after the other. All the strange black pods were starting to open, and a hand was seen on the outside of the pod, pulling itself out. The whole body of the creature had appeared. "I was worried about this. How is this even possible?" Shiro said. "How are the Dalki still alive, and what are they doing with Jack?" There were multiple questions that were running through Shiro's head at the time. How were Dalki still there? Their life was meant to be short, around the 50-year mark. There were those that in the end had worked alongside the humans, but they had eventually perished and were unable to reproduce. It was a large threat that everyone knew about, but only a few had actually lived through it. Yet somehow, they were now here again, and they were in front of them. On top of that, they were working side by side with a human that was thought dead. But even if he had managed to survive, he shouldn't have been able to live for so long. It was all confusing, but they didn't have time to worry about that. "We need to support the others, Shiro," Borden shouted in his head. "They have no experience fighting the Dalki, and they are tough to beat." The Dalki that were coming out were 3 and 4 spikes. There wasn't a single one that was under the 3-spike mark. It would have been tough for any of them to face, even if they had experience. Seeing them all land in one place, Syl was the first to act. Both his hands started to be covered in flames at that point. He was building up his power, ready to attack them all, until thousands of energy blasts could be seen coming through the sky. He quickly needed to change his plan, and changed his power, as he created a force field above them. It blocked the energy blasts one after the other. "This is crazy! Do they not care if they hurt their own people?" Shiro shouted. Although Syl was strong, he was going up against an opponent he had never faced before, one that was willing to do anything to win this fight. It was difficult when facing one who had no morals, compared to another that needed to protect those around him. "Syl, don't worry about the Dalki. We will take care of them," Borden shouted as he charged headfirst into the group of Dalki. At the same time, Shiro stood in front of the other ability users, and using their long-ranged attacks, they started to concentrate their power on the Dalki. A large cut down from the shoulder was delivered to one, but like an unstoppable beast, it continued to run forward. Borden saw the injured one and leaped from his position, moving fast in the air, and before the Dalki could react, he grabbed onto its arms and kicked its body away. Both of its arms detached from its body. Not slowing down, Borden was moving again. Heading to the next one, he threw out a fist, aiming to hit the stomach. Borden was always a special Dalki, different from the others, and regardless of his spikes, he seemed to have greater power than them. Over the course of time, he learned to utilize this great power, and there was no hesitation in him when attacking those like him, because it was his family behind him. They were the ones he wanted to protect. However, something strange had occurred when Borden went to strike one of the 4 spikes in the stomach. The regular hard black scales that were on the body seemed to have a silver shine in the area of the stomach. Hitting the Dalki, it was lifted into the air, but not quite at the level Borden would have expected, and the Dalki could be seen smiling as it went to throw out its fist that was hardened as well. Luckily, Borden was faster and dodged the hit, grabbing it by its head and pulling its face down right into his knee, crushing it on the spot. What was that? That can't be the Dalki. Do they have abilities? Borden wasn't the only one that was discovering it as the fight went on, but all of the four spiked Dalki seemed to have some type of ability, and they were utilizing it well. One of the Dalki even had the power of invisibility and had entered the center of the group. Members of the Blade family were being torn apart, ripped in half, and crushed with single punches, yet they had no clue where it was coming from. Thinking fast, using a water ability, Shiro soon started to make it rain. As it did, they were able to see where the Dalki was at. Everyone, concentrate on your attack. We can see him now, Shiro stated. A wave of attacks and abilities was used, and it hurt the Dalki and was wearing it down, eventually killing it off. Some of the blades could use 3 or so abilities, making them quite strong when combining the MC cells together. Regardless, it became apparent that there was a problem. Not only could the Dalki use abilities, but they were already plenty strong, and as they got injured, they were getting stronger. Whereas, for the blades, the more they used their abilities, the weaker they were getting, and it was only a matter of time until they lost the fight. Realizing this, Syl felt like he had to do something. Although his soul weapon allowed him to pick a number of different abilities, he could only use one at a time. The energy blasts were still raining down, and out of frustration, he used his barrier ability and pushed it up even further, to the point where it was blocking the attacks close to where the clouds were on the planet. Then, letting up, Syl quickly used his cloning ability, limiting it just to 1 for now. This allowed his clone to continue to make the force field up above. That really annoyed me. It's time to turn the tides, Syl said. Using his soul weapon, the book was brought out, and Syl changed to abilities he thought were useful in dealing with these. After that, he started to clone himself again, duplicating his body, his abilities, and his power, making several of himself. More and more pods were being shot out of the sky, but Syl would deal with them as much as he could, and eventually, it looked like there were now 100 more Syls. However, Syl didn't stop there. Opening up a portal, weapons were brought out, but rather than being handed to the clones, like they usually would have done, they were handed to the other blades. In their hands, they were holding demon-tier weapons that had been gathered from all over the place. Once Syl was done and felt like the others could protect themselves, it was time for him to spring into action. It was almost a one-sided massacre, as each of the Syls was stronger than the 4 spiked Dalki, even if they had abilities. If they had the power of wind, the clone Syl could produce a stronger version of the same thing, and with the super speed and strength, as well as all the power from the nest crystals Syl had obtained over time, he could take on the Dalki hand to hand. One of the Syls avoided a hit from the Dalki, while quickly getting directly behind its head, and with a single hand was able to melt the head on the spot. Syl wasn't the only one doing well on the field, as Borden continued to take out and overpower all the Dalki he was facing, and from above, Jack could see everything that was happening. "Aren't you worried that too many are dying?" "Worried?" Jack replied. "If they were too weak, then they are simply failures, and besides, I can always make more. This is not a problem. What is a problem is those two. It seems they are a lot stronger than I thought they would be. Do you think you can handle them, H?" "If you didn't think I could, then we would have never attacked them in the first place," H replied. "Very well, then I think it's time you joined the battle. Get rid of them, but don't kill Syl, I need him," Jack stated. With that, H started to walk off, as he was ready to descend. The simulation continued, and all of them were able to continue to watch the fight. It was amazing as they were able to walk through the field as if they were really there, but it also made the sadness hit just that much more. They could see everything in detail, the worried look on the people's faces, the frightened voices as they called for help and shouted out for the others' names. Seeing this, especially for Quinn, he inwardly struggled. What was he doing while all of this was going on? Right now, he wanted to help, but he needed to remind himself that it was all a simulation, and he needed to see the end, to see what it was that Logan wanted to show him. With the weapons in their hands, the other blades were faring much better than they were before. They had never come across such powerful weapons, so more than one of them was able to use them. At the same time, there was no longer oncoming pressure as both Borden and Syl were able to deal with most of the oncoming Dalki. Shiro had stayed behind to stay close to the other Blade members. He wasn't so sure if Borden and Syl were doing it instinctively, but they were taking out all of the 4 spikes that had abilities, only allowing a few of the 3 spikes to come to attack them. This is going well. At this rate, with all of Syl's clones as well, we will be safe. The problem is, how do we take out the ship, and just how many are on board? Shiro was right to worry because there was more than just the Dalki on board the ship. This was the Marpo cruise, which had been going through space for a while now, and along the way, they had picked up a number of different mercenaries from different races, which was just one of the reasons. Despite Jack seeing all of this, he wasn't panicked at all. But the main reason he wasn't panicked was because he had H on his side. On the ground, the Dalki were being cleared up fairly quickly, their bodies torn and thrown about on the ground, pieces of them having been left as nothing but cinders. It wasn't all good news for the Blades, though, as there were many on their side that had lost their lives also. But in this situation, they needed to look at what they had. Thankfully, it looked like the whole thing would soon be over, as the pods were no longer coming down from above, nor were the energy blasts, and Borden had finished off the last of the Dalki. "Ah!" Borden screamed, covered in green blood as he delivered a final punch right through one of the Dalki's chests. Since Syl and all his clones were done, they stood there above their beaten enemy, but Syl didn't make the clones go away because he knew that it wasn't the end. The real Syl looked up at the ship. These Dalki had abilities somehow, although most of them were weak. What if a high-spike Dalki were to appear with a high-level ability? I need to stop that ship and destroy everything inside. Who knows, it might already be the case, Syl thought. Just as he was getting ready to change his abilities to fly up to the ship and face them alone, something was seen blasting through the sky. An incredibly large, thick blue lightning bolt shocked right from underneath the ship, and it headed right for them. It was powerful and too fast for Syl to react to stop the attack, but instead he used his powers to create a shield so the others weren't hurt. When the lightning bolt crashed into the ground, a wave of rocks from the ground kicked up, at least 15 feet high. It blasted it out, continuing on for at least a mile, but the rocks that had hit the shield created by Syl were falling in place. Borden was ahead of Syl, but he should be all right, right? Shiro thought as he covered himself, as some of the dirt was getting through parts of the shield. What even was that? Was it an attack from the ship? But then why did it look like a lightning bolt? Eventually, the dust started to settle, and as it did, they could see a large figure in their own self-made crater. It wasn't an attack from the ship, but instead it was someone, or something, landing in the middle of the battlefield. Is that a Dalki? Shiro thought, as he saw the outward appearance of it. It was slightly larger than a regular Dalki, and its body shape was a bit different. Usually, Dalkis were these masses of muscle covered in dark scales from head to toe. This one, although larger, was shaped slightly more like a human. Even though the face and body were covered in spikes from head to toe, its face also looked slightly like that of a human as well. That face, why does it feel familiar? Borden said, as he looked at the scene in front of him through Shiro's eyes. I have the same feeling. Is it someone we know? Rayton asked. Although Shiro was interested in why the two thought this Dalki looked familiar, he was much more concerned about something else instead. On its back, if he wasn't miscounting, he could see 8 spikes leading down it. This shook Shiro to his very core. He could feel his heart racing. The other Blades could see it too, but they weren't having the same reaction because they weren't there back then, unlike him. An 8-spike Dalki? But how? The only one that ever existed before was Graham, and Quinn defeated him. It nearly took him everything he had, all of his power, to defeat him back then. The sight of what Graham could do, the sheer power he held in his hands, and now all of this was in front of them. It was safe to say that if Syl was unable to defeat a Dalki on the level of Graham, then they would all be dead, because their small attacks and power wouldn't be able to help in the fight at all. Can Syl do this? Can he do this without Quinn? Shiro asked. It was quite clear why they were so confident now, why they were happy to battle out of space. Syl has had 1,000 years to grow since then, Vorden almost shouted. Do you really think he wouldn't be able to handle an 8-spike after all that time? If anything, the fact that it's been that long and the highest spike Dalki they have is an 8-spike shows that we don't have to worry. Vorden was shouting because he didn't like the fact that Shiro was doubting Syl, not at a time like this. I think you're forgetting something, Rayton added, being the voice of reason for once. That is not just an 8-spike Dalki. We saw how it came here, from the sky in a bolt of lightning. That was most likely an ability, and if you ask me, it looked pretty strong. Vorden didn't say anything else. They knew that the lighting ability was one of the strongest. It was why the Blades used it most of the time, including Syl. And for that ability to be on an 8-spike Dalki, it was a scary thought. Syl could now see the Dalki as well, and just like his brothers, when he saw the figure and looked at its face, deep into its eyes it was familiar for some reason. Why do you seem so familiar? Syl asked. When he did, the Dalki looked directly into his eyes and the scales started to peel away from its face. Up above, in the Marpo crews watching this all, there was unstoppable laughter coming from Jack. The 8-spike Dalki looked directly into Syl's eyes, and the scales looked to be reverting back into its body, revealing part of its face. There was light skin, and blue eyes could now be seen. It was strange, to say the least, because this isn't something that Dalki were capable of. The only one that could do something like this was Borden, and they never really had figured out the reason why he was different, compared to the others. Now that the full face could be seen, they understood why it was familiar. The face that was seen across many of their brothers, sisters, and fathers, it looked like them. Just like Shiro before, now it was Syl whose body was completely shaken. His legs were vibrating, his hands couldn't keep still, and his lips were quivering. How can this be possible? No, it can't be. It's impossible to be him. I killed him not just once, but killed him twice, even with the use of the second chance skill. I destroyed his head. There's no way he could have returned, Syl thought. You seem to recognize me, the Dalki finally said, the one that was known as H. I have a similar feeling when seeing you, but I'm not quite sure how to feel. Is it anger, happiness, or pain? This feeling is annoying. Whether this was Hilston or not, it didn't seem to quite be him, but Syl had to make sure, which was why he shouted out his name. Hilston, are you still alive? Syl asked. The rest of his clones were ready to move in at any second. My name is not Hilston, I am H. H, the Dalki replied. It was a confusing matter for Syl, and although he felt like he should attack, he was being cautious. His whole body was reacting to who this person could be, and there was a certain individual who was loving every second of this. Ha ha ha! Look at that! You were once so powerful, and now the Blade family can't even move. It truly is a shame that someone so great was able to be killed by someone like you. Jack continued to laugh as he thought back about everything he went through. Everything to create the being known as H. After Jack had his whole faction practically wiped out by the Blade family, he was more than obsessed with revenge on them. But not just them, in particular on Hilston Blade himself, who had destroyed everything Jack had built up in an instant. His whole life was destroyed and ruined because of these people, and it had become Jack's goal to get rid of them and Hilston. The thing was, due to certain circumstances, he was trapped, and it was only later that he learned that Hilston had already been killed, and it was by another Blade no less. His frustration and his grand plan of getting rid of a particular person were ruined. Therefore, he decided to pass on all his anger and frustration to the one that killed him. It was still a Blade in his mind, and still someone that deserved to be punished. Of course, during his journey he had met Jim and a few others as well. He had learned there were quite a few amazing things that he could do with his power. The group hadn't always stayed far from Earth. In fact, it was opposite. They wanted to stay in the loop of what was happening and find out everything they could. While Jim was gathering data and heading to certain places where Richard Eno used to be, there was information that Jim felt he could use, and he certainly had found some. What was most surprising was that there was DNA of a particular person in question, Hilston Blade. It was strange to wonder why there was a file of Hilston's blade DNA in the information, but that wasn't what was important. DNA of special subjects had been used in the past to create a type of super Dalki. In one case, there was Helen. In others, the werewolf DNA that had been mixed with Graham as well. Since they knew the strength of Hilston before, creating a Dalki with his DNA, they thought it would become something impressive. However, when the Dalki first appeared, it seemed strange. Since it was only the DNA, there were no memories of the past. It was a fresh Dalki, but the blood mixing with the Dalki didn't seem to gel too well, and in the end, the Dalki that was made had died, quicker than they had expected. The process started again, as both Jim and Jack were determined to create something special, yet similar occurrences happened. On top of that, there seemed to be no special trait. The whole point of mixing a Dalki with powerful DNA was so the Dalki that was created would have a special trait, something that would make it stronger, just like the other Dalki. Who knew? Maybe some of Hilston's abilities would even pass on, although this was unlikely. During their travels as a group, though, they did manage to run into a couple, a strong, blonde-haired man and woman. They looked quite old, but they were sure of it, they were blades as well. It was later found that these two were the mother and father of the other blades. To keep them alive, a mix of all three DNA was being used, combined with the Dalki that was being created, and it started to have a stronger form, but yet again, the lifespan of the Dalki seemed to be less than 2 weeks. Jim thought they were being far too simple in their approach, and in the end, the actual bodies of the mother and father were used, as well as a Dalki, to create a hybrid along with the Hilston DNA. Finally, they had created the Dalki which they had always been meaning to create. It was a powerful, stronger body than the others, and was already born with 6 spikes from the get-go. Hilston was originally a strong human being who had a strong sense of ki, and there was this strange madness to him that made him powerful. On top of that, there was even more to H. Jack had the blade power with him and placed it inside the Dalki, and just like the blades, H could also copy powers. During his journey and search for the blade, he had come across one more that was powerful, and for some reason traveling on its own, a younger blade named Pi. It was a good test for H to go up against, and there was a clear winner in the end. Although Pi was not wasted, Jack took his ability from him before his death as well. The thing was, when taking the ability, Jack noticed something, that the ability, although feeling similar in his stomach to the others, was slightly different. When going next to H, he could feel the energy that was inside him, almost calling out to that which was in H, as if the two wanted to join. What Jack didn't know was that the ability of Pi was different, because in the history of the Blade family, when Pi and his sister Vicky joined hands, they could use their ability together, allowing them to hold 6 abilities. Listening to the power inside him, Jack had given this power to H, and now, just like the two, H was not only a powerful and strong Dalki that was different compared to the others, he was one that had the power of the blades and the ability to hold 6 abilities. "This is over," Jack said, looking at the screen in front of him of the situation down below. Syl continued to look at the Dalki. He was unsure whether this was Hilston or not, whether he had somehow survived and had been turned by Jack, or some other force, but nonetheless it made him cautious. Because an 8-spike Dalki with a strong lighting ability was a completely different creature to begin with. "I like your power, but I have a feeling that I am stronger." A large lightning bolt formed in H's hand. It condensed into a pure form rather quickly and was hurled towards one of the clones of Syl. It was a powerful throw with a deadly ability. The clone of Syl tried to create a force field, and so did the others that were around him, but they were too slow to act. The shields had been brought up too late, and the lightning had pierced right through one of the Syl's hearts. After it made contact, the strike lit up and practically exploded, destroying the clone and hitting a few of the clones nearby. Although the clones were, in a way, just as powerful as Syl, they didn't seem to react as quickly as he did, nor could they take as much damage. Either way, due to the powerful explosion, it had taken out a few of the other clones that were nearby. Syl turned his head as he thought this wasn't the end, and he was right. H had already moved from his position at a super speed and was in the center of the clones. The Dalki lifted both of its hands that were covered in lighting and slammed them on the floor. A lightning wave was sent out. Some of the Sills leaped up into the air in time, including the real Sill, while the others were shocked and stunned into place. "Do you think I would just let you do what you want?" Sill said, using the same lightning ability, had created a type of whip, and as he threw it out, it wrapped around the arm of H. Using all of his power, he started to electrify H's body over and over, but it seemed to do nothing, as H started to spin around, and his body was turning into a tornado of flames. The fire was spreading out, taking out some of the clones nearby, but the ones further away switched to a water ability and fired at the tornado of flames, extinguishing it rather quickly. However, they could no longer see H in the tornado of flames, and another clone of Sill's felt the back of his head being crushed by the pure power of H. "This is more difficult than I thought. He can use more than one ability, so no doubt this is the power of the blades, but an 8-spike Dalki already has the speed to keep up with the clones, using the super speed. But with this Dalki using the powers, he is far faster than I thought. My powers are stronger if we were to go head-to-head with just abilities, but not strong enough to finish him off. But I have to try," Sill thought. Landing on the ground, Sill made his intentions clear as he started to use the Earth ability to summon a box right around H. Soon, all the other clones that were still there were also using the Earth ability to do the same thing. Earth was being condensed on top of Earth, making it as hard as possible. It was being condensed, and they were attempting to crush H as they pushed it further and further in. Sweat was running down the clones' faces as they could feel that H was trying to get out. With each large punch, the whole planet felt like it was shaking, but they continued to push the walls, trying to suffocate him, to get rid of him, and condensing the Dalki down. The vibrations soon stopped, though, and that meant that H was no longer trying to punch the wall. However, a moment later, a loud bang was heard, and the cube of dirt, which had been heavily condensed, had cracked, and eventually a large hole had broken through. The planet felt off balance, making everyone fall over. From the giant Earth cube, pieces could be seen falling as the Dalki figure had come out, with blood dripping all over different parts of its body. Based on the wounds, they looked to have been self-inflicted. "I don't think anyone has pushed me this far, although I still don't feel as if I'm in danger." The wounds on his body were starting to heal. They were self-regenerating at a fast speed, and H looked to be just as strong as before. Shiro, who was watching the fight from the side, was wondering what they could do. "Is it possible to win this fight?" Shiro thought. "The power of the Dalki, and I can sense it. Although I'm not the best when it comes to ki, there is a strong ki that is powering through that Dalki's body. He must have used his super speed to throw out a punch, switching to super strength, and along with injuring himself and the ki, he was able to break out even with the multiple Sills overpowering him with abilities. This is just a freak of nature, and one that is able to heal at that." Sill was down to around half his clones. There were still a lot of them, but the pressure was weighing on his mind. After all this time, the pressure of H possibly being Hilston was still there. Seeing how it felt like nothing was working at the moment, even though Sill still had the advantage, it was making him lose hope, even though he still hadn't tried everything he had. There were multiple abilities, including his foresight ability, but maybe that was part of the problem. "If I attack him with my demon-tier weapons, he'll block them and attack, sacrificing his arm and hitting me right in the stomach. If I use all the other Sills to concentrate their abilities directly on him, and he uses a ki blast to create a small shield, then he will use the speed ability to get directly in my face, causing another one-to-one battle. There has to be a way," Sill thought as he opened up his book. He was changing abilities while using his foresight ability, going through all the motions of what he could do to win this battle. With each ability, he was going over a different strategy and seeing what would work. From what he had seen so far with the foresight ability, the problem was so far that Sill would lose the fight if he himself got close in a physical battle. "For now, I'm going to have to buy time." Opening up a portal, Sill allowed the remainder of his clones to now use the weapons the other blades were using so far. Using the super speed ability and the demon-tier weapon at the same time, they would try to buy time. If they hurt H too much, then it would only make him stronger. A battle was occurring of explosions and H going all over the place, using his raw power as he punched, kicked, and did all sorts, while the real Sill's eyes were slightly hollow, looking through his book of abilities. Not that one. That one won't work as well. There has to be a way to beat him. Sil was focused, looking at the after images of what he could do, and in a way was ignoring what was happening in the real battle around him, to the point where he didn't realize that H had decided to go for him rather than continue dealing with the clones. There were a few large wounds on his body, making him just move faster, and Sil was standing there still trying to find a way, but there was one that stood in the way as he came from the side and grabbed right onto H's arm, stopping him in his tracks. "It took me a while to get used to your timing, but I managed to do it," Borden said with a smile, holding the arm. His whole body was shaking as he was using every muscle fiber he had. "You are like me, so why are you stopping me?" H asked. "Are you an idiot? Because that guy behind me is my brother, and when he's ready, he's going to kick your ass." H, for the first time since the fight, started smiling. Strength started to go out from the Dalki, and was now draining into his own body as they both touched. Borden didn't know why, but he was suddenly feeling weaker. Borden went and used his other hand to try and separate the two of them, but he was stuck and getting weaker by the second. On the other hand, H now had it covered in intense flames. "It's too bad that you won't be able to see your dear brother kick my ass," H said as he placed the hand right on Borden's face, melting it in an instant. The others watching the simulation were standing behind Quinn. They could see both of his hands shaking, and not a single one of them dared to say a word, nor did they approach him. While on Earth, and most of the time Quinn was with the others, he would be in a constant state of control. He was always suppressing his energy so it was unable to leak out, so others not on the planet, those nearby, and of course, the Celestials as well, wouldn't know about him, and would not know where he was. But this time, with what he could see, he couldn't help it, and it broke through for a second. "Borden, this is how you meet your end?" Quinn thought. It was disgraceful. To die in battle against an enemy that he perhaps knew nothing about. Jack Truedream was an enemy that was created due to him obtaining the shadow, due to his mess with Eren trying to hide her and the Blade family. Borden had been with the group a number of times. He had helped Quinn out on Blade Island, perhaps even saved his life, and helped the others fight Eren when she had her own memories changed. More than that, there were countless times when Borden would refer to Quinn as his brother, because after the small scuffle they had, he really felt like they were brothers. The connection they had and all the journeys they had been through together made it feel like so. After waking up, Quinn had never gone to the Blade ship. He had been far too busy, involved with other things, and he hadn't had the chance to meet Borden either. Yet, here he was, now witnessing his end. All of it was very painful for Quinn, too painful for him to bear, so he paused the simulation, and just like that, everything had frozen. After a few minutes, he was starting to regain his composure slightly, and walked up to where Borden was. His face was already slightly melted, at least the top half anyway, but even then, in his last moments, there was a smile on his face. "How? In a situation like this, can you be so happy? How can you be so positive?" Quinn thought. There was no need to play the simulation. Quinn knew there was no coming back from it, even for a Dalki, getting one's head melted like so, his arms limp. It was the end. "As long as I am alive, I will continue to remember your face, and I promise that I will tell everyone what you have done." When saying these words, Quinn was reminded of the reporter AJ, who had asked to follow Quinn. He wanted to record the current moments, the past moments, and more, and place it all in a book. Once his story was done, he was going to spread everything. Quinn had put a mental note to make sure to sit down with AJ, and if the book was ever to come out, the details of everything that Borden did would be remembered. After, Quinn said a few words, almost like a prayer, along with the rest of his family, and the others. He turned his head to look at H. He ingrained the details of the Dalki in his head. From the results of how the world came to be like it was, and how it was going so far, Sil did not win this fight, and H was very much still alive. So Quinn wanted to pay back the person that caused this all. Not just Jack and Jim, but it looks like another one has been added to the hit list. The simulation restarted from that moment after. Quinn was ready to watch what happened again, and he could see it. Sil, so immersed in the task of defeating H, was unable to see what was really happening in front of him. All of his simulations, or foresight, were showing what was to happen if he was to attack a certain way. But the problem was, Syl wasn't attacking after finding out that it would fail, and he had failed to see the very outcome that had occurred. The entirety of Borden's head was reduced to nothing, and his body felt the floor. A wave of different attacks had come out from the other clones, all aimed at H, but with his super speed along with his natural speed, he moved out of the way of the attacks and went straight to the real Syl. With the book in his hand, though, Syl had selected the teleportation ability and blinked away, in front of H's eyes, leaving him to hit nothing but the air, but the powerful attack still distorted the whole space. It was a heavy punch, one that distorted the clouds in the sky when the attack hit, easily destroying anything in its path. Watching this reminded Quinn a lot of Ray's punch as well. Shiro and the other blades watching near the blade ship were all in pain as they saw Borden on the floor no longer moving. Some felt like it was a dream. Borden had been with the blades for a long time as one of the leaders. He had helped on a number of occasions, and here they were, all standing around doing nothing. "Shit! Why do we have to be stuck in here unable to do nothing?" Rayton screamed inside Shiro's head. Borden was silent, still taking it in, whereas although Shiro was affected, he was more worried about what the outcome of the rest of the fight would be. "Syl, we'll lose this fight," Shiro said to the other two. "What do you mean?" Rayton replied back angrily. "Although Syl hasn't damaged the other one, I still think the fight is fairly even. They can't hurt each other. Syl will find a way." Rayton and Borden both had an idea of what Syl was doing with the book. Based on the enemy they could see in front of them, Syl was coming up with the best way to beat him. After all, there was a difference between H and Syl, even if both of them could use the same amount of abilities. Syl could change his abilities and counter the ones H currently had. Just like then with the super speed, Syl could continuously teleport out of the way. Water beat fire, earth against lighting, and so on. So why was Shiro saying Syl would lose? "Do you not remember what Syl said to us before this mess started? He whispered in our ear that if he ever thought the situation was too tough, that he would make sure that we were all okay. I think you're right. If Syl was to fight with all his power and continue to fight, there would be a way. But from the beginning, he has been protecting us from the blasts from the ship above and has been fighting against the Dalki before. Even if he has a lot of MC cells, he doesn't have an unlimited amount. Based on his words, what do you think he meant by that?" Shiro asked. It suddenly clicked in the others' heads. There was a way to make it so the others would survive no matter what, and before they knew it, Syl had teleported right next to Shiro along with the others. "I'm sorry, I wasn't strong enough to beat him. I'm sorry I wasn't strong enough to save Borden. All of you, you have to live. You have to continue the Blade family, right the wrong of our name, and even though I failed, I know there is one person who won't. Stick to Quinn and find him." Syl didn't give a chance for the others to say anything as he placed his hand on the ground, and before they knew it, mass teleportation of the entire Blade family had occurred. All of them were gone. They were no longer on the planet, and Syl was now there on his own. Syl had used his powers to transport them far away, a place where maybe, even he didn't know, a place where Jack was unable to attack them. If he was to teleport him and H, then it would mean the rest of the Dalki and Jack would still be able to fight them. Teleporting H away, they still would need to deal with Jack as well, and it wasn't getting rid of the root of the problem. At the same time, Syl felt like the reason they were here was because they were after him. As long as Syl wasn't with the others, then no one had to die. At least, no one else had to die. This was why he had made the decision, but mass teleporting so many people so far away had taken a large amount of his MC cells. The fight that could have gone either way, with Syl making sure the others were safe with 100% certainty, had now tipped in H's favor. "The footage that can be obtained ends there," a familiar voice said. "Logan, based on what you saw, you might be worried about what happened to Syl, but fear not, he is alive, and I know exactly where he is." After watching the whole simulation, Quinn was going through a mixture of feelings. The ending hadn't been caught. The conclusion to the fight, the final fight between Syl and H for whatever reason. Perhaps their battle had destroyed the cameras on the ships, or their battle took place far away from where they were, with both of them using everything they had. Still, the outcome was clear, as Syl had made a choice. "Syl, you have changed so much from when I first met you. You really decided to be selfless in the end," Quinn thought. It had become apparent through the simulation, from the very beginning when he whispered into Shiro's ears, that the blades were the most important to him. No matter what, he wanted to make sure to protect them. When seeing H, though, there was a mixture of confused feelings, and for a short while, Syl felt it was his duty once again to stop this person, until Borden had fallen. Because of that, it allowed him to snap back into his right mind. Syl was never sure during the fight if he could beat H. The two of them were pretty even, but Syl still had yet to try everything. If he could have just taken himself and H off the planet they were on, away from everyone else. However, the ship would then still be able to attack the other blades, and more Dalki could be sent. Borden was no longer there, a big help in clearing the Dalki, so it was safe to say they would have certainly struggled to survive. Another option was taking all of the blades along with H and teleporting them on board the ship. Yet the ship was an unknown. The being known as H had come from it, and it was taking the blades into the heart of the enemy's territory. If he couldn't beat H, then it would mean all of the blades would have perished. So the only way to make sure that the blades survived was to do what he had done, but it came with a sacrifice, the sacrifice of losing the battle. "I think, in the same situation, I would have done the same thing," Quinn thought to himself, as he went on to listen to what Logan had to say. The simulation around them had faded, and they were again in the large white room. Now they were all watching a video of Logan in his lab, just like he was in the original message. "He said Syl was still alive, which means there is a way to still help him at least," Quinn thought, but it did trouble him as to why they would keep such a big threat alive. "The device that Vincent and I had made for Jim and Jack, it has caused more problems than we thought. The reason for keeping Syl alive is so that he can be used in that very same device. The blade ability allows one to copy the powers of anyone that is a human, and it seems his power is not limited by God Slayer abilities. After Syl had been defeated, he was placed in the device. A point that I didn't mention earlier because it wasn't important at the time needs to be said. That going in the device itself is draining to the user. All of the MC cells are taken out of the body to use the device in a certain way. I assume Syl was placed in this device immediately, not giving him a second chance to fight back. The one known as Malik allowed Syl to copy his ability, and after that, along with the device, whenever they needed to mass change everyone's memories, they used Syl to do this. How they did this, I'm not sure. I doubt they would have changed Syl's memories because they fear him. If he was ever to find out the truth, then he could simply revert everything back to the way it was himself, which is why it's better for them to keep him captive and locked in the device, constantly draining his MC cells away, only to be used when needed. How exactly they get him to use the ability as they command, I'm not sure." An image of a tired Syl appeared in Quinn's head. It was making his blood boil. He was someone that was only doing good for the human race, trying to protect them and help them. He hadn't lived a good life, and now he was being hurt every second and doing things against his will. "However, I do know where he currently is. I have gathered this information, and what you are about to hear may surprise you. At the moment, between Jack and Jim, they run 10 Marpo cruises. All of these are filled with their allies from other planets, as well as Dalki with abilities and vampires. There are 2 main Marpo cruise lines that are exclusively used by Jim and Jack. From what I can gather, there seems to be a bit of tension between the two of them, so they no longer travel together. But they have set up a system of sorts. When one has Syl, the other has Malik by their side. Whenever they wish to use the power in a wide range, the two must be brought together for whatever reason. Right now, as of recording this video, Jack has Syl captured aboard his Marpo cruise ship. I doubt that will change anytime soon, as there is no reason for them to use the ability again, at least not anytime soon." Since Quinn didn't know what Malik looked like, he was unsure if he was by Jim's side or not. He knew that Ray was with him when they were on the Namric planet, but there was a good chance he could have been on the cruise ship as well. For now, it was best to assume that Malik was still with Jim, and Syl was with Jack, but how would he know where Jack was and what cruise ship he was on? Would Quinn have to attempt to destroy every single one of them, one by one? "Syl is very important to them, Quinn, so you don't have to worry about him. We have time with this," Logan continued to explain. You see, although in the simulation we see H using the blade ability, I suspect that just like Sil, the abilities that H can copy are limited to other Dalki, which means he can only use the abilities that have been stolen from Jack and put into other Dalki. Malik is his own person, and to convince someone to take their ability and put it in a Dalki is a hard thing to do. Otherwise, they would just use H for all of this. The reason why I'm telling you this is because, based on the research I have of you, you are most likely to go ahead and attempt to attack Jack to rescue Sil, but that's a bad idea. The cruise ships are extremely dangerous. They are filled with those from different races. Somehow Jim and Jack have managed to make some sort of pact with them. They have more attacks planned throughout the universe and plan to take in more prisoners, slaves, and so on. They seem to have gone mad with their competition with each other. On top of that, each of the cruise ships is filled with Dalki. Dalki have more spikes than the last war, and their numbers are almost tenfold of what they were. Let's not forget that they all have abilities as well. Think about it, there are a number of them that are on the same level as Slicer, but now with abilities. Even with all your power, it will be near an impossible task, unless you have an army. It wasn't the first time Quinn had heard this. The weakness in Jim and Jack's strategy is that it relies on Sil. If you get Sil, then you can change everyone's memories back to where they were. That stops him from using hostages and stops a whole load of people jumping on your back. Then you can focus on the two of them and the Dalki around them. Either way, how would you face the Dalki without help as well? In the video, we saw that the blades were transported somewhere. No doubt each one of them holds a grudge and would do anything to help you. I suggest you go find them. The only problem is I have no clue where they are. With all of this, I have helped you as much as I can, and all I can say is, good luck, Quinn, and I hope the next time we meet, I remember everything about you. Friend. With the message over, Quinn was left a little lost about what he was to do. He looked at everyone for answers, and then turned towards Cyril in the room. All of the messages that Master Logan wished to give you have now been received, Cyril said with a polite bow. Logan has also prepared a spaceship for your travels, stationed towards the back. It is fitted with an anti-tracker, which will allow you to leave the atmosphere without appearing on Earth's radar. It is stocked up with what you need for a long journey, and it's safe to say that Logan wishes you luck. They were in a large facility that had food for vampires, humans, and more, and they could certainly survive in the building for a while undetected, but if they did that, then what would that achieve? Hiding, staying safe. It was something that Quinn had done with his family for the last year or so, and in the end, they had been caught, and living a life like this. It was not one that he wanted to live. Everyone, let's rest up for the day. Eat your fill, let's get a good night's sleep while I figure out what we can do, Quinn said. Everyone had gone through a lot, and watching the simulation alone, being in the middle of the fight as if they were there was a lot for all of them to take in. On top of that, they had a kid that wasn't even a year old yet, so he needed to be careful that not everyone was worn out. Eventually, leaving the simulation room, Layla was preparing some food for the kids. Although they could live off just juice boxes made with blood, at times it was also nice for them to eat meat that was cooked quite rare. As usual, while Minnie and Galen were waiting, they were playing their own set of games with each other. As they chased and hid from each other, and in the large house, there was plenty of room for them to explore. As long as they didn't leave the building, Quinn was fine with them doing what they wanted. That left Russ, Cyril, and Quinn sitting on the sofa. Each one of them was sitting away from the other, on a sofa that would fit perhaps 7 or 8 people. It was a room full of people that knew each other but didn't really know each other, so they felt uncomfortable being so close. The Dalki, they look to be quite strong in that simulation, Russ finally said. I thought that their strength was exaggerated, but it appears that's not the case. I know Logan wants you to find the blades, and maybe they can help you wage a war against Jack and Jim, but do you think you're strong enough to beat H based on what you saw? Russ asked. It was a question that Quinn wondered himself. He had fought against Sil before, but he wasn't as strong or versatile as he was now. The Shadow had improved as well and had obtained the guns. On top of that, there was the latest reward he had obtained from the system, the new transformation he had yet to test out. This, though, would be fighting against basically Sil, but in a Dalki's body. I don't think that's the main problem, Quinn stated. In all my fights, I've always found a way to beat my opponent, and due to my skills, if I can't beat them then, I have a good escape." Quinn was thinking about the Shadow Link at that moment. The problem is the rest of them. From Logan's words, although there might not be those as strong as H, there are plenty that are nearly just as strong. H might have even gotten stronger compared to the simulation before. I thought about this a lot, but in the past, when I fought against Graham, I won. But if I was to go up against him, along with Slicer, One Horn, and the rest of the Five Spikes, I believe I would have lost. "I think I understand what you're saying," Russ replied, "which is why we need to find the blades. But you have strong people by your side. Your wife, your daughter, this fish woman, and me are strong, right? Although at least I assume you are strong." Quinn actually wasn't sure if Cyril was strong or not. After turning her, he had never seen her new abilities or her strength, and it had been a while. Still thinking about it, he was not sure about their chances currently. Although Russ was strong, was it enough? There was Jim himself, Jack, Peter, Chris, H, and Ray to fight against. These at the moment were the biggest problems in his head that he could think of, without having to worry about the rest of the Dalki or the vampire originals. At the same time, although he had given Minnie a Godslayer item, he didn't want her to fight, but based on the situation for their survival, perhaps every person that Quinn could get on his side was needed. "Sorry to interrupt your train of thought," Cyril quickly interrupted, "but I would say I am quite strong." This caused both Russ and Quinn to lean from their seats. Although Russ said those words, he didn't really mean anything by it. He simply was just trying to cheer Quinn up in the current situation. Whether he liked it or not, at the moment Russ was on Quinn's side, and it looked and felt like it was the losing side, which he didn't like. As for Quinn, honestly, although he thought Cyril's sister was somewhat impressive with the trident, he felt like she was always lacking, so doubted that there was a big improvement just because she had now changed. Wait, but the system did state she was somewhat like a whole new race altogether. "Cyril, in this facility, is there somewhere that we could see your skills?" Quinn asked. Cyril nodded. "There is a training room. It is quite well built and secure, as the Green family would often use it to test new weapons." A smile appeared on his face. "All right, before dinner, let's head to the training room to see what you got," Quinn said. Russ also stood up, because he also wanted to see. At the moment, his life somewhat depended on the people around him, so it was best to see what they could do. "I can maybe test out my new demon form as well. It would be best to know what it can do before using it in any type of fight." With a wave to Layla, informing them of what they were doing, they promised that they would be done by the time she had finished making dinner. She was also cooking for Russ and herself something more human, so there was a bit more prep. "I hope they don't destroy the whole place," Layla thought, as she looked at both of her kids who were now exhausted after playing the whole day, lying on the floor breathing heavily. A while back, when the Blade family had been transported, all of them found themselves suddenly on a hard desert-like ground. They were twisting and turning their heads, as they were slightly confused. One second they were there, and the next they were in a new place, away from Syl and away from the others. "Damn it, Syl!" Vorden shouted at the top of his lungs, having taken over Shiro's body. "How? How could he have done something like this?" After a while, everyone soon realized what Syl had done, how he had used his powers to transport the blades that were still alive. They couldn't believe it, and promised that whatever it was, they would try and help Syl if he was still alive. They soon realized that there was another problem on their hands, though. It was the fact that they had no clue where they were. All of the communication devices that could transmit messages far away were on the Blade ship, and anything they did have with them didn't seem to be working the way they thought it would. "Everyone, stay close to each other. There should be some type of life here since all of us are able to breathe, but there is a good chance that there could be beasts as well," Shiro explained, taking back control over the body and command over the Blade family. In total, around 50 survivors that could use the Blade ability were present, and around 25 that just had regular abilities. It was a large group to look after with no food and water, and all of them were exhausted. The Blades started to move and march until off in the distance they could see something. It looked like someone was sitting by a large lake. "There's water! We finally made it!" one of the Blades shouted as they ran forward, but Shiro put out his hand, stopping him. "Can't you see something strange about that person?" Shiro asked. Looking closer, they realized that the person they were looking at from behind had 4 arms. Russ, Quinn, and Cyril were inside the large training room. There were scorch marks and deep scratches in the place, showing clear signs that the room had been used quite a bit. As a test as well, Quinn made a fist and threw it out, hitting the wall. It seems this place really is quite sturdy. The Green family really do make some of the most amazing things, Quinn thought. Of course, Quinn didn't use his full strength. He doubted there were many rooms that could keep him inside, apart from those that were specifically made for him, like the room that was designed to trap Celestials, although in the end, he had even managed to break out of that. "All right, I'm waiting for the demonstration to take place," Russ said, tapping his finger on the side of his arm. Cyril stood in the center and then closed her eyes for a few seconds. After that, a liquid substance could be seen swirling around her arms. They looked like 2 snakes that started from the tip of her fingers and went all the way up to her shoulder. The way it flowed, it looked like water, but the color of it was red, and it felt like blood aura. Soon she grabbed the end of the red rushing water and swung it around. It was like 2 whips were in her hand as she lashed them outwards, onto the ground. When they hit the floor, an explosion of blood aura had been emitted. It was almost similar to Quinn's blood spray skill, where he would use his blood aura at the very end of his fist attack. However, the demonstration didn't stop there. Even with the whips, there was still a blood aura swirling around her body, and she looked to be in control. Then, swinging out the whips of blood like water out forward, it had produced several little blood bullets that shot out of the end, all heading towards the wall and splattering out on them. After the demonstration with the whips was over, Cyril didn't stop there. As she lifted her hands, and almost a wave of red water could be seen behind her, and in the wave were several tridents of blood. "This is beyond what I thought." Quinn was looking at her in awe. Although the strength of the blood aura wasn't on the same level as Quinn's, the versatility in her moves was almost the same. The level of blood control she was showing with her skills was almost the same as if someone had absolute blood control, something that not even the vampire leaders could do. "I think that is enough," Cyril commented. "As I said, I think I'm quite strong." "I have to admit that it was pretty impressive," Russ added. "How are you able to use blood control so well? You didn't become a vampire. Well, I guess vampire is the wrong word, but you didn't change so long ago. Did you have a teacher?" Quinn asked. "Blood control," Cyril said as she lifted her hand, and water was swirling around it instead. "Mitchell did teach me a bit about blood control, but what he tried teaching me was quite difficult, at least for me," she started to explain. "For us mermarials, we are creatures of the sea, and we have an innate ability to control water. We can also pull the moisture from the air and create water as I am doing now. However, when I became what I was and tried to use the blood aura, the power I had was difficult, and I found it difficult to control. So instead, I decided to mix the blood aura with my water-like powers. After all, the blood that runs through our body also has a high percentage of water, correct? In the end, doing this allowed me to control my new powers in the same way as I would my water powers." When looking at their mermarials, Quinn had always found their control of water just like ability, but it wasn't really so. It was no wonder that Cyril had turned out this way. It was just something that they were naturally able to do. However, it did make him wonder if mixing things was possible. Before, abilities couldn't really be mixed, because there were those that only had one ability in the first place. That was until Jake Green from the Blade family had come in. Yet, just like the mermarials, water control was not an ability, and there had been cases of one mixing the two together. For instance, there was a strong ability that could be coated in blood. Quinn had also mixed his ki with other things, but that seemed to be easier, but this gave him an idea. "Is there a way to mix my blood abilities with the shadow? How would I even do that, and what would the result of doing such a thing even be?" Quinn thought as he looked at his hand. Right now, he wished he had his own celestial space where time slowed down. If he had the time, he was sure he could figure something out. "Cyril is strong, and maybe with a bit of training in areas, she could be strong enough to take out a leader, or at least fight one of them, but nowhere near strong enough to take out Chris or Peter, not without items, and even then I doubt she could do much. We will need more help than this," Quinn thought, as he walked over toward her. Thinking about Cyril, thinking about items, He had been thinking about this for a while now, but it looked like he had made his decision. Cyril, I think the best choice for us as a group is to head to a place where we can go and feel safe. Your home planet. I think we should head to the Mermerial planet. Syl's power, along with the ability, surely had to have a distance limitation, a range where the powers would work from, and he doubted it would work all the way there. The group wasn't hostile towards them, and the Mermerials weren't weak either if just comparing them to the regular vampires. There would be a problem if Yongu, the celestial of the Mermerials, spotted him. In addition, how were they to get there? They could head in a general direction and see if Cyril recognized anything, but other than that, it would be quite difficult. I like that idea. I would like to see my sister again, Cyril said. Wait, I knew this person was from another planet, but do you have any idea how to get there? Russ asked. I have an idea, Cyril replied. I haven't just been sitting in this base doing nothing. There is a lot of information that Logan stores here, and in my spare time, I go through it from time to time. There is the flight path that the Marpo cruise goes through. The path doesn't go past the Mermerial planet, but it goes to a section near it. That was how me and my sister had escaped in the first place. It will take me a moment, but if I analyze it for a bit longer, I think I can get us coordinates to that location, and we can go from there. When I meet my sister, if she remembers you, it will confirm this whole thing for me as well, Cyril stated. It looked like it was their only option for now. While on a safe planet, they could try and research where the blades were. After gathering them, they could decide the next step, Quinn thought. Cyril had decided to leave the room in order to do more research, and Russ had to make a decision. Stay with the pretty light blue-skinned girl or stay with Quinn, and he decided to continue following her for now. It's okay, we'll meet up for dinner, and I will tell my family the news when you have the information, Quinn said. For now, there's one more thing I need to test, and I think it's better if you guys aren't in here anyway. The Namric's planet had successfully been conquered, and it was mainly due to the actions of the vampires. For a second, as the Namrics witnessed internal fighting, they thought they had a chance. All of them were glued to the vampire's efforts as he took down his own, one by one, and unleashed a power that could be felt throughout the planet. Yet in the end, it amounted to nothing. The Namrics were allowed to continue to operate as they had been, but a new base had been placed on the planet where a token army would be stationed. Most of their technology, as well as their minerals and beast crystals that were gathered by them, would be handed over. For the Namrics themselves, they felt like slaves. As for the main person who was mainly behind the attack, Jim Eno, he was no longer on the planet and instead was back on the Marpo cruise inside a secure training room. There were a few masked by his side, but not the same that were with him before, and neither was Ray there. Meanwhile, an injured and bloody Edvard was seen on the floor. He was in a worse state than when on the Namric's planet. "You fool! How could you even have so much loyalty for someone you barely know?" Jim shouted. "It was impossible for the two of you to be alive at the same time. So why did you follow him? Tell me how he tricked or forced you." Jim had been asking the same question repeatedly, and Edvard had been doing the same thing as he smiled. "Do you really think something like torture would work against an original? At any point and time, I could take my own life. I have lived a long and fulfilling life. The only reason why I haven't is because it would be embarrassing to do so because of you." Jim ran up toward the fallen Edvard and swung his leg back. As he threw it forward, a large amount of blood aura was released, throwing Edvard in the air spinning. Blood was splattered all over the room, and Edvard's bones were starting to heal. After touching the floor, Edvard pushed himself up and smiled at Jim. "What are you so scared of? That everyone will find out you're a fake? The fact that the Dalki you created in the past was a failure? Why can't you stand the fact that there are great people in this world, and you simply aren't one of them?" Edvard coughed, letting out a little more blood while continuing to laugh. The two of them weren't alone in the room because Malik, who was on the cruise, had also been brought along with them. "Let's see your attitude change suddenly. Malik, change his memories. Make him remember his dear friend Quinn as an enemy that wiped out his family, his loved ones in the past, and more," Jim stated. Malik looked at Jim in a way as if to ask him if he was really sure about this. "I'm only changing one memory. There's no need to talk to Jack about this, nor the need to use the other's powers. I know you can do this much, but now we have to do this much. We can't have any more distractions. We have to continue with what we are doing and move on. There has to be something that can stabilize me somewhere in this universe a bit more. Maybe even those Celestials will have an answer. Remember, you promised me." No more was said as Malik moved forward, doing as he had been doing for a long time now. Layla had finally finished cooking up a few different meals that would fit everyone's taste. For example, the meat had been ground up into a paste for Galen. Although he did have 2 teeth that stuck out, which were his 2 fangs, and they would elongate at times when he was a bit moody, Layla still felt more comfortable making food for him this way. For Minnie, a juice box of blood was splattered over her raw steak to give it a bit of flavor, while also cut up into strips for easier eating. For herself and Russ, a main meat dish had been made, so the others didn't feel so left out, or that they were eating something different, but they also had some great roast potatoes and vegetables on the side as well, while she had a go at making some sauce. "All right, Minnie, go get your father and the others and tell them the food is ready," Layla ordered, and she nodded, already heading off. Meanwhile, cutlery, glasses, as well as other operations were handled by Galen. It was always impressive that he knew what she wanted, and there was no need for the 2 of them to communicate. After everything had been set up, Minnie had turned a corner and she was walking back with Russ, as well as Cyril. "Where's your father?" Layla asked immediately. "They said Daddy was busy and doing something important, so we should leave him alone," Minnie replied. Layla didn't say anything and just sat down at the table. "What are you 2 doing? Or are you too busy as well?" Layla asked. Hearing this, Cyril rushed to sit at her seat, while Russ whispered to himself. "Your wife is quite a scary person," Russ mumbled, but quickly sat down at the table as well. There was silence as everyone dug into their food a bit at a time. In order to make the awkwardness die down, Russ started to rub his stomach. "The food is so delicious. I haven't had anything like this in a while." Russ tried his hardest to put on a smile, but it didn't come naturally to him. A second later, and a knife was slammed loudly onto the table. "I can't believe him. This could very well be the last time we can have a meal as a family together, and he can't spare 5 minutes?" Layla huffed. The others wanted to say something, as it was a tough situation for them all, but they did understand how Layla felt. On top of that, they didn't want to get in her way. Getting up from her seat, she started to walk off. "All right, let's go see what he's doing that is so important that he has to do it right now," Layla mumbled. "Do you think we should go with her, just in case anything happens?" Cyril asked. "This is something that the 2 of them need to figure out. There's no need for either one of us to get involved." Russ took another bite. "But I wasn't lying. This is really good. Besides, do you think that we could stop anything that was to take place? Oh, right. I forgot you don't know him so well. But even if Layla turned into a demon herself, I doubt she could do anything to him." Layla was storming to the room where Quinn was, and she soon noticed something strange. Emotions in a dark red fog could be seen, covering the hallway. The emotions in this smog were something she had never experienced before. The power felt different, having a hint of what vampires had felt like, but also like something almost out of this world. The anger that she had built up was starting to fade, and she had eventually reached the room. Standing outside, there was a strange heat, and part of the door looked to be almost melted. There was no way for Layla to open the door normally, and the strange, thick red substance that looked like lava where the door had melted, she was a little afraid to touch. Using her telekinesis power, she pushed the broken door out of the way and stepped into the room. All around there were similar scenes in the room as the door. Markings were covered on top of one another, and the strange red slush was seen all over, in places. The room was unrecognizable to what it was before, and her eyes soon spotted Quinn laying there on the floor. "Quinn!" Layla shouted, rushing over to see if he was okay. His heart was beating, but his eyes were still closed. Not too far from behind, a few footsteps could be heard. "What did you do?" Russ asked. "Did Mommy kill Daddy?" Minnie started to cry. Slowly opening his eyes, a bright white light beaming on his face. It was hard for Quinn to see anything, but he could hear the voices around him. "It's Dad. His eyes are opening. I think he's waking up." The soft voice that was heard was clearly Minnie's, yet it sounded slightly distant, as if she was wearing a mask of some sort. He attempted to move the rest of his body, but it was very sore. Aches and pains were all over. In particular, there was a large pain in his back. Since he was unable to move, he tried to see just what was wrong with his body. Is it my muscles? It looks like they have been torn apart. They're regenerating on their own thanks to my body, but it's going really slow. It reminds me of the time when Ki entered my body for the first time. Because of this, Quinn went ahead to focus his Ki energy in helping speed up the cells in his body to repair himself, and while doing so, he noticed something else as well. And that was his vampire aura. It had almost been completely depleted. There was nearly none of it. If he was to try and use a blood slash now, he doubted he could perform one. Ever since I had the Ruler of Blood title, I haven't run out of blood aura. Just like his body, it was regenerating. It was at a faster speed than his body, but it was still a shocking thing for him to see. Finally, Quinn was able to move his head, and when he did, he could see a small, squished-up face right up against glass. Seconds later, and Minnie was pulled away from the glass by her mother. "Quinn," Layla said, looking at him, "You idiot! Just what were you trying to do that got you in this mess? Why do you always have to worry me? Why can't you just be sensible for once?" Quinn didn't reply because he knew that this was her way of caring about him, being more aware of the situation now. He realized that he was in some type of medical tube, and the one that was doing the checkup on him was Cyril. "There is all sorts of different equipment in this room, and during my time here, I fiddled with it and learned how to use them. Logan also prepared tutorials for their basic use, so don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Mostly," Cyril said as she continued to press a few buttons on the control console. There were a few machines moving up and down, scanning Quinn, and he could tell it was making his body feel better, so he would at least trust her for now. "What happened? I'm not too sure myself," Quinn replied. When he was finally able to move, and Cyril confirmed that was the case, he went to the training room, and the others weren't letting him out of their sight as they followed him. Now inside, he could see the destruction all over the place, and even now, after an hour or so had passed in the medical room, there was the strange magma-like sludge that was seen all over the room. "I did all of this?" Quinn thought to himself as he tried to remember, but that was the problem. He couldn't remember anything. "The last thing I remember is going to my system screen and selecting the new transformation. After that, it's all gone. I can't remember anything." In a way, the system had treated this as an evolved form of the bloodsucker. When Quinn had first turned into the bloodsucker, he wasn't in control of his body and ended up fighting with Syl. Eventually, he had learned to control it, but there was a difference. When Quinn's bloodsucker form ended, he did remember what had happened. He just was unable to act at the time. It felt like it was almost someone else, but here he had no clue whatsoever. "This is very dangerous. If I don't know what I'm like in my demon form, then I could end up hurting everybody. What would have happened if I had broken out of here? At the same time, if I can't think, then I won't be able to know the capabilities or train with this demon form." Thinking about it more, there were even more side effects to the form, incredibly weak blood aura and body soreness, or more so like his body was ripped apart. If anything, it almost seemed like if the demon form was unable to take out its opponent, then it would mean losing his life. Just from observing this room, it's hard to tell the capabilities or strength. There was no target or anything to fight after all. I have no doubt if I was just to use my normal blood aura or guns, I could break out of this room. So I doubt the power of this demon form has really been shown just in this room alone, but is there any way to observe it at all, to see what it could do? Using it in a fight is an incredibly big risk. Looking at the others, Quinn's eyes soon landed on Russ. "Russ, you were able to summon that dragon and transform your body similar to that of the celestial you were fighting. How does your power exactly work?" Russ smiled when looking back at Quinn. "Do you really think I would reveal something as important as that to you? You're better off just asking what you want from me, and I'll give you a yes or no answer." "If you were to make a copy of me, would it be able to do the things that I could do? In fact, what if it was a power of mine, one that you've never seen before?" Quinn asked. Based on what happened, and what state the room was in, now Russ was starting to understand a little of what Quinn wanted him to do. "There are two things you need to know. First, it is easier for me to copy a power than it is a form or summons something like that dragon. However, when it comes to powers, although I can copy them, as you can imagine, I have no clue how to use them. so I have to see it being used before, to emulate the same thing. However, when it comes to summoning things, it's quite different. Its strength is dependent on you, and that's all I want to say on the matter. Now, in a case like this, maybe there's a chance deep in your mind that you do have the memories of what happened, and I could help, but I can't help." Russ's words were strange, because one moment they were giving him hope, and the next they were being dashed. Quinn wanted Russ to summon his demon form. If that was possible, he could see its powers and its strength. On top of that, he could face it himself in his current form as a good way of training. If things got too dangerous, Russ could always desummon the demon form as well. "I hate to say this, and I hate that you are making me say this, but you are too strong," Russ explained. "For me to use your powers, to create something that is as strong as you, or even stronger, it would be impossible with my MC cells. Once I tried to summon you when Layla was in trouble, but it was too much. Unlike when I faced you, I no longer have the support I did back then." From what Russ was saying, Quinn had gathered it was due to a lack of MC cells. The more MC cells, then the stronger his powers and summons he could make. The thing was, Quinn did know of a way to increase Russ's MC cells, but the question was whether or not that was a good idea. "Russ is helping us out for now, and increasing his power might not be such a bad thing, but he is not a good person, and the last thing I want to do is create another Jim or Jack that I would have to face." With that thought, Quinn put a pin in the idea. For now, Quinn would have to put the transformation away, put it as something he was unable to use, at least until he figured out a way to use it, and would attempt to continue mixing his shadow and blood powers to create something else. Around Cyril's wrist, there was a watch that started to flash, and making a small beeping noise, when she looked at it, a smile appeared. "It looks like the coordinates have been downloaded. We can finally set off," Cyril said, and the group didn't waste any time leaving Earth. Suddenly being transported onto a strange planet that clearly wasn't Earth, the Blades thought that they would at least be able to find a civilization somewhere. After that, they would fly to the Blade ship, or back to Earth, to ask for help in taking down the attackers. Perhaps even find Quinn, as it was the last request from Syl before he had transported them all. Yet it had become very clear from the moment they saw the humanoid figure that they weren't on Earth. The group was slowly moving forward toward the lake, but it wasn't the lake that they were scared of. Instead, it was a figure next to the lake. He was large in size, perhaps around 8 feet tall. He was sitting on a rock as well, with a large, strangely made, thick fishing rod, which looked to be made out of a thick type of metal, but the strangest thing was the person themselves. Because of their outer skin, it looked to shine almost with a golden glow, but was hard and tough like a rock as well. Then there was the fact that it had 4 arms. "Is it a humanoid beast, sir?" one of the Blades asked. "I've never seen a humanoid beast go fishing," Shiro replied. "Even if they are intelligent, they don't tend to do things like this, but there is only one way to find out." There was a worrying thought in Shiro's mind that he didn't express to the others. Why wasn't their equipment working, and the one that teleported them all was Syl? With his power, he was able to teleport them very, very far away. What they were looking at could very well contact with another intelligent alien life. Due to the situation, one would believe they were the invaders, and if that was to happen, they would have jumped from one bad situation to another. "What are you so scared of?" Rayton shouted. "We are Blades. Even if it is an alien, do you really think that we are weak compared to those in the universe? If they start attacking us, then we just have to fight back." At that moment, the fishing line was raised into the air, and a giant sea creature was pulled out. Its body was so large that it was covering the sun, casting a shadow on them all. The creature had what looked like 3 heads, with circles on the end of them, all with razor-sharp teeth. Just from the look of it on its own, it looked to be a high-level beast. Possibly at the demigod tier. The 4-armed man stood up and shoved his rod into the rock that he was sitting on effortlessly to keep it in place. Then the next moment it leapt in the air and threw 2 punches. 2 large bangs went off like explosions, and 2 large holes were ripped through the fish's head, nearly getting rid of the entire top half of its body. As it was falling, it caught the large fish with one of its lower arms and was holding its entire body that weighed at least a few thousand tons. with a single arm and placed it on the floor. "That was a great catch today," the man laughed to himself. "Although I might have been a little too rough with it. It looked tougher than it actually was. What a waste of food." Shiro had taken a step forward, ready to take action. But after seeing the powerful display, his legs were shaking a little, and the other blades didn't blame him too much. If that really was a demigod-tier beast, and it had been taken out that easily, then it by no means would be an easy fight, and they hadn't even witnessed the full strength of this creature. "Should we turn back? Should we run or hide?" Shiro thought. "Raiden, why have you suddenly gone quiet? You always have a lot to say, so make a decision." While looking at his catch, the four-armed person had managed to catch something in the corner of his eye and turned his head. He was now looking right at them. The blades all flinched again, and Shiro was getting his abilities ready. "Don't worry too much. If you can't deal with it, then switch with me," Forden said. "I will do my best to take care of the situation." "My word, I never thought I would be seeing something like this," the four-armed person said to himself as he walked over and started to wave. "Welcome!" he shouted. "Welcome? He just said welcome, right?" Shiro looked at the others, and they all looked confused as well. "You are humans, correct? It's nice to meet you." The person jumped from his position at least 50 yards away and landed right in front of Shiro. Now that the two were right in front of each other, the body was more intimidating than he thought. "It's been a while since we have had any humans visit this place, but I didn't see any ships." Judging by the way the person was acting and how happy he seemed to be, it was hard for Shiro to think of him as an enemy. It could still be a trap of some sort, but it seemed unlikely, as the element of surprise was gone, which was a big factor in a fight. "I'm sorry, but I don't know where we are," Shiro answered. "We suddenly were sent here, and we're stranded. I know it might be hard to believe." "It's not hard to believe," the person replied straight away. "You are not the first person I have met in this area who suddenly arrived here. He helped us before, so I shall help you. I am an Amra, and my name is Geo. It's nice to meet all of you." Geo smiled. Shiro and Geo were able to talk quite a bit, although it was mostly a one-sided conversation, with Geo taking the lead. He was going on and on about a great human who had helped him in the past. Through their talking, Geo had stated that he would try his best to help them, but to do so, they would have to go into the city. He could see that there were a few in the group that were tired and needed rest, so Geo thought it would kill two birds with one stone. Eventually, they reached the city, and it was more simple than they had imagined. It certainly was an intelligent civilization, but the houses, the layout, all of it was more like that of the human race thousands of years in the past. "I can guess what you're thinking," Geo said, "but we are a simple race. We don't like gadgets and machinery taking over our lives. We prefer to do things with our own hands. We hunt, cook, everything, and life seems to just be more satisfying this way." When they got closer to the city, Shiro was getting nervous once again. Although this Amra happened to treat them nicely, it didn't mean that the whole race would when they saw them. However, Shiro was completely wrong. They were allowed to walk through the gate, and the guards gave them a friendly wave and smile. "It's nice to have you back, Geo. Are those humans with you?" one of the guards asked. "Yes," Geo replied. "They are guests." This didn't just stop with the guards. As they were walking through the city, more Amra were seeing them. They would all wave and greet Geo. Some were even giving him gifts, and it was becoming clear. "You talked a lot about that human, but you didn't say much about yourself. You're not an ordinary Amra, are you?" Shiro asked. "Haha, you're right. I am in charge of this city," Geo replied. "But don't get me wrong. All of it was because of the person I talked about before. I'm sure you will know him. He is such a great figure to us. He must be back on Earth as well." Shiro chuckled at that comment. Sure, there were travelers that went out, explorers that never returned, but what were the chances that Shiro would know them? Geo soon stopped as he reached his home, but just outside of his home there was a large object that cast a shadow over the blades. From just its feet, they could tell that it was a carved-out statue. "Why is there such a big statue here?" Shiro asked as he slowly looked at the details as he lifted his head. "That is because it's a statue of the human who helped us, and my dear friend." Finally, Shiro's eyes laid upon its face, and his mouth was left wide open. He couldn't blink. "Why, in the middle of nowhere, on a random planet, with a random alien race, is there a statue of Quinn?" Cyril didn't have the direct coordinates to the Memorial planet, but only the flight path of the Marpo cruise ships. At first, there was a thought that this might be risky, as it was quite possible that they would run into one of the Marpo cruise ships, and right now they were trying to stay undetected. During her research, though, she had stumbled across some more information that had been sent over. It was the fact that the Marpo cruise ships weren't currently in operation. The business seemed to be on pause. There were a couple of guesses as to why this might be, one of them being the fact that Jack and Jim had started a war with the Namrics, but Quinn only remembered seeing 2 of the cruise ships, so where were the others? Unfortunately, there was no information regarding that. The flight, as expected, wasn't a short one by any means, but they had been provided with a number of high-tier beast crystals to be used as fuel, so they felt like in this department there would be no problems. It was just a simple waiting game now. "Ah, I think I recognize that moon over there. I should be able to get us to the general area," Cyril stated, as she took over the controls and started to do a scan with the ship. There was a certain amount of excitement in her voice as she piloted the ship around, looking for her home planet in this corner of space. It was only a matter of time now until she would be back on her home planet. There were a lot of memories in her head, and she was waiting to know which one of these was true or not. It had caused her a lot of hurt to not know her own feelings. In her head, Jim was the one that had saved her and helped her sister, but Jim did not even know who she was. She was ready to learn the truth as well as meet back with her people. "The Memorial planet, we're nearly there," Quinn thought, looking out into space. "I still have to be a little careful here as well. The celestial that covers this planet is the one named Yongu. Although he did help us get back to Earth last time, I am no longer a celestial. There is also the fact that I am supposed to be stuck in the celestial space. Getting caught is only going to add to our problems right now. Whether the celestials know this or not is another thing, but if he sees me and reports this, then it may very well cause trouble." However, Quinn wasn't sure if the Celestials already knew about this or not, because Quinn had met with the Namric Celestial and eliminated him. There wasn't a chance for the Celestial to be sent back, and it was too soon for it to be reincarnated, but they had to be aware of what happened. Quinn was right in his thoughts, because the Celestials were very aware of the disappearance of that particular Celestial. Mundus was in the Celestial space, sitting in his self-made chair. He was in his physical form, one of the few that could enter the space in such a way. While sitting down, there were several floating orbs around him, flashing with images of parts of planets. They were different due to the orbs of energy that would be said planets. It was more a small taste. The universe was large, too large for Mundus to look over everything that was happening. Celestials would disappear all the time, rejoining the reincarnation cycle, and God-slayers would pop up all over the place. Unless it was considered a major problem, Mundus and the Ancient Ones would leave everything to be dealt with by the Celestials in the area. For the most part, this would work out, with only little intervention needed, but there was a troublesome area that was annoying Mundus somewhat. "Why do those humans have to cause so much trouble?" Mundus sighed to himself. "There has been a sharp rise of those with God-slayer status. On top of that, it seems like they are spreading out from their area. They are like a virus." Due to a promise that had been made with a certain Celestial, Mundus hadn't been keeping an eye on Earth and those around it too much, but still asked to get reports from the others. It was common practice to get reports from Earth, due to Immortui being from there. The Ancient Ones always feared that he would be plotting something, which was why he had decided to have a messenger gather information for him, one of the best Celestials for the job. "Are you satisfied with the report, sir?" Zox asked, the floating ball of energy. "It will have to do," Mundus replied. "It is a shame that no one was looking over the Namric planet, but we never expected the humans to expand so far." Moving his hand, Mundus brought up an orb and could see the current situation on the planet. "I can sense a few with God-slayer powers in the area. I sent a Celestial to deal with them before, but it didn't turn out well. They must be relatively strong." "Very well, Zox. Keep an eye on the humans' movements. Get the help of another Celestial to watch Earth as well. We can't drop the ball on this one." Zox nodded, unsure whether the last line was meant to be a joke or not. He was thinking of laughing to please Mundus, but played it safe, as he whisked away to do as he was asked. "Why are there so many problems with those from Earth?" There was a hypothesis that was going through Mundus's head. It was most likely because Immortui was sealed away that these God-slayers were able to rise. Normally they would be dealt with, and now the situation was getting out of hand. It seems like the Ancient Ones are storing up their power just in case there is a big battle with Immortui in the future, so they don't want to directly get involved. It's the same for me, though. I used up a lot of power in my last fight. I don't know why, but I have a bad feeling about those from Earth. If I was to fight them, I might need to be at my very best. Mundus had already sent out some of his fighting Celestials the last time to deal with those from Earth, and had failed. He feared that if he was to do the same again, that it would be the same result. Losing against these God-slayers a second time would only further demoralize the rest of the Celestials, and make them question his authority and the power of the Ancient Ones. The Celestials had faith in him and the Ancient Ones, because so far most of them were able to live a satisfying life, satisfying their conditions, but sending them to their death would cause more problems for them, and the universe was unpredictable. They could not cause too much tension among the Celestials and risk fracturing their power in case something big was to happen. If the balance was swayed in one direction, Mundus was trying to wonder what it would attempt to do to correct it. A powerful being that will listen to what I say and is up for the task. Mundus was thinking hard, and a solution had soon arrived. Before doing this, he needed to check with a certain group of people, and soon his seat as well as his own body was disappearing from the space.
We approve of the plan, but if they end up causing trouble, then you will be the one responsible and will need to deal with it. Do you understand?
A deep voice that sounded neither high-pitched nor low-pitched. It almost switched as it spoke. I understand, Mundus bowed down. He then swung his arm, and a line was visible in the air. Soon after, he stepped through it, moving his body into another area again. Hopefully this will resolve everything. He has listened to us before, and as long as the deal is favorable to him, he should accept, Mundus thought. Quinn, you have proven yourself before, and I'm sure we can use you again. If you are successful, then the Ancient Ones have agreed that they will let you live free as long as you are kept under watch. Mundus was confident in his plan, and all he needed to do now was to talk to the person in question. Soon he had entered a certain space. It was nothing but white inside. As he stood there, he started to look left and right. He twisted and turned his head, but was unable to see anything. Quinn! Mundus called out. Quinn! He shouted out a bit louder this time, trying to get a response, but there was nothing. That's impossible. Did he escape? After navigating through the space relatively aimlessly for a while, Cyril informed the others that she had finally located the Mermerial planet. The planet itself wasn't in the ship's memory, nor was it a recognized planet. However, there were many times when Cyril had seen the outside of the planet, and without a doubt, from the shape of the landmass, the amount of water and so on, she knew it was her planet. Similar to how someone, if shown a picture of Earth, would be able to recognize it as theirs as well. Save the coordinates so we can come back to this place and put it on a drive as well, Quinn ordered. We might have to leave the planet to search for the others, and as long as things go well, this will be our base from now on. She did as asked, and while the task was completing, she could see that someone from down below was attempting to make contact. Soon, flying out from the planet, there were several dark blue-colored ships that had sharp, shark-like fins on either side of the wings of the small spaceships. They were clearly spaceships that were designed for battle. Well, it looks like their military force was at least able to recover from the infighting from before, Quinn commented. Your ship is an unrecognized vessel in our planet's airspace. Please state your reason for entering and identify yourselves, the message played. Quinn knew nothing about their processes, and it had been a while since they had last been to the planet, so he was sure a lot had changed. Cyril, knowing this as well, had decided to open up the video feed and show herself. We mean no harm. We have come in peace, Cyril started. We have come from far away and wish to speak to your leader. As you can see, Cyril held up her arm, and scales started to appear all over. Her skin was turning a slightly darker shade of blue as well. I am a Mermerial, myself. If you still do not trust us, please send this to your leader, Wince. Cyril's voice croaked a bit when she said this. It was painful to speak her sister's name, and when she left the last time, she thought that they would never meet again. The man on screen could be seen talking to another by his side, and in the end, they decided to send the video off to allow their leader to make the right decision. Moments later, the man had come back with an answer, and the look on his face had changed as well. "Please, follow our ships. They will escort you to the landing bay right behind the palace." Everything seemed to be working out, which was nice for a change, and even Russ let out a sigh of relief. "It's still quite hard to get used to," Russ commented, "meeting these other races. I know we have the Dalki and vampires, but they are more human. Well, at least the vampires." "Are you saying I don't look human?" Cyril asked. "You do. It's just strange to think that you are from so far away," Russ added. "This is cool," Minnie shouted. "This is a planet that Daddy has been on before. I'm sure that all of them will be as nice as Auntie Cyril and just as beautiful." Quinn was right. The Mermerial race had changed quite a bit since he had last been here. For one, there were more cities that were above water than below it. On top of that, the giant land of ice that had been created by none other than Syl had become the main city center. Since the planet was originally one that was mostly water, most of the islands or cities were man-made as well, created on a strange flotation system. It appeared to be made of a metal-like material, one that would float and go along with the waves of the sea. However, for some reason, near these pieces of land, the sea was unmoving and steady. It made Quinn wonder whether it was a special device or even the ability of the Mermerials themselves, since they had the power to control water. As they were escorted, they reached a giant palace that was mostly white in decoration, but was covered in pearls and pink and light blue clamshells and more. It was a civilization just as advanced as Earth, just the fashion was very different. Even across the city, there were several small paths of water. It looked like the Mermerials would jump into the water, transforming their body, and swim through the city to get to the location they wished faster. "That's so cool," Minnie said. "Cyril, does this mean that you can transform as well?" Cyril nodded. "Our bodies can change when we are mostly submerged in water, although the appearance of us is different from person to person." The ship had landed inside the palace courtyard, which looked more like an ice arena, but there was plenty of space for a ship, and waiting for them wasn't just anybody, but the current queen of the Mermerials herself, Wince, and in her hands she was holding on to a trident. As the group was getting off the ship, there was a warm welcome for them all, as food and such were brought to his group, and Quinn noticed the weapon that Wince was holding. Wince had given the trident to Syl in the end, so it's impossible to be the same one, but I can sense that it has great power. It's incredibly strong. Is it at the level of a Godslayer item? Quinn guessed. Immediately there was a smile on her face, and soon the smile turned into tears, tears of joy, and they weren't just coming from her, but were coming from Cyril as well. Immediately, Cyril ran forward and so did Wince, as the two of them gave each other a big hug. "There was a part of me that thought I would never see you again," Wince said. "It was the same for me." Cyril gave another big hug before breaking it and looking at her sister in the face. Wiping her tears away, she realized that she needed to get to the point. "Sister, I have an important question that I need to ask you." She then looked at Quinn. "Do you remember this man?" It was the moment of truth, as Wince looked toward Quinn, and she gave her answer. "You come to see me after all this time, and you ask a question like that? Of course I remember Quinn. How could I forget him?" Wince answered. It was as Quinn had expected. The memory-changing ability was unable to reach a great distance, and now Cyril had also received her confirmation her memories were indeed changed, although she had good faith to begin with. "You are also a face I thought I would never see again," she added, "although I did try to make this planet more land-friendly with you in mind." This was because Quinn had a great fear of the deep sea, so he appreciated it. He appreciated not having to go down into the ocean to meet with Wince. "We have a lot to talk about." Wince went on to escort the family to a more private room where they could talk. It was an unexpected visit, but all of Wince's appointments were canceled to make way for it. While walking around, Quinn was also trying to sense if Yongu was around. It was a little more difficult now that he was no longer a celestial. He could somewhat sense a familiar energy, but not having that energy himself anymore, it was hard to find. For now, he was unable to sense anything, but he still needed to be cautious. They had finally arrived at a grand catering room that had snacks and desserts. It was all things that they wouldn't eat, though, and Quinn got right down to business. He talked to Wince and explained everything that happened. how those from his home planet and further no longer remembered him, including Cyril. The question now was starting to make sense. He didn't want to hide anything from her and the reason why they were here. If Jim ever found out where he was, he believed that Jim would target this planet as well, which is why he needed to make it clear. "Don't be crazy," Wince replied. "You did more than enough for us. To allow your family to stay here, that is still too little. So don't worry and treat this place as your second home." The Talon family smiled, while Russ's expression didn't change much. Running even when there was no one on your tail was pretty tiring. "However, I do have one thing to tell you," Wince said. "There was someone who came by, someone who was looking for you, Quinn." Hearing that someone was looking for Quinn wasn't so strange. After all, he was popular with everyone, friends, enemies, celestials, and all sorts. However, with recent events, there weren't many that would know his name. On top of that, he was now on the Memorial planet, a planet that he had only visited once. The only person that had been here before that he knew was Syl, and he was unsure if Syl was the one looking for him. "Someone was looking for me?" Quinn asked, confused. "Is it Yongu?" This was his first guess, but it still made no sense. How would the Celestial know he would be here unless they already knew about him? "Yongu, that is a name that I haven't heard in a while," Wince replied. "After he met with you, he only visited a couple of times, but even those that worship him have stated that they can't sense his presence these days, at least not close by, so there is a chance that he is busy with something else." This was good news for Quinn. It was one less thing for him to worry about. "Actually, I'm not sure who they were. I've never seen them before, nor did they state a name. They were also here yesterday, so it has caused quite a surprise," Wince explained. "We don't know how they got on the planet in the first place, but there is one thing that I am quite certain about, and that's the fact that they looked human." "Humans all the way out here?" Layla repeated, just as stunned as everyone else. What human would be on their Memorial planet and looking for Quinn? There were some Celestials that looked human, but if the Celestials did find out about his escape, he feared that most likely Mundus himself would come. "Honestly, I can't say anything else on the matter, because as soon as they came, they left just as quickly, saying that they would be back when you arrived. The only thing was, I never expected you to arrive so soon after them." For now, since there wasn't much else on the matter, Quinn would have to put a pin in it. For now, Quinn was to be shown his new living area and shown what their life would be like on their Memorial planet. They were assigned a couple of escorts, one a fishman and another a fishwoman, called Skin and Tint. This was to allow the two sisters to catch up with each other, but Quinn did give a warning to Cyril that she was to come back to him at least once a day, and if she felt anything strange or had any problems, to rush to his side. This was because at the end of the day, Cyril was no longer like them, and it was because of Quinn in the first place. Although Wince did have celestial energy in her from Quinn, she did not have any traits of a vampire like her sister. All of this was because Quinn was adamant on not creating the same problem on the Memorial planet as what happened on Earth. The escorts eventually took Quinn to a living area that was still within the palace grounds, and they were treating him extremely nicely. And even while walking through the palace, there were many that would come over offering bracelets, gifts, and more to him. Some of them were quite young females, and they would soon run off with red faces. "I guess even other races still think he has a handsome face," Russ commented. "Yes, and they need to remember that I am right here beside him." Layla gritted her teeth slightly, and was squeezing onto Minnie's hand a little tighter than usual. The living area was located behind the main palace, where several counselors, politicians, and heads of clans lived. The Memorial race was a strange mix of traditional values mixed with modern ideals, and what brought this all together was the royal family. The house they were staying in had a unique taste, looking like a giant clam on the outside, but was decorated well, with lots of space for them all to have a room each on the inside. "We hope you enjoy your stay here, and if there is anything you need, please ask us," both the escorts said, bowing their heads down. "Wince has asked that if you do leave the planet, there is no need to get permission, but just to inform one of us beforehand." After the two had left, the tension and awkwardness had disappeared. "What did you do for them to treat you like this?" Russ asked. "Did you save the planet or something?" "Yeah, something like that," Quinn answered, while he sat down in a large blue chair that almost was like a throne, so he could think about the next move. Russ was left a bit speechless because he had said it as a joke, but it seemed to actually be true. The life that Quinn lived compared to the rest of them was vastly different. The question that was on Quinn's mind was, where would he begin his search for the blades? There was no clue where he should begin his search, but he wanted to move quickly. Although he didn't mind his family living here and enjoying a peaceful life, he needed to act and would go on a search. Maybe we can kill two birds with one stone, Quinn thought, looking at Russ. We can search planets for information while also looking for nest crystals to increase Russ's strength. That would mean Russ coming with me. My family, they will be safe here. The Memorials are strong, stronger than when there was infighting before. It will take a long time if Jim ever did decide to come this far. It seems he doesn't know much about what I have done, so I doubt he could guess to come find me in a place like this. I'm more likely to run into them, and if that happens, I'll just have to shadow link to come back to Minnie. Although he had said to himself there was no time to spare, he didn't want to rush off just yet. There was a little nag in the back of his mind as to who were the people that wished to meet with him. They said they would come, so maybe he should stay a couple of days and see what they wanted. I'm going for a walk. I'll be back soon, Quinn said, as he left the house and went to explore aimlessly. He didn't know where he was going, nor did he want to bother the two escorts. It was just when his mind was full, it was easier for him to walk. A lot of his recent thoughts had been back to the fight that Syl had. I still can't believe it. Borden, you're really gone. And Nell as well, Quinn thought. I didn't even get to say goodbye or any final words. This has happened so many times already. It feels like everyone is leaving me, and one day everyone will leave me while I'm still alive, still fighting. Where was the end in sight for Quinn? This was playing heavily on his mind. He enjoyed living with his family, but as they grew older, would they eventually get involved in conflicts that he would have to deal with? And what would happen? How would he feel if he lived to see one of them lose their life? The cycle of pain for Quinn was repeating, and as time went on, it was just getting bigger and bigger. Eventually, Quinn could see a beautiful sight in front of him. There was a watery lake inside the castle grounds. It was gigantic. There was a pathway that was built out and a small little platform where one could sit out and enjoy the view of the lake. Seeing this, Quinn started to walk out on the pathway and onto the platform. He looked out at the beautiful sight of the sun sparkling off the lake. After thinking about all that, I get to see something so beautiful that I never would have seen if I was gone, Quinn smiled to himself. Sorry to interrupt, a voice said from behind, but we have been waiting for you. Turning around, Quinn saw the two people, and he could recognize them both immediately. But it didn't put a smile on his face at all. Bliss! Sam! I'm guessing you two still remember me? If Quinn was thinking properly, then he could have guessed that the two that wished to meet him would have been these two. The thing was, he had pushed the thought to the very back of his mind because he didn't want it to become a reality. For some reason, someone who was very loyal to Quinn was working alongside Bliss, a meddlesome celestial who believed she was doing things for the sake of the human race, but the way Quinn saw it, she was able to do so much, yet chose to do so little. I'm happy to see that you and your family are safe, Sam stated first, as he moved a bit closer, but stopped as he saw the look in Quinn's eyes. Why are you mentioning my family? Quinn said. At one point, he would have loved to have introduced his family to Sam. However, the fact that he was by her side was what made him untrusting to a certain degree. There is no need to be so hostile towards us, Bliss said, as she sat calmly on the outside seats of the platform, not taking Quinn's threat so seriously. Have we ever harmed you before? Quinn laughed at the statement. You harmed my family, and don't think for a second, in those visions of yours, if you ever saw that getting rid of my family would be more beneficial to you, that you wouldn't do it. The only reason why I haven't sent you back into the reincarnation cycle is because I only just arrived on this planet and don't want to cause any trouble. As for you, Sam, I still consider you somewhat a friend. A smile appeared on Sam's face as he heard that, although it was slightly a nervous smile due to the choice of words. I will always consider you a friend, Quinn, no matter what you think of me, Sam replied. Whether you believe it or not, that is why we are here. When Sam was speaking, Quinn seemed to calm down a little, so he decided that it was best to hear them out. Before you say anything, there is a lot I need to get off my chest, Quinn stated. The fact that you are here must mean that you saw a vision that I would eventually arrive here. So then, why? Why didn't you get involved sooner? Why didn't you tell me what was going to happen to Syl? Tell me what's going to happen so we can prevent these things." Bliss sighed at that moment. "And why do you keep asking the same question every time we meet, and not expect the same answer? Are you mad?" Quinn didn't say anything, and instantly moved from his position. His hand reached out, and his fingers wrapped around Bliss's throat. She tried to lift her staff, but the shadow from Quinn pushed the staff, ripping it out from her hand and holding it in place. "Mad? Of course I'm mad. My friends died. They died right in front of my eyes, and you are alive," Quinn shouted. "If you can't help them, then what's the point of you being alive?" "Quinn!" Sam called out, and grabbed hold of his other arm. "You need her, believe it or not. It's because she has only dabbled here and there that things haven't turned out far worse. You are only thinking about the current life that we live now, not the one that could have been. Isn't the reason why you can bring your family to safety here because of what Bliss did in sending you away? There are more paths than you can even imagine, and right now, we are here to do the same thing again. I know you don't trust her, but somewhere deep down you still trust me, right?" Sam asked. "I'm your strategist, the strategist for the cursed faction, always planning to do what's best for the faction, and that includes you, Quinn." Sam's words, they always sounded so confident, and because they were coming from him, they were pulling at Quinn's heartstrings a bit. He weakened his grip and quickly moved away while letting go of the staff. "He has grown incredibly strong. I doubt that there is a Godslayer out there that is as strong as him," Bliss thought as she rubbed her neck a little. "Now I can speak," she said, as she held the staff closer towards her. "I'm sure you are aware already, but Jack and Jim have begun their conquest. They are taking over one planet at a time with their new army, and when it comes to power, they are unmatched. The Celestials will see this as a threat, but it will be too late, and in the end, the universe will act out, creating a great reset. Do you know what this means?" "A reset?" Quinn replied. "It means the universe will restart. It will decide to start again from scratch, getting rid of everything to create a balance. There will be no Celestials, there will be no Godslayers, and there will be no humans. It will be as if none of us ever existed in the first place. You see, Jim and Jack's armies are both evolving in their own ways. As the Dalki obtain more spikes, more and more will reach Godslayer status. The vampire strength increases due to the green blood, so in turn, the vampires also grow stronger. On top of that, I'm sure Jim has other methods and uses of getting himself and others stronger. The thing is, they don't even realize what future they are heading towards themselves, and even if we were to tell them, do you think they would believe us? The Celestials will think it's a trick, and the same with Jim and Jack, but then there is you, Quinn, in the middle of it all." Despite everything that Quinn had been through, and everything he had seen, trying to imagine a reset, the universe just restarting like that, was hard to comprehend. "There is a turning point," Bliss said. "During their conquest, they will go from planet to planet, and they will eventually reach these planets. Not even the Memorials are safe. In my vision, a great war takes place and you will lose the fight. Nearly all will end up dead. You manage to escape and move to the next planet, where the same happens again. You train and try to get stronger, which you do, but so does the enemy. Their numbers, their overwhelming force is just too much for you to handle. Each time you run away, the situation just gets worse. This is why, Quinn, you need to gather allies by your side once again. Gather and use anyone you can to stop them once and for all. Don't try and fight this fight alone, and don't be afraid of going against those that were once your ally." This wasn't the first time Quinn had heard this. Logan had said the same thing. Thinking about his powers and what was currently in his shadow space, maybe there was a way for him to create an army. "Quinn, there are planets out there with races that have great strength that is far greater than humans, equal to the vampires and some of the Dalki, but they won't just take a stranger's word for it. You need to convince them that you need their help, convince them that by following your lead, they will have the strength to take out the threat that is heading towards destroying the universe." Sam placed both hands on his shoulder and then pulled something out of his pocket. It was a small nano stick. "If you trust us, head to these coordinates, and we will do our best to help you when the time comes." Sam stood back. Standing next to Bliss, and her staff started to light up. It looked like they were leaving, but before they did, Sam had one more thing to say. "On that stick, there's a gift for you. It took a lot to get that, but I hope you can forgive your parents." The two of them flashed away, while Quinn held out his hand. Wait, what? My parents? It was a restless sleep for Quinn that night, that was for sure. But when he woke up, he still didn't let any of what had happened deter him from his original plan. He had informed the group that he would be leaving to head off to another planet in search of the blades. This time, Layla knew it was coming, and so did the rest. What they didn't know was the fact that Quinn would ask Russ to come with them, and even he seemed surprised. I had planned to laze around and enjoy myself here. There are a few cuties among the mermerial race, but of course the vampire needs to ruin it all, Russ thought. There was one more surprise, though. When informing the others, Cyril was with them as well, and she had claimed that she wished to join Quinn while he was on his journeys. Are you sure about this? Quinn asked. Don't you want to spend time on your home planet and with your sister? Cyril shook her head. We have done a lot of catching up already. We spent many years together as well, but the longer I stay here and learn of what everyone has done without me, the more I feel like this is no longer my home. Quinn somewhat understood the feelings Cyril was going through. She felt different from the rest. It would be a pleasure to have you come with us, but I warn you that it might not be easy. Trouble does seem to follow me around at times, Quinn half-joked. This was better for him, in all honesty, as he was a little worried about Cyril and what might happen to her while she was away. The best thing was to check up on her once in a while so no accidents occur. As for what had happened and the people he met, he chose not to inform Layla and his family of that matter. It wouldn't change or help anything anyway. Minnie, I'm leaving you in charge while I'm away, Quinn said. If anything dangerous happens, remember to use what I gave you. Minnie nodded and pumped her fist. She still had yet to use the gift her father had given her because she hadn't been involved in any direct conflict that warranted her using it. But hearing her father give her such an important task, she was ready. The group was traveling through space. Now it was just the three of them, and none of them talked to each other much. They were a mismatched group. It was fine for Quinn because the quietness while traveling gave him time to think. We don't really have an idea of where to go, but I do have this, Quinn thought, as he looked at the nano stick in his hand. They said it has the location of where to go. Does that mean it will take me to the blades? The problem was whether to take their help or not, and there was something else on the stick that Quinn was greatly interested in. He said that there was something about my parents here. I didn't mishear him, right? Quinn thought to himself. But what could it be? They can't still be alive. They died in the war. I was told they had died in the war, and even if they hadn't, they wouldn't have been able to live for so long, not without some sort of influence. Letting out a big sigh, in the end, Quinn decided to stick the stick into the main system of the ship. Sam, because you have done so much for me, I will choose to trust you this time again. The console lit up green for a second, before lighting up as usual. The ship took a drastic turn as it started to head in a completely different direction. Can you warn us next time? Russ said, as his hand was on the side of the ship, having nearly fallen over. Despite all of that, Quinn had decided to ignore them, because something had come up almost immediately. The hologram display was starting up, and a video was starting to play. The screen was showing two people, a male and a female. The female was a beauty, with long, straight brown hair that went perfectly down her sides. Even though she was doing nothing but staring at the camera, there was this air of peace around her. Just seeing her was making Quinn calm. Then there was the man who had black curly hair. He looked to be a little rough around the edges. He had stubble that was out of control, a bit patchy, and dark bags under his eyes as if he hadn't slept in a while. The two of them were in a plain room. There was no furniture, and only a small window in the back. In some cases it looked like a prison cell, but judging by their actions and the smile the two of them had on their faces, it didn't look like a prison cell at all. Even after all this time, even though I was so young when they left me, I can still recognize them. I can still remember what they look like. The video hadn't really started, but Quinn was already using his clothes to cover up his eyes, as he could see his mother and father. After finding out that Quinn was no longer in the specially made locked space, Mundus returned to the celestial space almost immediately. Nearly falling to the ground, his usual seat rose, catching him before he had done. I don't understand. I searched and searched, but he was no longer in that space. How can that even be possible? Mundus thought. There has never been a celestial that was able to escape from something like that. The special space was something that was created by one of the elders. There were hardly any rules when creating the space, so the seal should have been strong. Either way, it was clear that Quinn was no longer in the space, and he needed to do something. The one thing that he didn't want to do was report to the elders that an individual had slipped from his hands. He could be anywhere right now, and I need to find him as soon as possible, so I need some help. Mundus knew who to call for help, because during this tough period, he had become his messenger of sorts. A few moments later, a floating ball of energy called Zox arrived. I have an important task for you, Mundus ordered. However, you are not to let any of the others know. They are not to learn from this apart from those you decide you can trust in keeping this a secret. Quinn was already a problem for the Celestials, and if they were to learn that they were looking for him again, it would cause a panic among them. I need you to find Quinn Talon, the Celestial that is also known as BB. As soon as you find him, report back to me immediately. That dreaded name shook Zox. Ever since he had met with BB, his life had been harder than he felt it should have been. Right away, sir, Zox answered, and was off. While running through the celestial space to complete the task quickly, he was starting to think who he could trust, and who might be able to help him best. In recent times, there was someone who he became close with and was already doing a task for him. Zox started to head to Earth and eventually ran into another celestial. Yongu, Zox called out, I have an important task. You can forget about Earth for now. I need your help. We need to find BB. Just like Zox, Yongu had a knee-jerk reaction as he took a step back and shook his head. You don't understand. This is an order from Mundus. You have to help me, and no one can know about it. You met him before, right? So maybe you would have an idea of where he would be? Zox asked. Yongu didn't want to get involved, but if it was Mundus's order, it was already too late. I don't really have a good idea, but I guess we can start from my planet. There are those that know of him. After the initial shock of seeing his parents on screen, there were a few things that Quinn started to notice. For one, their age. The reason why he was so easily able to recognize them was because they looked exactly like they did before they had left. As the years went past, the memories and their faces were disappearing from Quinn's mind, but the brain was a strange thing, because as soon as he saw them, he knew they were his parents. Yet, why would they look the same, unless they were vampires? Even then, they would need to be original vampires to keep up their appearance, but then why wasn't Quinn born a vampire? In the end, looking at their clothing gave the answer away. It was simple. This was a video from a long time ago. The two of them were wearing military uniforms, which didn't have a hint of beast gear on them. All right, the two of you are to state your names into the camera before recording your message. You have 2 minutes. A voice was heard coming from behind the camera. 2 minutes, Quinn's mother said, the smile fading from her face, but she soon forced herself as she sat upright and smiled right at the camera again. My name is Isabella Talon.
And my name is Finley Talon, Quinn's father stated. There is a reason why we are recording this video, why everyone has been asked to make a video, and unfortunately, if you are getting this message, it means that the two of us are now dead.
It was then that Quinn realized how foolish he was being. The answer was obvious as to what this video was, yet he was holding out hope. Hope that they were still alive out there, that he could do something. But it did make him wonder. How did Sam manage to get this video, and why was he seeing it only now? Quinn, our baby, both of us are very sorry, Isabel started to speak, her voice choking up. We're sorry that we won't be able to see you grow up. We're sorry that we won't be there to see your first girlfriend, your children, and be there when you need us.
I'm sorry as well, Finley added, clenching both of his fists on his knees. But I'm sorry for fighting back. The situation is bad at the moment, and I want you to know that if our lives are taken, it's all because of you. I don't want you to think we abandon you. We are fighting to protect you, and all the others like you. If we have to lose our life so that you can all stay alive, then I can say I am a proud father because of that. I won't be able to teach you morals, what's right or wrong as you grow up, but I know you are a Talon, and throughout our lives, the Talons have always done the right thing. I want you to live a normal, happy family life. I want you to not be involved in conflict, but if you are anything like me, then I know you won't be able to stand back and do nothing. Because you are a Talon. You will be a great person, I know it, and knowing that, Your mother and I can fight in this war."
The video ended there, and there was nothing else. There was no extra message, nothing mentioned about the book that he had been given that changed his life. This is their final words. Why am I receiving all of this now? The others had heard the video from behind, hearing the words Talon and the context of the conversation. They could guess what it was, so none of them said anything, and suddenly, Quinn started to play the video again, as he watched it over and over, while they made their way to the unknown planet. The other two were getting slightly worried, as they lost count of how many times Quinn had played through that video. "My word, looks like someone has parental issues, and I thought I was the bad one," Russ inwardly said. "We are now approaching planet Peranium." The spaceship informed the rest. It snapped everyone out of the strange atmosphere that was in the room as they looked outside. The planet looked to be fairly small when compared to Earth, but unlike Earth and their memorial planet, it was mostly land, with a few streams of water. It almost looked like there was no sea at all, just rivers that were constantly flowing that connected around the planet. "Now that we are approaching the planet, what are we going to do if they attack us?" Cyril asked. "For now, it's important that we don't make, whoever these guys are, a threat. Remember, we are here to look for the blades." Quinn wanted to say more based on the strength of this alien race. Maybe they could ask them for help in the fight, just like Bliss and Sam had suggested, but he was still unsure if he wanted to do that. "If they attack, I can protect us and the ship. We don't have to worry about that, but I don't think there will be a problem." Quinn had better eyesight than the others, and he could see that there were multiple ships that were stopping and entering from a certain point, and based on the ship's autopilot, it was heading to the same point that the ships were coming in and out from. Concentrating further and using ki on his eyes, Quinn was able to see even further ahead, and he could see they had practically what looked like a ship airport, and what he was seeing was interesting to say the least. It seemed like the planet had a lot of contact with other races. "This is a good starting point. Even if the blades aren't on this planet, maybe we can ask other races if they have seen humans before," Quinn thought, "and it also means that they won't be so hostile to visitors." Looking at the different aliens, there was one type that was more prominent compared to the others. They were human-sized, but had thin, pointed legs, heads, and arms. It was clear that they weren't human. Their purple skin alone said that, but had the same limbs and body structure as a human. From just watching them, there was also another clear difference, and that was their speed. They were rushing and running all over the place. At the space station, they were workers that would zip from one side of the room to the next, and at times there would just be blurs. If a regular human with no key training or combat experience were to see this, they would be unable to follow any of their movements. Once again, the reality of how weak the human race was without their abilities was being shown. Although they did have ki, the strength was shown in only a few. "The problem is, what do we do?" Quinn thought. "The planet. There seems to be no conflict. My name is not known here. We are just visitors, so who would I even talk to? Where do I even go to ask about the blades? If I asked to speak to their leader, why would they even speak to me? Unless I make a big scene, but that wouldn't be a good first impression either." Thinking about it more, there was one thing that the planet most likely had. That was beasts that had beast crystals, and where there were beasts, there were nest crystals. Coming to this planet wasn't going to be a waste, and Quinn was at least going to boost Russ's strength, to boost his own. "Next time we fight, Ray, it won't be as one-sided as before." The whole process of landing on the planet was smooth. The ship landed on a platform and then moved to a certain bay. After that, a machine approached them, asking their reason for visiting and where they had come from. Quinn answered Earth, even though it was unlikely they had ever had visitors from Earth before. After that, their faces and bodies were scanned. It was quite clear that all of it was a security measure. "Please descend from your ship and follow the signs to the station. Upon returning, your scan will bring you back to your ship," a soft, calming female voice said to them. A lot of what was happening reminded them of Green City. After descending, they did as asked and eventually arrived at the station. Cyril was fine, as she stood there waiting for Quinn to give the next order, but Russ couldn't help but stare and turn his head. "Oh, please," Russ said, seeing the strange look Cyril was giving him. "You have to understand that seeing all these different species and aliens is not normal for us. Even though humans have expanded, we have stayed quite within our own area." This was true apart from the Marpo cruise, but the main reason for that was due to how much infighting there was going on between the current planets they had discovered already. If the humans discovered another planet with a different race, then it would just be too much for them to handle. As they were standing there, soon a purple alien ran over to where they were. 1 second they weren't there, and the next moment they were right next to them with a flyer in their hand. "Greetings, visitor!" The alien spoke nearly as fast as he ran over. "From the puzzled look on your faces, you don't seem to be from around here. If it's your first time visiting, then I suggest you go to the Zap Zap Arcade. It's a great place to de-stress and get your legs working." Before any of them could say anything, the alien ran off and was going to the next set of visitors. "He spoke as fast as he ran," Russ said. Quinn looked at the flyer, and it was bright with all sorts of wacky, strange colors on it, and it was hard to tell even what type of place it was. "An arcade? We don't have time for games. We have to look for where the blades are," Quinn mumbled. "And how do you plan to do that? Do you just want to walk around this entire planet, asking if they've seen someone like me?" Russ sarcastically commented, clearly knowing it was a bad idea. "If you could get the help of the locals, I think that would be a big plus. Have you seen how fast they can move?" Cyril commented. They were still fascinated by the race known as the Pensui. Their trait was speed. They talked fast, thought fast, and ran fast as well. The vampires were also fast, but this speed was on a different level. Without meeting a leader or a prominent figure of the Pensui, Quinn felt like it was unlikely they would just give a helping hand, but it did give him another idea. Maybe there was a way he could get a helping hand from somewhere else. With this in mind, Quinn decided to leave the station with the rest of the group, and they soon entered the city. Just as expected, everything was moving fast. They had strange, pointy-shaped vehicles on the road that looked to not slow down for a second as they took you from one place to the next. They saw one of the vehicles suddenly stop, and in seconds, 4 of the Pensui got on board, and it was already moving again. "I'm not so sure you will even be able to catch one of these to ask them a few questions," Russ commented. Quinn was beginning to think the same, so for now, he decided to walk around while he headed to the border of the city, because what he was looking for was where the travelers of this planet, the hunters that fought against the beasts, would be. Because there was one thing noticeable, and that was the fact that their machinery and power, just like on Earth, ran off of beast crystals, so there needed to be a way for them to obtain them. As they continued to walk around aimlessly, it was becoming apparent to all of them that they had no idea where they were going. "Wait a second, isn't that the place on the flyer you were given?" Cyril asked. It was a large venue that almost looked like an area with a lit-up neon-like sign with the words Zap Zap Arcade. "If there are people playing games in there, then it has to mean that there are those that are staying still, or are in one place, right?" Cyril suggested. Judging by the size of it as well, Quinn guessed that maybe they had other things inside. An arcade on another planet wouldn't be the same as one on Earth, after all. When entering, they were bombarded with lights and a bunch of noise. They had expected it to be a little calmer, but they were completely wrong. There were countless number of the Pensui playing all sorts of different games, and all of them seemed to be focused on speed. One was just running on what looked like a treadmill, and there was a large screen in front of them showing contestants as they ran past them. Another game required one to touch as many buttons as they could as soon as they lit up, and the hands of the player were moving all over the place. "Ha! You Amber people are the worst!" A specific word had caught the attention of Quinn. Turning his head, he realized he really hadn't misheard the word that had been used. There was a large male Amra with 4 arms, and he was playing one of the button games. It was a flat surface with around 100 different buttons that would light up quickly and fade away. There were solo versions of the game, and there was also a versus mode, where one machine was blue and the other was red. They would go off at the same time for 1 minute, and after that minute, the one with the highest score would win. "We thought because you have more arms than us, you would have given us a challenge." The group of what Quinn could only guess were teenage boys started to laugh. "Yeah, right. No race has ever been able to beat a Pensui at their own games. We are the fastest in the whole universe." They continued to laugh, and one of them even went to touch the Amra, poking its skin and quickly running back to its place, because it knew that it was far too fast for the Amra to do anything. "Ah!" the Amra man shouted. "If this was a fight instead, I would certainly win." The Amra tensed its body, showing its muscular, rock-hard body. It was clear that his pride was being hurt, and it felt like he needed to do something. Out of the group, though, one who had a larger and pointy head than Then the other Pensui started to move forward. It wasn't the one that had just played the game, but seemed to be the leader of the group of teenagers since the others moved to the side. "Oh really?" the Pensui said. "You think just because we are fast that we can't fight? That we aren't strong? Do we have to remind you that you are on our planet? If you really wanted to put it to the test, then I would be happy to." "Zalek, your father said—" "Shut up!" Zalek the Pensui turned around and said to his friend, and the other soon backed off. "Huh, I have nothing to prove to a bunch of kids," the Amra said, and turned around, ready to walk off to play some other games and cool his head. "Don't call me a kid!" Zalek shouted, and charged forward, thrusting his hand forward at such speed. He was moving so fast, everything was processing in his head at such speed, that all around him it looked like everything was moving in slow motion. His friends wanted to stop him, but Zalek was far faster than them, and he had a head start. And as for the Amra, although they weren't slow by any means in comparison to Zalek, he had yet to take a step. "No one should underestimate me!" Zalek screamed in his head, but then could see something moving from the side, something moving incredibly fast. It grabbed onto his hand and stopped it in place. "That was dirty," Quinn said, looking at Zalek straight in the eye. The Amra, for the most part, was one of the nicest races he had come across. They weren't hostile toward him from the get-go. He was even able to play games with their young ones and felt welcomed. It was only the celestial him that was the problem, but in the end, that all had gotten resolved. Perhaps it was because of the good memories Quinn had in his head of the Amra that he had gotten involved. Why had he decided to move forward? Maybe it was the dirty display of attacking someone while their back was turned. Eventually, Quinn let go of Zalek, who pulled back and was looking at his hand. "Where did this person come from?" Zalek thought. "I didn't see anyone that looked like him close by. Did he really get here so fast that I was unable to recognize them?" Before saying anything, he as well as the rest of the Pensui looked at Quinn and the other two that were coming over. They were examining their bodies as they moved their heads up and down. "I've never seen them. What are they?" one of the Pensui asked. "They look really squishy, and that man's skin is so white and pale. Is he going to faint?" Of course, when looking at humans compared to other races, especially the Amra they were standing next to, humans certainly did look incredibly weak. "Thank you, warrior," the Amra man said, banging his chest with one of his hands. "But although these guys are fast, their attacks would never be able to pierce my hard skin." "There he goes again, underestimating us, that big rock," one of the teenagers said. Soon the rest of the Pensui were happy to back them up. Turning his head around, Russ was wondering why no one else was getting involved, or coming to stop what looked like an inter-alien fight about to break out. However, he soon realized that the noise of the machines was drowning out their voices, and all that was in the arcade seemed to be having too much fun on their own to bother coming over. "Hey," Russ said, coming into the middle of the group, "we are new to the planet, as you can guess, and we don't really know our way around here. We need some guides to explain to us what's going on, what this place is, and more. Now, we don't really have any money, but you guys like playing games, right?" All of them nodded. For them, this place was their regular hangout spot. They played nonstop, trying to get the best scores. "Great, so let's make a deal. Let's play a game, and if we win, you become our guides for the day." While the Pensui were thinking about this, it gave time for Quinn to calm the Amra down, and he seemed to be more reasonable than he was before, walking away. Quinn did also ask for the two of them to meet up, as he would like to know what was happening on the planet that he had left. "What's taking you all so long to decide? Didn't you say before that there is no race faster than you guys?" Russ taunted. During the debate with each other, it was actually Zalek, the leader of the group, that was hesitant. He was cautious because of the man with the black curly hair and the confidence they all had. "Zalek, we nearly have all the high scores on all the machines here. These guys look like they haven't even touched one of the games. Why are you so nervous?" one of them asked. In the end, Zalek walked forward. "We're not afraid," Zalek said, looking at all of them, "but I think we should have this as a battle between the races. After all, every Pensui speed differs, so it will be us three against you three, a best of three." The three of them were a bit dumbfounded, because the truth was, they weren't the same race at all. Quinn was a vampire, Cyril a mammalian hybrid, and Russ was the only human among them. At the same time, Quinn was a little worried. Originally, he thought Russ's plan was a good one. Evaluating their speed, he had gathered that he was faster than the Pensui. Whether he was faster than everyone on the planet or not was a different question, but he was faster compared to those in front of him. Winning the match, they could then ask the teenagers for advice, but now that it was a 3-on-3, they would lose 2 of the matches out of 3. "There has to be some other way, or we can just try asking someone nice outside," Quinn thought. "It's a deal," Russ said with his hand held out. Zalek didn't know Russ was going for a handshake and slapped it instead. Deal! Before Quinn could even say anything, a deal had been made and he was just left shaking his head. The Pensui group had selected their first contestant over at the blue side. It was one of the shortest from the group named Micker. The others were cheering on his name, and it was gathering some attention from those who were nearby in the arcade. There wasn't a large crowd, but they were interested in another race going up against theirs in a game. Since Russ was seemingly taking charge of the whole thing, Quinn allowed him to just continue on, and the first from their team that was selected was Cyril. She approached the gaming machine and stood on the platform, and for a second she looked back at Quinn. "I will try my best for you," Cyril stated. It seemed like she was taking this whole thing seriously, even though Quinn wasn't too bothered. "You know all the rules. When the countdown begins, you can only hit the buttons on your side of the machine and with your color. The one who hits the most buttons in a minute will be declared the winner," Zalek shouted. A countdown started, and the buzzer sounded soon after, starting the match. Immediately, Micker looked to his right. He wasn't in a rush to hit his buttons because, in his mind, it was a sure win, but he would soon come to regret those actions. Cyril was moving as fast as she could, tapping the buttons close, focused, and gaining points fast. In that brief moment of looking at his opponent, she had already gained 12 points. "What the?" Micker panicked, and started to move around, hitting all the points he could see as quickly as possible. He was no longer looking at his opponent, and just focusing on himself. "Hey, that woman is pretty fast," one of the onlookers reported. "I think it's the first time I've seen another race that fast." Quinn was also surprised by this, as he completely forgot something about Cyril. He was thinking of her as a mermarial, but she was no longer just a mermarial. She was part vampire as well. Her speed, senses, reflexes, and reactions were all improved, and that was why she was able to move fast as well. Maybe Russ had a plan after all. "Faster!" Zalek shouted. "Faster?" Micker thought. "Does that mean I'm losing?" Micker started to move his hands and his legs and shifted his head back and forth. He was finding it hard to breathe, as he was moving at a speed he had never done before. He had never lost to another race, and today wasn't going to be the first time. Beep! The game had ended, and Micker fell onto his back exhausted. He was drenched in sweat from head to toe. Meanwhile, Cyril had both hands on her knees, gasping for air as much as possible. Staring up at the scoreboard, Zalek had his mouth wide open. It was so close! 446 points to red, and 448 points to blue. The Pensui had won. However, they weren't jumping for joy over their win, because it was the closest match they had in a long time. "I'm sorry, I lost," Cyril said as she came over. "You don't have to worry too much, it's just a game," Quinn replied. Now it was time for the second match, and Russ was going on the platform. Unlike Quinn and Cyril, Russ wasn't part vampire, and based on his strength, he didn't have much ki he could use to improve his body as well. "I can tell that you're counting me out already," Russ smiled, "but I have a plan." His opponent, a long-limbed Pensui named Lol, came to the game. Not only were Pensui fast, but with long limbs, they would be able to hit the buttons further away without having to move their legs. "Let me ask you a question," Russ asked. "Are you the fastest Pensui that you know, that is in your mind?" Lol was confused by the question, but soon Russ's body started to change there and then. His skin turned purple, his legs thinned out, and his limbs got slightly longer. Soon, it was hard to distinguish the difference between the two of them. From the outside, it now looked like a Pensui was going up against another Pensui. Although Russ had somewhat explained his abilities, Quinn still didn't completely understand how it worked, and every time he saw it, he was quite amazed. The people around had seen a human figure change into one of their own race. Those that were just glancing as they moved around the arcade were now pointing and talking about what had just taken place. When looking at Russ and his opponent, although they looked the same, their body shape was slightly different. At first, Quinn wondered why, but he soon got the answers from listening in on those around him. "Hey, doesn't that strange alien Pensui have the perfect body shape?" "What, you mean the fake Pensui? Well, now that you say it, his body shape is almost exactly like Stark." "Just because he has the body shape of the fastest Pensui on the planet doesn't mean he is just as fast." The easiest thing for Russ to do was to use his power to imitate his opponent, but he had no experience with the Pensui body, and most likely if the two of them were to go face to face with the same type of body, with the same level of ability, he would lose and at best draw. His power allowed him to do much more than that, though, and he wanted to be sure that he could win. Although Russ had suffered quite a few losses here and there recently, he hated to lose. So while searching in the young Penswee's mind, he came across the strongest image in his head, and that was who he was right now. Seeing this, Quinn thought that his initial plan to help Russ, so he could grow stronger, was the right thing to do after all. The stronger abilities that Russ could copy, the more useful he would be in this fight against Jack and Jim, even though there was still a sliver of doubt about Russ's morals. "What is this?" Zalek called out, walking to the middle of where the two platforms were and pointing at Russ's body. "Are you trying to get away with cheating? This is nothing like what you looked like before. Your whole body is completely different," Zalek complained. "Cheating?" Russ said as he looked back. Although his body was that of a Penswee, his face was still recognizable as his own. It looked like he was unable to completely change into another person, even if using their powers. Otherwise, that would be quite frightening, Quinn thought, and would be a stronger power. "This is my power. This is simply something that I am able to do," Russ answered. "Think about it. You Penswee use your natural ability, your natural powers of speed to win these games, correct? Then I'm just doing the same. I am using my natural powers to adjust myself to a more favorable position. You stated the rules clearly in the beginning, and this wasn't in your rules." Russ turned back around as if he wasn't even going to listen to Zalek if he tried to refute it, and since it seemed like no one was backing up Zalek, he decided to step back. That was because most that were watching were more interested in what this copycat-type person could do. 3, 2, 1, start! Unlike the last time, the Penswee was not going to get distracted by looking at his opponent and decided to hit the buttons as fast as he could. His long limbs allowed him to reach the buttons that appeared high up, as well as far to the right and left without having to move. The Penswee weren't just fast in their legs, but their eyes, heads, arms. Their whole bodies were able to move fast. Right now, if there was a Penswee that was watching him, he felt like he might get recruited for a national team, he was doing so well. The problem was, although he was impressive, no one was looking at him, because by his side there was someone far more impressive. Russ was off to a bit of a rough start, but due to seeing the match before him, he had paid close attention to how the Penswee worked, but imagining and doing were two different things. When the game started, he was around 20 points behind his opponent, but eventually everyone could see that number drawing closer and closer, and it wasn't because Russ's opponent was slowing down, it was because he was speeding up. "My word, it really is. It is like watching Stark," one of the onlookers commented. Buttons were appearing and being tapped, one after the other. The speed of the arms moving was nearly twice as fast, and the minute had eventually come to an end. 554 points, that's a new record, the young Penswee smiled. When turning his head to look at the scoreboard, the smile quickly disappeared. 823 points? I lost by so much. It was meant to be a proud moment for the Penswee, achieving a personal record, but in this situation where his friends were watching and losing by such a difference, he was unable to enjoy this moment as he went back. "Are there any recruits watching? That guy could be on a professional team. Did you forget something? He's not a Penswee." The transformation was ending, and Russ was reverting back to his normal self. It was the first time for a lot of them there, witnessing a Penswee losing to another race, but they didn't feel too annoyed, because the opponent had done so after changing his body into something similar to theirs. "Alrighty," Russ said, hitting Quinn on the shoulder. "If you win, then we have our guides. I've done everything I can." It was a game that Quinn didn't really want to participate in any way, but since it had come to this, and the only thing he needed to do was win, he thought he might as well give it a try. Walking over, Quinn stood on the platform, and this time, the one that had been running his mouth, the leader of the group, Zalek, was his opponent. When he stood on the other platform, he looked at Quinn for a few moments. "Aren't you going to change like the person before you did?" Zalek asked. "That's not something I really do," Quinn replied, not wanting to explain himself. It would be a long and hard thing to try to do in the first place. A lot of the onlookers were expecting another transformation, but when they realized that it wasn't going to take place, quite a few of them started to walk off in disappointment. "Zalek has this one in the bag, right?" one of his friends said. "Of course he does. He's the best of all of us, and as long as that alien doesn't transform into one of us again, how can Zalek lose?" Looking at the scoreboard, the new high score was Russ's score with 823 points, but before that, Zalek held the record with around 700. He was skilled at not just this game, but many, because he was a trainee for one of the top professional teams of the Penswee. "Why am I so nervous? Even when I go up against professionals in the camp, I'm not this nervous. Is it just because he grabbed my hand before? That was just a coincidence. I just didn't notice him. Calm down. 3, 2, 1, start." The game had begun, and Quinn was relatively calm. He had played multiple different games that would be used for training,
such as the block game, and he always was quite good at them. Judging by his speed as well as his general experience and skill, he felt he would be good at this one as well. Let's try to match his speed for now, Quinn thought. The numbers were going up, and looking like they were going up neck and neck. There was 1 or 2 points difference between the two. I saw the look on the Penswee's face before. These guys are just kids trying to have fun. There's no need to humiliate them, Quinn thought. Once in a while, Quinn would glance up at the scoreboard, and this didn't go unnoticed by the other Penswee. As soon as he did, Quinn would move at a faster speed to match the points up again. What is that alien doing? One of them asked. Is he slowing down on purpose? Why does he keep looking at the scoreboard? As the time was reaching close to an end, there was still around 1 or 2 points between the two, but at the very last moment, as Quinn looked at the scoreboard a second before it ended, he moved as fast as he could, hitting a few of the buttons. Zalek looked up. 760 points, a new personal record for himself, but when he turned his head, Quinn's scoreboard said 761 points. Zalek couldn't help himself as he continued to stare at the scoreboard. Like the others, he'd improved his score. The fact that he was in competition and there was a lot riding on this, he had pushed himself more than he usually would have done, and improved, getting the best score he had ever gotten. Yet despite all of that, he had still lost, and it was by a single point. How could I lose by just 1 point? Zalek thought, both of his hands covering his head. If I had just moved a bit faster, if I had changed the pattern of hitting the buttons a little, maybe I could have gotten there in that one area, instead of moving, if I didn't take a breath at that point. Zalek was now second-guessing all of the moves that he had made previously throughout the game. If this was a real contest or the championship, and he had lost that game by a single point, he would never be able to live it down. The fact that they had lost to these aliens was also grating on him. Of course, the blonde-haired man had scored much higher than any of them, but he seemed to have taken the form of one of their best players by the name of Stark. Losing to him, he could rationalize as losing to Stark, but the other man had also beaten him, and it was so close. He still couldn't forget the moment that he had caught his hand. I have to get footage of the match and see where I went wrong. I need to analyze this game. While in the middle of his thoughts, a certain blonde-haired man approached him. Believe me when I say this, don't take it to heart too much. I don't think there is anyone that can beat him, Russ said, looking back at Quinn. Zalek lifted his head and pulled a frown. He was wondering what this person meant. For one, he himself had gotten a higher score, and there were plenty of professionals who wouldn't be able to get a higher score than that. He's just being big-headed because they won the game, Zalek thought. Don't worry, I will keep the end of our deal, Zalek replied. We just need to inform some people about a few things, so if you wait an hour or so in front of the shop, we will return. How can we be so sure that you will return? Russ asked. Then just get someone else to help you with whatever you need, but I will keep my promise. Some of my friends will stay here, so if you really want to find me, then just look for them. With that, Zalek returned to the others, and they soon started to walk off. Although Zalek seemed to be quite aggressive in his approach, Russ kinda liked that. Due to how hard-working he was sure he would also be the right person to guide them as well. There was one worry. A lot of the Penswee looked very alike, with a few different details here and there. The main way they could tell the others were different was due to their voice. That's great, Cyril said. Let's play some more games. I don't want to lose again if something so high stakes appears. No, Cyril. Seriously, you don't have to take losing that game to heart, Quinn said, and tried reaching out, but she had this strange fire in her eyes, showing her determination. Zalek and the others were leaving the arcade. This was because Zalek had training sessions every day. He was a trainee for one of the top professional teams for the game known as Killer Instinct, the game they had just played, although professional teams also specialized in a handful of other games. Since all of them revolved around the same theme, speed, reflexes, and quick thinking, one who was best at one of these games was usually king at them all. The group had finally left the shop, but not without the footage that Zalek was after. When he got somewhere he could watch the video, he needed to watch it immediately. Self-analysis was best when done almost straight after, as he could remember most of what he was thinking at the time. Hey, Zalek, I wasn't sure whether to tell you this or not, but I noticed something strange during your match, Micker, the Penswee that fought against Cyril, stated. Zalek looked at him for him to go on. Well, you see, the thing is, during the match it looked like your opponent was constantly looking at the scoreboard. Zalek stopped in his tracks when he heard those words. Did you say constantly looking at the scoreboard? It wasn't a one-off thing? There was an intensity in Zalek's voice causing Micker to gulp before answering. Yes, I'm sure of it. He did it more than once, and each time he did, his score would catch up with yours. A strange tingling feeling was felt all over Zalek's body,
and he remembered the words from the weird blonde human. Not saying another word, Zalek started to run faster ahead of the others. He needed to watch this footage as soon as possible. Eventually, Zalek parted ways with the rest of his group, and he arrived at a large building, where his professional team was placed. Heading inside, there were a number of Pensui that were the same age coming in and out. The receptionist noticed Zalek and let him right through, as he headed up to the floor where his team would be. The floor was filled with noise similar to the arcade. There was button bashing, the sound of machinery, as well as huffing and panting, and talking amongst others. There were multiple different rooms for different things, and Zalek quickly headed to one of the empty strategy meeting rooms. There was a screen, and throwing the small device in his hand, the video started to show on screen. It was footage from the arcade. Not even sitting down on the seat, he stared at every detail. He really did look at the screen each time, but when he realized he was behind, he suddenly sped up. But how is this possible? Was he not trying? No, that's impossible. How can he be that fast? Zalek thought. He must have a stamina issue of some sort, and while taking a break, he took a look at the scoreboard. Zalek watched the video a few times over and over, trying to come up with different reasons as to why his opponent was looking at the scoreboard constantly. Crap, I completely forgot. I need to tell the manager that I won't be able to make it into the training sessions today. Running out of the room, Zalek put the video on pause. This was the reason why he had come back. He needed to inform his team if he wasn't going to be there for training sessions. As he said before, he kept his promise. Is there a problem at home, Zalek? The manager asked. It's not that. Sir, there's just a bit of a situation. I promise that I will sort it out, and we'll be back to normal from tomorrow, Zalek answered. He didn't want to go into too much detail, especially about revealing that he had lost to an alien. That might even affect his chances with the team. With permission granted, he left the room and headed back to the strategy room to look at the video a few more times, but upon opening the door, he noticed that there were others inside, and it wasn't just anybody as well. June, what are you— Zalek stopped there, as he could see not just June, but a couple of others were present in the room as well, all of them wearing a thick red shirt. It was a wait for training. These were the professionals of the dark reds that he was a part of. There were 3 of them, and out of curiosity, they started to play the video of the match in the game. Zalek wanted to stop them, but that would only look worse, and these were his seniors. He couldn't make them stop. Hey, Zalek, who is this guy that you're going up against? June asked. It's just someone I lost to, that I met at the arcade, as you can see, an alien, Zalek replied. But I'll beat him the next time. I only lost by 1 point. It was shameful for a trainee of a professional team to lose, and it was to an alien, which is why Zalek said these words. Zalek, I don't think you'll ever be able to beat him, June replied. Can't you see? He didn't just beat you by 1 point. He chose to beat you by 1 point. This person completely humiliated you. Who are they? Some time had passed since Zalek had left the arcade, and all of the loud noises in one place were giving Quinn a bit of a headache. He could dull down and control his sensitive hearing when he was in a fight, but in the arcade, the sounds were consistent and coming from all over the place. So the group decided to wait outside and would catch Zalek on his way back. To their surprise, they weren't waiting long, as they could see 2 Pensui running their way. There were actually a lot of Pensui running on the streets, as that was their preferred method of travel, but these 2 were quite a bit faster than the others. I'm here, just like I promised I would be, Zalek said, stopping right in front of the 3, but he wasn't alone. A figure the same height as Zalek stood by his side. It was a Pensui, but this one was more muscular in the arms and legs. It was hard to tell if they were older or not, just from looking, as the Pensui didn't exactly have any wrinkles, although one could say the same about vampires and those that knew Ki. It's nice to meet my fellow travelers, the man said with a little wave. My name is June, and I'm a senior of Zalek. He told me how you guys would like a guide, and since I wasn't doing anything today, I decided to help you all out. When looking at the 3 aliens, June was spending more time staring at Quinn. Not too long ago, he had seen a video of this same person in front of him, and now it was the whole reason why he was here in the first place. This person, let's see how far his ability can take him, and if I'm right, he could change the whole scope of the Pensui world, June thought, as he let his imagination run wild a little. That's good to hear, Quinn replied. This is Russ and Cyril, and my name is Quinn. We're all from a planet called Earth, and as you might have guessed, we aren't from around here. Quinn was wondering if saying the word Earth would get a reaction, but he didn't notice anything strange, meaning it was unlikely the Blades had arrived. He assumed it would either be a televised event or perhaps something kept a secret by the higher-ups. I don't think we have any visitors from there before, June commented. Well, what can I help you with? Would you like to see our grand events, our large attractions, or perhaps have a go at one of our circuits? June asked. There were 2 goals for Quinn's team. One was meeting whoever the leader of the planet was, the one with the highest position, but that would be a hard task. and the other was hunting beast crystals in search of a nest crystal for Russ. There was also something else Quinn wanted to do. There was always the chance that problems could occur, so it was best they got the information first. "Where do you guys hunt for beasts?" Quinn asked. It was an interesting question, and one that June never thought would be brought up, because when looking at their frail bodies, he never thought of them as fighters. Following Zalek and June, they eventually reached a wall and a large gate with a number written on the outside. There were several buildings and tables on the outside, and those walking in and out of what looked like a type of energy field. "This is one of the hunting grounds. They are designated areas for beasts to live in. You can find them all over parts of the planet," June explained. When looking at those coming in and out, Quinn noticed something strange for one. They didn't seem to have a lot of beast gear on their bodies, and on top of that, those that did enter and exit were wearing clothing similar to those next to them. It looked more like a set of different sports teams were coming and going. "What's with the matching outfits?" Russ asked. "It's a training ground," Zalek answered. "The professional Pensui teams, as well as the other new recruits, use the hunting grounds to train at times. The quickest way for a Pensui to improve their speed is when their life's on the line." Quinn had heard something similar before among the Blades. They too did the same thing to improve the natural sense of ki in their body, among other things, and it looked like the Pensui as a whole race was using it as a way to train for their professional sports games. The group then went over to a desk, where all of them were registered and given strange passes that were to be worn around their neck. "In order to lower the number of fatalities, only certain people are allowed to go into the hunting area. They trust the judgment of a senior like me who is on the professional team, so I got you all trainee passes," June explained. "I heard from Zalek that you were all pretty fast. Speed in this instance is pretty important because if we come across a beast that is too fast, then at least we can run away, right?" Exiting the gate, the group began to run through what looked like a combination of a forest and a jungle. The trees were more spread out like a forest, with plenty of open areas, but the trees themselves were very green, windy, and bendy. June was taking the lead, running ahead, and the rest were following. He wasn't running too fast because he had no idea what the capabilities of the others were with him, and he didn't want them to feel like they had been abandoned if he ran at top speed. Eventually, though, they had gone to an area void of others. The sun was shining from above, allowing a lot of light in, and there were beasts laying about, covered in black fur. They almost looked like black lions, only they were the same size as elephants, and all of them were laying down apart from each other. "All right, since I'm the guest and you guys don't know what the beasts are like on this planet, I will show you all how it's done first," June commented. He got closer and closer to the black lion, and eventually its eyes opened, revealing a sharp yellow iris. At the same time, it took a swipe at June, who had moved back out of the way. "That was a really fast attack," Cyril commented. "Yeah, perhaps the beasts on this planet have adapted to the Pensui living here. We should be careful with all of the beasts," Russ commented. "Have you guys hunted beasts before?" Zalek asked. Cyril had gone hunting many times on her planet with the royal family. Russ, when in charge of the Chained, constantly was hunting beasts to get better equipment, and as for Quinn, he lost track of how many beasts he had killed. "We hunt for beast crystals just like you," Quinn commented. Zalek believed that the group was just trying to show off. It wasn't that he didn't believe them, but compared to June, a professional, they were unlikely to be as seasoned as him. Right now, June was avoiding all the sharp attacks from the beast, and using his hands he pointed them. The Pensui's hands, when used with their great speed, became one of the sharpest weapons, and it was being proven now. After avoiding the attack, June made several cuts on the back leg. He had attacked around 3 times before the beast swung its body and large paw. "Our bodies aren't the strongest," Zalek said, "so it's important for Pensui to not get hit while trying to hit the others as best they can. It also helps us focus under pressure. It is the best training for a Pensui, but we don't usually start with something this fast." A final sped-up attack right on the head of the beast managed to finish it off. When the beast was damaged to the point where it was no longer a threat, June finally could do his finishing move. "As long as you can hit without getting hit, you will be one of the best hunters there is. This is why we professionals are the best." June smiled with a crystal in his hand. "Do you want to give it a try?" Quinn was the one who had decided to walk forward, rather than going through these demonstrations in order to get them to trust them to search for a nest crystal. Quinn needed to show his strength. He walked closer to a beast, the same type, and stopped as he kicked the ground. A piece of dirt came off and hit the black lion in the face, waking it up. It opened its eyes and as an instinct attacked the air, but Quinn was too far away. The beast then locked eyes with him and immediately started to run forward towards him. It was getting closer and closer. "Isn't he going to move? He needs to move," June thought. The beast leaped at great speed, opening its mouth wide. With a jump, Quinn raised his hand and slapped it at the top of the beast's mouth. A loud snap was heard as the top of its jaw smashed against the bottom of its jaw. Its chin then crashed into the floor, and Quinn stood there with his hand on top of the beast. "There's no need to be so fast if you're already strong," Quinn said. It was a simple move. Quinn hadn't done anything too fancy. He hadn't used his ki or blood aura nor any of his abilities. What he had simply displayed to the others was his natural vampire strength, which was enough to deal with this level of a beast. There was a fine line when showing one's powers. He needed to show he had great strength, but if you appear too strong and people around, even different races, would start to feel threatened and scared. Turning his head to look at the other two, Quinn was starting to have second thoughts. Did I show them too much? Quinn thought. June and Zalek stood there, with their mouths wide open. If they were left open any longer, they would touch the floor. A beast being dealt with just pure power? It wasn't completely foreign to them. There were strong alien races that could do the same, but Quinn had also done it in one movement, and against a fast beast at that. One didn't just need strength, but the speed to match it as well, which was why the two were so shocked. I was right, this person, June thought. He soon shook his head, as he noticed the beast was moving its back legs trying to get out of the situation. The beast is not dead. The crystal is located in its forehead, June answered, trying to give him a hand. After all, he wanted to be in his good books. When they got back, June would do a lot for Zalek for showing him this treasure. The truth was, Quinn had held back a bit for another reason. He didn't want to kill the beast. He wanted to do something else. I guess I don't have to worry if they see. I can use my powers here. Soon, shadow started to emit from Quinn's hand, and it started to surround the beast completely. Don't be scared of what you are about to see. As I said before, we have hunted beasts many times, Quinn stated. The shadow soon started to disappear, and now the beast looked different from before. It was no longer fighting back. Part of its fur was starting to fall off from its body, and they weren't so sure, but small parts of it looked like it had a strange purple shadow substance lingering over it. The shadow infect was successful. I ran a few tests before, so maybe this will be a good way to find a nest crystal. With the beast having been shadow infected, Quinn ordered it to act, and it immediately went to the closest beast next to it. Now the two were in the middle of combat, fighting against each other. What's happened? Has the beast gone mad, or are you controlling it? June asked. The latter would be more accurate, Quinn answered, which is why I told you not to worry too much. Thank you for being our guide and helping us. After finishing his sentence, the beast was done dealing with the other, and soon it looked the same as the attacker. This was one of the traits of the shadow infect skill. It not only made the beast stronger, but it was able to infect other beasts as well. He was slowly, on an unknown planet, building up his army bit by bit. Cyril, Russ, fight the beasts in this area, but make sure you don't kill them. Just injure them enough until I come along, Quinn ordered. The next few minutes, both June and Zalek had their minds blown as they witnessed the forest-like jungle being cleared of beasts, although cleared wasn't the right word, because every time a beast would be taken over, it would follow along with them as they moved to the next spot. If anyone saw this sight, all of the beasts walking together, they would be shaking in their boots, unsure if they would live to see another day. Who are these people from Earth? Are they some type of warrior race? Zalek asked. How can an alien race be so strong? This would require a few professional teams to do. Are you not worried, June? What are these people doing on our planet? Why are such strong beings here? Honestly, it would have been a lie if June said he wasn't worried, because as they continued to follow the three, the army of beasts was getting bigger and bigger. If they did plan to attack, then it was going to get harder to stop them. What are you looking for? June finally asked as he ran in front of Quinn. Do you know what a nest crystal is? Quinn replied back. It's how beasts are created. By controlling the beasts, I'm getting more information, and the more beasts in the area, the closer we are to the nest crystal. You will see what I mean soon. And soon they saw exactly what Quinn meant. The location had taken them to a cave in a large hill of sorts. There were beasts outside, but they weren't as many as there usually would be in front of a nest crystal, or at least it didn't feel that way, because Quinn was controlling most of the beasts anyway. On top of that, the few that were there, the shadow beasts he had created, were dealing with them. All of them entered the cave, and they could see it, embedded almost as if it was on some type of stand, the nest crystal. This has been quite the haul. I've managed to increase my forces, and at the same time, we can use the nest crystal on Russ to make him stronger. Quinn pulled it out from its place without much trouble and held it up. Even though they hadn't seen it before, just by its mystic look and energy radiating from it, they could tell it was something special.
"Wait," June called out. "I can't let you just take that crystal." "What are you saying?" Cyril said. "Just a moment ago, you knew nothing about this crystal. Why can't we take it?" There was a worried look on June's face. He knew these people's strength, and what he was about to do was a big gamble. "The crystals on this planet belong to the Pensui. Originally, when I invited you guys to hunt, I thought you just wanted to practice or learn some skills. However, crystals obtained on the Pensui planet can be taken by aliens. Although I can take the crystal and give it to you, there still needs to be a donation amount to the local government, and a crystal like this, that's so precious and hasn't been discovered before, I can imagine it could do great things for our planet, so I can't just let you have this crystal." Zalek was looking at June in a different light. Although he was part of the same pro team, June wasn't the most popular of the Dark Reds. He was known as a trickster, and would at times use underhanded ways to win against his opponents, but he never thought that he cared so much for the planet. Quinn was in a bit of a pickle. He didn't want to cause confrontation on the planet. Neither did he want to harm June, who was helping them. He was a good person. If they went back, though, then he would no doubt tell the others. "I guess I have no choice. I'm not sure how well the influence skill will work on them, but I'm going to have to try to use it to remove his memories. It will be for the best," Quinn said, as his eyes started to glow red. Due to the dark cave they were in, it was easier for all of them to see, and it was the first time Quinn was using a bit of his vampire aura. June was covered in a sweat as he held up his hand. "Wait, there is one way. I am willing to keep this a secret. You can keep the crystal, but in return I have a favor. Join the Dark Reds and compete with us on the planet tournament. With you we can win," June smiled. There was a little context as to what exactly this planet tournament was, but judging from the information they had gathered from Zalek and June, it seemed to be an important event for all of the Pensui. The question playing in Quinn's mind was whether or not he really wanted to get wrapped up in all of this business. At the end of the day, he remembered that Bliss and Sam were the ones that sent him here, and there had to be a reason for them doing that. "You want us to join your professional team?" Quinn asked. "But we aren't Pensui. We're not like you. Is that even something that is possible? And what reason do you have for asking us to join you?" Zalek also looked shocked. The respect that he had for his teammate June had completely gone out of the window, as it looked like he was up to the same tricks as he was before. "It's simple," June replied. "I have seen your speed and your strength. You are extremely talented, and your friends here are the same. With you, I believe it will be the first time that the Dark Raids could win. As for you not being Pensui, there are no rules that state that Pensui are the only ones that can enter the competition." June declared, "It's part of the arrogance of us Pensui, since we know that we are the fastest, even including the other planets in the universe. Since we have never met our match, anyone can try to bring in outsiders. As for what reason I have for asking you, it's more simple than you think. Every time there is one team that wins the grand event, the Disruptors, and it's all because of one person, Stark." Russ's ears perked up. He remembered overhearing some of the other kids in the arcade talk about this Stark, and on some of the games, there were even digital holograms of him doing the activities as well. "My wish is simple. I want you to beat Stark, and in doing so, the Dark Reds will win." "You want us to do something you can't do?" Russ asked. "Isn't that a bit unfulfilling? If you beat him through your own effort and hard work, it would be much more satisfying in the end." Russ was speaking from experience. The reason he was working so hard was so he could beat the blades with his own hands. There was a sour taste in his mouth when he had learned what had happened to them, which was one of the reasons he had also no problem fighting against Jack and Jim. "Every being is different," June replied. "Some may think this way, but for me, it doesn't matter who is the one who has done it. Remember what I said before? Stark has never lost. No one knows the face that he will make when he experiences his first loss." There was a sadistic look on June's face, but it was clear that he wasn't lying about anything he was saying. Now it was time for the group to make a decision. Plenty of planets had nest crystals, and he could even ask for the help of their memorials. On top of that, seeing the Amra in the arcade from earlier, Quinn also thought about paying them a visit to ask for their help as well. With their memorials, the Amra, the Shadow Beasts, and if he eventually found the Blades, while also boosting Russ's strength along the way. All of these forces, he hoped it would be a big enough army to take on Jim and Jack head-on. But the question kept coming back into his head. What if it wasn't? There still had to be a reason he was asked to come to this planet. Maybe he needed their help as well. "This event, it's an event that is broadcasted all over the planet, correct? Does that mean your world leader, or leaders, will be there?" Quinn asked. "Of course. The king and queen of the Pensui will be present," June stated. "In fact, if you break many records of the Pensui, they will hold you in high regard. Speed is everything to us." With that, it looked like Quinn had made a decision. There was no need to win the tournament, but just get in front of the king and queen, without it being in a threatening manner. That way he could convince them about what was to come. Quinn then threw over the nest crystal to Russ, who managed to catch it in the air. "Am I your bag now?" Russ complained. "No, I am handing it over to you. Nest crystals are incredible things and have multiple different uses that you might not be aware of," Quinn explained. "One of them is increasing your MC cells. Right now, I don't have Chris, Peter, or Syl by my side. I can't give you power like I have done others before either. So the next best thing is to increase your power. You have a Godslayer power like me, and we should put it to use." Never in his wildest dreams did he think Quinn would give him something as precious as this. Did Quinn no longer think of him as a threat just because of the key command? Or was he in that desperate of a situation that he needed to trust someone that was once his enemy? "I will agree to enter your event. Is it soon?" Quinn asked. "You won't have much time to practice. It's in a couple of days and we will need to register you," June explained. "Fine, let's head there and get this over with." Quinn would show Russ how to absorb the crystal during the night. Now they had a place to stay and a goal in sight, but he needed to prepare himself for convincing the Pensui, and that was a tough task in itself. As the group exited from the cave, all of the beasts remained outside staring back at them. They were the infected beasts. "What should we do about these? If the other Pensui see this, they might be alarmed," Zalek commented. "Don't worry about that." Quinn swiped his hand, and shadow portals appeared behind them all. Soon the large bodies of the beasts had disappeared in front of their very eyes, all stored in the shadow space. Meanwhile, Zalek and June were just looking at each other. The things that they were seeing, it was something that they could only imagine gods doing, which made them a little scared to anger the people next to them. Back on the Mermarial planet, Layla was having a much easier time settling in than she had expected. There were 2 Mermarials practically assigned to them, to do whatever they wished or answer any question they had. Layla felt strange using them at first, but many times they just stood outside the house doing nothing, and they seemed far happier when asked to help with certain tasks. On top of that, when going out with Minnie and Galen, the local people greeted them nicely with open arms. She would even hear whispers about them. "That is Quinn's family, right?" "Yes, I think they must have some business with the Queen." Many of their Mermarials had learned of what Quinn had done the last time he had visited. Under the old rule, they lived a life in fear, but now were living happily under Wince's rule. Because of this, they were thankful to the one known as Quinn. Once in a while, Minnie, Layla, and Galen would even be showered with gifts. "I guess this is what our family should be treated like after everything Quinn has done," Layla thought, since it was such a large contrast from the vampire settlement where they were living in hiding. "It's a shame that Quinn doesn't get to experience this much. I hope one day he can." In the palace, Wince was heading to a meeting in the council room. It was an important event because they had to talk about the stake and future of their Mermarials, especially after what Quinn had mentioned. The doors opened, and a room filled with around 30 people all stood up from their seats and bowed down. Well, just as Wince was about to begin her speech, the whole room felt like it was vibrating. Then a shot of bright white light came flashing down to the center of the room. Everyone moved out of the way as the light grew, and finally, as the light started to subside, they could see a legendary figure in place. "Yongu!" Wince frowned. Seeing Yongu didn't bring a smile to Wince's face for a number of reasons. There had always been tales of a god that looked over the planet, and it was only because of the royal family's treasure in the past that this god didn't get involved in so many affairs. In the end, the person in front of her decided to side with the predators that had gone against her family, and in the process, a lot was lost. The reason Yongu had supported the predators wasn't so clear, and in the end, she didn't care. Because of Quinn, the god that looked over the planet hadn't appeared and didn't get involved in the Mermarial's affairs anymore. That was, until now, at this point in time. "Why is he here now of all times? I have to be careful. No matter what, he is a powerful god at the end of the day," Wince thought. The weapon she had with her, a trident, was a replica of her father's, made in the same shape as the one before, but it didn't contain the same power. It was made with a demon-tier beast that wasn't of the same caliber, but it was one that Wince had hunted herself. Improving her strength, she needed to step up if such a thing was to happen again. She never counted on Quinn returning, and in a situation like this, he wasn't able to help anyway. Yongu first looked around the room and could see the councilman and woman breaking out in a sweat. "All of you can relax. I did not come here to cause any harm," Yongu stated. "Believe me when I say this, returning to this place gives me a sick feeling in my stomach." Yongu's small tentacles that surrounded the bottom of his face started to curl up, and he almost shivered at the thought. The frightening image of the mermarial god and his actions didn't quite add up. I have been given a task by those that are even higher than myself. I can't explain much, but I have said this so all of you know the gravity of the matter, Yongu explained. Many were confused. After seeing Quinn, they knew that there was the existence of other gods, but had no clue about the hierarchy or the system they had. What they did know was it wasn't something they wanted to get involved in, not at a time like this. Yongu, just state why you are here and be gone, Wince shouted as she pulled out her trident and slammed it on the floor. She wasn't going to be intimidated. To her, Yongu was more of an outsider. None of you show any respect for me anymore, Yongu complained. I will be out of your hair and out of here as soon as I can, as long as you help me. I am looking for BB, or the one that is also known as Quinn Talon. Almost immediately, as they heard this name, the people in the room started to look at each other, and Wince's heart started to beat slightly faster. As she thought, the fact that Quinn had come back and this figure in front of her couldn't have been a coincidence. Quinn Talon left this planet long ago. He is not from here, Wince answered. Which is why I asked for your help, Yongu replied. He helped you out before, for some reason in the past, so I figured you might have a way to communicate with him. I do not, Wince replied immediately. The thing was, Yongu wasn't so convinced, and judging by the reaction of the others in the room when he said that name, it felt like something was up. And what about my request to help find him? Did you not hear what I said? This matter is more important than the mermarial race. If you do not help, there will be big trouble. Finishing his sentence, water spread out from underneath his legs and went out in a wave, hitting the others, sending them back and crashing into the wall. For Wince, she spun her trident and managed to chuck the wave of water off to the side, avoiding getting hit. Is this how you act? If we don't comply with your request, you then force us. You, who have done nothing for us, why should we help you? Wince argued. You are correct, Yongu answered. But the thing is, if you are not willing to help, then I need to start thinking of some other ways to find Quinn Talon, and perhaps hurting someone who he cares about will be a way to bring him here. Wince was nervous. Yongu was emitting a lot of power with his eyes alone. His wings had sprouted from his back, dripping water from them. Just looking at him, it was hard to be in his presence. If you hurt me, then you will be going up against the whole mermarial race, Wince shouted. She didn't want to give up Quinn. Whatever reason they were looking for him, it couldn't be a good one. And if Yongu was willing to go to these lengths, then if they found out his family was here, they would attack them as well. She needed to protect his family. It was the least she could do. Quinn Talon was here, but he's not here anymore, one of the councilmen shouted. Silence! Wince shouted back at him. My queen, we must be truthful to protect the people. Quinn is no longer here. He left to go somewhere else, the man continued to explain. So you did lie to me, Yongu said, and instead of going after Wince, he decided to go straight for the councilman and lifted him by his neck, holding him in the air. He knew the queen wouldn't say anything, but it seemed like he found someone that would. If you care for your life, you will tell me everything you know about him, Yongu ordered. Quinn Talon was here. He came here with his family and friends, and they left. We don't know where, but he will return. That's all we know, I promise, the councilman said. Yongu let go of the man's throat, letting him drop to the ground. His family is here. Interesting. I will not let you go near his family, Wince shouted, as she went to thrust her trident and water started to swirl around it. Seeing this, Yongu's eyes started to glow as he was summoning his celestial power. As he did this, he threw out his hand, and a vortex of water came out, matching the attack from the trident. Do you think of me as so easy to deal with? I am still a god, Yongu shouted. There was a clear winner in the two powers, as Wince was being pushed back. Instead of thrusting her trident forward, she started to spin it. It was hard for her to still hold back the attack until an energy was being summoned around her as well. The scales on her face were showing more, the shape of her eyes was narrowing, and a large fin was appearing out from her back. Swinging the trident, the attack was completely stopped, and Wince could be seen standing there with a strange aura surrounding her. You have the celestial power as well. How is this possible? Yongu thought. When Quinn was still a celestial, it was the power he had given Wince before he left. In case any situation was to occur, and for taking the trident, he wanted to leave her with something, and that something was this. Outside of the palace, Layla was out shopping with her family. She held Galen on her shoulders while Minnie was in her hand, but suddenly,
Minnie came to a stop. "What is that? That power, it feels familiar," Minnie said, looking at the palace. Layla couldn't quite feel what Minnie was feeling, but the large flash of light didn't go unnoticed, and she had an uneasy feeling about it all. "Should we check it out, or is it best to hide?" Layla thought. At that moment, the weight on top of her shoulders disappeared, and she could see a little Galen running towards the royal palace. "Galen!" Layla shouted. On top of her normal duties as well as running the planet, Wince trained every day, and it wasn't your average amount of training either for a mermarial. She had the blood of the royal family running through her veins. Her father was one of the strongest mermarials to exist, and naturally, she had great strength since the day she was born, but being a royal, she was protected. She had trained lightly but not with fear, and drive pushing her. Now that she had a whole planet to run, a whole race that depended on her, she had the drive to get stronger, which gave her the power to defeat a demon-tier beast and make her own weapon. "You are the one that's meant to be protecting us, but instead you are trying to attack one of our saviors," Wince shouted, as she thrust the spear through the air several times. Jets of water came shooting out, all heading straight towards Yongu. Seeing the multiple attacks, Yongu used his large wings to cover his body and face. When the water splashed against them, it all fell to the floor. It was an attack that would have damaged most beasts, but not Yongu. "Quinn, just how much stronger were you than this god to make him cower in fear? Even using your power, he is too powerful," Wince thought. When his wings opened up, straight from his mouth came a large vortex of water. It was similar to the one that Yongu had made with his hands before, but this one spun faster and was darker in color than the attacks before. Slamming her spear into the ground again, all of the water that was on the floor, as well as particles of water in the air, started to come around her and made a bubble surrounding her whole body. As the vortex of water hit the bubble, it lifted her, and the bubble, pushing her like a giant snake, it pushed her right through the wall of the palace. Wince could see the outside sky. The bubble was close to popping. It couldn't hold the attack anymore, and it eventually popped. She then used her fingers to spin the trident, blocking most of the attack, but the vortex of water still hit her. The vortex took her out of the air and slammed her right into the hard, icy ground. Her body was hurt, but she needed to get up and continue fighting. Lifting her hand and hitting the trident on the floor again, water surrounded the weapon and helped lift her own body off the ground. "This is the ice sculpture garden," Wince commented as she looked at the area around her. It was one of the displays at the royal palace, a giant garden where the floor was completely covered in ice, and there were sculptures of giant beasts, houses, and more that were spread out all over the place. At times it was a place open to the public, so they could walk around and enjoy the sights, but that wasn't the case right now, and she was thankful for that, because moments later, Yongu landed, crashing down on one of the ice sculptures, sending shards of ice in all different directions. The landing was a heavy one. "Even if you have celestial energy, that doesn't make you a god," Yongu declared. "Do you know how many thousands of years I've been watching over the mermarial race? I am a being that you should respect. If I tell you to do something, then you should listen." Wince had only been hit once, and she could feel the pain throughout her body. If it wasn't for the energy that was running through her body, the energy that Quinn had given her, perhaps just that one attack would have finished her. Opening up his mouth again, hundreds of the small tentacles around Yongu could be seen moving about, and the dark blue water could be seen. Chucking his head forward, the vortex came straight out towards her. "I will face this head on!" Wince shouted. She started to run forward on the ice, and when the vortex was ready to reach her, she thrust her trident forward, cutting the attack, pushing it back slightly for a second or so. She took a step forward while the water was pushing her back. She continued to push, with her feet moving forward one step at a time. "My strength, it's leaving me. I don't know how much further I can go. Will I be able to reach him?" She had pushed forward, but there was still a good 10 yards to go before she could reach him, and she was starting to feel her feet sliding her back to her original position where she started. I can't do it." All of the muscles in her body felt like they were breaking, and if she let up for a second, the vortex of water would eat her away. She was ready to close her eyes until the vortex of water stopped. A woman was standing in front of her, dressed in all black, with a black trench coat that was fluttering in the wind, while armor could be seen in several places on her body, but what stood out was the black sword in her hand. "You stopped my attack?" Yongu said. "But how? You have no celestial energy. That sword, what is it? Is it a Godslayer item?" "Layla, why are you here?" Wince said, as she recognized the woman, and soon felt someone tugging on her sleeve. Wince had already collapsed to her knees as soon as the attack had stopped. Any longer and she would have been done for. When looking at who tugged at her sleeve, she could see it was a child that looked like it couldn't have been older than 1 year old. But when he suddenly placed his hands on her face, her whole body felt warm, and a familiar energy was felt. "You should thank him. It was because of him that we got here in time and could see the trouble you were in," Layla said. "Can you move?" Although Wince would have answered no before, after meeting the small boy, she did have enough energy to fight even. "I can move," Wince answered. "Good. Then take Galen somewhere safe and look after him. Let us deal with this for you," Layla said. Wince was annoyed at the fact that after all her hard work, she was unable to fight. The people she was trying to protect were now protecting her, but the least she could do was not get in the way. "Be careful, he's strong," Wince said. She picked up Galen and ran into one of the house-like ice sculptures up to the second platform and was watching from afar. "Does she think I'm going to follow her?" Yongu laughed. "I've already figured out who you are, and you interest me far more than them. You are not a Mermarial. Anyone could see that clear as day, so my guess is you're related to the person I'm looking for, Quinn Talon. You're his family, correct?" Layla had no idea why this giant sea monster was looking for them, but now she knew it had something to do with Quinn. It didn't look like a creation of Jim's or Jack's. Not like they knew it was somehow their fault. "Tell me, where is Quinn Talon?" Yongu demanded. From the corner of his eye, he saw something flicker. When he turned his head, he could only just see it and bent back his head. A red claw was seen traveling through the air, slicing off a few of the small tentacles around Yongu's mouth. "Is this a celestial?" Yongu thought, as he could feel the intense power coming off from it. The small person soon landed on the ice, skidding on the ground. "Someone as ugly as you shouldn't say my dad's name," Minnie growled in her fully transformed celestial form. Yongu could feel a slight tingle around his mouth, but soon the ends started to heal and they were no longer bleeding. What he was more concerned about was who had managed to attack him. Celestials were special beings for a number of reasons, one of them being their celestial energy. This made it more difficult for just standard attacks to hurt them. The celestial energy was a type of energy that was able to suppress most attacks. The celestial energy couldn't completely nullify an attack. It was more like one trying to get rid of a lake of water with a fire. With a big enough amount of fire, it could be possible, which was why attacks on a grand scale of power, or Godslayer power, were able to hurt Celestials, but what was really effective was celestial energy itself. Yongu was already surprised when he saw Wince use her celestial energy, which is why he had to take the fight far more seriously than he originally intended, but now there was another one by his side. "Dad?" Yongu repeated. "So you must be part of that annoying BB family as well. Did he really think you would be safe here? Just because I complied without fighting back, does he think I'm that scared of him? He should know that there are things far more dangerous and scary than him." For a second, as Yongu thought of those people, those dark, lifeless eyes staring at him, his body shivered, but he snapped back to reality. The small one with celestial energy was covered in a strange red hardened energy that almost looked like armor. The way it was shaped with swirls and pointed ends around certain parts, it made her look like a little demon. Creatures Yongu had seen from the other realm. "Out of the two of you, it would be safer to get rid of you first." Yongu opened his mouth again, and rather than shooting out the vortex of water, he shot out small fist-sized chunks of water. Minnie moved to the side, skidding out of the way. One of the water shots hit the ground and cracked through the ice, hitting the water underneath it. Water was chucked up in the air like a volcano going off, and sprinkles of water fell down on the ground. The attacks didn't stop there, as Yongu continued to fire out the balls of water, and Minnie was zigzagging her way through the ice. She was fast, and using her sharp nails and feet, she would dig them into the ground to change the direction of where she was going. Explosion after explosion went off in the water, one after the other. "This little brat is fast," Yongu complained, and realized that she wasn't the only one that he needed to worry about, because coming from his other side was none other than Layla, with the sword in her hand. "You told me this person is a celestial, correct?" Layla said.
Indeed I did, which is why it is better if you use my powers, rather than your own, but you still need to be skillful, the sword replied. Thinking that Layla wouldn't be much trouble at all, with his hand, a large amount of water started to spin, and Yongu chucked it in her direction. The vortex created by his hands wasn't as powerful as the ones from his mouth, but they were still strong enough to deal with most. The problem was, Yongu had no idea what the sword was capable of. Layla continued to run forward, trusting in the ability of the sword, and when it touched the vortex, almost as if the sword was hydrophobic, the water split in two different directions. I didn't want to use Minnie in this fight. She's still young and she is our daughter. If anything happened to her, then I wouldn't be able to forgive myself, Layla thought. But I can't be so naive as to not think that it is better to fight with her by my side. She is just as strong as me. We will defeat this thing together without Quinn and send it back to wherever it came from. Breaking through the water vortex, Layla was in the air with the sword raised above her head, and at the same time, Minnie had broken through with her speed, coming in from below with her claw. Yongu gathered his celestial energy and used his wings to close himself in as a type of shield. Even if the attack was strong, he thought he could recover and strike back, but the first to attack out of the two was Layla. She swung her sword, creating a huge swipe in the air and cutting right through Yongu's wing. It had cut through as if there was no resistance at all. A large part of the wing fell to the ground. "Go, Minnie!" Layla shouted, as she stopped using the power of the sword for a moment and gave Minnie a big boost in power as she passed on some of her key energy with her telekinesis and also gave her a small boost with her ability as well. Minnie could feel the power as it surged through her and made a large fist, throwing it with all her strength and slamming it right into the chest of Yongu. Her vampire aura was swirling at one point of contact and blasted Yongu away. "Ah!" Yongu screamed with pain as he was thrown back, his body crashing against the hard, icy floor, and crashing into one of the large rabbit ice sculptures. The ice blocks fell right where Yongu was on top of him as he didn't get up immediately. Wince, who was watching the whole thing, was left stunned. "I know Quinn is strong, and I know they are part of his family, but I never imagined for them to be this strong as well." For a second, Wince lifted up the small Galen in front of her. "Maybe you one day will grow up to be just as strong as the rest of your family." A part of Wince felt ashamed. She had tried so hard against Yongu, but these two had done just fine. For her, there was no excuse as to why she couldn't do the same. Yongu started to slowly emerge from the ice as he pulled himself out and now stood on top of the fallen sculpture. He was holding on to his chest, where there was a large red mark. The outside of his skin, which was usually a murky gray color, looked red and raw. His wings on his back were retreating back into his back, including the broken part of it. "This is not what I signed up for. I didn't expect to take this much punishment," Yongu said. "Are all those from the BB family mad? I didn't even want to fight. I just wanted to know where Quinn was." Both Minnie and Layla could hear what Yongu was saying, but it was simple. If they wanted to know something about Quinn and were willing to force them to get to him, then they couldn't be for good reasons. "Screw this," Yongu said, and a white light started to gather all around his body. The next second, he disappeared. "Is that it?" Minnie asked, still transformed and not letting her guard down. "I'm not too sure," Layla replied, also confused. She couldn't sense the other's presence any more. He had just gone and disappeared. Wince thought the same, and after a few moments, she descended from where she was with Galen, coming over to the others. "Thank you. Thank you so much for helping me. I tried to protect you, but it looks like in the end, you were the one that protected me," Wince replied, bowing down. "Please, you don't have to do that," Layla replied back. "You are the queen of this planet, and you are looking after us. In the first place, they were after us, not you." All of them on the ice looked to where Yongu was last seen, thinking that something would happen. Yet there was nothing. They turned their heads, and Galen soon started to point behind them. "What's Galen pointing at?" Minnie asked. They all turned their heads. It was the same location as before, but now Yongu had returned, and he wasn't alone. He was still hurt, and next to him there was another figure, a figure that looked far from human. "I have been updated on all the details, so greetings, Talon family," the figure said, calmly stepping off the broken ice sculpture and onto the ground. "I suppose I should be polite and introduce myself. My name is Mundus the Messenger."
On the planet where no light touched the surface, not far from the vampire settlement, one of the hunting groups was in the forest. They twisted and turned their heads as they were looking for the next set of beasts to hunt. "Is it just me, or are we having to travel deeper and deeper into the forest these days to find any worthwhile beasts?" one of the vampires complained. "Well, beasts in the past have always been afraid of getting close to the settlement. Maybe because of the vampire's strength and the constant hunting, they have decided to move more outward on the planet. It is a large planet after all," another replied. "You have to remember, although not all beasts are smart, at times they have an instinct for this type of thing." "But that wouldn't explain why basic tier beasts are easy to still find close to the settlement." "What did I say? Not all beasts are intelligent. Maybe you're the one with the brain of a beast." The other vampires started to laugh. As they continued forward into the group, they soon noticed that out of the 5 of them, one of them wasn't by their side. Turning around, they could see their team member staring into the sky. "Ronik!" the vampire shouted. "Come on, I know you're new to the hunting team, but we need to stay together." Shaking his head, the vampire snapped out of it and ran forward to join the rest. After returning from the Namric planet, due to the events and achievements the vampires had accomplished, especially those that were part of Ronik's group, he received a promotion. Finally, Ronik was no longer a guard, and he was now on the hunting team. An assessment took place, and he passed it with flying colors, achieving the dream he always wished to achieve. So it made him wonder, why did he feel so down about everything? He couldn't stop thinking about Quinn, and not just Quinn, but also Edvard, the original leader, as well. An investigation took place into those that knew Quinn, and the strange thing was it was done by one of the other families, rather than the 9th leader himself. There were rumors that had spread about how the 9th leader perhaps betrayed them and had sided with the demon Quinn. Yet an official statement was released that this was false, but the rumors continued because Edvard wasn't seen around the settlement anymore. As for Ronik himself, he answered the question they gave him honestly, even under the influence of an original, and since he knew nothing about who Quinn really was, they seemed to let him and his family go. Yet somehow, he couldn't help but continue to think about the situation. In his head, Quinn was a good person, no matter what was spoken about him, or saying what he was or what he did. The fact was, he cared for them. He remembered the look that Quinn had when he held Nell in his hands. If Nell had never passed away, would you have acted like that? Would you have continued living your life peacefully in the settlement with your family? We would still be friends, right?" Ronik was kicking himself because he remembered a few conversations he had with Quinn before leaving. He would always talk about proving himself and thought that this war was the chance to do it. Yet Quinn had stated he hated war, that it did no good for anyone, as if he was speaking from experience, and now they had lost Nell. It was the whole reason why Ronik wasn't going to sign up again. "What's that sound? Can you hear it?" one of the vampires asked. "It sounds like the sound of something flapping." One of the vampires quickly rushed and climbed on top of one of the trees, thinking that it was perhaps a winged beast, but when they looked up in the sky, they couldn't see much apart from some beasts that were too far out. "That's strange," the vampire said, dropping down. "I definitely heard something. We all did. A beast couldn't be that fast, could it?" There was also something else the vampire noticed when he was up the tree looking out. "You know what else is strange? I could still see the settlement," the vampire claimed. "No, that's impossible. We've been traveling at a fast pace for a while now. The settlement should be out of view." "If you don't believe me, then why don't you just check for yourself?" the other vampire shouted back. Upon checking, it was just as stated. They had only traveled a few miles out from the settlement, and the other vampire noticed something as well. "We are not in the position I thought we would be in," the vampire said. "The only explanation for it is we've gotten lost." Ronik, hearing all this, felt like he had experienced this before, but he had no clue why. There was an odd feeling in the back of his head, but he waved it away. He had to focus on his new job. Either way, the vampires decided to keep on track and continue going through the forest. As they did, they continued to chatter more and more. "Hey, Ronik, you were in the last battle, right? The fight with the Namrics? Will you be joining the next one?" a vampire asked. "The next one? What do you mean? Are the Namrics fighting back?" Ronik asked. "Didn't you know? I thought since you took part in the last one, you would be in the loop more so than the others," the vampire replied. "Tomorrow they're going to open up recruitment again. It seems like Jim is preparing to go to battle another planet, so there will be another battle where we can prove ourselves." Grinding his teeth and tensing up his body,
the image of Nell appeared in his mind again. "But why? Why do we have to fight again?" Rona complained. "The Namrics, they kept some of the vampires hostage and were attacking the cruise ships, so why are we going to fight again?" He knew that there was no way he would be signing up again. The only reason he had survived the first war was because of Quinn, and now that he was being shown as the enemy, he could not bring himself to even think of the wastefulness of it all. That single experience had given him all the excitement he needed. "Have you really not been listening to anything going on?" one of the vampires asked, and they all shook their heads. Ronak had purposely stayed out of the loop. There was so much negative news about Quinn it was affecting his mind, but he needed to work to provide for his family, so he tried to avoid as much information as he could. "There are 2 reasons. It seems like these planets also contain celestials that are trying to open a portal to the other world. Jim and Jack want to put a stop to them, and on top of that, it's quite likely that the demon Quinn is hiding amongst one of these planets. From the reports of the vampires that were on the planet, they could feel the demon's strength. Maybe they were worried that he would get stronger or create an army of his own. The improvement in beast crystals and beast equipment had already taken effect since taking over from the Namrics, so it will be beneficial to us." If it was for the sake of survival for their race, then Ronak couldn't really argue back, but it was the fact that they were using Quinn for it all again. Once more, Ronak was being left behind as he was in the middle of his thoughts. The problem was, what could he, a simple vampire with no strength, do about it? When the others went off, Ronak realized on his own this time and started to run to catch up with them. From the corner of his eye, he noticed something. 2 dark circles. They were giant and looked like eyes in the forest. He quickly turned his head to have a second look, but it disappeared. What was that? Am I imagining things now? I really should get more sleep. The thing was, Ronak wasn't imagining things, because for a while now the whole vampire group was being followed by an owl-like demon-tier beast, one that had been infected by the shadow. The infected shadow beasts worked like a network, and it was all linked back to the original shadow owner. If Quinn wanted, he could also directly control one of those that had been infected by the shadow. The infected shadow beasts are doing a good job, Quinn thought. They are infecting more and more on the vampire settlement planet, and I can continue to keep tabs and learn what they're doing. Jim is making a move. I wonder how much time I have until he reaches the Mermerial planet. Ronak, stay safe.
After disconnecting with the infected demon-tier beast in the vampire settlement, Quinn opened his eyes. Although he could give the infected beasts tasks to follow, especially intelligent ones that had a mind of their own, information passed on from them was a little more difficult to grasp. He could only see this information if he went and accessed an infected mind, but then how would he know what information an infected had without searching every single one? This power, the evolved shadow, was strong, but it was almost as if it was made for a mind more capable of holding all this information than him. Which was why he more so had information passed on to the infected demon-tiers. They were in some cases like his generals in an army, just accessing their minds, or taking over them so he could gather an idea of what was going on. "Did you manage to have a nice little nap then?" Russ asked. "I wasn't napping, I was doing something important," Quinn answered. For a long time, against all the enemies he had, he felt like he was on the back foot a lot of time. This time, Quinn wanted to be prepared more than Jim or Jack could ever think of. "Did you manage to do what I asked?" Quinn changed the subject. "Yes," Russ replied back. "After you showed me what to do, through your weird touching, I can feel the energy from the crystal a lot clearer. I'm trying to drain as much energy as I can from the crystal. It just hurts a bit." Quinn did remember going through some level of pain when he had absorbed his first nest crystal, but after that, he was able to absorb others quickly and painlessly. "Someone like you won't die. Just absorb it as fast as you can. Otherwise, there is a chance that you might die to someone else." Russ pulled out the crystal and was concentrating, but he couldn't help but not trust Quinn a little. He seemed to be a little restless, as if he was in a rush, and how would Quinn even know that this wouldn't kill him? It wasn't like he had forced others to absorb a nest crystal before. Either way, getting stronger didn't sound like a bad thing, which was why Russ was sucking it up and absorbing the crystal anyway. "Is there anything I can do?" Cyril asked, while she was patiently sitting on her sofa seat. Currently, the group was inside the Dark Red's building. It was a whole floor that was dedicated to the professional team. Coaches, players, and up-and-coming trainees were all located in one area. While June was talking to his team, the group was told to wait inside one of the team's strategy rooms, which was what they were currently doing now. I want to help out as well. The Memorial race might get involved in this whole mess anyway, and when the time comes, I don't want to be useless. I know how strong the enemy is, Cyril explained. Thinking about it, Quinn wondered what was best for her. She didn't have any MC cells, so the nest crystals didn't have a direct use, but then again, nest crystals seemed to be versatile. They had saved his own life, and they could also be used to indefinitely prolong a clone's life. It would make sense if they could prolong human life as well, which was one of the guesses Quinn had as to how Jack and Jim were still alive. Her blood control is great, just as good as the original leaders. I can't give her a boost in power with celestial energy like I could in the past. It seems like the best thing to increase her strength would be improving her blood aura, along with the blood control. The only way I know how to increase blood aura is through blood crystals, and that's through a vampire's death, which I can't imagine coming anytime soon. In the middle of his thoughts, Quinn hadn't quite come up with an answer, but he was interrupted anyway by the sliding door. June had returned and entered the room. Ah, man, speaking of that old man always gives me a headache. I knew this would be tough, June said, shaking his head. Look, I'll be honest. Depends we don't like the idea of bringing in outsiders unless they can be sure that they can win by bringing you on. I did my best to convince them, but from here on out, you will have to do the rest. Through that explanation, it was how Quinn and the other two had ended up in one of the training rooms. The thing was, while walking through the halls, they had gathered the attention of everyone on the floor. The trainees like Zalek all started to talk about the aliens that were trying out for the team. Soon all of the kids, the coach, as well as the other professionals on the Pensui team had gathered. The trainees, including Zalek, were standing around the edge. Some of them were pretending they were training with the multiple different types of equipment, while others were just staring at what was going on. As for the coach, it was perhaps the first time they saw an older Pensui. The skin was still vibrant and fresh, but the eyes were darker, and the back of the Pensui was a little bit hunched. If it wasn't for the fact that June begged me to do this, I would never have even considered this in the first place, the coach sighed and shook his head, while the other professional team members went to the coach's side to try and calm him down. Just like June, the other professional Pensui that were on the team had a slightly more muscular build compared to just the regular Pensui. The coach eventually shook off all those trying to help him. Just like humans, it seemed that the elderly didn't like admitting they needed help or to be looked after when they needed it. Look, before we even continue with any type of assessment for all of you, the fact is that only 5 are allowed on a team, so you will all need to take part in the assessment, and not only do you have to get a score better compared to the others on the team, it needs to be far higher. With all of that explained to them, the assessment was to commence. There were multiple different types of games, and it was explained that the event would require different members to take part in different events. The thing was, at each event, only one person was allowed to participate, but that person could participate multiple times. This was why a team needed to be more balanced, as they had no idea what the games would be. It was also the reason why Stark took part in nearly all of the events, beating everyone no matter what type of game he went up against. For the little test, though, they decided to go with the button game that they had played before, since they already knew the rules for this. The first one up was Cyril. She had performed slightly better than she did in the arcade, as she had a feeling for the buttons and had come up with a more efficient way to hit those close, rather than just going for what she could see, was moving in a way that allowed her to score higher. However, in the end, her score wasn't so impressive. It would allow her to be considered for a professional team, but to replace her with one of the other regular Pensui, there was no chance with a score like that, and the coach was just shaking his head. Next up, though, was Russ, and he was sure to impress. You seem to have a better image of this Stark person in your head. You've seen him perform in person, right? Well, that should help me out. Just like before, Russ had transformed into a Pensui using the image of the great person Stark that was placed inside the coach's mind. He performed far better as he moved faster compared to before and managed to get a score that was above 1,000 on the machine. This is amazing, and he can change his body into the perfect Pensui. His points are still lacking against Stark, but I can see a light, the coach shouted for joy, but his smile soon went away. If I had more time with him, then maybe we would have been able to train him to the point where he could compete with Stark. The coach realized that June wasn't pulling his leg after all. Still, there was a smile on June's face. "He wasn't the person I was talking about," June explained. "The person I want you to see and pay attention to is that one." Quinn walked up to the game and was wondering just how he should do this, and before starting the game, he asked a question. "Am I allowed to use anything to hit these buttons as fast as I can? Items or powers of some sort?" Quinn asked. "That is not a problem. Any power is fine. As for an item, as long as it's something that doesn't interfere with the game directly or touches the game directly, then it would be fine," the coach explained. Hearing this, Quinn had an idea. After playing the game once, Quinn had thought of the best way to possibly play the game again to achieve the best score he could. He had a feeling based on the conversations he had with June that they would allow him to use his powers. Russ had made a fair argument, and the Pensui wanted to overcome their own games with their main trait, their speed. It was almost a challenge to them. If someone could beat them in another way, then they would have to try and bring it on. Standing in front of the game, Quinn waited for the countdown, and as it was counting down, his eyes started to glow red. An aura was coming out from his body. A large amount of energy could be felt from the professionals that were close to him, and the students watching at the back for a split second. "I have to control my energy. It might have a bad effect on the young ones," Quinn thought. Soon the red aura was visible, and it was beginning to take shape. Carefully crafting and moving it, Quinn had turned it into what looked like hands, each of them with an index finger pointed out, and not only that, but all of them covering a button. "I wonder what the old kings would think, using absolute blood control in this way to win a game," Quinn thought. Instead of 1,000 blood swords, Quinn had created 1,000 blood hands. As soon as the game started, he was hitting the buttons with the blood hands as well as his own hands immediately. There was no need for him to move, because the hands would do the work for him. The number of points was going up fast, and there were countless thoughts going through all of the Pensui that were watching. "Isn't this cheating? How can he create hundreds of arms out of nothing, out of thin air? Why did none of the other squishy aliens do that?" As for the coach, his thinking went beyond the others, because he could see that it wasn't as simple as the others thought. "This alien, it most likely isn't something that just any of those from his race can do. So what if he has multiple hands to help him? He still needs to control all of those hands. He has to have the foresight, the vision, and the quick thinking to make each one of those hands push the button when they appear. Then there are his own hands. They're moving at an incredibly fast speed. This really is a golden opportunity." The coach smiled. There was one thought, though. This trick, or skill, would only work with this type of game and not the others, but maybe the coach could work with it. At the end of it all, the game had ended, and the points came out, totaling around 1,400. "Wow, I've never seen so many points before," one of the students said, and they couldn't help but talk among themselves at what they had seen. "So what do you think? Are they on the team?" June asked. "What do I think?" the coach smiled. "I think with these two we have a chance of winning this thing." The coach came over to Quinn and looked him up and down, still with a bright smile on his face. "I have something to ask you. Was that everything you had? Everything you could do?" Quinn did go as fast as he could this time, compared to the last when going against Zalek, but there was one more thing that he perhaps could have done to push his score a little further. "Judging from the pause, I know your answer, but this is good because I warn you, Stark is a very impressive person. If you want to gauge just how impressive he is, even with the score you got up there, you would still lose." Now it was the others' turn to be shocked. Cyril, Russ, and Quinn were at a loss for words. Quinn had just multiplied his hands to cover every single button. All of the Pensui were the same. They had 2 hands and 2 legs, and they were no different compared to each other apart from body composition and speed. This meant that Stark was so fast that he could achieve a score better than Quinn could. Just how fast was this Stark person? In the end, Quinn and Russ were allowed to join the team, but Cyril had been left out. She wasn't too upset about it, since the team was still treating her quite well. Since they were a part of the team, they were given an apartment in the same building that they were training in, and all of them were allowed to stay. Things were moving fast, though, as in just a couple of days' time, it would be time for them to compete in the tournament. There was no training scheduled for them, but instead, the coach asked them to try to get familiar with all the games that could come up in the event. There were over 50 different types of games, and only 5 of them would come up in the tournament. After all, they also needed to learn the rules of all the games as well. It was a lot for them to take in. During this time, Russ had finally managed to absorb the nest crystal as well, and he could feel that his powers had grown quite a bit compared to before. After all of that, the big day had finally arrived. Russ and Quinn had successfully been registered, and they were to head to the opening ceremony of the event. The Dark Reds had got in a large pod-like machine where 5 players and their coach were heading to the venue. The pod traveled at a lightning-fast speed, getting them through the city quickly. Cyril was unable to join the team, but heading with the trainees, Zalek was to guide her, as he had a ticket for the event, and she would be able to watch it as it went on. Quinn could see the scope of the Pensui. They had to have at least a few 100,000 or so living on the planet. He remembered something that Bliss had told him once. The reason why many Celestials looked at Earth originally was due to the large number of lives there. The more lives there were on a planet, the easier for Celestials to fulfill their condition, so he had to be cautious of planets with high numbers. A large dome similar to grand events held on Earth could be seen, although there were a lot more blue and neon lights on the outside of the place compared to the one of Earth's centers, and this was a worldwide planet event. The dome was far bigger than any he had seen before. "Hey, I hope you're okay with performing in front of a lot of people. That is something that is hard for us to practice," the coach stated. "I'm okay. I will do what I need to do to get their attention," Quinn answered. The main goal of all of this was to get in front of the planet leaders, the king and queen of the Pensui. Entering the dome, there was little preparation for the team, as there was a starting ceremony for them all. They were escorted into what would be their strategy meeting room. Here, they would see what game they were to play. Each team would send out one player for the game, and depending on what position one got, it would earn a certain amount of points for the team. However, the tunnel from the prep room to the main hall was open as there was a starting ceremony. Now that all of the guests were seated, it was time for all of the professional teams to go out and introduce themselves to the spectators. Walking through the hallway, Quinn and Russ followed at the back of the rest of the team, and taking a step out, they were greeted with loud, deafening cheers from all of the Pensui. But that wasn't the only thing, because they were noticed by all. "Hey, are they from another planet? Aliens are really competing in this event. I haven't seen that for years, and the last time it was just a gimmick. Maybe the Dark Reds are trying to do the same. But usually they come third or second every year, so why would they risk that?" On top of the people, the king and queen, who were seated up high in a special booth, had also noticed the aliens well. "Oh, I saw them on the list, but they are not as frightening as I expected them to be," the king said. "Looks can be deceiving. If the Dark Reds have asked them to join their team, then there must be a reason. This year's event might be far more interesting than we anticipated," the queen replied. Meanwhile, Quinn wasn't bothered by the comments or anything else, because he had his own thoughts that he was thinking about in his head. "After all of this, I'll be back to see my family again, and then I'll try and find the blades. It hasn't been that long since I left, so they should be fine, but I can't help but worry. I wonder what they're doing right now." Hey, this person is big trouble. Whatever you do, don't let go of me. You're going to have to fight using my powers and not your own, the Black Sword said, sending a message directly into Layla's mind. Maybe it was the multiple dark eyes or the way the strange ears on the figure looked like horns curling inwards, or just the whole aura surrounding the person. There was such confidence and not a hint of fear in them. Finally, Mundus stopped where he was, and Yongu stood back, not getting close to the situation. "Although what he does or has done is none of my business, right now all I want to know is where Quinn is, and how he managed to escape." "Quinn isn't here," Layla shouted. "We don't know where he went. He took a ship and left." "Tell me, who is this person? Why would they be after Quinn, and why should we be so worried?" Layla asked. "This person is one of the most powerful people I have ever met, and trust me when I say this, I have met some powerful people, I think. His power, it's to do with time. Just as long as you hold on to me, it won't affect you, and if you can, do whatever you can to not get in a fight with this person." The power of time. Layla didn't quite understand what that meant, and she would have loved to ask more questions, but it looked like she wasn't able to. "When Quinn returns, Yongu will report back to me and I will have my meeting with him then." However, taking the words of the sword, she thought it was the best they could get out of the current situation. "I thought you all had the same celestial energy given to you by Quinn. There is an energy that feels familiar, but it's not quite the same. Were you trying to hide from me?" Mundus asked, and started to walk forward once again. "Stay away from him!" Layla shouted at the top of her lungs. "Stay away from my child!" "Dad told me that I have to protect the family. I will protect Galen," Minnie shouted, as she jumped from her spot and ran across the ice, jumping forward right at Mundus's face. It seemed at that point that everything had stopped. Was it her mind playing tricks on her? Was this what happened when one was over-worried, when they wished to do everything they could to save their loved one?
The power of time, Layla mumbled.
That sword is interesting, not that it matters much anyway. The child cannot run away like this, and what about you? Do you plan to stop me? Mundus asked.
I can give you power, but I'm not sure I can give you enough power to defeat this person. Even if his ability doesn't work, he's still strong, the sword warned.
However, the power was still too strong for her body to hold, and she could feel that if she kept up this form for long, it would tear her body apart. But as the sword said, it was the only way for her to fight without being affected by the ability. Although you are not affected by time, everything else is, including me. Mundus was suddenly behind her. She could barely see it. He was moving, but it was a blur, a speed that was similar, or perhaps even surpassed when Quinn used his nitro accelerate.
He just touched me. How did he hit me so hard?
Layla thought, and blood started to spill from her mouth. She felt so powerful in this form, yet in front of this being, it meant almost nothing. Mundus continued to walk, as if the whole world, the whole universe revolved around him, and reached out his hand straight toward little Galen. A dreaded feeling was coming over Layla, something she had experienced many times before, but at this stage, at this point in time, she didn't quite think she would feel it again. Helplessness. Flashing memories came into her mind of times when she couldn't help her mother, times she was unable to help Aaron and Sia. Watching this whole scene, she felt something as she reached out. The sword could feel Layla's strong will, and in turn, it responded to it. Blood filled the entirety of Layla's eyes. The white and not even the pupil could be seen. It started to come out from every hole that was possible, her nose, her ears, and dripped out from her mouth. The sword told her not to let go, and she wasn't going to let go. Her mind had gone blank. She was unable to see or think. In this state, there was no chance for her to fight. It was invisible to the naked eye, but it had real effects. As the pulse moved through the air, everything started to move once again. It was sent out in all directions, first hitting Minnie.
Where did that man go? Did he run?
Minnie thought. Her eyes soon caught on to something else. It was her mother. She witnessed her mother holding the sword with both her hands, her entire body shaking, while standing in a pool of blood that was growing by the second. The pulse went out, hitting Yongu and Wince as well. The power of Mundus affected even Celestials. Yongu had an idea of what was happening, but was unsure about what to do, or the reason for the time power breaking like so. "What are you even trying to do?" Mundus asked, while turning his head to look at Layla. He knew that his powers were having trouble working due to her. "You, who has the most chance of beating me in a fight, can't even move because you are drawing out so much power from that sword. All of this is pointless."
As expected, even though I'm this close to her, she can't swing the sword.
Grabbing hold of the sword with one hand, Mundus lightly pushed her with the other. No longer holding on to the sword, Layla immediately fell into her own pool of blood on the ice.
Even though she is no longer using it, if I hold on to the sword, then I can't use my own powers.
That is certainly an annoying weapon, Mundus thought. He activated his powers again, and everything came to a standstill. On the ice, though, there was something that Mundus was able to see that was moving. In between Wince and Mundus, there was another person that had moved, and that was Minnie. But she didn't look the same as she did moments ago. Rather than in her red-covered celestial self, her entire body was covered by the shadow. Is it that the God-Slayer-like power that Quinn possessed? It seems like this little girl can do it as well, but how is it blocking out my power? Mundus thought. Now I see. It's not that my powers aren't working, but due to your ability they are taking longer to take effect, Mundus said. Eventually time will stand still for you as well. As for Minnie, she had no idea if covering herself in a shadow-like body like Quinn would work. The shadow ability also had an effect of time. With time, she too would eventually come to a standstill. My powers will eventually get to you, there's no point in fighting, Mundus said. Minnie remembered. She remembered very well that Quinn, her father, had given her a gift. He stated that she was only to use it if she felt like she was in dire need, if she really needed to. When making the God-Slayer tier weapon, Quinn had gone through more troubles than he had let on. There was a lot going through his mind because, after all, it was the first God-Slayer tier weapon that was to be created. There was the armor, but that was already a celestial item and had kept its status. It was hard to say if using the upgrade crystal on it would make it better or just change it slightly. If it was the case, it would feel like a waste of using such a powerful item. The demon tier weapon or item will be used as a base, but we honestly don't know how much the upgrade crystal will affect the item, Alex had explained. In some cases, it can completely change the item, the skills, everything from what I have used before from upgrade crystals. At that moment, the demon tier crystal was in front of him. They were in the forging room and Alex was explaining a few details before the work was to be done. Well, think about it. Godslayers are significant beings compared to demon tier beasts. If you were to ask me, any Godslayer would be able to beat a demon tier beast at any level, including a humanoid one. Although this was good information to know, it wasn't as if Quinn would come across something like this every day, nor did he wish to become a forger. So what are you trying to tell me? He asked. However, a skilled forger like myself can form the weapon into a shape or form as he wishes, but it might not bring out the full potential that was originally intended for the crystal. In this case, since the item will be upgraded to a Godslayer item in the first place, I don't think we have to worry too much about this part, so I'm asking you, what do you think will suit Minnie? In the form where she uses her hands and feet, mostly relying on her speed. Her hands are encased in a hardened form of blood aura mixed with celestial energy that makes them twice the size. Honestly, when I think about it, I can't think of any weapon that would really suit her. It was hard to think of, and because of this, Quinn was going towards some type of armor, but remembered the problems he had. Celestial energy seemed to have problems when touching beast armor as well. If you were naturally going to use the demon tier crystal to create something, what would it end up being? Quinn asked. Think about the amulet that you had before. No one would say that was less of a demon tier item compared to the swords that others had wielded, Alex explained. And for a Godslayer item, I would say even more so. In my mind, for an item to be considered at a Godslayer level yet not be a weapon, would mean it would have to have a pretty strong active skill. Using the crystal was new for both of them as well, but Quinn had sharp senses and could influence the flow of energy while doing the heavy work. Although Alex didn't want to say anything, to put it simply, Quinn was a natural at this. So this is it in the end. Quinn looked deeply at the ring. It was a relatively thick band that was a light green with a glitter-like shine. Then at the top there was a gem, one that looked quite similar to a nest crystal. As usual, after Quinn created an item, he would use his inspect skill to see what it could do and what the active skills would be. That way, he could also tell Minnie how to use it as well, since there wouldn't be many instances where she could practice using it, at least not in the vampire settlement. I told you my instincts were right, Alex bragged. Once again, I have created another masterpiece to add to my collection. Minnie didn't quite know what was going on, but she could feel it in her shadow, a power that was creeping in and slowly affecting her. How much time she had left, it was hard to say, but either way, she needed to do everything she could. Gripping her hand tightly, the box broke, and immediately the green ring with the special gem was placed right on her finger. It could only be seen for a moment before it disappeared as the shadow covered it completely. All of a sudden, the distance between Mundus and Minnie was getting further apart. Although he could feel no force, something was clearly happening, so he attempted to use his own powers on whatever it was in front of him, but there was no effect at all. Minnie moved her hand, attempting to aim it at Mundus again, but since he was unsure of what was happening, he was moving at a fast speed, and like a flash, he was right by Minnie. To condense and build up this much celestial energy would take an enormous amount of time, but with my ability, I can speed up the process. I can gather my celestial energy faster than anyone, and I can recover my celestial energy faster than anyone, as long as I can still use my power. Throwing his hand out, he just needed to destroy her outer shadow for his powers to work, and then he could get on with his business. Swinging his hand out, he had hit nothing but air. The celestial energy was super condensed in his hand into one place, so it made no impact on the ice or the air around it. It was meant to just strike its target and nothing else. But where was his target? My power is still having an effect, so how was she able to move that fast? No, it's impossible for her to move that fast. Is it teleportation? It has to be, but how does she have a power like that? Mundus was deeply confused, and the confusion was only going to grow. This force, no matter what I do, No matter how hard I try to fight back, I can't contain it. Throwing it out, it landed right in Mundus's stomach. The whole space and area seemed to distort before he was sent flying onto the ground. He crashed and cracked through the ice, into the deep water, and continued to move through it. That's the first time I've been hit in a while. I never thought such a person would give me trouble, Mundus thought. Once again, the attack was too fast for someone to move out of the way, especially one that was in the air. At the same time, her shadow wasn't strong like her father's. If she took the hit, she would lose all of her MC cells, thus allowing Mundus power to work on her. Now there was a clear line of sight between Minnie and Mundus. She started to swing her hands, and multiple attacks of strong red aura came out. Minnie could feel it, though. She was moving slower than she usually would have done, and in turn, the attacks were moving slower, but that didn't matter, because the red aura attacks had completely stopped and were still in the air. My power doesn't just work on beings and objects, it works on powers as well, which is why I'm confused. Why it's not working on... When the attack stopped, Mundus started to move, running around Minnie in circles. Space and time, two powers that were closely related, and in this case, it seemed the power of space was far more powerful than what Mundus could do. He was amazed that an item could allow a person to do such a thing, and in today's fights, he had found two that were beyond incredible and could trump his own powers. But he still wasn't afraid, because he could tell time was nearly up. For a little one, you are a strong fighter. It's too bad time wasn't on your side, Mundus said. Now, without the shadow body to protect her, Minnie's whole body was completely frozen in time, and she was unable to use her ring to summon her powers. Now to get back to what I was looking at, Mundus said, turning to Galen. The grand event of the Pensui was about to begin, and Quinn, along with Russ, were getting ready in their rooms. They had to wear the clothing of the dark reds, which was red and black, and it was fine for Quinn, as he thought it made him look quite stylish, and they suited the colors that he would have picked. After everyone had changed, the first event would be announced, and then each team would have 15 minutes to decide who from their team would be best to send out for that event. The interesting thing was that the same person could compete more than once. However, the problem was, at least from what Russ and Quinn found, that even though a lot of games were to do with speed, they sucked at most of them. There was a lot of strategy involved in these games as well as just being fast, so they would have to wait for something that suited them. I saw the king and queen up there on the stage. Honestly, I could just go over there in my shadow and pop out, but they might think I was threatening them when I'm trying to get them on my side, Quinn thought. There was another reason why he was somewhat interested in this event, though, and that was to see how strong the Pensui were and how useful they would be in a fight against Jim and Jack. The Amra, on average, were incredibly strong, close to the Dalki, and there were even those that were stronger than the Dalki. The Mermarials were around the same strength as most of the vampires, as long as they had water near them, but what could the Pensui do? How could they be of help in the battle? Why did Bliss and Sam send him here? The first event was selected, and it was essentially what humans knew as a beep test. All participants would have to run from one side to another side before the second beep was heard. The interval between each beep would speed up as time went on, and if one couldn't get to the other side before the beep, they would be eliminated. This test was not just about speed, but also about stamina and pacing oneself. Because it was relatively a long game, neither Russ nor Quinn would be taking part. Russ was unsure how long he could keep his transformation up, and to win the game, he would have to appear as Stark. They didn't want to stir up the crowd just yet. In the end, the group sent out someone who went by the name Tither. Finally, at least we get to see just how great this Stark person is, right? Russ said. It was true, and Quinn was looking forward to it. The event had started, and they were able to watch it all on the screen in their rooms. These were the best of the best Pensui, and the game, unsurprisingly, started at a fast pace. Those who were getting eliminated were underestimating how much time there was between the first beep and the second beep. I doubt most vampires would be able to keep up with Pensui like this. I'll be able to use these elite Pensui to confuse the enemy. On top of that, they would make great thieves. If they were to steal the flasks with the green blood, it would greatly weaken the other team, Quinn thought. While watching the screen at one moment, it went into the crowd and showed Cyril sitting beside the Amra that they had met in the arcade. Who knew why the two of them were sitting next to each other, but it did remind Quinn that he wanted to speak to the Amra before leaving the planet. Continuing to watch the screen, though, the first event looked like it was coming to an end, and to no one's surprise, not even Quinn's, it was down to Stark and another Pensui. When looking at Stark, he looked familiar. This was because the person that Russ had changed into on multiple occasions was Stark himself. The muscular body and the longer limbs were all the same, yet the face was completely different. Quinn always thought that if he was to see an alien, he would have no clue whether or not he would consider it handsome, but seeing Stark, it was quite obvious he was. His face was just so perfect compared to all the other Pensui. I guess it's the same here. All the good genes really do go to one person. A few seconds later, the final beep went off, declaring Stark as the winner of the event. The crowd cheered so loud, they could feel the vibrations from the room they were in. Stark was certainly fast, but it didn't look like he reached his top speed in that match. It makes me wonder, just how fast is he? Can I actually beat him? Quinn wondered. The second event had started, and another person was sent from the Dark Reds, and it was the same result as before, with Stark winning again. The Dark Reds were doing well, coming in the top 5 of the last 2 events, though, and there were 3 more to go. We need to win the next event if we have any chance of winning this whole thing. It doesn't matter if these guys just win their 2 matches. It still won't be enough points, the coach shouted. Don't worry, June said, standing up. The next one is the obstacle course. Let me go out there. June went out to the arena, and this one was on a muddy track, along with several rings, climbing frames, and more. 3 complete laps of the obstacle course needed to be completed, and the Pensui were allowed to get a little rough with each other on this one. But if one was fast enough, they would run ahead of all the other contestants while the others fought. This is what had happened in the past, which would allow Stark to win by a wide margin. Hey, Stark, June called out. You saw our teammates, right? There's a reason why our team decided to add them. They're not just for decoration. Stark glanced over at June while continuing to do a few stretches. Hey, I'm serious. I've seen these 2, and both of them would definitely be able to beat you, but you see, if I lose in this contest, don't you think it would be boring? June claimed. Even if you lose to those 2 aliens, in the end, your team will still win. There won't be that excitement. So let me propose something. Why don't you lose this game and have a more interesting time against the other 2? Think about it. Maybe you will have that thrill in you again, thinking that the whole event is on the line in the last couple of games. Stark didn't reply, which made June slightly unsure whether or not Stark would fall for the bait, but all he could do now was wait for the game to start and see what happened. Bang! A loud noise went off, and everyone could suddenly see the backside of Stark, who had run right past them once again, with them all trying to catch up. For June, he didn't focus on pulling the others down or fighting, but just ran ahead as well. He continued through the obstacle course and was doing quite well. He was in second place for the event, but the problem was he could no longer see Stark. Has he already completed 3 laps? No, that can't be the case. Otherwise, an announcement would have been made, June thought. As he came to the finish line, June knew why no announcement had been made, because he could see Stark standing there waiting, yet to cross the finish line. Okay, I'll bite. Let's see what these aliens have and see if they can really beat me, Stark said with a smile, as he looked at June crossing the finish line. There was a first time for everything, and it was the first time the Pensui had seen Stark lose an event. The thing was, there wasn't an unsatisfied look on his face. Instead, there was a smile. It wasn't the look that June was hoping to see. It was the same for the audience that was watching everything. The audience was able to hear the conversations that went on between June and Spark at the beginning. At times, trash talk between contestants would allow them to make things more interesting. So they had heard the taunts that June gave. On top of that, it was clear that Stark had won the event regardless, because he had reached the finish line before the others yet had refused to go over it. To all of them, it didn't feel like a big loss. Instead, the crowd was waiting for something interesting to happen. Even though Stark was a star, a hero to the Pensui, they too had grown bored and tired of the events always ending the same way. They had become predictable. When returning back to the Dark Red's room, June was greeted with cheers and multiple quick high fives from his teammates that made it sound like clapping. June, I hate to say it, but you're a genius, the coach exclaimed. as he ran over and lifted June into the air. Hey, my work has only just begun, and besides, we don't even know if it's really going to work, June said as he was being placed back on the ground. The last two events, they need to be something that the two of you are good at. Since I won the last game and we have done fairly well, for the Dark Reds to win, you need to come second and first in an event each. It was good news that they didn't need to beat Stark twice, but it still meant that they would have to perform extremely well over the other contestants in a game they weren't particularly good at. All they could do was wait, and eventually they got their answer as to what the next event was. "Is that the button game?" Russ exclaimed as he stood up. It was the first game that they had played in the arcade, and the one both Quinn and Russ were familiar with, but now there was another question that they needed to answer. Who would take part? "Quinn, I told you before, but the score you got last time, are you confident that you can beat that score, that you can beat him in this event?" the coach asked. "I am, but what I'm concerned about is what the next event is going to be," Quinn replied. "Russ is good at this event as well. Even if I did beat him, then what about the one after that?" This was true, and so the question fell on Russ and whether he was confident or not. "Why are you all looking at me like that?" Russ asked as he stood up. "I will go out for this event, and I know what you are all thinking. You are counting on me to get second place, but I'm telling you all now, I'll be getting first." With such confident words, no one questioned him, and just encouraged him as he went through the hallway out to the arena. Quinn had learned that Russ wasn't a man of empty words, which meant he had to have some sort of plan. When heading outside into the arena, it had been set up for the game. There were around 50 different button stations set up, all out for the different teams. In the center, where most of the cameras seemed to be positioned, was where Stark was set up, and there was a space for the Dark Reds team just by his side. "Ha ha ha!" Russ started to chuckle as he approached his station. "It seems like the event people know what's going to be interesting, so why don't I show them something interesting after all?" Russ first looked to see where the camera was, and he made eye contact staring down the middle before looking at Stark. Oddly, it seemed that even the other contestants were more interested in what would happen between this alien and Stark than concentrating on doing the best themselves. "When you are directly in front of me, with your own mind, it is a lot easier to get a more accurate representation of you," Russ said. Stark was obviously left confused by the comment, but who knew how other aliens acted? "Everyone I have met so far, the strongest person they could think of was you, but I could tell that they have been underestimating you, so let's see how you think of yourself." At that moment, before the event had even started, Russ's body started to change. It was similar to the time he had changed before, but now all of the Pensui were witnessing this, in the arena, in their homes, from the king and queen to all their subjects. On top of that, there were subtle changes. Russ's body was forming more accurately, the muscle sizes were identical to what was in front of him, and it almost looked like a Pensui twin of Stark was standing side by side. If it wasn't for the fact the face was a bit different. "The Pensui people, did you see that? Our alien contestant just transformed his whole body into a Pensui," the announcer stated. "Of course, the only way an alien could ever hope to beat us, Pensui, when it came to speed was to transform into one of us. No wonder they were confident, but just because they look like us, does that mean they can perform as well as us?" It was the question on a lot of people's minds, including Stark, who turned to focus on his board of buttons, before saying a few words. "Don't disappoint me," Stark smiled. The event was ready to start, and usually, the screens in the arena that would be focused on multiple contestants just had Stark and Russ in them. Beep! The event went off, and both Stark as well as Russ were going at it. Their forms were fast, and Russ was better at optimizing and using his speed, knowing what to go for. He was hitting well, and the two of them looked to be neck and neck. Their points were already relatively past all the others, so they had no fear when it came to Russ at least coming second, but something was becoming quite obvious. It was the fact that Stark was still faster. "He turned his head," Quinn commented while watching the match. The others hadn't really seen it, because it looked like Stark had just turned his head to hit a button, but he had done so to see the scoreboard, and in that moment, the point difference started to increase. Just like Quinn back then, Stark was so confident in himself that he was able to look at his opponent and pick up speed. "Stark! Stark! Stark!" The crowd started to cheer. It was the closest match they had seen, but they were happier that Stark was proving himself as one of the greatest against an alien. That's when there were only 20 seconds on the timer. Now, Russ thought. Using his powers, by his side, the ground started to light up, and a figure popped out from it. Everyone could see it was purple-skinned and looked like another Pensui, but it wasn't just any other Pensui. This one looked like June, one of the Dark Reds. Quinn didn't know it, but Bliss had been teaching me to absorb nest crystals for a while. She told me about the fight against the Celestials and wanted me to increase my power. While we were living in the settlement, I didn't do anything on Earth. I have more MC cells than you can imagine, and with you giving me the other nest crystals you can find, it won't be long till I am as strong as I was before, but first, it's time to win this. The June that had been summoned started to hit the buttons away, and now there were 2 fast Pensui against 1. Russ's ability was incredibly strong, but from the beginning, since he had it, there was always something he struggled with, and that was estimating how many MC cells would be required to use his ability. When using his powers, it often depended on the other person's mind, how strong the image was of their skills or their powers. The stronger the image of power they had, the stronger Russ was and the more MC cells it would use. There were times when they thought of themselves as weaker than they actually were, which would put Russ in a difficult position. There were those that had an accurate representation of themselves, and those that overvalued themselves as well. Because of all these reasons, even if Russ had seen the power in question and the level of strength they had, it was still hard for him to guess just how many MC cells would be used, especially if they were hiding a big part of their strength. At the moment, not only was Russ completely transformed as Stark, he was now summoning another person from his mind, June. When going against Quinn, it was possible for him to do things like this, such as summoning the large dragon, but back then, he had external help which he no longer had, and this was why he needed to be careful. It was also the reason why he had pulled out this second trump card only during the last 20 seconds. Is this cheating? Did the Dark Reds just teleport June to help him out? Yeah, that would be considered cheating, right? Even if he has the power to teleport people, if they are using another person on that team, that would be cheating. The people who were watching were starting to complain, but soon, on the screen, an image appeared and there was a subtitle underneath. This is the live feed of the Dark Reds team. It showed that the Dark Reds were all still there, intently watching the screen, and were just as shocked about what was happening as they were. Now, they really didn't understand what exactly was Russ's power. If I take part in things, I don't take part in them with the intention of losing, Russ thought, as he concentrated on pressing all the buttons on one side. At the same time, his helper June was touching buttons on the other side. The points were catching up, and eventually they had surpassed the score of Stark. Watching it, the Dark Reds team was cheering Russ on. That alien! He never did this during the training, the coach shouted. He's as sly as June with his tricks. I knew there was a reason why I liked him, June stated, rubbing his nose, proud that his plan was working and bringing these 2 onto the team. While watching the screen, the timer went down to the last 10 seconds, and that's when Quinn noticed it again. Russ, you did well, but I don't think you're going to win this one, Quinn thought. While they were hitting the buttons, Quinn noticed that Stark looked at the scoreboard once again, and it almost boosted him into another gear. He was moving faster and faster. There was always something in the back of Quinn's mind. If he was unable to beat Stark with the help of all his blood hands, then that meant the speed that he could move at would have to be immeasurable, and that was exactly what was happening right now. Beep! The game is over, the announcer shouted. Immediately, Russ stopped, his body turning back to what it was, and the June that he created was starting to disappear. The camera made sure to catch this and the Dark Red's room, so there would be no complaint from the others. Still, they felt like they would have to explain themselves at some point, and Russ would no doubt have to show his power again. When Russ had finished going back to his normal self, he looked at the scoreboard with a smile that quickly dropped. What is this? How did I lose? Russ shouted with anger, fully expecting to win. The crowd, seeing the scores on the big screen, erupted with huge cheers. Stark hadn't just beaten Russ. He had done so with a clear victory of 100 points and breaking a new record. The king and queen of the Pensui watching this had a great smile on their face as they clapped.
"This is truly entertaining. Just how much can Stark improve?" the king exclaimed.
"He is certainly the hero of our people. Even now, when he is going up against his toughest challenge, he has risen to the occasion. I must remember to thank and meet these aliens who have been able to improve Stark and show us just what we are capable of," the queen stated. It was extremely frustrating for Russ. After expecting a sweeping victory, seeing the smiling faces of all the people and turning his head, he could see quite the cocky smile on Stark as well. Now, he was understanding how June felt. Russ wanted Stark to have this feeling right now, and he wanted to witness the face he pulled. In the end, there was nothing else he could do but head back to his team.
"Hey, don't look so angry, alien. You were amazing." "Yeah, where are you from? Are all aliens like you? Can they turn into us?"
The crowd was encouraging Russ, because they truly cared about those that were fast, even if it wasn't someone of the same race, and it was safe to say that Russ had made quite a few fans. Either way, Russ wasn't quite in the mood. "Stupid aliens, just gawking at me like that. At least they know when to appreciate a strong person," Russ mumbled, and continued walking forward. When he arrived back with the rest of the team, the group wanted to say something to him, but Russ just sat down, almost sulking with his arms crossed.
"It's okay," June stated. "For the Dark Reds to win, we needed to come in second and first place. Then our group will have enough points with my first position as well."
What this meant, of course, was it all depended on Quinn.
"My fellow friend," the coach said with big sparkling eyes, "there is a lot of pressure on you for someone who is not even from our planet. Can you do it?"
Quinn pulled an awkward face. This was no pressure at all, compared to the number of things he had gone through, and if he lost, it wasn't a big deal. He was sure that Russ had done enough to get the attention of the king and queen. If they asked for a meeting, it was more than likely that they would get it. "I will try my best, that's all I can do," Quinn answered, which didn't exactly give confidence to the others, but he was always like this.
"Hey," Russ shouted out, "you better win this one. I want to see the face of that guy when he loses, and if you lose, I'll beat your ass."
It was the first time Quinn had heard Russ speak in such a way, because he was usually quite calm.
Sure. I mean, you are always free to try and fight me if you want. That would be quite a spectacle for the Pensui to watch as well, don't you think?
Anyway, just like you, I have no intention of losing," Quinn answered. While waiting, the last event was announced, and it was called the King of Tag, a game that Quinn didn't really practice, but it was because the rules were simple. Contestants would start at the edge of the ring, and from the center a sticky device would come up. The contestant had to stick that device on a visible part of their body. There was a 5-minute time limit, and when the game ended, the last one with the device would be declared the winner. It was time for Stark to face off against Quinn. The final and last event was to begin, and for the Dark Reds, there was a lot on the line. Surprisingly, when Quinn came out, there were quite a lot of cheers for him. After seeing what the last alien had done, they were anticipating seeing a good display for the final event. Although they all thought that it was clear who the winner would be, and unfortunately back in the Dark Reds room, they also felt like they already knew who the winner was.
"I just hope he tries his best," the coach commented. "Hey," Russ said, finally standing up and watching the screen. "Are you counting Quinn out? If you are, then I would say you are quite the fool."
The coach was taken aback by the words, but with what he had seen Quinn do, he couldn't imagine him winning. He had seen Quinn's speed, and he doubted that it was faster than Stark's. Even in this event, if they were allowed to strike their enemy, how would he strike something that he was unable to hit? On top of that, due to how the event worked and unlike the other events, only one team was able to get points, the winner.
"I'm telling you now, if Quinn is willing to do anything to win this, then it's impossible for him to lose," Russ stated.
Once again, those running the event had decided to put the alien, Quinn, alongside their star, Stark, as they expected some interesting side-by-side work for the event. There were a lot of different strategies for this game, saving one's energy until the last moment. Then, when the leader of the game got tired, they could use all their strength and speed to snatch the item. Another tactic was not touching the item, but protecting it. Then there were those that perhaps would decide to work in groups to start with. However, playing against Stark changed all of that, because once he got the item and stuck it to his body, no one would be able to touch him to get it off. The arena is quite large, so there is a lot of space to move, but with 50 other people all going for one person, it could cause a few accidents, Quinn was thinking to himself. "It's nice to meet you," Stark said, as he continued to do his stretches and look Quinn up and down. "The last one, your friend, he did really well. It caught me by surprise and excited me quite a bit." "Friend?" Quinn replied, but thought it was best if he didn't say anything more on that matter. "Ah, yes, he did better than I thought he would do as well." "I hope you don't disappoint me," Stark continued, "but I just want to give you a warning. If you do the same as the last person, it won't really help you in this event. Having more people on your side is not going to work. You see, there are already people forming groups to work against me, but it's all the same. They won't win this event unless they are able to touch me or are faster than me." Quinn mostly ignored Stark. As he looked at the timer, there was preparation time for the event. It looked like it was done on purpose so the other groups could talk and team up with each other. For him, he was thinking of the best way to do this. "Aren't you going to transform into a Pensui like your friend did? There isn't much time left," Stark asked. I can't do that. That is something that's just special to him," Quinn answered. "I will just do as you said, win this event with speed." There was nothing else Stark could say, as the event was about to start, but he believed that talk was cheap, and he would show just what he could do in this event. "I'm a bit disappointed. I was hoping to have someone else push me, so I could reach the next level of speed," Stark thought. Beep! The sound went off, and nearly everyone went running straight toward the center. It was a small, bright green object that was around the same size as a tennis ball. Of course, the one who was ahead of everyone and had reached the target first was Stark. He lifted it off the ground, and had already stuck it on the center of his chest. As soon as this had occurred, the other contestants stopped for a second as they started to think about what was the best thing to do. "Maybe we should wait." "But if we all wait, it will be useless. Stark is just standing there in the center right now, so he will have plenty of energy. If no one tires him out, then what's the point?" another contestant complained. The problem was, no one wanted to volunteer for attempting to catch Stark to try and tire him out. Otherwise, it would mean they were giving up their chance at winning this event. While all the others were bickering with each other, one person walked forward toward Stark but soon stopped. "I thought you said you were going to win this with speed, but it looked like you didn't even try running to get this back there," Stark said. "I was a little bit worried," Quinn answered. "You see, I'm trying to figure out how to win this game without hurting anyone, but I think I have my answer." Quinn moved his hands in a circle. Nothing visible had come out of them. There was no vampire aura. There was no shadow either, but almost at the exact time of moving his hands, the other contestants collapsed onto the floor. Some fell instantly, while others were on their feet for a few seconds, but eventually all of them were on the floor on the outside of the ring. The king and queen immediately stood up from their seats as they saw this, as there was great concern as to what was going on. "They have only passed out," Quinn shouted, so everyone could hear loud and clear. "They are not harmed. I would never do such a thing on your planet, but I wish to face Stark on my own." There were no rules against fighting against an opponent, but there were rules about killing. There seemed to be a device set up on each of the contestants, so once it was confirmed they were still alive, the king and queen were a little bit more settled. "What did you do?" Stark asked, surprised, as he looked left and right, even behind him. Everyone had collapsed, but then why hadn't he? If he had collapsed as well, his opponent could have taken the tag and won the game. "It's one of my powers. It was a guess that you guys don't react too well to ki," Quinn explained. He had used the third stage of ki, but not in a deadly way. The ki was to go through the body and overload the brain to cause it to pass out. Of course, if the other person was adept in ki, this wouldn't work, and in the first place, to do it on a large scale like this, to so many people, one would need a lot of ki, which Quinn had. In the dark red room, the others were a little bit confused as well. Why? Why did his power not work on Stark? Did he avoid it somehow?" June asked. Unlike the others, June wasn't so surprised to see what Quinn could do because he had seen the person do even crazier things. "Because he's a fool," Russ said. "He missed Stark on purpose." Inside the arena, Quinn was ready to give his answer. "I will win this match with my speed. I want to see how fast you can go. So let's get our legs moving, shall we?" Quinn smiled. There weren't a lot of times when Quinn could just have fun like this. He was already sure that he would get to meet the king and queen after the event, and there he would make his plea. Win or lose, it didn't matter, but there were two things he wanted to see. Just how fast could Stark go? How useful could he be? And of course let his younger self out. the side of him that had to grow up too quickly to worry about all the problems in the world. He wanted to win, and win using just his speed, rather than his powers. Let's just try this first, Quinn thought to himself as he took a running stance. Stark was still relaxed, but he liked the look on his opponent's face, so he was ready. At that moment, Quinn ran forward and he didn't hold back. He moved his legs as fast as he could. All of his stat points and his advanced body zoomed him straight ahead. He reached out as he could see the tag in front of him, but Stark had moved to the side. He's fast, really fast, and he hasn't transformed his body into a Pensui like the other one did. How can this be? Stark was thinking. He didn't have time to rest either, as Quinn quickly went from his position and reached out trying to grab the tag. Stark was moving his legs while also leaning his body from side to side. The crowd was watching as Quinn was running back and forth, left, right, and using his hands in an attempt to grab the tag. On the big screen, once in a while, it would show in slow motion Quinn's fingers almost getting the tag but missing. I'm not so good at this dodging stuff, and I might be going crazy, but I think he's getting closer and closer to grabbing it. There was a low murmur in the crowd as they watched the match. With Quinn getting closer, some of the people in the crowd were sure that he would eventually catch up with Stark. I don't think he will get the tag, one of the spectators refuted it when someone brought it up. I don't think he is actually getting any faster. Maybe it's just a trick of the light making it seem like that. Stark was confused as well because he didn't feel like Quinn was getting faster, yet somehow he was getting closer and closer to getting the tag. The spectator was wrong. Quinn was definitely getting closer. What was coming through at the moment was Quinn's fighting experience. His ability to adapt to the situation and guess what direction the opponent would move in. He was making smaller and smaller movements. All right, time for a change of plan, Stark thought. Rather than dodging, he was now running around further away from Quinn and in circles around the arena, but Quinn didn't give up as he gave chase and was a bit behind him. When we run like this, it becomes clear as day that he's a lot faster than me, Quinn thought, as the distance between the two was growing. I have a lot of stamina, but it looks like Stark does as well. At least that's good to learn, but I guess I have no choice. I can't just do this with my natural speed. Stark could easily keep this up for the remainder of the event, and he just had to be careful that he didn't get too far ahead. Otherwise, Quinn could just turn the other way, which was why, once in a while, he would turn back to look behind him. While doing so, Quinn was doing something as well. Before, he was just using the natural power of his body, nothing else. But there was a way he could move a little faster, and that was with the first stage of Ki. Ki was now being used to enhance his body. During fights, this was something Quinn did naturally all the time. With his body as advanced as it was, a lot of Ki could be used without harming the body. Now, it was being focused on just his legs. He started moving faster, and he was closing the distance between the two of them. He got faster. He's not tiring out. Was he not going as full speed before? Stark thought back to when he was just using his body and avoiding getting grabbed. No, I could see the look on his face. He was definitely moving as fast as possible, but this doesn't make any sense, unless... Did he just have a breakthrough in the middle of our match? Stark could not believe something like that could happen. He had been hoping for a breakthrough of his own, but it was his opponent who seemed to be getting better. The crowd that was cheering for Stark was left speechless, and many of them were standing on the edge of their seats as they could see bit by bit Quinn getting closer, and if Quinn was getting closer to Stark, it meant he was moving faster than him as well. How long has it been? Stark thought. I've always been comfortable, so comfortable in these events, and for the first time, today I was a little worried, and now I've experienced the same thing a second time. There was a strange glow in Stark's eyes, and just as Quinn was about to grab the back of his shoulder, he had grabbed nothing but air. Instead of just running in a circle around the arena, Stark was now running in zigzag formation from side to side all over the place. He wasn't going a clear way, and was showing his agility and dexterity. He was certainly agile. You think I can't keep up? Quinn inwardly said. Following him, Quinn was doing the same thing. Once again, from the fights, he also was very agile. The problem was, not only was Stark now moving in an agile way, he was moving faster again. The two of them were moving at almost the same speed, but since Quinn was the chaser, the distance between the two of them wouldn't shorten. This continued, and it looked like there was now going to be a clear winner for the event. "Damn it!" the coach shouted. "We were so close. If he was up against any other Pensui, then Quinn wouldn't lose." "I think if he was up against the old Stark, he would have won today as well. I think in this event, he must have had a breakthrough, his speed, the score he achieved before. He's never moved this fast," June commented. It was only natural when in competition with one another that the other person would have to push themselves, and they had never seen Stark do this before. "Is there any way he can win?" one of the other members asked. "There is," Russ commented, "but I wonder if Quinn will consider it cheating." Looking at the timer, the 1-minute mark had finally been hit, as in, there was only 1 minute left, and the event would be over. Seeing this, Quinn stopped in his tracks, and seeing that he was no longer chasing him, Stark stopped as well. "Are you giving up already?" Stark shouted out. "It was a good try. You did far better than I thought, and allowed me to improve more so than I ever imagined. So don't be down. No one has ever been able to beat me." "Can you run faster than this?" Quinn asked. Stark found it a strange question. Why was there the need to ask this? "I'm doing the best I believe I can do now, but who knows? I guess we will never know how fast I can run without there being someone faster than you." Looking down at the ground, Quinn smiled. If he was just using his ki and his own body, he had lost this speed event. Now that he had accepted that, he wanted to see something else. Unlike the face of loss the others wanted to witness, Quinn wanted to witness just how far Stark could go. "I can go faster," Quinn answered. "A lot faster." Soon, Quinn's body started to cover itself in shadows. It looked similar to the shadow body that he would have at times when fighting, although this wasn't the shadow body. The shadow was a display of his body, but it was there to hide something else. Russ, sitting in the game room, had figured it out. "I didn't quite expect this," Russ smiled. "Nitro Accelerate activated." From his position, in a flash, Quinn had reached Stark and grabbed the tag right off his chest. Stark hadn't moved. It was so sudden. "Now it's your turn to catch me," Quinn said, with only 20 seconds left on the clock. Although using one's powers wasn't against the rules, Quinn wasn't so sure about using his armor. At that point, when he had admitted he had already lost, he just wanted to witness how far Stark could go. So he wouldn't get in trouble with the event, he decided to use his shadow to hide the armor change underneath. It was impossible for one to notice, and it worked like a treat. With Nitro Accelerate active for the remainder of the match, Quinn would be going at his top speed. Placing his tag on his chest, it stuck quite easily, and Quinn also used his shadow to hold it in place, so Stark could easily see it, but straight after he was already running and it was a blur. "This speed! There is someone who can really move this fast. In the universe, there are those that are faster than the Pensui. No, faster than me. Stark, is he going to lose?" "He can't. The Pensui are incredibly fast. For thousands of years aliens have come to visit us, and none have ever been faster than most of our Pensui, let alone Stark. I guess we might not be that great after all." For the Pensui, those who only cared about speed, this was quite a devastating thing for a lot of them, for a lot of those that considered themselves fans. I can't just give up. I have to catch him." Stark moved his legs using all his strength. Running straight forward, he reached out and grabbed nothing but the air. This wasn't like Quinn when he had nearly grabbed the tag by his fingertips. Stark couldn't see a figure at all. He turned his head and quickly continued to move after Quinn. Regardless, he was unable to catch up as Quinn moved from one place to another. The second Stark would take a step to go toward him, then he would take a step to try his best to move out of the way. "Faster! Faster! I have to move faster!" Stark shouted as he bore through the pain he could now feel in his legs. It was a first for him, feeling such pain, but he ignored it as he continued to chase after Quinn. "As I thought," Quinn said, as he continued to move out of the way. "This guy, he really can move faster. Even now he's picking up speed as this match goes on. It makes me wonder, if Stark had this armor, if he learned to use beast armor and had something like this, just how fast could he go? Would anyone be able to catch up to him? Would anyone even be able to touch him?" Unfortunately for Stark, even though he was getting faster and faster, there was no longer any time left. "Beep! The game has ended!" The announcer stopped at just those words because he didn't know what to say. It was the same in the entire arena. All of the Pensui were silent, apart from a few. In the Dark Red's team room, the coach's fists were shaking. "We did it! He did it! Everyone did it! We won!" the coach shouted for joy as he jumped. All of those from the dark reds came over and lifted him up in the air as they were cheering, apart from June and Russ, because they were more focused on the screen, looking at how everyone else would react to this. The winner! The winner! Is the alien from the dark reds, Quinn Talon! Cyril, hearing this, started to clap and cheer, and so did the Amra, bashing his four hands together and making thunderous claps. Because of these two, it seemed to knock the Pensui out of their daze. It wasn't the right time to be upset. They should be happy that they were able to witness such a great event and not take joy away from the winner. Soon they all started to clap for the winner, Quinn Talon. As the winner was declared, it was time. The camera was deeply focused on Stark, who had his head held down, and he had both of his fists clenched. I was getting faster and faster. My legs, they won't stop screaming in pain, but I know if I just had longer, then maybe I would have caught up to him. Is this how the others felt? Inside the Dark Reds room, both June and Russ were pleased with the look on his face. They were smiling like little children and jumping for joy at this, but the face of Stark started to change as he lifted his head. It soon turned into a smile as he looked at Quinn. This means that there isn't a limit to speed. There is someone faster out there, so it means I have a way to improve myself as well. Legs, it looks like we got a lot more work to do. Not many words were exchanged between Stark and Quinn as they headed back to their rooms with their teams. Quinn was greeted with joy, of course, but now they had to get ready for something else, which was the closing ceremony of the event. All of the teams were invited back out and waved to the crowd outside. Then, for the first time ever, they heard it. A change in the team that had won the championship. It was the Dark Reds. There were 3 trophies in total, a purple color, which was similar to Earth's gold, a green, and an orange, which represented something similar to silver and bronze. From each team, only one person was able to go up on stage and collect the trophy, and of course, they selected Quinn to do so. Going on stage wasn't too hard for him, but he had to do so next to Stark. Finally, the king and queen of the Pensui had come out, and they were the ones that needed to award the winners their rewards. Each time they handed an award over, the name was broadcasted and the Pensui people cheered. Finally, it was time for the purple trophy. The queen went and handed it directly over to the king. It is an honor to have an alien as fast as you to bless our planet with your speed, the king said, handing over the trophy. Quinn accepted and bowed down. If there is anything that you need from us, then please don't hesitate to ask, the king stated. Quinn took this opportunity without hesitation. Then, if possible, could I ask for a meeting with you? It is an urgent matter regarding your people, Quinn asked politely. Usually the king and queen would reject such a thing. Unless that alien himself was an important figure from another planet, why would they care what he had to say? But they saw him in a different light after seeing this event, and they decided to accept his request. I would like Stark to be in the meeting as well, if possible. The king had agreed, and since they were all currently present, the meeting was to be done in the venue itself there and then. There were still ending shows for the closing ceremony, so the Pensui remained in the arena. Meanwhile, the Dark Reds, June, the coach, and everyone on the team, including Russ, Quinn, and Stark, were in the private viewing booth. It was a large glass room that allowed one to see the whole arena and down at the event. Inside, there were also multiple guards who did have some type of armor on. It was clear that they were a bit different, even compared to the pro team. Why have we been called here? The coach whispered, confused. It was a request of Quinn. Apparently he has something to say to all of us, June replied back. The king and queen sat in their seats, 2 large oval-like red chairs that spun around. They now weren't facing the arena, and instead were facing the guests that were inside. You said that there is an important matter that the Pensui must be aware of. Well, please speak, the king asked. Quinn took a step forward, ahead of the others, but stopped there before he spoke. I am someone from a planet called Earth, Quinn claimed. Currently, the ones that are in charge of Earth are going through the universe destroying planet after planet, capturing races and forcing them to do their bidding. Soon they will be here as well and will do the same to the people of the Pensui. I have come here not just to warn you, but because I wish to fight with you against them to help your planet. The sudden words from Quinn had put great shock in the king and queen, and it was incredibly hard to digest so suddenly, but he needed to get to the point. Wasting time wasn't an option. Are you saying the people who come from the same planet as yourself are trying to attack us? But why would they do such a thing? I don't know, but I promise you they will come. and not just here, but to multiple planets with different races. I want to stop them, but I'm not strong enough on my own, which is why I need your help," Quinn claimed. "That's absurd," the Queen complained. "Of course you can't stop them by yourself. You are just one person. Since you are here, I guess you ran away, but what were you expecting? Are you planning to try to use our army, our people as your own, to fight in your own fight?" "I agree with my wife," the king said. "Depends we are strong. Even if there was someone who would come to attack us, we can defend ourselves." "I can't believe you would suggest such an absurd thing." There was silence in the room, and Russ was wondering what Quinn would do now. It was always going to be a hard ask, so was he just going to give up? "You are strong enough to defend yourselves? That's where you're wrong." Quinn moved his hands, and as he did, he had done the same thing as before. The 12 or so guards that were in the room fainted on the spot, falling to the ground. Not only that, Quinn no longer suppressed his energy as he unleashed his power, the red aura surrounding him. The king and queen were unable to move from their seats, and the others had fallen to the ground, just able to move their heads as they looked up. What is this power?" Stark said. Continuing to walk, Quinn was suppressing his power a bit more as he approached the king and queen, who were covered in sweat. They didn't dare move in front of this figure. It was then Quinn spun both of their chairs around so they could see outside. Out of the window, there were thousands of blood swords in the air, pointing towards all of those in the arena, ready to descend on them at any point and time. "This is only part of my power," Quinn stated. "If you are unable to beat me, then you have no chance of beating them." Inside the arena, the Pensui people were in a panic. They had no clue what was going on in the viewing room or what was taking place. All they could see was that in one moment there were these swords made out of a strange power that started to form, and the next second they started to drop down. It almost looked as if they were raining down, but they soon stopped right in front of them, just an inch away from their faces. As one person attempted to move, the sword followed them and moved slightly closer. When they stayed still for a while, the sword eventually moved back. It was clearly telling them not to move from their position, so all of the Pensui remained still as they talked to those by their side. "What is this? Are we under attack?" "Don't move. Maybe it's not best to speak. It's as if these swords are following us." "But if they wanted to kill us, whatever this is, wouldn't the sword have attacked us by now?" "Then the answer is obvious. Whoever is behind this attack, they don't want us to move, and they aren't trying to kill us, which means we're being used as hostages right now." The Pensui had come to this conclusion, and in order not to panic those that weren't in the arena, the broadcast had quickly been cut off. But there was still this uneasy feeling, because just moments ago, moments before the swords were in the air, all of them felt this great energy that shook their bodies. Inside the viewing room, it had become quite clear to the king and queen as well. At any moment, this person could kill all of those in the arena. The two of them gulped, and were too afraid to even speak. "Quinn!" June shouted. "What are you doing? How could you do this after we respected you? We never did anything to harm you, so why are you doing this?" While everyone else was frightened, June was the one that was strong enough to speak. Although he was a trickster and knew to some extent the strength of Quinn, in all the time he spent with him, he never felt like he was a bad person. So why was he doing this? Seeing this sight of his own race being hurt, it made him feel betrayed. "That's just how desperate the situation is," Quinn shouted. "Do you think anything I said before? Do you think I want any of that to be true? I have a family as well that I want to protect, and this is the best option for us all. I know it's hard to convince you, which is why I needed to show you all. Actions speak a lot louder than words, especially in this situation. Right now, what I have shown you is a part of my power. With my strength, I could quite confidently say I could kill every single being on this planet. Despite the power I have, I would still lose against the enemy." His words were sincere. A lot of those in the room could tell by the tone of his voice, and at that moment, as quick as the blood swords had appeared, he made them disappear. It was never his intention to use the others as hostages. "What he says is true," Russ added, thinking it was the right time to speak. "The reason is complicated as to why we have decided to go against our own, but the facts are the facts. They will come, and all of you will die." After being threatened with such power, the words of death were fresh in their mind and extremely powerful. "My king, my queen!" An unexpected voice had joined in the conversation, and the one that walked forward was none other than the Pensui hero Stark. "These beings, they didn't attack us from the beginning. Even though they have this power, not once did they use it. We just saw what he could do, and if he was to use that power in the event, he could have easily won the whole thing. The fact was, he didn't. Quinn had competed in the events in our way using speed. I believe he had done so as a sign of respect. For him to do this much, to go this far, I say I believe him, and we should listen to what he has to say." The queen and king both looked at each other, still with concerned looks on their faces, but as the leaders of an entire race, they had to say and do something in this situation, and not just be frightened by everything that was happening, and that they were hearing.
"Stark is able to see clearer than we were," the king replied. "The best thing to do is believe you. It would be the best option for us regardless, but I still have an issue. You say these attackers are even stronger than you. If that's the case, what can we even do to help you? What use are we?"
"The enemy, they have an army of strong forces. They are large in number and great in strength, but you won't be fighting on your own. As I said before, they are not only coming for your race and your planet, but others as well. Across planets, I plan to form an alliance of races that are to go against them. You won't be fighting on your own. On top of that, the enemy has holes and targets that we can strike." Quinn stopped there because he didn't want to say anything anymore. To be honest, in his head, he had formed a plan of sorts, the best thing to do, to gather an alliance that would fight against the invasions from Jim and Jack. While that was taking place, he would do his best to free Syl. This was the whole he was talking about, but when put like this, the other races that would be risking their lives, they were simply a distraction. Usually, Quinn would never do something like this, but it was the best way. If they didn't stop Jim and Jack, then all of the races would be annihilated. "Stark, I asked you to come here because I think you would be a great help as well. I want you to travel with me and be our point of contact with the Pensui. I know Stark is greatly respected, so I believe he can help convince your people." In a lot of ways, Stark had more influence than the king and queen. If they brought up such things, the matter would feel more politically motivated. "Of course, I won't force you to come, but if you did, then I would help you grow. In particular, your speed is impressive, and if you came with me, I could make you even faster. The fastest being that can't be touched," Quinn said. Stark blinked a few times. "Is what you're saying true?" There was no need for Quinn to go on and explain to Stark what he meant by making him faster. He was already intrigued. He remembered the last event and thought something was strange for Quinn to get a sudden boost like that. Whatever the reason was, Stark knew that if he wished to improve, then this was the person that he needed to follow, and the look on his face already told Quinn he was convinced. After a while, the king and queen talked it out between each other, and they seemed to agree. They would only send in their very best to the war and not force the public into a draft, but they were clear that they were taking the threat seriously. While Quinn was away, these people would be trained and told what they were to face. In the meantime, Stark would get ready to leave the planet, so he was to head back and inform whoever he needed to inform. Then a communication device would be given to him so that the Pensui could communicate with Stark and Quinn. Because there was still something Quinn didn't know, and that was where the battle would take place. So far, the Mermarials and Pensui were the two planets that had agreed to join the war, but where would Jim or Jack strike first? Once they knew this, then word needed to be sent out to the other planets. The group agreed they would meet Stark in front of the Dark Red's building in the evening. This was fine with Quinn, because in the meantime there was somewhere else he wanted to go. Cyril was in the audience, and was with that Amra. I hope the two of them are still together. If they are, it would be great to ask the Amra about how they are doing, or even get coordinates to the planet. The Amra were strong, and it would be great to convince them to join the fight as well, Quinn thought. Outside of the viewing deck used by the royal family, it was time for the Dark Reds, Quinn, and Russ to say their goodbyes to each other. "You know, when I first saw you, Quinn, I really thought, this person is going to be someone that shocks the Pensui race and changes us," June said. "The thing was, I didn't realize how right I really was, and you shocked us more than once." Quinn smiled awkwardly, as he knew what he meant by this. "It was a pleasure being with you. Thank you for helping us, Pensui. Thank you for helping me with my wish. We will see each other again when you need us." All the others in the Dark Reds said words of encouragement to Quinn as well, not just him, but to Russ also, inviting him to come back any time and play a few games. Then, finally, the coach, the older Pensui, walked up to Quinn and looked him in the eye, before saying a few words. "Usually it would be my duty to get rid of someone like you," the coach suddenly said. "It seems that you are no longer what you once were, although I doubt I could ever beat you in a fight. I don't know why you have chosen to save these people, to save my people, but because you have, I will always see you in a good light, and I will keep you a secret, BB." The coach left with these words. and turned around, while the dark red team members thought the old man was going a bit crazy, but Quinn knew now what the old man was talking about with those final words. "There's only one group of people that know me by that name. I guess they're not all bad," Quinn thought. Leaving the arena, it wasn't hard to find Cyril as she was waiting for them where they had split up. A lot of the Pensui had also gone home as there was an announcement made by the king. A lot of them were frightened after what happened, and they needed to come up with a good excuse so as not to scare them. What surprised Quinn was that Cyril was standing with the Amra. The two of them seemed to have a bright smile on their faces as they engaged in conversation. As soon as he saw Quinn and Russ, the Amra ran over immediately. "Great warrior Quinn," the Amra said as he bowed down a few times. "I've just been listening to your friend here, and I didn't realize it before. It is a great pleasure to meet you all the way out here." "Oh, great, another fan," Russ commented. "Just what has this guy done to get all of this? Did he save another planet or something?" After a few back-and-forth introductions went on, Quinn eventually went on to ask about the Amra planet itself. Unfortunately, the Amra hadn't been back in a while. When he had left, it was still going well and being led by Geo. Since that was the case, and with no next destination, Quinn thought it was best that he head to the Amra planet. The coordinates and information were given, and now the group would have no problem getting there at all. "I wonder how much has changed on the planet, but I also need to see if they know anything about the Blades as well. Since Logan told me to find the Blades and Bliss sent me here, I thought there was a good chance that they would be on this planet, but that doesn't seem to be the case. The only thing I can do is try and continue to get whatever leads I can." It was late evening, and the group had headed back to the Dark Red's building. Stark was ready with an extremely small bag. It seemed like the Pensui liked to travel light. Other than clothes, they didn't really have any more belongings. "Quinn, thank you again for asking me to travel with you. I look forward to learning from you," Stark said. "I do as well, and I have one piece of advice for you. If it ever looks like we are in trouble, just run and get out of there," Quinn said as they headed back to their ship. Stark was asking the others a few questions as he wished to know the deeper reason why the others were going against their own planet. Russ and Wince tried their best to explain. While Quinn was setting up the coordinates on the ship, he noticed something. To get to the Amra planet, they would have to go back past the Mermerial planet anyway. "Before we head to the next place, let's make a quick stop. I miss my family," Quinn said, with the sweetest smile the others had seen him pull. The Blades had been on the Amra planet for a while now. They had practically made it their second home and needed to learn a lot of things to make their life more comfortable there. The first thing they all had learned and had come as quite a shock to them all was the fact that they knew the person named Quinn Talon. All of the Blades, due to how far away they were, weren't affected by the memory change. So they all remembered everything he had done and his face well. It was obvious upon seeing the giant statue that the Quinn Talon that the Amra knew and the Quinn Talon that they knew was the same person. The only thing was, they were struggling to know how that came to be. How is it possible for Quinn to have found himself in a place like this? They were so far away from Earth that there was no way to even get any communication with the planet. Luckily, they had plenty of time to find out, and Geo was happy to tell them. They learned that Geo wasn't the only leader of the place. There were also a couple of figures called Nock and Dober. These three were the three Amra who had helped Quinn defeat their old god. Although life wasn't bad for the Amra in the past, they did feel like it was an improvement, and the tale of what Quinn had done had been passed on. Quite easily, the race had accepted Quinn as their new god. It was crazy to hear the tale from all of them until they realized who exactly it was that was behind the whole thing. This was a person that continued to do amazing things throughout. Because of Quinn, though, the Blades, being humans, were treated very nicely during their time there. They saw these beings as those that had the same figure as God and felt like they had to be special. Even though Geo knew more of the truth, since Quinn had explained it to them, the faith was strong, so the image of what the Amra believed in before was also kept up. "You all really seem to be doing a good job now, and none of you look to be in pain," Geo said with a smile as he looked at all of the Blades. They were living in a separate area, quite close to where Geo and the other council people worked, as Geo wanted to keep an eye on them and help them out as easily as possible. Of course, the Amra, with their strength and friendliness, were happy to help them build their homes and had done so quickly, but there was a reason for Geo's comment. The gravity on the Amra planet was extremely high, much higher than that of Earth. Even Quinn had some trouble when he had first arrived on the planet. "It took us a while, but we managed to get used to the planet's gravity," Shiro claimed, as he looked back and could see some of the blades were even training with weapons. During their time here, Geo had also asked Dober, along with the forgers, to create some armor and weapons for the group. They were extremely skilled and were able to create unique designs of armor and weapons that humans had not made before. When testing them, Shiro was surprised, as the quality was beyond what they could create. The only problem was, it was also slightly heavier, which was why the blades were training and wearing them every day. Shiro was clenching his fist as he thought of this, and he could feel the power of ki moving through his body and into his fist. When they first arrived, the gravity change was tough on them. They would tire out using their muscles for around an hour, but naturally finding a way to move easier made them use their ki. Those that weren't good at using ki, their bodies forced themselves to, and they all grew in strength. Now, wearing the heavy beast armor, it was the same. They were growing the natural power of their body, all the ki inside them to use it all to their full potential. All of this, it might be a blessing in disguise for us, Shiro thought. We weren't strong enough to help Sil, and we aren't strong enough to try and help him now. If we went there, we would just get beat again. But maybe Sil sent us here for a reason. Maybe he didn't send us to a random planet. Shiro believed this more because, in the tale that Geo had told them, there was also the mention of another human that was by Quinn's side that had helped him. Based on the description, Shiro could only assume it was Sil, and Vorden and Rayton were adamant that it was him. It made sense. If Sil wanted to send them somewhere safe, then he would have had to have sent them to a planet that he had been on before. "How is the situation looking that I asked you about before?" Shiro asked. "Dober is looking into it. The universe is vast, and I really don't have a clue how far we are away from your home. At the same time, we have to be cautious. Not everyone is friendly the first time they see a race that they have never met before," Geo joked. "Still, we will try our best to continue looking. As I suggested, you should stay here for the time being, until we find out where Earth exactly is. We can protect you from whatever will come your way." Shiro smiled and nodded. He didn't want to say anything. During their time here, they had seen the Amra's strength. They certainly were naturally on the same level as the Dalki, but Dalki with abilities would be tough for most of them to deal with. On top of that, it didn't feel right to drag others into a business of their own, so for now, they would deal with this themselves, and Shiro knew a way to get even stronger. Geo turned around, and as he looked like he was ready to head off, he did this by bending his knees and getting ready to jump. It was a strange sight to see at first, but when the Amra wanted to travel great distances in a short time, they tended to just jump there. "About the tower, I've heard a lot of things about it, but can we enter the tower?" Shiro asked. Geo was quite surprised by the question because he hadn't told the others anything about the tower. Originally, the tower that was left on the current planet was still left standing, even after the defeat of Athos. However, with the Amra and the others' help, they relocated the tower to a different place. The tower was ingrained in a lot of the Amra's minds, but it had changed significantly. Just like before, it was a way for one to prove their strength. Attempting to reach the higher floors, one would grow in terms of an Amra themselves, gaining a stronger layer of their body and reaching new heights. But there would be no difference in privileges gained just because one was stronger. However, if they did join a fighting force as such, it was noted what floor they had managed to achieve. Still, the tower now had just become a way for people to test themselves, rather than a place to move on to from the planet they were on. "What is your reason for wanting to enter the tower?" Geo asked. "All of us, we have to get stronger," Shiro answered. "I heard after a certain amount of floors, the Amra come back completely different. I've seen them walking around, and even you yourself are completely different compared to the others. I know just entering the tower might not make a huge difference to us because we are humans, but we have all already started to experience changes just being on this planet. If we enter the tower, I believe all of us can continue to evolve." Geo liked their spirit, and he knew they had a clear goal and reason for it. The only thing that was holding him back was if something happened to these people, because he felt like if he ever did meet with Quinn and they were hurt, he would be partly to blame. He couldn't go with them to protect them, as he had too much work governing the planet and the people. Plus, he didn't even know if Quinn would ever even return here. "I guess I can't stop you. Everyone is able to enter the tower as they wish, but I can help you. I can't wait to see how much you will have improved and how far you can go." Gio smiled. "I hope Quinn does see you someday, and when he does, you will be unrecognizable to him." "I think I somewhat understand now," Stark said, as he had been listening intently to Russ explaining the situation so far. "Still, it is all certainly strange, for you to have so many different races sharing one planet. I wonder how that came to be." Russ only knew what he knew and not the entirety of it. Although there was a lot of information in the Quinn Museum and such, there wasn't a direct log of the Dalkey creation and so on. On top of that, just why was there bad blood between Quinn, Jim, and Jack? This was a mystery even to Russ. "There's a lot that I don't know, but you have to just know the situation is quite complicated. I was told bits and pieces by Quinn's wife here and there, but I wasn't too interested in following the story too much." Cyril was also listening in to the troubles the planet had faced. She could replace the memories of Jim in her head with Quinn, so understood what he had done back then, and understood the matter with the Celestials at the time, but nothing to do with these two individuals. It made her wonder just how much had Quinn been through. The person didn't seem to catch a break even now, and understood why he and his family had gone into hiding for a while. "And I'm sorry to hear how your planet is treating you after everything he has done for them. You talked about Quinn's wife and family. Are they just as fast as him?" Stark asked, as he now knew that Russ, as well as Cyril, were both different races from Quinn. "They are vampires. Well, a type of vampire," Quinn answered. "Vampires naturally have greater speed than humans. They are faster than the norm, but when compared to me, you have to realize that I am an exception." While they were talking, Quinn decided to do something else, something that he had been meaning to tell Stark for a while. Since they were in space and already heading back to their Mermerial planet, he thought there was no chance for him to now reject the idea of wanting to return to his home planet. Because Quinn was going to reveal the secret of just how he was able to win the match. The shadow surrounded his body, and soon he had changed into one of his most treasured armors, one that would always get him out of a pinch. "This is how I was able to beat you in the last event," Quinn explained. "What I am wearing is beast armor, but not just any beast armor. This is a special set that is able to increase the user's speed for a limited amount of time." Quinn paused there as he was waiting for a response from Stark. He was wondering if the fact that he cheated would make his opinion of Quinn change a bit. "There are things that can do that? Items that can increase your speed by so much?" Stark excitedly said with almost stars in his eyes. "The Pensui people, if they had something like this, just think how much faster we could get our work done." Thinking about it, Quinn didn't see any of the Pensui apart from those protecting the royal family in any type of armor. Maybe there was a problem with forging it and whatnot. It would be handy if at some point Quinn could gather all of the allies to share their information. It would not only benefit the group, but the lives of each race as well. "I'm happy to hear that you're not so against the idea of using armor," Quinn said. "As we said before, this fight, this battle, is going to be with our lives on the line. If that's the case, then the best thing to do would be to make sure you are able to use your strength to the best of your ability, and in your case, it's speed. I plan to try and get an armor similar to mine for you as soon as possible. And if that fails..." Quinn stopped there. In his head, he had debated about giving the Red Fang set to Stark himself. With its active skill, he could only imagine how fast he could go. The only thing was, he wouldn't be able to use the celestial benefits of the armor, and since the armor was quite a personal item, he was second-guessing himself. "I guess it can always be an item that is lent out if it's more important, but the armor is still very useful for me. Unless I can find something more suitable for me, it's best to just find something that Stark can use." There was a time when Quinn believed that the Red Fang set was possibly the best armor out there for him, and one of the best sets in the universe, but the image of Ray's armor kept appearing in his head. It gave the user incredible strength capabilities, and Quinn had a feeling that he hadn't seen everything it could do. One other way of improving himself was possibly getting an armor set that could match up against Ray's, but he doubted that he could or would have the time for that. "I understand. As I said, I'm happy for you to teach me your ways. As long as there is a way to improve my speed, I will do as you ask," Stark answered. While everyone was still talking to each other, Quinn wanted to make a request as he turned his head to look at Russ. "You absorbed that nest crystal, and at the event, you managed to summon a copy of June as well. It means you must have a lot of MC cells now, right?" Quinn asked. He was suggesting that Russ had more MC cells than he first thought. "Yeah? What is it?" Russ replied.
a little bit worried just what type of ulterior motive Quinn had as to why he was getting him stronger. "I want you to see if you can summon something, or perhaps change into something," Quinn asked. "I don't want you to actually summon it, but just look in my mind and see if you're able to find it." Quinn didn't know if this would work, because he had no memories of when he transformed, but when turning into the bloodsucker for the first time, he wasn't conscious of it either. Although he did remember the memories later. He felt like it was impossible to completely forget about what had occurred. It had to be in his head somewhere, and maybe Russ could find it. If so, it would be good for him to train against his own demon form. "All right, come here. If you let me put my hand on your head, I might be able to more directly look for what you're asking for. I'll just search for whatever the strongest image is in your head, but I don't want you to get your hopes up. Even if I find it, then I have to see if I can change into it. Even if I can do that, then depending on how strong this form of yours is, there is a high chance that I could only keep it up for so long." With all that said, it was time to get a better idea as to what this demon form could do. Russ wasn't lying when he stated physical touch allowed him to look through one's mind easier. Another thing he could do was close his own eyes, which allowed him to focus and get a better picture. These weren't requirements of his ability like that of the blade ability, but did give him a better image, especially when it was something that Russ had not directly seen himself before. Because right now, he had no idea what he was looking for. Just searching through Quinn's mind of those that he thinks of as strong is tiring. How many strong individuals does this person even know? Russ thought. Eventually, the connection was broken off, and Russ was covered in sweat. "I'm sorry, it's not that I can't summon what you are looking for, but it's incredibly hard for me to find what it is that you want me to find," Russ started to explain. "The fact that you don't remember what your demon form is like is making it a little difficult for me to even pinpoint a memory. But I will tell you one thing, if it is as strong as some of the others that are in your memory, I still don't have the power yet." Quinn had set up a deal with the Pensui to hand over the nest crystals that they would find for this exact reason. At the moment, the Pensui themselves had no use for the nest crystals, and the main concern was going up against the strong ones in the battle. It wasn't the sheer large numbers, but those like Chris who could practically take out a whole army on their own. He needed Russ to be able to take on someone at that level. If Russ was able to at least summon someone like Chris from his mind for a certain amount of time, then Quinn could be more confident. "Based on what you're saying, if you were to see the form yourself, then maybe you would be able to search for that image in my mind and figure out what it could do," Quinn asked. "It would be much easier," Russ replied. "If I also saw your attacks and so on, I would also be able to emulate them to some degree, so it would be much better." Russ trailed off towards the end of the sentence. He started to remember what state the practice room was in, and lining up everything Quinn was saying, what he would ask him to do could very well be very, very dangerous. "Don't worry, I need you alive," Quinn said. He had a plan, and that involved using Layla and her sword if everything went wrong. It was the end of discussion for the group, and they continued to do their thing with Cyril flying the ship, or at least in charge of the autopilot, and looking over it in the meantime. And eventually, they could see the memorial planet once again. "Something strange," Cyril stated. "What do you mean? The planet looks just as blue as the last time we saw it," Russ replied. "This is my first time off the Pensui planet. You certainly do have a lot of water," Stark commented. "I tried to send a message to Wince and the others about us arriving, but there has been no response at all," Cyril explained. "From the whole planet?" Quinn replied. "No, there has been a response from other cities and places," Wince explained. "You remember last time, an attack force came out to stop us? I wanted to get permission from the royal palace to land in the city center, but apparently they're not replying. Some went to check out the situation to see what is going on, but those that went, they are no longer responding either. It seems that the others don't want to send in more people until they are aware of the situation." For a second, Quinn's heart thumped louder as he was worried because his family was in the main city. The good news was that the whole planet didn't seem to be under attack, so at least it didn't seem like Jim or Jack were currently present. "Just head straight to the city. We will deal with whatever is there," Quinn ordered. The spaceship was able to enter the atmosphere of the planet with no problem, and now they were cruising along until they reached the city. They had informed the other cities to not send any more people into the city until they arrived, and finally, the city could be seen in sight. "There's something strange," Stark said as he rushed to the glass display. "Look at the sea near that ice city thing. It's not moving." The others noticed it as well. It wasn't just the sea,
but even the clouds that were above the city didn't look to be moving. Then, when the ship entered the space, it completely stopped midair. "What's going on?" Quinn asked, but there was no response. It was dead silent on the spaceship. Not only had the spaceship just frozen midair, but everyone inside it had frozen as well. Stark was pointing out to the sea. Cyril had a concerned look with her eyebrow both pointed in with her forehead wrinkles, and Russ had an expression that made it seem like he couldn't care less. "Why is everyone frozen, and why am I the only one that can move?" Quinn thought. He went toward them, and he could touch each one of them, but even though he could touch them, they still weren't responding. Suddenly, in his mind, Quinn had thought of a similar situation that had occurred before, something that had happened in the past. "This is that celestial power, the one that calls himself the messenger, Mundus," Quinn realized. "He must have found out that I escaped from the celestial prison thing. Is he here because he was looking for me?" Quinn thought. It was the only explanation. Quinn didn't know how the celestial's powers worked, but the fact was that he was still able to move. There had to be some type of rule that had been set up that allowed Quinn to move. "Although this power is not affecting me now, it doesn't mean that it can't affect me at all. If there is a confrontation, then there will be problems." Thinking about this, Quinn could only come up with one solution. He didn't know if it would work or not, but he used his shadow that blocked out attacks and other abilities, at least for a while, to cover his whole body. He also coated himself in the second stage of Ki, just in case that would help at all. At times, Ki had the effect of piercing through abilities. "My family, they have to be safe. They have to be safe," Quinn thought to himself, still trying to suppress his energy. The second he unleashed it, then Mundus would know that he was here. That was if he didn't know it already. Quinn tried to use his Shadow Link skill. He was concerned for his family the most. But his Shadow Link skill wasn't working, and he was unable to connect to Minnie. "That bastard! What did he do to them?" Quinn clenched his fist hard, but took deep breaths to try and calm himself down. "It might be just because of the ability. That might be the reason why I can't link to them. I have to keep a cool head." Thinking this, Quinn got out from the ship standing on top of it and leaped up far toward the city. He then used his shadow wings to glide himself until he reached the icy flooring. "Nitro Accelerate activated." Running through the city, Quinn couldn't hold back. The guns were held in his hands, and he quickly went through the city until he had finally found his family and the person he was looking for. "Oh, that didn't take as long as I thought it would. It's a pleasure to meet you again," Mundus smiled. Quinn had always thought about the possibility of the Celestials finding out that he had escaped. It was the main reason why he didn't go around displaying his power everywhere, because he wanted to keep it hidden as long as possible. When he had last seen Mundus, he seemed extremely confident in the prison, the place that was meant to keep Celestials in. Because of that confidence, as long as it wasn't leaked that Quinn was out there, he thought it would be a while until the others found out. Yet it had happened a lot sooner than he thought. Arriving at the situation, Quinn found himself in an ice sculpture garden. Just like everywhere else, everything seemed to be frozen in time. There was no movement, yet there were people everywhere. Why? Why and how did they find out so soon? Was it when I fought on the Namric planet? Or was it Bliss maybe? Or something else altogether? Quinn thought. At first, the attention of Mundus had caught his eye, because he was in the center of everything, and just like Quinn, he could move, but his tunnel vision was starting to widen as he took in the scenery that was all around him. Yongu, in the distance bowing down, was still. Wince seemed to be turning away, as if she was trying to escape, and then there was his family. Minnie was still in a crouched stance ready to fight, but the look on her face made it seem like she was tired. Then there was Layla, who was passed out on the floor, the sword by her side and blood next to her. In that instant, the energy was released from Quinn just like it was on the Namric planet. Blood aura was swirling all over the place, and his eyes glowing red. Because there was one more concern for him. Where was Galen? In the field of ice, he was nowhere to be seen, and he doubted that Layla would have strayed far from him. "If you were after me, then why did you hurt them?" Quinn screamed at the top of his lungs. The blood aura swirled out of his body, making waves of energy, but they soon stopped a few feet away from him. "Calm down before you hurt your own family," Mundus shouted back. "Do you really think your wife is dead just from that little bit of blood?" When one's blood was boiling, and based on the situation, It always seemed like one would just say what they wished to get out of the situation. This was why Quinn wasn't going to be so quick to believe his words, especially based on the way she was on the floor like so. Lifting his hand, Quinn was ready to fire a bullet. He can stop time, so I'm not sure this is going to work, but a shadow bullet or the God Slayer bullet should do some damage. When Quinn was aiming carefully, a shadow portal appeared, but it wasn't one of his own powers. Galen had popped out of it, appearing in the middle of the two. Just like Quinn, he was also covered in shadows. "Oh, so that's where the little one went. That is certainly interesting," Mundus said to himself. Seeing Galen, Quinn started to calm down and rushed over to him before anything else could happen, grabbing him and holding him close to his chest with one arm. That's when he realized the shadow that was covering his body, the shadow portal that had been opened, it really wasn't his shadow. How can this be? How does Galen know how to use the shadow ability? I didn't teach him. Was it Minnie in secret, or did Galen just learn by himself from watching? Quinn thought. Now things were starting to make sense. How Galen was able to escape from the shadow space when Quinn put him in. It was because he already had the ability of the shadow. The kid can't even talk, but he knows how to use the shadow powers, and to this extent as well. Quinn couldn't help but chuckle. Seeing Galen in front of him had calmed down his rage, and he felt like he had to, otherwise it would harm his son. But that's when he realized something else as well. The blood aura that came out from his body had been stopped before. It had done so before it reached Minnie and Layla. Wait, what Mundus said before, did he stop the blood aura so they wouldn't get hurt by it? But why would he do that? Quinn thought. It seems like you are coming to your senses, Mundus smiled. Your whole family seems to take after you. They were a tad rash in their actions. I was never planning to harm them, but just keep a close eye on them until you returned. Since they wouldn't listen, I had to resort to this, freezing them in place here, and this has been a very tiring experience for me. There were two reasons for the original hostility, though, one of them being the fact that Yongu had threatened them with violence, so when another being like him had appeared, it was only right for them to believe that they would do the same. Then, there was the fact that Mundus had taken a large interest in Galen, heading toward her son, and a mother's instinct had kicked for Layla. Since Mundus wanted to make things more comfortable for himself, he swiped his foot on the ground, and seemingly out of thin air, a seat that looked like a throne appeared from beneath him. It was large, around 3 times the height of Mundus himself, and made out of a strange, black, dark substance. It was similar to Quinn's shadows, only it was black instead of purple hue. At first, I thought that this would be a simple talk between the two of us, but it seems there is a lot that we need to go through together. I was wondering how you managed to escape from that space. I thought I had gone mad, but now I can tell because there isn't a hint of celestial energy that is coming off from your body. Now, it's not like we Celestials can just suddenly stop being a Celestial. We were chosen for this role after all, and judging by your strength, I can assume only one thing. You are now a God-slayer. Judging by the fact that Celestials and God-slayers were natural enemies, this had kicked Quinn to be more on the defensive once again. Don't be so defensive. As I said, I'm just here to talk. Mundus's eyes started to wander away from Quinn's and slightly downward to what he was carrying. What came as the biggest surprise to me, though, is your son. Do you even know what he is? Before Quinn had arrived, and just after his short battle with Minnie, Mundus had a great interest in a particular person on the field. Out of all of those there, his interest was in small Galen. At times during the fight, Mundus could feel familiar energy. At first he thought that energy was coming from Wince. She was a dedicated follower, and had similar celestial energy to Quinn, as due she had received her celestial energy from him in the first place. Soon, though, he noticed that the energy was somewhat different. It was stronger than that of a dedicated follower. It felt more pure like his own, but at the same time, it didn't seem like it was from a celestial either. This was why Mundus wanted to investigate a little further, to see whether or not his predictions were true. To do this, he needed Galen to act out just a little more, so he decided to allow him to move in the time freeze. Mundus was about a yard away from the little vampire, and as soon as the time freeze had stopped, he was ready to perform a fake attack to see how the child would defend himself, or how much celestial energy he could take. However, there was no need. Almost immediately Mundus could feel it, and his suspicions were confirmed, but what he didn't expect, though, was for little Galen to act straight away. A shadow portal had appeared, and the child had disappeared. Was I just tricked by a child? Mundus thought. In the end, he decided to wait. He was going to wait for Quinn to come back either way, but he also believed that the child couldn't have just traveled away. It was unlikely to be the case. In the end, a child was a child, and they didn't wish to be so far away from their family. That was when Quinn had finally arrived a few hours later. Galen had reappeared and the situation back to what it was. "Do you even know what he is?" Mundus asked. Quinn raised an eyebrow at the question. Was Mundus just trying to confuse him? His son was his son. He was a vampire, born from him and Layla. Of course he knew what he was. His progression at various things seemed a little fast at times, but he was a vampire. They were meant to learn faster than humans. The problem was, Quinn didn't actually have anything to base his fast growth on, other than Minnie, but she was far older than Galen. "Why are you interested in my son?" Quinn asked. "I thought it was me you wanted." Mundus shook his head. "I guess you being a parent has blinded your senses a little. What you are holding in your hands is no ordinary boy. He is one of us. Or I should correct myself. He is like me." The sentence gave Quinn the realization that he needed. If Mundus was saying that his son was like him, it was clear that he wasn't some ugly-looking demon. It meant that he, too, was a celestial. Can that be? Quinn thought. When Layla was pregnant, I was a celestial at the time. Is that the reason why? When celestials have kids, did they become celestials as well? Is that how it works? I don't even know how it works. Since Mundus seemed to be giving Quinn quite a bit of information, he thought it was best for him to clarify. If it turned out to be true, he could deal with it. Are you saying he is a celestial? Quinn asked. Ah, you do have a couple of cells in your head, Mundus joked. But that is actually not accurate to say. Your son is something more than just a celestial. He is what is known as an incomplete celestial, something that is quite rare. Incomplete sounded like a negative word, and he even lifted up Galen, taking a look at his cute face with his head full of black curly hair. You don't look incomplete to me, Quinn thought, but then again I failed to even notice your celestial energy. This kid, he's been hiding quite a lot of things from me. He might prove to be a real troublemaker growing up. Let me start by saying it is not a bad thing, despite the naming, Mundus went on to explain. You, being a celestial, should already know quite a bit about us. Us celestials all have a condition that we must complete, and in a way, those conditions are our role in the universe. These conditions can practically be anything, and it is pointless for us to try to figure out why certain celestials have certain conditions. Anyway, as you might already know, there are certain ways celestials can be born into this world. One of them is through growing and becoming a celestial. This again can be for a number of reasons. Great power, having lives that worship you, or even taking out another celestial and taking their place. At times, there are those that seemingly are just born into existence and have their condition to start with. Maybe the universe felt like they were needed, or perhaps a group of life forms started to worship something that wasn't there, thus believing them into existence. And then, Quinn, there is what is in your hands. Not every single child that is born from a celestial becomes a celestial. As stated before, it's very rare, and when a celestial is born from a celestial, we call it an incomplete celestial, Mundus explained. Quinn started to hold Galen closer to his chest. There was nothing bad said about incomplete celestials yet, but based on his experience with vampire subclasses, at times, those that weren't exactly a vampire meant bad news, and they would try to eliminate them. And what's so bad about an incomplete celestial? Quinn asked. There was another reason Mundus was sitting in his throne-like chair, and it was to relax Quinn a bit, but he could see he was a bit tense. Please be aware that I just want to inform you of what you have, and that I do not wish to take part in anything of what I am about to say, Mundus explained. The reason for giving the name Incomplete Celestial is because, unlike other celestials, incomplete celestials seem to have no purpose. They have no condition. They have celestial power, grow quickly in strength and such, but there is no condition they need to feed on, and in a way, they can enjoy life just like a normal being. Mundus trailed off a little, and it was because the last words he spoke weren't exactly true. Because of this fact, that they are a celestial with no condition, it means that a celestial can pass its condition on to an incomplete celestial, and if that were to happen, it means that a celestial is no longer a celestial. They no longer have to complete their job, essentially, as it has been passed on to someone else. Quinn wasn't liking the sound of this, because he remembered at times there were instances where he wished he was never a celestial. You got lucky, Mundus continued. You are one of the very few that were able to break out of being a celestial, but for many out there, it is impossible unless they come across an incomplete celestial. As I said, I enjoy my role in this world, but there will always be those that do not, those that wish to end the reincarnation cycle. Now, I don't know who or what celestials would wish to do this. I am not a mind reader, but it is safe to say that your son's identity is best kept a secret, and he should do his best to hide his celestial energy so others never find out. Otherwise, you could really have your hands full. Quinn didn't like what he had heard at all, the fact that there would be gods after his child. Didn't he already have enough problems to deal with? But in the end, most of the gods weren't that strong, at least compared to him. Now, Godslayer, Mundus interrupted Quinn's thoughts, why don't we talk about what to do with you? The good news was it seemed like Celestials were unable to tell what Galen was without being so close to him. Otherwise, he would have already had quite a few of them on his back already. But then it begged the question, why was Mundus here? He had stated that it was clear he was here waiting for him, which had led him to his family, and right now, in a way, Mundus was kind of being nice. He had given Quinn information that there was no need for him to give. If he was really here to punish him for breaking out of that prison, then there was no need for him to do any of this. There are a few things that I didn't expect before this meeting, and one of them is the fact that you are now a Godslayer. Mundus placed his hand on his head as if it was troublesome, and his strange ears that would curl and move were curling more towards his forehead. Either way, it wasn't as if we counted on you to do celestial things anyway. Heck, we even locked you away, Mundus mumbled to himself as he cleared his thoughts. I'm sorry to disturb you and your family, taking you away from your travels, but your hometown Earth has been causing quite a few problems. You see, the last time you helped us out, we had made a deal, and that was that we wouldn't get involved with Earth. However, there seems to be a slight problem. You see, since we have left things on their own, there has been a sharp increase of Godslayers that has only continued to grow. This isn't so much of a problem on its own, but it seems these Godslayers and Earthlings have been expanding through the universe, and now this has become a problem. It didn't take a scientist to figure out what Mundus was talking about. It had to be Jack and Jim. The fact that they had caught the attention of the Celestials. Quinn was inwardly smiling as he imagined Jack and Jim were making enemies without realizing it. You see, we Celestials, although recently have gotten involved quite a bit, don't usually like to get involved a lot, because we believe that the universe will have its own way of solving things. But we have meddled in the past, like a long time ago when we decided to seal away Immortui. I do believe if Immortui was still around, that this matter would have never gotten to be as big of a problem as it is now, which is a good example of our involvement. The way the conversation was stirring, Quinn was no longer inwardly happy anymore. It sounded like the Celestials didn't want to do anything at all, and if his guess was right, this is why we would like to ask you for another favor, and wish for you to put a stop to the Godslayers that are coming from your planet. Stop them from expanding out and destroying other races, Mundus requested. In some ways, Quinn couldn't believe it. One moment they trap him for all eternity, asking for him to have no involvement, and now they are asking for his help? I can guess what you are thinking, and trust me, it's quite embarrassing for the celestial community as a whole. It is times like this where I am happy that I am but a simple messenger, Mundus continued. As you know, we did strike a deal last time, and I wish to be fair to you and strike a deal with you again. If you complete this task, we will forget the fact that you are a Godslayer. We will see you more as an agent that has done good work for the Celestials. After all, you have seen our half, so it's not as if you are a direct enemy. This means, of course, you can go ahead and enjoy the happy life that you wish to have, as long as you complete this task. You were one of the strongest Celestials, and I have no doubt that you are as strong as a Godslayer as well. There would be few that could do a task like this, which is why we are prepared to give you such a high reward. But I can't lie, the position as an agent of the Celestials will mean that maybe in the future we will ask you to do tasks such as this one. But I promise we will only ask you for such tasks if we believe you are one of the few that can complete it. We won't just call you to do things here and there. Mundus stated that it was a request, but really, what choice did he have? If he was to say no, then what? Would Mundus proceed to fight him and his whole family, or would Quinn have to take on the Ancient Ones? If I think about it, it's not too bad of a deal. I wanted to deal with the problems anyway, and the Celestials are saying that I get something out of this for completing it. Being an agent of theirs, I no longer have to go in hiding or hide my powers when I am on other planets now as well, Quinn thought. I agree, Quinn said, but I want a bit more out of this deal. Since the last time I accepted something like this, it didn't turn out so well for me. I want my son to be protected at all costs, for his secret to be kept secret, and if it does come out, that you will do everything in your power to protect him." Mundus looked at Galen for a few moments. Even while they were talking now, he had the shadow flickering around him. They had been talking for a while, so it seemed he could use the shadow a bit better than his older sister. "Agreed, but I can only try my best," Mundus answered. "The best thing will be for you to stay by his side, or to increase his own strength so he can defend himself." "I have another request," Quinn asked. "If the Celestials are asking me to do such a big thing, then it's only right that they help me out in this fight. If you want to guarantee that I accomplish this mission, then help me." "I already said, the Celestials don't wish to get involved. We are worried about what it might do," Mundus explained. "Celestials, when moving from their original condition, seem to cause the most problems, and unless we send in the stronger Celestials, they really won't be much help to you. The fact that you're a Godslayer now makes things quite a bit easier." Quinn was going to ask for help, having Mundus by his side. The two of them working together would surely be a combo that no one could deal with, but if he couldn't get that, then he did have another request. "Your role in the celestial space is the messenger, and I'm sure that means you're pretty high up and have lived for a really long time. So you must have seen quite a lot of things and know quite a lot. So if you can't help me in this fight, then you should at least support me. Give me some armor, the best armor you know, the best armor you have which will help me deal with the problem," Quinn asked. The chair started to sink down into the ice, and Mundus stood up from his position. He then clicked his fingers, and everything around started to move again. The air, the clouds above, Wince, and Minnie. They all looked in front of them, and suddenly they could see Quinn standing there. They were greatly confused because they hadn't seen him rise from a shadow or anything like that. "That is something I can do for you, but we don't have much time, so let's get moving." The request that Quinn had made was granted. He was somewhat expecting him to say no, but Mundus had agreed. An armor that had been made by the Celestial. Just how powerful would it be? Would it allow him to match up to Ray? At the same time, since he was unable to use two armors at once, he could then let Stark borrow his armor as well. Although with the Shadow ability, he also could quickly switch armors in battle as well. The point was, there were a number of different possibilities, and Quinn was excited. "Daddy!" Minnie shouted, as she jumped up into his other arm. One was already holding Galen, so he had to be quick to bring her in. When she was safely held, he could see that Minnie was crying. "Daddy, I couldn't protect the family like you asked me to," Minnie said with a face full of tears. Even though, Daddy gave Minnie such a good present, I couldn't beat him." The present that Minnie was talking about was of course the Godslayer item. Although Quinn did technically say that with the ring he felt she could beat anyone, Mundus was an exception to that rule. He never thought that she would have to face someone like him. Still, he would have loved to have witnessed the battle between the two to see just how effective it was. "Mommy, is she okay?" Minnie asked. Rushing over to Layla's side, Quinn could see that Wince was there as well. With her powers, a bed of water had been made which looked like a large liquid-like bubble. Some of it was surrounding Layla and seemed to have a soothing effect judging by Layla's face. "Mommy is alive, you don't have to worry about that," Quinn said. "I asked you to protect the family, and that's what you did. Look, they're all alive." It took a few moments, but Layla did eventually open her eyes. Just in case Mundus had any bright ideas, Quinn did get her sword and placed it next to her, not quite giving it to her, in case it stopped the effect of Wince's waterbed. "Quinn, you came?" Layla said. "You always seem to turn up at the right moments." He didn't respond to the words, because that wasn't true this time. To Layla and the rest, it felt like Quinn had just turned up, when in reality, it had already been a good few hours in between their battles. "So, did you teach that person Layla stuttered for a second. She was looking around, expecting Mundus to be beaten or full of holes, but instead, she could see Mundus just fine, standing there, and when the two made eye contact, he even waved toward her. Layla felt a headache coming on as she touched her face. "You never gave me a chance to explain myself, but it was interesting seeing the strength of your family," Mundus stated. "I hope that you will all do well to support him in his mission. So, have you caught up with them enough?" Quinn turned his head, no longer holding Galen and Minnie, as they both wanted to stay by their mother's side. "What do you mean?" Quinn asked. "I told you before, we don't have a lot of time. You want strong armor, right? Then I will transport you to it. Don't worry, when we're done, I will bring you back," Mundus explained. So I'm asking, are you done with saying your short goodbyes?" "You're leaving?" Layla said, shocked, but still in pain, so she went back a bit. "With him?" "It's a long story, but this really shouldn't take long, I don't think. I will explain everything when I get back." Quinn stood up and was already walking over to where Mundus was. "Oh, and in a few moments, Cyril will be back, and there's a new person with her. I'm sure they will explain everything, so treat them well," Quinn shouted. When he finally was close to Mundus, the Celestial didn't waste any time, as both of them were covered in white light, and the two disappeared just like that. "As quick as he comes, as quick as he goes," Layla commented. There was one more that was out on the ice field that was a bit confused, and that was Yongu. "Mundus left, right after finding Quinn. He didn't wish to kill him either?" Yongu pulled on some of his tentacles that were near his mouth. "What am I meant to do? Can I get out of here as well?" He was left in a really awkward position. While he had come to the Memorial Planet and demanded that Quinn be brought to him, even fighting against Wince and Layla, at present Mundus had just left with Quinn, as if they were allies. He, on the other hand, was left standing with the people he was fighting not too long ago. Just as Quinn had said, a ship could be seen flying around the royal palace. Cyril knew the area well and was the first to spot her sister, as well as a bunch of others, but there was no sign of Quinn. Regardless, they decided that it was best to land first, as it was clear there had been some signs of fighting below. The ramp descended, hitting the hard ice floor, and immediately the three on board got off. "What happened here?" Russ looked at the scene. Cyril ran over to her sister and could see Layla resting on the floor. "Is everything okay? What happened?" Cyril asked. "It's quite a story," Wince replied. "I think it would be best if we moved Layla into the royal castle for treatment, and the two of you can rest. We can talk to each other about what happened then." "There's a purple man," Minnie pointed. The two women turned their heads and could see Minnie was pointing at Stark. "Purple man, this is Quinn's family," Russ explained. "Oh!" Stark's eyes lit up. "Little girl, if you are related to Quinn, then does that mean you're fast? How about a race?" "I'm definitely faster than you, but I don't feel like racing now. Where is Dad?" Minnie moaned. "Where is Quinn? We thought he would be here," Russ asked. "We have no idea," Wince replied. "He was here a moment ago, and now he's gone, but he said he would be back soon. At least he thinks he will." When Quinn went off with Mundus, he was expecting to enter the celestial space and would get his armor and come back, but he soon realized if that was the case, then there was no need to bring Quinn with him. On top of that, now that he was a godslayer, could he even enter the celestial space? That was unlikely as well. When the white light faded, a giant bolt of lightning struck right from the sky, hitting the ground in front of him, cracking the ground. After the initial shock was over, he was able to see the scene around him, dark clouds in the sky constantly striking the ground with lightning. Tornadoes off in the distance, and around him, rubble. Broken down, torn buildings of what looked like a civilization that had been decimated in either a natural disaster or a terrible war. There were no people around, none that Quinn could see at the moment anyway, which confused him. He would have thought that the armor would be in a more secure location. "Is this where the armor is kept?" Quinn asked. "Kept?" Mundus replied, standing next to him. "We don't have such armor. You said to give you the best armor, well, then we will create the best armor. To do that, then we would need to use the strongest crystals, which are, of course, Godslayer crystals. Boots, legs, chest piece, shoulders, and a helmet. That is 5 pieces in total. So I will take you to 5 different planets that contain 5 of the strongest Godslayers out there. Defeat them and take their crystal, and then we shall make the strongest armor in existence. However, the armor will only be lent to you for this task. If we were to give a Godslayer so much power, it would be quite troublesome for us Celestials. I'm sure you understand." Quinn didn't expect he would be fighting other Godslayers like this, but at least with Mundus, he could get to where he needed to almost instantly. "Wait, why don't you just deal with the Godslayers because you are already here, then just give me the crystals to make the armor, or you go make the armor?" Quinn asked. "I already explained to you, we can't get too involved, so go ahead and do your job. It looks like your opponent is here." If Quinn concentrated through the loud sound of thunder, through the rain off in the distance, he could hear people talking and whispering. They were in parts of the rubble and the destroyed buildings, all taking a peek at the 2 invaders that had appeared. I wonder what went on here. Why are the people in hiding, and why is everything destroyed? It almost looked like Quinn was on some type of street, as he was standing in a large open area, and in front of him there was nothing but dirt. However, to his left and right, and far off into the distance, there were destroyed buildings. I don't have time to worry about that. I don't have time to worry about who or the race on this planet. One thing is clear, they aren't human or vampires, and if I want this armor, then it's my job to take these god slayers out. After Quinn had reassured himself of the task at hand, he heard a small ding coming from his system. A quest has been received from the celestial Mundus. Mundus wishes for you to become an agent of the Celestials, a great being that is capable of completing tasks of great importance and requires great strength, but this task isn't just something that anyone can do. You have asked for a great armor. In order to create a great armor, strong crystals are needed. Impress Mundus and defeat the 5 greatest god slayers. It was very rare that Quinn saw the quest screen pop up. Still, this did seem like something worthy of giving him a quest for, but he wasn't so sure about the added flavor this quest had provided him. These strongest god slayers? I knew that we were gathering god slayer crystals and high-level ones, but what does this actually mean? Will I have to fight someone like Syl, or maybe even fight Syl? Quinn was confident in his strength, or perhaps it was more correct to say he was confident until he had pretty much lost a match against Ray. Now, he wasn't so sure what was out there, as Mundus kept telling him the universe was vast. Looking at the surroundings, Quinn was trying to guess what type of opponent it would be by the landscape and the life forms, but the life forms were hiding their body shapes well. He didn't have to wait long, though, as he could see a human-like figure around the same height walking toward him. They were walking at a steady pace, step by step, as they made their way forward. I don't really want to attack someone I don't really know, but at this point, this is for the sake of not just human and vampire lives, but of all those on the other planets as well. Raising his hand, Quinn covered his whole body in the shadow and his hands, which quickly faded away. He was in his red fang set armor, but there was a slight problem. Quinn had already activated the skill when meeting Mundus, just in case he needed it. If he wanted to use it again, it would come at the cost of lowering his health. Either way, Quinn decided to act with the 2 weapons in his hands, the blood guns which could shoot out real bullets just as fast. Key bullet. Blood bullet. 2 different bullets came out at the same time towards his opponent. 2 different types of bullets were used to see which one would react better. Fighting against different races, it was important to try different things. The second the 2 bullets left the gun and a loud bang went off, his opponent Godslayer leaped up in the air doing a somersault. It was a backflip, and the 2 bullets completely missed. When landing on its 2 feet, the Godslayer continued to walk forward. With a bit of luck, I was hoping that with just those bullets, I would be able to kill the Godslayer, but I guess it's not my day, Quinn thought. Those aren't just regular Godslayers, Mundus said, still standing by his side. Think about it. You are a being that can kill multiple Celestials without much work at all, and it would be true to say you could do the same to most Godslayers. Yet despite all of that, you asked me for help. You asked me to give you armor that would help you in battle. Do you know what that tells me? It means that for some reason, you believe that you might not be up for the task, that just maybe you will fail. So we can't just use any crystals and have you go against any opponent. Putting the quest information and what Mundus said, Quinn was starting to understand a bit more. This wasn't just a way for him to get strong armor, but was also somewhat of a test. Fine, Quinn said, as he got himself ready and into a fighting stance. Then I will prove to you just how strong I am. Great, but you should also know a bit about your opponent because he is no weakling, Mundus explained. In fact, in some ways, the 2 of you share similar traits. This is a Godslayer that knows about the existence of us Celestials, which is not something that everyone knows about. In essence, this person could also be called a true Godslayer, because they have made it their life purpose to get rid of all the Celestials and all of the gods. Why does he hate you guys so much? I mean, I can understand why I hate you so much, but what about him? Quinn asked. That is complicated. Originally, his great power was used to help and aid us, but then he felt betrayed by us, so he set it out as his goal to destroy us all, Mundus said. Turning his head, Quinn looked Mundus dead in the eye because it was sounding a lot like him, and he was starting to sympathize. Fear not, there is a big difference between the 2 of you, because in the end he lost his way, Mundus explained. He was once loved by the people he fought for, the people he tried to protect. If he continued on that path, then, like you, he might have become a Celestial, but he didn't. He let his obsession with fighting against the Celestials get the better of him. The state of this planet, and not just this planet but others as well, is all because of him, because of his obsession with trying to get rid of the gods. There was something strange that Quinn noticed as soon as the God Slayer appeared. The heartbeat of the people watching, the worried whispers of someone to come and save them. What had happened to this being in the end? Did he lose his whole family, all of his friends, and have no one else around him? Now they only lived for one purpose and one purpose only, forgetting that other people have their own lives. If I didn't have Layla, or my family, or Peter at that time, I could have very well ended up just like him, Quinn thought. He took a good look at his opponent up and down. He suddenly stopped around 20 yards away from Quinn and pulled something from his back. It looked like a large staff, but it wasn't one made of wood. Instead, it was white in color, almost like a type of stone. On his chest, there was bright golden chainmail, and he had boots that, when touching the ground, made no noise at all. Finally, Quinn could see two distinctive features. The first, his curly tail that hovered, and his hair that was covering his hands and face. This was Quinn's first opponent, one of the strongest in the universe to ever exist. When Quinn heard Munda say he was going to give him some information on his opponent, he was expecting to get a few tips, maybe something about what his opponent could do, his strengths, anything to help him with a fight. Not to hear his backstory and cause him to feel empathy for this person. Now he needed to shake his head and convince himself that he was fighting against someone who he wanted to beat. Thankfully, the reaction of the people on the planet made it easier to do that. It's safe to say if I'm in trouble that Mundus won't help me out, so let's do this, Quinn thought. Using the blood guns, Quinn started to fire more bullets once again and was switching up with every type of bullet he had. Blood bullet, God Slayer, shadow bullet, and so on. With his quick reflexes and great eyesight, he would be able to see what bullet was most effective. If he tries somersaulting out of the way of them, he'll eventually get hit. Quinn was also on the move, as he moved from side to side and started to fire bullets from different angles as well. You are one of them, the God Slayer stated. The energy that he could feel, it wasn't celestial energy that was coming from Quinn, but he was confusing it with the celestial energy that was coming from Mundus instead. The white stone staff was taken from his back and swung forward in his hand. It was a fast, swift movement, and this action alone had created a large and heavy gale of wind. As the bullets came towards him, he started to swing the staff, hitting them dead on. The second the staff touched the bullets, they would disappear on impact, and a small-sounding bang was heard. The God Slayer swung the staff at such a speed that he was able to keep up with all of the bullets that Quinn had fired, hitting each one of them. It didn't matter what type of bullet it was, including the shadow bullet. The second it made contact with the staff, it would just disappear. At the same time, each swing of the staff was creating huge gusts of wind that would go off in the distance and hit the already destroyed buildings, pushing them further back. That weapon is creating that much wind force. It's not just the speed he is moving the weapon. To do something like that, it means the weapon has to weigh a significant amount as well. How can something that small weigh that much? Quinn thought. Not just that, but the blood and ki I'm using is a condensed form in these bullets. It's stronger than when I just use my blood aura to attack, like with the swords, and it still can't break that weapon. What is it made out of? The best thing for him to do, for now, was to keep the fight at a distance, because it looked like his opponent was mostly skilled in hand-to-hand combat, or at least close-quarter combat. Although that was somewhat Quinn's specialty as well, it was best for him to try to injure his opponent as much as possible before it came to that. Instead of firing at the God Slayer, he fired blood forest bullets towards the ground, right where his feet were. The blood rose up fast, creating small, sharp blood trees. Quinn, you are getting good at using these guns. You can aim better now. Alex complimented him because the enemy had been surrounded and all of the blood was heading right towards him. The God Slayer started to spin the staff and rose it up above his head before slamming it into the ground. A golden wave of power expanded from the bottom of the staff, and when hitting the blood forest, made it disappear completely. At this rate, it looks like he's going to force me into a close combat battle, Quinn thought. You, the monkey man said, must disappear. The staff was thrust forward, and Quinn was waiting for some type of energy blast to come out of the end of it, just like when it was slammed onto the ground. But instead, the staff started to expand. It was stretching out and growing in size, heading straight at him. Not only was it growing in terms of length, but it was growing in width as well. It was now as thick as a house coming at him. "I am not so weak," Quinn said back. Lifting both his hands up, a blood aura covered both of his gauntlets, and a strong, powerful red mist could be seen above, creating the image of almost two giant tigers. Quinn then shaped his hands like that of a claw. He powered his body with ki and mixed it with his blood aura. When the staff was upon him, which now looked more like a giant pillar, he let both of his hands go at the same time, firing them off like shotguns and crashing them right into the pillar. On the other end, holding the staff, for a second the monkey man's hand had jolted back, but it didn't matter. The Godslayer wasn't using his strength, but the strength of the weapon. When punching the staff, Quinn was expecting it to shatter into thousands of pieces, but it had done no such thing, and instead, he was the one that was still being pushed back. His feet, which were firmly planted on the ground, were plowing through it. "Is this the Godslayer's strength? Is it stronger than mine? No, that's not right. It's not the Godslayer's strength. The weapon, it's still expanding and pushing me back." Using one hand to slow down the staff somewhat, Quinn summoned the gun in the other and fired out a shadow portal above, then fired a shadow portal behind him. The giant staff had pushed him into his own shadow and dropped him out from above, allowing him to land on top. Immediately, Quinn started to run forward, heading toward his opponent. "I have 5 of these guys to beat, so I wanted to conserve my strength a bit, but will that even be possible at this rate? Either way, I have to try," Quinn thought. Raising his hands again, thousands of blood swords started to appear behind him. Then, when reaching the end of the staff, Quinn leaped up in the air. A mist of blood aura could still be seen lingering on his gauntlets. Swinging both his hands down, he was ready to crush his opponent. In a blink of an eye, the giant staff that Quinn was on had shrunk down to normal size and was now in his opponent's hand. He raised it up, just above his head, to block. The gauntlets slammed down, sending waves of blood aura in all directions, even cutting part of the Godslayer's cheek, but the attack had been successfully stopped. "I thought you might be able to do this. If you can extend and make it larger, then you should be able to make it smaller as well, right?" Quinn shouted, as the swords that were behind him were slightly delayed ahead of his own attack. All the blood swords were heading straight for him. With Quinn holding on to the spear, even if this didn't kill the monkey Godslayer, it would at least hurt him. Before the swords hit, a puff of smoke appeared, blocking his view, but with so many swords, what would it matter? When the puff of smoke disappeared, though, Quinn could see that there were now not just one monkey man, but 5 of them. They each looked exactly the same, with the same weapon in their hand, but the blood swords had managed to hit their bodies, having pierced their legs and stomachs. Soon, all of them exploded into nothing but a puff of smoke as well. "What is going on? What tricks does this monkey have?" Quinn could see a monkey man jumping towards him, swinging the staff. He blocked it with one hand, whacking the staff away, and with his other, he punched it right in the stomach. Not holding back, a large amount of blood aura was used, going through the body, but this monkey had puffed into smoke as well. In the middle of hitting what Quinn could only assume was a fake, another staff was swung towards his center. "I'll take this hit and pay him back tenfold," Quinn thought, until the staff had hit him in the stomach. -15 HP. The blow was extremely heavy and powerful. He could feel the sheer force trying to lift him off his feet, and with blood dripping from his mouth, Quinn grabbed onto the staff, with the shadow surrounding his hand, and now holding onto the staff as well. "That hurt," Quinn said, his fangs baring. Holding onto the staff, Quinn thought the best thing to do was to take it out of the monkey man Godslayer's hand. If he was to treat it like a weapon, it had an incredibly dangerous active ability, being able to change its size like so, yet also being able to keep the same amount of force. In Quinn's mind, it made it quite clear that although the shape of the weapon would change, the weight of the weapon always stayed the same. It also explained the monkey man's great strength as well, because he was able to swing it around so effortlessly. At first, grabbing onto the staff, Quinn was using his extreme strength with the first stage of ki to power himself and pull the weapon out of his opponent's hand. but it didn't seem to be enough as the other held on to it tight. Knowing his strength wasn't enough, there was a way to increase his strength slightly, something he had learned as his shadow powers and skills had evolved. Blood aura could be used in a number of ways, hardening to create a defensive barrier, or sharpening into deadly claws that would cause a large amount of damage. At the end of the day, the blood aura was mainly an enhancer. When Quinn delivered a punch releasing his blood aura and ki, it allowed him to give out a devastating blow. Although it increased his damage, it didn't necessarily increase his strength. The strength of the punch was still the same, just the damage was worse. However, with the shadow he could use it in a different way, coating it around his gauntlet, and adding the second stage of ki gave it a solid form, and now with a strong pull, it would now be using the enhanced shadow strength as well as his own. "Let go of this staff!" Quinn shouted, as he yanked it as hard as he could. It jolted forward for a second, but the monkey man dug his foot into the ground and tried to pull it back, creating an equal force. "This time, it looks like they sent quite a strong god to try and deal with me," the monkey man thought. "Can he really take the weight of this weapon so easily?" There was a misunderstanding on Quinn's end, because the staff the monkey man used was indeed special. It had a large weight behind it, but in the monkey man's hands it felt like nothing. It was as light as a feather. Still, this didn't mean the monkey man wasn't strong. He was indeed strong, but he was using his great strength to pull a feather, while his opponent was using great strength to pull a gigantic weight, and yet they were both equal. Are there really others out there that are this strong? Quinn started to think as he continued to pull. I wonder what this person went through to get this strong, the weight that they are carrying on their shoulders. And Mundus is somewhere out there just watching this whole thing while the two of us fight it out. Maybe if I wasn't in so much of a desperate situation, I would try to talk to you, find out what made you like this. In the middle of the fight, Quinn could hear it. The people in the crumbled buildings that were watching everything. They were praying. They were praying for him, a stranger to them, to defeat the monkey man. He had also made a deal with the Celestials. Would Quinn at some point be in the same situation as the one he was fighting now? He couldn't trust anyone but his family, but right now, given the situation he was in, it was the only thing he could do to keep them safe. He could feel the other God-Slayer's pain, but he couldn't let that affect his own goals. Not when it also meant saving so many other worlds. You might be someone who has lost everything, which is why you are like this, but the difference between me and you is that I still have things to lose, and that's why I fight, Quinn shouted. For a second, he let go of the staff with one hand, and the gun appeared. From this close range, Quinn started to fire the blood bullets continuously right towards the monkey man's chest. The bullets hit him deep, and felt like he was taking a large blow each time the bullets hit him. My armor is suppressing most of the effects and powers of the bullets, but they still hurt this much. I have to do something. The monkey man had to come up with a plan quickly, or he felt he would lose out against his opponent. With each bullet, Quinn could tell that the other God-Slayer's grip was weakening, and continued to do so until a cloud of smoke puffed out from the monkey man, and two clones appeared at the side, ready to swing their staffs right at him. As they got close, though, from Quinn's back the shadow expanded out and turned into two giant hands, grabbing them and holding them up in the air. At the same time, above their heads, there were two large blood swords that had been created, and the blood swords dropped down, piercing through their heads and killing them in one go. An opening was seen, and the monkey took his chance to deliver a powerful kick right into Quinn's stomach. His boot lit up gold, and a large amount of golden aura filled up half of the sky. Minus 33 HP. The big blow moved Quinn back a bit, and even made him lose grip of the staff, releasing the hold he had on it. That kick went through my shadow body. It looks like he has more tricks up his sleeve, Quinn thought. Coming straight at him, the monkey was ready to swing his pole towards Quinn's head. Seeing this, Quinn started to form a small blood tornado in his hand and threw it out as a vortex of blood hit the monkey. It turned into a cloud of smoke. That wasn't the real one. A strong kick from below threw Quinn right up into the air. Minus 8 HP. Soon after, the staff was stuck into the ground and immediately started to expand and grow in width and length. It hit Quinn in the back, and another clone of the monkey was made. The boots the monkey was wearing lit up again, and he kicked the side of the air repeatedly, which allowed him to somewhat fly in the air. When above Quinn, the God-Slayer extended his staff again, growing it in size. Now there was one from below and one from above, and both of them hit him at the same time, attempting to squash him, attempting to crush his body into nothing. Minus 35 HP. Blood bank is being used to restore HP. This was the first time in a long while that Quinn had to rely on his blood bank to keep him safe. For a while, he had felt he had outgrown its direct need, but the fight with Ray, and this one, reminded him of the great help this skill provided. I have to get out of here. If I'm going to go through all these fights today, the blood bank needs to be kept safe, unless Mundus has some blood he can give me. Either way, my bones are going to be crushed, Quinn thought, as he activated the shadow space, completely disappearing from the view of the monkey man. The two staffs hit each other, with one being stronger than the other and crushing it. The clone disappeared, and now there was only the real monkey man left. Is he dead? The God-Slayer thought, looking around. No, he can't have been defeated that easily. Not with that level of strength. It feels like he still has a lot more to go. Appearing out of his shadow space, Quinn fell to the ground, returning to the battlefield. There you are! The monkey man lifted up his staff, and it grew incredibly large and wide. Without hesitation, he swung it down on top to hit Quinn. The giant staff hit the planet, crushing the ground, and the whole planet had somewhat moved in space, due to the sheer amount of power, weight, and force that was used. Now he should be dead, the monkey man said, as he landed on top of his own weapon, but could see someone else on the other end of it. Don't count me out yet. You're not the only one that can make clones, Quinn said, as part of the shadow was seen creeping out from the bottom of the giant staff and was coming towards him. He had made a shadow clone of himself to take the hit, while he moved to safety. I didn't get to use this on Ray back then, but I guess I can try this on you. Soul weapon has been activated. The soul weapon was an interesting thing that had been discovered a while ago, and in Quinn's case, it was even more different compared to others. For one, a person usually only had one soul weapon, an enhancement type or an item type that would be related to their ability. Yet for some reason, Quinn had both. He still wasn't sure about the explanation for this. Was it because he was a human that changed into a vampire around the time that a soul weapon would manifest? At first, it was thought that vampires could not manifest soul weapons, but thanks to Fex, they had found out it wasn't true. But then, why don't vampires have two soul weapons if they had abilities as well? Thinking about it more, Quinn thought maybe it was to do with his ability itself. His ability, after all, was a God-Slayer ability, and in a sense, they could break rules that normal abilities were unable to. Either way, Quinn had two types of soul weapons that helped him out in the past in countless ways. Ever since receiving the blood guns, he didn't resort to such attacks, but he did before when he was a Celestial. What he had found was that his item-type soul weapon had changed with his Celestial form. Since the weapon was linked to his blood, and his blood was no longer normal, it was filled with celestial energy. This special trait allowed him to form the weapons into anything he wished, and it had great celestial power with it. The thing was, Quinn was no longer a Celestial. During his peaceful times, he did try to use his soul weapon. He never knew when he might need to use it or improve it, and as he feared, he was no longer able to do what he could before. The twin-tail chains would still work, but that was all, and they were unable to take other shapes. However, it wasn't all bad news. He was now a God-Slayer after all, and this was due to his shadow ability in the first place, and that was what his enhancement-type soul weapon was based on. In the past, it allowed him to create a shadow body and control the shadow from a limited range without having to be connected with his own shadow and unlimited MC cells for a period of time. The thing was, when he had accepted to become a God-Slayer, his shadow had evolved. What was once his soul weapon, he was able to do with the shadow naturally, and he had obtained a few new skills all linked to Shadow Infect. This led to the question, just like when he had become a Celestial and his other soul weapon had evolved, did it mean that his shadow soul weapon had evolved? He was already able to completely dull out an opponent's senses with his shadow bullets, but in this case, the shadow wasn't sticking onto his opponent. Soul weapon activated. The second Quinn had activated his soul weapon, the shadow on his body started to flicker violently like a fire, and just like a flame, what looked like smoke was lingering off from his body and being spread out. The shadow flames on Quinn's body were starting to have a small glow around him as his soul weapon went into the final phase. Soul weapon,
Shadow mist is now being used." The shadow pulsed out from his body like a wave, going in all directions like a sphere. As it went out wider and wider, the sphere of shadow was leaving a mist of shadow in the air, the color of everything around them in the fighting area. All of it was turning a slight purple. "The soul weapon is always used as a last resort. It's a double-edged sword. If I can't beat him during the use of my soul weapon, then when it runs out, I'll be exhausted. Even my regular hits and punches will be weaker than usual." The Monkey Man Godslayer was wondering what all this lingering mist around him was. He started to waft his hand and even attempted to kick the air, but it did nothing. Then, shrinking his weapon and placing it back in his hand, he swung the staff through the mist. It created a large force of wind, but didn't blow the mist away. It only broke through it for a few seconds, but the mist still lingered and stayed in the area. Finally, the Monkey Man slammed his staff on the ground, shooting out the golden aura he had used, but just like when swinging the staff, although it was able to push the mist away temporarily, it returned just as quickly as soon as the energy disappeared. "This mist, it doesn't make me feel any different," the Monkey Man thought, "but it has to do something, but there is no point in worrying about it now. I have to focus on the fight." The Monkey Man was ready to run forward, but as soon as he took a step, red blood bullets came towards him, firing out from both guns, as Quinn stayed in his position. Using the staff, he was able to hit most of the bullets away, while avoiding a few of them as well. "This is useless. It didn't work before, so why is he trying to do the same thing again?" The blood bullets weren't the only thing the God-Slayer had to worry about, as Quinn had summoned a number of blood swords as well. Yet, for some reason, they had stayed in the air rather than attacking. The Monkey Man was getting annoyed. Although he could block the bullets and avoid them easily, it was hard for him to progress forward. He could extend his staff again, but was wondering if that really was the best thing for him to do. Instead, he created more clones of himself to help with the bullets, but the second he did, the blood swords started to move, and with how many there were, they had pierced the clones, finishing them off. "Now I see, that's what the blood swords were for," the Monkey Man thought. While thinking this, when he moved to avoid another bullet, it had shaved his skin, causing a tiny cut on it. For now, he ignored this as a tiny slip-up. Yet as time went on by just a second, he was getting skimmed by the bullets more and more. "Am I moving slower? Not just that. I feel weaker, but I'm not tired," the God-Slayer thought. Quinn's soul weapon was starting to take effect. With the shadow in a mist form, it meant in some way it was always touching his opponent, and slowly all of the effects of the shadow would work on his opponent. Their senses would begin to dull, their sight would blur, their hearing disappearing, and their sense of touch fading, while at the same time their movements and abilities would work slower than before. It wasn't as strong as if the shadow was directly touching its opponent, but the mist was a sure way for one to get affected by the shadow. There was no way to escape it, other than running away from the fight. Mundus, who had been watching the fight go on, realized the effects of the shadow mist. "In some ways, this ability is quite similar to mine, slowing down the opponent, although mine is more powerful," Mundus thought. Yet he was annoyed for another reason. "This shadow mist, if it's in the air, would it also be able to block out my ability from working properly? That, along with the shadow body, would make Quinn a difficult opponent to face." Eventually, as the Monkey Man started to slow down, the bullets were hitting him more and more, and a clean shot hit him right in the chest, causing him to grind his teeth. "That's it! Extend!" the Monkey Man shouted out, thrusting his weapon forward, planning to hit Quinn like he had before. But seconds before that, Quinn had moved his hand, and as he did, it moved the shadow of the Monkey Man, and in turn, moved the real Monkey Man's hand. The extended staff had gone in a completely different direction, crashing through the broken buildings that were at the side. Sprinting forward, a blood aura started to surround both of Quinn's hands. It swirled around and started to spin, looking like drills. More and more blood gathered as the drills grew in size. "The shadow mist does a few more things. The shadow in its mist form, being in the air, means that it's impossible for you to not breathe it in. The shadow particles are growing in your body, and in turn, that allows me to control your own shadow somewhat. The more particles, the easier it is to control your shadow and control you." The Monkey Man had no clue what was going on, but retracted his staff to go back into his hand in a small form,
and swung it down towards Quinn's head. Yet in that moment, once again, using the shadow particles in the monkey's body, he was able to move the strike to go to the side and completely miss Quinn, leaving him wide open. "I'm sorry," Quinn shouted as he thrust the two large blood aura drills right into the monkey man's body. The blood aura started to spin at an intense speed, and the lingering parts of the blood aura were cutting up the skin on his face and body. Lifting his arms up, Quinn had lifted the monkey man in the air with both of the drills. Blood was pouring from his mouth down onto the ground. As the drill's attack was coming to an end, Quinn quickly switched to the guns and fired away. It hit the weak and slow monkey on the chest repeatedly, keeping him up in the air as powerful condensed blood bullet after bullet hit him. Shooting a shadow bullet below and one above, Quinn sunk into the ground, and when he appeared out of the shadow above, he had his gauntlets in his hand. His hand was in a claw-like shape, and his trailing blood aura had the appearance of a tiger. From above, his fist slammed into the monkey man's back, and his nails pierced through the armor. Pushing him with the power, his claw ripped through his body as the two of them slammed back onto the ground. "One of 5 God-Slayers have been defeated." Lifting his head up, Quinn looked at the body on the floor. The monkey man was certainly a tough opponent, and it still felt like if Quinn hadn't been quick to act in the fight, using his sole weapon, it was quite possible that he would have had a really difficult fight on his hands. "I feel like he could get up at any moment," Quinn was thinking back to the fight. He had used his red tiger claw pulse attack, a strong blow that combined all of his powers while making his blood aura concentrate on nothing but damaging the opponent. It was an attack he had created when in his celestial form, but it was still deadly strong and had hit his opponent cleanly. Yet after the attack, in the monkey man's final moments, he had turned around and reached out, still trying to fight back. Even now, there was a look on his face of pure anger. He had died clearly with a large regret on his face, but not because of the actions he had done, but because of what he was unable to complete. The look on his face makes it look like he's going to get up at any second. If it wasn't for the system confirming that he was out, I would try to hit him a few more times just to make sure. Looking at the system screen again, and since it had been a few seconds without the monkey man moving, Quinn could breathe a sigh of relief. He started to look at the area around him, and it was worse than it was before. During the fight, the large staff had been extended and expanded numerous times. A full-force hit had been used without a second thought or hesitation, destroying more of the buildings around them. They were already destroyed in the first place, but the rubble was ground up into dust that was just now blowing in the wind. "I know I'm no saint either because I took part in the fight," Quinn said, "but to attack like that, at his own people without a second thought, was he really that far gone?" "These aren't his own people," Mundus said, practically appearing out of nowhere. "The planet we are on is not the original planet where the monkey man came from. He has been traveling to different planets for a while now. You remember what I told you before? He was obsessed with taking out the gods, so he needed to get our attention. This God-Slayer was one that knew of our existence, and he knew about our conditions. So in order to make it harder for us to fulfill our conditions, he decided to take the lives that we needed, and in turn, it would get the gods' attention." Mundus walked over to the monkey man's body, which was starting to fade. It was turning into particles to become part of the world, and in turn, there would be a crystal left behind. While looking at this scene, Mundus was remembering the God-Slayer. Maybe if we had allowed the real one to roam, it wouldn't have come to this. Quinn had heard what Mundus said, but had no context of what he was talking about. A long time ago, just like Quinn now, the monkey man was working as an agent for the gods. His great power was useful to them because he had even greater power than most of the gods themselves. When on a mission, fighting against a powerful God-Slayer, one of the tasks that ended in a strange way. A clone of the monkey man was created, not like the clones the monkey could normally create. It was a real clone in every sense. So much so that it was impossible to tell the difference between the two. Even the friends and allies of the monkey man were unable to tell which was the real one. The problem was, the God-Slayer who had created the clone stated that he could create something that was a manifestation of evil itself. In order to stop a future problem, they needed to find out which was the real one. To resolve the problem, both of them were taken to one of the ancient ones who were able to distinguish the difference between the real and fake, and the fake one, in the end, was taken away. Now that I think about it, was that really the case? At that time, was the fake one taken away, or was it the real one? Mundus thought. The actions of this monkey man, a person who was so righteous, turned out to be like this. I don't quite believe it. At the same time, the actions of the Ancient Ones have always been strange whenever there is a power that grows incredibly fast. If I'm right, that day the real one was sealed away. In the monkey's place, a crystal was there on the ground, but there was also something else that had been left behind, and it was the staff. Picking it up off the ground, Quinn thought that it would be a good weapon to have, since it was durable and the active skills it contained. The second he did, though, the muscles in his hand were already straining, just holding on to the thing, and he decided to drop it on the floor. When it hit the floor, the whole ground around them shook from the sheer weight of the weapon that had been dropped. This is a weapon that chooses its owner. It is pointless in your hands, Mundus explained. You would be unable to use it to its full potential. It wouldn't expand or change size in your hands, so it's practically useless, other than being used as a good weight. Just in case, I will take the weapon away. Mundus placed his hand on the weapon and lit it up, soon disappearing seemingly from this world. You succeeded in taking out the first, and now it's time to take you to the next one, since there are 4 more to go. Wait! Quinn called out with his hand stretched. Can't you let me just rest for a little bit? That was a hard fight, and I can't imagine what the next one will be like. Just give me some time. Mundus looked at Quinn, who didn't seem to be too badly hurt in all of this. He had taken a few large hits, but his body had already healed from that. But since Mundus wanted him to do well, he had no choice. Stay where you are. We will rest for 1 hour, but I will use my powers to make it feel like you have rested for an entire week. That will be enough time for you to rest, correct? Quinn nodded. The truth was, there was a drawback that would occur after using his soul weapon, but he wasn't going to tell Mundus that. So he wanted just enough time to pass so he could use everything in his arsenal again, and it would be handy to have the active skill of his Red Fang armor set as well. The people, although they had seen the evil monkey man having been defeated, were still frightened to come out of their hiding spots. After all, they were unsure whether or not the one who had defeated him was a good person or not. They were scared from the experience they had so far. Quinn didn't mind. He didn't need praise for what he had done, because he hadn't intended to save these people or their planet. It was a byproduct of his goal. I have to ask, if we are going up against Godslayers, does that mean you will take me to my enemies, or those on Earth as well? Will I have to fight them for the armor? Quinn asked. Now that would be a foolish thing to do, don't you think? Mundus explained. Besides, there are many Godslayers that are strong just because of their abilities, powers that can do crazy things but would be useless in a battle. The ones I have selected are the strongest based on certain criteria, and are the ones that I know the most information about. It is possible that if someone else were to make a list, it would be different from mine, and it is possible that there are those that are strong out there that I do not know about. The rest of the time, the two of them pretty much sat in silence as Quinn recovered from his battle, and amazingly, Quinn really did feel like he had rested for a week. Even the cooldown on his armor had reset as well. If Mundus was fighting by my side, the task would be a lot easier, Quinn thought. Okay, time to head to your next opponent, Mundus stated. There was a strong sense of curiosity for Quinn at the moment, as he started to think about who or what his next opponent could be. In a lot of ways, he had felt like he had reached the pinnacle of what he could do. After all, Mundus himself had stated several times that Quinn was strong. It was why they were even considering making him an agent to do their bidding in the first place. Yet, with his first opponent, what it had reminded him was the fact that the universe was almost infinite. It was so large, and there were those that were going through their own troubles and journeys, and in doing so, had grown incredibly strong. That monkey man was tougher than I expected, and it's quite possible that I'll have to face 4 more like him. Still, if I've done it once, then I can do it again, and this time I'm refreshed. The cooldown on the Red Fang set has gone off as well, so I can fight at full strength. There was a genuine sense of excitement in Quinn at the thought of fighting even stronger opponents. This journey was not only helping him get a really strong set of armor, but also helping him realize just how far he could go in an all-out fight. Since the fight with Ray and then learning about H, the Dalki, he had been somewhat troubled at the thought of how he would handle strong opponents like them. A large flash of white light appeared on the surface of an orange-colored planet. When the white light disappeared, there was only Mundus and Quinn present, and immediately Quinn noticed something drastic. "It's so hot," Quinn stated, as he wiped the sweat from his forehead. As a vampire and a god-slayer himself, it was extremely difficult to make him sweat, even in extreme heat, but this heat was beyond extreme. The ground was incredibly dry, orange-colored and large cracks going through it, and when trying to look at the air in front of them, it was distorted with heat waves. Even when looking at the sky, it was strange. Rather than fluffy clouds, there were balls of flame that were flying through it like comets. "Why are we on this planet? Can anything even live here?" Quinn asked. Since the basis of life, whether it be beast or human, was water, and in this heat, he couldn't imagine there being any water anywhere. "This is where your next opponent will be, and you hit the nail on the head with your question there," Mundus said, who seemed to be dealing with the heat a bit better than Quinn, but there were still small signs of discomfort. "This planet was not like this before. It was filled with plant life, large lakes and beasts that would roam around the entire land. A drastic change compared to what it is now," Mundus explained. "The change is all the result of the God-Slayer that is currently on this planet, a beast that is so powerful that it is at the God-Slayer level, a beast that is born to be great. Today, you will be fighting a phoenix." Quinn looked around, struggling and wondering if he could see this phoenix, but there was nothing, at least not where they were. Thinking about the description that Mundus gave, while Quinn had fought many beasts that were like phoenixes before, were they not real ones? "I know what you are thinking, but trust me, what you might have fought against are just mere imitations of the real thing," Mundus continued. "Think about it. The beast is so powerful that whatever planet it resides on, it terraforms it to fit with its own nature. When the phoenix decides to settle, then eventually, no matter what, without fail, all life on the planet, including the other beasts, will perish." Hearing Mundus's explanation, it really did sound powerful. It was hard to imagine that such power could change a planet to be like this. "There is a reason why I said all of those that you fought before, that have phoenix-like forms, are just imitations, and that is because we know quite a few facts about this God-Slayer, and it is because it is a God-Slayer that has existed for a very long time," Mundus explained. Quinn was liking the sound of this less and less. If the God-Slayer had lived for a long time, it most likely meant it was that powerful. "In the entire universe, there can only be one phoenix that exists at a time. There have never been two of the same type of beast. This is why those other beasts are simply fake. This is the real thing. However, the beast has been defeated before, and it is possible to kill it, yet every time the beast is killed, it seems like another phoenix is born elsewhere. This is why we know only one can exist at one time. Yet it's strange, right? Based on what is said, it is assumed that the beast is in a reincarnation cycle, somewhat similar to the Celestials, but when it perishes it leaves behind a God-Slayer crystal. Because of all of this, we tend to leave this God-Slayer alone once it finds a planet to terraform. However, every 100 years or so, it likes to move to another planet, and at that moment, we try to deal with it if it is moving to a planet that either can't handle the God-Slayer or one with a lot of lives. Although we are short by another 10 years or so, I think it is fine to have an early start." Knowing all this information again, it made Quinn feel a little less bad, and it did make him wonder, was Mundus selecting God-Slayers that were bad on purpose, so he could fight without worrying about it? It can't be. Why would Mundus even go out of his way to do that? He is just following orders from those ancient ones, Quinn thought. There's no need for him to tell me this information, though, so he could just be making it up. Quinn gave Mundus a look, as he was trying to read the messenger. "You don't have to feel bad about this one," Mundus said. "Think of it as a free crystal that we would have had anyway." Forgetting about Mundus, Quinn needed to focus on the task at hand, and he started to try to find the God-Slayer. According to the messenger, the hotter it got, it meant they were moving in the right direction. "Is it really going to get much hotter than this? I really don't deal with heat well," Quinn asked. This was off-putting because Quinn really didn't want it to get any hotter, as they continued to walk through the dry land. "Okay, I will take note. The next time I will try and transport you to a cold land," Mundus replied. "I'm stuck between deciding your next opponents, so that helps me out greatly." Eventually, off in the distance, there was what looked like a mountain, but not quite. It was almost like a mountain that had the top of it sliced off, and it was the same color as the rest of the planet, the strange dry orange. On top of the flat surface, they could see it. Hundreds of small solar flares were circling around a large bird-like creature. It was curled up into a type of ball, and it was breathing deeply in and out. The strangest thing was it didn't look to have a real physical body or form. Even when sleeping, the beast looked to be made of nothing but flames. Its feathers were just small flames that were constantly moving. If it doesn't have a body, how am I going to deal with this one? Will I have to use the shadow to try to take it out, or do I attempt my strongest attack and get this over with? Since the beast was asleep, Quinn was inching forward closer and closer, and even now the heat was getting more intense. There had to be a point where the beast would react, and the plan was at that moment he would use Nitro Accelerate to get there and attack. When Quinn took one more step forward, the beast's eyes opened. Quinn was ready to use the skill. That was until the system message popped up, a message he hadn't seen for a long time, one that he thought he would never have to ever deal with again had turned up, and it would only turn up with the type of opponent he was facing. Did Mundus know about this, or is it just a coincidence? You are being affected by sunlight. Minus 30% to all stats. The system message that Quinn could see now was one that he hadn't seen for a long time, and there were good reasons for this. The sun had always had an effect on vampires. It caused great pain if they were to stay in it for a long time, and they were severely weakened by it if they were exposed to it for any amount of time as well. To combat this weakness, the vampires created special rings that allowed them to stay in the sun for a certain amount of time, depending on the power of the ring. They were made from a mixture of specific beast crystals, while also using some knowledge of vampire magic. A special circle would be created and would form the ring in a certain way for it to have such an effect. Since beast crystals over time were easier to collect, the higher tier rings that would be given to vampires had improved quite a lot, and nearly all vampires were able to stay on a planet at least until it would be dark without any effect. Quinn, though, didn't have any rings on his hands because he had given them away. This was because he had found that the sun no longer affected him. He had felt this change after he had evolved to the vampire lord level. He could somewhat build resistance to staying in the sun for a certain amount of time, to the point where it had no effect at all. It wasn't an easy task, as there was a great amount of pain associated with doing this. It was something that he would never put his children through, which is why they had the best rings that they could get to protect them. However, once again, when Quinn had evolved beyond the level of even a vampire lord, the sun had no effect at all. Perhaps this was because he had transcended what a vampire exactly was. Either way, it was something that he didn't have to worry about, and to be honest, most vampires no longer did. Quinn had found that in the 1,000 years he had woken up from, that since vampires lived among humans, the rings they made were better quality, and they were even more plentiful. Still, when Quinn lost his celestial form, it seemed his body was still in an evolved state, something about his body that was still above a vampire lord in terms of evolution. His body wasn't affected by the sun at all. With all of this, Quinn did always have a thought. Why did the sun affect a vampire's strength? It wasn't direct light, as other light sources didn't seem to have any effect at all. It wasn't the heat, otherwise fire would also be extremely effective against a vampire. Although they did seem to have a more difficult time against heat, it didn't make them weaker. The only thing that was certain was it was directly related to the sun. Maybe some type of energy that radiated off of it affected vampires, and right now, Quinn was being affected once more. This Phoenix's power, it has the power to completely terraform a planet, to the point where nothing can live on it anymore. That's some crazy strong power. Does that mean that this beast has an energy that is similar to the sun? Is it affecting me because of how close I am? It was the only thing Quinn could really think of. He hadn't completely lost this weakness of his. It was just that the sun was incredibly far away. Whatever affected him no longer did at the distance it was, but he was quite literally now staring at a source of power similar to it. The Phoenix, after opening its eyes, was releasing waves of heat out from its body that were going through the air and hitting Quinn. The temperature felt like it almost doubled. Looking to his right, he wanted to see how well Mundus was dealing with the heat, but he was nowhere to be seen. That guy. Well, I know he will be out there somewhere waiting for me to take care of this thing. First, I should take a few steps back. Quinn moved back quickly, jumping from his position around 50 or so yards. The phoenix was now standing on its two fiery legs with its wings spread out wide. From this distance, it looked large. It was quite clearly a gigantic creature, far bigger than any animal on Earth, and roughly the same size as the dragon that had been used to create the Dalki. Your stats have returned to normal. I see. So from a certain distance, whatever is being emitted from the phoenix doesn't affect me, and from the looks of things, the phoenix isn't moving from its spot, but standing up on its legs, it looks like it's ready to attack at any moment. Quinn smiled as he saw this, even under the extreme pressure of fighting such a strong beast. I should see this as a good thing, the armor that will be created out of a beast like this, the kind of effect it will have. Will it allow me to create this level of heat for all those around me, or will it give the same effect to the other vampires as well? Either way, he needed to see for himself just what the phoenix could do, and at a distance, the best thing to use to hit the beast from so far were the blood guns. Pulling them out, he aimed carefully and started to fire away. As usual, Quinn would switch up the bullets that were used to see which one was most effective. The best thing about the guns was how versatile all the different bullets were, and the fact that more types of bullets could be created. When the blood bullets, key bullets, as well as others hit the phoenix, though, it ruffled the flames slightly, but almost looked as if it went right through the phoenix's body, similar to a real bullet just passing through flames. The only bullet that was able to stick to the flames was the shadow bullet, which made a small mark and lingered for a few seconds before disappearing completely. These guns are starting to suck more and more, Quinn said to himself. Hey, don't blame the tools, but the idiot who was using them, Alex complained back. Those guns are my best creation. It's not my fault that you're going up against a giant bird made of fire. Maybe I should have just made you a water pistol instead. Since the guns weren't working well, and he knew Mundus's skill allowed him to recover, he thought the best thing was to use his soul weapon, the Shadow Mist. The only thing was, this distance was too great, so he needed to run in to use it. Running ahead, Quinn could see the system message appearing once again. All stats have been lowered by 30%. There was a significant drop in his speed, but Quinn thought he had a counter as well. Shadow body has been activated, and energy is still affecting your body. All stats have been lowered by 10%. 10% is a lot less than 30%, so I'll take it. Forming in Quinn's hands were two large blood spears. It was his mid-range attack that had power, because he feared something else, and he didn't want to find out in the middle of battle. The problem was, the phoenix wasn't just going to stand there doing nothing. Moving its wing, a line of flames was seen going across the ground, and it wasn't slow either. Immediately, Quinn had to stop gathering his blood aura and used his shadow to block the attack. The flames had hit the shadow he had summoned, but they continued to burn and weren't going away. It felt like if Quinn was to lower the shadow, then the flames would continue, so he decided to move to the side and continue running forward before letting the shadow drop, and he was right. The line of flames continued reaching far across the land. All stats have been lowered by 20%. I was right. The closer I get to this bird, the worse I am affected by it, and I'm still not close enough to use Shadow Mist. As expected, Mundus was watching the fight from the side and had pulled up his normal throne to take a seat. While watching Quinn's strange actions and drop in speed, it didn't go unnoticed. What is happening to him? Why is he getting weaker all of a sudden? Is it the heat? I honestly thought that this would have been one of the easiest opponents for him out of the ones I prepared. Could it be? Have I managed to discover a weakness? Mundus thought. In the middle of the fight, for the first time in a while, there was a large amount of hesitation going through his mind, because there were a number of things he could do, but didn't know what was the best option. Do I go back and try to head out of the affected area? I'll be at full strength, and it will give me time to think. Or do I use Nitro Accelerate and try to reach the Phoenix as fast as I can? But I still don't know an effective way to hurt it yet. In the middle of his thoughts, the Phoenix was ready to swing its wing. Quinn needed to react faster than the last time, and noticed the slightest movement in its muscles. Already he was starting to cast the shadow. Thankfully, although his stats were affected by the Phoenix's power, his shadow's speed wasn't. However, to use his shadow slightly faster, Quinn would at times swing his hands as he covered them with shadow. It would allow it to move slightly faster. The attack from the beast was fast, which was why he needed to focus and be ahead of the game. As he got closer, the line of fire that originated from the phoenix's wing would reach him quicker. This time, Quinn lifted his hand and threw up a shadow wall, but rather than using both hands, he used only one. The fire hit the shadow wall, and it was stopped, with the flames still burning like they did before. When Quinn's foot hit the ground, he jumped to the side, away from the shadow, and he had a large blood spear ready in his hand. With one hand I'll block, and with the other I'll attack. Quinn gathered as much of the second stage of ki as he could around the blood spear and hurled it through the air. The spear started spinning as Quinn used his blood control to give it a boost of power and to rip through any possible flames that would come toward it. Let's see how it will react. Will it attack the spear, block, or what? In the end, the phoenix did neither. Its wings were still spread open, and the spear was going right toward its chest, and when it touched, just like with the bullets, it went right through the flames and continued onward until it hit the ground, far off in the distance. Does this thing have a physical body? Quinn thought. If it doesn't, how am I meant to even defeat this thing? Wait, the only thing that has been able to stop the flames and physically touch them is the shadow. Can I do something with that? Quinn would have to try and see if his idea would work, but there was a worry. The phoenix didn't seem to like the spear being thrown at it, even if it didn't hurt, because for the first time it had opened its mouth, and a large amount of flares from the sky and all around were gathering around its mouth. It looked like a big attack was taking place. Quinn, use the guns! Even if you have slowed down, the bullet's speed is unaffected, and there is a way to quickly move yourself out of the way, Alex suggested. Thinking of these words, he listened to the advice and brought out the guns again. The fire left from the phoenix's mouth, and it spread out wide. It didn't come out in a direct line. It was going all across the floor, in the air everywhere. Even if I blocked this with the shadow, the fire would get to me from the sides, everywhere. I could defend myself for a while, but then it would be a match of which one lasts longer, its fire or my shadow, and I don't want to risk that. Using the gun, Quinn fired a shadow bullet that managed to cut through the fire, but he didn't aim it at the phoenix and purposely missed it. Then, with the other gun, he fired again, and his whole body sank down. The next moment, Quinn appeared out of the other shadow portal that had been created, which was directly behind the phoenix. This is what Alex meant. With the two shadow guns, I can use them similar to portals, entering from one and exiting from another, and I can keep firing out the bullets. The only problem is, now I'm right next to the phoenix. The heat this close to the phoenix was unimaginable. It felt heavy on his skin, suffocating, and was hard for him to even breathe. When he did, his whole throat and body felt like it was burning up. If it wasn't for the fact that he had strong levels of ki supporting his body inside, he imagined a vampire, or others if they got this close, would simply burn. All stats have been lowered by 50%. This is what I was worried about, but now that I'm this close, I have to do whatever I can. Soul weapon has been activated. Shadow mist has been used. Out from Quinn's body, the whole area was covered in particles, and it seemed to help with the heat somewhat. His stats were still incredibly affected, but he did have somewhat a counter for that as well. Nitro Accelerate has been activated. Now the only thing I know that affects you is the shadow, so let's get a good hit in. The shadow, mixed in with the ki, was covering Quinn's gauntlets, and soon they had grown, making his entire arms 4 times as big. They looked like the hands of giants. From above, the top of its head, he swung both of his fists down, and they smashed on the phoenix's head. The hit had landed perfectly, and the phoenix, for the first time, looked as if it had a physical form as it stumbled, but it caught itself shifting its legs and turned its head to look at Quinn. Out from its body, small fireballs came shooting toward Quinn. Since he knew he wouldn't be fast enough to block them, he switched to the guns again and started to fire at each of the balls. Every time the bullet hit the balls of fire, a shadow would cover them completely, stopping them in their tracks mid-air. After blocking most of the fireballs, Quinn fired 2 shadow bullet portals, moving himself to a different position, and now was by the beast's side. Immediately, he started to fire the shadow bullets towards its head, hitting it on the side. It stayed on for a few moments, and as the bullets built up, the shadow seemed to linger on the face of the phoenix a bit more. This is a problem. The shadow has never really been an offensive power. It's always been something that supports my other powers. Even with the ki, really it's only giving the shadow a physical form, and my ki is doing all of the work. Even as a bullet, it's doing next to no damage to the thing. But my shadow is the only thing that's working on it. How do I damage this phoenix enough to get rid of it? Still watching from the sides, Mundus thought things were getting interesting, as it looked like there was now a battle of God-Slayer powers to see which one was stronger. Meanwhile, back on their mermarial planet, things were going well. Stark had managed to set up a virtual meeting between the two leaders, and they both had agreed to support each other to fight against the enemy. The meeting had come to an end, and Layla, along with the others, were inside the room as well. She rushed over to Cyril as she had to ask a question. "What are you going to do now?" Layla asked. "Quinn has been gone longer than we originally expected, and Jack and Jim could be getting closer." "What do you want to do?" Cyril asked, knowing that Layla had come to her for a reason. "Quinn was originally going to go to the Amra planet, correct? To ask them for their help. I can't just do nothing. Let's go there and ask for their help, and let Quinn focus on whatever it is he needs to do," Layla suggested. His fists were around 10 times bigger than they usually would have been, and with the Nitro Accelerate active, most of his speed had recovered. With this, he swung his hands twice, hitting the phoenix on one side of its face. Its head swung, but was met with another large shadow fist, before Quinn lifted both of his hands and slammed it on top of the phoenix's head. It looked to be having some sort of effect as the phoenix shrieked, but as it did, flames rose from its body upward. Quickly once again, Quinn had to do his best to get out of there as he used the portals to send himself back down on the ground. "This effect of the phoenix, I'm pretty sure with how I'm feeling, it's also affecting my endurance. If it manages to get me with a clean hit with that power of its, then I will become nothing but ashes," Quinn thought. The problem was, there was a slight delay when he would switch between using the shadow to attack and using the guns to create shadow portals. Quinn could create shadow portals without the guns, but due to the debuff, it was much slower than using the guns that were unaffected. The other problem with the guns was, there was no trigger. It was almost linked to his body as the trigger part was pretty much infused with his body. "Hit without getting hit. I can do this." Quinn ran over the ground, and pillars of fire started to burst out from the floor. Using all his senses, he was guessing where the pillars of fire would appear. Slight cracks on the ground, thinking what the phoenix would do, and moving in unpredictable patterns. So far, it was working. Sprinting up ahead, Quinn had condensed the shadow and his key even more in his hand, making it slightly larger again. Reaching the foot and underneath the phoenix, he stomped on the ground and swung his fist with all his body weight, slamming it right into the leg. The whole giant phoenix was lifted on its side, and now it looked like its body was about to come crashing down on him. "Running won't be fast enough, and I can't switch to my gun in time. I hope this works." Gathering his blood aura that he hadn't been using in the fight, his entire body was covered head to toe, but he started to shape it, making his whole body look like an arrow. The second it looked like the body of the phoenix was about to hit him, Quinn pushed off and spun his body. The red aura hit the phoenix, and as predicted, it passed right through its body. All of the attacks went through the body like they were just flames, so why would it be any different this time? Quinn was just inside the large arrow of red aura. Now on the other side, Quinn could see the phoenix had collapsed. Still with the red aura surrounding his body, he dived back down, spinning it, while gathering the shadow around his two hands. Lifting them both in the air, he swung them down with as much force as he could and hit the phoenix clean on its body. It screamed in pain once again, and the phoenix was getting ready to burst out a wave of heat, but Quinn was ready for this, as he was able to retreat in time, with the guns this time. Quinn is extremely skilled, and even though most would have thought to stop using the red aura as it is useless, he has somehow still managed to utilize his powers to help him in his fight, Mundus observed. "With this alone, it won't be enough, though. Can you resolve the problem?" The fight between Quinn and the Phoenix continued in a similar fashion, with Quinn doing a lot of the attacking. He hadn't been hit directly by the flames, and utilized all his skills to hurt the Godslayer again and again. These blows were enough to damage many Godslayers, and yet the Phoenix looked fine. There were no signs of slowed movements, damage to its body, blood, or any of the sort. It was almost impossible for Quinn to tell what was happening. Was he winning the fight or not? Everything about the fight, being careful not to get hit, the damage, and the effect on his stats, was mentally draining him, which was allowing him to get tired quicker. And then there was another problem. "Nitro Accelerate has ended." Crap! I didn't rely on it so much in the fight, but it let me pull off quicker attacks and dodge a few hits here and there when I needed it. I guess I just need to use it sparingly. I can still use the Nitro Accelerate. It will just take my HP to do so, Quinn thought. The fight continued, with Quinn doing just that, and the pattern continued the same as it had earlier. He tried to block out the thoughts in his head, trying to concentrate on doing just as much damage as he could. If he let the distractions get to him, it would just tire him out even more, and once in a while, he was forced to use the Nitro Accelerate skill. After 3 hours of continuous fighting against the Phoenix, Quinn was starting to feel extremely spent. His MC cells were unlimited, allowing him to use the shadow as much as he wished, but his stamina was already being affected, and his ki was as well. It took a while for both of these to recover. If he ran out of ki, then the shadow would no longer have as much of a solid form as it had done so far during the fight, which meant there would be no way for him to defeat his opponent. I have to think. I don't have much time left like this. How did the Godslayers manage to defeat the Phoenix before? Did they just overpower it with Mundus? No, even his time stop ability wouldn't help in this situation. Is it celestial energy? Even if that was the case, I don't have that anymore, but I would think that the Godslayer bullet would have the same effect, but it's unable to do anything. The situation wasn't getting any better either. In order to avoid a stomp from the Phoenix's foot in time, Quinn had to use the Nitro Accelerate once again, which he had been doing throughout the fight. 20 of 100 HP. I only have 20 HP left. Without the Nitro Accelerate, everything is working against me, Quinn thought. I already used the blood from my blood banks. If this is how it's going to end, then do I have no choice but to use that? I have to. I'm not sure it will do anything, but I can't die here to some giant firebird, Quinn thought. For the first time during the fight in a while, Quinn had used his guns to move a bit further out of the range, and off to a mountaintop, seeing the bird from a distance. I didn't want to use this while Mundus was watching, but I have no choice. What Quinn was thinking of doing was summoning his demon, but there were a few reasons why he was against doing this. For one, Mundus was watching. If the form was powerful as he thought it was, he feared that the Celestial might go back on his deal and consider him too much of a threat. In a way, it was true as well, considering Quinn wasn't in control when using this power. The only reason why he was fine with using it now was because none of his family, friends, or even other life forms were around apart from the Phoenix. The second reason was because it was a wild card. It wasn't a guaranteed win and could possibly do nothing against the Phoenix. He didn't really know how powerful the form really was. Also, even if his demon form was much more powerful, it could possibly still be affected by the draining effect from the Phoenix. There was also the possibility that the attacks would simply do nothing. Only his shadow had worked so far, and he had no way of knowing what kind of abilities that demon form had. He could not even remember anything from the time he had transformed. Do I really want my final moments to be this, a memory that I can't even remember? Quinn thought as he hesitated. But I shouldn't be thinking like that. I should be thinking with the mindset that I'll win, that I will return to my family. About to act, Quinn noticed something around the Phoenix. Now that he had taken a step back, he could see something he wasn't able to see before. That very family that Quinn was thinking about, that he was fighting for and doing everything in his power to protect, had decided to leave the Mermerial planet. Cyril, Russ, Stark, Layla, Minnie, and Galen were now all aboard a ship. They were in the middle of heading to the Amra planet to discuss political matters and ask for help. Layla wanted to take one less thing off his mind. If this was what he was going to do anyway, then there was no point wasting time waiting for Quinn to come back. Cyril had also received permission to act on behalf of the Mermerial race to book an appointment, and it was the same for Stark as well, who had just managed to contact the Pensui King and Queen before leaving the Mermerial planet. Apparently, they had quite a surprise for a certain someone, and Russ was currently enjoying the nice surprise. Lying out on a table was a case, and inside the case, there were 3 crystals carefully placed inside. They weren't just any crystals, though. All 3 of them were nest crystals. "How did you manage to get so many so fast?" Layla asked, completely stunned. "Our people are hard and fast workers. Everything we do, we put our full speed into it. So, of course, we will gather crystals faster than any other planet. I take pride in that," Stark said, as he hit his chest around 10 times in less than a second. At one point in time, the nest crystals were so hard to come by and they had to do so much to gather them. They had saved Quinn's life, elongated Logan's, and had created a permanent clone for Vincent. With these 3 nest crystals, how much stronger will I be able to become? If I was to meet the Blades again, could I take them all out by myself? Or perhaps fight that Dalkey Blade, as Quinn called him, from that vision that we saw? Russ smiled to himself. When going forward to reach out for one of the crystals, a small boy hopped onto the table and grabbed the crystal before Russ could take it. "That's mine!" Russ shouted. "Give that back before I turn you into mush!" The one holding on to the crystal was none other than little Galen, who shook his head. "Did you just threaten my son right in front of me?" Layla asked, as she levitated a cup in the air and went to throw it at Russ's head, but with a quick zip, Stark had caught the glass. "Come on, everyone, let's calm down here. And we're all still friends, right? People say some stupid things in anger sometimes, but everything is okay," Stark smiled. Russ still wasn't pleased that his nest crystal had been taken from him, but he had no choice but to play nice, since he had the key command skill still active in his head. If he even tried to hurt Galen in any way, his brain might just explode. Even a nest crystal was not worth that. "Little Quinn," Russ called out. "Galen. His name is Galen," Minnie corrected him. "Okay, little Galen, do you mind giving me my crystal back?" Russ asked with a fake smile that could be seen from a mile away. Galen once again shook his head, and the next second shadows covered the crystal before it disappeared. "What the—" Russ stared at Galen and then back at Layla, who just shrugged her shoulders. Due to the comment he had made before, she wasn't going to help him with something like this. "This damned whole Talon family," Russ screamed in his head. "If there is some way to get rid of this key command, then that kid better watch out. Thinking of it, I wonder what would happen if Quinn were to die. Would the key command disappear then? I wonder if he's having a hard time right now." Observing from a little further away, Quinn could see something happening. The passing flaming clouds, the heat from the planet, the flare shots that would whirl around, they were going toward the Phoenix. When it reached its body, there was almost a slight glow, and at the same time, a slight rise in the temperature as well. While fighting against it, I thought I was having an effect because when I would deliver a big blow, the temperature would drop slightly, but then it would increase again. Wait, why does the Phoenix terraform every planet that it's on? I thought it was just a natural effect of the beast, but what if it's something more? The flames, the entire planet, is similar to how blood is to me. Blood allows me to heal, and the flames are allowing the Phoenix to heal as well, but the whole planet is close to being a big ball of fire. So what do I need to do? Do I move it to another planet? It hasn't moved from that mountain spot, though, and there probably is some reason for that as well. It might be the point where it can heal the easiest or something. With the God Slayer's powers, they can transport beings. So if they just transported the Phoenix to another planet and fought it then, that's probably how they managed to win. Thinking of this gave Quinn a plan. There was one thing he could do, and there was a high chance that it wouldn't work, but either way he had to be quick. Placing both hands in front, he was ready. "Skill activated, shadow lock." A large portal of shadow appeared behind the Phoenix from head to toe, and its whole body vanished. Mundus stood up, surprised by what was happening, but he could no longer see Quinn either. This was because the two of them were now in the shadow space together. Due to its high level of power, it could break out of the shadow space without a problem, and with its flaming body it would just lessen the amount of MC cells I could use while it was in here. But now the big bird can't heal. Quinn used Nitro Accelerate once more and leaped up, punching the large bird right across its face. Immediately the temperature lowered, and sparks of flames went off from the Phoenix, disappearing. The Phoenix had gotten slightly smaller as well, but it still looked like there was quite a bit of work for Quinn to do in here. "It's a good thing that I'm not the only one in here, and not the only one that can use the shadow. Let's finish this thing." Mundus traveled down to where Quinn was fighting. He was searching where the two could be, and eventually had come to a conclusion that it was one of the many powers of the shadow that he had used. It looks like he finally managed to figure it out. I wonder if he had done so in time, Mundus thought. A few moments later, he had received his answer, as Quinn had come out from his shadow space. He was covered in sweat, and his skin looked a bit red for the first time, but he had a crystal in his hand. "All right, that's 2 down. 2 of 5 God Slayers eliminated." The Godslayer crystal that Quinn was holding in his hand was relatively large, and it looked like it was constantly burning. It was slightly hot to the touch, which was a first for a Godslayer crystal. There were a few things that Quinn noted with these crystals. Unlike the other beast crystals, including the nest crystal, they were all different, almost like the trait of the power that they had been placed in the crystal. The one he had received from the monkey man was oddly filled with clouds, while this one was with strong flames. It was good to note in case he came across more Godslayer crystals in the future. Then there was the planet itself. Now with the phoenix gone, the planet was starting to cool down slightly. It was still hot, but there was a significant difference. Still, I would find it hard to believe there is a chance for life to reappear on this planet. I wonder what happened. Did everything die because of the phoenix, or did they put up a big fight? Either way, now that the phoenix has been defeated, Mundus said that there would be another one out there somewhere. I thought we might have lost you, Mundus said as he walked over with a smile on his face that made Quinn want to whack him right then and there, but he was too exhausted, more tired than he had been for a long while. I have to smile and be nice to this guy. He is the one after all that will be helping me recover after all, Quinn thought. Mundus was doing just that as he held out his hand, and just like before, all of the aches and pains were gone. Even his mind was feeling well rested. Is there a side effect to what you're doing? Quinn asked. As Quinn traveled through the universe and met celestials and other powerful beings, he learned something, that everything was quite balanced. A strong power would tend to have a side effect or drawback, and it had to be the same for Mundus as well. Of course, Mundus replied. I am speeding up the time in your body, moving it forward as if you have rested for 2 weeks. This also means that you have aged by those 2 weeks, but the real time still exists. For a human, this could matter a great deal, but for you, I am pretty sure you and your body are already immortal. Although you are no longer a celestial, your body was permanently changed back then. You won't die unless someone kills you. Quinn didn't know whether this was a good or bad thing to hear. Layla had already lived for a long time. She was using her powers of ki to slow down the aging of her body, which already granted her a long life. However, if Quinn could live forever, unlike the others, would that mean he would grow so old to witness their death, to die after his own children? Well, who knew what would happen to Galen since he was an incomplete celestial? Thank you for this, Quinn said, but there is something else I need as well. Do you have any blood? Resting his body wasn't going to bring back the health he had lost, nor restore his blood bank, and with no other life on the planet, there was nothing Quinn could take from. He was slightly hesitant about telling Mundus, but was sure that he had to have already known about vampires, or would eventually know about them and their abilities anyway. I'm sorry, I don't just carry blood around with me other than my own blood, Mundus replied. There is a place where we can get some, though. We don't have to teleport straight to the Godslayer. We will get the blood you need and go from there. The vampire settlement had been more unsettled than it usually would have been. There had been battle after battle, and each time fewer would return. At first, there was high morale for what they were doing, and several among the vampires they still felt this way. It was in their nature, and they were putting a mark on the universe, stating that they were the superior race. However, not all vampires felt this way. Some were starting to ask questions. Why were they sacrificing their lives? For what? Some just wanted to stay home and be with their families. Some thought they were fighting to protect their families, but there was doubt in that as well. This was something that was unforeseen by Jim, this feeling. Throughout vampire history, there always had been 2 groups of vampires. Those that loved to battle felt as if they should be the ones who ruled over others, while others believed that they should only use their powers to protect other beings. They had been under the same banner for a short time, but somewhat felt like they were going back to the same roots, especially with the last order they had received. Sitting down in his own home in the kitchen, Ronik had both hands above his head. What are you going to do? His dear wife asked. What do you mean? It's an order from the family leaders, from Jim Eno. I have no choice. I have to join the war, Ronik said. After what had happened to Nell, Ronik had been avoiding the war, working as a hunter on the vampire planet. He realized there were things more important to him than honor and war badges. Still, he would do anything to support the other vampires who were fighting, which is why he did his best to gather the crystals they needed in their fights. This was just something he was unable to do anymore, fight in the war, especially when he didn't believe in it. That was until the order was made that every vampire was to take part in the upcoming battles. There was an exception if a vampire had a young child, then one adult could be nominated to look after the child. If you had no children, you were forced to take part, and it didn't matter how many children you had. Only one adult was allowed to look after them. I already spoke to Joan. Please look after him, Ronak said. No, why are you speaking like that? His wife cried and screamed. Why are you speaking like you're already dead? In the middle of her sobs, a loud alarm was heard, which was the cue for all of them to gather for their orders. Before, only those that wished to take part took part in the war, but there was a drastic change. As the vampires were more successful in taking over planets, more vampires needed to be left behind on those taken over planets as a force in charge of those conquered planets. Simply put, their forces were lowering due to their universal expansion, so they needed more. Where is this even all going to end? Ronak thought as he went to line up with the others. That's when he could see the look on many vampires' faces. They were just like him, and they didn't want to do this. Yet they couldn't go against Jim's word. No one here was brave enough or strong enough to speak up about not wanting to fight. Actually, there was one, Ronak thought back. He was pretty badass when he did it as well. The vampires had gathered in the square where the fourth original leader, Hickle, was standing at the front, ready to give them the order. I can see the worried look on all of your faces, but I promise you that we wish for every single one of you to come back home to your families, Hickle stated. I know that I, as well as the other originals, will do our best to take the brunt of the battles. As you know, we have done well to track down the planets that contain celestials in hiding, the people from the other world that Quinn is trying to summon. On the next planet, we have discovered some signs of success of nearly opening a portal. To protect our planet, our race, and Earth, we must stop them. How many times had it been now? How many planets had they gone to, due to the same or similar reason? Not once did Ronak see proof of these portals, and nor did the other vampires. In order for you to do your best, we have gathered some information about our next target. A 3D projected image is displayed in front of them all. As you can see, the alien is muscular in size, and 2 times bigger than the average human. On top of that, they have a hard exterior rock-like skin. We have also managed to identify that the males have 4 arms in total. Quinn had made a full recovery after fighting the Phoenix thanks to Mundus and his powers. However, there was still one thing that he needed, and that was blood. Using his blood aura and skills no longer used up his HP. Still, blood was necessary for Quinn to heal, and could also be used for emergency healing after he filled up his blood bank skills. Without it, his next fight would be incredibly difficult and increase his chances of death. Before we head to the next set of Godslayers, I have an important message for you, Mundus said with a serious tone. If so far what you have displayed is everything you have, then these Godslayers will be too strong for you. Remember, a lot of these Godslayers that I am taking you to have been left alone for one reason or another. At least until this point in time, so I just want to warn you that you need a sure way of beating them. Is this your way of telling me, no matter how much trouble I'm in, that you won't help me no matter what, regardless of how useful I am to you? Quinn replied. You don't have to worry about me. I never expected help anyway. Take me to the next place. Honestly, Quinn didn't find the whole thing too bad for himself. He needed to push himself and face off against hard opponents so he could go against the rest, go against Ray and H when he needed to. The fighting helped with his fighting skills, helped him with thinking outside the box and his problem-solving skills. It was all fine to train by yourself, but real situations where one's life was on the line were where a person would improve the most. With that, Mundus surrounded the two of them in a bright light, and soon their bodies vanished. When Quinn opened his eyes again, he was wondering what he would see, what type of planet it would be. When he could see the sight in front of him, it was very Earth-like. There was a clear blue sky with white clouds, and the temperature was warm. If anything, it felt cold after the planet they had been on. There were large grass fields, and the two of them were on a hill, looking at what looked like a fairly large village that was busy with people that looked human. Humans? Are we on Earth? Quinn asked. Does Earth really look like this? Mundus asked. Taking a closer look, it more so looked like an Earth of the past. Based on the style of clothing and the housing structures, it was an era even before the Victorian era that vampires liked to decorate their houses and clothes after. It was almost as if they had gone back into the past of Earth, but there was also something different about it as well. This is not Earth, Mundus answered. In the entire universe, did you really think that you would be the only ones that were like yourselves, or at least look like yourselves? However, saying that, you do share a lot of similarities. One of the bigger ones is the fact that the population seems to grow at a rapid pace, which means there are a lot of lives on this planet, which has made it the target of many Celestials in the past.
Remember my warning from before? This is one of those places. Despite the large population of lives, any celestial that has attempted to take control of the planet, in a bid to force them to complete their condition, has perished. I have even sent a celestial fighter here before, but they too had failed. The only upside is that the God-Slayer here is living on this planet without much trouble or wishing to travel further, which is why, for this God-Slayer, I have no information to give you other than what I have just told you, because I have no idea how powerful it is. They did have some idea, though. The fact that the local Celestials and the fighter Celestial Mundus had sent were defeated meant they had to be of a certain caliber. The two started to walk from the hill and began to move down towards the large village, city, or whatever it was. It was quite unclear exactly what they were walking towards. Quinn didn't run, nor did he do anything that would make him seem different to the others around him. "Hey, are you sure that you won't cause a panic when walking into a place like this? What if these guys have never seen an alien before, or they start calling you a demon or something?" Quinn asked. "Really, I was considered the most handsome of my race?" Mundus replied, but he could tell that Quinn perhaps had a point, and with a snap of his fingers, he was covered in a white light, and then his appearance had changed. Mundus had taken the appearance of a tall, slender man who wore dark clothing and a large trench coat that touched the floor. He had a powerful, sharp look to his face that went with his jet-black hair that was parted in the middle and swept a bit to the sides close to his ears. With this, when the two entered the village, they were getting stares from all over the place. From the children, the merchants, the woman, everyone. Unfortunately, they still stuck out like a sore thumb. "Are those two nobles? Look at their clear skin and how tall they are. They're practically glowing," a female said. "Couldn't you have turned into something uglier?" Quinn asked. "I did not choose this form," Mundus replied. "It is simply based on the good looks I already had when I turned myself into a human version of myself. And besides, even if I was uglier, you would still stand out. Anyway, hurry up and just take one of these people's blood and be done with it." "In broad daylight?" Quinn replied. "Are you mad?" "No, I'm quite calm, actually, and wish to not waste any more time," Mundus stated. "Virgin blood!" a market man yelled out. "Get your fresh virgin blood here!" The answer seemed to fall right in front of their lap, but there was still a problem. They didn't have any money. "I guess I could use my influence skill. It should still work on them because they are human, right? It's not the right thing to do, but it's better than hurting anyone. And what type of planet is this anyway that sells virgin blood? That man can't be a good person," Quinn convinced himself. "Why are you just standing there?" Mundus sighed. "Ah, I see. Very well. I shall help you out just this once." Suddenly, the whole area around them had frozen. No one was moving. There was no sound. This was Mundus's power. In the end, this might have been the best thing to do, so Quinn walked over and grabbed the vial of blood that was in a large flask that was sealed with a cork. His inspect skill said it was okay, so he drank away until his health was fully healed and both of his blood banks were refilled. Now Quinn was ready to face his opponent. "Can you hear that?" Quinn suddenly asked. "Hear something? That's impossible. I have stopped time in this entire area," Mundus claimed. But Quinn was certain he could hear the sound of footsteps when he turned his head. Mundus followed, and both of them could see a hooded man covered in a raggedy robe. It was hard to see what his face looked like, but it was as clear as day as he was walking amongst all of the frozen people. "Are you the people that have caused this?" the robed man asked in a husky, deep voice. It sounded a bit scratchy. "He can still move through my power. How is he stopping it?" Mundus thought, confused. "Ah, I see now. So it's you. I guess I should stop the more troublesome one first." The robed man threw out his hand, and in an instant, a purple large orb ball surrounded Mundus and lifted him up in the air, about a foot off the ground. In the ball, Mundus tried to touch the edges, but they didn't hurt nor do any harm to him. He could not do anything to it either from the look of things. "I'm guessing this is the God-Slayer?" Quinn asked. "Get out of the ball and transport us to somewhere else where there are no people." A fight with so many people around them, there certainly would be a large number of deaths. While Quinn had come to terms with having to kill these God-Slayers, he didn't want to cause unwanted deaths if he could avoid it. "I never thought I would say this, but I can't," Mundus answered. "I'm stuck here, and my celestial powers aren't working." The Amra planets were many, but there was a difference between one compared to the other. The one where the strongest Amra warriors and leaders resided was now the only place that still had the tower, a large structure that had been moved from its original place. Rather than in the center, it was now toward the back of the city, but it was still just as grand as it was before,
allowing it to be seen from any angle and from anywhere within the city. At the base of the tower, there had been a few changes compared to before, as businesses had moved close to the ground floor to maximize their profits. Forgers, weapon sellers, map sellers, and food stalls were all placed on the ground floor just outside of the tower. There was still plenty of Amra who challenged the tower frequently, and often those from the other planets would visit just to challenge the tower and see how far they could get. It was why business had flourished around the place like this. A strange power still filled the tower, and it worked the same way as before. There were ways a participant could leave the floor of the tower they were on by heading to a door. As long as the person had been to that floor before, they could teleport back to that floor. Appearing at the bottom of the tower and exiting out of the door was none other than their leader Geo, but he wasn't alone, as he had a group of humans following closely behind him. Some of them looked to be hurt, and others were getting healed. "Don't worry about the cost. All of you should eat what you want and rest up. Remember, while you are here, everything is on me," Geo claimed. Shiro turned around to look at the rest of the blades, and he had his fist tensed up. "We need to try again," Shiro said. "Not until you are fully rested and have a plan," Geo stated. "I am in there with you to protect you, and I won't allow you to do foolish things. Remember, rest is important as well." Shiro looked at Geo, and his innocent smile was a disguise to hide his extreme strength. While climbing the tower floors, there were many times, from beasts or from other Amra, where their group had faced a close call and Geo had saved them. He was happy that when they initially met, that they decided not to fight. It wasn't just Geo, though. Climbing the tower made them see that there were plenty of Amra that were plenty strong. "You managed to reach the 50th floor. That is no small achievement. Not many could reach that far in the short amount of time that you have. I'll be honest, I didn't think you would get that far," Geo said, as he went to sit at an outside restaurant and order quite a bit of food for everyone. The Blades were quite hungry and appreciated it. The reason why Shiro was so annoyed was because it was now their third attempt at the 50th floor. They had hit a wall in their progress, but it felt like if they could get past the 50th floor, if they could break through this wall, then they too would have a breakthrough in their power and skills. All of the Blades, especially Shiro, had improved so much thanks to the tower. For the most part, they were all getting used to the gravity on the planet. It forced them to use the natural ki in their bodies more to help them live every day. In the tower, it was even more apparent because the higher floors also had higher levels of gravity that they needed to deal with. On top of that, Shiro had learned how to better use the others that were in the same body as him. Vorden was the most skilled at ki. He was a natural, and it allowed him to combine ki with certain abilities, making him quite skilled. As usual, Rayton was the best at hand-to-hand combat, and it was the best at short-range abilities that allowed this talent to shine. Then there was Shiro, who was kind of a jack-of-all-trades. At first, Shiro was quite a bit disheartened that he wasn't good at one thing in particular, but while going up the floors, he found that there were things that he could do that neither Vorden nor Rayton could, which was why the three of them together were the perfect team. Maybe not as much as when they were with Syl, but Syl was his own monster in that department. Just as they were beginning to finish their meal, another Amra had come rushing over to where Geo was. It was hard for the humans to tell each one of them apart, but this one looked more like Geo compared to the others. The rock skin was a different shade and more refined. It was also clear that this person was in quite a high position, since when coming through all the stalls, all the guards bowed down and the people around. "What is it, Dober?" Geo asked. "Our space team has come into contact with an unknown spacecraft," Dober explained. "Due to what they said, we have allowed them to land. Currently, they are staying at the manor." "The manor?" Geo repeated. "Who would be in an unknown spacecraft that you would allow them to stay in the manor?" "Sir, it's because they were humans," Dober answered. "At least some of them." Those that were still eating had stopped. Some had dropped their eating tools, and Shiro slammed his hand on the table. As Rayton had taken control for a second, he was so excited. "Wait, there are humans? They could be here to get us, but how did they find out where we are? Maybe they are here to get rid of us," Shiro thought, as he was going through a mix of emotions. "If they are here to attack you, then we will protect you," Geo said. "Still, I think it would be best for us all to go see these humans together, and maybe you can ask them a few questions. It's very rare that we get visitors. Besides, they are with Nock, which worries me a little bit." In a large library, Layla and her group were patiently waiting. They had arrived with no trouble at all, which was expected. They had heard from Quinn that this race also had a connection with him, and just like their memorials so far, their trip had been pleasant. That was until they had been placed in a room with one of the Amra, who had all of his arms folded and would constantly glare at them. "Is there something wrong?" Cyril asked. "Why are you looking at us like that?" "One human helped us out in the past," Nock answered, "but there are many of you. Just because one person is good doesn't mean they are all good, so I can't trust you." Layla thought that the Amra's words actually made sense, but she soon saw Russ step forward. "You're right. We aren't all good. Take me, for example. I'm a very bad person, and don't like it when people stare at me like you do," Russ stated. He was in a strange mood since he had absorbed 2 of the nest crystals on the way here. He wanted to try out his current strength, and these giant 4-armed aliens seemed like the perfect subject. "Russ," Layla said. "I would also like to add that I am not human," Stark waved, "and I think that I am quite a good person." "Purple Man is good," Minnie nodded. The door behind burst open, causing a distraction for the current scene, and they could see another 4-armed Amra take the lead. "All right, let's see if these humans know each other," Gio said. Shiro walked ahead with the rest behind him and stopped in his tracks as he and Russ stared at each other. "Russ, I thought you were—" "Dead?" Russ smiled. "No, I'm very much alive, and what a surprise to see the blades all the way out here." Looking to his left, Quinn had to blink a few times to make sure what he was seeing was right. The messenger of the Celestials, the gods that practically were in charge and controlling what happened in the entire universe, had been trapped. He was floating inside a strange ball of purple energy, and it was something Quinn had never seen before. What is that ball made out of? Is it an ability of some sort, or his Godslayer power? I have no idea. It feels like nothing I have ever felt before, Quinn thought, as he didn't want to quite touch whatever it was. At the same time, the Godslayer in question stood back, away from them. It was clear he could use his powers from far away, and in Quinn's head, he was taking note. He's most likely a ranged power user, which is why he's staying back there, but I need to make sure and see what he can do. At first, Quinn actually thought that Mundus might be joking, but there was something that he could hear that was different about Mundus that he had never heard before. His voice, it had changed slightly in pitch, and his heart was beating just a fraction faster. It wasn't a state of panic, but these 2 things often meant that he was worried about something. "Don't you think you should be trying to break me out of this thing?" Mundus asked. "You're strong, right? Do you really need my help to break you out of that?" Quinn replied, trying to make sure he really wasn't joking. "And besides, didn't you already make it clear that no matter how much trouble I was in, that you wouldn't help me? And now look at this, you're asking for my help," Quinn taunted. Truth was, he didn't want to get trapped in whatever it was that Mundus was trapped in, so instead, he wanted to talk it out with the Godslayer, who had chosen to not trap Quinn. Maybe it's a power he can only use on one of us at a time, Quinn thought. He figured out that the time stop was due to him, so he might think that I'm weak, and I can take advantage of that. "Why are you doing this to us?" Quinn asked. The man lifted his head, and under his dark hood a smile could be seen. "Why? Why are you people who are not from around here on this planet? Not only that, but you decided to come here and use your powers to freeze time around here, which would suggest that you are up to something." There was something about this person that was truly terrifying, and it was the fact that somehow he was still able to move through the powers of Mundus. Even now, in the ball, his powers were working as time was stopped, but if Mundus had decided to use his powers on Quinn, then even for him without his shadow, it would take effect. "We came to this planet by accident," Quinn answered. "We needed something, and because we didn't want to alarm anyone, we decided to make sure no one would see us." Quinn was pretty impressed with himself. In the past, he had been quite the bad liar, but with all the situations he had been in and put through, he felt like he was getting a little better at it. "Ha ha! You are an incredibly bad liar," the man said. "It seems you have no clue what I have been through. Do you know how many people have tried to kill me, Reyes the Supreme Magus? I have come across one like your friend before, and it was more than once. The last time I had managed to injure him quite badly. However, he had managed to escape using a strange power that I hadn't come across before. I don't have many rules I live by, but one of them is to take the life of those that try to kill me, and that person has made it so one of my few rules was broken. In turn, I decided to study the particles of energy that were left behind, and created a magic that would stop that from happening again." Now Quinn at least had an idea of what type of power he was up against: magic. The problem was, it didn't help him much because he didn't really know what magic was. There weren't many people on Earth, if any at all, that used the power of magic. According to Ray, it was a lost art among humans over the years. The only time Quinn had experienced magic was through Bliss, and the amount of things it could do was very hard to comprehend, and this individual called Rays seemed a lot stronger than Bliss. The information of him beating other Celestials seemed to ring true from what Mundus said as well, just he never expected this to work against them like this. If he's a magic user, then it makes sense why he is keeping his distance, but if I heard him right, then that orb that is surrounding Mundus is only blocking the celestial energy, and not his ability. It must be why Mundus's ability is still working, but why he can't just teleport to the celestial space or out of the strange orb. So that means it shouldn't have an effect on me. Quinn was shifting his feet slightly. He was ready to use the Nitro Accelerate ability to run over and give the Magus a single blow to finish him off. The element of surprise was still on his side. Just as he was about to move, though, Rays spoke again.
"Aren't you wondering why I haven't attacked you?" Rays asked. "Let me ask you a question. Based on what I have seen, the relationship between the two of you, it doesn't seem to be too friendly."
For a second, Quinn looked at Mundus, because he had been by his side. In some ways he had slightly forgotten. In a lot of ways, this situation was being forced on him. "Well, I wouldn't say the two of us are exactly friends," Quinn replied.
"I thought as much," Rays replied. "I am a reasonable person, you see. I can tell that the energy that is coming off from you is vastly different from the energy that is coming off from him. If my guess is correct, these beings have put a type of bounty on my head, but since they have failed a few times, they have asked for outside help, and you are that outside help. Then you should think with your head a bit more. You are being forced to do this. Why? Is it because this being is all-powerful, and because it can harm your friends and family? Well, if that is the case, then doesn't this mean this is the perfect opportunity? This is your chance to kill that being and be free. It's your choice."
An offer had been made, and one Quinn never thought would happen during this little task to defeat Godslayers. The words by Rays had certainly made him think for a second. Out of all the Celestials he had met, it was quite clear that Mundus was the most troublesome. He was the one that had trapped him in the celestial space away from his family. He was the one that had fought against his family and stopped time. Although he had heard of these ancient ones, maybe that was only a position. What if Mundus was the strongest Celestial? Wouldn't getting rid of him make a lot of his problems go away? "That look on your face, I don't like it," Mundus said from the ball. "Don't tell me you are actually listening to this person. You know how vast the celestial space is. Doing what this person says would only make you a fool."
"Ah, yes," Ray said. "Threatening the only person that has a chance of helping you. That is an extremely smart thing to do. I can see why he is considering an offer like this."
Maybe at some point, Quinn wouldn't have hesitated, but the words of what Mundus had said before had stuck in his head. The fact that if Quinn was in this situation, would Mundus help him? He said he wouldn't, and now the tables had turned where Mundus's life was in his hands.
"I'll give you time to think," Ray stated. "But please keep in mind that I have the ability to kill you both, so this is a very, very generous offer."
It was true that fighting against Rays wasn't a sure win for Quinn, but he didn't doubt himself. That wasn't what was worrying him regardless of how confident the Magus was. It was the fact of whether or not he would ever have an opportunity like this fall into his hands again. "Look, forget what I said before," Mundus said in a more panicked voice. Since Quinn was taking a long time to answer, it was worrying him. Because the ball wasn't just blocking out his celestial powers, it was stopping them completely. "If you free me, then we can take this person down together. There is no chance that the two of us will lose, especially with my power." For the first time, Mundus was happy to help Quinn against the Godslayer. But was this out of desperation, or the fact that Mundus wasn't so cold-hearted? Originally, teaming up with Mundus meant that the Celestials would be off my back. He's right. In the celestial space, there were thousands. No, maybe hundreds of thousands of gods, and those were the only ones that I had seen. Mundus holds a high position in the Celestials, and taking him down would mean they would be after him, and there was the unknown power of the Ancient Ones. Maybe he would be safe, but what about his family? If Mundus wanted to, he had the chance to take them all out there and then, but he decided not to. Then there's the armor as well. If I take out Mundus, then we can't go to the other Godslayers and create the armor needed to fight against Ray and the others. Am I strong enough? Do I have all the help I need to defeat Jack and Jim without the armor? It isn't like Ray's will help me in my battle just because I killed someone who was already trying to kill him. He has no debt to me. He could just kill Mundus himself. In Quinn's head, he was constantly flipping back and forth between the two options of which was better and which was worse. The armor, though. Mundus said that I would have to give it back. Going through all of this to create a powerful armor, only to be in the hands of the Celestials, will give them a powerful weapon, and if eventually the Celestials try to get rid of me, just like they have with all these other Godslayers, then it would only give them more strength to do that. A sinister smirk appeared on Quinn's face as he thought of this dilemma. Didn't it mean he could now take advantage of the situation as well? Mundus, you said to me that Celestials stick true to their word, correct? Quinn asked. If you're talking about me helping you and not trying to kill you because you thought about killing me, then yes, I won't try to kill you after this and help you, Mundus replied. That wasn't what I was talking about, Quinn said. The armor that we are trying to create. You said that it would be lent out to me on a loan-like basis, but if I decide to help you and fight against the Godslayer, then I want to keep the armor. There was silence for a moment from Mundus. He also never imagined he would be in this situation in the first place. I can make that promise, but whether the Ancient Ones will be happy about it or not will be another thing altogether. However, they are unaware of what is happening right now. Quinn is a family man. He isn't someone who would try to stir up trouble unless trouble comes to him, so this should be okay. Fine, you have a deal. Now get me out of here and let's take him out, Mundus said. He hadn't fought in a while and normally didn't get angry at things that happened, at the Godslayers, or troubles that would head his way. In a lot of ways he saw himself as a pacifist, but with his life put in danger, for the first time in more years than he could count, he was ready. Instead of touching the orb directly, Quinn had summoned his shadow from the back and created a large arm. He was controlling it, moving it over to where the orb was. He would try this first before trying anything else, just in case it affected him. It started to surround the floating orb, and the second it did, Quinn heard something. "Wait!" a voice resounded in his head. It almost echoed, but was heard loud and clear. The shadow stopped for a second, as he wondered where the voice was coming from. I've experienced something like this before. Is this telepathy? Is it coming from him? Quinn thought. It is, and I'm sorry for intruding, but during that whole time, I was also listening in on your thoughts, Ray said. I know everything you were thinking. This is not our battle to fight, and I believe I can help you. With the shadow frozen around the orb, Mundus was wondering just what was going through Quinn's mind right now. Telepathy was something that was an ability on Earth. It was a power that belonged to one of the vampire families, and here it was being used by Rays. It was clear that he was extremely powerful, but Quinn did wonder, what did he want to say to him that he didn't wish for Mundus to hear? I know you are a good person, Ray started the conversation, still talking in Quinn's mind. You care about the people here, even though you have no relation to them whatsoever. Before the fight was about to start, you asked the being next to you to transport us to a place where a battle wouldn't harm others. I have to admit to you, I am by no means a good person, and I am one that believes that one must be evil to vanquish evil. I even thought you might be like me, but I was wrong after reading your thoughts. You seem like a strong person who has been through a lot, and I don't think it's best that the two of us fight each other. What was Ray's trying to say? Quinn didn't quite understand. Because surely from reading his thoughts, he would have known they didn't have a chance, and didn't he wish to not let Mundus go? I won't harm the person who is next to you. I can tell that getting rid of him is most likely to cause serious problems for you. So in return, I ask you to just leave this place. This place, as much as I hate it, I do not wish for it to be destroyed, and if the two of us were to fight, I think that might be the outcome for this planet. This is where I belong, and you have a place where you belong. You should go back to it. Hearing these words all of a sudden made Quinn lose the will to fight against him. He and Mundus would be able to leave, and in doing so, they would do no harm to the people on the planet. The only downside was that they would lose a crystal, but Mundus knew plenty of places with other Godslayers, so that wouldn't be too hard. How could he not accept this offer? I accept, and I'm sorry for coming to your planet. It was never my intention to destroy another planet just to save my own, Quinn said. Quinn did truly mean that. There were times when he fought against others because it was the best option, and he thought it was the same now, with him fighting against the Godslayers, but he could always convince himself there was a reason for fighting,
that the outcome would be better this way. If there was a better option that would present itself, then he would take it, even if it would make his own life a little harder. That was just who Quinn was. "It's a shame," Ray said. "Someone who is as strong as you is obeying these beings that wish to meddle in our lives. I could never do something like that. Our destiny is not set. This is our destiny. Let me tell you something, nothing is set in stone. Every person has the power to make a change." It was strange words of advice, but one that he would take with him. He never believed in things like destiny. It was why he chose to fight so hard in the first place. "Oh, before I go," Ray said, "I will disappear from this place and release your friend. I want the two of you to be gone, to not interfere with a single person here. These are my people to mess around with. I don't care if you are gods, demons, or devils. If you don't listen to what I say, I will hunt every single person who is related to you down and kill them right in front of your eyes." Looking deep into Ray's eyes and sensing that there was no quiver in his voice, Quinn knew he meant those words. Ray started to put his hands together, and yellow energy sparked between them. An item could be then seen in his hands. It was a crystal, and inside the crystal there was sparking energy as if a lightning bolt had been captured in it. "I have no use for this," Ray said, as he threw it up in the air, and Quinn managed to catch it. When holding on to the item, Quinn knew exactly what it was. It was a Godslayer crystal. "It will have a better use for you than it will for me. I have a few of those. They are like trophies to me, so don't feel like you are indebted to me, and remember what I said." Ray started to disappear. His body moved like mist and completely vanished. There was no trace of his power, just like he was never there, and Mundus fell to the ground as the orb disappeared as well. "Did that man just give you a Godslayer crystal?" Mundus asked. "Yeah, it's definitely a Godslayer crystal," Quinn answered. The system had updated, even though Quinn hadn't defeated the Godslayer, which was why he was sure of it. 3 of 5 Godslayers have been defeated. "I don't really know what happened there, but there are only 2 more to go. I need to focus on the task," Quinn thought. "All right, let's get out of here. And why don't we talk about why it took you so long to make a decision?" Mundus said, as the two of them were covered in a white light and disappeared from the planet. The battle with the Chained was the time originally when Quinn and Peter's return had been broadcasted. At the time, no one was quite aware that it was them that had appeared, and they just assumed that it was a new group. They'd assumed it perhaps was a guardian that worked for the Red Vampire's Laxmas. Originally, the battle had ended, and it had done so with the presumed death of Russ. There were many that thought he might have just gone missing, but according to Quinn himself, he stated that Russ was indeed dead. However, it was only later that Quinn himself would find out that Russ was alive, which was why seeing Russ now in front of them had come to a complete surprise to Shiro. Geo could feel the tension between the two in the room. They were trying to kill each other with their stares, which is why he decided to step in the middle of the two. "I assume you two aren't good friends then. Are these humans enemies of yours?" Geo asked. It was at that point that Layla had remembered as well the fact that Russ had a deep hatred for the Blades, and it was the same the other way around. When the Chained were a large group, there were members of the Blades that had lost their lives due to the countless struggles. "What are the Blades doing here in the first place? How are they so far out on this planet?" Layla thought, and then it hit her. She remembered the simulation they had watched, the one that Logan had shown them. Syl had transported the Blades far away, to a distant planet where Jack and the Dalki wouldn't be able to do them harm. It was the only explanation as to why the Blades were currently here. "Shiro!" Layla called out. Hearing his name, he turned his head and looked at the others, seeing Layla had allowed him to snap out of his rage-filled state. "Layla, you're here as well. Why are you with Russ, and where is Quinn?" Shiro asked. "These people know Quinn?" Geo raised an eyebrow, trying to follow the conversation. "If they are companions of Quinn, then they can't be bad people." "The big stone man knows Dad. Why does Dad know so many aliens?" Minnie asked. "That's Quinn's daughter." Geo scratched his head. Never did he dream he would meet the godlike being's family. This meeting was getting very confusing for everyone involved. Shiro started to walk towards Layla, planning to hear what had happened so far, ignoring his anger for a moment. Midway there, a person moved in his way, though. "Do you think, now that you are in front of me, I would just let you go?" Russ said with a smile. His legs had transformed into the 2 thin limbs, and they were purple in color.
These were the legs of the Pensui. Dashing the short distance, Russ had moved too fast for Shiro to act, and a fist was thrown out, landing cleanly on Shiro's cheek. He had no time to use his powers to block the attack, but his body did instinctively act with ki to protect him. Still, Shiro was lifted off the ground, into the air, and Nock had caught him. "You bastard!" one of the blades shouted as they fired out a lightning strike, and all the other blades and ability users started to use their powers as well to fire straight at Russ. "I have to thank you, Stark, for those nest crystals. Now I can use powers a bit more freely," Russ said, as he lifted his hands that were covered in the shadow power and raised them from the floor. They were stopping the attacks. Seeing this, some of the blades started to charge forward, and Shiro readied himself a bit. "Do you want help taking this one on?" Nock asked. "No, this one is mine," Shiro shouted, as he ran forward, but in his mind he soon had changed to Vorden. "What is happening? Aren't these humans? Aren't they your friends?" Stark asked, a little panicked. "These two have a complicated history," Layla replied. "Either way, we need to stop them." The problem was, she was wondering what the best way was to stop them. She knew that Russ was unable to harm the Talon family. He needed to do everything to protect them, but it didn't state he couldn't attack the blades, which was how Russ was able to act right now. At the front of the group, Vorden used the water ability and covered it in the second stage of ki. Knowing ki the best, he could sense that, unlike the shadow Quinn used, this shadow had no properties of ki, meaning that if a ki ability as such was used on it, it allowed his attack to go through, and that's exactly what he had done. The water had split open the shadow that was blocking the attacks in half like a wave. "You have no idea what I am capable of right now," Russ smiled, as behind the shadow, of all things, Russ had summoned a Dalki, a 4-spike Dalki. There were plenty of those in the room that had seen a Dalki before, so he could extract it from their mind and summon it. While at the same time, he had to pick the right levels of spikes, so it would allow him to summon an ally, while also allowing him to still use powers and transform his own body. Immediately, the Dalki went to swing its arm, throwing a punch at Vorden, and he ducked down, avoiding it as it hit nothing but air. "Raiden, it's your turn," Vorden said as a switch was done, and a facial expression had completely changed. Soon, flames could be seen on Raiden's hands, as he delivered his own punch right into the Dalki's stomach. It was a heavy blow, since it was infused with ki as well, causing the Dalki to hunch over a little bit. "They have gotten stronger to do that against a 4-spike Dalki and not switch abilities," Layla thought. However, it wasn't as if Russ was just going to stand there and do nothing. He also practically could attack all of the other blades and use them as a type of hostage. "Russ, stop! Shiro, stop attacking!" Layla shouted. The two don't seem to listen, as Russ was getting ready to summon something even more powerful while keeping the shadow power to protect himself, and the Pensui legs for fast movement to get himself in and out of the way. Layla thought about jumping in, but she was hesitant. But if it was Quinn, he would have easily been able to stop the fight. "Hey, didn't you hear the lady?" Geo was glowing with power and was right by Russ's side, and his arm was already swinging toward Russ's body. "She told you to stop." Russ tried to use his legs to run away while using his shadow power to block the attack, but this wasn't an ordinary slap. It was a slap with celestial energy that hit the shadow, and the power went through it, throwing his body right through the wall of the library and into the hallway of the manor. "You didn't listen either," Nock shouted, as he did the same with a glowing hand and hit Shiro's body, sending him through the wall again. All of the blades, at that moment, stopped using their ability and were no longer in a fighting stance. "All right, if you two haven't cleared your heads, there are a lot more slaps from where those came from," Geo said. Russ was the first one to get up off the ground. "These damn aliens are taking me for a fool. I see I shouldn't worry so much about hurting those around me and just thought of getting rid of you all." "Stop, Russ," Layla said. "This will do nothing. What is the point of getting your revenge here of all places? What does it even achieve at this point, when there are those out there that are running the lives of others? If you continue to insist on fighting Shiro, then I will get involved." Minnie was also standing by her side, ready to use her powers and her ring, and it looked like Cyril and Stark would join in as well. With all of them and that strange sword, along with the two strong giant rock aliens, Russ wasn't so sure he could win this battle, and there was no point wasting his energy.
Fine, I give up, Russ said, but I don't give up on just taking out the blades. I'm just putting it on pause.
When Shiro finally got up, he thanked Layla by bowing his head. That wasn't the reunion I was hoping for, so tell me, why are you here? Most of the blades were told to rest in the entertainment room or the dining room for the time being, while the rest of them gathered in one of the many large reception rooms that the manor had. This was to stop the tensions and disputes from happening between Russ and the rest of the blades. Shiro would simply relay the information to all of them afterwards. The ones that had gathered in the reception room sat on the hard surfaces that had been common on the planet. The couches they were sitting on weren't soft and cushioned. Instead, they were sharp-edged and had hard, flat surfaces made of a type of shiny rock. A lot of the building was like this, made of sharp points, squares, and rectangles, as it suited the Amra, especially since they had hard skin in the first place. But everyone else did find it a little uncomfortable. Regardless, now in the room together, the first thing Gio had done was apologize for hitting Russ. The main issue he had was the fact that they were fighting in his library. It was one of the additions he had made since becoming a leader, wishing to broaden his knowledge about various subjects. Before, the Amra only had one goal, climbing the tower and growing stronger, but Gio wanted his people and himself to find interests and goals in other things, which was why he was expanding his reading. In his haste, he had panicked when the two were fighting and decided to intervene, and in turn, Nock followed. In the end, the two of them had done more damage to the books than anyone else when they had knocked off both Russ and Shiro through the walls. So, right now I feel like we are all quite confused. Shiro started the conversation. We know why we are here, but why are you guys here? Did you know we were here? It was the expected question, and Layla, out of everyone, decided to do the explaining, and when she did, she started right from the beginning, the day when Quinn was meant to get an award, the day he went missing. Layla explained a little bit about the Celestials and how they were keeping Quinn locked away, and then explained her own journey as well. Shiro had figured out that this must have happened while they were fighting with Jack, because they were unaware of the event, and at the time, they were the only ones that didn't turn up for the award ceremony, but soon, Shiro was in for more shocks. The fact that everyone had forgotten about them, the fact that everyone had forgotten about Quinn and Layla, that there was a power out there that allowed them to do that. She explained why Russ was with them as well. That's when they needed to explain how they met up with Cyril, what they had seen, and what Logan had shown them. After all of it, running away and traveling through the universe, they had picked up a few allies and continued to travel, eventually ending up on the Amra planet. A planet that Quinn had claimed to help out in the past, and was looking to ask for their help now. That's a lot to take in, Shiro replied. I can't believe it. I can't believe all of that happened while we were away. While we were stuck here on this planet, and Syl... Shiro's fist was clenched and bright red. He was squeezing it so hard. They're using him, using his power like he's some type of human battery. How could they do that? After calming down a bit, Shiro also had some more questions, and these were related to Quinn, specifically as to where he was now. They briefly explained the truth, as they had no clue where he was, but were sure that he would return to their Mermerial planet safely and as quickly as he could. That's why we decided to get a head start. You said your name is Gio, correct? And Shiro, this goes to you as well, Layla said. The enemies that Quinn has been facing, Jack and Jim, are going through the universe, capturing planets and destroying race after race, enslaving them. They will soon be in this area as well. It's only a matter of time. This is why Quinn, as well as the other races, are asking that we work together this time and fight against them. So I ask, do you wish to work with us? Gio and Shiro looked at each other at the same time. The answer was obvious, and they had already decided a while ago. Of course we will help, they both said. The Amra will have to fight the enemy attackers, and working together is better than working apart. It will be a pleasure to fight by the side of the Mermerials and the Pensui. Gio looked at both of them. And no matter what, we need to get Syl back and solve all of this. We should come up with a strategy. They could come at any moment, and we need a plan to deal with them. Layla agreed, so the group decided to share their strengths there and then. After that, they also shared everything they knew about the enemy, and using all of the information they were forming the best plan they could think of at the time. Shiro had his finger on his chin, and his head was quite exhausted after learning everything. The enemy is quite versatile. They have the vampires, along with several of the originals on their side, who all have strong abilities. Add to that, they have the Dalki blood powering them. They are stronger than they were before. Then, there are the Dalki themselves. Their numbers seem to be quite large, and there is a mixture of those working by Jim's side as well as Jack's side. But according to the information we have, the ones that we should worry about are on Jack's side. Because, with his power, he has managed to give the Dalki abilities. You have the humans and their abilities as well. The only good thing is that the Greylash family had decided to stay out of this, but Logan will be sending forces pretending to be on his side. Maybe we can use this at some point. Still, there are the big threats that aren't on our side to deal with. The person called Ray, who had the power to match up against Quinn. Then there is H, the Dalki who defeated Syl. Chris is extremely powerful, and Peter is by Jim's side as well. Currently, we don't know the strength of Jack and Jim, but they have to have something impressive themselves to have been able to stay in power. Otherwise, everything would have fallen apart by now. The originals and the leaders have had their memories changed, including Muka as well. Honestly, this is all a bit much, but that isn't even the biggest threat. They all knew what Shiro meant when he said this, because there was something that could turn the tide. It's Syl, Russ said. As long as they have that brat, then they can turn our allies against us. Although you are right, I don't think it will be that easy, Layla replied. For one, there are some of us that are unaffected by the memory change. There seems to be one mass factor when using the mass memory change as well. They can only change the memory of the person out with another. Because they are doing a mass change, they can't make it complicated as every person's memory is individualized. Think about it as well. Jim and Jack don't know that Quinn had saved their memorials, or is working with the Pensui and the Amra, and they don't need to know. They will come here, attacking, thinking they are taking over just any other planet. During the fight, we just have to do our best to help out. That is when their guard will be down the most. There will be fewer people around Syl as well. We can send a small, quick team that can get in there and break Syl out. Once Syl is free, he can use his powers to turn everything against Jack and Jim. Saving Syl is the key to winning this battle. The plan was being ironed out a bit more, and more allies were joining them. Meanwhile, Quinn had 2 more God-slayers he needed to beat to get what he believed he needed to win this war. At first, traveling using the celestial energy felt strange for Quinn. It wasn't like using the teleporters. It was almost as if his whole body was being dragged against his will. He remembered that as a celestial, depending on his level, he too would have been able to do something like this. But alas, although he did reach the higher levels since he was trapped, he never got to experience the full capabilities of what it was like. It does make me wonder, though, is there a way to counter this ability? There has to be. The last Godslayer had come up with a way to counter the celestial energy completely, so there has to be a way. Otherwise, if I ever did get on the Celestials' bad side, couldn't they just teleport me someplace far away? Just like Bliss did. Then I would just be transported again and again, and away from the people I want to protect. There was one thought that maybe his shadow ability could do something about it. After all, when being transported, he didn't usually use any of his powers in case it did interfere. With the white light fading, the image of the planet they were on was starting to become clearer. He wondered what planet, what opponent he would go up against next, and whether or not he would have to use the tricks he still had up his sleeve. Even if he didn't, it was still something that he wanted to try out, as there wouldn't be more or better opportunities than this. The land, it's hard and dry. Quinn kicked the floor a few times. It's hot as well, but at least it's not as hot as the Phoenix planet we were on. When looking around more at the area around them, Quinn was starting to notice that it looked very similar to the Phoenix planet that they were on. Feels familiar? That's because we are on the Phoenix planet, Mundus stated, as he could see the other person was confused. I thought I should take us to a planet where there are no others, no lives, no gods watching us, so we could have a nice little chat. In his thoughts, Quinn had almost forgotten that he had angered Mundus somewhat. To be honest, He did have the right to be annoyed, but Quinn still stood by what he had done, because he too had a right to be annoyed based on what had happened in the past. "Do you want to fight me? Try to kill me?" Quinn asked, summoning his shadow body so Mundus was unable to use his powers. "Calm down," Mundus said. "I have no wish to fight. If I wanted to do anything, I would have left you on that last planet and just left myself. We need to talk about the deal we made due to the sticky situation I was in." Quinn thought the deal was quite simple, so why would there be any need to talk about it? But he let Mundus go on since he was happy that the two of them didn't have to fight. Quinn was still unsure about the celestial strength, even if he did have a counter. "I am happy to comply with the deal. I am a celestial of my word, and I have always stated that a celestial's word is important," Mundus said. "We have to keep our promises, so that way the celestials have order amongst themselves. Otherwise, no one can trust anything. However, that means I do have to make one thing clear, and that is the fact that the deal made is between me and you. I will allow you to keep the armor, but I have to warn you that if the Ancient Ones found out about this, they would never accept such a thing. So when you have this armor of yours, it is best that you do everything in your power to hide it from other Celestials. The Ancient Ones are aware that I wish to make you an agent, but they are unaware of what we are doing now, and we need to keep it that way. If somehow they do find out, then I will claim no part in this at all." The more Quinn hung out with Mundus, the more rational he found him. The Celestial weren't always on his side, but he was one that did his duty and seemed to be the most fair. Still, there had to be a reason Mundus was scared of the Ancient Ones finding out. They had to have a power that was beyond even his, and apparently Immortui also had power that made the Ancient Ones scared. "I understand this works well for both me and you, so then I have a request to make." Quinn wanted to take advantage of the tense situation a little bit more. "You have to have your reasons for worrying about the Ancient Ones, and you seem confident that if they did find out about the armor, they wouldn't trace it back to you. So I ask you for a favor. In these two upcoming battles, whatever power I show, you keep to yourself as well. I know you are the messenger and have to report everything to them, but there is something I noticed with the God-slayers that we fought against, especially the first one. The reason why he was on a hit list, it wasn't because he was evil and taking lives, but it was because the Ancient Ones were worried. If they find out about the armor, if they find out about my other powers, then it is very likely they will ask for a hit on me. If that does happen in the future, I will not blame you. I just wish that you aren't the one that is the cause of it. After all, I saved your life back there." Mundus wanted to stomp his feet on the ground, but he thought that it would be quite childish of himself to do so, so he restrained himself. Every time he thought back to what had just happened, he wanted to punish himself for getting caught. Never had he been in such a vulnerable position before. It was an embarrassment, and in some ways, he just wanted Quinn to never mention what happened again. "Fine, I agree, and it seems you have caught on quickly. As I said before, I am one that always keeps my promises, but as for the Ancient Ones, they never make any promises, so if I have one word of advice, don't get their attention." Mundus said these words knowing full well Quinn had already somewhat gotten their attention. There were hundreds of thousands of Celestials and God-slayers, yet Quinn had stood out among them. "All right, I'll take you to the real place now," Mundus said. "This one is one that you will really need." Most of the Blades were told to rest in the entertainment room or the dining room for the time being, while the rest of them gathered in one of the many large reception rooms that the manor had. This was to stop the tensions and disputes from happening between Russ and the rest of the Blades. Shiro would simply relay the information to all of them afterwards. The ones that had gathered in the reception room sat on the hard surfaces that had been common on the planet. The couches they were sitting on weren't soft and cushioned. Instead, they were sharp-edged and had hard, flat surfaces made of a type of shiny rock. A lot of the building was like this, made of sharp points, squares, and rectangles, as it suited the Amra, especially since they had hard skin in the first place. But everyone else did find it a little uncomfortable. Regardless, now in the room together, the first thing Gio had done was apologize for hitting Russ. The main issue he had was the fact that they were fighting in his library. It was one of the additions he had made since becoming a leader, wishing to broaden his knowledge about various subjects. Before, The Amra only had one goal, climbing the tower and growing stronger, but Geo wanted his people and himself to find interests and goals in other things, which was why he was expanding his reading. In his haste, he had panicked when the two were fighting and decided to intervene, and in turn, Nock followed. In the end, the two of them had done more damage to the books than anyone else when they had knocked off both Russ and Shiro through the walls. So, right now I feel like we are all quite confused. Shiro started the conversation. We know why we are here, but why are you guys here? Did you know we were here? It was the expected question, and Layla, out of everyone, decided to do the explaining, and when she did, she started right from the beginning, the day when Quinn was meant to get an award, the day he went missing. Layla explained a little bit about the Celestials and how they were keeping Quinn locked away, and then explained her own journey as well. Shiro had figured out that this must have happened while they were fighting with Jack, because they were unaware of the event, and at the time, they were the only ones that didn't turn up for the award ceremony, but soon, Shiro was in for more shocks. The fact that everyone had forgotten about them, the fact that everyone had forgotten about Quinn and Layla, that there was a power out there that allowed them to do that. She explained why Russ was with them as well. That's when they needed to explain how they met up with Cyril, what they had seen, and what Logan had shown them. After all of it, running away and traveling through the universe, they had picked up a few allies and continued to travel, eventually ending up on the Amra planet. A planet that Quinn had claimed to help out in the past, and was looking to ask for their help now. That's a lot to take in, Shiro replied. I can't believe it. I can't believe all of that happened while we were away. While we were stuck here on this planet, and Syl... Shiro's fist was clenched and bright red. He was squeezing it so hard. They're using him, using his power like he's some type of human battery. How could they do that? After calming down a bit, Shiro also had some more questions, and these were related to Quinn, specifically as to where he was now. They briefly explained the truth, as they had no clue where he was, but were sure that he would return to their memorial planet safely and as quickly as he could. That's why we decided to get a head start. You said your name is Geo, correct? And Shiro, this goes to you as well, Layla said. The enemies that Quinn has been facing, Jack and Jim, are going through the universe, capturing planets and destroying race after race, enslaving them. They will soon be in this area as well. It's only a matter of time. This is why Quinn, as well as the other races, are asking that we work together this time and fight against them. So I ask, do you wish to work with us? Geo and Shiro looked at each other at the same time. The answer was obvious, and they had already decided a while ago. Of course we will help, they both said. The Amra will have to fight the enemy attackers, and working together is better than working apart. It will be a pleasure to fight by the side of the Memorials and the Pensui. Geo looked at both of them. And no matter what, we need to get Syl back and solve all of this. We should come up with a strategy. They could come at any moment, and we need a plan to deal with them. Layla agreed, so the group decided to share their strengths there and then. After that, they also shared everything they knew about the enemy, and using all of the information they were forming the best plan they could think of at the time. Shiro had his finger on his chin, and his head was quite exhausted after learning everything. The enemy is quite versatile. They have the vampires, along with several of the originals on their side, who all have strong abilities. Add to that, they have the Dalki blood powering them. They are stronger than they were before. Then, there are the Dalki themselves. Their numbers seem to be quite large, and there is a mixture of those working by Jim's side as well as Jack's side. But according to the information we have, the ones that we should worry about are on Jack's side. Because, with his power, he has managed to give the Dalki abilities. You have the humans and their abilities as well. The only good thing is that the Greylash family had decided to stay out of this, but Logan will be sending forces pretending to be on his side. Maybe we can use this at some point. Still, there are the big threats that aren't on our side to deal with. The person called Ray, who had the power to match up against Quinn. Then there is H, the Dalki who defeated Syl. Chris is extremely powerful, and Peter is by Jim's side as well. Currently we don't know the strength of Jack and Jim, but they have to have something impressive themselves to have been able to stay in power. Otherwise, everything would have fallen apart by now. The originals and the leaders have had their memories changed, including Muka as well. Honestly, this is all a bit much, but that isn't even the biggest threat." They all knew what Shiro meant when he said this, because there was something that could turn the tide. "It's Syl," Russ said. "As long as they have that brat, then they can turn our allies against us." "Although you are right, I don't think it will be that easy," Layla replied. "For one, there are some of us that are unaffected by the memory change. There seems to be one mass factor when using the mass memory change as well. They can only change the memory of the person out with another. Because they are doing a mass change, they can't make it complicated as every person's memory is individualized. Think about it as well. Jim and Jack don't know that Quinn had saved their memorials, or is working with the Pensui and the Amra, and they don't need to know. They will come here, attacking, thinking they are taking over just any other planet. During the fight, we just have to do our best to help out. That is when their guard will be down the most. There will be fewer people around Syl as well. We can send a small, quick team that can get in there and break Syl out. Once Syl is free, he can use his powers to turn everything against Jack and Jim. Saving Syl is the key to winning this battle." The plan was being ironed out a bit more, and more allies were joining them. Meanwhile, Quinn had 2 more God Slayers he needed to beat to get what he believed he needed to win this war. At first, traveling using the celestial energy felt strange for Quinn. It wasn't like using the teleporters. It was almost as if his whole body was being dragged against his will. He remembered that as a celestial, depending on his level, he too would have been able to do something like this, but alas, although he did reach the higher levels since he was trapped, he never got to experience the full capabilities of what it was like. It does make me wonder, though, is there a way to counter this ability? There has to be. The last Godslayer had come up with a way to counter the celestial energy completely, so there has to be a way. Otherwise, if I ever did get on the Celestials' bad side, couldn't they just teleport me someplace far away? Just like Bliss did. Then I would just be transported again and again, and away from the people I want to protect. There was one thought that maybe his shadow ability could do something about it. After all, when being transported, he didn't usually use any of his powers in case it did interfere. With the white light fading, the image of the planet they were on was starting to become clearer. He wondered what planet, what opponent he would go up against next, and whether or not he would have to use the tricks he still had up his sleeve. Even if he didn't, it was still something that he wanted to try out, as there wouldn't be more or better opportunities than this. The land, it's hard and dry. Quinn kicked the floor a few times. It's hot as well, but at least it's not as hot as the Phoenix planet we were on. When looking around more at the area around them, Quinn was starting to notice that it looked very similar to the Phoenix planet that they were on. Feels familiar? That's because we are on the Phoenix planet, Mundus stated, as he could see the other person was confused. I thought I should take us to a planet where there are no others, no lives, no gods watching us, so we could have a nice little chat. In his thoughts, Quinn had almost forgotten that he had angered Mundus somewhat. To be honest, he did have the right to be annoyed, but Quinn still stood by what he had done, because he too had a right to be annoyed based on what had happened in the past. Do you want to fight me? Try to kill me? Quinn asked, summoning his shadow body, so Mundus was unable to use his powers. Calm down, Mundus said. I have no wish to fight. If I wanted to do anything, I would have left you on that last planet and just left myself. We need to talk about the deal we made due to the sticky situation I was in. Quinn thought the deal was quite simple, so why would there be any need to talk about it? But he let Mundus go on since he was happy that the two of them didn't have to fight. Quinn was still unsure about the celestial strength, even if he did have a counter. I am happy to comply with the deal. I am a celestial of my word, and I have always stated that a celestial's word is important, Mundus said. We have to keep our promises, so that way the celestials have order amongst themselves. Otherwise, no one can trust anything. However, that means I do have to make one thing clear, and that is the fact that the deal made is between me and you. I will allow you to keep the armor, but I have to warn you that if the Ancient Ones found out about this, they would never accept such a thing. So when you have this armor of yours, it is best that you do everything in your power to hide it from other Celestials. The Ancient Ones are aware that I wish to make you an agent, but they are unaware of what we are doing now, and we need to keep it that way. If somehow they do find out, then I will claim no part in this at all." The more Quinn hung out with Mundus, the more rational he found him. The Celestial weren't always on his side, but he was one that did his duty and seemed to be the most fair. Still, there had to be a reason Mundus was scared of the Ancient Ones finding out. They had to have a power that was beyond even his, and apparently Immortui also had power that made the Ancient Ones scared. "I understand this works well for both me and you, so then I have a request to make." Quinn wanted to take advantage of the tense situation a little bit more. "You have to have your reasons for worrying about the Ancient Ones, and you seem confident that if they did find out about the armor, they wouldn't trace it back to you. So I ask you for a favor. In these 2 upcoming battles, whatever power I show, you keep to yourself as well. I know you are the messenger and have to report everything to them, but there is something I noticed with the God-slayers that we fought against, especially the first one. The reason why he was on a hit list, it wasn't because he was evil and taking lives, but it was because the Ancient Ones were worried. If they find out about the armor, if they find out about my other powers, then it is very likely they will ask for a hit on me. If that does happen in the future, I will not blame you. I just wish that you aren't the one that is the cause of it. After all, I saved your life back there." Mundus wanted to stomp his feet on the ground, but he thought that it would be quite childish of himself to do so, so he restrained himself. Every time he thought back to what had just happened, he wanted to punish himself for getting caught. Never had he been in such a vulnerable position before. It was an embarrassment, and in some ways, he just wanted Quinn to never mention what happened again. "Fine, I agree, and it seems you have caught on quickly. As I said before, I am one that always keeps my promises, but as for the Ancient Ones, they never make any promises, so if I have one word of advice, don't get their attention." Mundus said these words knowing full well Quinn had already somewhat gotten their attention. There were hundreds of thousands of Celestials and God-slayers, yet Quinn had stood out among them. "All right, I'll take you to the real place now," Mundus said. "This one is one that you will really need." Mundus continued to watch Quinn carefully with the thoughts in his head, and what he feared seemed to come true. Quinn continued to defeat the demon-tier beasts. He was so much stronger than them that he was able to injure them just enough so they wouldn't die, and then use the Shadow Infect skill. If someone was to tell others what was happening right now, they wouldn't believe it. There were those that had trouble enough just defeating a demon-tier beast, but to weaken it to the point where you just kept it alive could only be possible if there was a large difference between the two. "I guess something like this has to be a capability of the one that I am watching," Mundus thought. "He has to at least be able to do this much if he wishes to be a strong agent." The fear was still in the back of his mind, though, because Quinn had now successfully captured 10 demon-tier beasts, infecting them all, ones with all sorts of different abilities. Some of the demon-tier beasts were in more difficult terrains to reach or had some powers that he needed to be cautious, of which slowed him down a bit, but still gave him next to no trouble. "That's 10 demon-tier beasts, but I still have no idea how many 5-spiked Dalki they have on their side. Someone like One Horn would be able to defeat a demon-tier beast, and they might have hundreds or thousands of One Horn," Quinn thought. "Such a shame," Alex added. "With this many demon-tier beasts, you could maybe kill a few and upgrade the bullets of your guns. It would always be handy to maybe keep some of their powers for yourself. Remember, unique bullets that do different things can be kept in the guns as well. I know creating an army is more helpful in the current situation you're in, but you also have to think about improving yourself." Taking somewhat of a break while ordering the other beasts to go ahead and continue the spread of his Shadow Infect, Quinn was thinking about what Alex had said. The guns were good for long range, and some of the bullets were useful. They also condensed his aura down, so it was better to use a blood bullet than it was for him to use a blood swipe. However, with the level of opponents he was facing, the once great God-Slayer weapons had little effect. Quinn needed to combine all of his powers of Ki, blood aura, blood control, and his physical strength and speed to stand a chance of injuring them. The guns were just a good distraction with the way they were. Ultimately, one of his strongest attacks, the Tiger Pulse, needed to be delivered hand-to-hand. The gauntlets I have are at the demon tier level. Well, one of them is at least, Quinn thought. A lot of his better gauntlets had ended up being destroyed or absorbed, leaving him with the draining demon tier gauntlet. It was hard for him to get a grip on the opponents he was fighting for more than a few seconds, so draining their key energy was hardly something he could do. Before, he had used his celestial blood to create a pair of gauntlets over his body. It was stronger than any equipment he had, and even if he used equipment, it would just end up disappearing anyway. Maybe among all of these demon tier beasts, I can find some beasts that would suit turning into a pair of new gauntlets for me to use as well. No doubt, I will have to face Ray in a close-quarter battle as well, Quinn thought. Truthfully, the best result would be to get a pair of Godslayer gauntlets. That would give me the most amount of power to go with the armor, but I don't think I could get Mundus to agree on that, to send me to 2 more Godslayers. He seemed reluctant with the armor, and I have already asked him for so much already, and I don't even know if I would have the time to fight 2 more Godslayers, and that's even if I can beat them. I've been away from the others longer than I would have liked, Quinn thought. Maybe you don't have to get any more crystals, Alex suggested. Hear me out. The Godslayer crystals are slightly different to anything I have worked on before, and I honestly think 5 crystals is already a bit overkill to create an entire set. I doubt that Mundus expected you to be able to get all 5. I believe he might have thought about saving you all along if you were ever to get in a lot of trouble. He just needs to appear tough on the surface. Quinn wasn't so sure about that, but he didn't doubt Alex's words when it came to creating equipment. Maybe Alex was right, and 5 Godslayer crystals were too much. I can't guarantee it right now, but I can try and attempt to do one of 2 things, using the armor to create a complete set from head to toe. Based on these crystals, I reckon that each piece will have its own active skill, and then it will also have a set of active skill, just like the range set. Only this time, I want to create a weapon to be a part of the set as well. If there isn't enough energy, then I think we can also repurpose the guns to create a stronger weapon by mixing it into the set, creating the gauntlets that you need. It sounded all good, but Quinn wasn't really following, as Alex was the actual forger, and there was one major thing that was bothering him. What are you suggesting right now? Repurposing the weapon? What will that mean for you? What will happen to you? Quinn asked. Quinn, do you think I understand what has happened to me right now? Because I really don't. So, to be honest, I have no clue. Maybe I will be lost forever. Maybe I will become a part of the whole set. Or I will just be in the weapon like I am now. Who knows? But right now, you need to take risks. You have multiple planets to save, and I have lived an exciting life, more exciting than ever. If I was to disappear knowing I made my strongest creation to make you the most badass person in the universe, then I would be happy with that thought. Based on the emotional feelings Quinn was feeling while having this conversation, he wanted to put it on hold for now because he needed to focus on the task at hand. Quinn continued with the Shadow Infect, and in total, he now had infected 25 demon-tier beasts. He would have continued if it wasn't for the fact that the shaking had started again, and it lasted more than a few seconds this time. It looks like you have run out of time. You must fight now, Mundus said. Good luck. The vibrations from the ground had started again, and now that they were on the ground, rather than on one of the large pillars, Quinn could feel its effect a lot more. It was a strange feeling. Just like the last time, it was hard for him to keep his footing stable. Not only was the ground moving, but it felt like the air was as well. There is one thing I can try, even though I don't think it's an ability, but it should still be able to block out what is happening around me, Quinn thought. The shadow body was used, and from head to toe, Quinn was covered in the shadow. As he had assumed, he could no longer feel the vibrations, and it was much easier to move. To think that I would have to use my powers just because a beast is moving. Just how strong is this Godslayer that you have me going up against this time, Mundus? Quinn raised his hand toward one of the pillars and opened up a shadow portal. In doing so, he stepped through another shadow portal in front of him, reaching the top of the pillar, giving him a clearer view of what was happening. The shaking hasn't stopped this time, so I can assume the beast really is moving this time, Quinn said. Looking down, he could also see the demon beasts running away. They no longer seemed to care about each other's territory, as they just ran away side by side. It was crazy to think that these were demon-tier beasts that were acting like this, and it gave Quinn another clue as well. Beasts, just like animals, were more sensitive. Just like as a vampire, Quinn's senses were also more sharp, but due to the vibrations everywhere and in the air, he was having a hard time locating just where the behemoth would be coming from. Turning around, that's when he could see it in plain sight, and there was no need to search for it. "I guess there is no need for me to tell you, but that is the opponent you will be facing," Mundus said. "As I said before, I wish you good luck." Mundus had disappeared from Quinn's side, observing the situation and the match from somewhere close by, no doubt. Meanwhile, Quinn had to take in just what he was seeing. From top to bottom, it was a sight that he couldn't even imagine seeing in his dreams. The beast had 2 large horns like that of a ram. They were black in color and incredibly thick in size. The thing was, the beast was so large that the horns of the behemoth were passing through the clouds. As it moved slowly, its horns seemed to split the clouds apart, and the lightning from the dark clouds was hitting the horns and having no effect. The lightning seemed to be attracted to the horns, as it never struck anywhere else while the behemoth moved. The behemoth had a regular face of a beast, something that looked quite similar to a bull. However, it had 2 large overhanging tusks on its face that pointed downward toward its neck and curled slightly. The entire body looked somewhat like a human as it stood on its hind legs, walking slowly, 1 step at a time. The beast was black-skinned, but throughout its body there were swirling markings. It looked almost like veins on a human, but were illuminated in a golden glow. The illuminating power could be seen flickering on the skin all over. "This is the first time when looking at something I can understand why they call it a godslayer," Quinn thought. If there was one thing Quinn thought he had against this opponent, it looked like it was time. The movements of the beast were incredibly slow. As for where it was trying to move to, who knew? Maybe Quinn had attracted its attention when he was hunting demon-tier beasts. There was also the worry, like with the phoenix, when he got within a certain range, maybe then it would try to attack. "Should I try hitting it from far away with the bullets and see how it reacts like I usually would?" Quinn thought. "No, a better option, while it's moving towards me, is to try and condense my power into the strongest attack I can and try to kill it with 1 hit. Let's aim for the head." He already knew both of his soul weapons would have no effect on a beast like this. The beast was already slow, so slowing it down would do nothing. Even with Shadow inside the beast, Quinn doubted he could force it to move to his will. The twin-tail chain, although it was strong, wouldn't be able to do much other than scratch its body a few times, so there was no point in tiring himself out with attacks like that. Quinn raised both of his hands in the air, and a large orb of red aura started to gather. It was condensing while growing in size. The ball of aura was getting larger and larger until it was around the same size as a house. "All right, I've condensed as much blood aura as I can into one space. Now to add my ki in and make sure this ball doesn't explode." Just like when he combined the 2 powers in his body, Quinn needed to create a good balance. When creating an attack outside of his body, he needed to make sure the ki got to mixing with the blood at the right places. "If I've timed this right, by the time it reaches me, I'll be close enough to hurl this thing. I'll push it forward with my blood control and the 3rd stage of ki right into its head." It was safe to say that what Quinn held in his hands was a pure ball of power. It had all of his strength. In a normal fight, he would never have the time to condense so much blood and so much ki into one attack, but here he was able to. "Now!" Quinn leaped up into the air, nice and high. He used his strong legs to push him up so he could reach the clouds. Looking in front of him, he could see the beast around 50 yards away. If the beast swung its arms, it was likely that it would still be able to reach him. Yet for some reason, there was no reaction from the behemoth at all, as if it didn't notice Quinn, which, in a way, annoyed him a little. He hurled the ball and pushed it forward. It moved fast through the air. It was not as fast as the blood bullets, but too fast for the behemoth to react, as the large ball covered its entire face and hit it dead on. The attack exploded on impact, with red aura going off in all directions. The black clouds had turned red, and waves of blood aura were seen pulsing out in the sky, and back past Quinn, moving his hair. "I have to be ready, as that might not have been enough to kill it, but it should have done some major damage. If I give it a tiger pulse blow or something similar, I can maybe finish it off." As the red aura started to settle, Quinn could see the behemoth taking a step,
and its large face continuing to move closer. When it did, it looked like there wasn't a scratch on the behemoth. There was no blood, no sign of damage, and the beast continued to walk forward as if it was programmed to do that and nothing else. Not even a scratch! No, that has to be impossible. Is it a shield? Some strange energy? No, if it was, I would have sensed something. It is just its skin. Is that how tough this thing is? How am I going to kill this thing? Quinn thought, as he started to worry.
Shaking his head, Quinn couldn't let this setback shock him. There were plenty of times when fighting his enemy that his attacks didn't go through. If there was one thing Quinn was, it was the fact that he was versatile with his attacks. If one thing didn't work, then it just meant he would have to try something else. Let's keep trying ranged attacks first to see what the behemoth reacts to. I still can't believe that he didn't react to the last attack at all. But now I see, if something like that doesn't hurt it, then why does it need to worry about something like an ant? Someone like me. It was hard to believe that Quinn was calling himself an ant, but here he was, running around the width of the platform on the top of the pillar. He then jumped, aiming to land on another pillar in the distance. While doing this, Quinn switched to the blood guns, and once again started to fire away every type of blood bullet he had. They hit the beast, but as somewhat expected, just like the last attack when it touched the skin, it did nothing apart from the blood forest bullet. Blood from the behemoth has been absorbed. The blood is poisonous to the user. The blood has not been absorbed. The blood forest bullet had a special effect where it could pierce through the skin and absorb the blood. This was how Quinn was able to upgrade his own blood powers when fighting against the demons. It also allowed him to heal in fights, and if he was fighting against the Dalki, it would give him a boost in power. Since this was a godslayer, Quinn thought maybe it would have a special effect, but it didn't. Just like beast blood, the blood of this behemoth was poisonous to him. He was hoping to get some sort of different effect from the behemoth, but it wasn't that big a deal overall. It had always been a long shot anyway. Still, it means one thing. This behemoth can get hurt. Maybe it just can't react, or it's taking away just so little health. Could I take it out, damaging it little by little? Just like an ant, it could whittle away a human, a bite at a time. Quinn continued to fire the bullets as he finally landed on the other pillar, away from the behemoth, while having the image of an ant attacking a human, and he thought he was mad. What am I thinking? A human would just heal before a single ant could kill him. The human would die from old age before getting killed by an ant. Now having landed on the pillar, Quinn continued his large-scale attacks. First, the 1,000 blood swords that he had raised in the sky. He aimed them all towards different parts of the behemoth. He doubted it would be able to pierce the skin, but perhaps a weak spot could be found. When the swords hit, though, no weak spot was found. 2 large blood spears were then also thrown out, spinning as fast as possible like a drill. The hope was it would break through the skin, but just like everything else so far, it was a failure as well. Soon after that, Quinn condensed the blood into whips, and now the behemoth was closer to him again. He leaped up with the condensed blood whips powered by his ki, and swung them down, dragging it across the beast's body until he had reached the ground, but there was still nothing. Looking up, the beast's foot was about to land on him. Quinn quickly moved out of the way, letting it hit the ground. If long-range attacks won't work, then I'll just have to try close-range attacks instead. Running toward the leg before the behemoth lifted it again, Quinn had made the blood drill in both hands. He threw them with his great physical strength, hitting the side of the leg. The larger the beast was, the harder they would fall. The only thing was, this beast didn't fall, as it was unaffected. Quinn was starting to get a bit frustrated, but he could not give up just yet. There were still a lot of things he could try. He continued to try a number of attacks. The tiger blood pulse attack, just ki on its own. He even used his shadow and condensed it into a large arm to try and grab the ankle of the beast. But as if there was no resistance at all, the behemoth continued to lift its leg and continued to walk forward, completely ignoring Quinn. I've tried to find a weak spot, but I can't find anywhere where the beast will get hurt. It doesn't seem to have a shield, nor is it getting its power from somewhere. Is this why they decided that the best thing to do was leave this Godslayer be? To just leave it until it died of old age? Quinn thought. Not wanting to give up, he activated his current armor skill. Nitro X Elevate activated. With more speed, I can generate more power, and I have the time to power up my attack. Quinn stood his ground as he gathered blood around his fingertips. They were starting to glow bright red. The behemoth had continued to walk and had gotten a little away from him, but it wasn't far enough. Running at a high speed, red pulses of energy were breaking off from Quinn almost every second like a heartbeat. He continued to run forward and swung his fist to hit the leg. This time, instead of an image of a tiger that would be created from his blood pulse, there was a large floating dragon coming out from his fist, made from the blood aura. He punched with all his might to the side of the behemoth, and his nails, for the first time, had managed to pierce through the skin. The behemoth could bleed. However, it lifted its leg up just fine. Quinn's fingertips came out of the behemoth, and it continued to move. That had everything. My armor, my condensed powers combined into one along with my martial arts, but it still can't defeat it. Mundus was watching everything, and he had seen the same sight before, the same despair that Quinn was going through right now. It was the same with the other Celestials that had attempted to take the behemoth down. It was why they had decided to do what they did. I wonder how long it will take before he decides to give up. It doesn't look like he will be able to make any progress. The look in Quinn's eyes still showed he had hope, because he still had things he wanted to try. If large attacks don't work, then maybe large amounts of attacks could work. Thousands of ants could probably take out a human, Quinn thought, going a bit mad. Using the shadow, the demon-tier beasts were summoned along with a number of other beasts. As long as they were careful about not being trampled on, the behemoth would ignore them. All right, mass attack time, now, Quinn ordered. All of the beasts with their powers and such started to attack the beast. Quinn went back to pummeling the beast with his fists and blood aura while controlling the swords behind him to strike and do the same. He threw out blood tornadoes. He threw out blood spears, punches, kicks, and everything he could think of while the beasts continued to attack. This went on for around an hour, with absolutely no sign of progress, and it was then that he had decided to put the beasts back away in his shadow space. The behemoth was still unscathed after an hour of nonstop attacks. Have you given up? Alex said. No, I just need to rest a little while I decide what to do, Quinn responded. Alex could guess what Quinn was contemplating, and he decided it was best to give him the little push he needed. Usually, I stay out of these things and let you think on your own. But I have to say something, Quinn. Don't hold back. No matter what, I think we need to get this crystal. Think about it. With how hard it has been to even injure this thing, just think what type of crystal, no, what type of armor could be made from it. This is something we need. This comment made Quinn smile, and just like Alex guessed, it had helped Quinn make his decision. He leaped up from the ground onto a pillar once more and looked at the behemoth. Since you aren't attacking me no matter what, I guess it won't matter too much if I will have to use one of the tricks I have up my sleeve. Let's see how strong you are. Demon form has been selected. Your body is transforming. The demon form was something Quinn was unable to use against the previous Godslayers, because in all honesty, he had no idea what the power was or what it did. It was possible it would be a bad matchup against his opponent, or like the previous bloodsucker form that the demon form had taken over, it could have downsides. The bloodsucker form doubled all of Quinn's stats, but he was unable to use his powers, and his HP was at great risk. Due to the many powers he had gained, including that of Ki, his current form mixed with the powers was stronger than his bloodsucker form, which was why he had stopped using it. However, this was different. I need to fight it. I need to stay conscious, Quinn thought. Even though there is a low risk due to the opponent, there is still a risk, and I need to know what this form does. I was able to find a way to keep my mind with the bloodsucker form, so I shouldn't be able to do the same here. Staying in his own mind, Quinn could feel changes to his body, and they weren't only internal changes, but also they were physical. One of the large changes to his body was something he had experienced before, as it felt like something wanted to rip out from his back. 2 large wings sprouted out, ripping through his skin. They looked like pieces of flesh at first, as they were covered in blood and had a light pink color to them. As they grew out and fanned out more, the sheer size of them looked far too big for the body of Quinn, almost like a butterfly, but was still sharp and jagged, more like a bat's. It wasn't the end of pain for Quinn, as he could still feel great pain from his back, and right underneath his shoulder blades where the wings had sprouted from. Something else could be felt ripping right through his skin. To his shock, it was another pair of wings, these ones quite a bit smaller compared to the large ones, reaching the same length as his arms would. After the wings, the extra growing parts didn't stop there. Quinn could feel his whole body stretching out, getting larger but not in a muscular way like it did when he transformed into a bloodsucker. His natural body was growing in size all over, and while he was still conscious, he made the quick decision to put the armor in the shadow space. He was still able to use his powers, but the transformation wasn't over yet. From the top of his backside, a long black tail sprouted out. It had a thick base that would gradually get smaller, but towards the end, there was a special point that was glowing red. The tail wasn't the last part that spouted out from his body. Then, from the top of his head, 2 black horns had come out. They were quite thick at the base, and narrowed out to a sharp point, and just like the tail, the tips of the horns were glowing red. This demon form is such a difference compared to the bloodsucker form. They're not the same at all. And why is my mind being filled with... It was confusing for Quinn. He couldn't even think what it was being filled with. Emotions were overcoming him, and he could only think about trying to suppress these thoughts so he didn't lose his mind, so he didn't lose consciousness. He was hanging on by a thread. Finally, the last changes were occurring to Quinn's body. When looking at his hands, he thought his skin was going paler, but that wasn't the case at all. It changed completely. It felt rough to the touch. His skin felt incredibly thick, and it was turning completely white like snow. The white skin was covering his entire body. Most of his clothes had already ripped off due to the size change he had undergone. The white skin had spread over everything, including his wings. There were only a few parts that didn't turn white. Around his arms, similar to how Quinn's gauntlets would look, it was black skin from the elbow to his fingertips. It was clear that it was part of his skin, and the black part of his body almost looked as if it was a different material. The same pattern of black skin was on his feet as well, covering it up to his knee, fading into his white skin. Then there were his glowing eyes, glowing completely red to the point where nothing else could be seen. The transformation looked like it was complete, and Quinn couldn't take it anymore. Placing both hands on top of his head, he held on to the horns. Pulling on them, it almost looked like he was going to rip them off. "I am in charge of this body," Quinn screamed. "I am in control." Was he fighting against inner demons? Did this bring on another personality, or was he borrowing power from someone else? It was none of these things. This was all Quinn. This was his own power, his vampire power in its purest form, and it was doing its best to try and get Quinn to follow its will. Mundus was watching everything from the side, wondering what this was. It was clear to him now that the secret that Quinn wanted him to keep was this. This was what he wanted to hide from the Ancient Ones, and he knew why. "The power I am feeling from him, it's similar to Immortui. It almost feels like there is a second one in front of me, but rather than a celestial, we have a godslayer on our hands. This could be even more dangerous than Immortui." Mundus had done a bit of research into the vampires after learning of Quinn and the humans. The vampires were a creation from Immortui's power, and Immortui's condition was simple. The more lives that were lost due to him, he would be fulfilling his condition. He was a god of death, which was why it was only natural for the vampires to feel the urge to kill, the urge to fight. Right now, Quinn didn't even seem like a vampire and was closer to Immortui himself, which was why his mind urged him to kill. Whether Quinn was wasting his time or not, trying to fight off this urge, it was hard to say, but looking at him now, it looked like he had lost. Quinn lowered his hands away from his horns slowly. He stood up straight and tall, as all 4 of his wings stretched out. "Ah!" Quinn screamed at the top of his lungs. His voice was being projected so loud that no matter where one was on the planet, they would have been able to hear the noise. At the same time, waves of red energy were flowing out from all parts of Quinn's body. The ground beneath him, the area around him, all of it was being destroyed, disintegrating by the second. His body was sinking into the ground as he stood there as the floor was withering away by the second. With this power, he might actually be able to do it. He could truly be the first to beat the behemoth. Mundus was shaking with excitement while lifting his own hands. He was trying to block the waves from hurting him, but it was impossible, and in the end he had to use his power. Even though I have stopped time in front of me, it still feels like I can feel this power through the time stop. Is it still active? What is going on? Looking at Quinn more closely, it wasn't just a vampire aura coming out from his entire body. Mixed in with the red waves were those of black and white. They were sparking off in all directions, like thousands of volts of lighting emitting from his body. It was then that the behemoth for the first time had stopped walking and turned around to look at Quinn. The sense of time had always been strange for Quinn. He had lived most of his young life as a human, but after that, he experienced many things that changed everything. Perhaps it first started when he lived through Vincent's life. During that time, he wasn't just shown memories of his ancestor Vincent, but went through it as if he was actually there himself. Still, since he wasn't in control of what was happening, it never felt like he was the one making decisions. After that, Quinn needed to grow up quickly, as he was put through test after test, war after war, and enemy after enemy, all for it to fall on him as he went into a deep slumber, one that managed to last 1,000 years. Even after waking up, Quinn had gone into the celestial space, a space where time moved far slower, to the point where it was almost non-existent on Earth for a while, and also had created his own space where time slowed down so he could train on his multiple powers. Usually for humans, time was in perspective. A 5-year-old felt like a month of his life was a long time, and this was because that human had only lived for 5 years, so a 1-month chunk was a large portion of the 5 years he had lived. Whereas, for a vampire who would live close to 1,000 years, a month wasn't a long time at all. Right now, Quinn himself was going through a strange situation. His mind felt as if it was conscious and he could speak, but he had no clue how much time was passing. It wasn't making any sense in his head. His thoughts were unclear until he finally was able to see a light up ahead. Slowly, Quinn was being put back into the normal world, where time felt like it was moving again, and slowly he was starting to open his eyes. What was that? It felt like I was trapped in some kind of spell, Quinn thought, blinking a few times. Wait, what was I doing before? What happened to me? Why am I looking at space? Right in front of him, he could see black, the stars flowing around, and a moon off in the distance looking partially destroyed with rocks floating next to it. Now it was becoming clear. Once again, Quinn was lying down on his back. He was on a hard surface, but he was unable to move his body. He attempted to move his fingers, to even tilt his head to the side, but the only thing that was responding were his eyelids, and even they felt quite heavy. "Don't bother trying to move," a voice said to his left. Since Quinn was unable to tilt his head, he couldn't see who it was, but he recognized the voice of Mundus. "I've been healing your body for quite a while now. Sorry, I should say I have been speeding up the natural healing process of your body," Mundus corrected himself. "And so far, we are at 3 months' worth of time, and the only thing you can do is open your eyelids." 3 months hadn't actually passed. Mundus had just sped up Quinn's body to be where it would be 3 months in the future. It was what he did just before, following every fight, but before he would only speed it up by a week, so Quinn was refreshed. Is that why I was having those strange thoughts? Because of Mundus's power? He thought. Is this the side effect of the demon form? But why? The last time I used it, I wasn't affected this badly. I don't even feel any pain around my body, but then again, I'm not sure I can feel my body at all at the moment. Finally, after some time had passed, Quinn could feel his body again. He could use it like normal and was starting to move. There was a point where his recovery went from close to 0 to 100% fairly quickly. Getting up off the ground, Quinn could finally see the scene around him, and it was nothing like he had expected. Large craters were all over the planet. On one part of it, a large foot of what could have only been part of the behemoth could be seen. Searching for the behemoth, it seemed that parts of its body were spread about all over the place. The strangest thing was that not only was it the behemoth's body, but there were also other dead demon-tier beasts everywhere. Half of their bodies were missing, their heads crushed, and more. Then, one of the most shocking things was the planet itself, a large chunk of it, perhaps 1/10 of the planet, that was far bigger than Earth had been destroyed. Small rocks were floating around the planet, orbiting it like a moon now. All of this? Was it me? Was I the one that did all of this? Quinn said to himself in disbelief. It didn't feel real, because there was no recollection in his mind at all of what had happened. 4 of 5 Godslayers have been defeated. The quest has been completed. That means that the behemoth was definitely defeated. It had to be the demon form. It couldn't have been anything else. But wait, if the beast was defeated, where's the crystal? Are you looking for this? Mundus said, as he held the crystal in his hand. It looked slightly different from the ones before it. This was a solid color. There was nothing inside the crystal itself, and it was around 2 times bigger than the others as well. No doubt it was a Godslayer crystal, though. Mundus threw it over for Quinn to catch, who quickly put it away in his shadow space. For a while, he was unable to use his body. He couldn't use his blood powers, nor his shadow powers either, but now, just like with his body, everything was working fine, which was a big relief. What happened here? How did it get like this? Quinn asked. That question had confirmed for Mundus that Quinn had no control over what happened, but based on what he had seen, he already knew that himself. Don't you have an idea? It's simple. With that form, you went on a rampage. I took the crystal because you would have destroyed that as well, so really you should be thanking me, Mundus explained. There was no reason for Mundus to lie. He could have kept the crystal but still gave it to Quinn, but now there were a lot of questions he wanted to ask. What was his power? What was he able to do? Just how strong was his form to be able to beat a beast that he was unable to harm earlier? I can tell what you're thinking. It seems that this was some sort of trump card you had, Mundus stated. Either way, I think it's best if you don't use this power, at least not without me around. It took 6 months' worth of healing to get your body back to the way it is. If there was another beast left on this planet, and I wasn't here, then you would have been killed unless you had someone that could protect you for 6 months. In Quinn's head, he was thinking 6 months were better than 1,000 years when he went into slumber last time, but Mundus was right. It didn't mean it needed to be something he could only use as a last resort, as a true last resort. The reason for my recovery time has to be due to how long I was in the demon form. The reason why I recovered quicker last time was due to it just being a little burst. Problem is, if I'm not conscious of my actions, it's not something I can turn on or off either way. How will I even learn to control this? This power, if you are planning to use it, to save your friends and family, it's best you don't. From what I saw, you should never use that from around anyone, unless you're sure you want to kill everyone on that planet, Mundus said, as he got ready to decide where to go for the final Godslayer. The plan for the Universal Alliance among different races had been set out. With communications set up through Stark and Cyril, they'd informed the other planets to be ready for whatever it was that would come their way. Fleets were ready to move out, and in the meantime, each planet was scouting areas out of their usual fly zone in space. An attack would come at some point, but it was impossible to utilize all 3 armies that lived apart from each other fairly quickly. At least, not unless they had teleporters, which none of the current planets had, and out of all of them there, none of them had the knowledge to build one either. So for now, they had to rely on scout ships and then attempt to move as quickly as possible. The group had decided to stay on the Amra planet for now. They had no news from whence that Quinn had returned. On top of that, the Amra planet had the strongest level of gravity. For all of them, including Stark, they thought it was best if they stayed on the planet as a type of natural training. If they had to fight on the Amra planet, it would give them an advantage, and Stark felt like he would be able to run even faster than before. Walking around the place with Minnie and Galen, Layla had come across the Blades training. Geo had placed all of the humans in the same area, and had somewhat made a little village for the Blades. They had been living here for a while, so it made sense, and surprisingly, Layla could see that they weren't struggling with gravity at all. In fact, they were doing some early morning training, and it was more physical than anything. There were these strange large rocks that looked like giant footballs, and they were throwing them from one another, catching them and sweating. It looks a bit caveman-esque, Russ stated as he appeared by their side. How, with your upbringing, did you grow up to be such a snob? Have you ever done any type of physical work in your life? Layla asked, looking him up and down. Although Russ had a relatively small frame and just relied on his powers most of the time when fighting, what did surprise her was the fact that he was dealing with the higher gravity better than most. Galen and Minnie, who were both watching, thought it was quite fun, and they soon ran out ahead, picking up one of the heavy rocks. They chucked it to each other as each one of them caught it and threw it back with relative ease. The blades that were sweating and tired couldn't believe their eyes as they watched two kids doing the task so easily. "Remember, they are not like us," Shiro shouted. "It would be best that you don't compare yourselves to them. I bet they would even give most vampires a run for their money." Approaching Shiro as he was taking a break, Layla wanted to ask him a few questions, as she had noticed a few things while they were training. "All of you have gotten physically much stronger, and the ki in your body, I can feel it. There is a larger amount of it compared to before. How did you improve it so fast?" Layla asked. Layla herself had a large amount of ki. There were her own powers that she had absorbed from her mother, one of the high rankers and founders of Pure. She couldn't be compared to the likes of Chris, Zero, or Quinn, but was quite high up there when it came to using her ki. After all, thanks to her soul weapon, she could even absorb or give ki to others, as long as her or the other person's body was able to handle it, and it was why she was so sensitive to the power and could see the large improvement. "This, right now, is just a warm-up for us before we enter the tower," Shiro replied. "The tower? It's what made us grow in strength so fast. Every day we try to reach the next floor, climb higher than we did before, and experience a bigger breakthrough. Some of the floor's gravity is even stronger than what is here," Shiro explained. The tower certainly had piqued Layla's interest. She was once the leader of the Red Vampires, and the power of the sword did her well. Yet, still, there would be those that could harm her children even with her being there. She knew there was more power to the sword. It was her body that was unable to take the full power of the weapon. That's why she had been so hurt last time. But if she could improve her body to allow her to take more of the sword's power for a longer amount of time, then maybe she could be more useful in the upcoming fights. "Let's see this tower. Maybe I can come along." After a nice rest, everyone started to head to the tower. Stark, Cyril, and Russ had heard quite a few people talking about it and had done their own research. In turn, they all had their own reasons for wanting to climb it. Some wished to improve themselves, to be more useful, and some wished to obtain what was on the top floor. "It looks like there's more of you," Gio said, standing at the front with a big smile. "I will try my best to protect you in the tower, but please be careful. The more there are of you, the harder it will be." In particular, Gio was looking at the two children, but Layla didn't want them to be away from her, and knew that they were both strong. "Very well," Gio said, as they all went to enter the tower, wishing to come out as new people. A few hours after the others had entered a tower, one of the Amra scout ships had caught the attention of a ship attempting to land. "Please state who you are and the reason for you coming here," the Amra asked. "We are humans, and we are here on behalf of Logan Green." There was silence for a moment as the Amra was deciding what to do. They didn't know of this Logan Green, and the only humans they could contact to see if they knew these two were in the tower. In the end, Dober had to make a decision and ask them a few questions before determining that they were here for valid reasons. Eventually, Dober, along with the two humans that arrived, were taken to the tower. "Those that you wish to deliver your message to are in the tower. It is a dangerous place, though, and who knows what floor they are on. It would be best if you just waited out here for them," Dober explained. "I think it's okay. I think we can head inside. You don't have to worry about us. We're strong," the young man said as he walked in with the female by his side. "We should be able to catch up with them fairly quickly." As usual, Quinn was being transported using Mundus's powers via the strange white light of energy, and he had no idea what to expect. The only thing he did know was that it would be his last and final opponent. After this, he would finally have the crystals that were needed to create the armor that would hopefully put him at a level where if he went up against anyone, he would have no problem at all, and that included Ray, as well as any future opponents. "After each enemy I face, it seems like the next one has been harder," Quinn thought. "No, that's not quite right. They have all had their fair share of difficulties to deal with. The monkey man was tricky and held a powerful weapon, In the end, I was only able to beat him perhaps because I had more tricks up my own sleeve than he did, and that he didn't know about. My versatility won out in the end on that one, having to use my soul weapon. With the Phoenix, for the first time, my body reacted to my natural weakness, being that of a vampire. If I didn't figure out how it was healing itself, then that would have been a close call as well. Then there was that, what did he call himself? The Grand Magus? Looking back, I'm happy that the situation ended the way it did. Things could have taken a turn for the worse, and even though I didn't fight him, based on what he was able to do to Mundus, it might have been a fight I completely lost. Lastly, there was the Behemoth, a beast so large and grand in power that none of my attacks did anything, and in the end, I had to use the demon form, which I'm still none the wiser in terms of how it works. Based on all of his past opponents, the God-Slayers had been a mix of races and beasts. Which one was easier or harder, it was hard to tell, but when fighting a beast, he had less of a conscience due to not being able to speak to them. The teleportation was over, and usually based on the planet they were on, Quinn would have an idea of what opponent they would go against, and see what he had to work with when fighting. Whether he had to be careful or not of hurting others like he did when going against the Monkey Man. Yet this had to be the strangest place he had been brought to by far. "Are you sure we are in the right place?" Quinn asked. "Do you really think I would make a mistake?" Mundus replied. Right now, Quinn didn't even feel like he was in the universe or in somewhere that was space, because the place looked entirely different. The area around them wasn't black, but instead a mystic mix of colors. The only time he had seen a place somewhat like this was when he had gone to the familiar world, but based on the energy, he could tell it wasn't the familiar world, and there were quite a few other giveaways he noticed that told him that as well. Currently, both he and Mundus were on what looked like a large piece of land. It wasn't circular like a planet, but was just slowly floating in the colorful air. It had pieces of grass growing on it, but there was nothing else. When looking around in the new space around him, there were several pieces of floating bits of land in the air, all of them with different things. Some had some water on them, others had trees growing, and there was even the odd one with a few bugs on it here and there. Yet from what he could see while looking around, there were no planets next to them, no large circular lands off in the distance, nor was there a sun or heat source, yet it wasn't cold. Instead, there were just multiple large pieces of land floating, with different things on each one of them. "Through the opponents you have faced, you have learned a bit of history about the Celestials, about what had happened to us before our time," Mundus explained. "Of course, there is always a reason why we leave God-Slayers alone, so there is always a history behind the God-Slayers. With this one, it is the same, but is perhaps the most complicated out of them all so far. Because there was once a time when the Celestials were heavily involved in the lives that they looked over. We didn't always attempt to do things behind the scenes and take a back seat, but it is perhaps because of this incident that we now do things the way we do them. Once there was a race known as the Asuras. There were deviations of the race, but to make it more simple, I will explain that they were one race. Beings that had such great power, that were so strong, one could almost call them a race of God-Slayers, because nearly every one of them had the power to match up to us. However, their great strength, as well as strong personalities, is what caused a divide between them in the end. Among the Asuras, there were those that thought they needed to do everything they could to serve the Celestials that helped them, while others felt like they were prisoners and wished to break free. In the end, this started a war between the Celestials and the Asuras, with some of the Asuras joining our side. Listening to the story, Quinn was reminded a bit of the vampires, because it was the same with them as well. At the same time, it reminded him of the current situation. With the Dalki returning and a large amount of time passing, there were those that would get more spikes as time went on. Maybe Mundus was asking Quinn to deal with the situation not just because there were many God-Slayers, but because they had already seen what had happened before and didn't wish for another repeat of it to happen. This area that you are in now, this part of the universe that you can see, it used to be filled with planets, just like your planet. It looked normal, however. This is all that is left now. This is the result of the Great War that happened back then. Several planets destroyed, space itself broken down, and in a healing stage. The God-Slayer is a survivor of the war.
He is an Asura, one who felt like they were prisoners, but when he realized that due to their actions they had lost everything, he had decided to stay here. To stay in the middle of the destruction that they had caused. For us, the Celestials, there were no more lives for us to look after anymore, and since then the Asura has stayed here. This being, in the true sense of the word, is where the word Godslayer was created. In the battle, he had eliminated many Celestials, and using his strength, he had destroyed many of the planets here. Although before there were many, now there is only one, which is why we gave him the name Asura, the first Godslayer. A being that had been here from the beginning, one that had a past that sounded similar to Quinn's. In fact, many of the Godslayers seemed to have a tale similar to Quinn's, but through the story, no matter what, it seemed like the Celestials always won. In the end, this Godslayer's power, everything he had done, was in vain, and they had ended up like this. As the floating pieces of land moved, off in the distance, Quinn could see a human shape sitting down. He was red-skinned, sitting cross-legged, with 2 arms, and looked to be in the meditating position. "This is my last opponent." Quinn continued to look at his final opponent. They weren't on the same piece of land mass. It was only because one piece of land mass had moved away that Quinn was able to even spot him in the first place. The 2 of them were quite a distance away, but with his eyesight, he could see him quite clearly, just sitting there, not moving an inch. Is he meditating or something? Quinn thought. It seems a bit wrong to just go out there and try to fight against him. Mundus told me a little about Asura's past, but didn't talk about this individual. Why was he the only one that had survived? Was it due to his strength, his beliefs, or something else? And what could he be thinking right now? Based on what he had learned, Quinn jumped through the strange space, and off one piece of land to another, which was a little closer but still quite far away. If things went well, then maybe there could be another situation like Ray's, where he had received a god crystal without having to fight. "Why are you here?" the Godslayer's voice spoke. It was a low, deep voice that vibrated through the air. It allowed for it to travel with ease, and although the Godslayer, or Asura as Mundus had called him, wasn't shouting, Quinn could hear everything clearly as if he was next to him. "After all this time, no one has come out to attempt to meet me. So I will ask again, why are you here?" Asura asked. Not going straight into fighting worked out last time, so maybe it will work this time as well, Quinn thought. But how would he approach him? The only reason why talking had worked the last time was because the Magus had an unexpected Godslayer crystal already with him. It was unlikely it would be the case this time, but maybe, based on the story, Quinn could convince the Asura to do something else, and felt it was best to state the truth. "My people, my friends and family are in danger, and I fear that I am the only one that is able to do something about it," Quinn stated. "However, in order for me to face my enemy, I need to gather certain crystals. It is unfortunate, but there is a crystal inside your body that I need." There was silence for a moment or so, and the Asura finally stood up from his meditation. He was around the same size as Quinn, but was particularly muscular, as he had a wide back. What he also noticed was what was covering both of his hands, 2 large golden gauntlets that almost doubled the size of his arms. If Quinn was to guess, this person used their fists to fight, and just like Quinn, their main weapon of choice was gauntlets. "Ha ha ha ha!" Asura laughed. "I feel like I had once had the same thoughts, yet look at what has happened. Everything is gone. There is not even a building left standing showing what was here before, not even a single memory that is proof that we existed, that my family existed, apart from what is stored in my head. I tried. I really did try to meditate, to calm myself, to forget everything that happened. After all, there is no longer a reason for me to fight, and when I chose to fight, things just ended up getting worse." Quinn did feel bad for the Godslayer, but the conversation was being stirred into a direction he wanted. "You have been through this before, so you must understand what I am going through now as well. Although you failed before, you have the chance to allow me to succeed, for not the same thing to happen again," Quinn said. Asura started to laugh deeply again. "Your intention is a bit too obvious. You seem a bit young," Asura said. "So you wish me to take my own life, or to allow you to take mine so you can use part of my power. And who is the one that told you that with my power you would succeed? Is it the gods?" The others had believed in the gods' words, and look where that got them. We didn't believe in the gods' words, and look at where that got us," Asura said.
"Then what do you plan on doing?" Quinn asked. "To stay here for another 1,000 years, moping around and not acting on anything at all? Just because everything has been lost for you doesn't mean it has been for everyone else. Time continues to pass even now." For the first time since their conversation started, Asura turned around, and Quinn was able to see the person's face for the first time. The face was scrunched up, filled with anger. Even now, just standing, his full set of teeth were on display, bearing towards Quinn like a vicious dog. On Asura's face itself, under his eyes, it looked like blood had dripped down, running down his cheek to his chin, but it was permanent. The blood looked to have been ingrained in his skin. His eyes were glowing white. Nothing else could be seen but the glow. Yet one could still sense an extreme amount of anger coming out from them. Finally, to match the glowing eyes, the man's hair was completely white, with a faint white glow on the outside, standing up and flowing with power. From one look, anyone could tell that this person is filled with anger, yet they were somehow able to talk to me just fine, Quinn thought.
"The reason I stayed in the same spot this whole time was because I was attempting to quell my anger. I have felt nothing but this one emotion for the longest time. I can't even remember the past. I can't remember a time of happiness when I was with my family, with my friends. All I feel is anger. I sat and waited for it to go away, but it has never gone away. And as you just said, what do? Do I continue to wait? No. With you coming here, that means that I can't even wait. Then it means I can only do one thing. I have to accept this anger as part of me, and give in to my bodily desires, give in to what it wants to do."
The pieces of landmass that were next to Asura started to move. It didn't look like energy was emitting from his body, and yet somehow the large pieces of land that could be compared to islands had moved out of the way. "What have you decided?" Quinn asked, getting ready for battle, but he was sure he already knew the answer.
"I have decided that if I have to feel this way, if the universe has done these things in order to make me feel this way, then I will make everyone feel this way."
The anger on Asura's face was genuine as he just stood there. At that moment in time, he felt like he had made a mistake. No, not just him, but he and Mundus. If the two of them had never arrived here, if they had never tried to obtain this crystal, then this monster of anger perhaps would have stayed here until the end of time, and now they had created an enemy of the universe. Just by Quinn turning up, the one who had been given the title of the first Godslayer had been given a goal, and the only person that was standing in his way right now was Quinn.
"Roar!"
Asura shouted into the great space, both hands by his waist. An overflowing energy surrounded his whole body, and the two large gauntlets lit up. Many of the floating pieces of land that were above him had moved, being chucked away from the simple sound of his voice. The pieces of land crashed into others and formed smaller pieces as they were pushed away.
"You will be the first on the receiving end to feel my anger."
Asura jumped from his position, and his body was covered in flames while he went through the space. It looked like a meteorite was approaching Quinn to finish him off. The distance between the two of them was miles apart, and he was covering it in seconds. "My shadow won't be quick enough. I need to strike back." Quinn stomped both of his feet on the ground with a wide stance. As he did this, the ki rose from his body, and the blood formed around his arms. They started to spiral, creating the blood drills. "Bloodhammer drill!" Quinn threw them forward, and at the same time, Asura's fists clashed with his. Quinn was wearing his gauntlets. The knuckles of Asura could be seen pushing forward, and when it hit the blood drill, it was pushed back, broken down, and destroyed into nothing but red particles. "His power! What is it? It completely destroyed my evolved blood!" It didn't stop there. The knuckles had slammed right into Quinn's, and he could feel the wave of energy enter his body immediately. The sheer power that was going through him was burning his insides. It felt similar to ki, yet different at the same time, a power he had never felt like this before. The closest person's power he could imagine to this was Ray's. Both of Quinn's gauntlets had started to shatter. They broke into 1,000 pieces, falling to the floor as Quinn and his whole body were chucked back, hitting a large mound of the island they were on.
The force of the hit caused the large island of landmass to start to tilt to the point where it was vertical, but the space they were in was strange, giving each piece of landmass a certain type of gravity that allowed them to stick their feet down on the ground still. Asura looked at the ground and could see the pieces of the broken gauntlet. "Your equipment is rubbish," Asura stated. Quinn broke out of the rubble, flinging rocks out of the air, and was back on the ground. The burning sensation that he could feel had left his body, and it was only something he could feel when the two of them were making contact with each other. "This person is strong and powerful. Is it someone I can beat without using the demon form?" Quinn thought. There were a lot of problems if Quinn was to fight against his opponent. He needed him to stay in one place if he wanted to use the effect of his soul weapon, the Shadow Mist. But with an area like this, and with the distance his opponent had just covered, it would be hard to do. "Quinn, you have to fuck this guy up. Did you hear what he said about the gauntlets I made you? He said they were rubbish. Tell him it was the best I could do with the crystal you gave me. I bet I could make something better if I had some strange alien material as well." Alex was clearly annoyed. The gauntlets, the Drainmo Demon Tier gauntlets, he had were destroyed, and anything else he used would be of a lower tier and would break again anyway. Thankfully, they weren't part of the Red Fang set. "Let's see something first," Quinn said, as he summoned the 1,000 blood swords above his head and swung them all toward the Godslayer. For Asura, dealing with this was simple. He swung out his fist in the air, and a wave of energy went down, destroying all the blood swords just like that. "I thought this was the case. The blood aura, I can only use it to enhance my physical attacks. When using it on its own, this person is too powerful. His raw energy, whatever it is strong against my blood aura, even when covered in ki. It's simple. This person has more powerful energy than me, and if that's the case, then this fight will have to turn into a physical one." From Quinn's observation, Asura didn't seem to have any special powers. He was a brawler, a fighter like the Dalki. The shadow started to cover both of Quinn's hands where the gauntlets once were. The shadow was focused at one point and condensed to the point where they were on both of Quinn's hands. They were glowing slightly purple when they were like this. In the past, Quinn only had enough shadow to condense it into one hand, but now he could do both. "With this, I don't have to worry about the shadow's speed because it's on my hands. I can block all of his attacks as long as I can move fast enough, and I'll be able to move a lot faster than him. Nitro Accelerate activated." Running from his position now, the one that was charging forward was Quinn. He darted right up to Asura, but before he reached him, he stopped for a split second. "Shadow Mist activated." Out from Quinn's body, the shadow mist poured in all directions, and quickly moving again, he moved in a zigzag-like pattern from the side. Quinn hit Asura right on the ribs with all his strength and ki. It was a solid, strong hit. The impact could be heard as two bangs went off, but Asura hadn't moved. "Ah!" Asura screamed, swinging his arm, trying to throw a hook and knock Quinn's head right off. Lifting one of his arms, the fist hit Quinn's shadow arm, stopping it. "My shadow! It works! There is a reason why it's a God-Slayer ability. It can match up to what these guys can do as well." With his other hand, he threw 3 punches straight to Asura's head, one after the other, flinging it back slightly. Asura went to punch Quinn back with both arms, but Quinn was able to block and hit them away, and punched Asura in the stomach 5 times, before Asura was able to deliver back punches of his own, but they were thwarted once again. "You are pissing me off," Asura shouted, as he charged up both of his hands, and they moved slightly faster than before. Now Quinn was finding fewer opportunities to throw in punches of his own. Instead, he was constantly blocking with his own shadow hands, moving them into place. "Am I imagining things, or is he getting faster?" Quinn thought. Trying to change tactics to still damage his opponent, Quinn grabbed both of Asura's large gauntlets. He extended the shadow from his hands a little bit to create larger hands for himself and stopped it in its tracks. All of his power, everything so far, has been in his fists. If I stop them then, maybe I can do a bit more damage with my blood aura, Quinn thought, as he started to gather the blood aura in his mouth. It was a move he didn't use often, but his hands were busy holding on to Asura's. The blood breath, a move from Laxmus's book, was ready to fire into Asura's head, until a fist from below hit Quinn right on the chin, lifting him in the air. Then another fist hit Quinn once again, sending him flying. This time, when he hit a dirt mound, his body had broken right through it and slammed onto another floating piece of land. "Blood bank has been used." Shit, I need to recover. What happened? How did he hit me? I didn't let go of his hands, Quinn thought. When he stood up and looked at Asura, he could see now Asura had 6 arms, all of them covered in the same gauntlet-like material. All of his power, that energy was in his 2 hands, and now he has 6 of them. I can't hold back, but I can't just use or rely on the demon form. If this were a fight against Rei, in the middle of the war, using the demon form would kill them all, Quinn thought. I have to try. There is one more trick I haven't tried. I have to try it. Dealing with 2 arms from Asura was hard enough, but now he had 6 of them, all connected to his body. Rather than his energy and strength being split between these arms, instead, Quinn could feel that all of these arms had the same amount of energy. The blow he had taken just now was just as strong as Asura's earlier attacks, easily sending Quinn flying through space and crashing him into one of the floating pieces of land. It felt like his opponent had just gotten 3 times stronger. The shadow mist was still around where Asura was, but it would need some time for the shadow particles that were being inhaled by Asura to take effect, and before he knew it, Asura had leaped from his position, flying through the air right at Quinn again. I thought with the nitro accelerate, I would at least be able to keep him in the mist for a while to slow him down. This was what I was afraid of. Now the shadow mist is practically useless, Quinn thought, but there were still other things he could do. Moments before Asura landed with his fists, Quinn ran to the side. Asura had crashed into the ground, and rocks were sent flying everywhere, making it hard for both of them to see. In the middle of the debris falling, Asura felt something wrap around 2 of his arms. They grinded against his skin and went past his gauntlets, digging into his biceps. Looking at them, they looked like sharp razor chains, and on the other end he could see Quinn. "I am not weak," Quinn shouted, pulling with all his might, and Asura was lifted in the air and slammed into the ground from the use of the twin-tail chains, the other sole weapon in Quinn's arsenal. At the same time, Quinn had prepared something else because right above where Asura had landed was a giant blood sword. It fell down, aiming to split the god slayer in half. In order to distract him, Quinn started to swing his chain blades at Asura, aiming for his body and his legs. They were making small scratches on his skin, but with his other arms, Asura was able to block most of the attacks. Then with his 2 main arms, he lifted them, grabbing onto the large blood sword. His knees bent as the sheer force of the large blood sword was more than he expected. Gritting his teeth, Asura let out a loud yell as he pushed with all his might and with both arms, chucked the blood sword back up. The sheer strength of Asura was more powerful than Quinn's blood control. While he was hovering in the air, Asura started to punch the air with both of his arms. The energy blasts that would come off from them, just like before, hit the sword, and each time it did, it broke and diminished the blood aura. The large blood sword was being destroyed until it was eventually nothing. Asura had his full focus on Quinn, and before Quinn was able to go back or try something else, he had grabbed onto the chains with 4 of his arms and yanked Quinn forward. Now he was the one in the air. The twin-tail chains were attached inside of Quinn's body, so there was no way he could act quickly. At the last moment, Asura let go of the twin tail and spun his whole body, swinging out all of his arms. The first 3 arms hit Quinn's body, and then the next 3 did, hitting Quinn off into the distance again. While in the air, regaining his position, Quinn made sure to land on his feet, or at least he tried to, as he skidded across the floor on one knee. His face was bruised, and blood was spilling from his mouth. "Is he going to die here?" Mundus thought, watching things from really far off this time. In fact, he was actually in the celestial space watching this match, rather than on the ground like during the fights before. He didn't want to be caught in the middle of this fight. "After what I said, he's being stubborn about using the form he had against the behemoth. I understand why, but it might cost you your life." Nitro Accelerate was still active, and Quinn didn't want to waste the time he had left. Otherwise, it would start to eat into his health. He dashed forward and started to swing his arms, aiming for all the right places. Not only was Quinn punching, but he would also kick as well, as he used all the training and skills he had gained over the years.
Red aura was leaving his legs and fists as he threw out each blow. However, with his 6 hands, Asura was equally matching them head-on as he threw his fists out as well. The knuckle was hitting another knuckle. With each hit, it sounded as if explosions were going off. Not a single one of them was taking a breather as they continued to throw out hit after hit, and the land they were on was being affected. It was almost disappearing. In that moment, Quinn saw an opening. He bent down with his knees and sprung up like a spring, lifting his knee. It exploded right into Asura's chin. His head tilted back for a second before he used all the muscles in his neck to push down against Quinn's knee. Instead of Quinn hitting Asura up in the air, using his powerful chin, Asura pushed Quinn's knee and leg back into the ground and threw out a fist, hitting Quinn right in the face and sending him skidding backwards. Asura wasn't letting up as he chased after Quinn. Seeing this, Quinn had to do something and started to form a massive amount of blood aura in his hand. Condensing it down, he had made a smaller version of the blood sword. It was still large in size, almost like a great sword. Swinging it down, Quinn tried to slice Asura in half one more time. Focus! Concentrate the ki in my body to give me strength. I'm using the second stage of ki to make the sword even sharper and all my blood energy to break through. With all 6 hands, Asura caught the blood blade. He was holding on tight, trying to push the sword back, but was unable to. The blood aura continued to grow, and Quinn was powering it with his strong ki. The only thing Asura could do was push the sword to the side so it wouldn't hit him, and when the blood sword hit the ground, a large wall rose up. On the other side of the wall, the landmass had split off, breaking and floating off in the distance. Not tiring for a second, Asura came right towards Quinn once more. Nitro Accelerate has ended. I need more time. I'll be back, Quinn said, as he disappeared into a shadow portal, and Asura's fist hit nothing but the air. Where did he go? Did he run away? Asura shouted and banged the floor with all of his arms in anger. Quinn had escaped to his shadow space and was breathing relatively heavily. He had used a lot of all of his powers. It felt the same as when he was fighting against the Phoenix. The only difference was he had used so much energy in a short time compared to when fighting against the Phoenix. I've tried to hurt him as much as I could, and I'm not sure I was even able to put a large dent in him. I got a few big hits in, but other than my physical punches, none of my blood attacks got through, Quinn thought. During the fight, though, he did notice that with the large blood sword, with both of the blood attacks in fact, Asura had stopped them rather than take them head-on, which meant Quinn was able to hurt him if he could get a hit on him. All right, while I'm in here, let's do this properly, Quinn said to himself as he sat down and meditated. Back on the ground, Asura was still looking everywhere for Quinn. He continued to shout and scream, letting out heaps of energy. It was as if it was endless for him, but finally he heard footsteps on the ground and turned his head. There you are, Asura shouted, but noticed that there was something different. Shadow had covered Quinn's hands in a condensed form just like before, but it wasn't just on his hands, as it trailed behind his body like a flame. Then there was the color of the shadow itself, which was completely different. Rather than the normal purple color the shadow would take on, it looked to be like a dark red, and all of the shadow that was glowing off Quinn's body was glowing red. Rather than protect, it's time for this shadow to attack. The shadow power had always been a great defensive measure, and while Quinn continued to grow, so did his shadow powers. They only got better in terms of defense and the things it could do with them. There was the Shadow Infect skill, but that still wasn't really an offensive skill either. In order to try to make the shadow more versatile in battle, Quinn attempted to fuse it with his ki. This had worked, giving it a solid form. The only thing was, this only allowed it to still be used in a defensive way, and to grab onto or hold things better. It could be used to attack in this form, but it was weak, and it was better for Quinn to use his ki in a physical way, or with his vampire aura, if that was the case. So what about his blood aura, mixing it with the shadow? For the longest time, Quinn thought that this might be impossible because of the trait of the shadow itself. It was meant to block everything out and slow things down from the original way they worked. However, Quinn believed that it was possible. It had to be if he mixed them in from the root of his body and inside, rather than trying to mix the two powers while they were already out of his body. It took a lot of attempts, but with extreme concentration, he could do it. Heading inside his own shadow space wasn't only to get away from Asura, it was also to allow him to mix his two powers, and he was successful in creating the blood shadow. The only problem was that the effects of the newfound power were not what he had expected at all. For a while, he thought it was ineffective and useless. Up till now, in all of his fights, it was something that wouldn't have helped him much until now. Asura is physically stronger than me. He is naturally faster than me if I wasn't using the nitro accelerate, and he has more energy than me. In a way, he is almost exactly like Ray, but I will still win this match because I have so many people counting on me. Nitro accelerate activated. Blood supply will be used. Quinn dashed forward with the glowing red shadow covering his hands. As he ran, a trail of the red shadow could be seen coming off from his back as well. At the same time, the red glow around both of his hands was getting brighter and brighter as more blood aura was being put into the attack. I trained in that celestial space for years, honing my fighting style. I continue to grow stronger no matter who is in front of me, and it will be the same here. Quinn's hand turned into a claw shape. He ran with both of his arms by his side, and an image of a black dragon was formed out of the lingering shadow behind him. Asura braced himself as he screamed into the air, and his whole body was covered in energy. He stomped both of his feet into the ground and threw all 6 of his fists forward, all of them aiming for both of Quinn's hands. The blood dragon had hit Asura right on his large gauntlets, and a pulse of energy was emitting from the 2 clashes of energy hitting each other. Quinn was gritting his teeth, pushing forward. "Ha ha ha ha! I thought you had something special when you came with that attack, but now I see it's nothing to worry about," Asura boasted. With the power of the attack fading away, Asura was able to leave just 2 arms to hold on to Quinn's fists, and pulled back his other 4 arms, charging them up. He threw them forward right towards Quinn's head, ready to finish him off. "Now!" Quinn said. As soon as Quinn said those words, a force of power hit back all 6 of Asura's fists. The 4 that were midair were swung back slightly, and the 2 holding on to Quinn's hands had been pushed back as well. It was clear from Asura's face that he didn't understand what was happening. Quinn hadn't moved. He couldn't move because he was holding on to him, and it felt like almost an invisible force had hit him. He didn't have time to worry about why, though, because his body and face were now wide open. Quickly, using all the speed and strength Quinn had, he punched the body of Asura multiple times, the blood shadow still covering all of his hands. With the nitro accelerate, Quinn was good enough to get a few hits in, and he didn't just go for the body, he went for the arms as well. While Asura got to use his hands again, Quinn jumped back, just enough so he was out of range from Asura. "You little brat, what are you doing?" Asura shouted. Once again, just as Asura was about to attack again, he could feel pain all over his stomach. It was hurting all over, as if he was getting punched just like before, but Quinn was away, and it looked like he was charging up for another blood dragon attack. When the pain stopped in Asura's stomach, suddenly he felt the pain in his arms, and a force pushed them away and opened him up again. He was defenseless, and Quinn hopped in at that moment, jumping in the air, just above where his head was. "Dragon blood palm!" Quinn thrust both of his fists right in Asura's face. His legs were lifted from the ground, and then his whole body slammed right into the ground. Quinn jumped away before Asura could retaliate, but just as he was about to get up, a large force, just as strong as the palm strike, hit him in the head again, pushing him further and deeper into the ground. "It's working! The power of the blood shadow is working!" Quinn was ecstatic. Someone like Asura was the perfect person to use the skill against. The blood shadow didn't increase Quinn's strength in any way, but it did allow for his blood aura, his ki, and his natural physical capabilities to completely pass through the attack. The shadow wasn't getting in the way, allowing him to fight like normal. However, when testing the attack, there was something strange about it. If Quinn was to punch a wall, then naturally a large crater would appear in it. If he was to do this with the blood shadow, the same size crater would be created, but a moment later, the same attack would hit the wall again, at the exact same spot, and with the same amount of power. Quinn didn't quite understand the phenomena behind it. At a guess, he thought it had to have something to do with the shadow properties. It was designed to slow things down. When Quinn blocked with the shadow, he wasn't blocking but slowing things down. If he was to stay in the same place with the shadow long enough, the attack would eventually come through, and in this case, this is what he thought was happening now. Due to the mix, his attack wasn't being stopped and was going through, but maybe the shadow was also storing the attack, slowing it down, and later pushing through the attack on the target again. Either way, the hardest part of using the power was getting the timing down to be used in a fight. It took a lot of skill to work the timing where it could be useful. This was why Quinn was a bit nervous, since it would be the first time he would be using it in a real fight. Yet it was working perfectly. Now Quinn could block with the shadow blood, and he could deal twice the amount of attacks and also disrupt his opponent's rhythm. "With this power, I will win, without having to use the demon form," Quinn exclaimed, as he could feel a rumbling right beneath his feet. The delayed effect of the blood dragon palm strike had caused Asura to be hit deeper into the ground. It was one of Quinn's strongest attacks, the perfect use of ki, blood control, and his physical abilities. The only problem was it would take him a moment or two to store the energy that was needed to produce the attack. With his normal attacks creating an opening, he was able to do this, and now with Asura suspected to be hurt rather badly, Quinn was able to also prepare for another strong attack. Using his blood aura once more, he had created the giant greatsword out of blood, one of the moves the previous king had perfected. When gaining absolute blood control from the book, he learned all of the previous king's uses of power as well. Although this didn't matter, as Quinn was good at imitating anyway, which was why he was also able to create the blood whips and the 1,000 blood sword attack and the blood drill. Regardless, in terms of sheer blood power, this was one of the strongest attacks, and it was aimed to slice its enemy in half. Swinging his arms down, Quinn was attempting to finish this fight off, and like a guillotine, it moved swiftly down toward Asura. Before it reached him, Asura was seen jumping out from the hole he was in. "If the gods themselves were unable to bring me down, do you think hits like that would work against me?" Asura screamed. The point was ready to touch him, but Asura threw out all of his fists as fast as he could. It hit the tip of the giant blood blade and stopped it in its place. The fists didn't stop hitting the blood sword, and it was beginning to crack until it eventually broke and fell into multiple small particles. "This is the only problem with the blood shadow. The effect only works for physical attacks. Otherwise, it doesn't have the delayed second attack, but Asura is strong, and getting close to him could be the end of me." Quinn was keeping an eye on his health. He was still using the nitro accelerate, but he also had another blood bank left to heal him. Mundus continued to watch the fight, as it looked like whoever was up in the fight was switching from one side to the other. "This fight is quite similar to the first. One is fighting for revenge, while the other is fighting to protect. Quinn, you have always stated your feeling for protecting is strong, so you will have to prove it in this fight," Mundus thought. Quinn was ready to charge in again, but before he could, Asura punched the air, and in doing so, several energy blasts came right towards Quinn. The energy blasts were nothing to laugh at, as he needed to block them with his hands, moving them in place. The energy blasts didn't stop, as Asura was able to move his fists in fast succession while also running forward. It was as if bullets of energy were coming towards Quinn. Usually, Quinn could use his power to match up to this, but Asura's energy was stronger than his, and the only thing that could block the attack was his shadow. "The shadow is condensed on my hands at the moment. It's the only thing fast enough to move and stop the attacks," Quinn thought, but out of desperation, he had raised a shadow wall in front of him, trying to block the shots. Before he knew it, though, Asura was already behind him.
Got you, Asura said, as he punched Quinn right in the back towards the air with 3 of his arms. Right after, he followed Quinn, jumping up himself. His powerful legs allowed him to move faster, and now he was right above him with all 6 of his hands raised. This is going to hurt. I won't be able to use the shadow space quick enough, Quinn thought as he braced himself, getting his hands in an X position and trying to move his shadow to cushion the attack beneath him. Blood bank used. Health restoring. All 6 of the hands went crashing down onto Quinn's body. He was flying right into the ground, just like Asura was, but this strike was far more powerful than that of the Blood Dragon palm strike. Quinn continued to be pushed through the land until he had broken out of the other side of it. A large crack could be seen from above him, and the island was splitting apart. Quinn's body continued to be hurled downward, and he felt his back slam into another piece of land, breaking it on impact. He was a meteorite, crashing into pieces of land, breaking them into little pieces, until eventually he had hit the 4th piece of land, now laying on the surface. As soon as Quinn took a breath, blood spilled from his mouth, and he had to move his head to stop himself from choking. I managed to get my normal shadow in front of the armor in time, but his power was enough to break through it. Quinn was thankful. The red fang set didn't take damage because of it, but I was still hurt by the sheer force of the attack, as it sent me crashing into these pieces of land. 24 of 100 HP. Quinn was seriously hurt, down to less than a quarter of his life. Using the nitro accelerate at this point would be incredibly dangerous, but then how would he keep up with Asura's speed? It wasn't just his fists that were fast, it was everything about him. Can I do this? Can I really do this? I shouldn't be risking my life right now. It's more important that I win this fight, Quinn thought. The images of his family were starting to appear in his head, images of the new allies he had made, and the scene of the beasts along with the behemoth. Suddenly, the images of the dead beast had turned into his family members and the allies he had made along the way. No, I can't use the demon form. I have to figure out a way to win this. Even if I get the armor, who knows if that will be enough to defeat Ray? He has his own armor. There has to be a way I can use the blood shadow better to help win this. Quinn reassured himself as he stood up, and when he did, he could see Asura pushed off from another piece of land. His legs were so powerful that the piece of land was sent flying back through space, and he was heading right toward Quinn. Can't you give me a break and let me have some time to think? Quinn thought. But there was a place where he could be and give himself time to think. Opening up the shadow, Quinn's body disappeared once more, and Asura crashed onto the piece of land, with his opponent gone once again. "Arrgh!" Asura shouted, as he banged on his chest with all 6 of his fists.
Thanks to Asura's grand attack, the distance between Quinn and him had increased. This meant that during his next attack, Quinn had enough time to enter his shadow space away from the fight, and that was where he was currently sitting down as he racked his head on what to do next. The one thing the shadow space did give him was time. He had time to think of a solution, or perhaps try a few things. However, his shadow space also affected him as well. Even if he spent a long time in here, the energy he had lost during the fight wouldn't recover, meaning his ki, his stamina, or anything else wouldn't recover, nor would his health. That was until he had a couple of humans in the shadow space. He would always be able to feast on them to gain health back, but that wasn't something Quinn was willing to do. Keeping someone in his space just for the sake of food, and how long would they even have to be in here? It was always a problem for him, since items were unable to be stored in the shadow space, such as weapons, flasks, and so on. It was the reason why those that were in the shadow space didn't just randomly stumble upon the items left in there. At the same time, living things were unable to be put in his inventory, where his weapons and items were stored, and that included blood. Either way, his being in the shadow space just meant he was delaying the inevitable, because as soon as he left the area, he would be in the same state as he entered. The other thing was, he would return to the same spot as well. Of course, he could use the shadow link to head back to Minnie, but that would defeat the purpose of him coming here in the first place. I have to think of a way to beat him with everything I have right now. Is there something with the blood shadow I could use? I also have to think about the way Asura fights as well. He has 6 arms, where all of his energy stems from, including the energy blasts. So how do I counter this? With all of this in mind, Quinn had to think about his health as well. As low as it was, he would still have to use the Nitro Accelerate, making sure he could win this fight without getting hit one more time. Otherwise, this whole fight would be over. His mind was flip-flopping still because of this and whether or not to just use the demon form because it was too big of a risk. That was until he had come up with a solution. Playing with the blood shadow, he had an idea, one that he was sure would work. Standing up, Quinn started to use his powers to summon them in the way he needed them, and when he was ready, it was time for him to return. Asura was searching the piece of land he was on frantically, believing that Quinn might have hidden himself. He didn't move to other pieces of land because he had a feeling that he would be here, and he was right, as the shadow portal appeared where he had last seen him, and once again, he had slightly changed his appearance compared to before. Actually, that was incorrect. Quinn's appearance was the same, but now around him, there was something different. Around Quinn's body, there were circles of shadow that were floating. In total, there were 6 of them behind his back lining up in the shape of a circle. They had the same color as the shadow blood that encased his hands, being dark red in color with a red glow. "So you have 6 circles now. Is that meant to be a big deal?" Asura shouted as he moved his hands forward, and when he reached Quinn, he went to hit him once more with a flurry of punches. "Nitro Accelerate activated." Quinn used some of his hands to block the attack, but he knew with 2 limbs against 6, he would eventually lose out. When Asura could see an opening, he went to punch Quinn right on his rib. That was until his fist was stopped. Where Quinn's side was open, there was now one of the floating red circles that completely stopped his attacks. Asura tried his best to ignore this and continued to punch in other areas, but more of the circles started to move, as they blocked each and every one of his strikes. While doing so, the circles were moving in place just as fast as Asura was as well. "There weren't just 6 circles for no reason," Quinn said, as he used his 2 hands to strike Asura hard in the stomach. He moved back a bit, but planted his foot firmly as he moved forward, continuing to punch. The circles still moved in the way, doing whatever they could to protect Quinn, and the second hit had hit Asura again, causing him to flinch for a second and allowing another opening for Quinn as he slammed a fist, this time on top of his head. This fight, it's over, Quinn thought. The idea he had come up with was possible by pushing his powers to their limit. Condensing his shadow and mixing it with blood, Quinn had used most of what was available of his shadow. Although he had unlimited MC cells, he still had a limit on his output, and most of it was being used. However, Quinn did keep some of the shadow so he could block other attacks and use his other skills, such as the shadow clone skill if he needed it, but none of these things would help him in the fight. That's when he created something that could help him, the blood circles. These circles were condensed shadow and blood, just like what was covering his hands, and they could block hits just as well. There was another problem with the shadow, and that was the speed to use it. That's why Quinn covered his hands with the shadow in the first place, but there was a big difference compared to the shadow powers and the blood shadow. It was the fact that it had blood in it. Because of this, it meant that Quinn was also able to influence it with his absolute blood control. In doing so, he could move it fast like a blood bullet, and fast enough to block Asura's hits. The shadow circles continued to block Asura's punches, but with just that alone, it wouldn't be enough for him to win the fight, and time was against him, with his Nitro Accelerate running out. But Quinn wasn't worried, because there was one more thing. Using both of his hands, Quinn had pulled one of the arms to the side with all his strength, then lifted his other hand in the air. While in the air, the shape of the condensed blood shadow around his hand started to change, into that of a sharp blade. Swinging it down, Quinn had hit right into the shoulder joint of Asura. The strike was large, as blood aura flowed down and into the wound. Quinn was moving the attack back and forth like a chainsaw ready to cut the arm off, but it was stubborn. His attack had only gotten through half of Asura's arm as he screamed into the air. That was until the effect of the blood shadow took place, and the second attack went through, allowing for the blade to completely cut off Asura's arm. It fell to the floor, and now what was once 6 was 5. Never before had Asura had his precious arms torn off from his body. It was a first for him, and he realized something. Asura didn't want to admit it, but he too could tell that it was the end.
The turning point in the battle had come with Quinn's use of the blood shadow, creating minuscule shields that could be moved at a great speed. It was enough for him to turn the tide. Mundus knew it was the end, Asura knew it was the end, and so did Quinn. Yet even then, Asura didn't stop trying. He continued to throw out his fists, each one of them deadly, and with the way Quinn's health was now, a single hit meant it was the end of the fight. Maybe Asura was unaware of this. If he had known, perhaps it would have made a difference, but either way, Quinn wasn't letting up. He continued to block all of Asura's hits, now having more of the floating circles, and his own 2 arms compared to Asura. Holding out Asura's arm, Quinn then slashed it down, transforming one of his fists into a blade. At the same time, Quinn also used the spare blood circle as a form of attack as well. Spinning it on its side, it was like a saw. Going in from below, it was cutting another one of Asura's arms as well. With an attack from below and from above, the second arm of Asura's had fallen a lot easier compared to the first. For Quinn now, it was a rinse and repeat act. He was doing the same motions again and again, cutting off one arm at a time, until eventually there were only 2 left. "This is how you're going to beat me," Asura shouted. "By tearing me limb from limb. I would have given you a far better death." Quinn felt that maybe Asura was taunting him in a way, and although he wouldn't allow that to happen, he did feel quite bad. The way Quinn was winning, it felt a little cheap to him. At the end of the day, Quinn just needed to win no matter what happened. Who cared about honor or doing the right thing when they were dead? Would those things bring back one's family and friends? No. But winning, and not losing them in the first place, would stop them from dying. Despite knowing all of this, Quinn did feel like it was only right for him to give him a farewell. Jumping back, Quinn gathered all of the floating blood shadow discs. They continued to stop and block Asura. Some were stopping his punches, while others were attempting to attack him. The blood shadow discs were unable to do serious damage, but that didn't matter. All Quinn wanted to do was keep him in one place. At that moment, Quinn was gathering his red aura. The dark red shadow was starting to glow brighter. Around Quinn's arms, the red glow, the lingering aura, was swirling and moving up his arm. "I'll give you what you want." Quinn ran forward, and his nitro accelerate was still active. As he ran, the after image left by a shadow and blood aura looked like a blood dragon pulse. The move was similar to the tiger pulse, only it used far more energy to build up, which was why he had to get Asura to stay absolutely still. However, as Quinn got closer, the blood aura started to spin, and the after image of the dragons started to swirl around as well. Throwing both of his fists forward, right toward Asura's chest at the last moment, Quinn twisted both of his hands, giving it a little bit of extra power. "Spiraling blood dragon pulse attack." After the connection was made, a large pulse of red aura went out, moving all of the ground around them. It looked like a ring of power, and when it hit the nearby islands and rocks, it pushed them away, even damaging some of them. The attack had gone right through Asura, as the 2 dragons made of blood aura could be seen for a few seconds before disappearing completely. Asura had stopped moving. Blood was dripping from his mouth. He tilted his head down to look at Quinn, and there was an unexpected expression on his face. "Thank you," Asura smiled. "Now, I no longer have to live with this anger. Whatever you do, don't trust the gods." A large wave of energy returned, as the effect of the blood shadow took place. A large hit right in the center of Asura, and just like the last time, and this time, he fell to his feet, his whole body disappearing on the spot, leaving behind nothing but a crystal. The crystal was filled with red energy inside it. It didn't look like flames, nor did it flow like vampire aura that glowed and was wind-like. Instead, the energy inside the crystal was a much darker red that was unable to stop shaking. It looked almost as if the crystal itself was shaking because of it. "Has your anger even transferred to the crystal?" Quinn couldn't help but smile. Even though the 2 hadn't spoken, they had only said a few words while fighting. Quinn didn't know why, but he felt through that fight he knew him quite well, knew his emotions, and especially with those last words. Asura was a being that just wanted his anger to go away. He had stayed in the same spot waiting for it to disappear, but it never did. In the end, the answer he had come up with was to release his anger on the whole universe, destroying everything. Would that have worked?
Would he still have been just as angry as he was after accomplishing what he wanted? Regardless, there was one fact, and that was that his anger was now gone, which Asura realized in his final moments. Quinn was happy he could at least give him that. Picking up the crystal off the ground, Quinn looked at it in his hand. "It looked like you wanted to say more at the end," Quinn spoke. He thought that maybe if he hadn't used the blood shadow at the end, he could have heard what he had to say, what he wanted to fully tell Quinn in his last moments. Asura was already on his last breath, but the second attack of the blood shadow had taken him out. Still, Quinn felt like he knew what Asura wanted to say, based on the story he had heard from Mundus. In fact, it wasn't just Asura. All of the humanoid god-slayers that Quinn had managed to meet, all of them wanted to tell him the same thing. "Don't worry, I got your message loud and clear," Quinn said to himself as he wrapped the crystal in shadow. "I never trusted the gods to begin with."
5 of 5 god-slayers have been defeated. You have successfully completed the quest awarded to you by Mundus the Messenger. Please meet Mundus to claim your reward.
The fight had come to an end with Asura, and yet, even with him gone, the area they were in, this part of the universe, was still the same. Quinn could imagine that this place used to be filled with planets, different moons, and perhaps looked similar to the solar system around Earth. Now, though, there was nothing. He could see no sun. The dark space had turned into a mystic, shape-shifting, rainbow-like color that produced just enough heat for one to live, and there were the countless number of large pieces of land that were just floating about in the space. It was just left here, now with no one here, to stay the same way as it was. In a way, it was sad to see that when someone left the universe, it still carried on the same. Maybe one being's journey had ended, but it hadn't reset everything back to the way it should be. Seeing all of this just gave Quinn even more determination to carry on forward, to stop what Jim and Jack were doing before this result would occur again. Looking around, Quinn was searching for Mundus. He needed him to take him away from here, wherever here was. "Mundus!" Quinn shouted, not worried if anyone else heard him. "I have completed the task you gave me. Where are you?" For a quick second, Quinn looked at his health.
8 of 100 HP.
"A lot of these fights I had were extremely dangerous and close to the wire. If Mundus decides to betray me, I won't have much fight left in me. But there is one thing I can still do," Quinn thought. The crystals were in his possession, so he could shadow travel to where Minnie was, but he didn't want to do that without talking to Mundus first, because things needed to be made clear. "I can hear a sense of fear in your voice," Mundus said, appearing from behind. "For someone who had just defeated 5 of the greatest beings in the universe, I wouldn't expect it to come from you. Sorry, it was 4 beings. How could I forget about him?" Quinn was quite obviously keeping the distance between the two of them, and the regular shadow powers were lingering over his back. The words that were said by Asura in his last moments had stuck in his head more so than he thought. "What do we do now, with the crystals?" Quinn asked. "And is the deal the same as before, including the fact that I get to keep the armor?" "Now I see why you are worried," Mundus said. "But believe me, if I wanted to kill you, I would have had plenty of chances. At any point and time, I could have swooped in at the end and finished your life. I even allowed you to keep hold of the crystals, so there is no need for you to worry about that. A promise is a promise. Due to you achieving the mission that was set out for you, you will now become an agent of the Celestials. We will not get involved with business to do with those from Earth, and from time to time you will need to complete tasks for us. That is, of course, providing you complete the first task that you will be given, which is to stop the humans from spreading outside their current reach. Whether that's by eliminating them all or having them work tightly under your thumb, either is fine, just stop them." Mundus gestured for Quinn to come over. They needed to be relatively close for the transport to work, and Quinn did take a few steps until he stopped. "Mundus, even though I trust you, you even said it yourself. A promise with you is not a promise with all the gods," Quinn said. "So what will happen if they choose to break this deal and go after me? I already have enough on my plate to deal with. What will you do?" For Mundus, he can understand why Quinn was acting this way. The god-slayers that he had made Quinn go up against, with the exception of Ray's Cromwell, he knew about them all because he was somewhat involved with them all. "The gods are not one to say that they have never made a mistake. When you live as long as us,
We are bound to make mistakes as well. There are times when we think we have seen it all, and yet new things surprise us all the time. It's what makes living in this world still interesting in a way, but fear not, we have learned from our mistakes. We wish for something like what happened to the Asuras to never happen again. That is the best thing I can say to try and reassure you." At this point, Quinn only had Mundus's trust, the trust he had given him so far. Not harming his family, not taking the crystals, and actually trying to explain his reasoning. But there was also the fact that Mundus had trapped him. Walking forward, Quinn accepted what would happen and stood next to Mundus. "How do we create the armor?" Quinn asked. "We will need a forgery and massive amounts of power and physical strength. To top it off, not just any metal can be mixed with the God Slayer crystals, at least if we want to create something that is the very best. I have a place in mind, a place you have been to before, the planet of the Amra." Quinn was quite surprised to hear something he knew about. They certainly did have rocks that seemed indestructible and great strength as well. With Alex along with him, he was sure that they could create armor that was unmatched, or at least on the same level as what Ray was wearing. He wished to meet the Amra anyway, to ask for their help in the fight, so it was the perfect place for him to go, and then he could head back to the Mermerial planet. "Before that, there is something I must do." Mundus placed his finger on Quinn's head. A faint, glowing circle appeared on Quinn's forehead and quickly disappeared. "You are now an agent of the Celestials. The Celestials are able to locate where you are through this marking. They are also able to communicate with you. The marking may be forcefully removed, but the Celestials will be aware." "A tracker. I guess they trust me as much as I trust them. At least it can be removed, but that would be telling them that I was planning something." "The journey for me and you ends here, Quinn Talon," Mundus said. "I will transport you to where you need to be. If you don't hear from me, then it means you have done a good job and can continue to live your life. I sincerely hope we never have to meet again." A bright white light surrounded Quinn, and a few seconds later he was transported with everything he needed to end this. Inside the Grand Tower on one of the Amra planets, the Blades had struggled to get past the 50th floor for a long time. It was a central point in the tower, and many struggled to do so as well. This was because the floor was more of a testing floor. One would have to beat a special evolved type of Amra to pass. They didn't need to kill them, but just be strong enough to allow them to reach the next stage. This stage could also be done with as many people as one wishes. They had to go against 5 Amra at the same time. Due to the nature of the test as well, only one group, however small or large, could take the 50th floor at the same time. The 49th floor had a large living area that would allow one to rest and buy supplies and more before they went to the 50th floor. On top of that, whatever floor one went up to, one could use the teleporters located on each floor to quickly transport between them. So, for the Blades, they would teleport to the 49th floor and then attempt the 50th floor whenever they could. While doing this, Layla and her family were taking the test on their own, going up from floor 1. At the same time, Cyril and Stark were taking the test as well. Then finally, there was Russ, who had also decided to climb the tower, but on his own. Geo stuck with the Blades, giving them help and support when it was needed, while Nock, another one of the leaders of the Amra, stayed with the Talon family. There was also a high-ranking Amra put with Russ just to help, if need be, and to keep an eye on him. While Nock and Geo were in the tower, the final leader of the Amra, Dober, who worked more on the technological side of things, was taking the reins on the outside. "We failed again!" Shiro walked through the village on the 49th floor while his broken arm was being healed by another Blade. Behind him were all of the other members of the Blade group, around 50 in total, all of them looking defeated and tired. "You are rushing more than you usually would, which causes you to make more mistakes compared to before," Geo said. "Take my word for it. You have gotten stronger, but you shouldn't try and force yourself to beat your opponent. Take your time and think it through." "We are rushing, but it's because he is now climbing the tower as well." An image appeared, in not just Shiro's head, but the rest of the Blades as well, of Russ. The last thing that they all wanted was to be overtaken by him. In a way, it would be like admitting that he was stronger than them. Were the Blades nothing without Syl? No, they had still proven themselves to be some of the strongest out there, without him. They were able to go against the Chained without Syl, and they were going to do the same here. After a few hours, the group had recovered and they were ready to go again. They started to go through the village, getting a few snacks and touching up on refreshments before having another go. The village had a nice row of market stalls side to side, leading up to the large door that would take one to the 50th floor. While looking at these rows of shops, Shiro noticed a few people and his eyes widened. "How did they manage to get up here so fast?" Shiro said. "Oh, the look on your face," Russ said. "I have to admit, a lot of the tests in the tower would be incredibly difficult for some, but for me, one that can adapt to any situation, it was fairly easy." Russ made it to the 49th tower far quicker than he had ever imagined, but he wasn't the only one here. Layla, Minnie, and Galen were together, and they could even see the two new aliens they had recently met, Cyril and Stark. The Talon family was able to get through the floors due to their brute strength and overwhelming power. There was no struggle on the way up, and they were actually the first ones to arrive, but after reaching the 49th floor, they decided to take a rest in the village. Not too far behind them was Russ, who had used his partner that traveled with him to unlock ways to go past the floors. Then there was Cyril and Stark. The two of them were quite lucky that the tests required certain things from them. At first, they struggled with gravity, but with their unique powers were able to pass through the floors relatively easily. But the 50th floor was always where it got really challenging for the group. "Everyone," Shiro said, gritting his teeth, "let's go to the next floor." Shiro was already moving ahead, and the rest of them followed. Since it was the first time the others were on the 50th floor, they were unaware of the one-group rule, and this was why Shiro was getting a head start, because he and the Blades would go past the 50th floor before the others. Talking to the Amra at the large giant door, Shiro and his team were teleported away as they went to the 50th floor. "It looks like we all need to wait a while until we can take the next test," Nox stated. "Only one group at a time can take the test." Russ didn't seem to be annoyed at this as he started to stretch a little. As he did, though, there was another voice from behind. "Ah, we have been looking for you guys. This place was a bit more dangerous than we thought," a young voice said that sounded human. The Amra sounded deeper and rougher when they spoke. Turning around, it didn't take long for Russ to recognize the two of them, and for them to recognize him as well. On the 50th floor, a fire had been lit under the Blade family. They were working well together, pushing themselves as they fought against the stronger gravity, summoning more ki in their bodies. They timed their attacks perfectly, and more importantly, something they had never worked on before, they were working better as a unit. Usually the Blades were strong individuals that could just use their abilities as they wished. Here, though, it wasn't enough, and they were learning how to support each other more and more. In the end, the 5 Amra had been defeated, unable to get up. "It looks like you guys finally passed," Gio said. "You are amazing warriors who would be welcomed into any army." Finally passing the 50th floor, they could go to the 51st. However, a common thing to do was to head back to the 49th floor to rest, before trying to climb back up the tower. Shiro and the group decided to do this, and at the same time, they wanted to see how the others would fare, taking on the 50th floor. Surely they wouldn't pass it the first time, or at least be impressed that the Blades were able to pass it the first time. Heading back to the 49th floor, Shiro had only walked a short distance with the others until they all stopped. They could see Russ, Layla, and the others talking to 2 people. "Vicky! Jake!" Shiro said as he ran over. "Both of you, what are you doing here?" It was none other than Jake Green and Vicky Blade. Shiro would know both of them as they were a part of the Blade family, yet at the same time not. But judging by how the two were looking at Shiro, they couldn't remember him at all. "I guess our memories of you have been removed as well," Vicky said. "Fear not, Logan has updated us on the situation, so we are not so surprised, and Layla has updated us on everything else that has happened so far. As for us, we are here because we have a message to deliver. Jack and Jim are on the move, and they are coming here." The Blades had come out of the 50th floor with a high. They were feeling great after finally passing the 50th floor. As they fought side by side, they could tell that they had improved by leaps and bounds. Something that would have taken them years to complete had been done in a matter of days. They were progressing fast, and a lot of them were already wondering how much better they would be if they continued to climb the tower. Surely there would be a type of rebirth among those who would have managed to complete the tower, but all of these thoughts had come crashing down as they met with Jake and Vicky, who were the bearer of bad news. The fact that Jack and Jim were on their way meant that there was no more time for them to continue to improve. They were to face the enemy now, and had to go against them at the strength they were at right now. If the news you say is true, then we will need to talk about it together in a more serious manner. I think it's best if we leave the tower, Geo claimed. Doing as Geo said, all of them left the tower, and with quick decision-making, Geo determined that no more Amra were allowed to enter the tower. Those that were in the tower were also to leave as soon as they could. It was a first for the Amra since Geo had taken control. Since those in higher positions had been made aware of what was possibly coming, the whole city, the whole planet, was feeling a little tense. They had decided to enter the large reception room that had hard, rock-like furniture in Geo's manner from before. Here, Cyril and Stark had decided to contact their respective leaders, the king and queen of the Pensui, and Wince, and they were being projected into the room as well. This was so they could all talk about their next step and get the information that Jake and Vicky had come to deliver. "The first question I would like to ask is, how did Logan manage to find us?" Layla asked. "Does that mean that Jim and the others already know where we are as well?" This was an important question, since the current plan they had, and one of the big advantages they had, was that the attacker didn't know where or who they were teaming up with. "We actually didn't know," Jake replied as he placed a device on the center table for all of them to see. "Dad wished to send data to the next planet that was under attack. Jack and Jim have already been doing research on you, Amra, in order to face you. So far, every planet that they have taken over, they have fought against the alien race with no trouble at all." The device in the middle started to show scenes of the battle. The vampires, the humans with abilities, androids that had been created by Logan, and the Dalki that now had abilities, each one of them defeating all of their opponents with ease. A lot of these planets, they didn't know they were going to be attacked. Usually, it is easier to defend than to be the attacker in a war, but all this time, they have overwhelmed their opponents, and in most cases, can conquer an entire race in a couple of days. The leaders of the other races were shocked to hear this. Most wars would take months, if not years. For something to be done in days really showed the level of power they were going up against. "We were sent here to inform the next race on their list in hopes to give them more of a fighting chance. When we arrived, though, we noticed that there were human races, and the Amra recognized us as humans all the way out here." "Logan had frequently sent us to other planets to search for the blades," Vicky explained. "We weren't so closely watched, so it was easy for us, but we never found a trace of the blades that my husband asked us to find. So when we heard there were humans here, we thought it was best to meet them first, and it was a good thing we did. We never expected to also meet the Talon family, another group that Logan asked us to look for." "Yes," Layla said, "it's quite lucky. Maybe for once, things are going in our favor instead of against us." Both Vicky and Jake looked around the room as if they were trying to look for someone. "Where is the person named Quinn, though? Dad said he was the most important person we should look for," Jake stated. There was an awkward silence in the room for a few moments before Layla spoke up. "Quinn is off doing something that will help in the war. He should be returning to the Mermarial planet, the planet where Cyril and Wince are from, and will be here as soon as possible." "I hope so," Vicky answered, "because at the moment you have 2 days before they arrive." "Which means we have to prepare for the worst and make a plan as if he isn't here," Russ added. "We were already preparing for that anyway." The conversation went on as the three races discussed the plan for how to deal with the upcoming attack, and a few things had been decided. The Pensui and Mermarials were already sending their forces to the Amra planet as they spoke. According to the direction of where Jim and Jack were coming from, they would reach 3 Amra planets before reaching the one they were currently on, where the capital was located. It was decided that those planets would be cleared of locals, all positions taken back to the main planet, and they would take the fight to them on these 3 planets. Still, it might not be enough to protect everyone, and Jake and Vicky made that clear. They said that in each fight where there are multiple planets, One group is the main attacker. They would take it in turns as to which group this would be. In this case, it was Jim. They would try to go to the location where the leaders were to end the war as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, the second group would deal with the other areas. Jack is most likely the one to have Syl. Our plan still remains the same. We need to save Syl to give us the best chance of ending this war, Layla stated, and she looked towards Geo as she was a bit concerned. Do not worry about us, Geo said. This is our planet to protect. You are already doing enough to help us. We are not weak and will do our best. You do not need to stay by our side. Although Geo was strong, and he said that no one needed to stay and help, leaving the Amra to deal with Jim meant dealing with the vampire leaders, the originals, Jim, Chris, Peter, and Ray. With them trying to all save Syl, would they be able to survive before they managed to return? And that was only if they were successful in saving Syl from Jack, H, and the Dalki. We will be there to help as well, Jake stated. Dad will be coming on this attack, and so will the two of us. If your aim is to save Syl, then we will keep the element of surprise until the last moment. We will be able to give you a clear passage to save Syl. Great, Stark said. I see a lot of worried looks on the faces around us, but to me, this is not a losing battle. We have 3 races that have come together. We have people on the inside of the enemy, and we have a plan. This is for the sake of saving all our races, including those on Earth. Don't forget, Minnie interrupted, we have Daddy as well, and he always saves us. They all smiled at Minnie. Although that was the case, they didn't have Quinn right now, but no one wanted to say anything to her. Don't worry, Daddy will come. I know he will, Minnie said. When she finished her sentence, a large flash of white light could be seen right outside the window. It appeared as if it was coming from the sky. It looked like Minnie's prediction was true. The bright flash of white light could be seen from all over the city, and a few of them had seen this before. They remembered the last time they had seen such a thing, and in the back of their mind for a second they wondered, was it him? Yes, how could it be? Quinn didn't know they were here, and he hadn't gone back to the Mermerial planet yet. Besides, wouldn't he have arrived in a spaceship or something? In the end, Quinn didn't tell the others much of the details of what he was doing. As soon as he appeared in the city, he looked around and could see the Amra everywhere. There were a few people that were quite startled, but they started to make faces as they were beginning to recognize him. Is that? Why do I recognize that human's face? And how did he come from the sky? One of them asked. Running through the city, Quinn was heading to the most likely location where Geo would be. Since he was no longer a Celestial, he was unable to clearly sense the energy inside him. Only when he was using it would he be able to somewhat pinpoint it. Let's not waste time. I need to try to find Geo as quickly as possible. He's their leader now, so he should be in the biggest or most central building, or he might be in the tower at the very back as well. Scanning, Quinn moved his head from side to side, and that's when he suddenly stopped for a few seconds as he looked at what was in front of him. Placing his hand on his forehead, he started to shake. Why everywhere I go do they seem to like to build statues of me? Quinn said. At first, I have to admit, I found it a bit flattering, but seeing it here, even among aliens, it's a bit embarrassing. And why does it feel like it's honoring someone that is already dead? I'm very much alive. Trying to ignore the statue, at least Quinn knew he was in the right place, and was on the right planet. Going around quickly, he could eventually see the large manor, and thought that it was the best destination. Using his strong legs, Quinn leaped up and jumped toward one of the windows. Seconds before he was about to crash into the window, his body turned into shadow, and using the shadow travel, he went right through the wall and landed in the center of the room. When he stood up from his bent position from landing, he could see multiple eyes on him. That was quite the unexpected entrance, Russ said with his arms folded, looking unimpressed, while the others found it hard to keep their mouths closed. Quinn was like the boogeyman. One would say his name, and then he suddenly appeared right in front of them. Daddy! Minnie called out as she ran forward, and surprisingly, Galen had jumped out of Layla's hands as well, rushing toward his father. The two of them jumped up, and Quinn caught them as they rubbed their cheeks against his chest. We missed you so much. Where did you suddenly go? Why do you keep leaving us? Minnie asked through sobbed tears, as usual. Quinn wanted to answer, but honestly, he was left more confused as to what situation he had just run into. He was turning his head, looking at everyone in the room. For one, He was only expecting to see Geo, but everyone was here. What? Shiro as well? You were on the Amra planet. Now my head is really starting to hurt. Why is everyone on the Amra planet? What happened? Did the Mermarials get attacked? Quinn asked. It looked like now was the time for the others to explain to him what had happened. They went through the details of the choices they had decided to make in order to help Quinn, and how it was a coincidence that the Blades were here. He let them do the talking as to what happened since the Blades were here. Now it was all starting to make a bit more sense, but there was still one more piece of the puzzle that Quinn was confused about, and that was Jake and Vicky. From the way they looked at him, it seemed as if their memories had been wiped as well, and there had to be a reason for that, which they explained, making Quinn's heart beat slightly faster. I see. So it's finally happening. It looks like they're coming, and we don't have a lot of time. Thank you for coming all this way. I'm sure you two have to head back as soon as possible in order to not cause any suspicion. The last thing I want to do is upset you guys and Logan after everything you have already done for me, Quinn stated. It was true, and looking at each other they decided to set off, reminding them that they would help with the Syl situation. I'm sorry everyone for going away again, but I promise that this time it was for a good reason, Quinn stated. I think the plan you have made will mostly work. The problem is the ones fighting against Jim. I want to be by your side. I want to help you when you rescue Syl, but I can't just leave the Amra, and I think there is a bigger threat that I'll need to hold back. I will have to put my trust in you guys in order to free Syl. While here, on this planet, I will try to cause a big distraction for them. So when the time is right, who knows, maybe Jack and the others will send all of their forces to me. But what if they change our memories and make you seem like you are one of our enemies? Geo asked. I think it's best if I don't come in at the start of the war anyway. Most likely, Jim won't use a strong force or his trump card unless he's in trouble. In this war, I will make it appear as if I'm appearing as an outsider to help you out. Even if they do change your memories, I will be fighting against the enemy, so I doubt it will change much, and besides, I think there could be another problem. Quinn didn't say it out loud, but 2 days wasn't enough time. At first, he was happy that he had arrived just before the war had started, but Alex had given him a reminder. The armor. Quinn, even if we can gather all the materials on this planet, and can use their forgery here, we're dealing with 5 Godslayer crystals. We will be lucky if the armor is done by the end of the war, Alex stated.
There was a large issue at hand, but Quinn didn't want to share his worries with everyone, at least not until he knew there was absolutely nothing he could do about it. They already had a lot to worry about. The problem at hand was how long it would take to create the armor. The celestial weapons that Alex had created, the blood guns, had taken a long time and even trapped his soul into the weapon. After that, Quinn had also created the Godslayer tier ring for his daughter, and he was in the forgery for around 2 weeks back then. This was completely different. They weren't creating a small accessory, but were creating a whole armor set and possibly gauntlets as well. With 5 crystals, Quinn felt like maybe it would take a whole month. If only Mundus had come with me, he could have sped up the process, but he might think he has gotten involved enough already, and after letting me keep the armor behind the Ancient One's back, I doubt he would want to be involved in the creation process as well. Everyone prepare as you have been doing, and make sure you all get plenty of rest, Quinn said. I know a lot of you are restless, and maybe want to train more in the last seconds before the enemy arrives, but we have the element of surprise in this battle. We know they are coming, so we can be well rested. I need to speak to Geo for a bit about something. I will have him call for you all when you are needed. It was the first time they had seen Quinn talk formally to all of them. He wasn't speaking as a friend or as an ally, but it was clear he was giving orders. The look in his eyes as well, they were more fierce and aged compared to before. It made the others wonder just what he had been through. What was he doing during this time? Still, he was the person they could trust most, and they would continue to do so. After everyone had left, Quinn cut straight to the chase, asking Geo about helping him with his requirements. Both of those things I can supply to you, one of the best forgeries there is, and the strongest material that we can get our hands on. Even if you were to not use any crystals at all, I guarantee the quality would be better than a lot of beast gear out there, Geo said, as he paused for a second,
making Quinn think there was a but in there somewhere. "What's the problem?" Quinn asked. It's not so much of a problem, maybe more of a concern. I can tell why you were a bit worried back there if you wish to create armor. You said that you would be overseeing this project yourself, yes?" It was the only option they had. Quinn was the only one that could use the blood guns, since they were attached to him. It wasn't like other weapons, and that meant Alex was attached to him as well. So the two of them would have to be the ones to make the weapons. "Yes, which means I might be away at the start of this war. But this armor, I'll be honest, I believe that without it, we might not have a chance to win this battle." These words were not the ones he wanted to say in front of many, and that included Geo, but he thought it was only fair for him, since he was risking his life. "I understand. Dober, who you met the last time you came here, he's one of our best forgers and has a great mind. He and his team can help you with everything you need. They will be able to speed up the process for you, at least on the material side. If this armor is as important as you say it is, then it's better that they are helping you, rather than being out on the battlefield, but there is one issue. The best forgery and the materials needed are in the tower." This didn't come as a huge shock, based on what Quinn had seen before, but he wondered why Geo thought it was so much of an issue. "The tower, the way it works, each floor is more like a portal to another planet, another world. You should know that from the last time. You will have to stay in the tower while making the armor, but if the tower is destroyed, then it won't be easy to come back." Now Quinn could see the issue. He had his shadow links, so he could always come back to Minnie or Galen, but they were meant to go with Layla to help free Syl. Layla would never agree to split them apart or be without them, but if they were all to stay here, then it might not be enough to break out Syl. We will just have to deal with the situation. They won't know the importance of the tower, and I'm sure you will protect it well. If worse comes to worse, I will travel as quickly as I can." A plan had been set, and before he was to inform everyone, he went ahead with Dober to look at the forgery and equipment in the tower. The Amra were already at work transferring the large rocks that were sparkling with green color. They were bringing them down from a floor to where the forgery was based on around floor 30. "So, what do you think?" Dober asked. "This is excellent, Quinn," Alex said with excitement. "They have equipment that works much faster than that at the vampire settlement, and plus these guys, it was as if this alien race were made to be forgers with their 4 hands. Maybe we can make it a lot quicker than I originally thought." "Will it be quick enough to be made before they arrive?" Alex's silence was a clear no, but being made quicker was certainly better. "This is great. Thank you for staying by my side and working so hard," Quinn said. The others had been called to the front of the tower, as he needed to speak to them all. "I don't like keeping you in the dark, which is why I have called you all to tell you something important," Quinn said. "Most likely, when the war starts, I won't be there to help you. I have to enter the tower to create something that will give us a big advantage in this war. I will be as quick as I can be. I know the enemy is strong, but all of you are strong as well, and I believe in you. Stark, please step forward." Stark did as was told and moved forward. Quinn then waved his hand, and a shadow appeared on the ground with it. The celestial red fang set appeared on the ground. Everyone who had known Quinn for the longest time knew what the armor was and how precious and powerful it was. "You are the fastest being I know, and with this armor, there will not be a single person that will be able to match up to your speed. Use this to save my friend Syl. This is a loan from me to help you, and I expect the armor back in one piece." Stark didn't know what to do. He had heard Quinn talk about this armor a few times. It was what allowed him to beat him in the grand event. Never did he think he could get such a thing. So he just went on his knees and started to thank Quinn dearly. "I know you have a lot you must want to say to me, specifically you, Layla, and my family, but I think it's best we leave it here because I want to make it clear. This is not goodbye. I give every single one of you an order that you cannot fail, no matter what. Do not die," Quinn said, turning around and heading into the tower. Quinn had entered the tower, and when he did so, he didn't look back at those that he had left behind. In his own words, this wasn't a goodbye. He was going to see them all again when he got out of the tower. This was his strong belief, his resolve that he needed if he was to go in the tower and get what needed to be done. Arriving at the floor where the large forgery would be at, Quinn quickly ran through the fields. On this floor, the world they were on was a land like that of Earth, but almost set in a distant past. But it had the best forgery that they needed to create what they wanted. The large black rock building was built around a special area on the land, one where there were 5 inactive volcanoes. Apparently, from the center, they were able to draw natural heat from the land that could be used in the weapon-making process. At the same time, there was a special quality to the natural heat that would rise up from the ground when making their weapons, that would allow them to be that much stronger. "Remember, Quinn, when we start this process, we can't stop no matter what," Alex explained in his head. "If we want to get done here as soon as possible and help out everyone, then we need to focus on the task." There was more to it than just this when making weapons. The timing of everything was very important, and at times there weren't things like machinery that could tell one when the best time was to do the next part. Often it was intuition. Through making so many weapons, Alex could eyeball the next step. They entered the forgery again, and 10 large, strong Amra were at Quinn's disposal, as well as Dober. The equipment was all set up, and the special green rock-type material was placed in the corner of the room. "Me and you, we've both worked together making a weapon before," Alex said. "So this time, we will be better than before. We can work faster. You have a special body, Quinn, a body I always wished I could have. And you have me, the best forger, and as well as the best workers here, we are going to create equipment this world has never seen." Although Alex kept talking, he was worried, because his partner in all of this was silent. He hadn't responded to anything he said, and there was this uneasy feeling around him. "Just tell me what to do," Quinn eventually said, "and I will follow it." Hearing Quinn speak, Alex realized that he was just incredibly focused at the moment. In his mind, the war might as well have started already. The first order from Alex was to see what material they were dealing with. Quinn walked up to the strange rock. It was mostly gray in color with sparkles of green crystal running through it. "This is known as the Cedron Stone," Dober explained. "We brought over all of the material that we have in the tower. With this much Cedron Stone, you would be able to create lots of armor. The best thing about Cedron is that no other material needs to be mixed in with it, other than the beast crystals. It's perfect in every way, as if it was a material that was meant to be made into beast weapons. However, since it's your first time working with the material, we expect mistakes, and this will allow room for error. As I said, though, this is the only Cedron we have. I don't want to put pressure on you, but—" "It's okay," Quinn said. Had there ever been a time when Alex had made a mistake? Perhaps not. And it would be the worst case for him when the tension was this high. In order to do all of this as quickly as possible, no mistakes were needed. Grabbing the special rock with his bare hand, Quinn tried to clench his fingers as hard as he could. At first, he used his natural strength, and nothing happened. Then after that, he used his ki as well to increase the strength of his grip even more, but a piece of the rock wouldn't break off. The material itself is so strong that it can't be cut. The Amra have to dig around it and pull it out. The only way is to place it in the furnace, and only this furnace, in order to melt it down to usable material. The Amra had more experience dealing with the Cedron stone, so he would leave it to them. They would focus on this process, while Quinn would need to focus on something else. "We need to give Dober the designs that we want. He can then start to make the moldings for the weapons. But before that, we also need to decide something else as well. Just what crystal are we going to use for what part of the armor?" Quinn brought each of the Godslayer crystals that he had earned and laid them on the table. The battles that he went through to obtain them flashed in his head for a second. "Quinn, you were the one that fought them all head-to-head. You know what powers each of them possesses. So I want you to pick, as I am going to trust your instincts on this one," Alex explained. Usually, a crystal had to be inspected to decide what the crystal was best suited for, but there had to be a reason why Alex was doing things this way. The cloudy crystal, Quinn picked up. It belonged to the monkey man. He was agile and light on his feet. Even when he was walking, it was hard to hear what direction he came from, and he was quite the master of trickery. I think it would be best to create a pair of boots out of these. I think that's a good choice. The crystal has plenty of energy, more so than regular crystals. I think boots which also have greaves going up to your knee will be good. Looking at what else needed to be made, Quinn had picked up 2 crystals this time, one being the Phoenix crystal and the other the Behemoth. I'm struggling with this. Ray has great strength, so for the chest plate, the strongest beast I thought against, the Behemoth, would be the perfect choice. Yet surely the Phoenix, that had a wide range effect and could withstand large amounts of heat, would also do well. Again, I think both of them are good choices, Alex stated. Perhaps I can create a chest piece that works with both of the crystals and stretches out so it covers your shoulders. It will be 2 pieces of equipment, both of them having the same properties as each other. Quinn then surprisingly picked up Asura's crystal. I think this choice has to be the obvious one. My opponent uses gauntlets where all his strength came from his hands. If it's powerful enough then, there is no need for you to attempt what you said you would do before. Alex didn't comment on this, because he didn't want to tell Quinn, but he still wished to remodify the blood guns to become part of the gauntlets, even if there was another Godslayer crystal. Guns never did suit Quinn's fighting style, but it was the power that they brought that helped him. If that power can be transformed into something more hands-on, in order for Quinn to do what he needed to do, then he would do it in a heartbeat. Then that would leave the last crystal to be used as a helmet, Quinn said, picking up what was given by the great mage, a mystery crystal. Quinn, just because it goes on your face doesn't mean it has to be a helmet. A helmet has never suited you, Alex laughed in his head. I think a mask has always suited you best. The creation was underway, and so was everything else.
It was quite clear that the Pensui Mermarials were taking this matter quite seriously, as they had sent a little over 50% of their forces to aid the Amra race. This was most likely the effect of the video that had been shown by Jake and Vicky. Each race had its own research teams, and they could cross-reference that it was true, the fact that a race from Earth was going from planet to planet, taking over civilizations and other races. Of course, they were unable to send their whole armies as they still needed some for self-protection, but it was also clear that they were riding on this alliance. If the 3 races didn't succeed in stopping Earth's forces, then there wasn't much hope for them to stop it on their own. The evacuation of civilians and their treasured belongings was complete as they moved from their planets to the one where Geo and the tower resided. Their belongings could all be put on one of the floors, making it safe. If the main city was to suffer from the battle, then at least they wouldn't have to worry about their belongings. The plan was for Geo to let those that didn't wish to fight reside in the tower. After all, if it was destroyed, they wouldn't die, but instead would be someplace safe. However, none of the proud Amra wished to not take part in the war, so only the children were placed inside. Because of this, the planned number of forces had changed slightly. The 3 planets surrounding the central planet had a slight curve. These planets would have a mixture of forces, Amra, Mermarial, and Pensui. No doubt, they would be surprised to see 3 races rather than 1 alien race, and it was most likely that these planets would be attacked first. Because there were a larger number of Amra participating in the war, only they would protect their main city. However, they would have their strongest protecting the place. They would have to rely on their allies to do the job of stopping the majority of the forces of the first wave. Currently, Layla and the rescue force were on the center planet of the 3 planets. This would allow them to travel to the other 2 quicker if there was a need to, but that wasn't their goal. Layla, Minnie, Galen, Shiro, Cyril, Russ, Stark, and the rest of the Blades were part of the operation to rescue Syl. They were all walking through the city as they watched everyone prepare. Large interracial groups were discussing formations and volunteering on what to do. Entering one of the buildings, led by Wince, they were to discuss their own plans as well. It was quite a surprise for them to see Wince, as she was the leader of the Mermarials, but she felt like she needed to be here. All of her people were fighting for them, and she needed to be there to make sure as many of them came back alive as possible. How many people will there be fighting? Shiro asked. Depends. We have sent over 30,000 allies. The Amra are around 50,000, and then we Mermarials are the larger force with 60,000. Do remember that all of those forces will be split between 4 different planets, so it might not seem like many, Wince answered. One of the unique factors of Earth was just how many people there were. With all the planets they lived on, the number reached billions. With the humans, Dalki, and vampires taking part in the battle, the enemy force's number would be large. The giant cruise ships could fit around 100,000 people on them, so it was possible with 2 large cruise ships that they would be going against 200,000. I have prepared something for you all, Wince said, and soon several Mermarials came over, with their dark blue armor, all different shapes and sizes. We have mentioned that one of the most important parts of this war is that the enemy doesn't know your true goal, or that you are here, so you are to disguise yourself as Mermarials the best you can. There wasn't any armor for Stark, as he was a Pensby in the first place, and he also would be wearing the Red Fang set as well. The armor was for everyone else. Wince had done well, and it was a perfect fit for all, with specially designed helmets that would cover the face. It was hard to tell who was behind the armor, but their powers would reveal all. Russ was able to imitate powers, so he wouldn't have so much of a problem. It was the same for Shiro. He could just use a water ability, and he would fit right in with their mermarials. This was the same for the rest of the Blade family. They would only use the full scope of their powers when they were told they could. For the others, they would have to rely on their physical strength until later on. All of them looked at each other in their armor. They were disguised well, and Minnie couldn't help but try to punch her little brother while he was in the armor. It wasn't a big hit, and the small boy took it well, remaining standing. Lifting his fist up, it looked like Galen was about to do the same until his mother picked him up off the floor. "You two, this isn't the time for messing around," Layla said. "You know, I think you are both too young to get involved in all of this, but because of us being unable to stop this before it got this way, you were already involved, and I would rather have you by my side than not. Minnie, Galen, if things get dangerous, I want both of you to hide in your shadow space. Just stay there for a few days." The others looked at the children. They truly did feel bad that they had to be dragged into it, but they weren't ordinary children. Both of them were Talons. "Dober from the Amra has provided us with a ship made from Cedron rock. It is underneath the building we are in now, covered. You have to destroy the floor to access it. Most likely, Syl will be on the giant cruise ship that will stay out of battle, so you will have to go to them. You guys know when to initiate this, and you know your own plan better than I do. I wish you all luck." Time went on, with everyone making the small adjustments that they needed. Positioning themselves, planning routes where they could carry the injured and where they could launch attacks, and more. Now, all they needed to do was wait, and they didn't need to wait long. On a day when there were almost no clouds in sight, one could see the dark space clearly. With it, they could see the two giant cruise ships that looked planet-sized drifting through space, heading towards them. Layla looked up, tensing her fist. "The war has started." Setting off from the vampire settlement and Earth, the two large Marpo cruise ships made their way to the next destination. The teams had been briefed on who they were going against and what the current plan was. In the Marpo crew's office, Jim was staring at a large tank of water. He had it built with all types of aquatic life inside, and it went from the floor all the way to the tall ceiling of his room. "Everything has been prepared just like you asked," Vincent said, who was also standing inside the room. "Logan will also be traveling with Jack and has supplied him with countless androids, but I assure you that he is in full support of you and will update us on any suspicious movements that Jack makes." Carefully following with his eyes, Jim looked at the water-like beast in the tank. He then pressed his hand against it, and a small scratch was made from the crystal that was embedded into his hand. "Vincent, you have always been honest with me, even from before." Jim stopped as he started to think back to old memories. Memories of before he had been banished from the vampire settlement and essentially made an outcast. "I want you to tell me the truth. At the moment, who do you think has more power out of the two of us?" Jim asked. Vincent placed his hand on his chin as he thought about the answer, but as always, did indeed tell the truth. "Before, the answer would have been quite clear. I would have said Jack. However, you have gained a lot of strength. You have woken up past leaders, as well as the original vampires. Jack has the support of the people on his side, the humans, because they can relate to him a lot more. Even if you are the hero, it is hard for those to get behind ones that are different compared to them. Yet the human strength has seemed to weaken greatly, and you have, of course, Chris on your side, one of the strongest humans there is out there." Jim finally turned around and went over to his seat as he placed both feet up on his desk. "I feel like there is a but coming." Jim raised his eyebrow. "You have made the vampires the strongest they have ever been, and although I have no doubt about your strength against the humans, he has the Dalki on his side. Yes, we have come up with a solution to increase the vampire strength, the Dalki blood, even creating the X-tier solution for yourself. But even with all of this progress, improving the vampires to the point they have never been before, the Dalki is something that even I can't predict. From what we have seen, the Dalki are able to evolve at an incredibly fast rate, and it's almost as if they are even competing against each other in terms of evolution. Before,
No one thought there could be anything beyond a fifth spike, but now when a fifth spike is spotted, more than 4 spikes are seen. This pattern seems to continue. Now that we have higher spikes, the rest of the Dalki are evolving as well, with those at the top at a pace that outmatches what we vampires can achieve. From the look on Jim's face, it was clear he wasn't happy with the answer Vincent gave him, but taking a deep breath, he smiled. I would expect no less from the creation that I created. Jim started to laugh, which is why the current situation annoys me so much. Nearly all of Jack's current strength comes from the Dalki, something that I made, and are only alive and present because of me. So why do they follow him? Thinking that this was a legitimate question, Vincent went on to answer. The Dalki have always favored strength. They follow those who are strong, but just like nearly all races, that only counts for those that are within their own race. There are 2 by Jack's side that hold the most loyalty over the Dalki. There is H and Pine. Since these 2 are loyal to Jack, most of them are loyal to him. It was a tricky situation. It wasn't as if no Dalki followed Jim, though. He also had a relatively small army that followed him as well, those that were more thoughtful and thanked him for prolonging their original lifespan. The problem was, they weren't full-blooded warriors. It was almost because they could think more rationally with their thought and be thankful to a person, rather than blindly following the one that was strong. They were slightly weaker. And that is something I still don't understand, Jim mumbled. Why in the heavens would those 2 choose to follow him? Anyone can tell that the 2 of them are beyond anything that Jack has, or Jack himself. This means there has to be something, some way he has a hold over the 2 of them. I don't buy the fact that just because he was the one that gave them powers, they will stand by his side. That doesn't make any sense. Vincent actually agreed with this matter. He didn't say it out loud, though. This was one of the tasks that had been given to him by Jim, but there had been no progress in the matter. I understand what you're trying to say. At the moment, the 2 of us are relatively even, but eventually, the Dalki will grow too strong for us, giving Jack the edge. That is fine. Time is on my side with that one as well. As if we leave things too long, they will perish. Jack is too scared to attack in the first place because I still have him by my side. As long as Ray is with me, then I believe he can still beat them all. The only problem is he is a bit of a loose cannon. I also have to make sure Malik is near him and in case anything happens. Either way, there's not a single person that can beat him. While Jim was smirking to himself, Vincent decided to ask a question that had been on his mind. Jim, what are you looking for? It seems in your search through the universe you are looking for something, Vincent asked. He was worried that maybe this question was too personal and would perhaps blow his cover, but Jim was so confident in Malik's abilities, he answered quite easily. I wish to change the past, Jim answered. I want my body back, my powers back, everything that happened to me to be returned, and for me to bring everyone down there. There is a large amount of power in this universe. I know it, and it has to be out there. The sound went off in the room, meaning it was time for everyone to get to their battle stations. The attack was to begin. On the 3 Amber planets, all of them could witness the 2 large Marpo cruise ships. They could be seen drifting towards them, and they soon stopped, floating in place. Everyone knew, everyone was aware that the enemy was here. However, they all needed to play an act. Hands were pointed at the sky, with worried faces as they looked at each other, waiting for what was to happen next. Layla tightly placed her hand on the sheath of her sword, while also looking at Galen and Minnie. Bring it, Layla strongly said under her teeth. Moments later, and out from one of the large Marpo cruise ships, black pods were seen shooting out and falling through space. They were going at a fast speed and aiming straight towards the 3 planets. You, Earthlings, are quite confident in yourselves, Wince nervously said, holding on to her trident. I thought they might give us a little test run, attacking one of the planets first, but it looks like they are going after all 3 at the same time. There was one thing that was apparent, though, and it was the fact that all the black pods were coming just from one of the ships. The last time, when Quinn was still in the vampire settlement, they were the first to attack. However, if the information given by Vicky and Jake were true, this attack would be led by Jack, which meant they knew what was in those pods. The black pods crashed into the cities, tearing through the buildings with no trouble at all. There were hundreds of them for each city, all of them stuck upright, creating a small crater where they had landed. The door of the black pods opened,
and immediately a large black hand could be seen climbing out of the pod. Its scale-like face and the spikes on its back. This was the starting attack from the Dalki. As soon as it stood upright on its feet, the Dalki was ready to attack, seeing what enemy it was up against. That's when it witnessed large arms swinging down right on top of its head. They bashed down, causing the Dalki to fall to the ground. "Who gave you permission to land on our planet?" the Amra shouted. The Amra went to pick up the Dalki, but as he was about to, the Dalki whacked the large hands away. The strength was real. When the Dalki went to throw out its fist, before it hit the Amra, a whirlpool of water appeared in front of the hit, pushing the arm away. At the same time, suddenly from the right side, a small purple-like creature had jumped through the air and swung its arm, hitting it in the side of the head and breaking through its scales. The attack wasn't deep, and the Pensui had to move quickly out of the way as it got out of striking distance.
"What are these things, these little bugs?"
the Dalki yelled, before another large fist from another Amra hit him right on the head, sending him to the ground. Quickly the two Amra swung their arms down wildly. 8 heavy arms hit the Dalki again and again until it was no longer moving. It took a few of them to work together and finish it off, but rather than the attackers having the element of surprise, this time it was the aliens that were ready for a battle. On the roof of houses, many of the Mermerials had blasters that could condense their water power into small sharp shots, and as soon as the Dalki stepped out of their pods, they were met with pain. On the ground, the Pensui were moving fast, and were also using some inventions that had been given to them by the Amra. They were able to run in and throw a grenade made of beast energy that would stick to the Dalki's body. They would then run out, and the explosion would go off, startling the enemy. The ones that had the hardest job, though, were the Amra that had to go toe-to-toe with them, and not all of them were successful in overpowering the Dalki. One of the Dalki's bodies had hardened into a metal-like material, making it so the water powers had no effect on them, and it was the same with the bombs. One unfortunate Pensui had been caught and grabbed by the head by the Dalki. The higher spikes were faster than they could imagine, and they had the strength to back it up. With a clench of the fist, the Pensui's head exploded, and it was no more. An Amra came charging towards the Dalki, who knocked 2 of the hands away while grabbing onto the other 2. As it held on, it kicked the Amra's body away and ripped the arms completely off. This situation was repeating itself. The higher spikes had abilities like fire, earth, super speed, regeneration, and taking more people to take them out. One of the Dalki, who had the power of regeneration and was a 4 spike, had already killed a lot of the defenders and caused destruction all over. He stood there smugly until a trident came out, spiraling with water all around it. On the end of the trident was a female who pushed with all her strength, stabbing them right through the heart. The Dalki attempted to respond by swinging their arm, but the Mermerial gathered water and swung it out, hitting the arm away. But then the trident had been pulled out and swung, cutting the throat and chomping off the head of the Dalki. Wince stood there taking in a deep breath. "I want to help everyone, but it will be more beneficial for me to take out the ones that are causing the most trouble. But it makes me worry about how the other planets are doing." Wince had, of course, made the comment, because all the powerhouses were on the center planet. They would love to go support the others, but that wasn't their main goal. Still, while they were here, waiting for the right moment, they would help out as best as they could. The Dalki from before, that was able to harden its body, was proving to be a real problem for the others, and seeing this, a figure in Mermerial armor, with a black sword in her hand, stood in front of him. "We should have made sure that we got rid of every single one of you." Layla rushed forward, running far faster than the Dalki had expected, but it was confident in its body, and knew that the attacks from those wearing this armor could do nothing. The water strikes didn't hurt him. Lifting the sword up, she swung it with great strength diagonally across the Dalki's body, and it went through the hardening as if it wasn't even there. This was all because of the effect of the sword, of course. The Dalki had been split in half and had fallen to the floor. Seeing this, it was giving the others confidence. In multiple places, there were those that were helping out. Shiro, Russ, Cyril, and Stark getting rid of the more troublesome Dalki. On the ship, they were observing the situation. "Sir, the Dalki are struggling a lot more than we originally thought," one of the men said.
Jack was standing in the command center and could see the videos. Yes, it seems for some reason there are more than just our four-armed friends. Their allies have completely different powers and seem to be drastically different from the Rock people. Is it an alliance? We guessed that this would eventually happen as we continue to go through the universe, but not so soon. I didn't realize that there would be 3 different groups of aliens on friendly terms. What would you like us to do? One of the men asked. We can't lose so many Dalki in the first wave. Since they have unexpected help, we will just have to move in quicker. Send the supporting Earth team. The Dalki and humans will have to work together. This wasn't just a battle, but a large-scale war. The other members that didn't have Wince and the others to help out were struggling a bit. The hardest thing they had to get used to was the fact that the Dalki would get stronger the more injured they were. However, they were already aware of this information, and they were fighting with their heads as best they could. One of the Dalki was chasing after a Pensui. Its green blood was covering from its head to its body, making it incredibly powerful and fast. The Pensui turned down an alleyway street, and right after, the Dalki jumped with its powerful legs reaching out. A few beeps were heard, and several explosions went off, one after the other. After that, out from the crushed buildings on one side were a few Amra, and the others there were from the Mermarial race with water blades in their hands. They all attacked aggressively, aiming to finish off the Dalki, and that's what they did. If there was one thing that was helping them immensely, it was the fact that they had prepared on their side. Still, the Dalki were strong, and there were those with unexpected abilities. Powers that they had never experienced battling against before, that they had to deal with on the go. This meant there were many casualties on their side, and it was hard for Wince to stomach. Don't be afraid to fall back. Rest if you need it, and regroup with those around you, Wince shouted, lifting up her trident and shooting out a large hydro pump of water. She had yet to rest herself, but they needed to use the advantage of numbers on their side. I thought I would never see something like this again, at least not so soon, Wince thought. Our people already dealt with infighting before. We were just starting to recover from the war. But I can't blame Quinn. It's clear that we would never have been able to deal with this on our own, and that this isn't the extent of the enemy's powers. Wince was looking up at the 2 ships, waiting for them to make their next move. The thing was, Wince didn't know how soon the Marpo cruise would make its next move. Once again, several black pods came out from the large cruise ship. This time, there looked to be around 3 times the amount that there was before. Those that weren't fighting and were recovering from their injuries were looking up, and just the sight of the black pods heading their way was frightening to them. There are more black pods, and 3 times the amount. Are all of them filled with these dragon-like monsters? One of the Mermarials said. They crash-landed onto the ground, disrupting some of the fights. A lot of those fighting had to move back. They were keeping the fighting to a certain area. It was part of Wince's plan. That way they could use the second half of the city to move around easier and get help to those that needed it. Yet, with this sheer number, they were wondering what they would do next. The Dalki that were fighting went next to black pods, almost protecting them. Steam came out from the front, and out of the pods, instead of a black scaled hand, there was soft flesh that was covered in beast armor. Layla, who was in another area seeing this, gritted her teeth. They sent out humans. The humans were larger in number, and there were 3 per pod. Immediately, they went into battle, supporting the Dalki, supporting what was once their enemy, and they were now standing side by side. With their key, mixed abilities, and beast weapons, they were far more versatile than the Dalki. Worse was the fact that they were playing a more supportive role, stopping the Amra from getting close and physical with them, attacking those that were ranged from far away. One of the humans came and jumped in the air, wielding a giant beast axe. He had the ability of great strength. Layla was ready to chop him down, until a smaller person leaped up and punched the man in the side of the face, sending him flying across the room and crashing into another building. What are we meant to do against the humans? Minnie asked, landing on her 2 feet. It wasn't as if they didn't know this was going to happen. They were going up against those from Earth, and they believed they were fighting for a good cause, so of course they would have to fight humans and vampires as well. Injure them to the point until they can no longer take part in the fight, Layla answered. But I don't want you to do it at the risk of hurting yourself, and don't get in the way of what the others have to do."
They could never ask the aliens to not harm humans. That would be a ridiculous ask, not when they were dying right here in front of them. Neither side was at fault for this war, apart from the two that were behind it all. Minnie did as she was told and ran through the field. She would use this to avoid the strikes and use her physical capabilities to knock out the humans in one strike. At times, more was needed, and she had to break a few bones, which she had become accustomed to. Rather than focus on the Dalki, this was something she was more suited to and helped out the others greatly.
"It's safer for Minnie to go up against the humans for now, especially at the moment when she can't use her powers. At the moment, Galen is being sensible and listening to me as well, staying in Minnie's shadow. I know there's something special about him, but he can't get injured in this fight."
Layla then looked up at the Marpo cruises. Both of them were still next to each other in the sky.
"The other one, it hasn't moved yet. Is it because they are struggling more than they thought? This isn't good. We need the two cruise ships to split up. Then we can infiltrate the other and save Syl. We need to wait until Geo and the others are engaged in combat with Jim, and that's when we can act."
"What's happening?" Jack shouted. "Why haven't the androids been sent yet? Out of all the battles that have gone on so far, this one is progressing the worst."
"I'm sorry, but a large error has occurred with the android's mainframe. They aren't listening or communicating together. I'm trying to fix this as soon as possible," Logan answered.
With nothing else Jack could do, he shut down communication with Logan.
"We need an update on the situation on all planets on the ground to find out which one is struggling the most. There's a good chance that there is a leader of some sort. We need to find them."
Logan had ended the call on his end, and of course, there was nothing wrong with the androids at all. They needed to have another use at the right time.
"This is the best I can do for you guys at this moment and time. I hope everything goes well, because right now, I don't know when or who is going to make the first major move."
When the first wave of Dalki came crashing down on the planets, the battle was intense. The Dalki were confident in their fighting power, and having survived a number of battles, they showed next to no fear going into this one. After all, the Dalki were resilient. They were hard to kill, and only got stronger the more injured they were. It was almost like a drug to them, the power they would feel when they got injured. And after every battle, they felt as if their own bodies were evolving and the spikes on their back were growing. This did seem to be the case, but the Dalki were unaware of just how hard a battle against a group of organized aliens, all with their own unique powers, would be. With the humans' support, the battle continued to be intense, but eventually, after a few hours of fighting, things started to cool off. The humans and the Dalki, grouped up together rather than fighting separately, were occupying certain parts and districts of different areas. They had healers in their group that would heal the injured, and they would only go out and try an attack on the order of a commander. The fighting had settled into only certain areas, with territories on both sides. "The Dalki and humans have managed to cover around a 5-kilometer radius of the center of the city. They have humans with sensor abilities, making it hard for us to approach without alerting them," one of the Memorials reported to Wince.
"Get the Pensui to surround them in all directions, but not get too close to alarm them. We will let them be the ones to make the move. They are the ones that are attacking, and we should keep it that way. With their speed, they should be able to alert as soon as possible and not get hurt," Wince ordered.
The current situation, waiting and being patient, only attacking certain areas and the stray Dalki and humans were more ideal for their group, who had the larger force. At least, still had the larger force for now.
"They're being more patient than they were in their last attacks. Maybe that just goes to show how tough a situation we have managed to put them in," Wince thought. "For now, this works out for us. The longer this war drags on, the more chance we have of Quinn coming out of that tower and sorting out everything."
Stark, for now, was helping out the Pensui. While they were still all waiting for something, each of the main rescue groups of Syl was doing their own thing to help their people. Since the Pensui were ordered to try and find the range of the group, Stark was the one that volunteered. He had a device in his hand, a radar that showed where he was on the Amra planet. "I'm the fastest, so I won't get hurt," Stark thought. "If I can find out just where their powers work and don't work, then the Pensui can safely monitor the group." He walked forward bit by bit, going through the alleyways and destroyed buildings, stopping a few times and waiting.
Walking a bit more, he stayed still again. He was in a mostly broken building and was standing behind a wall trying to creep by the side. "I can sense him," one of the humans said. 2 o'clock, hiding behind that wall." As soon as Stark heard footsteps, there was a Dalki fist breaking right through the wall. The Dalki smashed it and looked around, expecting to see a dead alien on the ground, but instead, there was nothing. "I'm over here. Your slow fists will never be able to hit me," Stark taunted and winked at the Dalki. Out of extreme anger, the Dalki leapt from its position to where Stark was, and he was immediately running. As he ran, they were chasing him down. It wasn't just a Dalki, but it looked like there was a human with super speed that was on his tail as well. "This armor is amazing. I'm not even using the special power that Quinn said it had, yet I feel faster and stronger by just wearing it. If I was to run now, these guys would never be able to catch up with me. This makes me excited to use the skill in the armor, but I have to savor it." Stark took a turn down an alleyway. There were 2 buildings that were still standing, and the area was dark. In front of him, there was another Dalki blocking his way. "Brother, stop him!" the Dalki shouted. Stark continued to run, and as he did, he slid across the ground and stood right behind the Dalki with a smile on his face. The human and Dalki were a bit confused why the other Dalki didn't do anything. They continued to run forward, and as they got closer, they realized something, but it was too late. The Dalki that was in the alleyway reached out and grabbed the Dalki on right by its head. "I am not one of your brothers." The Dalki that was in the alleyway had a strange, human-like face. Something they had seen before, but there was something off about this one. That was because the Dalki in question was Russ. Making a fist, Russ punched it in its stomach, holding onto its head, and made a hole right through its chest. The human was stunned, ready to move, but before it could get away, Russ threw the Dalki's body right at the human, hitting it in the back. Russ quickly ran to where the human was and kicked the heavy Dalki body off it, then soon after lifted his foot, stomping the human right on the head. "I thought you might have had a bit of hesitancy when it came to killing your own kind, but now I see I had nothing to worry about," Stark said. "These people would try to kill me even if I was human anyway, and it's not my first time," Russ answered as his body was reverting back to normal. "People seem to forget since I'm hanging out with that goody-goody Quinn, but I am not a good person." Stark could certainly see that Russ's words were true by being around him. Regardless, he thought the 2 of them made quite a good team. "Jack, do you think you have everything under control?" Jim asked through the intercom. "Or do you think you need a bit of support? As you know, it's most likely that their capital will be even harder to take, so we can do this one together." When Jim was asking this question, by the tone of his voice, one could tell he wasn't sincere. It was almost as if Jim was happy that Jack was struggling with all of this. "Please, it has only been a few hours since this whole operation has started," Jack answered. "Why would I send a whole army to crush a single ant? You just go do what you need to do, and then we will come and clean up what you can't clean up." Jim didn't need to be asked twice, as the second large Marpo cruise started to move away and was heading for the Amra capital, the planet where Quinn and the tower resided. Up in the air, everyone could see it. They could see that the large Marpo cruise was moving away. "Not yet," Layla thought in her head. "We need to wait until they have engaged with Geo and the others. Once we get the word, then it's time for us to move on to the second part of our plan." With the current stalemate continuing between the 2, around 3 hours later, they had finally gotten the word that the other Marpo cruise was now attacking. After that, Layla quickly arrived at one of the camps that had been made by the Dalki and humans. She stood on top of one of the buildings, and lifting her hand, rubble from all over the ground was lifted in the air. "Everyone, you have permission to use your powers, and it's time to clear all of the Dalki off this planet," Layla ordered, and the message was heard loud and clear by the others. The Amra didn't seem to have a wide use of technology like that of Earth or even the other alien races, but that wasn't because they never had the technology in the first place. This was mainly due to the setup that the previous leader, the Celestial, had maintained. The Celestial had made sure to stop advancements, to slow down the enjoyment that technological devices could bring, and the ease of life it would bring to the Amra. At least, slowing it down to the point where these things wouldn't be available outside of the tower. This way, the Amra would only have a few dreams, and the main dream of accomplishing what they wanted was by entering the tower. It was all to help with the condition of Athos, the Celestial.
Now that he was no longer, the spread of technology had been reaching the people, thanks to Dober mainly. Small long-range communication devices could be fitted on the Amra. There wasn't time for them to create many of these devices, but there wasn't a need to, so they were handed over to the important figures and Quinn's allies. Just now, Geo had gotten news that the Marpo cruise was heading this way. The strongest Amra was left in the capital. The bulk of the forces were standing on the house rooftops, while a dedicated team, including Nock, was standing by the tower as well. They didn't want to draw too much attention to the tower in case the enemy would attempt to eliminate it. "The enemy is coming, and we will show them how to fight our way, the way an Amra fights," Geo screamed at the top of his lungs. The large ship was approaching, and it could be seen through the sky. Seeing how it was only one planet that they needed to deal with, the ship was able to come a lot closer. Moments later, thousands of black pods started to shoot out from the ship, heading straight for the city. "Let's do the usual and send in the cannon fodder," Jim said, "and test the waters to see how strong these 4 armed men are." By cannon fodder, they were sending out the weakest of the vampires, but they had been given Tier 5 Dalki blood to give them all a boost, hopefully making them somewhat powerful, but the Amra were more than ready. "Fire!" Geo shouted as he threw 4 rocks from his hands. They were dense, hard, and black in color, and with his mighty strength, the rocks thrown from his hand moved faster than any others. The rocks had perfectly hit one of the black pods, crushing the outside, exploding it, and killing the vampire or vampires that were inside. 3 of Geo's rocks had hit perfectly. Geo was using the celestial power that had been given to him by Quinn. He was ready to make an impact, to tell these attackers that they had made the wrong choice attacking the Amra. All 4 of his hands seemed to be covered in a golden light, and as soon as he finished throwing the 4 rocks, he picked more up, aiming for the pods coming out of the sky. He wasn't the only one, though. On the rooftops, all of the Amra had these large special rocks by their side. They were piled up high. They were readier than Jim could ever imagine. Not all of the rocks could destroy the well-made pods, though. They were designed to survive energy blasts. Some would take a few hits from the rocks before exploding. Others would be hit, but not hard enough to destroy the outer shell. It was only Geo's throws that were strong enough to always destroy the pods if they landed perfectly. Through the barrage of rocks, they had managed to destroy a good 15% of those before they landed. However, now that some of the pods had landed and the vampires started to break out of the pods, they could no longer focus on throwing the rocks and needed to focus on those below. Geo leaped down from the building he was on and landed in the middle of the street. In front of him were 5 pods, and coming out of them all were vampires in their beast armor, holding weapons and already drinking these strange flasks that were in their hands. "These guys are big and slow. We can get them with our speed," one of the vampires shouted, holding a dagger in his hand. He quickly ran to the side and then charged in to attack Geo from the side. With his golden hand, he swung it, hitting the vampire clean in the body and sending him flying into the building, breaking through more than just a couple of walls. It would be a surprise if the vampire was still breathing after a hit like that. "If your strategy was to beat us with speed, then you are very, very wrong," Geo said. He and the others had been made aware that they were going up against vampires, and the one that they all called a hero was a vampire as well, one that was far stronger than any of these. Inside the Marpo cruise, similar to how Jack was stressing out just moments ago, it was now Jim's turn to feel annoyed at the situation, so much so that there was a large vein sticking out the side of his head. "These damn barbarians!" Jim shouted. "They are literally throwing rocks at us, as a way to attack us." "Well, it seems to work better than the energy blasters, and I'm guessing if you threw a rock like that, it wouldn't be so effective, would it?" Ray said, as he was lying down, snacking on some food and watching a program of sorts, in Jim's office of all things. "Those useless vampires are struggling. If we lose a high number of them, then their families in the settlement won't be happy. They won't be able to continue to fight, and if that happens, you won't get what you want either. So are you going to get off your backside and join this fight?" Jim asked. Ray continued to not react as he continued to shove food into his mouth. "Please, those weak people are involved? I highly doubt that. When there is someone strong enough that arrives and I'm needed, then I will help. I would rather not waste my energy, Ray replied. In the meantime, if you are really struggling, send in your vampire leaders. Or you can send in your 2 other guards, the wolf boy and zombie. Jim took a deep breath. It was true. Just because this wasn't going like the past battles, he was a little startled. It was the first problem they had since the Namrics, but there were a number of ways he could deal with the problem, even without the help. For a second, the ship shook, as it was hit by something from the outside. Immediately, a report came in and a screen came up. "What happened?" Jim asked. "Sir, one of the aliens, they threw a rock at us." "A rock? And it hit us all the way out here." On the screen, they had zoomed in on the attacker and could see Geo with his glowing arms. "You better hurry in sending that help," Ray smiled. "He looks like a strong one." Layla had sent out a message to all of those in the Syl rescue team, as well as Wince, who wasn't part of the rescue team, but part of the operations because she had a big part to play in what was going to happen next as well. They were now able to freely use their powers. She herself had entered one of the camps that had been set up by the humans and Dalki. There were 6 Dalki, nearly all of them 3 spikes, while being surrounded by 20 humans with abilities for support. A lot of the rubble in the area was lifted into the air, and before the others could react, it was all sent flying right towards the group. The Dalki were able to punch the rocks away. Meanwhile, the humans were using their powers, but some were hit in the chest or knocked in the head pretty badly. "Who has such power to lift so many things? Do the aliens have powers as well?" "This is the ability of someone who's at least level 8, another shouted as he threw an object of his own at the rock that sped towards him and destroyed it into tiny small pieces. Over the years, Layla hadn't just been developing her powers of unity with the Black Sword or controlling her Hanya forms. She had also been developing 2 other things, the power of her ki and her telekinesis power. When she was human, her telekinesis power was limited to that of a level 2, but turning into a vampire had all changed and she was able to improve her powers greatly. The only thing was, lately there were far more situations where she had to use the power of the Black Sword, which in turn meant she was unable to use her own power. Only a few of the human attackers had been taken out by the flying rubble, and practically none of the Dalki, but that was never Layla's intention in the first place. Coming from the right side of one of the humans, they saw a glimpse of something moving. It was an arrow, and it pierced right through the beast's armor on his leg, striking him right in the thigh and causing him to fall on the floor. At the same time, others had been hit as well, and all of them had been taken out of the battle. The Dalki, seeing its human allies screaming in pain, was looking for the target, and could see Layla standing on a rooftop with a bow and arrow. "She's over there!" The 3 Dalki started to run over at a fast speed. Calmly, with no change in her expression, she placed an arrow in her bow, firing it out. It hit the Dalki in the forearm, which was covering its head. Another arrow was fired out again and again, hitting it in different parts of its body, but the Dalki didn't slow down. Instead, it sped up. "Even a 3-spike Dalki is this resilient." Layla seemed annoyed, and instead of placing an arrow in her bow, instead, she started to manipulate the red vampire aura in her body. Her horns started to glow bright red, and a condensed blood aura arrow had been made. Not only that, but powering it with her ki, she was now taking a trick out of Quinn's book. Letting go, the arrow was let off and started to spin. The Dalki lifted its forearms as it had done before. The arrow flew forward and ripped through the skin. It broke through it with no trouble and caused a big explosion as it went right through the Dalki. There was no head, there were no forearms, and the Dalki was dead, falling to the floor. So much concentration had been put on one of the Dalki that the other 2 had now reached her, both of them throwing out their fists. Putting her bow away, she switched to the Black Sword. With a fast step running forward, she lifted the Black Sword, slicing diagonally from the bottom. The Dalki's body was split in half, with both halves falling on the rooftop. The other Dalki never expected the sword to strike his ally in one hit, leading his fist to hit nothing but the air. Immediately, though, the last Dalki reacted as it spun around, aiming to throw its fist and kill the female in one hit. A loud bang was heard as the punch connected,
but he was unable to move his hand further. "Did you expect me to go flying?" Layla said, as she held the hand in place with an open palm of her own. "A 3-spike like you is not strong enough to overpower me." Opening her mouth, Layla let out flames right in front of the Dalki's eyes. It was startled for a second, and Layla was already above the Dalki. In her hand, she had condensed another arrow of blood aura and ki, and threw it down right on top of its head. The attack went right through, hitting the ground and destroying the floor beneath them. Layla levitated herself so only the dead Dalki's body fell, while placing herself safely on the side of the rooftop. "I need to stop relying on the sword's power so I can improve as well. No, just like Quinn, I can make use of the sword's power when needed and become more versatile in my attacks. That way, all around I improve." All over the city, camps that had been set up by the Dalki and humans were being wiped out. Russ had infiltrated one, disguising himself as a Dalki working with Stark. Cyril was able to use her great blood control and water powers to slice up the Dalki and overpower the humans. Minnie had transformed into her celestial form, ripping through the Dalki's bodies with her sharp claws and speed, and making sure the humans were no longer able to fight. The ones that were most surprising, though, were the group of Blades. They were using all of the powers they had, and going up against humans, they could even take useful ones to use for themselves. With their improved teamwork, speed, and ki, they were having no trouble getting rid of any opponents that got in their way. The Alliance was doing better than they thought, and the Dalki were doing worse than they predicted. Which was why Wince was a little worried. Looking up at the sky, she could see it. The Marpo cruise ship was making its move. Shooting out from the ship, there were 6 pods. They looked different from the ones before. They were slightly larger and shot out at a faster speed. They swirled around each other, and crystals seemed to be used to create a barrier around them. Wince could only guess the reason for the enemy to do this was because, no matter what, they wanted these pods to land. They had crashed into the ground standing tall, just like the others, and they had landed in the area the Dalki had taken control of. Coming out of the pods, strong and tall, were Dalki, but they were different compared to the others. 5 of them had come out, and they all had 5 spikes on their backs. So far in the fight, it was the highest number of spikes that they had gone against. However, the worst of it was the last pod that opened. This person had a single spike sticking out from the top of its head, and then 7 spikes running down its back. This one was called Pine, the first Dalki that Jack had given powers to. "Everyone!" Wince started to speak through the communicator. She was unable to see Pine and the other Dalki yet, only the pods before they had crashed. "I think it's time. It's time for you all to go and save Syl." This was the plan. After forcing the 2 Marpo cruise ships to split, they would show great strength and back Jack into a corner, eventually sending some of his strongest down to the war below. In turn, they would then head to break out Syl, with now less powerful forces on board. "Everyone, you heard what Wynn said. We need to be fast," Layla ordered. It was true, because if the new forces sent were truly strong, then this wouldn't be something that Wince could handle. The rescue team looked up into the sky, and they had all seen the different pods crash onto the planet. Based on the information they could gather, the special pods had only been sent to one of the planets, and not the other 2. This gave them a good idea that their plan was working, and they were focusing on eliminating those from the center planet first. Since it was the planet that Jack was having the most difficulty with, he thought it was quite obvious that the leaders were present on this planet, and it would be in his best interest to get rid of them first. Still, the order had been made, and the rescue team members were each heading to the building that Wince had prepared for them all, the building where the special ship was. Layla was one of the first to arrive, and not too far behind her was Minnie. "Wince said that the ship was hidden underneath all this rubble," Layla said, looking at the state of the building. The side of the walls had been destroyed by a few stray attacks, and some rocks were on the floor. Using her powers, she lifted them and chucked them off to the side, clearing the floor. After that, Minnie was ready for her work. She transformed her hand into a red claw and ran around in a large circle across the floor of the room. Eventually, the line on the ground she had made connected, and it started to fall, but not before Layla caught it with her powers and started to lift the ground away. That's when they could see the ship that they needed.
"That thing is a bit bigger than I thought. Are we really going to be able to sneak on board with such a thing?" Russ said.
Turning to their right, they had seen that Russ had arrived. "Wasn't Stark with you?" Layla asked.
"He was, but he was called away to do some type of scouting job. I'm sure he got your message, and remember, he's a fast one, so he will be here soon," Russ replied.
They still needed to wait for the others, but it wasn't long until Shiro and Cyril arrived. They had met up on the way and decided to come together. "Sorry, there was something we had to deal with on the way here," Shiro said, as he looked at the ship and had the same concerns as Russ. "That thing, it's as big as a house. It's big enough to fit us all in, but it will be hard to go under their radar, won't it?" Shiro asked. But soon after, he thought of an idea that could work. "Give me a moment. I'll be back soon, but I promise that it will help us all," Shiro explained. Heading off, the group was left awkwardly waiting, but Layla couldn't help but look at Cyril. She could see a smog over her head, the smog of worry. "Are you worried that we won't be able to save Syl? If you think this mission won't succeed and are already thinking that way, then it will affect your ability." "It's not that," Cyril replied. "I know we are strong. I think our mission will be successful. It's the Mermarials and my sister that I'm worried about." Finally, Stark arrived at the location and immediately started to apologize. "I'm sorry I'm late. I wanted to give the others the best information they could get about the enemy that had just landed. I did my best to see the numbers and their powers." "What are they up against?" Cyril immediately asked. She had seen the footage along with the others, the footage of H and how strong he was. Even if all three races were to go up against someone like him, they would end up failing. It was hard for her to leave her sister knowing that, but even if she stayed, she felt like just her on her own wouldn't be much help either. "Are you sure you wish to know?" Stark asked, knowing what effect it might have. "Yes, the Mermarial race is also my responsibility," Cyril answered. "There were 6 special pods in total. Out of those, the enemy known as the Dalki appeared. As Layla informed us, their strength is dictated by the number of spikes on their back. 5 of the Dalki had 5 spikes, and 1 of the Dalki had 7 spikes. The Dalki that you described before, the one that you called H, I did not spot anyone that matched that description." There was silence on Layla's end as she heard the facts. In their heads, the main figure they had to worry about was H. However, it looked like the enemy's strength was more than they imagined. In the past, the 5 spiked Dalki were what caused great fear when fighting against them. Although all of them had special traits that made them unique, perhaps these Dalki didn't have the special traits the ones before had, but they more than likely had abilities, making them possibly just as dangerous. Then, there was also the mention of the 7 spiked Dalki. Graham was at this level before, but he was even more special and spectacular due to the unique trait he had. Because of this, it was hard to say how much of his strength came from this form, compared to that of just a 7-spiked Dalki, but it is safe to say that it wouldn't be easy. "We need to save Syl," Shiro said, returning back from wherever he had come from. "If H wasn't seen, then that means he's on that ship, but either way, if we get back Syl, H, 7-spike, 10-spike, who cares how many spikes, Syl will be able to deal with them all, and no matter what, and we won't get in the way, so he doesn't have to hold back." With those words said, everyone got on board the ship, and it set off quickly, breaking through the roof of the building and shooting through the air. Some of the humans tried to attack it with their abilities, but as it hit the hard exterior, it did next to nothing, and the ship continued to go forward into space. "At least we know it's sturdy," Cyril said.
"Yeah, let's hope it can survive a few energy blasts as well," Russ stated.
Flying through the air, as they got closer to the Marpo cruise, what Russ feared was starting to come true. There were multiple weapons on the outside of the ship that used beast energy to blast anything that got close, and they were all being directed at the small ship. "Where do you want me to go?" Cyril shouted, as she was the one flying the ship.
"Maybe we should have discussed this before leaving,"
Russ shouted back. The ship managed to avoid most of the lasers, but was getting hit a couple of times, shaking the whole thing. It was holding out, but who knew for how long it would be able to. "How are we going to get onto the ship?" Stark asked. "I thought this meant to be a sneak mission, with a full-out attack if we got caught."
"You stupid alien, don't you think we have already been caught?"
Russ shouted back. The ship was hit a few more times, and it was hitting it away from the large ship. "Cyril, let me take over," Shiro stated, as he pushed her to the side. "I thought this might happen. I have a plan." Shiro took over and started to head right for the ship. He was heading for the bottom side of the ship, The lasers were missing them all by a small margin, and he kept pushing forward until the others started to worry. "Hey, we're going to crash!" Minnie screamed. "Stop the crazy uncle!" The others realized this was Shiro's great plan, and at that moment, he let go of the steering controls and stood up. "Everyone, grab onto me and hold on to each other," Shiro ordered. They didn't have time to think and did as they were told. The ship crashed right into the side, breaking the side of the ship and exploding into pieces. The Marpo crews was in a panic as they quickly went to repair the damage and seal off the area affected. Meanwhile, there was no sight of the others as they were assumed dead with the ship. Inside the Marpo crews, somewhere among a load of metal contraptions, everyone was checking if their heart was still beating. "There you go. 2 birds with 1 stone. Now they think we're dead and we are on the ship," Shiro said with a smile, happy that he had managed to get the teleportation ability. "Now, let's get Syl." Inside the tower, the entire team that was working on Quinn's armor had yet to rest, not even for a breath of fresh air. They had no idea what was going on outside. In the tower, they were unable to hear the cries of battle, or whether it had even started yet. Regardless, in their minds, they imagined that it had already started. They imagined how many more lives would be saved if they finished the armor just a fraction of a second earlier than there was the possibility that they could save more lives. "Hurrah!" one of the Amra shouted in the air, and soon even more had shouted after. Quinn quickly went over to what the Amra were cheering about. For him, he had been busy setting up the crystals, getting ready to melt them down. According to Alex, it would be best to use the special furnace that the Amra was using, but at the moment, it was being used to melt down the special rock. "Sir, we have done it. We have melted down all the material we need. Now, it's up to you," one of the Amra said. "I have also completed the molds as well," Dober explained as he appeared by Quinn's side. "Quinn, this is amazing. The Amra are certainly talented forgers. They have already stored the liquid in a special large container, so it will keep its viscosity. They're saving us several steps. This is the fastest I have ever seen work being done before," Alex complimented. Now, Quinn knew that it was up to the 2 of them. The problem was that although it was fast, not one item of armor had been made yet, and each piece would need to be done, one at a time. "I'm ready," Quinn said, as he grabbed the cloud-filled crystal and jumped down to the specially heated furnace area. It was hot on Quinn's feet. Using the shadow, he was able to stop it from reaching him while he stayed here. For the Amra forgers, their feet had already changed due to working here so much, and some of them looked as if they were scorched black, which they weren't before. It most likely would be a permanent scar left from the work they had been doing. That was how hard they had worked. "I won't stop," Quinn declared. "I won't stop hammering, or rest until all of this is made," Quinn said, as he placed the crystal into the special furnace, and the process began on the first item. Outside, the war had been going on for a while now, and the sun looked as if it was starting to set. The Marpo crews had only attacked the planet Geo was on after several hours of battle on the other planets. Geo was tied up by 4 vampire string ability users. They tried to pull at the same time, stopping him from using his arms, but instead, Geo went and clapped his hands together, pulling all of the vampires forward and causing them to fall to the ground. Right above them were other Amra that slammed down their fists on their bodies. "Don't tire out, pace yourself, and don't go after them," Geo shouted to the Amra. Just like with the other planets, the Amra needed to focus on just defending for now, staying in position in hidden areas and closer to the tower part of the city. If they were being pushed back, then they were to fall back. This was to conserve their energy, because even though the night would come, due to them being vampires, they would not tire out, and might even get better as the night came. Jumping out from the side was a large, black-scaled creature, which had its claws out aiming right for Geo's head. Before it could reach, though, another Amra dressed in blue armor came jumping up and continuously threw punches, hitting the Dalki. The 2 crashed into the ground, and the Amra continued to beat the Dalki until it was no longer moving. "Nock, that was a nice one," Geo said. "I can't let you do everything," Nock stated. "Me and you are rivals after all." "It looks like they have finally sent out some of the Dalki to try and bring us down, but this one is only a 2-spike, Geo claimed. The enemy will have a lot more tricks up its sleeve. We have to be careful."
The two powerful Amra leaders were holding out against the attackers successfully. The vampires were confident in their speed and their strength, but compared to the Amra, they weren't as strong, and their speed matched up with the vampires. Eventually, just like on the other planets, the fighting had died down, being limited to certain areas, and the night sky had finally come out. It was nearly the end of the first day. Geo looked back at the tower, which was still standing strong.
"We have bought you one day so far, but I don't know how many days we can keep this up."
Geo looked at the injured around him. They hadn't suffered as great of a loss as they originally thought they would have, but the enemy hadn't attacked them as hard either.
"The night sky is out, and the enemy has relaxed since the fighting has calmed down, so I would say this is the perfect opportunity to strike," Jim smiled. "Send in the second wave of vampires, and with them, send in the leaders as well, and tell them they need to make sure they do a good job. Otherwise, I will be coming down myself." Rumbling shook the entire city as numerous black pods landed. Unlike the first time, the Amra weren't there to throw rocks. They were out of position and still fighting against the first wave on the ground. Just like the last time, the number of pods sent to the planet was in the thousands, and unknown to them, there were many more skilled vampires in the group. Then there was the fact that it was nighttime as well, a time of fighting that the vampires specialized in. From the looks of things, it was almost as if the vampires were trying to finish this war in one night. Coming out of the pods, the new vampires were preparing themselves as they gathered in their groups and looked for their captains and searched for the leaders of their family. Then it was time for them to push. However, there were two vampires that had crashed this time that were not interested in the war. "Hey, I can't see anyone in these pods," a vampire asked as he looked around.
"I wouldn't worry about them. We need to worry about each other. These four-armed aliens are no joke," one of the vampires said as they rushed off.
"I guess all is going well so far," Ronak said as they climbed up the large staircase, which looked like it was built for a giant, and headed inside one of the Amra's rooms. "Yes, it's a good thing I learned that trick from last time. How to open the pods is a bit quicker. Otherwise, it would have been a lot harder," Giok stated. Giok was the old captain of Quinn and Ronak when they went up against the Namriks. Both Ronak and himself no longer believed in the reason for the war, but they were forced to take part regardless. However, the reason for them breaking off was different. When entering the room, Ronak was looking around, and it looked like a child's room based on the colors and the way it was presented. "These aliens, they have lives just like ours," Ronak said, as he went up to the shelf and saw something. There was a small statue, small by Amra standards, as it was as big as a human head, but when looking at it, it was clear as day because it was a statue of Quinn. "Look at this," Ronak called over Joke as soon as possible. "They have a statue of Quinn. Everything he told us. No, everything those beasts told us in the forest. They were right." Back in the vampire settlement, before the group had been called off to head to war, Ronak was lining up with all the others. Apparently, there were still a few last-minute preparations for everyone, as they needed to sort out grouping and more. Because of all of that, the vampires were given a few more minutes with their families. For Ronak, he didn't want to head back to his family. He had already said his goodbyes, and he didn't want those painful feelings to resurface. Instead, he thought that heading into the forest to do some hunting would be better for him to calm down. There usually would be guards on the outside, but this time, even they had been called into battle, so it allowed Ronak to head straight into the forest on his own. While walking through the forest, he saw no beasts, but it did give him some time to be alone with his thoughts. Could I just run away from the battle right now? Ronak thought. Would they even know that I never went off with them? After all, I'm not an important figure. But then, what would happen to my family if they found out? Maybe I could run off with them? And live where, you idiot? Without a ship, I would be just stuck living among the beasts. Ronak was too afraid to live out of the vampire settlement, too weak to try and break through and steal a ship in order to escape. In the end, he had no choice but to go through with the war. After walking for a while, Ronak had come across a river going through the forest. The area was pebbled, and he could see a large rock on the side. Sitting on it, he placed both hands on the side of his face. I don't want to join this stupid war.
Quinn, maybe you were the one that did the right thing, after all, getting away from all of this, Ronak mumbled out loud. At that moment, a gust of wind could be felt from behind that hit some of the pebbles into the water. Ronak covered his face with the side of his arm to stop the dust from getting into his eyes. The sound of something somewhat heavy was heard, and when he finally could take a look, he was staring at a large owl with a long neck and dark black eyes. It was a beast, and not just any beast. It was one that would bring even vampires nightmares. This beast, isn't it the same one that was described before? The one that caused so much trouble, but I thought it was dead, Ronak thought, wondering if he should run or hide. Ronak's memory had been wiped, so he had no recollection of meeting the beast in the past. Ronak stood his ground. For some reason, the beast wasn't hurting him and just stood there.
"Is it true?" the owl finally spoke. "Is it true that you don't wish to take part in this war? What is your reason for this?"
Of all things, a beast was asking him this question. At first, Ronak didn't want to answer, but there was a lot of pent-up frustration to do with the war that was weighing on his mind. Since the beast didn't seem to be working with the vampires, Ronak decided to answer. "I don't believe the reason," Ronak answered. "They keep pinning the blame on Quinn, calling him some demon from another world. Yet, is he really a demon? He lived with us. He lived with his family quietly, not wanting to hurt anyone. And it was only when one of his friends was hurt, because of this stupid war, that he decided to act out. He just did what anyone with his power and his position would have done, and now we have to go planet to planet, eliminating others, to try and find him and other demons. My son, he was sick, incredibly sick. I thought it was thanks to Edvard that my son managed to get treatment to get better. But Edvard never paid attention to me before, so why would he so suddenly care now? And from the looks of things, Edvard was somewhat involved with Quinn. It makes me think that the one behind the treatment was Quinn after all. Tell me, is that really the act of a demon? Because if you ask me, the things that we are doing are a lot more demon-like." Ronak thought he had somewhat gone mad, talking to an owl-like beast. Maybe the beast and the voice he heard were just his own subconscious speaking. The thing was, he hadn't gone mad at all. The beast in question was currently being controlled by one of the skills Quinn had, the Shadow Infect. From time to time, he would use it to be updated on the situation back in the settlement. To just use the Shadow Infect skill, he would simply have to close his eyes. So there were plenty of times for him to use it when he was resting, healing, and all sorts. On top of that, there was one thing Quinn didn't want to do, and that was lose this fight no matter what. Quinn would get his friends back and change things back to the way they were no matter what, so he was going to use everything he could at his disposal.
"If you had the chance to help out Quinn and stop this war, would you take that chance?" the owl asked.
Clenching his fist and standing up straight, Ronak gave his answer. "Quinn reacted that way when Nell was hurt. If only we had listened to him about not joining the war the first time. If I was given a second chance to help him and listen to him again, then of course I would take it." The owl smiled, revealing razor-sharp teeth that startled Ronak for a second, as he thought he was going to be eaten, but instead, out of the forest, vines started to move, and more beasts started to come out. Those that had been infected with the shadow. It was almost as if the whole forest had been infected by the shadow, and standing with them was Joke. "You gave a good answer. I think if the two of us work together, we can really help Quinn. It seems like there is a lot going on," Joke said. Back on the Amra planet, the two of them were recalling the meeting they had that day, and everything they talked about with the shadow beasts. "We will be going up against the vampire leaders," Ronak said, holding the statue of Quinn. "Yes, but they won't know it's us. We will just be helping the Amra, from the shadows," Joke stated. In the current battle against the Amra, the vampires had realized something. As long as they didn't push forward and stayed out of sight, the enemy wouldn't attempt to attack them. They were content only defending and holding their position. It became apparent to the first wave of vampires that they were weaker than the Amra. It was hard for them since they had their pride, but for many of them, they cared more about keeping themselves alive. So they thought the best thing to do would be to wait for the backup to arrive. They knew that the stronger of the vampires
the skilled vampires, the nobles, and those that had access to higher-tier green blood would eventually arrive if they were having a difficult time, and yet the vampires' orders from above were clear: they were to keep attacking. The entrance from the north side of the Amra city had been cleared, and vampires were holding up there, waiting for supplies of blood. But when they were told to keep attacking, they were quite shocked. "Even though we are vampires, even we will tire out eventually, and they must be able to see what's happening from above. Why are they telling us to keep on attacking?" There was a lot of concern, and then the captains sent out a message to them all. "Backup will not arrive until we are all dead unless we attack." This was passed on to the others, and they didn't quite understand the order. Did their family leaders not care about them? Was this a push to make vampires grow stronger? The order didn't come from the leaders, though, and had come from Jim for a number of reasons. The first was for the sake of winning the war. The Amra couldn't rest. They needed to attack them relentlessly to wear them down and weaken them, making the battle have a higher chance of success. Then, out of those vampires left, they would be the ones that grew stronger. In Jim's mind, it was survival of the fittest. Those that had a stronger aura, those that were slightly faster and had better genetics, then those would be the ones that win. In turn, this, over the years, would make vampires evolve as a race. The comment from Vincent had made Jim take more drastic measures, as he wished to evolve the vampires as quickly as possible as well. Still, due to the situation, the support was eventually sent out. As the night sky stayed out, crashing down, along with the elite vampires, were the original vampire leaders and the leaders of the past. "I will start the push, and the rest are to follow. I don't want more of us to die," Hickle, the fourth original leader, said. Rushing from their spots, the leaders spread out in pairs of two, heading out in different directions, and slowly, with the elite vampires, they would continue to take over the city, gaining territory bit by bit. With Hickle was the fifth leader, Bianca. Around her neck was a large black snake that was as thick as a python, but she acted as if there was nothing on her at all. This was all because of the special ability to be able to talk and communicate with beasts and animals, although this was not like the skill of the Bree family, which was a taming skill. The two had arrived at the edge of where their team was, and they could see the vampires desperately fighting as they ran and threw out blood slashes, trying to hit the Arma. When they did hit their bodies, their hard skin was hardly damaged at all because of it. "Everyone, clear the area and head back," Hickle shouted. The vampires heard the message loud and clear, and heard the voice. For a while, Hickle had also been leading the vampire settlement in Jim's absence. Immediately, they listened, coming out from their hiding spots, from inside the houses and other areas, so that they could retreat to a safer position. Some of the vampires were carrying injured allies. After the entire area was cleared, 4 of the Amra gathered together. "2 vampires. These must be their leaders if they were quick to listen to them," one of the Amra said. "Don't worry, we are strong. Their attacks are weak and can't hurt us," the Amra shouted. Hickle then made a cut across his hand with his elongated nail and threw it out, as droplets of blood hit the area in front of him and all the buildings in the area. The blood started to glow, and large explosions went off one after the other. The explosion reached a great height, and those fighting in other areas were able to see it. This included Geo and Nock, who were both close by the tower, trying to get a hand on the situation. "Sir, it seems like the vampires are pushing us back from all sides," the Amra reported. "After sending out a second wave of troops, it looks like they're trying to finish us off. Tell the Amra to just delay them if the opponent is too strong. Don't risk their lives and wait for us to come," Geo ordered. Geo, Nock, and Dober were the only 3 Amra that had been blessed with Quinn's celestial energy. Yes, there were high-ranking Amra that were incredibly strong, but to deal with the leaders, really there were only 3 of them, and one of them was in the tower helping Quinn. The problem was, there were too many strong enemies for them to deal with on their own at the moment, and all they could do was pick a place to try and help them and then move on from there. After the explosive blood had settled down from where Hickle was, all of the buildings had crumbled in the area, all of the hiding spots and more, and there was now a clear area. Large fists punched the rubble, and out of the ground, the Amra could be seen coming out. There were more of them, and it looked like there were at least 12 of them in the area. "These monsters! They're destroying our home without a second thought!" one of the Amra shouted, as he lifted up one of the large black rocks that was used to damage the pods as they fell, and threw it straight at the female vampire that was standing there. Lifting her hand, Bianca stopped the rock, with her feet sliding around an inch. "That throw was stronger than I expected. No wonder the regular vampires were struggling to deal with them." Punching the rock, several red lines could be seen in it, and the rock broke into pieces. Soon after, Bianca was seen bursting through, heading straight for the Amra. One of them threw two of their hands right towards her, and with her skill, she swiped underneath the Amra and spun towards its back. Placing her palm on the back of the Amra, a large pulse of red aura almost fired out from her hand, and caused the Amra to go flying, crashing into one of the others. Another Amra that was close saw the snake around her neck open its mouth and shoot out a green liquid. As soon as it hit the Amra in the head, its tough outer skin was useless as it started to melt. Quickly moving, Bianca continued to display a high level of fighting skill as she palm-struck the joints of the Amra and broke their arms before proceeding to finish them off. Bianca, the fifth leader, was possibly the most skilled when it came to hand-to-hand combat as a vampire. Due to her ability being weaker than the others, it was something she practiced on. The level of her vampire aura was similar to the other originals, so she had no edge and had created her own. With the two powerful original leaders, they were confident that they could continue to push forward. As Bianca had already eliminated around 12 of the Amra, coming to the scene, Hickle was ready to get rid of the others, as he threw out his blood toward the remainder of the Amra. "I won't let you harm them!" An Amra with golden arms came forward and hit all of the blood right to the floor. A large explosion went off underground, shaking the place and causing large cracks in the floor. But the Amra and his hands were completely fine. "This alien is different," Hickle noticed, and looked to see what happened to Bianca, to notice that she had been pushed back after getting hit by a large rock. "Fuck, that hurt!" she shouted. Not being able to stop the rock, she could only move out of the way while drawing its energy. "I think someone like me is more suited as an opponent for you," Geo smiled. Due to the explosion, more Amra were starting to gather and started to stand behind Geo. Some of them were of the Seti rank, far bigger than the normal Amra, around twice the height. It was what the challengers would need to face to pass the 50th level of the tower. At the same time, the elite force of vampires was starting to gather behind Hickle and Bianca. They had been busy getting the injured vampires out of the area and moving them out of the way. In this group, there were quite a few that were also noble vampires. It appeared as if a large-scale battle was going to occur, one that could wipe out either side. "Everyone, get away from this area," Geo stated. "Support the other groups and make sure that they don't progress further." Hickle had heard the orders of the other man and had decided to do the same. "Everyone, spread out, clear the area. I don't want anyone to be caught up in this mess." The vampires listened and quickly disappeared, trusting in their fellow leaders. "These two vampires are confident, but I have to be confident in taking them out as well. Nock is probably locked in combat as well, but there aren't enough of us, so I have to finish this fast," Geo thought. Geo's 4 arms started to glow golden once again as the celestial power was running through his body. Moving from his position, the rubble kicked up behind him, and he appeared right next to Hickle. Swinging his 4 arms, Geo wanted the first hit to cause a large amount of damage, but Hickle jumped back using his fast speed. Geo was ready to give chase, as he wasn't going to let him get out of his sight until a red glow appeared underneath his feet. When did he... Both of Hickle's hands had been cut, and while standing there, his blood was dripping onto the floor. He had predicted what Geo would do, allowing him to trap him. A large explosion went off underneath Geo's foot. The whole ground shook, and dust clouds from the debris of the buildings that had fallen had been made. Coming straight out of it, though, was Geo, who was unharmed. "That was a direct hit with my ability, and his body is still not harmed. Both Bianca and I have already taken the green blood. The opponent is a lot stronger than we thought." Creating a red blood claw, blood aura started to harden around the entire of Hickle's arm. At the same time, his real blood was being pushed through and coated the outside of his hardened blood aura fingertips. Throwing his hand out, Hickle hit Gio's fist with his fingertips and used his blood explosion power. The blood had touched Gio's physical body, and when it exploded, it had pushed Gio back. However, Gio had more than one arm, and Hickle was only able to hit one of the arms, getting clipped by another one that hit Hickle in the stomach and sending him flying off. Blood poured out of his mouth as Hickle managed to catch himself in the air and stopped skidding across the ground. That attack managed to have some effect, and with my blood aura hardening, I can protect my own arm from my own ability, but there is a limit, and my own power will eventually affect me using it like that. But that's not even the biggest worry. A single hit from that alien, and I feel like my whole insides have been ruptured. Hickle's body was repairing itself, as the originals had great healing capabilities, but there was something about the energy in the attack that was causing Hickle to heal slower than compared to other attacks. This energy, it's hard to even extract it from my body. "Bianca, don't get hit by him," Hickle shouted, trying to focus on removing the energy. "I never intended to," Bianca shouted back, as the snake around her neck fired out the acid toward Gio. Lifting up two of his arms, he blocked the acid, and nothing had happened. "This acid is from a demon-tier beast, and it went through the other alien's skin just fine. Why is this one so different? He seems to be much more powerful than the others, even able to deal with two leaders at the same time. We'll need a new strategy if we want to beat him." Regardless, Bianca continued forward, and when two of Gio's arms went towards her, she hit them from underneath with her blood palm strike, causing both of Gio's arms to be lifted. After that, with both of her arms, she thrust them right toward the center of Gio, hitting him cleanly in the stomach, but his position didn't move. Stomping his foot on the ground, a wave of energy released, and could be seen as cracks through the floor. The area where Bianca was standing lit up completely. Rising from the ground, the entire area was covered with energy that had come from Gio. Bianca was seen having escaped the attack as she had jumped to the side, but she had been hit on her foot. Just like Hickle stated, her leg wasn't healing like it normally would. She knew this would slow her down, and it was possible that Gio would finish her off. The snake that was around her neck was flung out, and its size started to grow. It soon turned into a giant python that was the size of 5 houses, stacked on top of each other. Opening up its mouth, it went to bite down on Gio. "I have dealt with plenty of beasts of this size," Gio said, as he grabbed the top and lower jaw of the giant python and lifted it in the air, slamming it onto the ground behind him. Its whole body bounced off the ground. It had been hit so hard that any other beast would have perished with just that single attack, but the python was strong. On the floor, it swirled its tail like a whip, aiming to hit Gio, but lifting his leg up, he had kicked it back. The tail swung back outward and hit Bianca away, who was struggling to move. "I'll kill that rock bastard," Bianca screamed as she got up, her leg only getting a little better. Now, from 3 different points, there was Hickle, Bianca, and the giant python. "Even us 2 original vampires are unable to take on this one alien. How many are there that are like him on this planet?" Hickle thought. Unaware that there was only one, even though 2 more had received celestial energy from Quinn. Gio had already evolved as an Amra before that, when witnessing the battle of Quinn and Syl against Athos. "It seems you guys might need a little more help," a voice said, as a man dressed in green clothing appeared. "Usually I would scorn when I see your face, but it is a bit of a delight today, Magnus," Hickle stated. Magnus Musket had arrived, the 6th family leader and one of the previous kings. On top of that, his partner, Wallace Dawn, the 7th leader, had also arrived. "Based on what we have seen, you are the leader of these aliens," Magnus stated. "So if we get rid of you, I wonder what the morale of your people will be like." Although Gio was quite comfortably winning the fight against 2 of the original leaders, he knew their strength, and fighting 4 of them at the same time would be quite a tall task. "I guess the good thing is, if you guys are here, then it means that you aren't out there hurting my people," Gio smiled. Out of all of them, the first one to move was the giant python. While Gio had to attack it, they would all go in with their strongest attacks
to do the most damage they possibly could. Geo knew this, and he wondered if he should charge forward to attack. That was until a figure had swooped down from above, and with its large talons, it had stabbed the center of the giant snake in its body. The snake was swirling around, and then with its large head, the figure opened its razor-sharp mouth and started to bite down on the snake. The sudden appearance of another enemy had caused the others to stop. In the next second, it lifted the snake up and threw it off far in the distance towards where the other vampires were. It was done with the beast and soon landed right by Geo's side. "Is that an owl? That looks like a really large beast, but why is it helping them?" Bianca thought. Looking at the beast, there was something strange about it. Hickle could see there were strange, lingering shadows coming off from the beast. Hickle continued to look at the strange beast, and he couldn't help but wonder what the small shadows coming off from the beast were. Was it a type of power that the beast had? But it was something he had never seen before, and why did the power feel so familiar? At the same time, he had never heard of a beast having a power like the shadow that was so similar to that of Arthur. "I can't think too deeply into it. We are on an alien planet. This planet has nothing to do with the Shadow Covenant, and in the first place, Arthur never had a skill like this that would allow him to control and use beasts," Hickle thought. Even with the help of the beast, there were still 4 originals, but Bianca was still hesitant to go in after she had seen what had happened to her snake. "That beast, it defeated the demon tier beast like it was nothing, which means it also has to be on the demon tier level, but must be of a higher status," Bianca thought. At that moment, she thought it might be best if she could communicate with the beast. Opening her mouth, she started to speak, and in doing so, the others were unable to hear. It was a form of silent communication using a language that beasts could understand, but couldn't be heard by anyone else around them. "Why, powerful beast, are you helping out the aliens on this planet? We do not wish to do you any harm, and will leave you be," Bianca asked. However, there was no answer, and it was almost as if the beast didn't even hear her. This was something that almost had never happened to her before. "The eyes of the beast. It's almost as if it's being controlled, but then who is the one controlling it?" she thought. "What are you idiots standing around for?" Magnus shouted, as he threw a sharp ring of blood aura out of his hands. One was aimed at Geo, while the other was aimed at the owl-like beast. Moving out of the way, Geo noticed that the ring was following him, but there wasn't much that he needed to do. The owl got in the way of the attack, and opened its mouth, and a large shock wave went through the air, hitting the blood aura and breaking it on the spot. As for the ring that was after itself, covering its body with its wings, it was able to break it with ease. Magnus, seeing this, was frustrated, and went to move in when he felt a large vine wrap around his leg. "Look out!" Hickle shouted, throwing out a small part of his blood. It hit the vine and exploded, breaking part of it off. Soon, though, all of the leaders could see vines all around them coming from different areas. "I can sense it. There is another demon tier beast in this area," Bianca exclaimed. Using their sharp claws and blood powers, they started to rip through the vines that were attacking them from all areas, and Geo saw this as an opportunity, as he jumped toward Hickle again. Since he was damaged before, and with the help of the beasts, now he thought he could do it again, and at least finish off the vampire. "This is getting dangerous," Hickle worried, and used his claws to cut along both of his forearms, drawing more blood from his body, and with his blood control threw it out, exploding a wall of blood right in front of Geo. "Everyone, fall back and retreat. We need to figure out just what is going on here," Hickle ordered. The others were inclined to agree. A single leader could take out a demon beast most of the time, depending on what level it was at, but they were unaware that the infected demon tier beast was stronger than a typical one, due to the shadow infect. Geo and his celestial powers as well were proving tricky for them, as if they were injured by it, and that made it more difficult to heal, and Hickle and Bianca were already injured. When Geo broke out of the smoke, he could no longer see any of the vampires present. They had all run away. "Although I didn't finish any of them off, I guess I should take this as a victory that they backed away," Geo thought, and turned to the 2 beasts. Soon the other beast, a green humanoid, dragon-like figure,
made up of strange green vines, had come out. Like the owl, its body was also covered in strange purple markings and had lingering shadows over it. "I don't know why you beasts helped me, but thank you." Geo was looking at the shadows, and they made him think of Quinn. "It was us," a voice shouted out. Turning his head, surprisingly coming from a distance away, there were two vampires. "We are on your side. The beasts. We were the ones that summoned them. We are here to help you and Quinn," Ronak said. The two had explained to Geo why they were there, and it didn't take much convincing. He could see that the beasts responded to their orders, and at the same time, they had already used them to help him. Geo trusted them, and with their help, they were quickly moving to the other areas with the two beasts and Geo. The original leaders were no longer pushing forward, and with that, the second wave of vampires was finding it hard to break through the Amra army, and were unable to gain more territory. On the Marpo cruise, it didn't take long for Jim to get the information from the originals. "Demon-tier beasts are now involved in all of this?" Jim shouted. "The original vampires, the first vampires with a boost of the Dalki blood, can't even deal with beasts and a rock man." "I told you that rock man was strong," Ray commented, continuing to watch whatever it was he was watching. "I assume he is still not strong enough for you to get involved?" Jim asked. The question had received no answer, so in Jim's head, he had made a decision. He felt like the originals could learn from this. Along with the vampires, they would try their best to break through and gain more territory. If they were unable to do anything after a certain amount of time had passed, then Jim would go down with Peter and Chris to deal with the most troublesome person in all of this, the Rockman. On the planet itself, the vampires had let off a bit. This was mainly due to the help of one of the demon-tier beasts, who was able to summon vines all over and control them. They were able to intertwine it in the buildings in areas and use it to attack vampires in the midst of battle, and for the first time, Geo and the other Amra were able to get some rest. "I can't thank you both enough," Geo said to the two vampires. They had regrouped in front of the tower, where their main base of operations was held. "Honestly, you shouldn't thank us. A lot of this was planned by Quinn himself. It was a backup plan," Ronak said. "There's actually more we can do to help, but we need Quinn himself. Where is he?" Geo looked at the tower. The sun was rising, and could be seen peeking over the tower. They had managed to survive the whole night. With that, Geo was thinking about how much time Quinn had spent in the tower. He was inside for 2 days before the attack had started, and now 2 days had passed, making a total of 4 days. How close he was to completing the weapon he was making was hard to say. "He's in the tower, but I'm not sure how long he will be in there for. I also wonder how the others are doing. Since you still have no memory of the past Quinn, it means they have yet to rescue Syl." Inside the tower, Quinn had continued to forge without taking any type of rest. At times, he would be able to power his body with ki when needed, and then take it away. Then, at those times, he would allow his ki to recover while he let his physical body continue to do the work on the weapons. The thing was, in order to create a well-crafted weapon, ki needed to be infused in the hammer. It was a trait that he had learned a long time ago about special forgers. Those that were the best were the ones that used ki without them knowing about it. Because of this, there wasn't much time to rest. "Don't you want to take a little break?" Dober asked. "I sent one of the men outside, and they returned with good news. The Amra are holding up." "Although the Amra are holding up, that still means that lives are being lost, and not just on one side, but on both sides," Quinn replied, as he continued to smash the hammer in the molding. "I need to finish the equipment in order to save the lives of the Amra, humans, vampires, mermarials, and the Pensui. That's why I can't rest." Dober didn't want to talk to Quinn for long, for fear he was distracting him. Quinn had already managed to complete a couple of items that were needed, and he was watching him carefully. This way, when he created the next item, Dober could be a good assistant, helping him with what he needed as quickly as possible, while also making the next steps easier. "Even then, if you don't rest, it could even affect the quality of the item if you make a mistake due to your tiredness," Dober replied. Quinn appreciated that Dober was worried for him, but he had more stamina than most, and had gained extreme concentration when he fought against the Phoenix for a considerable amount of time as well. On top of that, he had the best forger keeping an eye on him. If he faltered, or there were any mistakes at all, then Alex would speak up, which he hadn't done so far. "Thank you for your concern, but I will not falter," Quinn replied. The boots had already been made, and so had the mask. Currently, Quinn was working on the chest piece, which also included the shoulder guards. It was the largest piece, and was to be made of more than one God-Slayer crystal. Because of that, it was taking quite a bit of time, but after they were done, there was only one item left that he needed to make. "Quinn, I need to speak to you," Alex said. "Since you have great concentration and focus on the hammering underway, I will just speak and you don't need to respond, but I need you to listen. I will instruct you on what to do when you create the gauntlets. I have decided that I wish to go through with what we talked about before. I wish for you to melt down the celestial blood guns and use them as part of the God-Slayer gauntlets. In case I am no longer with you, you need to remember the instructions I'm about to give, and I want you to not hesitate. For one, we don't even know if it will be the end of my life, but even then, you are sacrificing one to save many, and of all things, if my life is used to make the strongest weapons that will be wielded by the strongest person in the universe, then I will be happy." Quinn continued to hammer away, and didn't respond like Alex had asked him, but he had to bite his lip, because he really wanted to speak, and he was tired of losing his friends. Layla and her team had successfully entered the Marpo cruise, and at the moment, none of them had any clue where they were. Shiro had teleported them to a level above where they had crashed. They were standing on a metal platform, and were among pipes and more that were all over the area. "We have no clue where Syl is," Russ said. "Why didn't you guys ask for a map or something from Logan? Or why didn't his kid and wife give us a map?" "We can only deal with the current situation that we have right now," Layla replied. "Logan has already helped us out tremendously, and his family is still willing to help us. There are two things that we need to figure out. One, where Syl is, and the other may be where Vicky and Jake are. They stated that they would help us out when we got here. If we find them, they will also tell us where Syl is." They all nodded their heads. The other important point that they all needed to remember was to not get caught. If someone did spot them, then they would need to kill them in order to silence them, as knocking them out wouldn't be enough. The group ran through, and surprisingly, many of them were able to run around the place without making much of a sound. Layla could levitate herself so her feet didn't touch the floor. Minnie was able to use the shadow to suppress her footsteps as well as Russ, who could copy the shadow power, but the rest would struggle as they went all over the place. Getting out of the large pipe-like area, they soon realized what a mammoth of a task this would be. As they entered what looked like a water park, but the entire area was void of people. "This ship is as big as a planet," Cyril complained. "I agree. There has to be an easier way to get around this place," Layla said. "And we haven't seen a single person. The ship must be split into other areas, those for combat purposes. If we found a person, a human, then we might be able to ask them, or force them to answer." "You won't have to do that," a voice said, as a young man suddenly appeared in front of them. "I've been looking for you guys forever. You know, when the ship crashed, I knew that you were already on board. If you just stayed in place, it would have been quicker. Did you really have to go running around the whole place?" Jake Green said. The help from the inside had arrived, and Jake quickly explained to all of them the plan that had been set out by Logan. "It's going to be a hard one," Jake said, "but it's the only thing we can do, and there is another thing Dad told me to warn you about. H is still on the ship." After meeting up with the Green family, they had a plan in place. They were a lot more confident moving around the ship, as well as heading to the right location, because the mastermind that was behind it all was none other than Logan. With him on their side, he could change cameras, turn off sensors, and work his magic behind the scenes. On top of all that, they were now with Jake as well. He had prepared a special power that could be used to cloak the others, and that's what they had done. Their footsteps would still make a sound, and if they crashed into someone, their bodies would still touch, but at a glance, most would be unable to see them, although there were other ways to be found out. Because of all of this, the group couldn't always run to the location they needed to, although at times they did use Shiro's teleportation powers to move between floors
when they checked the area was clear.
"It's a good thing we have you guys. This place is huge and like a maze. Have we been moving around for hours?" Russ stated.
"Just a reminder that my power only keeps you invisible. It doesn't block the noise coming out of your mouth," Jake stated, shaking his head. "Still, he has a point. How are they even able to move people through the place with this many people?" Stark asked. "It's because the ship used to be a cruise ship for all races. It has everything in here," Cyril answered, remembering the time she and her sister were on one of these. "But I agree. I have no idea how they can get an army through this thing." "Only one part of the ship is used," Vicky answered. "You have to remember that they know when a battle is going to take place beforehand, so it's easy to organize everything." After a few hours of going around the place, the situation changed as they were starting to see many Dalki inside. The group had to stay silent. The Dalki were with the humans, running to different places, monitoring equipment and a number of things, but what they also noticed was the fact that there were a lot of high-spiked Dalki that were still on the ship. It worried them about what was to come, but in the end, as long as their plan worked, then it meant that the humans that were on board would be on their side. Eventually, they continued to travel, and next to no one questioned Vicky or Jake. They were well known by the Dalki and the humans as well. Heading down to the lower floors of the ship, they were now coming across a mostly empty area. There was next to no one in the area. Now there was one long hallway and a large, thick door straight up ahead. Standing by the door, there were two Dalki, and both of them had 5 spikes. As the group got closer and closer, they were trying to control their heartbeat, trying to stay as silent as possible. Dalki didn't have advanced senses like that of the vampires, but who knew if their senses improved with spikes or not? "Halt!" one of the Dalki shouted, while the group was still 10 yards away. "Only those that travel with Jack are allowed down here." "Ah, yes, I am Jake," Jake answered. "You stupid fool, I said Jack, not Jake. Are you Jack?" the Dalki asked. "I am Jake," Jake answered. The two Dalki turned to look at each other, and at that moment Vicky shouted, "Now!" The cloak had come off, and everyone rushed forward. Beforehand, they had decided to use everything they had to take out the Dalki as quickly as possible. Jake combined his powers, having a glowing like lava hand. Minnie had transformed into her celestial form, and Russ had used his powers to turn into a Dalki 5-spike, just like them. Everyone else went to use the strongest move in their arsenal. All of them were strong, and all of them aimed right for the head. The Dalki were too slow to act, and the power, all of the attack force in one area, was immense. So immense that the two of them died on the spot. When the bodies fell over, with not much of a head to look at, nearly all of them were breathing heavily, not because they were tired, but because they were out of nerves. "With all of us, we managed to kill the 2 5-spiked Dalki so easily," Layla said, remembering just how much of a force they were to be reckoned with in the past. But they had all improved greatly in strength, and there were allies here that they didn't have last time. On top of that, there was also the fact that the Dalki was unable to use its trait of getting stronger the more it was injured, due to the amount of power in their attacks. "All right, the good news is, this place is so far down that even though we made that much noise, they shouldn't have heard anything. Now it's time to get on to the next part," Jake said. Lifting up his arm, there was a spider hopping around. It jumped up and down, and it knew what it needed to do. The sound of the large door unlocking was heard. Several large mechanisms were heard, and finally, the door started to split apart, opening slowly. A few seconds felt like hours to them as they waited for the door to open and to see what was on the other side. Then, when it finally opened, everyone took a step inside, looking up at what they could see. They were in a large oval room, one that was large enough to perhaps fit 1,000 people inside, yet it was completely empty, apart from one person that was in the center. There was a pillar-like mechanism, a machine that went up, and then a ball-like shape with an outer glass. Inside, they could see Syl. He was stretched out, wires digging into his back, and cuffed up by the ankle and the wrists. At the same time, he was currently asleep. He wasn't conscious, and there were no signs of him waking up. "That's the person we've been looking for, right? That's the one we came here for?" Stark asked. "Yes," Shiro said as he reached out, feeling guilty.
guilty that he wasn't strong enough to stop this from happening. Syl didn't look the same as he remembered last time. His body frame was smaller. It was almost as if they were draining him of everything and only giving him enough for him to survive. "Why does he look so... Is he okay?" Cyril asked. "It's a solution," Jake explained. "Jack gives him a solution that keeps him asleep. It's being fed into him right at this moment. When they want to use him, then the solution stops, and the one known as Malik is usually here as well. There is a good chance that his memory has also been altered. So there are two things that we have to worry about. The first is when he wakes up, we have to be ready for anything. And the second is, if you want him to change the memories back, if you want him to use his powers, we need to keep him in the machine. Without it, he will only have the power to remove one person's memory at a time." The others nodded as they heard this. They knew it was risky, but Shiro believed that Syl was strong enough that he wouldn't be affected by a memory change, or at least have a contingency for it not to affect him. Jake looked at the small spider once again. "Dad, remove the solution, and we'll just have to wait for Syl to wake up," Jake stated. One of the tubes that were going into Syl, the liquid that could be seen, started to stop, and a few seconds later, a loud alarm was heard all over. The little spider started to project an image, and Logan was there. "Everyone, the alarm has been triggered. Jack must have set up some safety measures if anything happened to Syl. I disabled all the systems that I could find, but he must have the server remote from the ship. This is my fault, but there is nothing we can do now. They know you are here." The group, including Logan himself, were all quite confident that things would go smoothly with him on their side. He had looked carefully for safety measures, the layout of the systems, and more, but of course, there was only so much he could do. In the first place, Logan spent most of his time in Green City. He actually hadn't been on board the Marpo cruise for long, so there was only a limited amount of time he had to try and find everything he could. "I'm sorry, this is my mistake, and it's not often that I make a mistake. But you all have to get through this and decide what the best thing to do is," Logan thought. "From my search so far, I have found that they are still unaware of me being the one that disconnected the liquid. Jack had only set up a trigger to alert if anything was tampered with around Syl, so if we get through this, then I can still help." In the large oval room, the group was in panic mode. The alarm was still going off, but no one had arrived just yet. It was a long way down where they were, so it would take a while. They looked at Syl. He was still unconscious and fast asleep, but the question was, for how long? "There's going to be every Dalki on this ship here in a second. We need to do something?" Layla shouted. "What do you want to do?" Shiro replied. "If we try to break him out now before he wakes up, then he won't be able to use his power. He won't be able to change everyone's memory back in one go." It was one of the major issues at hand, but so far, Layla had been the decision-maker, the one leading the group, so she had to make a choice. "Are you all stupid?" Russ asked. "If we leave him here, they can still use him. At least if we take him, we have someone on our side, and he won't be stuck here. He can still use his powers. We can still win this war." "You're right, but by doing it that way, the war continues," Cyril added. "More people that don't have to die, from all races including my own, will die." In Russ's head, that wasn't a his problem, and more of a them problem. As long as he survived, what did it matter? They were the ones that were risking their lives to save everyone, so if they wanted to be a little selfish for the safer option, then they would have to take it. "We will wait and see if Syl wakes up," Layla finally said. "If he doesn't wake up in a half an hour, then we will get out of here." The decision had been made, even if the group was split. They had already been standing there for around 5 minutes or so, and there wasn't a single person who had arrived. Layla could only guess that Logan was still helping them somehow, and she was right. Access to doors in the ship was malfunctioning, leaving them no choice but to destroy part of the ship, and since the cameras were down, with the highest suspects being the intruders, they were unable to see just what was going on. Finally, Logan had also managed to access the alarm system and shut it off. Not too long after, Logan was receiving a call from none other than Jack. "An alarm has been triggered in the holding room," Jack stated. "Why is the alarm suddenly being turned off?" Jack asked. "I'm not so sure. At the moment the systems aren't working the way they are supposed to. I can only imagine that this is the work of someone with similar powers to mine," Logan answered. "Similar and stronger powers than Logan Green?" Jack asked quite clearly that he didn't like his answer. "Don't worry, we will find out soon enough." The call ended there as Jack stood up from his seat. "I will see what he's up to and get the truth out of him," Jack stated. Meanwhile, down below where Syl was being held in the hallway, Dalkey and humans arrived at the scene. Even though the alarm had stopped, they had to investigate due to orders. With the 2 Dalkey guards dead, it was obvious there were real intruders, so they had no choice but to come up with a plan. "Over there," one of the humans shouted. "It looks like the enemy is engaged with Jake and Vicky." Putting on a show, both Jake and Vicky were using their powers in an explosive way. They were using the flashiest of the powers they had, causing a mess. It looked effective from the outside, but did next to nothing against the intruders. It was a good way for both of them to clear their name and explain why they were in the area as well. "Give Jake and Vicky as much support as you can," one of the humans shouted. Due to the way the fight was taking place, it was hard for them to attack. At times, their attacks and abilities would be used, but would hit Jake or Vicky's attack instead. Of course, they were unaware that this was on purpose. However, they couldn't stop everyone. As the Dalkey charged forward, Layla and Russ were the ones that were really engaged in combat against them. While nearly all of them were fighting, Shiro was standing underneath where Syl was being held. He looked up and couldn't stop looking at Syl. "Please, Syl, fight this drowsiness or whatever it is, and wake up," Shiro thought. "Everyone is waiting for you. You are the key. You are the one that can change this whole war around with a click of your hand." It was frustrating for Shiro. After all this training, after everything he did to help Syl, it was all still in his hands, and there was nothing he could do. The fighting had continued, and 15 minutes had passed. With this, Layla needed to make a choice, because she knew the longer they stayed, the more dangerous it was for them. "We can't wait any longer. We have to break Syl out," Layla shouted. Shiro had heard loud and clear. He tensed his fists, and there was no choice. Jumping up, he made a lightning-like fist and threw it forward, shattering all of the glass. Quickly he moved on to getting all the cuffs and wires off from his body. That was until the whole air down below had changed. Shiro turned his head because he could feel it straight away. Down the hallway, walking past and through the Dalkey and humans, there was one that was slightly larger than the others. "H," Layla said. In a way, nearly everything was going wrong, and this was because they had to think on their feet. Decisions had to be made that affected the lives of thousands, and when put in a tense situation with a lot on one's mind, it made them make mistakes. "We should have just broken Syl out. We should have just taken him with us as soon as we found him," Layla thought, her hand shaking and already reaching out for the sword by her side. Memories of what had happened in the simulation appeared. The being in front of her was someone that was a match for Syl and Quinn. She was not on their level. "I've broken him out," Shiro shouted as he placed Syl on his back and jumped down. He went to join the others that had huddled together and were staring at the enemy in front of them. Vicky and Jake were no longer pretending to fight, and all of the other Dalkey and humans had stepped to the side as soon as they saw H. It was quite clear that they had seen him in action before and had seen what he could do with his powers. "I can use the shadow powers and take us all down below, or maybe the blades can do that as well," Russ stated. "We can fight as well, but in a ship like this, our fight would probably destroy the whole thing." Although Russ didn't sound scared, there was always this act that he put on when speaking among the others. Due to Layla's unique power of sensing emotions in the smog above their heads that only she could see, she could tell that Russ, and not just him, all of them were worried. "What is this energy that's flowing through the air? Is it ki that's coming off from the Dalkey's body? Is that what we are all feeling, and that's making it hard for us?" "You are all making a mistake taking that man," H said as he continued to take one step at a time. When he spoke, it was almost as if a wave of ki and power had hit them, making it harder for them to just stand.
"No matter what, I will get him back. After all, he is a part of the deal," H stated.
The group had no idea what H was talking about, but one thing was clear: he wanted Syl, and he looked very annoyed at the fact that they were attempting to break him out. If it was just protecting Syl, then Russ's suggestion would work. We could even just use Minnie to put Syl in her shadow for the time being, but that makes her a target, and all of us a target. Is there not a way for us to get out of here without having to fight? Pulling out the black blade, Layla then pointed it towards Syl's neck, and at that very moment, H had stopped advancing forward. "You said you want him, right? And I can guess that you want him alive, so if you come any closer, then this sword will go through his throat," Layla said. The others wondered why Layla was acting this way. They wanted to know what her plan was, but said nothing to cause confusion to the current situation.
"You have managed to go through all this effort to save him, so then why would you kill him now?" H stated.
"Because I know you have the power to kill us all," Layla answered. "The only reason why you probably haven't blasted us is because you are a bit worried you might damage the ship, and then we all go down. But you seem to misunderstand. I have a family, and although I do wish to save this man, my friend, my family is the most important thing to me, so if it comes between his life and our own, then that isn't a hard decision to make."
H was silent for a moment until he had come up with an answer of his own. "Give me the man, and I will allow all of you to live," H stated.
Hearing this statement, it made one thing clear, that for H, the most important thing wasn't getting rid of them, it was keeping Syl alive and getting him back. If they handed Syl over, she knew they would have to fight anyway. She just wanted to confirm this fact. "Stark," Layla called out. "I'm sorry, but it's come to this. It's your time to shine." Nodding, Stark knew what he needed to do. He quickly ran and grabbed Syl's body, placing it on his back. Soon after, he ran right towards H, who threw out a fist at the purple alien. Stark was paying close attention and moving his head narrowly, avoiding the fist, and continuing to run right past him. "Quinn brought me along for a reason. He trusted my speed, and now it's time to put it to good use," Stark thought. Immediately, H turned around, and he moved fast himself. It seemed like one of the abilities he held was super speed, and was quickly running after Stark. The two of them were off, and H soon followed. "All right, it's time for us to get off this ship," Layla said. "We have to trust that Stark will do a good job. We might only have around 3 minutes." Stark continued to run through the ship, not really knowing where he was going, and hot on his tail was H, who used his large body to crash through doors, hitting humans and Dalkey without a second thought, as he did everything he could to catch up to Stark. His hands started to light up with lightning, and he threw out his arm, throwing out a lightning bolt towards Stark. It looked like it was ready to hit him until he went up another gear. "Activate the armor power. Nitro accelerate." The fastest man in the universe had just gotten faster. The effect of the armor was beyond what Stark could ever imagine. Everything around him was moving as if time had stopped, and he was leaving H far in the dust, just as he intended. The Nitro Accelerate skill and the armor wasn't something that could just be used by anyone. Due to the sheer speed, it also meant that one's brain had to keep up and be able to process the fast information that it was receiving. Otherwise, everything would be a blur. They would crash constantly and wouldn't be able to use the full capabilities of the armor. With Stark, though, that was never a worry for Quinn. He had the greatest processing speed because he was fast, and Stark was constantly trying to reach new heights with his speed. It was almost as if his brain was actually too fast to keep up with his body. This armor was perfect for him, and he just wished that he could keep such a thing. "I have to stick to the mission. I have to stick to the original goal," Stark thought. He continued to run, and although time felt like it stopped, in reality, he only had 3 minutes. At this time, he had to find out where the ships currently were on the giant vessel, and then fly off before anyone could stop him. "This is an important job, and it's one that only I can do," Stark thought. He went through multiple areas that had next to no people, but somewhat remembered the path of where they had gone with Jake and Vicky, and soon he could see people. If he could see people, then it meant it was a good sign, because that's where the army currently was, and where the ships and pods would be. I hope that H is still following me, and even if he isn't, that I was able to give the others enough time to get away."
Stark was able to get the gist of what needed to be done and what Layla was planning. Knowing that Syl was the most important person to H would go wherever Syl was. Since Stark was fast, he could grab Syl and avoid H's attacks. Even if H could teleport to him, Stark could still quickly move out of the way and avoid him, but he wanted him to stay close, to get H as far away as possible from the others. Then, when there was enough distance, he would use Nitro Accelerate to get out of here. The only problem was, H's lightning strike was a little faster than he thought. Maybe he could have avoided it, but he panicked and activated the armor's skill. With no way to see H, he was unsure if he was still following him. It didn't take long for Stark to find where all the ships were, and strangely, most of them were unused, as if they seemed to prefer the pods. Quickly moving still at a speed others were unable to see him at, Stark managed to take out the men around one of the ships and headed to the door where the hatch would open to the outside. He then opened up the ship's glass pod, got Syl in, and closed the top of the hatch. Although he was fast, the ship itself wasn't, so he had to take out some of the humans nearby. In real time, for those that were around the ships, everything was just so confusing. They had no clue what was going on, what was happening, and could just see a ship lifting up and breaking straight out. The men were still trying to figure out why the door to space was opening, and why people were falling, allowing for the ship to successfully escape. Now riding peacefully in space, Stark looked back at Syl in the seat behind him, still fast asleep. "That was a bit more intense than I thought it would be, and a bit easier than I imagined as well," Stark thought. "But they all risked their lives for you. You must be a pretty big deal, so I hope you wake up soon because we can't run forever. At some point, we're going to have to fight that monster." Inside the Marpo cruise, after Stark and H had left, Shiro was quick to work, teleporting them all down to the floor below, and had taken Jake and Vicky with them. "Dad! Dad, answer!" Jake shouted at the spider on his arm. "We managed to somehow get away from H. What do we do? What's the plan from here?" Logan didn't speak for a while. It was clear that this wasn't part of the plan, so he had to think of something. "Right now, everyone on the ship will be looking for you. It will be hard to move, quickly or silently," Logan explained. "It will slow you down, and eventually H will catch up to you, so there is only one thing I can do. I will cause a large distraction, and I think it's time that all three of us left." Those words, to Layla, had brought her great joy, because she knew what he meant by them. It was the fact that Logan would be coming back with them. "With Syl no longer in their hands, it means they can't change our memories anymore. I see no way out other than to reveal myself. Let's move quickly." They followed Logan's orders as he updated his son on the location they needed to get to, but they did wonder just what type of distraction would Logan cause, one that would be big enough for them all to escape. In one of the preparation rooms, where several pods were in place and would be launched from, there was a room filled with androids, all powered by Beast Crystal, and all of them made by Logan Green. It was his way of assisting in the war, but they had yet to be used because of an apparent malfunction. "Hey!" one of the men shouted. "The android! It's online! It's on—" Before the man could finish his sentence, he was shot in the stomach with a blaster that sent him flying across the room. Soon after, all of the androids in the room, thousands of them, were online, and all of them were attacking the Dalki and the humans. It was complete chaos on the Marpo cruise. At first, they were to search for some intruders, and now all of this was happening. Jack had quickly gotten the reports as he was making his way to Logan. "I knew it. I knew he would betray us," Jack said. He opened the door to the lab that he had provided Logan, expecting to see him there, but instead, in his place, there was a hologram. "You should start thinking a few moves ahead," the hologram of Logan said with a smile. Several beeps went off in the room, and explosion after explosion went off one after another. Everything was being destroyed in the lab, and Jack had no choice but to dive out of the way back out of the lab. The sleeves of his shirt were burnt as he lay there on the floor. "Damn it!" Jack shouted. Through all the distractions, the group eventually met up at one of the quieter locations, and with Logan's soul weapon, he could create a makeshift ship for them relatively quickly that they could use to get out of the place, which was exactly what they did. While they were traveling through space,
Jack stood up and recomposed himself. He allowed the anger to settle down a little bit.
So you have managed to escape. You told me that I am the one that needs to think one step ahead. Well, you have no idea what you are heading to, because there's nothing left. Jack smiled.
Having set off before the others, Stark had landed on the planet they had originally left from. He had done so in the city, but it wasn't the same as he remembered, because everything had been destroyed, and the whole city was filled with the dead. Stark and Syl were inside the ship flying through space. He was originally a little worried about being blasted or shot at while trying to escape. The black pods were used as they had more success landing on the planets than the ships. However, for some reason, they were safe as they went toward the planet. This was all because Logan was causing chaos inside with the androids. They didn't even have time to focus on the ship and had no idea who was on board. If they did, if Jack knew, then certainly they would have put all of their firepower towards destroying the ship. Heading back, they were heading to one of the 3 frontal planets that had been attacked, and the planet of choice was where Wince currently was at. This is what they had agreed. They needed help, and with the power of Syl, they would be able to defeat whatever enemies came their way, hopefully with the humans on their side. Yet it didn't work out like that. As he came closer to the planet, Stark noticed something extremely strange. The city, it's not the same as it was before. Why does it look like no fighting is going on? Stark thought. Explosions, abilities, powers, and buildings were destroyed. This was what he was expecting to see, but instead, most of the buildings had already crumbled, and there were no visible signs of movement. I can't see other Pensui. I can't see the Memorials or the Amra. At the same time, I can't see the enemy either. As the ship got closer, he decided to approach the edge of the city rather than the center, just in case anything had gone wrong. The ship started to lower and was placed in an open street surrounded by destroyed buildings. Placing Syl on his back, he descended down the ramp and quickly went to run between 2 broken buildings that still had some semblance of a wall left. Looking at the ground, he could see clearly now. It wasn't that there wasn't anyone, it was the fact that they were all dead. The Pensui's bodies had been crushed, Mermerial's body parts had been ripped apart, and some looked to have had abilities used on them. There wasn't just a small number of bodies either, the whole place was littered with them. There were Dalki here and there, as well as humans, but there weren't many. "What is this?" Stark said as he continued to move through the city, still cautious in case there was anyone. "Everything is gone. Everything is destroyed. Did they lose the battle? Did the Alliance already lose the war?" Using his communication device, he tried to get in contact with the others and how they were doing on the other planets, but there was no answer, which was making him feel even more anxious. "No, all the Pensui can't be dead. The enemy was strong, but not that strong, and we managed to get Syl. We managed to get the person who will win this war for us," Stark said to himself. Eventually, he saw a fellow Pensui friend on the ground. He recognized him. He was from one of the other teams that he would constantly go against in the yearly tournament. He lifted his head, his whole body lifeless. "If I didn't leave, if we were still here, would you have survived?" Stark asked, but the person was unable to answer. There was a large sense of guilt within Stark right now. He had survived. He had left them to do something else, while all of them fought for their lives, and in this situation, he felt completely hopeless. Everywhere he went, even when going closer to the center of the city, he didn't see anyone alive, and it looked like whoever had caused it all had left as well. "I guess all I can do now is wait for the others somewhere. I bet they will be quite shocked at what happened as well." Looking around, Stark eventually found a building that only had one part of the walls damaged. It was about 3 floors high, and the 3rd floor was mostly intact. When he entered the building, he was ready to find a bed of some sort to put Syl down, until he could hear the sound of groaning. His head turned fast, and he zapped at the person who was on the floor. A large slab of the building had landed on him, and his upper chest and head could be seen. Stark quickly put Syl down, and with the armor helping him, he was able to push the large slab off his body with relative ease. The man's legs looked to be crushed. Based on his condition and the strength of his heartbeat, it felt like he only had a few moments more to live. Placing Syl on the floor, he lifted the man's head. It was a Mermerial fighter. "What happened here? How come everyone is dead?" Stark asked. "The Dalki," the man replied. "They were too strong.
The 7 spikes and the 5 spikes. They were the ones that did this all. Everything."
Stark was hoping for a different answer, but it seemed that his fears were true.
"Wait, what about the Blades or Wince, the Mermerial Queen? What happened to them?"
Stark started to shake the man as his breath was coming to an end, and he was no longer able to answer.
"The Blades and Wince were strong, but they both weren't able to take out the Dalki. I thought H was the only one we had to worry about."
Climbing the building, Stark went up to the 3rd floor where there was a rock-hard bed. He thought Syl had no choice and was unable to complain, so placed him on it anyway. In the meantime, he would go searching the dead bodies, seeing if he could see any of the Blades or Wince, and maybe someone else that was alive that could answer his questions. Since there was no enemy on the planet anyway, he thought it would be safe. Searching outside, running to the bodies, and having a look, he was unable to find any of the Blades or Wince, which was a good sign in a way, but was also unable to find any survivors. However, he soon did see a weird ship in the sky. When they got closer, Stark noticed that it was the others, and a person he didn't quite recognize too well. Before they landed, he started to run, and they knew it was the signal for them to follow him. In doing so, he led them to the place where Syl was. The others all landed, quickly coming off the ship.
"Where's Syl?"
was the first question Shiro asked.
"He's inside, still asleep."
Shiro went inside, and so did the others, but not before looking around at the same scene that Stark had seen not too long ago. Shaking their heads, first, they wanted to see if Syl was okay. All of them crammed into the room, into the tight space, and there was relief when they saw Syl. It meant that all of their efforts weren't in vain, but now there was another question on their mind.
"What happened here? Was it like this when you got here?" Layla asked.
Stark nodded.
"I managed to find one person who was alive. He was able to tell me that the Dalki were the ones who did everything. They said they were just too strong, but I was unable to find any traces of the Blades or Wince."
Both Shiro and Cyril seemed to be concerned about this.
"The one that did all of this is Pine," Logan answered. "He is the one the Dalki followed the most, and is perhaps just a little under H in terms of strength. Although that's only at an estimate, as I have not seen either of them fight to their fullest."
Typing away at his robotic arm, Logan was bringing up some information.
"I'm not sure where your friends and allies are, but as for Pine, it looks like he was sent to the next planet over. If that's the case, it won't take him long to create a similar situation, as he has done here, over there."
When the others had gone to rescue Syl, it left Wince alone in charge of the Alliance of Races. She was in charge of the army and what would go on between all 3 planets. Because of this, she took more of a back role as she coordinated things between others. She had to give orders of attack and retreat, while also reassuring them all that their plan was working and it would be okay. However, there was a major problem. The whole reason why the other group were now able to go and attempt to rescue Syl was because now there was a strong force on the planet. Stark had given one last report before leaving, stating that he had seen a group of 6 Dalki that had more spikes than any others, 5 of them with 5 spikes, and the one in the center with 7 spikes. According to some of the information they had, this Dalki was named Pike and was one of the major threats that Jack had by his side. Knowing this, the group had left to rescue Syl, but it also meant that Wince had to create a plan and act somehow.
"Has anyone approached the Dalki yet, or have they made a move?"
Wince asked, still towards the center of the city where their base was.
"The Dalki and humans are yet to move forward, ma'am. We have called all of the groups to advise them to wait before they engage. What would you like us to do?" the man asked back. It was a tough decision to make. Should they try and attempt to jump the gun and attempt to attack the newcomers? While they weren't prepared, it would give them an advantage. At the same time, buying time was what they needed to do as well.
"Stick to what we have been doing so far. The Pensui will continue to scout the situation. If they try to break through, then the Amra will engage while receiving backup from the Memorials,"
Wince ordered. She had seen firsthand how dangerous the Dalki were, and the difference between a 3-spike and 4-spike, but what she was unaware of were 2 things: the jump from a 4th spike and a 5th spike, and the continued jump in strength from there.
"I can see why you were having trouble,"
Pike said as he looked at the injured around them. One group was trying to push forward and chase after the Pensui, but when they went to get close, the Memorials would attack with their water powers and move. If they moved even further, then the strong Amra that had strength and speed equal to most of the Dalki would attack, causing them to essentially lose the battle. "The purple men are too fast for most of us to catch. Even if we have equal speed, they can use the alleyways and buildings to get away. We are fighting on their planet, and they have a good setup," Pike mentioned. "Get everyone to retreat and stay in one area behind me." The order was given, and many of them thought it was a strange order. The Pensui could see that the attackers were moving back, and they were giving up the territory they had worked so hard to gain. In some ways, some of them thought it was a sign of victory that they had done well enough to push the Dalki back. However, Wince wasn't so sure. Why would they send reinforcements and then make a decision like this? There was a big worry in her mind, but the Pensui were fast, so they were unlikely to get hurt. They could continue to monitor the situation until something changed. So, for the moment, Wince decided to stick to her original plan. She did not have to wait long for things to change, though. Finally, all the attacking Dalki and humans had gathered, numbering a force of a few thousand, but they were all standing in one area as Pike walked out in front. It looked like he was the focus point for all the forces arrayed behind him, leading them towards their next target. "These buildings are what is giving us trouble, so let's get rid of them." Pike got into almost a squatting position as he had his hands held out by his side. The humans that were there knew what they needed to do, and they started to use their abilities and their powers and fired them towards Pike, or more accurately, all of the attacks were directed at his hands. The abilities and power were swirling towards them and were almost disappearing. Of course, powers couldn't just disappear, and this was because the power of the attacks was being absorbed right into Pike's body. There was almost a rainbow-like glow that was covering both of his hands. He placed both of them on the floor, and the energy shot out into the ground like a pulse. A wave of dust, followed by a rainbow-like power, went through the entire city. As it hit the buildings, they were being destroyed, crumbling and falling to the ground. Unlike the buildings of Earth, the Amra buildings were made with strong materials, ones that were heavy and withstood the gravity of the Amra, yet they were all crumbling like nothing. There were Mermarials and Amra that were on the roofs of the buildings or that were inside, and they had to rush to get out before they were crushed by the building rocks. "Now that should make it much easier, everyone. Attack!" Pike ordered. Hearing this, the others rushed out from their positions in all directions. The destruction of buildings and waves of attack were still going through the city, and now they needed to deal with the Dalki and humans as well. Pike started to move forward as the fighting around him started, and in doing so, the Five Spikes followed him. When he entered the fighting that was going on in the city, a stray water attack from the Mermarial was aimed towards him, lifting his hand up. The attack seemed to be absorbed into his hand once again. Throwing his hand out, the attack came out as a burst of rainbow-like energy, and it was several times more powerful. The water attack hit the Mermarial, making its entire body disappear. Next, the Amra had come running towards Pike with its 4 large fists, and in a blur, Pike had lifted his large foot and kicked it in the stomach, making it completely disappear out of his sight. No one even knew what happened to the Amra because he wasn't there anymore. The Five Spikes Dalki behind him were similarly dealing with anything that came their way almost just as easily. At times there would be a stronger Amra that would take a few hits, but not too much more. Back at the base of the Alliance, Wince was getting up off the floor. Their whole setup and the building they were using had been destroyed. When she finally was coming to, the Pensui had come back with a report. "You're telling me that what just happened, all of it was caused by just one Dalki?" Wince repeated, after hearing the information. She thought about what would happen if she was to go up against a person like that. How long would she be able to last? Perhaps a few seconds. The rest of her army, how long would they last? A minute at most? At that point in time, Wince felt hopeless. "I suggest you and the Blades leave this planet," one of the older Mermarials stated. "I know you do not wish to abandon the people here, but we cannot escape with you. You, as well as the Blades, are the hope for this army at the moment. If you live, you will still give hope to the other planets, but if you die, then the morale of the entire force will go down. Morale is a strong thing. Although these enemies are strong, there are only a few. The rest of the army will need you in order to defeat the others." Wince was biting hard on her back teeth. She almost didn't want to hear the old man's words, but knew he was right because she had the same thoughts as well. "Please leave, for the sake of the entire Alliance army."
Pike was still heading forward towards the Alliance base, taking out whatever came toward him. And that's when he could see a ship leaving the planet. He did not try to stop the ship from leaving, he just shook his head as he continued to move through his path of destruction. Running away. You will only be escaping the inevitable. No matter where you go, at some point you will have to face me. Let's speed this up and get rid of the rest of these, Pike ordered. Listening to Logan and Stark, they had gathered what was going on right now. After the Dalki were done with everyone on this planet, they were now moving on to the next, and most likely, they wouldn't be going to just any of the 2 planets, but going to the one where Wince and the Blades had gone to. Immediately, Cyril started to walk out the door with a determined look on her face. "What are you doing?" Russ asked, standing in her way. "What do you think?" Cyril replied. "I have to go save my sister. If we waste any more time here, she could be killed at any second." Wait. Jake also decided to join in the conversation. "Are you saying you want to try and follow the enemy after we just did everything to get away from them? Remember, the number 1 goal in all of this was getting Syl. We have him. Right now he won't wake up, but he eventually will. You have to think of this carefully. We're on a planet where the attackers have already left. It's actually the ideal place to leave Syl right now. If we leave with him, we'll just be taking him to them." Although they understood Cyril's complaint, they actually agreed with Jake. He's right. Even if we appear just on the battlefield right now, it's possible it will also bring H to the battlefield. If that happens, the Alliance won't just have to deal with Pine and the rest, but probably H as well, just making things worse. There was always the chance to hide Syl in Minnie's shadow, but the real question was more about them joining this war. "I have a suggestion," Stark said. "I've already used the power of the armor, and if I use it again, it would affect me seriously. Unlike the rest of you, I'm not so strong. My speed, the power of my attacks wouldn't be much help against these guys. There are 2 ships. I can stay with Syl until he wakes up, and as soon as he does, I will come to where you guys are. He can no longer use the machine, and this way, they will be confused as to where Syl is." It was a good suggestion that almost satisfied everything, but it still didn't solve one problem. "Are we strong enough?" Vicky asked. It was almost as if she was reading the minds of everyone in the room. "Well, I don't know about you weaklings, but I can certainly hold my own," Russ commented. "I'm not planning to die in some crappy war." It was the truth. If there was no need for Russ to take part, then he wouldn't go and would just stay here with Stark. But if Layla and Minnie went, it would mean that Russ would have to go as well. Cyril knew that the strongest forces in their group at the moment were Layla and Russ, and perhaps Jake if he agreed to fight as well. "Layla, are you really going to abandon everyone just like that?" Cyril asked. "I understand you say that family is important to you. I really do understand. After all, we are talking about my sister right now. But it's not just my sister. It's the Pensui, the Romerials, and the Amra, the rest of them that are all fighting for their families and for the sake of you being safe. With everyone here, we have a chance of saving them all, but without us, my sister and the rest aren't strong enough to stop them." Cyril fell to her knees in front of Layla, pleading. "Which is why I'm begging you, please, let's join this fight and take them down." As they looked around, everyone seemed to understand that the decision was ultimately up to Layla. I... On the very planet in question, their worst fears had come true. The Blades, as well as Wince, had safely landed on the planet. It was in a worse state than theirs had been before Pine and the others attacked. The territory of the city, where the battle was taking place, was currently controlled equally by each group, half and half. This was not good for the Alliance, which had more people and was only defending. Upon landing, Wince made a quick decision. "We have to fight. We have to help them lower the numbers as quickly as possible before they arrive," Wince ordered. Rather than holding back, she and the rest of the Blades joined the fight. With her trident and her skills, she thrust her weapon forward, hitting a large whirlpool of power right in the Dalki's stomach. Quickly jumping up in the air, she landed in front of a group of humans and slammed the trident on the ground, creating a large wave of water that swirled and severed the limbs of several humans. "Are you sure this is the right thing to do?" one of the Blades, named Hyde, asked. He was taking charge of the group while Shiro was away. "I mean, if we fight all out like this, sure it's helping our allies, but we will tire out, and when they come—" "This is exactly why we need to fight now before they come," Wince shouted back,
as she started to spin her trident in a circle. As she did, water followed her trident and floated in the air, the amount of water growing as she continued.
If they are here, continuing the war would be useless. We have to take out as many as we can and just focus on them. That way, even if we lose the fight, we at least took out as many of these guys as possible before we die.
Hyde was surprised, but he could tell from her words and resolve that she had made a decision. She was okay with dying. In fact, she believed there was a high chance she would die today, so she would do so with a bang. Thrusting her trident forward, the water she had been twirling around in the air went out, and like a laser, the water hit multiple targets in the area, injuring humans, Dalki, and more. The fighting continued, and Wince didn't realize it, but they had more time than they thought. This was because, although Pine was able to deal with the other planet rather quickly, a ship needed to be sent out from the Marpo cruise, and in doing so, it would then have to take them to one of the two planets. At the same time, they had no idea what was going on in the Marpo cruise. The chaos and the more pressing matters took precedence over sending a ship out, but a ship was eventually sent. After Wince and the Blades' push, they managed to take out a quarter of the remaining force and pushed back, gaining more territory, but they were getting tired, and backup seemed to have arrived. Jumping out of a medium-sized ship, Wince could see them. Pine and the rest of the Dalki landed on the battlefield. They were at the central square, the main marketplace the Amra used in the city.
"Everyone stop!"
Wince shouted.
"Fall back!"
She knew the rest of them were no match for what was to come. She wanted to tell them all to run, but to where? There was no way for them to escape from the planet, so instead, she decided to take a step forward. When she did, Hyde followed, as did the rest of the 50 or so Blades. All of them, bearing injuries, began to move, forming two rows behind Wince, who stood there with the trident held in her hand. "A smart choice," Pine said. "You knew you had nowhere to run, so you decided to fight. You are brave, and honestly, as a Dalki, I like that."
"If we are unable to beat you, then it means those behind me will no longer be able to see their families. That's why I will win this fight," Wince declared, as a blue aura started to cover her entire body, mixed in with bright white energy, the energy of a celestial. She still had the power that Quinn had given her, and she hoped it would be of use to her in this fight, a fight for her and everyone else's life. Inside the Marpo cruise, a flurry of hasty orders were being issued, most of them seemingly out of frustration. Jack was still furious about the explosion and the fact that he had actually been injured. His sleeve was burnt, as was the skin beneath it. Sitting back in his office, Jack's damaged skin slowly began to heal, much like a vampire's, though he was not one. After calming down, H visited Jack in his office to explain exactly what had happened and how Syl had managed to escape. "This damn giant idiot," Jack thought as he listened to the story. "I give him all this power, and still he is unable to catch up. Did I underestimate his power, or was it something else?" Jack had no idea just how fast Stark was. It was hard to imagine the speed of someone who was already fast with the Nitro Accelerate skill. He had seen how fast H was, which was why he almost thought it was a lie. He did want Syl's body for himself after all, so it would make sense if he was behind this as well. Jack rubbed his forehead, fingers spread, as the stressful situation began to overwhelm him. No, that can't be the case. He knows that if he tried anything, I could take his powers away whenever I wished. I need to get more information from him about these people. I just need to use my soul weapon. "All right, explain to me in detail. What did these people look like, and what did they say?" Chris asked. H wasn't one for details, but he did his best to explain what he had seen. It didn't help that he hadn't seen any of them for long, and wasn't interested in those who seemed weak. After giving his explanation, H suggested a few possible identities. "The descriptions aren't good enough to give me an idea," Jack said. "We need to keep this from Jim. He doesn't need to know about Logan or Syl for now. Otherwise, he'll just rub it in my face, stating that he was able to complete his task while I failed. But who would try and attempt to break out Syl? It's obvious that they got the information from Logan, who was recommended to come on this trip by Jim. Has he decided to make his move? All of this is getting quite confusing." "So, what do you want me to do?" H asked. "For now, let's wait until we get a full report of who these people are. Then, I'll decide our next move, but either way, The priority is to get Syl back, and it would be best if we did so before Jim finds out."
In Jack's mind, he imagined that Jim was perhaps having an easy time taking over the capital. He could only guess that the forces there would be a bit stronger than those they were facing. Little did he know that Jim was also having his own struggles in this war. Yet both of them were reluctant to share their struggles with each other, as they were each trying to outdo the other. Almost 3 days had passed since the war had first begun. "What is going on? Why are we having so much difficulty?" Jim shouted. "Never before have we been pushed this much, especially after sending the vampire leaders. Why is it so difficult?" Jim had grown used to taking over planets with relative ease, and the whole situation had him irritated from the beginning. "What are those useless leaders doing?" Jim continued to shout. According to the information so far, the vampire leaders had attempted to push forward. Instead of going out on their own, they headed out in groups. However, thanks to one of the demon tier beast's special skills, with the vines fitted throughout the city, they knew the enemy's every move. Geo used this information to focus his forces on the places where they wished to attack. Knowing the enemy's every move was a huge advantage, as they could send large forces to one area and the areas close to it. At the same time, Geo had strong legs that allowed him to use his power and jump practically anywhere he wanted in the city, enabling him to fight multiple times. Once again, the night sky had come out as the day went on, and a meeting had been called between the vampire leaders. The meeting had been called by Hickle, but he hadn't invited all of the leaders. Currently present were Grenlet, the 3rd original, Edvard, the 9th original, Bianca, the 5th original, and of course, Hickle himself. The meeting was taking place in one of the Amra buildings, which looked like a food hall of sorts, but it was in the territory they had gained, and no one else seemed to be around. "Do you mind explaining why you have called us here, of all places, and at this time, and why haven't you called the others?" Bianca asked. Hickle looked around. "Can't you tell what everyone who is currently present has in common?" Grenlet felt like he had figured it out, but didn't want to say anything because Edvard was there. The last time there was a mention of such a thing, a big problem had been caused, and he was fearful the same thing would happen again. "We have run into the beasts a few times, but haven't any of you noticed there is something different about the beasts?" Hickle asked, referring to the power that surrounded their body. "You aren't seriously suggesting this, are you?" Bianca asked. "That power is something familiar, and it doesn't seem like these aliens have the power to control beasts. I have a feeling it is linked to the shadow ability somehow, linked to the Punishers," Hickle suggested. "You are a madman." Bianca shook her head. "After all this time, now and here of all places, with these aliens, they just have a power that is similar. There are plenty of creatures out there that have similar powers as each other, or what we and others can do. Don't look too much into it. Isn't that right, you two?" Bianca was looking for support from Edvard and Grenlet. However, Edvard seemed out of it, a bit lost. He had been ever since that incident. "Useless fools," she commented. In the middle of their conversation, they all felt the ground vibrate. It wasn't just once, but consistent vibrations as if something was landing, one after the other. All of them quickly headed outside and looked up at the sky, at the sight in front of them. "What is he doing?" Grenlet asked. From the Marpo cruise, it was raining black pods. Thousands of them, even larger than before, were all coming down. Every single person that could fight and didn't need to control the ship was coming down, and with this, Hickle had a pretty good guess. "He's coming down himself. We took too long," Hickle said. The pods continued to rain from the Marpo cruise one after another, and as they all hit the city floor, it almost felt like an earthquake was taking place. The Amra on the planet looked at this. Their heavy, steady legs hardly moved due to the shaking. They had good balance and strength. Instead of looking at what was coming to them in fear, they were building up their determination to fight again. They were injured, they were hurt, and fewer in number, but the Amra were strong, and to them, this felt similar to the trials in the tower. "We will pass this," Geo shouted to them all. "We will protect our home and get through this, and when we do, we will come out of it stronger than ever. A new world, a new life that we can't even imagine will be at the end of this fight." Hearing Geo's words, the rest of the Amra cheered throughout the city from their location. It started off like a wave, starting from the center and spreading through all areas.
Please tell me, what is it that we need to worry about? Geo asked, with Ronak and Joke by his side. They had been a big help with the demon-tier shadow beasts, and Geo had recognized them as part of their elite forces. Nock was also included in this. With those four, they needed to maneuver around the battlefield to give them a chance. This level of attack hasn't happened before, Joke stated. From the look of the pods, every vampire and Dalki under Jim's control has joined the battle now. This is the final wave. There will be no more after this. These words, in a way, gave Geo hope. If it was just one more battle they had to push themselves through, then he believed they could do it. The one Quinn is worried about, the one he is building his armor for, does that mean he will be among these as well? Geo asked. I'm not too sure, Joke replied. I have taken part in the battles that were on the other planets, but other than the planet where the Namrics were, I have never seen this person. I only know of his existence through rumors. At the time, when Ray and Quinn fought, the broadcast of the battle had come to an end, so they didn't know the strength of Ray. If he hasn't come before, then there might be a reason why he won't come, so he might not be among the others, Ronak added, trying to keep morale high, but could see from the look on Joke's face that something was bothering him. There are two, though, that will be here, two that we need to worry about. A reinforcement of around 6,000 more black pods had hit the city, adding to their already high number of forces. This time, there were more Dalki that listened to Jim more so than Jack. A sharply pointed base ship focused on speed was in between them as well. Rather than crashing into the land, it elegantly landed on the outside. The ramp descended onto the floor, and 3 in total emerged. It seems like the sayings that have stood the test of time are true, Jim claimed, as he held his hands by the side and grabbed the air. If you want something done right, then you are going to have to do it yourself. By Jim's side were his 2 guards, 2 people that were absolutely loyal to him, due to everything they had been through together. After walking for a short while, the 9 original leaders each came, one after the other. They looked like flies as they quickly formed a line and bowed down in front of Jim, though it was only a small bow. After all, the original leaders were the vampires who had started the settlement in the first place. Jim, on the other hand, was simply a hero among the vampires, having gotten rid of many troubles during their slumber. It looks like Ray is not by his side, Hickle noticed. The war will end tonight before the sun rises again, Jim shouted. After this battle, the performance of each of you will be evaluated, and we might need some serious re-education. Looking at the ground, Magnus scorned Jim but didn't show it. He didn't like being treated this way, especially by someone who seemed to never do things himself, apart from sneaky attacks from time to time. What was that look you just gave me, Magnus? Jim said. Without realizing it, when Magnus lifted his head, his disdain was still showing. Do you have a problem? Magnus had already been caught by what had happened, so he felt like he might as well say what was on his mind. Why do you stay here and act like you are so great, when most of the time you're heading behind those friends of yours? You talk about the advancement of the vampire race, and yet you're always hiding behind those who aren't even vampires, a subclass and a hybrid werewolf. Jim smirked and moved away from his 2 guards, gesturing for them to stay in place. He was wearing light armor over his body, mostly for ease of use, but it was especially made from beasts. What tier it was or what power it held, they weren't quite sure. Usually, he would have a dark overcoat covering the light armor on his body. Taking off this overcoat, he allowed it to fall to the floor. Surprisingly, he had armor that looked almost like a bulletproof vest underneath, revealing his arms to everyone at that moment. The original leaders looked on in confusion at what they could see on display. What is that in his arms? Are they body enhancements? Hickle thought. In both of Jim's arms, from the palm all the way up to the shoulder, there were small rock-sized crystals. Part of the outer shell of them could be seen sticking out through his skin. It was hard to guess their number, but possibly from just looking, there had to be at least 15 of them in each arm, and who knew what was under the rest of his body. What are you? Are you even a vampire? Magnus asked. I am a vampire, Jim answered, with his eyes glowing red. A true vampire, above all else, cares about one thing, and that is power, correct? As long as one has power, they have the right to dictate what others do. This has always been the case, not just for vampires, but humans too. The strong decide what is right and wrong, the strong influence on the way people think and act. The crystals on Jim's body started to glow, and Jim vanished in front of all the other leaders. Suddenly, Magnus could feel someone grab the back of his neck and pull him down to the ground. Jim's foot quickly landed on top of Magnus's chest and stayed there. Magnus tried to push it off, but the foot wouldn't budge. There was a huge difference in power between them. It's taken me a while to figure out how these nest crystals work, but day by day, I'm able to draw out more of their power, Jim thought, looking at the scene in front of him. I haven't even used the Tier 10 Dalki blood, and I'm strong enough to overpower an original now. So let me ask you a question. Do you think I'm strong? Jim asked with a smile. The others standing by were barely able to keep up with Jim's speed, and they could feel a power emanating from him. It didn't feel like that of a vampire. It was an unusual power that seemed to be coming from the crystals on his body. The crystals were something that the originals hadn't seen before, at least not during their time. Just what are those crystals? Hickle wondered. Hickle was correct in his assumption that the power Jim harnessed came from the crystals. What Jim was attempting was a feat that perhaps only the greatest of minds, such as Richard, Vincent, and Logan, could achieve. However, none of them possessed the same level of madness or obsession that drove Jim relentlessly towards his goals. With Jim's original body dead, his current body was nothing more than a clone. As a result, his original power and abilities had been lost. In order to maintain his body's functionality, he required nest crystals. These enigmatic crystals had little to no research conducted on them. Intrigued by their mystery, Jim was able to obtain a number of them, thanks in large part to the Marpo cruise. The cruise ship was renowned throughout the universe and frequented by those who possessed vast amounts of crystals and wealth. It served as a sanctuary for individuals seeking to hide from enemies, escape their home planets, or simply embark on a journey across the cosmos. Initially, the cruise ship was a creation born from the collaboration between Jim and Jack. Its primary purpose was to help them survive and establish their own lives. The success of the cruise ships was merely a byproduct of their endeavors, but there was an underlying problem that demanded a solution. His partners, Pine the Dalki, his fellow clone who aided him in his prison escape, Malik, who possessed unique abilities, and of course Jack, all had limited lifespans. If the nest crystals could help him, then perhaps they could also be used to extend the lives of his fellow partners. After all, nest crystals held the power to create life. They gave birth to formidable beasts that could evolve into demon-tier creatures, living for tens of thousands of years. Additionally, they played a crucial role in producing the human blood that vampires had feasted on for centuries. So why couldn't they be used to extend the lives of his partners? In the past, Jim had harnessed the power of the nest crystals in conjunction with his equivalent exchangeability. This enabled him to accomplish extraordinary feats that would typically necessitate an immense exchange by merely utilizing the energy stored within the crystal. Although the crystal did not provide an endless single-use output, it appeared to hold a boundless energy supply, continuously replenishing the energy from an unknown source. Deprived of his unique ability, Jim was compelled to delve deeper into the potential uses and power of the crystals. His research proved fruitful, and he made significant progress, unfettered by the constraints of vampire society and the fear of retribution for his radical methods. The Dalki became the first of many subjects for Jim's experiments. Following the end of the war with Graham, a small group of Dalki surrendered during the hostilities. They coexisted with humans and vampires until their deaths. However, the story did not end there, as research into the Dalki and nest crystals persisted. After considerable effort, Jim achieved success. Theoretically, the dragon responsible for creating the Dalki must have originated from a beast crystal. Humans were also capable of being cloned, so why couldn't Jim continue to create the Dalki, substituting the dragon's energy with that of nest crystals? Although the process was time-consuming, Jim ultimately succeeded. Nevertheless, the Dalki remained flawed. They possessed a brief lifespan and were incapable of reproducing. Despite these setbacks, Jim managed to amass an army for himself. After employing the crystals to extend the lives of his teammates and the newly created Dalki, they established the Marpo cruise business. His obsession with nest crystals never ended there, though. The major problem had always been acquiring a large number of them. Once again, The byproduct of the Marpo cruise was the fact that he could obtain a significant quantity. With so many races traveling through the Marpo cruise, there would also be others in the universe who possessed nest crystals, studying their properties or finding other uses for them. Jim would take these nest crystals by force or use the massive wealth he had gained to acquire them. At times, if there were rumors about nest crystals on planets, they would send out teams of powerful Dalki, who were almost unmatched, to obtain them. This was how Jim was able to amass a large supply and take his research a step further. Embedding the crystals into his body, Jim was learning how to harness their energy for himself. It was a different type of research he wasn't used to, because he had to experiment with his own body rather than machinery. However, in a sense, he could now find a way to use the crystals to empower his body to do things it could never do before. He wasn't particularly skilled at it. His techniques in drawing out energy were horrendous, and he wasn't a natural. Yet, what did it matter? Even if he could only draw out a small amount of energy from the nest crystal to make his body stronger, he would simply use more crystals to achieve the desired effect, and that was precisely what he had done. Jim lifted his foot off Magnus, who still had a sour expression on his face, as if he had tasted something awful. But Jim didn't care. He knew now that this leader would fall in line. Returning to his previous spot, he picked up his coat from the floor and draped it back over himself. The smile on his face showed that he was now in a somewhat better mood. "I assume there are no longer any problems? If so, why is everyone standing around? Move out!" Jim shouted, prompting the others to spring into action. Magnus, while traveling through the city, couldn't stop thinking about what had happened. The humiliation he had received reminded him of a past that he wasn't proud of and where he had failed at controlling the vampires. What was worse was the fact that Jim had used his words against him. He was there during the war Magnus had created, and he had the same thing as those that were against him. "I wanted to kill him right there and then. I would have, so why did you stop me?" "Because we need him to cause more death in this world," the voice responded. "Through his goals, he will be trying to rise and face them. Remember, in the first place, it is because of us that he is even aware of the Celestials' existence. As long as he believes they can give him what he wants, he will continue to push. He will meet his end, whether it's by our hand or not. We must focus on our own task." Magnus gritted his teeth, as he decided it was the right thing to do. "As you wish, Imortui." The newly landed vampires, accompanied by their leaders, had fanned out across the city, advancing like a relentless wave. Unbeknownst to them, this strategy proved to be unexpectedly effective. In his haste, Jim had inadvertently created a challenging situation for all involved. The sheer number of vampire leaders attacking different locations simultaneously meant that Geo, Nock, and the two demon-tier beasts couldn't be everywhere at once. Stretched thin, they did their best to support their allies, while also contending with the vampires who had been on the planet for a few days and were now acclimating to gravity. Initially, the Green Blood's extra strength had mitigated the effects of gravity on the vampires, but their bodies were now naturally adapting, further enhancing their performance. Nothing seemed to be going in Amber's favor, and their situation was about to worsen. "Is that giant tower their castle?" Jim inquired, pointing at the looming structure. No one had an answer. The current force saw it as no threat, since no one was emerging from it, nor were there any attacks originating from it. "It truly is an eyesore, and I can only assume it houses their most important figures," Jim deduced. "We should get rid of it." In every battle, Jim's strategy had been to minimize casualties by targeting the enemy's main base in the final moments. He would send in the weaker vampires first to create a survival of the fittest scenario, breeding stronger vampires ready for war. Then, the second wave would be dispatched to deal with any remaining issues. As they advanced, he would personally go after the leaders. The only problem was that this time, the second part of his plan hadn't unfolded as expected. "Chris, destroy that tower," Jim commanded. Obediently, Chris leaped into the air. As he did so, his body began to transform. Gray fur sprouted from his arms, and his fingernails turned into lethal claws. Similar to Jim's transformation, Chris wore flexible armor that could stretch to accommodate his size, though it was sleeveless to allow for the growth of his fur-covered arms. As his sideburns extended, he swung his arms, sending two massive claw marks slicing through the air toward the tower. However, the tower's incredible thickness meant that more than just two claw marks would be needed to bring it down. Before the claw marks could hit the tower, a small figure with 4 golden arms leaped up. Swinging them out, the figure released a burst of white energy that collided with the claw marks. For a moment, the two sets of energy pushed against one another before dissipating into energy particles in the air, unleashing a wave of explosive power. Fortunately, the power wave wasn't at ground level, otherwise some vampires and Amra nearby would have been affected by the attack's force. While still airborne and before falling, Geo used one arm to latch onto the tower side. Halfway up the structure, he dangled, ready for his next move. The tower's self-defense mechanism utilized the energy of the crystal, but the recent attack had been incredibly potent. Geo wasn't sure if the tower could withstand a few more of those assaults without collapsing. Just when things were getting bad enough, now they have to attack the tower as well, Geo thought, growing increasingly concerned. Throw one up, Geo shouted. From the base below, near the tower, the Amra launched 2 large black rocks, the same kind they had previously hurled at the ships. Catching them, Geo glanced down to locate the origin of the attack and spotted his adversaries below. His hands still glowing with power, he hurled the 2 rocks directly at them. Jim, noticing the flaming rocks hurtling toward him, didn't move. He knew he didn't need to, as Chris and Peter both leaped up and punched the rocks, shattering them into pieces that continued to rain down on the ground below. The debris crashed into surrounding buildings and the street, but none struck Jim. So that's the one who threw the rock at the ship before and has been causing so much trouble. Both of you, take him out, Jim commanded. The two complied, albeit hesitantly, and set off toward the Amra. Conflicting thoughts swirled in their minds as memories of Jim troubled them.
Do you remember Jim always being like this? Chris asked. I know he's doing this for our sake, by stopping these aliens from summoning demons into our world, but he seems to order us around a lot. I feel like in the past, he would fight side by side with us or take matters into his own hands.
Peter remained silent as they continued forward until they suddenly stopped, confronted by the golden Amra standing alone in the middle of the street. I will always protect Jim with my life, no matter what, Peter replied. My life has long belonged to him, so whatever he asks, I will complete. Peter charged forward, his body transforming into its celestial form mid-rush. A tail-like appendage emerged from his head, while his body became covered in a strange red substance, save for his black hands. He threw his fists with raw power, and Geo mirrored the action, thrusting out his transformed celestial arm. As they clashed, the energy sent out caused the nearest buildings, already close to collapsing, to crumble. Fortunately, anticipating a fierce battle, Geo had instructed the others to evacuate the area. The power behind the hit took both fighters by surprise, their eyes widening in shock at each other's strength and the familiar sensation of their energies. Ignoring this, Peter continued his assault, swinging his other arm. Geo responded in kind, their punches meeting again. With no other option, Peter used the swift tail on his head, but Geo deflected the attack with another golden arm. The sharp tail, which had effortlessly pierced regular Amra, couldn't penetrate Geo's limbs. I have more limbs to attack with, Geo declared, using a free hand to deliver an uppercut that struck Peter squarely in the stomach. The blow lifted him off his feet, and a shockwave of power erupted behind him as the attack passed through his body.
That looked like it hurt, Chris commented,
contemplating whether he should intervene in the fight. Observing Geo, he couldn't fathom that he alone was the reason the vampire leaders had been unable to progress, so he remained on standby, expecting something else to occur. Peter smiled as his feet landed back on the ground. If you want to kill me, then you should have aimed for the head, he taunted, planting his foot firmly and gathering his energy in one fist. Naturally, Peter was also accumulating ki, in addition to the celestial energy. Simultaneously, he coiled his long head tail around his arm several times until it formed a sharp point at the end and hurled it out. Geo sensed the danger of this attack, and with all 4 arms, he created a cross-shaped block. This time, when struck, it was Geo's turn to be lifted off the ground, flung much farther than Peter had been. His body crashed into a building and continued to fly backward until he felt someone caught him from behind. The two skidded, lifting the ground beneath them but eventually stopping. "Why do you do these things on your own?" Nock asked with a smile. Looking through the broken building, Chris grinned. "I thought there would be more than just him. And Peter, did you really think it was smart revealing your weakness like that?" he questioned. "Now we just need to decide who goes after who." The two Amra, blessed with Quinn's power and the strongest of their race, stood side by side. If they couldn't stop these two, then no one else could. "They're strong. You should be careful," Geo warned, accepting Nock's help and examining his arms. The glow around them had faded, but it was slowly returning. "That's why I didn't come on my own," Nock replied. The figures of two beasts appeared behind them, prepared to push back with everything they had as well. The stage was set for an intense battle, as both sides readied themselves for a fierce showdown that would determine the fate of their worlds. The presence of the demon-tier beasts suggested that the two vampires who commanded them would also be nearby. For some reason, the shadow beasts obeyed them. Although Geo was grateful for their help, having all their strength concentrated in one place worried him. All the powerhouses in the Amra army that had been stopping the vampires from advancing were now gathered together. This just meant that what they now needed to do was just that more important. They needed to move on from where they were. "We have to deal with these two quickly and finish them off." Geo prepared to fight again. He had witnessed the strength of one opponent, but had no idea how strong the other was. Knowing the power of one of the attackers on the tower, he guessed that it had to be the other man standing next to him. Wasting no time, he charged forward. With the owl beast flying by his side, Geo had more of a burst of power, making him go slightly ahead. "You, take care of the newcomer that arrived," Chris instructed, rushing forward without giving Peter a chance to reply. "This one looks more interesting to me." As Chris began to transform his body, he knew he couldn't take any chances with his opponent. With his clawed hand, he aimed a powerful swipe at Geo, who had leaped forward with the help of his strong legs. One arm clashed with the claw, and Geo nearly collapsed from the force, feeling his body give way as he was pushed to the floor. Using the strength of his legs once more, he sprang up and used his other arm to counter and push up. "I thought the last one was strong, but this one, I might be going crazy, but I feel like his strength is even higher." It wasn't just the physical strength, but another power that Geo was unused to. Unable to match Chris's power, Geo swung his arms away, evading the attack. Chris's strike continued forward, breaking the ground and leaving a large claw mark underneath. While pulling away, Geo twisted his body, launching a double hook at Chris's side. Chris deflected the attack with his other hand, using his powerful claws and incredible arm strength. "I'm using the momentum of my attacks. I jumped into the first one, used the power of my legs and the rotation of my body to give everything I have in these hits. But with a flick of his hand, he can match my power." Chris unleashed a cross-shaped energy claw attack. Geo had seen this before and placed both of his hands across his chest, only then realizing something. The golden glow on his hands, the celestial energy given to him by Quinn, had faded. Was that from the block he did with his claw? Geo wondered. The same thing had happened when he blocked the claw strike from the tower, and it was happening again now. This time, when the claw marks struck his tough skin, they managed to pierce through it, drawing blood. Chris was about to follow up, lunging toward his opponent, but the owl beast intervened, attacking him from the side with its sharp teeth. It had crashed into Chris before he could do anything, and had seemingly come out of nowhere for him. Chris realized that the beast could extend its neck and launch it like a bullet, making it difficult to anticipate. The beast's neck was now almost 3 times the length it was originally, and it already had a pretty long neck to begin with. He used his superior strength to widen the beast's jaw and slant it into the ground. "It almost felt like the punch didn't go all the way through, like I was hitting an invisible barrier," Chris thought, noticing the lingering shadow on the beast's body. "Was it because of this shadow? Did it take the brunt of my attack?" Chris prepared to kill the interfering beast, but Geo intervened, crashing down on him from above with all 4 arms. Chris blocked the hit, but the force and weight of the attack created a crater beneath him, as if a meteorite had crashed into the ground. "If my current attacks aren't working, then I need to build more momentum," Geo screamed, pushing harder into the ground. After recovering from the attack from Chris, Geo jumped up into the air as high as he could. Then, falling down, he used the power of gravity and his weight to swing them down into Chris.
Ah!
Chris started to scream as he was pushing back against the attack. His thighs were bulging with more strength. The large amount of ki in his body was growing, and his chest was increasing in size as he went to transform his body even more than before. He opened his arms, breaking open all of Geo's arms, and kicked him right in the stomach to send him flying back. Another attack came from the beast, but this time Chris had slammed the top of its jaw shut and lifted the whole beast into the air, slamming it into the ground. Huffing and panting after using that much energy, he needed to recover a bit. The strange energy produced by the beast and the strange energy of the golden arms, it was taking a lot of power for Chris to get through, but he had yet to be seriously injured in the fight. The bite marks he had received on his hand had already healed, one of the traits of his werewolf body. Turning his head, he glanced to see how Peter was doing. There were vine-like structures going everywhere, trying to get him. His head-tail was slashing through and breaking a lot of the vines, but eventually he would be tied up by the leg or the arm, and the vines continued, almost holding Peter in place. Just like with Chris, although Peter's head-tail could cut through the vines coming at him, his attacks felt weaker, almost pushed back against him in the last moment. Now, it almost looked like Peter was unable to move, and Nock took this opportunity as he pushed off the ground, jumping forward and swinging out his arms. "If you thought something like this could hold me back, then you're wrong," Peter shouted as he forced himself forward, moving his legs to rip the vines apart and throwing out a punch. With his head-tail, he had knocked away Nock's fist and then delivered a punch clean on his head. Before Nock's body flew away, Peter grabbed one of his arms, pulling him forward and hitting him on the head again, lifting his back feet off the floor and causing the Amra's whole body to fall to the ground. The head-tail wrapped around his fist once more. The vines still tried to grab and restrict him, but Peter didn't care. He knew they weren't enough to stop his strength. "Damn it! I knew I wasn't strong compared to Geo, but now there are these aliens out here as well with this much strength. If I die, can we really win?" Nock thought. He had been badly hurt, blood dripping from his mouth, but more than anything, he was disappointed he was unable to get one hit on Peter. Lifting his fist up, Peter went to finish his opponent until he felt a sharp energy from the front. "What the?" A spear slammed right into Peter's stomach, ripping a hole right through it, and it continued to spin while stuck in his body. Using his hands, Peter held on to the spear that was now in his stomach and managed to stop it, but not before it ripped part of the flesh from his skin. "This weapon, is it a demon-tier weapon?" Peter guessed from the strength. Looking at the direction of where the spear had come from, a single man was walking casually, as if there wasn't a care in the world. "It looks like I've been dragged into this as well," the man said, "but that is no surprise, because where there is a war, I am always there. Most of the time. Because you see, my power comes from war, and when there is war going on, I'm at my strongest." Geo and Nock looked at this man, but they didn't recognize him at all. Why would a stranger to them all help them in the middle of all this, and who was he? An all-out battle was about to erupt on one of the Amra planets. Wince stood in the center of a square, her trident at the ready, and the blades poised to act on Hyde's command. Behind them stood Pine and the five-spiked Dalki. Wince's body glowed as she channeled celestial energy, causing the scales on her face to stand out. Fins on her arms grew larger and harder, transforming her appearance from that of a mermaid to that of a predator, specifically the mermarial race they had previously fought to regain their land. Without warning, Wince thrust her trident, gathering water at its 3 points and creating 3 separate streams that shot towards Pine and 2 of the Dalki. Pine spread his hands, attempting to absorb the water jets, but the energy mixed in caused a slight pain in his hands. Pine had never encountered this power before. He had always been able to absorb any ability, and even ki. The energy that he struggled to absorb was the celestial energy that surrounded Wince's attack. Pine used the water he had absorbed to fire back, but the pure energy that Pine had absorbed pushed against the water stream. "We will support you," Hyde shouted, gathering lightning in his hands and unleashing it at the water streams. The water and lightning combined to create a stronger attack, pushing back the energy. The other blades attacked the remaining water stream, hitting one of the Dalki from behind and stopping him in his tracks. The lightning power left him almost paralyzed in place. "Everyone, fight!" Hyde screamed at the top of his lungs. Without hesitation, the blades used the newly discovered ki within their bodies, moving from their positions and surrounding the Dalki in formation. Those with ranged abilities burst them out, while others with more physical capabilities went in for close combat. Pine shook his head, muttering, "Idiots." With the two attacks combined, Pine absorbed the lightning and thrust his hands forward, shooting large energy blasts towards Wince and one of the Dalki. Wince knew it was too strong for her to handle. Immediately, she created a pool of water at her feet, riding it like a wave and quickly moving away. Hyde jumped and spun his body, transforming into a lightning bolt, and when he landed, he saw a surprising scene in front of him. "I thought we had worked hard enough. I thought we had prepared enough for this fight." Hyde was finding it hard to hold back his tears. He needed to focus, but in this moment, he was wishing Shiro or Syl was here. If they were here, maybe they could stop the massacre. The Blades had done a lot of training, finally passing the 50th floor, learning to work together. In doing so, they had learned to combine their powers well, rather than just using their individual powers. They could set up traps, make their weapons stronger, and try to trick the enemy, but the Dalki were hardly hurt by the attack. One of the Blades rushed in from the side, expecting an attack from the right side to distract it, but the Dalki completely ignored it, allowing it to hit the side of its head, breaking a few scales off its face and causing it to bleed. In the meantime, it had hit the Blade right on top of the head, forcing him to crash into the ground. Before he could even get up, the Dalki stomped its foot, going right through the body of the Blade and killing it in one go. The same scene was happening everywhere. The Dalki were getting hurt slightly, improving their strength, and in turn, they were able to overcome the attacks and were taking out the Blades one by one. One of the Dalki licked its long tongue out from its mouth as it looked at one of the Blades, which was using a wind ability. It went to swipe its hand, but before the hand could hit, an Amra jumped down in front and used its fist to punch the arms away. Somewhere else, a Dalki had leaped on top of a fallen Blade, but before they landed, a purple figure zipped by and picked up the Blade before they were killed. Soon, entering the marketplace, the Pensui, Mermarials, and the Amra that were told to clear the area and stay behind had come out. They couldn't just stand by while they knew what was happening. All they needed to help and do what they could, no matter how little it was. Surrounding Pine were 10 Mermarial warriors, with swords and spears in their hands. "Protect the Queen!" they shouted, as they all thrust their weapons forward, all of them combining their weapons with their water powers. As they thrust it forward, it hit Pine cleanly. However, it was unable to pierce the Dalki's skin. Not a drop of blood appeared on his body. Lifting his hand up, he slapped their Mermarials in one swoop, and a trail of blood followed his fingertips. The top half of the 10 Mermarials' bodies had disappeared, only leaving their legs. Pine had managed to kill them all with just a single slap. "No!" Wince screamed at the top of her lungs in pain. There was a reason why she didn't want them to get involved, and that was simply because there would just be more bloodshed. "You have a strange power, but it won't do much. You seem to forget that the Dalki now have many different ways to fight ourselves." Moving from his position, he was immediately in front of Wince. Throwing out his fist, it crashed right through Wince's body, and droplets of water splashed everywhere. The figure started to liquefy, showing that it was only water. It wasn't the real body. From behind, Wince had thrown the trident, covering it in celestial energy, and was aiming straight for Pine's head. Turning around, he grabbed the trident and threw it right back at Wince. It had stabbed her in the stomach, and red blood could be seen. This time it wasn't a clone. Controlling the trident, she was able to take it out of her body as she landed on the floor. She was still bleeding and had no time to worry about the pain. 2 of Pine's large hands were above her. Swinging them down, he went to bash it on top of her head, and now there was only one thing she could do. Slamming her trident on the ground, she and the trident itself was surrounded by a glowing blue bubble. She held the trident hard as she put all her energy into the bubble. When Pine's hands hit the bubble the two were in, the shock wave sent out had pushed some of the others over, even stumbling some of the Dalki. "This ball is quite strong. It even managed to stop one of my attacks, but that was all. It was a single punch, so let's see how many times you can do that." Lifting his hand up again, he bashed the bubble from the top, and it broke in an instant. Blood spewed out of Wince's mouth as well. She was truly putting all of her energy into that ball. Now, having fallen to the ground, she felt like she no longer had any energy left. She was still holding on to the trident, trying to lift it and point it at Pine's head.
The strong make the rules, and the rules are, you need to disappear from this place.
Pine lifted his foot and swung it down. In her last moments, Wince closed her eyes. At least she thought she had done, because all she could see was black, but she could still hear the fighting going on.
Man, oh man, a voice said. You guys just really think highly of Quinn's shadow power, don't you? Well, it's a good thing anyway, because of him and his damn family. I'm now out here fighting.
The queen of the Mermerial race was bewildered by the turn of events. She had fought with all her might, but just like before, she had failed. She was ready for death, but what saddened her the most in her final moments was the fact that their Mermerial race would continue to fight even after she was gone. She wouldn't see the outcome, nor could she change it. All she could do was hope that the others would succeed, but as she was about to give up, a strange, dark shadow loomed above her, followed by a confident voice. It had stopped the Dalki's hit. "You can't give up," another voice shouted, different from the first one she had heard, and this voice she would never forget. "As long as you're breathing, you need to keep fighting," the voice screamed once more. From underneath Wince, she felt a wave of red water bubbling around her, moving her away from the shadow and quickly gliding across the ground. "This is water, but why is it so red?" Wince thought. It felt like water, but the consistency was like that of the vampire aura. She stopped sliding along the floor as she was brought directly to the person who was using their powers. "Sister, we will fight together," Cyril said, having arrived along with the others. The group easily figured out where the fighting was taking place. They could feel it, hear it, and hear the cries of others. Some were running toward the direction of the fight, wishing to help, and that's when they had all arrived, each of them rushing off to help those in need. Immediately, there were those who rushed to help with the 5-spiked Dalki. Crashing down between one of the blades that was about to be hit by a large arm was a leg of flames. Landing on the ground, the flames spread out, lifting right in the Dalki's face. It didn't do much damage, but it managed to push them back. Immediately standing up, he took a stance, ready. "I'm sorry because we weren't quick enough. It looks like some of our brothers and sisters lost their lives." The other blades couldn't believe it as they saw the person in front of them. Of all those they were waiting for, they were happy to see him. "Shiro!" Hyde shouted. "Shiro, you're back!" He was back, but it seemed like around 15 members of the Blades had already died, and some were seriously injured, leaving only around 30 or so capable of fighting. It was clear, even with the help of the aliens around them, that it would be too much. "Our task is to take out one of these 5 spikes, Shiro ordered. "Leave the rest to the others." The 5-spiked Dalki were strong, and it would take all the Blades to kill one of them, just like it did for them to pass the 50-floor mark. However, the Blades were spread thin because there were 5 of them. If they were all concentrating on one, who would be fighting the rest? When the Blades looked around, concerned for how the other Dalki would react, they realized they had nothing to worry about, because there was more help than they realized. One of the 5-spiked Dalki dashed forward, throwing out a fist at the human who got in his way. But with a stomp of his foot, the earth rose and hardened, creating a unique type of metal that absorbed the hit and soon started to wrap around the Dalki's arm. There was only one person in the whole world who was capable of doing this, combining 2 powers into one. "I've heard many stories about the Dalki's strength in the past. I was even able to see it firsthand, but it's safe to say that I think I'm strong enough to take you on," Jake smiled. On the enemy side, the humans and Dalki had refrained from entering the square. They knew the strength of the others and feared being caught up in the fighting. They wouldn't be much help, and would likely get killed in the process, but seeing who was helping out the aliens confused them. Jake was a well-known figure among the humans, so why was he fighting against the Dalki? Why was he going against Earth's forces? It started to raise questions in their heads. Were they betrayed? Did they find out something they didn't know? Because it wasn't just Jake fighting on the other side. 2 other influential figures for the human race stood against a 5-spiked Dalki, Logan Green, along with his wife, Vicky Blade Green. "It's been a while since I've fought on the front lines like this," Logan commented. "I'm sorry if I get in your way or slow you down." "Don't be like that," Vicky replied. "I was the one who trained you long ago, remember? With the 2 of us together, we won't lose this fight." Seeing Logan was perhaps the biggest shock to the humans in the Dalki army. This was because Logan was essentially the leader of Earth. Although a lot of memories had been changed, putting a lot of achievements on Jack and Jim. Logan's influence was too high to just replace. He continued to be the leader of Green City, the capital of Earth, and was well liked by the people. The people's favor for him only grew now that there was no longer any influence from the group Pure. Seeing this, it was hard for them to imagine that Logan Green would just switch sides for no reason. What is going on? Why is Logan fighting for them? Well, don't you think it's weird that there were other humans fighting with the aliens in the first place? That's because they must be working with them to open the portal to the demon's territory, another claimed. That can't be it. Logan would never do that, and it's not just him, but his whole family is involved. I did manage to get a report from the cruise ship. It seems like the androids that had been brought on board were going haywire and attacking everyone. That's why we haven't managed to get more support from them as well. So it's true. They really are attacking us. That's the thing. I'll be honest, I'm not too sure. I've been getting reports from those on the inside. The androids were just attacking the black pods and ships. They would harm some of the Dalki, as well as other things in the base, but none of the humans had been killed. They had only been injured. Based on that, I can't believe that Logan would betray us. Something's up. We need to ask Jack what's going on. Get in touch with him and report this. We need answers. Even without Syl changing everyone's memories, there was a tide in the war that was slowly changing.
There were many strong helpers that had come to the market square on the planet, and because of this, the Amra, Mermarials, and Pensui that were watching the fight from the sidelines were starting to back off a little. Although they could see that the new allies that had come to help them were strong, there was still a bit of worry about the others that were facing the five-spiked Dalki. For one, Wince and Cyril, the two sisters, knew they were no match for Pine. However, they still were some of the strongest that were currently on the planet, and perhaps with both of their strength, they could take on one of the five spikes that they were going up against. They were not sure if there was anyone in the group who could actually take on Pine, though. Given what they had seen him do, it was likely that no one would be a match for him. The water power and the power Quinn gives me, I'll do my best to use it to heal myself. I can't allow this to be the end, not when there is a fight to be won, Wynne said as she stomped her trident into the ground. A blue energy started to surround her, and slowly she was feeling herself being rejuvenated. I'm sorry, sister, but the last fight I had took a lot out of me, so you will have to do your best to hold it off for now. Cyril walked in front of her sister, and the water started to flow into her hands. Soon, the water hardened, turning into an ice-like structure. Now in her hands, there were two red swords, and at the same time a wave of red liquid was behind her. A lot has changed for me compared to the past, Cyril replied. You don't have to worry about me too much anymore. The five spikes came rushing towards her, and Cyril thrust her two blood swords. At the same time, waves of what looked like red water spun around her weapon, hitting the Dalki. It crashed into it, blocking its view, and on the surface of the water, small, sharp spikes started to reappear, piercing the skin of the Dalki. Jumping up in the air, Cyril started to spin down as she swung her sword on top of the Dalki's head. Waves of water were following her and crashed onto the Dalki. It was a powerful hit that sunk the Dalki's foot into the ground. However, it still wasn't enough to kill a Dalki. This was a five-spike after all, one of the most feared out there, and although it didn't have any special traits like the leaders of the old, it did have something else. Pushing through the wave of water, the Dalki was bleeding all over with its green blood, but still had plenty of vitality left in it. Opening its mouth, a green liquid started to bubble inside. Throwing its head back and then forward, a large green substance came out. A shield of blood water was created to stop the attack, but the green liquid went right through it and made a hissing sound as if it was burning. Quickly moving out of the way, with her newfound vampire speed, Cyril dodged the green liquid that hit the floor. The hissing sound continued, and the ground looked to be sinking in the area it had hit. An acid, and not just any acid, it looks like a strong one as well. While looking at the acid, Cyril was distracted, as the Dalki was already next to her, with a fist right by her head. It moved this fast, but it wasn't this fast before. The injuries to the Dalki had only made it stronger. With the blood water she raised around her face, she tried to gather all her energy there. The Dalki's fist swung out at her head, hitting the water that was covering her face, and causing it to splatter in all directions. She could feel blood fill her mouth, as her cheek had been pushed up against her teeth. Her head was rattling, and the shock of the blow was making it hard for her to stand. "It hurts. It really hurts, even with me blocking most of the attack with my powers. Just how strong are these creatures?" Concerned for Cyril, the mermarials that were watching started to use their blasters. The sharp jets of water hit the Dalki, but it was nothing more than a mosquito bite as it went forward again, now with both arms ready to crush Cyril. An object went flying past Cyril and straight into the stomach of the Dalki. It stayed in place for a second, allowing her to see what it was: a trident. It pushed back the Dalki before the trident moved back and went safely back to its owner's hands. "We will fight this one together. We can do it," Wint stated. For those who were watching, due to the importance of the people behind the fighting, there was great concern. But there was also great worry about another one that was going up against the last 5 Spikes Dalki. That was because the image they were seeing just didn't make sense to them. In front of one of the 5 Spikes Dalki was a little girl who looked around the age of 8 or so. "I can't believe it," Minnie said as she looked at the Dalki. "Mum finally trusts me to take on an opponent on my own. I have to do a good job so I don't distract her." The Dalki that was facing her was slightly confused as well, but in the end, it didn't care about who its opponent was, even if it was just a little girl. It charged forward, and with a swing towards the floor, it hit nothing but the air. "Minnie is going to do a good job," she said, in her transformed celestial state, right behind the Dalki. Just as the others trusted each other to be strong enough to take out the Dalki, Pine also trusted his fellow members to have no trouble taking out those around them. He had no idea of their opponent's strength, but they had no trouble in the past, so why would they have trouble now? The real troublesome one was the person who was in front of him. "You show no fear," Pine said. Russ shrugged his shoulders upon hearing these words. "I have seen a lot of scary things in my life, and I seem to lately be fighting all the time with my life on the line, so there's no difference now." Although Russ's power was strong, without an unlimited amount of MC cells, he had to be careful about using his power. What would be the best way to take out his opponent? Summoning things from people's minds, using powers that the others had, or using their own power against them. If he had an unlimited amount of MC cells, then he would simply try all of the above, but he was unable to. The amount of MC cells he had increased greatly due to the nest crystals that Quinn had gathered for him, and now he could perhaps even transform himself into a 7-spike-like Pine, but for how long? And if he didn't defeat him, then he would be stuck. "Let's see how you handle this." Pine lifted both of his hands in the air, and doing so was a signal for the others behind him. The Dalki and the humans started to use their powers, firing it all toward him and aiming it toward his hands. As it did, the power would swirl and seemingly disappear. "Is it an absorption power, or the power to block attacks?" Russ thought. He needed to learn about Pine's power before he could use it for himself. "Goodbye," Pine said. He moved both hands, and all the energy he had absorbed fired out of them as a pure energy blast, heading straight towards Russ. It was an immense amount of power that burnt the ground to cinders, and it looked as if it was doing the same to the air it passed through as well. "I need to move," Russ thought, but then he saw someone step in front of him, and he no longer needed to move. A female with a black sword stood there, still, even in the wake of the incoming attack. She drew her weapon and started to spin it. The energy blast crashed into the sword and turned into nothing. The blast continued until it completely disappeared, and Layla was standing there, strong with the blade by her side. "Your job is to protect me, right?" Layla said. "Then it only makes sense that the best way for us to fight is if we take on the same opponent together." Fights were going off in all sections of the square, and it was a good thing that most of the materials and buildings on the Amra planet were several times sturdier than what would be used on Earth, because the shock waves alone would have been enough to blow away nearly a whole city on Earth, but these were still standing, although hardly, as several pieces would crumble now and then from the shock waves. If a stray hit from nearly any of the Dalki would land, then it would easily destroy a few buildings nearby, or off into the distance. That was how much power was in each of those hits. It was just when watching, it was hard to remember that. A strange occurrence had occurred because of the fights, though, and that was that the fights had practically stopped in the city. The alliance of alien forces had been pushed back to the point where they had next to no territory. After getting past the market square, there was really only the base of operations for the alliance. They had been pushed that far back, and if the others hadn't arrived, then the battle would have been lost already. Now, though, all of the remaining members of the alliance were watching on the edge of the market square, and it was the same for the attackers. The strength on display of what they were seeing made it clear. This fight was going to determine who would win the battle, at least the one on this planet. The attention of the attackers, the humans and the Dalki, was focused on one of the fights in particular, as they were fighting with each other, only differing as to who to root for. One of the 5 spikes had leaped up in the air with both hands held above its head. On the ground below, Logan had transformed one of his arms into a blaster. At this point, having been able to live for so long, he was more machine parts than he was human. The blaster fired large beams of energy, all of them hitting the Dalki in the head. 6 good hits landed and showed scorch marks on the skin of the enemy, but it did nothing to deter his opponent.
I'm sure that can't be good for the brain. Even if you have a skull that is 5 times thicker than humans, the attacks will still rattle the inside of your small brain, Logan commented. The arms swung, and appearing by his side quickly in a blink was Vicky. She held Logan, and then both of them disappeared as the Dalki's fist smashed into the floor. When they reappeared, they were right behind the Dalki. With his Dalki-made hand, Logan swung it, hitting the 5 spike on the side of his head, while Vicky went for a flaming kick. Both of them crashed at the same time, surely causing a large amount of damage. Lifting its hands, the Dalki grabbed onto Logan's Dalki hand, and the flame licked off Vicky, almost as if it did nothing to it. Quickly, Vicky reached out with her hand, touching Logan, and the 2 of them disappeared again, moving away a bit further from the Dalki this time. A 5-spike Dalki is really this tough. After all this time, I thought I would have gained the strength to kill one of these on our own. I mean, my own son seems to have passed me in that department. Vicky glanced to the side and could see Jake was doing very well on his own. It took all of us, including Hilston himself and Syl, to take on a 5-spike last time. Yet we have all grown in strength, but we have to remember how dangerous these opponents are, Logan explained. Besides, have you noticed something? The Dalki was looking around trying to find where Vicky and Logan were, because every time the Dalki saw them, Vicky would use one of her powers, the power of teleportation, to move them around. The attacks we originally hit on the Dalki. There are now no marks, no signs of bleeding. At the same time, the Dalki's strength has remained the same, stagnant rather than growing like usual, Logan explained. So what do you think it is? Vicky asked. I believe he has a healing ability, a strong one, but one without a switch. The Dalki is unable to turn it on and off, meaning whatever damage we do, it will just heal. This could be good news or bad news, either way you look at it. In a way, it meant the Dalki they were dealing with right now wouldn't get any more difficult to deal with. This was the extent of its strength. However, for the 2 of them that didn't have a large single output of power and wore their enemies down, it meant this would be a long and tedious fight, perhaps an endless one on their end. What abilities do you currently have? Logan asked. Teleportation, fire, and healing, Vicky answered. She was able to hold 3 abilities at once, but when combined with her twin Pi, they could hold a total of 6 abilities, even more than Syl. It was what made her and her brother unique. The problem was, she had no idea where her brother was, and it wasn't as if he was going to appear out of nowhere and help out with this battle. Healing. I guess she could never hide that soft spot of hers, Logan thought. Other than providing more MC cells, it won't do much in terms of attack, but she's worried about if we get hurt in this fight. Do your best for a little bit, and don't get hurt, Logan said, as he broke away from Vicky. She didn't ask what he was planning to do, and just trusted him because since the 2 of them had been together, it always seemed to work that way. Vicky teleported right next to the Dalki with a flaming kick and threw it out. It hit the head of the Dalki, but just like the time before, did little damage. While teleporting, it's difficult to build up momentum in my attacks, but it's the safer thing to do to make sure I can get away and not be hit, Vicky thought. But if we don't come up with a bigger and stronger attack, what are we meant to do? Teleporting around the Dalki, Vicky was able to move faster than the Dalki, hitting its legs and other body parts. Without it getting hurt, it also meant that it would never be able to catch up with her speed due to it not moving faster.
Teleporting upwards into the air, Vicky spun her body in flames. Then she started to fall down. From the sky, it looked like a flaming bird, and it soon crashed right into the top of the Dalkie's head, with her heel hitting the head. Using her teleportation ability, she got out of there quickly and was huffing and panting.
I hope that finished it off. I've used up a lot of MC cells. The constant teleportation is taking a lot out of me. I think I might be able to avoid around 3 more hits, and that's it. Please let this attack have done something.
When the Dalkie turned around, its body was still somewhat covered in flames. Part of its face could be seen slightly melted, and in front of her eyes, it was going back together, turning back to what it was in one piece.
You have done a good job, Logan said,
as he held his hand out, but it didn't look the same as it did before. Instead of a blaster at the end of it, it had transformed into a large, long, thick barrel with a blaster at the end. It was at least 15 feet long. Then there were several other things around him as well. They were androids. Each of them was touching each other and placing their hand on Logan. There looked to be around 50 of them. During the fight, Logan was still in control of the androids that had been going rampant on the ship. Ever since he got on the planet, they had been trying to make an escape and make their way here. Crashing in the black pods like originally intended, now they were here to support him. With his soul weapon, he could change the structure of the original androids, using all their bodies and his own body to create a powerful weapon. Then, with all the high-tier crystals in their body, including the high-tier crystals Logan had on himself, he would draw out all the energy inside them to give out one powerful blast.
The androids will be useless after this, and using this many androids at once along with my soul weapon will use up a lot of my MC cells, but I need to at least do my part.
The energy was all transferred through each android and into Logan, and blasted out the end of a long barrel. The energy blast hit the entire body of the Dalkie and was pushing him. It was burning off the front of his skin, and at the same time, its ability could be seen activating, trying to heal him. While his skin was in the middle of being healed, it was also breaking down again, and the green blood was dripping. The green blood from the Dalkie was dripping down his feet and creating a pool of blood. Seeing this, Vicky was starting to get extremely worried.
"Oh no,"
Vicky said as she got up off the ground. Throughout the whole fight so far, the Dalkie was unable to use its natural trait. The more hurt it was, the stronger it got. It was all because of the healing. Now, the healing ability was kicking in, but it was slower than the damage it was receiving at the moment. Yet, the attack wasn't strong enough to take out the Dalkie in one go, and it appeared as if it was getting stronger by the second. The Dalkie started to fight back, pushing against the energy blast and taking one step forward. Its body was still hurt, but it moved forward, going closer to Logan.
"Damn it,"
Logan said, gritting his teeth as blood poured out of his mouth slightly. For him, this was also painful. He didn't have a special body, other than the parts he had changed and his somewhat Dalkie self running through him. This much energy still passing through his human parts was affecting him. It was hurting him. The energy from the androids didn't pass through Logan's body for long, since it would then come out of the blaster, but it was constantly passing through him at the moment. His insides felt like they were going to burst, and with another cough, more blood came out of his mouth.
"Logan!"
Vicky shouted out, and teleported right to his side. She then started to use what she could of her healing ability on him. Her hand started to glow as she touched his body.
"That feels a lot better," Logan smiled.
"Shut up, don't talk," Vicky said back.
"I don't understand you. How can you do so much? How can you trust the memories of the machine so much that you are willing to put yourself through this? We did a lot for them already. We don't have to fight this hard. For someone we can't even remember if he was our friend or not."
Logan understood what Vicky was saying. Even if he watched a video, a simulation of everything that happened, of the truth that happened, to a human that's all it would be. The memories and experiences in their heads were certainly different. That was the bigger reality. Yet Logan ignored the reality in his head and was putting trust in something else, and now was trusting that so much to put his life on the line.
"It's a feeling," Logan said. "Do you know I went through the memory chamber I left behind? It's an advanced piece of equipment my family left."
Logan was finding it hard to talk, and Vicky was in pain just looking at him as the Dalkie continued to push forward, step by step.
"I used that device a lot, uploading my own experiences onto it, and I have to say, Because of him, because of Quinn, my life was extremely interesting. He was there with me all the way, Vicky. I tried to run simulations based on what I knew of what would have happened if I never met him. Apparently, without him, I would have been dead by now. I would have never run into you either. It was because of him the two of us first met. I know I'm not good at expressing how I feel. I know it's hard for me to show emotions on my face, but I could tell by watching my memories when I was with him, I had never felt happier.
A last final push at that moment was displayed. The androids from behind started to fall over one by one, as all of the energy was taken out of them in one go. It was passing through like a line of dominoes, and all of it was heading toward Logan. With Vicky now healing him, it meant his body could take that bit more. The blast of energy erupted from the barrel, and it completely consumed the Dalki that was only 2 yards away. It disintegrated every part of its body, making it turn into nothing, and the blast continued on, hitting the buildings going straight forward. It destroyed everything in its path, even reaching the edge of the planet and slightly into space before disappearing. When it did, Logan stood there, the bodies of androids on the ground behind him. He turned to look at Vicky, who was in tears, shaking her head. I am out of MC cells. I have no more energy to heal you, Vicky managed to say, through her tearful eyes, as she could see blood dripping out of Logan's mouth, falling down his chest. I know, Logan said, falling and being caught in Vicky's arms. Logan was a small person in the first place, but when his body fell, it had landed on Vicky relatively heavily due to the parts inside his body. However, this had caused a large fear to run through her mind. Was it dead weight? Logan! Logan! Vicky called out a few times. She was speaking directly into his ear, trying to get some type of response out of him, but there was nothing there. There was no reply. Trying to act as calmly as she could to the situation, she took in a deep breath that was a bit shaky and placed him on the ground. She did so slowly, feeling that any sudden movements might just be the end of him. Logan, you're going to be okay, I promise. You won't die here, not in some useless war, Vicky somewhat shouted. Placing both of her hands together, she started to focus. She still had the healing ability. For a few seconds, her hands were seen glowing. The second she opened her eyes, though, the glowing stopped completely. No, no, come on, Vicky shouted. I know I have power in me. My heart is still beating. Use that. Use anything, and just give me some power. Vicky's hands started to glow with the ability once again, but it disappeared even quicker this time. Due to the fight she had, she was completely drained of her MC cells. She had nothing. Looking around, she wondered if any of the others could help. It was important for Logan to get seen by a healer as quickly as possible if there was any chance of helping him, but everyone was busy. They needed their focus. She bit her lip and was about to open it when she could see 3 Dalki coming right toward her. They weren't 5 spikes, but 2 and 3 spike Dalki, those that had been watching the fight from the sidelines and had been watching everything carefully. They knew about Logan, and from what they could see, he was an incredibly big threat. In their heads, it was best for them to get rid of this large threat before he became an even bigger problem for them. Why now of all times? I still only have a little bit of energy in my body. The best I can do is pick up and try to run with Logan, but without the teleportation power, they'll just catch up to me in no time. What else could she do? She wasn't just going to give up, and that's why she had decided to pick up Logan there and then. As she guessed, the Dalki were now right in front of her, though. Don't touch us, Vicky screamed at them. I'll make sure every single one of you disappears. An energy was rising in her, but it was all useless, until, landing right in front of her, were 3 other figures that were all just as large as the Dalki themselves. They stood there like a strong wall, and on their shoulders there were those with blaster guns as well. It was the Mermarials along with the Amra. With their large arms, they clashed against the Dalki, all of them pushing back, while the Mermarials used their weapons and blades to try and cut and fight against the Dalki. We aren't going to let those people, these strangers that are risking their lives for our planet, just die in front of our eyes, one of the Amra shouted as he moved the Dalki's hand away and punched it hard right in its head, spilling out green blood.
Since Logan and Vicky were fighting in one area, it had somewhat allowed space in the marketplace for fighting to resume. The two of them were safe for now, but the problem still wasn't over. In fact, if they stayed here, it was more likely that they would get caught up in some type of crossfire, and that's when she could feel it. His heartbeat. It's getting weaker. Vicky placed Logan back on the ground once again, there, and placed her head up against his chest. No! Vicky shouted. Someone help! Caught up in the fight, everyone was already doing the best they could to help. We can help, a shaky voice said from the side. When she turned her head, she could see 5 humans standing there, 4 men and 1 woman, but the clothes they were wearing, and the fact that they were human, meant one thing. They were part of the other side, the side that was helping out the Dalki. I know you might not trust us, but all of us here are originally from Green City, one of the men said. We have healing powers and medical skills that can help, the woman said. You might not trust us, and we understand if you don't, because the truth is we don't really understand it either. Why we're deciding to do this, but what we do know is that Logan Green is a good person, and we have a chance to save him, so we want to save him. There had already been a lot of confusion among the group of humans once they saw the Green family fighting against the Dalki, but since they always trusted what Logan did, they knew he probably had a good reason for what he was doing now. Vicky did not go up to the humans immediately. It was risky. The whole thing could have easily been a trick. If they got their hands on Logan, they could finish him off. But what else could she do? No one else could get through the fighting to come toward them. The more time that went past, the more likely he was to die anyway. I'll be watching you closely, Vicky said. If you try to do anything funny, I'll kill you in an instant. But please save him. The 5 of them nodded as they quickly went to Logan's side. In the meantime, Vicky herself would try to recover as quickly as possible as well. One of the fights that were going a bit well for the group against the 5-spiked Dalki was one with the small little Talon. Minnie had been using her speed to her advantage. She was faster than the 5-spike in her celestial form, and with her sharp red blood claws infused with her blood and celestial power, she could rip through the tough Dalki skin. There were several cuts and large slashes across the Dalki's body everywhere. Once again, Minnie ran up and slid across the ground, going right through the Dalki's legs. She then jumped up in the air and dug her fingernails deep into the Dalki. From there, she dragged her hand downward as hard as she could, creating a deep cut from the Dalki's shoulder to the spikes on its back. It quickly swung its hand behind its head, trying to hit Minnie, but she was already on the floor, running away once again. That was a little close. Daddy always used to say these guys got stronger and faster the more they were hurt. I guess he was right, Minnie said. All of those fighting against the Dalki were having a difficult problem, because it was the first time they were going up against an opponent like this, one that was able to get stronger the more they were hurt. On top of that, they were resilient, so unless they had an attack that would kill the Dalki in one go, it would mean their opponent was only getting stronger. Thinking this, Minnie started to run quickly with both of her claws shining red. She jumped up in the air, and when she did, the Dalki slammed its foot into the ground, breaking the floor beneath it and throwing several rocks into the air. Minnie swung her hands, and the claws were able to break through all of the rocks with ease. Using her small feet, she had even pushed one that was behind her to go right for the Dalki. She threw out her fist hard, but, rather than hitting the Dalki, it hit nothing but a large ice wall. An ability, but he hasn't used an ability this whole fight, Minnie thought. I was waiting to grow my power. What's the point of wasting such power until I'm not at my strongest? The Dalki threw out a fist, but a shadow from Minnie managed to go in front of her. It covered the punch, but the Dalki was also ready with an ice fist that grew from the right side of the ground, hitting her and causing her to skid across the floor. Minnie quickly got up, though only a small mark had been made, and was ready to fight back until she saw something that widened her eyes. Who are you? The Dalki said, staring at a little boy who looked at most 2 years of age. Galen! Minnie shouted, wondering how he had appeared. The only answer was, he had come out of her shadow.
Since the fight had started, Galen had been staying in Minnie's shadow space. It was an order from their mother, Layla. On top of that, Layla stated that if Minnie ever felt like she was in danger, then the two of them would just have to stay in their shadow space until they thought it was all over. There were the two conditions that had been set out by their mother in order to allow Minnie into battle, but there was one problem. This all relied on Galen actually listening. Somehow, Galen also knew how to use the power of the shadows. Whether he was secretly taught it or just learned it from observing the others, he knew the shadow powers. This meant he was able to escape from the shadow whenever he wanted to, and that's what just happened now. "You stupid brother," Minnie thought, staring at him. "Why aren't you listening to Mom's orders? She's going to kill me if she finds out about this." Minnie was wondering what to do, the best way to get Galen out of there. Maybe the Dalki wouldn't care about a child on the battlefield, but she was wrong. The Dalki looked at the child and looked at Minnie. Her whole attitude, the fact that she was hesitant at moving, said everything. This person was important to her. "When I'm done with him, I'll deal with you," the Dalki said, placing his hands on the floor. Ice started to spread out, and a thick wall was made. Thick layers of ice had been created in an instant, and now a large square block could be seen in the market square. The only thing was, Galen and the Dalki couldn't be seen because the two of them were inside. Immediately, Minnie ran across the ground in her transformed state. A flow of red aura was being left behind in the air. Her feet were leaving footprints on the ground. With both her hands, she then shoved them forward in one go, putting her full force into one place. The attack smashed a section of the ice, but that was all. Only a single section of the ice had been broken, where her fists had met it, but not the entire structure of the ice itself. The mark that she had made was slowly coming back. "That little brat has power even stronger than mine, but that's why I created this ice square in the form of layers. The powers we were all given weren't weak by any means. The five spikes in the past lost their lives, but we are far better than them with abilities gifted to us by Jack." "If you lay a single finger on him, you're dead," Minnie screamed, as she was getting her claws ready. If one single powerful attack didn't work, then she would just have to destroy the ice and break through. Inside, the Dalki was at its strongest, having sustained a large amount of hits from Minnie. He moved forward at a fast speed, ready to grab and crush the young boy. At the last moment, Galen jumped up, causing the Dalki to miss. He landed on his arm and started to run up it. The Dalki twisted, trying to grab Galen with his other hand, but the small vampire had already jumped off his shoulder. While midair, he had created a large hand made from blood aura. Swinging his hand, the blood aura hand moved as well, hitting the back of the Dalki's head and creating a slap-like sound. The Dalki rubbed the back of its head as the area stung a bit. There was no serious pain, no serious threat in the attack, but it was incredibly annoying. Locking eyes onto the child, the Dalki quickly ran straight ahead, trying to grab him with both arms. Once again, he was evaded as the vampire boy was above and created another blood hand, slapping the back of the Dalki's head. The Dalki reached the wall in frustration and attempted to get the little vampire at all costs. Never had he been so frustrated or felt so humiliated in a fight before. The power coming from the child was weak. He was no threat yet. He had managed to hit him twice. His hand on the ice wall, several spikes went out towards Galen, who quickly evaded them all, and when one spike went right towards his center, he used the shadow to block it again. The boy landed on his 2 feet, totally unscathed, and looked at his opponent. What the Dalki and many didn't know about Galen was the fact that he was a master at evasion. The favorite pastime of Minnie and Galen was to play games of catch. This started ever since Galen was able to walk. Minnie was exceptionally fast for a vampire, and her speed was one of the traits that put her above others, including when she was in celestial form. At first, Minnie was superior to the two when playing the game, but eventually she was finding it harder and harder to catch Galen. It was to the point where she would even use her celestial form at times to try and get an edge. The two continued to play this game, and their parents were completely unaware of what was happening, not paying much attention. The Dalki was finding it hard just keeping up with Minnie, which was why he was finding it impossible to catch the small vampire. The Dalki flared its nostrils,
letting out a big amount of air. Using all its strength in its legs, it blasted in one go straight toward Galen, who in turn stepped at the exact moment the Dalki started to move. As Galen touched the back of the ice-like wall, a circle of shadow appeared. His body sank through the shadow and was able to get out of the ice wall from the other end. The whole body of the Dalki smashed through the ice and continued going forward, breaking into a wall of a building off in the distance. Minnie herself had just clawed away at the ice, making a large enough gap for her to fit through, when she turned her head to see the Dalki going off in the distance. "Galen, you're okay. You're not hurt, right?" Minnie asked, rushing toward him. He shook his head as he turned around, showing her he had no wounds. After that, Minnie placed him back in the shadow. "Stay in there, otherwise you're going to distract Mom. I'll deal with the rest," Minnie claimed. Not long after, the Dalki that had somewhat exited from the market square came rushing back in. It stopped, and rather than looking for Minnie, it looked like he was looking for someone else instead. "Where is the small boy? I'll rip him from limb to limb, eating his body parts right in front of her," the Dalki shouted. Minnie's eyes narrowed as she watched the Dalki's movements. She knew she couldn't let him get to Galen. If he did, he would have surely killed him without a second thought, which was why she had placed him in the shadow. "You're not getting anywhere near him," Minnie yelled, her body glowing with a red aura. She launched herself at the Dalki, just like before, her speed so fast that it was like a blur. The Dalki barely had time to react before Minnie's claws slashed across his chest. He let out a roar of pain, but Minnie didn't give him a chance to recover. She moved quickly, her celestial form and speed enabling her to dodge the Dalki's attacks easily. With each strike, she left a trail of red aura behind her. Her movements were fluid and precise, each hit landing with deadly accuracy. The Dalki was a formidable opponent, but Minnie was not one to back down from a fight. She knew she had to end this quickly before he had a chance to hurt anyone else, so she focused all of her power and launched a final attack. With a roar, she charged forward, her body glowing brighter than ever before. Her body started to change even more as the red horns on her body grew larger, circling in more. The red claw marks on her hand looked to be enhancing as the sharpness increased. A new energy was entering her body. It was the first time she felt this way. The Dalki tried to defend himself, but it was no use. Minnie's claws sliced through him like a hot knife through butter, and he fell to the ground, defeated. Breathing heavily, Minnie stood over the fallen Dalki, her body still pulsing with energy. She looked around, making sure there were no other threats in the area, and wondered where the newfound energy had come from. The power she had received felt familiar, like the energy she would use to transform, but she felt like she was already using all she could. So, where had the extra energy come from? When Minnie turned her head, she noticed Galen standing there again, no longer in the shadow she had placed him in. Could it be? Minnie smiled at him, feeling a sense of pride swell within her. She had protected her brother, defeated a powerful enemy, and proved that she was a force to be reckoned with. It was a good day's work. Who cared where the power had come from? Still, she was exhausted and tired. She needed much rest, and there was still a very important fight going on, one that involved her mother. In the tower, the heat of the forging room was almost unbearable. The forge itself was placed in a particular place that allowed it to reach certain heat needed to melt down the materials to make their special weapons. However, at the moment, not only was it unnaturally hot inside because of this, but also due to the work that was being done. No one had rested so far as they continued to make the weapons. The heat from all of their bodies was adding to the room. At the same time, whenever Quinn was working, this pressure would come off his body. It was swirling around in the air, adding to the already tense situation. For some reason, for a while now, all of the Amra, including Dober, could feel that the swirling energy had gotten more intense. The Amra had already done all they needed to do, but they stood a distance away, watching Quinn. He continued to hammer away at the final bits, changing the tools needed as he focused on different areas. "I can't think about what is happening right now. I can't think about it," Quinn thought,
as he continued to hammer in the same spot. "I just have to follow the instructions he gave me. I have to do as he told me and focus on one thing." Alex had given Quinn a set of instructions on how to make the ultimate pair of gauntlets that could be used to fight. Those instructions included melting down the celestial blood guns. They had their use when fighting against the demons and other opponents from far away, but the opponents he was going up against now needed all of Quinn's strength combined into one hit. This was the best option. In the end, Quinn had gone through with what Alex had said. His final plea was too strong. He couldn't go against him, and the blood guns had been melted down. They had already been combined with all the materials needed, and now the last few finishing touches were being done on the two gauntlets. Although his mind was focused on the task, it was as if his body was reacting to his strong emotions. His feelings were pouring out through his aura and affecting everyone around him. That was because Quinn could no longer hear Alex. Granted, he was no longer holding on to the blood weapons, which might have been a reason, and he wasn't wearing the gauntlets either, but not hearing Alex's voice after the melting of the guns had hit him. It was the first time in the whole process that he had taken a moment before proceeding further. "Your task is done," Quinn said. The Amra looked up, surprised to hear him speak. He hadn't said much to any of them. "You have already done everything you can. There's nothing else you can help with. I know you are all worried, but worrying will do nothing. The best thing you can do is go out there and see the situation, and if you can help them. I am sure there will be equipment that needs repairing, ships that need fixing, and those that could use your strong muscles and determination that helps you with forging to fight. I promise I will finish this, and I will do everything I can to save your planet, but to do that, there needs to be a planet left for saving." The Amra looked at each other, concerned. Most of their family were in the tower as well, but it was natural that a good forger was a good fighter as well, so they felt guilty about being inside. "We will head off," Dober said with a bow, "and we hope we get to see just what you can do to punish the attackers with the armor we helped create." On the Marpo cruise, where Jack was currently in charge, for a while now the whole place had been in chaos. There was a large number of androids stationed inside, and they were attacking all over the place. It wasn't just one area of the cruise ship that was being targeted, but multiple. It was so bad that it got to the point where H and Jack himself had to go around exterminating many of the androids. This was also part of the reason why they were unable to get updates on the situation below. The target of the androids was communication devices, among other things. However, something soon changed as all of the androids suddenly stopped. The situation had calmed down, and they were no longer on the move. Finally, there was some sort of peace on board the Marpo cruise, but things were still hectic. The engineers were now in full swing, trying their best to repair the damage that was done. At the same time, the Dalki that were still on board were told to destroy any of the remaining androids, as they wanted to make sure that the same thing wasn't going to happen again. As for why the androids had suddenly stopped, it was all due to the situation down below. Logan had been controlling the androids to do as he ordered. However, in order for nothing to crop up, or for others with skills similar to his, or engineering skills to override his control, he was in constant control of the androids. He also did this to make sure that only the appropriate tasks were done, and that no one who didn't need to be injured wasn't injured. Which was why, as soon as his powers had faded, so did his fine-tuning commands. However, those on board weren't aware of this, so they were still wasting their time trying to get rid of them all. "That damn Logan betrayed us, and we still have no clue about the situation on any of the planets?" Jack asked. The men were panicked and didn't want to give him an answer that they knew he wouldn't like, so they continued to work away. "Damn it," Jack clenched his fist. "I saw some of the situation. Pine seemed to be doing well, and then moved to the other planet. Things should be okay, but we still have no idea where exactly Syl is. At the same time, because they broke our long-distance communication device, I can't get an update on the situation with Jim either. To be honest, I'm surprised he hasn't finished the task already and come back. This means he must be experiencing some trouble as well. It's unlikely he is behind this." "Sir," one of the men shouted, "we finally have a visual of the situation on one of the planets.
We should be receiving information soon about the reports." When the camera feed came in, Jack could see it all. The people that were going against Pine. Humans, those with vampire powers, and the Blades. Those that had originally ruined his life. Based on the description he had heard from H, it sounded like these were the people that he had confronted before taking Syl. The vein on Jack's head was starting to bulge even more, to the point it looked like it was going to pop, but the anger soon turned into a smile. "I knew the Blades had escaped somewhere. I think they had a hand in all of this. I should have known," Jack laughed. "The fact that Syl is still nowhere to be seen must mean he is still sleeping. Although there is one surprise. I'm surprised that Pine and other Dalki haven't been able to deal with them." "Sir, we just got a report from below." The man swallowed his saliva before speaking. "2 of the 5 spikes have been defeated, and the others seem to be heavily injured and aren't faring so well." Jack took a deep breath as he had made a decision after hearing this news. "This is fine. Tell H to get there immediately and to get rid of everyone." The main person that was causing trouble for them all in this war was clear. It was Pine, the 7 or 8 spiked Dalki. The reason why they were finding it hard to tell was due to the spike sticking out of the top of his head. They were unsure if that counted as a spike, that added to his power, or if it was just a trait the Dalki was born with. Either way, whatever the fact was, it didn't stop the main goal. They needed to get rid of him. "I have to say, good job," Russ smiled, as he couldn't be happier about the sword in her hand. He had the power of the shadow, but had no clue how it would do against the energy blast. On top of that, similar to if Quinn was using the shadow power, blocking an attack on that level would require him to use more shadow, and in turn, use more MC points. "Oh, who is this? They don't look strong," Pine said, as the palm of both of his hands started to glow. He still had a little bit of energy left over and swung them forward, firing out 2 balls quickly. Seeing this, Layla hit them cleanly through the center. Due to the size of the energy sword, the strikes from her blade made them disappear completely. "There is no resistance at all for my attacks. She doesn't even get pushed back. And there was that shadow from before as well," Pine thought to himself. "To think in a place like this, I would meet 2 people that were able to counter my ability." Pine wasn't worried, though, because the reason why he used the ability in the first place, for him, was simple, as it was just practice. Jumping from his position, he was directly in front of the other 2 in an instant with his fist out. Luckily, Russ had somewhat predicted the next move. He raised the shadow powers he was currently using and created a wall, blocking the hit. It absorbed all of the power, and at the same time, Layla saw this as an opportunity. She knew that her own powers, of a true Hanya, even with all the emotions absorbed and key inside her, weren't going to do much. Her power before was unable to hurt a 6-spiked Dalki. However, the sword was special in 2 ways. One, in the fact it could negate all abilities and powers, and that it was able to cut through anything. This was tested when fighting against the demon-tier beast that the Dalki had come from. A sharp sound was made, and the tip of the sword ended up hitting the ground. For Pine, he had just simply moved to the side, and when Layla realized that she could see a large foot, it hit her right in the center of her stomach, and she went flying. She was going through the air so forcefully that she almost let go of the sword, but held onto it tight. Her back crashed into several walls. She did her best to protect her body with ki, but was unable to stop her internal organs from hurting. With a cough, blood spilled out of her mouth. "That useless bitch," Russ complained. Right now, he was using the shadow power, and because of it, he was taking a more defensive approach, relying on Layla to do the high damage part, but she had done neither, leaving everything that needed to be done to him. Swinging its arms from above, Pine was ready to hit Russ and finish him off in one go, since he did look more squishy out of the 2 of them. Lifting his hands, though, they started to transform and were taking on a very similar appearance. Russ managed to grab Pine right by the wrist and held him there. "How's it feel for your own power to be used against you, and in a much more powerful way?" Russ had grown Dalki hands, and out from his back there were 8 spikes. When looking through Pine's mind, he found 2 figures that Pine was almost afraid of. One of them was a human. Due to this being the case, Russ had no clue what the person's ability would be. Instead, he took on the Dalki, which he was pretty sure was H. Holding on to Pine's hands, Russ opened his eyes, and red lasers hit Pine across his chest. It was burning the top of his skin. Letting go of his wrists, Russ then went on to punch his chest. Before he could reach it, though, Pine with his other hand knocked it away. Russ quickly went to use the red eyes, the lasers, but Pine was out of his sight and had kicked him in the back, bending his spine slightly. Russ, in his Dalki body, hit the ground a few times before he finally got up, and Pine was right on his tail. The punch was thrown out, hitting nothing but the air, and a shockwave was still sent out, destroying the building behind them and blasting a head off the onlookers watching in that direction. Popping back out, Russ had appeared from a shadow and threw out a kick, hitting Pine right in the head, sending him to the ground. It was an earth-shattering kick. When Pine bounced off the floor, the whole area broke beneath him. Damn it, I hate people like you. Even if you have images of others that should be stronger than you in your head, you actually always see yourself as higher than them. In your mind, you're at the top, which is why my power isn't as strong as it should be. In a way, though, it had worked out in Russ's favor, because he was able to also use Quinn's shadow power, taking on a slightly weaker form, but his MC cells would drain a lot faster now. With a blink, though, Pine was no longer on the floor, and before Russ knew it, his whole hand had been grabbed. How fast is this guy? Just what is going on? Russ thought. His whole body was being pulled forward, and a large knee hit him right in the face. Blood came out of Russ's nose and mouth. Still holding on, Pine pulled on the back of Russ's head, allowing him to see the sky. He lifted his hand, and when he did, several abilities shot off towards it, charging it with energy once again. Rather than swinging his hand down for a punch, he placed it on top of Russ and released the energy right into his stomach. A strong blast from point blank made his insides twist in pain. His whole body slammed against the floor, and now he was the one who bounced before landing on the ground. The shadow was too slow, and the current Dalki body he was in was too slow as well. There was a downside to Russ's ability, and it was the fact that he was unable to pull out his own memories or past ones, only those around him. Thankfully, there were people in the area who knew of a certain someone that was very fast. When Pine went to deliver another finishing blow with his fists right to Russ's head, his whole body moved at a quick speed, and his whole body was now purple as he took on the form of Stark. When he reached the outer edge of the marketplace, Russ was holding on to his side, clearly hurt from the fighting so far. Is this the best I can do? Just run in a Pensui form? Russ thought. It was a good thing this guy thinks highly of the Dalki in a resilient way, otherwise I would be a goner. Even though I hit this Pine guy a couple of times, he hasn't got a scratch on him. How are we meant to win this fight? Russ was contemplating giving up, thinking the person he was meant to be protecting wasn't even here. At least, that's what he thought, until Layla could be seen, walking out from the hole in the wall she had made with her body. When she came out, the sword was by her side, and the white of her entire left eye was black. Maybe you can be more useful this time, Russ said. Layla, for a while now, had been trying to rely less on the sword after what happened in her battle against Mundus. For one, the sword's power wasn't her own, but borrowed power. However, the real reason was due to how close it was last time to taking her own life. She had done well increasing the use of her telekinesis, along with her Hanya self. The only issue was that all her abilities were useless against Pine. He could absorb the energy of her attacks. It looked like it was the same for any attack that had ki in it as well. Essentially, she was going against an opponent where only the sword could really have any effect. With the level of opponent she was now going up against, she couldn't just test her skills. She needed to use them to the best of her capability. Layla, are you sure about this? The sword shouted in her head, panicked and worried. The sword was able to not only see what was happening to her, but by being attached to her, it could feel it as well. I warned you the last time when you drew this much power from me. Your body can't handle it. You barely managed to come out with your life the last time. There was another worry the sword had.
The more she was using his power, the less she seemed to be resistant to keeping it from consuming her as well. He could tell by the color of her eye. This took a lot longer to affect her last time, and now it was instant. "What are you doing standing there?" Russ shouted. "Attack!" Pine didn't care for this new look, and without hesitation, rushed in. He knew the sword could block his energy blasts, so he didn't care to use it. Reaching out, he went to almost grab the sword. At the right moment, Layla, without fear, had shifted, moving her feet and position, so she was facing straight towards the Dalki's chest. She had avoided the hand, but now the whole body of Pine was about to crash into Layla. However, when shifting in, she lifted her sword to strike upward and carried on moving with a spin and managed to duck under Pine's arm. Green blood splattered from the cut in the air, and Russ moved in his Pensui body quickly out of the way. "Our first hit!" Russ was pleased. He had no idea what this new form was, but one thing he was happy about was that she seemed like a completely different person, a master swordsman who had jumped levels. "I need to do my part and keep up as well." There was one thing that Russ was doing that he never used to do before with these constant fights, and that was mixing in abilities and races' traits. Before, he relied too much on having an unlimited supply of MC. If it was the past version of him, he would simply just summon those that he found useful. In this case, he now used the most useful parts for himself. "The legs of the Pensui and the arms of the Dalki!" Russ screamed in his mind as he ran as fast as he could, almost burning the ground beneath him. Pine turned around. The large scar could be seen across his chest, with blood dripping down. He was ready to confront the ones that had hurt him, but was a bit too slow when Russ was already in the air, pulling back his fist. "Ah!" Russ screamed, slamming his fist square in the Dalki's face. The speed and power had created a supersonic punch that, when it hit, produced a wave of power. Pine bent his knees, taking in the hit. He gritted his teeth and pushed back as much as he could with his head, but the hit was a lot harder than he thought, and he had something else to worry about, because Layla was already swinging the black sword at its side, aiming right toward his neck. Desperately, Pine reached out to the sword and pinched his fingers on the edge. He could feel the sword cutting into the palm of his hand, but he did manage to stop it before it could do serious harm. Seeing how Pine had grabbed onto the sword, Layla pulled it out toward her, making a larger and deeper cut on his hand, and lifted it above her head, swinging it down, attempting to slice him in half. Once again, though, the sword had just hit the ground. Layla had stopped it before it sliced into the floor. Pine had managed to move back in time. "You were faster than me," Pine said, "but it looks like my blood flow is helping me out a bit. Thank you." Pine swung his arm, and Russ noticed something weird. It was Layla. Her arm was shaking, and the veins around her neck were pulsating. The darkness that had surrounded one eye was creeping into the second eye. Russ had gotten there in time to grab her and rush her off to the side. She did not look like she was in good shape at all. "What are you doing? Why would you just stand there?" Russ complained. When he put her down, her body was still shaking. Layla had placed her non-shaking hand on her hand wielding the sword in an attempt to stop it. "Just a little longer. Please, my body can take it," Layla mumbled. Is she dying? Russ thought. It would make sense. How could someone as weak as her manage to become so strong? Wait, but if she dies like this, that's not my fault, right? I can't do anything to save her anyway. If she does die, doesn't that mean I'll be free? Of course, even at a time like this, the only thing on Russ's mind was how to save himself. He would be out of the key compulsion. Russ wasn't the only one who had noticed Layla acting strangely, which was why Pine once again had called in the help of the others, raising his hands. The bystanders started to use their abilities, allowing him to absorb their powers once again. "Let's see you try to block this," Pine shouted, throwing his hands forward, and a large beam of energy coming out with them. It was coming toward the two, and Layla still didn't look like she was in a state she could move. Russ turned around, looking at the beam of energy, and his body was starting to change once more. "Even if I do want you to die, this guy is seriously pissing me off," Russ said,
as he threw his hands forward as well. The energy blast hit him, but instead of burning his hands off or the blast chucking him back in the air, the energy was going into the palm of his hands. It continued until the entire blast had disappeared. "Whatever you can do, I can do as well." Russ threw both his hands forward, and just like Pine, a large blast of energy had come out. Pine had never expected this. So far, no skills like this were used, but then again, he had never gone up against an opponent like Russ. According to a particular celestial, if Russ had unlimited MC cells, he was, in a way, everyone's worst enemy. The blast had hit Pine in the body before he could lift his hands. The power was limited to only his hands. As the energy blast hit him, he raised his hands, hugging a large amount of energy, and started to absorb it, but some damage had already been done. In the middle of getting rid of the energy, though, he could see a glimpse of someone in the air above. "Die!" Layla screamed. This was their chance. She saw it, and in her head, she was going to move her body no matter what. From above, she swung the sword down, aimed right at Pine's head. The energy blast from Russ had just been fully absorbed, at least what was left of it, from shooting toward each other. But if Pine lifted his hands up, they would just be sliced off, and moving his legs would be slow as well. That's when he let out a small amount of energy from his hands. Allowing his body to be weightless, he moved back slightly. The sword went down, slicing through the top of his horn. Landing on the ground in front of Layla, she could see it, the single horn or spike, whatever it was, lying on the ground. I failed," Layla said, knowing she could no longer harness the power of the sword. If she pushed it any further, she would be killed. Pine looked up, green blood running from the top of his head, down his face, and onto his shoulders, and there was a smile. Yes, you did." Layla's body was already suffering from the effects of using the black sword. The time she had used it was far shorter than the last time, but that just went to show how little of a resistance she had to the power of the sword now. However, seeing a chance in the fight, an opportunity to end it all, she used everything she had. Moving as fast as she could, she had gone from one place to the other and delivered a large blow, but not the decisive blow she needed. Her body was on the verge of collapsing, her mind close to shutting down and being taken over. But it wasn't her that had stopped drawing the energy from the weapon. It was the weapon itself. The darkness from her eyes was starting to disappear, but the effects on her body remained as Pine stood there smiling. "I'm sorry. I promised that I would protect you. I do not wish to be the reason for your death," the sword said. Layla tried to move her body away, but it was a strange feeling that had overcome her. It almost felt numb, not her own. It wasn't in any drastic type of pain, but she was unable to move. "Do you think this is any better?" Layla said in her mind. "Now we won't be able to do anything, and he will kill me on the spot. At least if you took control of my body, used my life in some way, we could have done something to it." The sword didn't reply, because it didn't feel the same way. Who knew what could happen? A new rise in energy was surging through Pine, as his spike from the top of his head had been cut off. Rather than anger, he was taking in this energy. When was the last time he had been injured this much? It would be a long time before he would get to this point and ever experience this strength again. Looking at the situation, he could feel the strange energy inside Layla fade away. Russ was too far away to do anything, and he wouldn't let this opportunity slip through his fingers. Moving his hand, he went to grab Layla by the throat. He picked her up and immediately squeezed his fingers as tight as he could, crushing all the bones in her neck and killing her on the spot. "What is this?" Pine said, looking annoyed at what was in his hand. It was a lifeless body, but it wasn't Layla's. His hands had felt like he was grabbing someone, but at the last moment it wasn't Layla. Two Pensui came in, one diving in front of Pine's hand, the other grabbing Layla and attempting to get her out of there. Everything happened so fast, including Pine's action, that the Pensui that had been taken instead of Layla was already dead. "May you rest in peace, sister. Your sacrifice is for the sake of everyone's future," the Pensui that had grabbed Layla said. "Get her out of here! She's just a distraction," Russ said. He went forward, standing in front of them. He had the legs of the pensui, the arms of the dalki, and at the same time, the shadow power hovering above him. Using all three like so would take up a lot of MC cells, but not as much as summoning people to help. The problem with the summoning was the fact it would be pointless against Pine, who could just kill them in one hit. It was demonstrated right in front of Russ's eyes. When walking forward, two Amra came out to try to attack Pine. He had simply moved his hand like a slap, hitting both of their heads, knocking them clean off and onto the ground, splattering. They never stood a chance against someone of this level, and Russ had to admit the scene made him somewhat nervous. "He's bleeding quite a bit, and the wounds from the sword aren't healing. It can't take too much more to defeat him, can it?" Russ thought, trying to give himself confidence. Meanwhile, behind him, the pensui was attempting to run somewhere safe, but moving a few steps and a bolt of lightning struck near his foot. Flames came toward him as well, but water came out blocking it. Soon, there was a mini-fight brewing between the rescue team of Layla and other attackers. They were close to the edge of the market square. The Alliance was fighting against the Dalki and humans, one side doing everything they could to get rid of Layla, while the other trying to save her. Russ, seeing the injured Pine, started to run around him at a great speed. He didn't attack straight away, and instead was running circles around him. Although Pine was quick, when the pensui managed to save Layla, he realized that he was still faster, like so. "I see what you're planning on doing, but I'm telling you now, it won't work," Pine said. There was a glow around Pine's hands, the same as when he would expand energy outside of it, firing out his blasts. This time, the glow around his hands started to fade and began to trickle up his forearm. A mystic variation of colors could be seen, climbing up and all over Pine's skin, and it soon spread to the entire body. Now, all of Pine's skin was lit up, sparkling like glitter, both on the inside of his skin and out. "I can't hesitate, I just have to go in," Rush shouted, rushing in and keeping the shadow close to him for defense if need be. An opening could be seen, but it wasn't at Pine's head, it was at his chest. With the speed of the pensui and strength of the Dalki, Russ threw out his fist and hit the left pectoral. A shockwave was sent out through Pine's body. It hit a few of the buildings behind and broke the foundation as they started to tumble to the ground. However, Pine's body hadn't moved from his position, and from the look on his face, the punch hadn't hurt him at all. Russ went to escape and move his shadow, but before he could, Pine grabbed his arms. "I noticed something. You have some type of copy ability, but it seems like you can only copy what you have seen before or understand. So all I need to do is kill you before you can understand what's happening to me right now." The shadow had moved to cover Russ's head and heart, but it was slower to move into other areas. Pine threw out a punch, hitting him right in the center of the stomach, and his body was sent flying back. Russ's insides felt like they wanted to shoot out from his mouth, but instead, blood came out. While flying through the air, he was in so much pain, not quite understanding what was going on, that his body was changing, transforming into anything, and anyone's memories he could enter. His body shifted several times, and he had crashed into Layla of all people. The two of them continued going through the air, through the fighting that was going on, until they crashed into another building. Russ was now laying on a bed of rubble, in extreme pain. He was back in his normal body, not having transformed into anything at all. "That's strange. I still have MC cells to use. Not that I could win this fight anyway, but why did my body change back?" Still lying there, Russ tilted his head to look at his chest. He could see Layla on the floor, laid flat. What was more shocking, though, was the sword on his chest. It was the black sword that Layla would always use. "It's this thing. Is it blocking out my powers? It has to be. If that's the case, then it would be useless in my hands." All thought of using the sword went out of Russ's head. He picked it up and was able to throw it to the side. "Wait," the sword shouted. I think I have a chance. We can win this fight. I think with mine and your power, we can win this fight." When Pine had descended with his group of 5-spiked Dalki by his side, he believed that they would easily complete the task, just like they had done multiple times before.
There were occasions where he had been called to fight when there were more troubling members, but each of them had been dealt with and with relative ease. One of the main reasons for this is because of the power that had been given to Pine. He could absorb different forms of energy into his body. Until today, he thought he could absorb all forms of energy, including that of ki, because even if an opponent did fire out ki, he could absorb it and take it in as power. There was a limit as the location was in the palm of his hands, but still, it was a powerful ability. He could essentially block nearly all types of abilities, convert them into energy, and then use the power they had just expended against them. It was why, when his own skill was used against him in an unexpected fashion, he had been hurt by it as well. Today, though, the task was not an easy one. He found someone who could block his attacks, energy he was unable to absorb, and an opponent that was able to change up its fighting style and think on his feet, quite literally. He never expected to be pushed to the point where he would have to use his ability in another way. Right now, the energy he had absorbed from the attack that Russ had reflected back at him was running through his body. His ability could be used in this way as well, powering up his muscles, his strength, and all aspects of his body. Using the power in this way, it would eventually wear out without a constant upgrade in power, but it wasn't as if Pine was weak without his power, it was just making him even stronger. With this, even if someone could copy his powers, it didn't matter, because if he was going up against himself, then the boost in power would be from those around them. Right now, Pine, the Dalki, and humans had a lot more allies, even if some of them were slightly confused about which side they should pick in this fight. In the distance, around 50 yards away, Russ was lying in the rubble. He could see Layla's unmoving body, although she wasn't moving by herself before, so he wasn't worried about her being dead. He was more concerned that if they didn't do anything to Pine, they would be dead soon. Just when he thought they were all out of options, he heard a voice that he hadn't heard this entire time before. It was speaking directly into his mind. "What is this?" Russ thought. "Is the sound coming from the sword? Is it possible that it's a special type of demon-tier weapon?" Russ had seen the sword and its powers, but he thought it was just another demon-tier weapon with a strong effect. "Are you some type of spirit in the sword? Wait, this is making sense now. No wonder Layla was badly hurt. The power she was using wasn't her power, and now it makes sense why I was unable to see this power in her memories and copy it as well." Russ was more amazed at his own conclusion than the fact that a sword was speaking to him, but he needed to focus and be clear on the decision. "Sword, you're saying that the two of us can fight him together. What do you even mean by that?" Russ asked. "You're not suggesting doing the same thing to me as you did to her. I saw what state she was in. I think we're more likely to die if that were to happen." "That wouldn't work with you," the sword replied almost immediately. "Remember what I said. The two of us can work together. You can talk to me because you are holding me, but I'm sure you have noticed that you are no longer able to use your powers. Believe it or not, there aren't many that can handle using me, and Layla is a special one, a 1 in a million that can handle my power to any type of degree." The comments from the sword were quite surprising to Russ, and he wasn't sure if the sword was just being nice, because this certainly wasn't a way to ask for help. "If you were to use the sword, then it would be the same as if anyone else picked me up. It would make no difference." "I see," Russ said, standing up from the rubble. Dirt fell off his clothes, and he looked at the opponent in front of him, seeing if there was anything he could do. Since Layla was on the floor, he knew in his mind he was unable to run away. "This means that you're useless in my hands." Russ went to throw the sword to the side, but once again, the sword screamed to stop him. "Wait!" the sword shouted. "Don't you have patience?" "Does it look like I have the time to have patience?" Russ replied back. Many Pensui, Amra, and Mermarials had come onto the battlefield. They had turned their attention to Pine and were trying to stop him, but each of them lasted less than a second, getting hit by Pine's hands. It almost looked like even those that were attacking him would get injured more themselves than doing damage like he had obtained some type of magical star. "I have been evaluating your powers. I don't have time to explain my backstory, but is it possible that you can copy powers from anyone that is in this area?" the sword asked. "I mean, that's not quite how it works, but let's say I can," Russ replied.
Then does that include me? Would you be able to get powers from me? If there was some way, a way that you could transform into my former self and wield the blade in your hands, then I can guarantee that we can get rid of him." The power of the sword did certainly seem strong, and the fact that the two of them were conversing meant that there would be something there. Russ hadn't even thought about looking into the sword because it was just simply a sword. Looking in front of the broken wall, he could see that Pine had set off, pushing from his feet. Abilities and Amra stood in his way, but they all just bounced off his body. Nothing was slowing him down. Can the original owner, the original person or whatever from the sword defeat that thing? If this goes wrong, it will be the last use of my MC cells, but what else can I do? Russ chucked the sword on the ground. While using the sword, it would block out his powers. There was a chance his powers also wouldn't work on the sword. However, he was in. He was able to access its memories while not touching it. Pine had entered the building, heading straight for the two of them, ready to finish them off. The Blades were in the middle of their fight. Those watching around all reached out as if this would help in some way to stop Pine, but it did nothing. "Got you," Pine said with a smile, but the smile soon faded from his face. From the outside of the building, a large strike of black energy was emitted from the building. It was so large that it could be seen from any part of the city and even struck the clouds above, splitting them in half. The next moment, Pine was seen flying through the air, landing back in the center of the square with a deep cut across his chest, blood pouring onto the floor on both sides. Footsteps were slowly seen as a figure walked out of the building. No one had any idea who this was, who the person was holding on to the black sword. "I am the one that once went against Immortui. All of you are nothing to me." Several intense fights were still going on in all locations in the market square when there was what looked like a new person who had entered the battlefield. Those watching from behind buildings and on top of rooftops were left confused, for they had seen the two that had been hit and fell into the building. But now a different man had come out and was holding on to the black sword that Layla once used. The man had long black hair that was thick and went all the way down, almost scraping the ground. It was freely moving about in the air. Meanwhile, there was what looked like a type of cloak on his body. Yet, the cloak itself didn't look to be made of clothing, and instead was made of the same black energy that was surrounding the sword. It covered his entire arms and his pectorals, but revealed a clear, solid midsection. It was hard to say if what they were looking at was a human or not, and the strangest thing was, no energy could be felt from this person whatsoever. Although looking at the figure, he looked powerful, and they physically could see the aura. Unlike other powers, they were unable to feel the pressure coming off it, and in a sense, that was a very frightening thing for all of them looking at this person. "It worked," Russ said. "It actually worked. Going into the memories of the sword, I was able to find an image of what the person originally looked like. I was worried, though, because I had no sense of what his powers could do, and if holding on to the sword would break the form, but I'm holding on to the sword just fine." "That's because you are what I once was," the sword stated. "Why would my own powers affect me? With your power like this, right now, I believe you are the only person who can use me to my full potential." The worrying thing was, for how long? Russ had the option of summoning the Black Swordsman, but in doing so, he used more MC cells, which was why he had decided to change his body into this form. "I doubt that the hit from before would have killed him. We still have more work to do," Russ said. "Yes, just let the power of the sword consume you. Let me take charge of the body for a bit, and I promise you, we will win this." Russ hesitated for a moment before looking at the black sword in his hands. He felt a strange connection with it, as if their powers were resonating with each other. Yet the image of Layla kept appearing in his head. He couldn't feel anything now, but what side effect could it have? He took a deep breath and decided to trust the sword. Not like he had much of a choice. He wasn't exactly a talented swordsman himself. If he wanted to actually survive this encounter, his only option was to let the sword take over. "As long as you don't consume me like you did to Layla," Russ said, gripping the sword tightly. "I promise," the sword replied in his mind. With newfound determination, Russ stood up, his body shrouded in a black aura. The energy radiating from him was unlike anything he had experienced before. This feeling of nothingness. He felt invigorated, powerful, and even a bit sinister. He glanced at his reflection in a broken piece of glass and barely recognized himself. His features were dark and menacing, but he liked it. This suited him well, more so than any of the others he took on. Pine slowly got up from the ground. The wound was still spilling blood, yet he was able to stand up strong. Standing in the middle of the battlefield, he looked at Russ with a mix of surprise and amusement. "Give me more power!" Pine shouted, raising his hands. As usual, all abilities from one side of the city were shot at Pine. The energy, rather than using it outward, started to spread around his body, and his skin was glowing even more than before. Russ didn't waste any time, rushing toward Pine with his sword held high. The black aura surrounding the blade seemed to grow stronger, as if feeding off Russ's determination. The sword was swung down from above, while Pine had finished charging up the energy and swung both of his hands together to meet the sword. As they clashed, their blows were powerful and precise, each strike leaving a trail of black energy in its wake. Every time the sword touched the skin of Pine, it would cut through, leaving deeper wounds, but this was also only making Pine himself feel stronger. "I should be getting stronger. The power in me should be faster, so why? Why does it feel like everything I do is useless against this person?" Pine thought. Pine, already injured and bleeding, was struggling to keep up with Russ's newfound strength and agility. Russ's sword seemed to have a life of its own, deflecting and blocking Pine's attacks with ease. At times, the side of the sword would be used to block attacks rather than the sharp edge. Yet, the power would disappear from Pine's hands when landing on the sword. The two combatants were locked in a fierce battle, their powers colliding with a force that shook the very ground beneath them. Around them, the fighting between the rescue team and the attackers continued, but all eyes were on Russ and Pine. They were unable to concentrate on their own fight, and once in a while, they were getting knocked back by the shock waves of the fight taking place in the center. They continued to clash, and as the battle raged on, it became clear that Russ had the upper hand. His sword, imbued with the mysterious black energy, seemed to be the key to defeating Pine. It practically made his ability useless, and with the current way Russ was, he was one of the most skilled swordsmen in existence right now. It was only a matter of time. "Keep striking! Hurry it up! I can feel my MC cells. They're about to give. This guy is so resilient, but we have to finish him off now," Russ shouted. "Don't worry, I was just guaranteeing our victory," the sword replied. With each successful strike, Pine's strength seemed to wane, his injuries taking their toll on his once indomitable power. In a desperate attempt to turn the tide of battle, Pine gathered all his remaining strength and launched a powerful attack aimed at Russ's heart. But Russ was ready, and with a swift movement of his sword, he blocked Pine's attack, the black aura absorbing the force of the blow. The black aura swirled out from the sword, from where it was hit in a circle, completely defusing the hit. Even a shock wave hadn't been produced from this hit. Pine was gritting his teeth, his hand still stretched out. Blood had filled his mouth and was pouring out from the sides. He had been holding in for a while. With Pine momentarily stunned, Russ saw his chance. He leaped into the air, his sword glowing with an intense black light. He brought the sword down on Pine, striking him with a devastating blow that sent shock waves rippling through the battlefield. As Pine's body crumpled to the ground, defeated and battered, and his head was sliced off, rolling on the floor, Russ stood victorious. He looked at the black sword in his hands, now quiet and still, its energy receding, and his body was turning back to what it once was. He knew that he had taken a risk in trusting the sword, but it had paid off. His hair was reverting back to what it once was, and just as the sword promised, there seemed to be no side effects. Almost instantly, he dropped the sword onto the ground. "The two of us made a good team." During the fight, Layla had managed to somewhat recover. She propped herself against a wall in the building, and she had seen the form Russ was able to take on. "The sword. I never once even took out the full potential of its power. Would I ever be able to withstand something like that? To use it as Russ did? Is that possible?" Layla thought. Russ looked around at the destruction and chaos
that the battle had wrought, knowing that there would be a long road ahead for them all. The fact was, there were still a few finishing up their fights. The Blades, the two Mermarial sisters, and Jake had just defeated his Five-Spike as well. This was a big victory for them all. "Ah!" Rush shouted, drained as he looked up, only to see a ship approaching them all. Little did they all know, the worst was arriving. The situation for the entire alliance was looking grim, as reports had been sent back to the Mermarial elders, as well as the Pensui king and queen. All of the races knew that they were at war with a frightening enemy. Many had sent off their loved ones, knowing there was a chance that they might never see them again, but they did so proudly. The Alliance army was concentrated among 3 planets, with winds taking charge as a whole. However, so far, there was next to no life on one planet, with Earth as the victor. On another, the Dalki and humans were proving too much, and had pushed all the forces back to one place. It felt like it was only a matter of time until they lost another planet as well. Then, there was the planet that had the most chaos surrounding it, a push back and forth, a fight that could have either side winning. Because of the news so far, the Pensui and the Mermarials were worried. This fear also went on to Stark, who was in the room, looking at Syl lying there on the bed. He had been walking back and forth, trying to see if there were any signs of him waking up at all. Stark had even gone to extreme measures. He pulled both of Syl's eyelids open. He grabbed 2 large metal objects and clanged them together, but he still remained unmoving. "Why won't you wake up? Do you even know how many people are relying on you right now?" Stark asked. He had been trying to talk to Syl a few times, updating him on the situation. Maybe there was a chance he could hear everything he was saying, and just maybe it would inject some type of fighting spirit that would wake him up. Or maybe he just wanted to feel like he was doing something useful. Stark couldn't tell. In the end, though, there were no signs at all. Syl was still breathing, and his heart was still beating, so he felt like he should at least be thankful for that. The problem was, just sitting there, the time passing by with so many thoughts in his head, it was killing Stark. Especially with his mind that allowed him to process information quicker, just like with movement and so on, it meant he could come up with imagery of multiple disastrous situations in his head. This whole experience was not going well for Stark, especially since most of the scenarios seemed to lead to the defeat of the Alliance. "Ah!" Stark said, grabbing the sides of his head. He was about to hit the wall out of frustration, but stopped as his ears picked up something, a thud that could be heard slightly off in the distance. Looking out from the building window, Stark could see the air slightly distorted by heat. It was concentrated in one area, and when one saw this, it usually meant a ship had landed. "Stay here," Stark said, and then shook his head, smiling to himself because he knew that Syl could do nothing but stay in one place. Leaving the building, Stark thought it was important he checked out what was happening. The planet was empty the last time he checked. There was also still a ship for them to use and transport to another planet. But if another force or attackers had been sent and destroyed their ship, it would be bad news. Stark would run on the ground in short blasts, taking cover behind buildings and large rocks that were just randomly placed on the street. The Amra planets were just set up this way. He wouldn't complain, as it was handy for him in this type of situation. He continued to go forward until he eventually could hear the sound of others. He quickly rushed out to one of the main streets and hid behind a wall that was around 5 feet high, bending down. "The enemy, they have returned, but why would they bother coming back to somewhere like here?" Stark thought. He could see a group of 10, and it was a mixture of humans along with Dalki. The humans that were with them, although wearing beast gear for safety, didn't exactly look like fighters, and had quite a few objects on them that didn't look like weapons either. In fact, the 4 Dalki seemed to be more so escorting the group of people, and there were 2 fighters on top of that, while the rest were using the strange devices. "Are they researchers?" Stark wondered. "So why have they come here?" Listening in, he would stay close while gathering information. "These 4-armed aliens are a little bit heavy. Do you mind moving them for me?" one of the researchers asked, looking at the Dalki. The Dalki looked the human up and down, and almost looked like he hesitated. Stark wasn't the only one who noticed this, as one of the other guards who was human walked forward. "Listen to the researcher. You know that they are Jack's orders.
Or do you want me to inform him that you aren't capable of following orders?" the human asked. With no complaints, the Dalki continued and lifted up the Amra, placing him in front of the scientist, who used strange devices to examine the body. They weren't just doing this for the Amra, but with the Mermarials and the Pensui as well. "Well, it's quite clear from what we have so far that these are three distinct races. I doubt they are even from the same sector here," one of the researchers stated. "I would agree. It makes you wonder how these three races even came together in the first place. The stone-like creatures who seem to be the inhabitants of these planets don't seem to have advanced enough technology to communicate or travel outward through space." "It isn't our job to figure out why," another researcher added. "It's our job to figure out where they came from. If they aren't from this planet, then no doubt they will become the next target, as they were most likely working with these guys to summon demons." Judging from their conversation, it was quite clear that the Pensui and Mermarials had been added to Earth's hit list, but they were going to be added sooner or later anyway. There was no need for Stark to get involved, though. Hopefully, after they were done with their research, they would leave the planet. Just as Stark was about to leave, though, he could hear the human guards having a conversation that interested him quite a bit. "Hey man, aren't you scared about talking to the Dalki like that? I mean, these guys are strong, and if you get on their bad side, I don't think they would be scared to take us out." The man bumped his friend, looking nervous, and was looking around to see if the Dalki were listening. "The Dalki? You don't have to worry about them. If you just mention Jack's name, then they'll do what they're told. You know they listen to everything he says," the man replied back confidently. "Still, the Dalki used to be the enemy of mankind. Do you really think they can just follow another human like this? I mean, even if he's done a lot for them, why would they listen to him so much that they wouldn't even hurt us?" the other replied back. This time, the other man looked around to see if the Dalki were listening in. "All right, this is just a rumor, so take what I say with a pinch of salt. But if it wasn't true, then I think I would have been flattened by now, just like you said," the man spoke. "You know how all of the Dalki have powers now, right? This is all because of Jack himself. He had to give power to each and every one of them, and that includes the two big guys, Pine and H. The Dalki that don't have powers follow those two, but the two of them follow Jack, as well as the other strong Dalki, all because of his soul weapon. Apparently, Jack has the power to take away any ability he is given with his soul weapon. These Dalki care about strength more than anything, and their new powers are what allow them to top one another. So, even with a mention of taking power away, and these guys will do anything you say." Stark had heard every word, and in his head, he was processing the information at a quick rate. Can't this change the whole outcome of the war? This whole time, we were going after Syl to revert the memories, but without the machine, he can't do that en masse. But if we were to go after Jack, can't we force him to take all the powers away from the Dalki? Stark thought. Stark had overstayed his welcome by the wall. He had slowly been moving along with the rest of them to see if there was anything else he could hear or find out, since the information he had received so far wasn't too bad. At the same time, he didn't want to stay away for too long from Syl. Could you imagine, the moment I decide to go out, that guy finally wakes up, and I'm sure if he did, he would be really confused, Stark thought. The way their luck had been in this war, Stark wasn't sure if something like that was even out of the realm of possibility. Turning around, he was looking at his path. He just needed to run through an alleyway and take a right in one blast, and he would be fine. That was until a shadow from above was cast over him. "What's this? I thought I could smell something fresh," the Dalki said. "It looks like one of them is still alive on this planet after all. This will make our job a lot easier." Stark didn't say anything. He didn't think of a witty response or any of the sort, and had just decided to run. He zapped through the alleyway and took a left turn, and now he was down another street. That should be okay, right? After seeing my speed and seeing how I can outrun them, they won't bother to chase after me, Stark thought. Stark did not have much experience with the Dalki or humans for that matter, so being so optimistic was probably not a good idea, especially since a moment later, crashing through the wall of one of the houses, coming right towards him, was the Dalki. Its eyes were focused. Its tongue was hanging out from its mouth. With its feet, it skidded across the floor and had its eyes locked on. This Dalki is a 3-spike. I could probably take it on my own. The armor I'm wearing does give me extra strength after all, but there were 4 Dalki and 3 human fighters as well. I'm not sure if I could take out one quick enough before the others arrive, and I don't know their abilities. With all of these thoughts running through his head, seeing the Dalki leap toward him, Stark decided to run. He ran and ran, continuing to go through the city. Everything was passing him like a blur, and before he knew it, he had reached the very edge where the wall was. "All right, this should do. I don't think they will have any idea where I am right now," Stark said out loud, and waited a few moments. He scolded himself silently for jinxing himself again. He was worried any second now the Dalki were going to come popping out from the houses nearby, but that never happened. Maybe I should just check something out. Stark picked one of the destroyed houses. There weren't many left that were in good condition, so he just picked one that gave him the best view. Jumping, climbing, and using his hands, he got to the roof with ease. Everything was much easier with the armor Quinn had gifted him. Originally, he thought it was something just for speed, but he could tell now it was something a lot more than that. After reaching the top of the broken building, he started to look off in the distance at the city. "I guess I'm worried for no reason." The moment Stark finished saying those words, a big explosion of dust was seen flying in the air, and one of the standing buildings started to tumble down. "Now what are the odds that the Dalki chasing after me did that, and is still after me?" It was a few miles out from where Stark was, so it would be a while until they found him, and with how much noise they were making, it was easy for him to just move to another section of the city, if need be. But the random destruction around the city was continuing, with whatever was left of buildings tumbling to the ground, and it almost looked like there were no signs of stopping. Is that their tactic? To just go ahead and destroy everything that I might be hiding in or behind? These guys don't really have a brain, do they? Stark thought, but there was a large concern on his mind. They were adamant about finding him, and if they continued like this, it would also mean they would eventually break the building that Syl was in as well. This is more trouble than I originally thought. Stark had no choice but to run into the heart of where the destruction was taking place. Just as it didn't take him long to run away, it didn't take him long to reach them either. Not getting too close and hiding behind one of the large rocks in the street this time, Stark could see all four of the Dalki, crushing building after building with their bare fists. The humans would then search the place after, while the researchers were left in the back. Those researchers don't look like they'll be trouble. The difficult variables are the humans, so it might be best to get rid of them first. Stark waited for the right moment, and it didn't take long for it to come. The humans were confident that with their strength, they could take on one Pensui. So they split up as they went to search for one of the destroyed houses. Stark just had to pick a target, and then when it had entered one of the rooms, blocked and away from the others, he ran as fast as he could. His hand was pointed and thrusted right through the human's head. He was dead in an instant and was unable to even use his powers. In a fight to the death where you are after my life, this is one of the only outcomes. Stark placed his hand over the human eyes. It was a more peaceful appearance. Then, dragging the body on the floor, he hid it between two buildings and placed quite a bit of rubble over it. I didn't see anything inside here. Nothing inside for me either, the other human replied. Don't you think Phil is taking a long time? Yeah, maybe we should check it out. The two of them walked into the building where their friend Phil was. They looked around carefully, and that's when they could see blood on the ground. Look at the... One of the men was pointing at the floor before he met the same fate as his friend Phil. Moving on from the first one, Stark went right to the other and stabbed him in the back of the head, killing both of them quickly. There are many Pensui that have died in this war, and I still feel I have yet to do my part and avenge them, but at least this will be a start. With the unknown variables out of the way, it was now time for the 4 Dalki, but he still wasn't confident he could beat all of them. Lifting one of the dead humans' bodies on his back, Stark went to walk out. Hey! He shouted. The Dalki that were eyeing up their next building to destroy turned around when they could see their target, but he had something strange on his back. Stark threw it on the floor. I've already dealt with 3 of you, and the same thing will happen to all of you, Stark taunted them, and in doing so, all 4 of the Dalki acted rather than thinking. They ran straight for Stark. Seeing this, Stark ran ahead, avoiding a fight, but he didn't run at his full potential. He wanted the Dalki to see him, just like when running away from H. The Dalki continued to follow, ignoring everything in their way as they crashed through rocks, houses, and rubble. This should be far enough, Stark thought, knowing that the wall on the edge of the town was soon coming up. Now he ran at full speed. He soon got out of all of their sight,
but instead of running straight or backwards, he ran to the right, all the way around, until he had come back to the point where he needed to be. He was back at where Syl was. "It should be a while before they get to this building. That should buy me some time," Stark said, as he entered the building and started to walk up. He thought about whether he should continue to try and fight the others, or maybe it would be a better idea to move Syl. When reaching the top of the stairs, though, his footsteps stopped dead still because he could see a certain someone staring out of the window. "You're finally awake!" Stark was standing right by the entrance, staring at the person standing up. His figure was frail. He didn't have much muscle on his body, and his hair had grown long and was slightly ragged. They'd been waiting for this person to wake up for a long time, a being that was said to have the power to stop the war. Of course, Stark trusted Quinn and his friends, which was why he did everything he could to save this person, but his appearance made him wonder, could he still be that person? His captors had barely kept him alive from the looks of things, making him weak on purpose. From the looks of things, it was a surprise he was even standing, and a big question loomed over Stark's head. Did he still have his memories? Was he a friend or foe? Syl stopped looking out of the window and turned around, facing the purple man. His eyes didn't show much sign of life as he looked him up and down. "That armor! Why do you have that armor?" Syl asked, then started to look at the surroundings of the room. It was clear that he hadn't been awake for long, which was a good thing. Otherwise, there was a good chance that Stark would have lost him. "Wait, there are more important things. Where are we? What planet are we on, and how did I even escape that place?" Syl asked. Stark was thinking about a good place to start their conversation, but he was happy that the human didn't consider him an enemy at first sight. "I know you must have a lot of questions, but the others, they told me to make sure of one thing before I said anything to you. Do you know a person called Quinn Talon?" Stark asked. As Syl went to open his mouth, a large explosion went off in the background, and several buildings started to crumble. It didn't seem to be too far away either, around half a mile away. "They still haven't given up," Stark furrowed his eyebrows. "If they continue forward, they're going to find the ship. I'm sorry, but I need to do something first. Please stay here. I know you don't have your answers, but I promise you one thing. I'm on your side. No, we have been waiting for you to wake up." Stark ran off in a blink, and turning his head around, Syl could see him from outside of the window. He also noticed several other dead bodies that looked similar to the purple man, as well as other alien races. "This place, I've been here before, but why would I be here? Just what is happening?" The four Dalki were using their strength to destroy building after building with a single hit. They didn't care about what they were doing, and the researchers were starting to get a little concerned about what was happening. "Is this really necessary?" one of them asked, his voice shaky. Unlike the guards who had perished, they hadn't heard the rumor, nor had any idea why the Dalki were working for Jack and helping them. During their time observing the Dalki, they felt more like hungry, power-hungry beasts rather than humans that could be reasoned with, which was why they approached them in a gentle manner. "There might be others that are still alive in the area, or hanging by a thread that we can get our answers from. Destroying everything like this might not benefit us at all." The Dalki, who had originally chased Stark, who had a longer tongue than the others, turned around. They had all stopped destroying things for a second. "For a researcher, you're certainly not using your brains," one of the Dalki replied. "For as fast as that purple man was, when did he slow down? And on top of that, why hasn't he left this city if he's scared for his life?" "The answer is simple. He's trying to protect something. He was luring us away. Maybe he's gathered a whole group of them already. Just shut up and don't complain. We are all doing the same job." When the Dalki turned around, a large smile appeared on his face because it looked like his plan had worked. Stark was standing in front of them all. "I understand now. All of you won't give up until you find me. Little do you guys know, I was the one that was giving you a chance," Stark said, walking forward. The Dalki welcomed the challenge and was excited that this person would face up to him. When he was in range, he kicked off his back foot, going forward with a punch. With Stark's amazing speed, it was simple to dodge, and his sharp hands went to rip through his body. The idea was to penetrate the Dalki, but instead, the drill-like claw that Stark was using was almost pushed back by the hard muscles and skin. In the end, it made a shallow cut against the Dalki's ribs. "Bastard!" the Dalki shouted,
as he swung his arm back but hit nothing but the air. Once again, Stark used his hands to create cut after cut.
The strength the armor's given me, and my speed allows me to create quite a powerful hit. Yet against some of these Dalki, it's still difficult, Stark thought.
Out of anger, Stark shoved his hands, and this time they penetrated his back, going in around 3 inches. With his hands rapidly moving, he had pierced the Dalki 6 times before it could react. Stark jumped backward, and when he did, there was another Dalki ready to grab him. It swung both of its arms shut, but was still unable to do anything as Stark moved again. The remaining 2 went to attack, but Stark avoided both of them as well, and now he was looking at 4 angry faces toward him.
I have the title of the fastest in the universe.
Stark stopped himself there as he remembered his recent loss.
I have the title of the fastest Pensui. If I allowed you guys to lay a finger on me, then I would never be able to live up to that name.
Stark was delaying at the moment, but he didn't really have a plan. Would he have to try and defeat 4 Dalki on his own? How could he do that when he was barely able to injure them?
Are you guys going to do anything? The Dalki shouted, trying to get the researchers to act.
Little did he know, they were already acting. Several of them had their hands on the ground, and looking at the floor, Stark could feel something different underneath his feet. His body was sinking in. When looking down, the ground beneath him had almost turned into paste-like mud. He lifted his feet, which he could do, but trying to move them forward was impossible. He was being dragged down and just sucked into the floor more. The researchers had been selected for this task for a reason. Knowing that the traits of one of the alien races were speed and the fact that they would have to trap subjects, they had prepared for this.
Nowhere to run now. I'm going to enjoy my time with you.
The Dalki licked his face with his large tongue. Stark was struggling to get out at first before the Dalki reached him, but then suddenly stopped as he could see someone out on the field.
When did he get here? Stark thought.
The Dalki noticed that the purple man's gaze was not on him, but was focused behind him.
What are you looking at?
The Dalki turned his head and could see a man in white robes, almost frail and sick-looking, like a hospital patient. The frail man's arms started to light up with lighting, spiraling around both of his arms. Then 4 of his fingertips soon started to glow bright blue, almost turning into white light.
That man, I need to speak to him, so get out of my way, Syl said.
4 sparks came out from his finger, producing lightning bolts. With it, a thunderous bang erupted in the area. The researchers' ears exploded with blood, falling to the floor, and as for the Dalki, each of them had a large hole in their chest where the lightning had struck, and they soon fell to the ground, dead. When the researchers were given the task to come to the planet that was meant to have next to no life on it, they thought it was an easy task. The Dalki, as well as the travelers that were quite high up in terms of ability level and beast gear, were there just in case they ran into any trouble. Maybe a few that were still alive could cause some trouble. Never had they expected this to happen. The attack used by the frail man was so powerful and had made such a devastating noise that it had broken their eardrums. They could hardly hear anything, apart from a dull ring, and as that faded, everything was muddled. Blood was dripping down the side of their heads, and even their brains felt like they were somewhat in pain. Huddled over, they were grabbing their head and ears, rolling back and forth. Usually, beast gear or ki would give one enough energy to protect themselves from the sound of an attack like this, but they had none of that, which was why they had been so affected by the attack. The mud around Stark's feet was starting to harden slightly. He was no longer sinking into the ground, but it would still be hard for him to get out on his own. Still, he stood there stunned once again, staring at this person.
So, this is Syl. This is the person that everyone has been waiting for. What is this power? Stark thought.
In less than a second, Syl had taken out 4 Dalki just like that. The attack was so fast that even Stark felt like there was a chance that he wouldn't be able to escape it.
I understand now why they said this person was our hope. Even without him using the machine, with his power alone, he has enough strength to turn the tide of this war and save us.
Syl had opened up his special soul weapon book and selected a few abilities. After that, he walked over to where Stark was and placed his hand on the ground. The mud substance underneath his feet started to move, and Stark was shot right up. When he landed, the ground was hardened again and was back to normal.
The things he was seeing, the powers he was using, it was amazing for Stark even now. He had heard what Syl could do from the others, but seeing one person use a variety of abilities, and each one so skillfully, was still an amazing thing for him to see. "We need to make sure these researchers don't talk," Syl said, placing his hands on the ground again. Soon, a whirlpool of mud appeared underneath all of their bodies. They were getting swept in until their whole bodies sunk underground, and only their heads could be seen. After that, the mud around them started to harden. Syl could easily kill them, but he felt that doing so would leave a bad taste in his mouth. After all, they didn't truly know what they were doing. "To answer your question from before, I know Quinn. I know him very well, in fact, enough to know that what you are wearing right now used to belong to him," Syl answered. This rise in energy started to overcome Stark. He didn't know what overcame him, but he fell to his knees right then and there. Without realizing it, he had built all of this tension in his head, and after seeing his powers, he was waiting for those words. "There's a lot I need to tell you," Stark said. Stark started with Quinn's story, what had happened to him, how everyone forgot his memories. After all, Syl had been trapped, and in doing so was unaware of what happened after he disappeared. After that, he went on to explain the war that was taking place right now, and how they had managed to save him. He even included details about how the Blades were currently there, and who was on their side fighting for them on another planet. "Those bastards! They kept toying with me!" Syl gathered ki in his body, which helped him bring strength to his fist, since his natural muscles had been vastly depleted. Syl remembered some things very well after he was brought in by H. He knew that Jack was behind everything, because there were a few times when they had met in that special room. During the fight with H, Jack was curious about Syl's powers, and after trapping him and draining him of his energy until he was not a threat anymore, he brought in those with powers that could be used against him, powers that would often be useless in battle. One was a rare ability that worked similarly to that of the vampire influence skill, but since it was an ability, it was far more effective. It had conditions, such as only working a few times on one person, but with it, Jack had managed to get the fact that Syl was able to use so many powers, and it was due to his soul weapon, the book. This information, however, had actually caused Jack to fear Syl somewhat. Who knew how many abilities he had? With his power, there was a chance that he could maybe reverse the memory changeability. Even if he didn't, if he was let free, with his future sight, he would be able to see things that didn't make sense, or maybe even rewind time to the point where the ability didn't work on him. Jack had considered Syl too dangerous to be used in a way he was using powers, which was why he was locked up the way he had been. It also scared Jack to the point where he didn't wish to take Syl's power, too worried that maybe his power would be taken as well. After all, would Syl still have a soul weapon? If that was the case, then how would it work? Either way, it wasn't something Jack wanted to test. However, through his weakened state, other ability users could force Syl to do their bidding, to control his mind in other ways whenever they needed to use him, and Syl remembered everything he did. "I need to pay them all back," Syl gritted his teeth. "I will get all of them, including H for causing all of this." "Then we should hurry quickly. Who knows what is happening to the others? I have a ship not too far away," Stark stated. Thinking about everything, though, Syl once again opened his book up, changing his abilities once more. "Before that, there is still something that I need to test. We need to see if it works and how to use it." Stark was unsure what Syl was talking about and just watched him as he walked up to the researchers. One of them had the mud ability anyway, so Syl was sure once they had recovered enough, they would be able to break out from this place anyway, using their ability just to keep them here for a bit because he had another use for them. Syl gently placed his hand on top of one of the researchers' heads. "I've been forced to use the power a few times, but I was in a lot of pain from using it through that machine, but I think I got the hang of it," Syl said as he lifted his hand. "You said to me before that everyone forgot who Quinn Talon was, right?" Syl asked. "Yeah," Stark replied back. "All right, so tell me, do you know Quinn Talon?" Syl asked. Both of them looked at the researcher for a while, waiting for him to answer, but there was no answer. "Ah, right, I almost forgot."
Syl knelt down and placed both of his hands next to the researcher's ears. They started to glow, and his ears started to heal. "Sorry about that. Now let me ask you again. Do you know Quinn Talon?" Syl asked. The researcher looked dazed, confused, and mostly scared. "Please don't hurt me. Please," the researcher stated. "Then answer the question," Syl said. His hands lit up with lightning. Yes, of course I know Quinn Talon." Among one of the many Amra planets where the fighting was taking place, it had almost completely stopped on one planet. Intense battles between the two forces' very best were going on. Most of the others were doing much other than watching them fight. At first, the humans and Dalki were both very confident in their victory. They had already pushed the enemy so far back that they only had to get through the market square and then to the enemy's camp that had been set up to finish them off. However, help had arrived at the last moment, but even with the help, they knew they had Pine and his team of 5-Spike Dalki on their side. Still, they thought victory was in their sights until the 5-Spike Dalki started to lose one by one. Each battle against the 5-Spikes had been tough so far. Minnie and Galen, with both of their hard work, had finished the 5-Spike off. The two of them had come out of the fight mostly unhurt and wished to help the others. By the time their fight was over, though, Layla was on the floor, lying in one of the partly broken houses. In order to protect her and make sure she didn't get hurt, she went with Galen in her shadow to stay by her side while the fight between Russ in his black swordsman form and Pine continued. Logan and Vicky had managed to defeat the 5-Spike, but in doing so, Logan was on his last breath. He was close to death until the humans from the enemy side intervened. Conflicted on who they were fighting for and why Logan would fight for the other side, they had decided to help him. Currently, they were on the rooftop of one of the buildings near the square. Those with healing abilities were doing what they could to make sure Logan would make it out there alive, while Vicky was meditating, trying to get her energy back. Thankfully, due to the tense fight and power that was coming from the battle between Pine, Layla, and Russ, nearly no one was paying them any attention or attempting to go after their lives. Still, there were intense battles with the other 5-Spikes going all over the place. One of them was Jake. He had no trouble going up against the 5-Spike. He had yet to be seriously injured, and his combination of mixing powers to create new ones made him versatile and able to do things that the 5-Spike couldn't imagine. The only thing he was having trouble with was the fact that the Dalki he was facing just wasn't dying. In the end, though, stabbing the Dalki with metal spikes through its body, freezing its legs in place, Jake was also able to melt the Dalki's head, killing it completely. He was able to make a molten, lava-like substance by combining his earth ability with a bit of his hardening ability and then melting it down with his flames. This was something the Dalki was unable to deal with. Just like Vicky, though, Jake had expended a lot of MC cells and moved slightly back to heal a bit. He wished to help the others, but the thing was, they didn't need any help. The two sisters alone were able to deal with the Dalki they were facing as well. The versatile water blood that Cyril could use allowed them to attack from all sorts of different angles. Meanwhile, Wince was able to do most of the damage with her celestial strength, her demon-tier trident, and her water powers. A combination of the two, attacking the right point, made them an incredibly strong duo. It looked like they would have been able to deal with their 5-Spike a bit earlier compared to the others. The only problem was, Wince had injuries from before. Finally, there was the group of Blades. They had already lost a number of their group before Shiro had arrived, and unfortunately, even with Shiro there, they found the 5-Spike Dalki difficult to deal with. Shiro, switching between Vorden and Rayton, had done a lot of work against the 5-Spike, but they managed to still lose a couple more blades to the 5-Spike before managing to defeat it. It was almost as if the Dalki knew it was going to lose its life and did its best to take a couple down with them. With that, all of the 5-Spike Dalki that had arrived in the attack had been defeated, and then there was only Pine left. The thing was, the Dalki and the humans watching never expected him to be defeated. Even while watching the fight, nearly throughout the whole thing, he had the upper hand, but now his head was on the floor, and his body was there as well. Strangely, though, the body started to turn into particles of dust. "What is this?" Russ thought. No one dared approach Russ. They had no idea that he had completely spent all of his MC cells,
In their head, he was just the one that had finished off a single being that could take out their whole army, so they didn't want to approach him for fear that he would do the same. After the particles of dust started to disappear, a crystal was left in its place. Russ bent over and picked it up. It was long and quite thick as well.
I've never seen anything like that. And this was inside his body? Russ thought. It doesn't feel the same as those nest crystals, but I wonder if I would be able to absorb it just like the nest crystal. If it's even able to give me a fraction of Pine's power, it would be worth it.
Activating one of its storage rings, the crystal was placed inside. He would keep it for himself. After all, he had earned it. On top of the rooftop, the color could be seen returning to Logan's face. He was now breathing in deeper than before. It looked like they had managed to reach him in time. "It's a good thing we brought some engineers with us to have a look as well," one of them said. "Yeah, some of the backup circuits were used to help his body function in a certain way. Honestly, it's because of that he managed to stay alive as well." Finally, Logan opened his eyes. He could remember what had happened, but the first thing he did was turn his head, and he could see Vicky sitting there meditating. She was ignoring everything around her, and didn't even realize that the one she had been worried about this entire time was awake. "I can see her clothes are wet. She must have been crying quite a bit," Logan thought. What was going to happen now, though? Was the war over on these planets? It was clear that many of the humans and even the Dalki no longer had a desire to fight. None of them had jumped in after the death of Pine, nor had continued their fighting. Perhaps this was a chance for them to split ways from each other and end the battle there. A sound had soon entered Logan's ears, and everyone else's, though. Looking up, they could see a spaceship flying by. It soon hovered just over the market square. Not getting a good feeling of what was about to come, Russ, who was below, decided to move and headed back to where Layla and Minnie currently were. The ship never landed, but the hatch had opened, and falling down from the ship were 3 figures. When hitting the ground, they had done so in a heavy way due to the planet's gravity and a cloud of dust spread out by their feet. All 3 of them, based on their shape and size, were clearly Dalki, but when taking a closer look at them, one could see that they were different from the others. For one, 2 of the Dalki had 6 spikes running from the top of their back down, getting smaller as they went closer to the tail. Then there was the one in the center. "It's H. He's finally here," Logan said, looking from above.
"I believe you know why I'm here. Now where is he?"
H asked. No one had given an answer, and in that moment, one person had decided to act. Was it through fear, trying to get the upper hand, or just desperation to do whatever they could to take this monster down? Wince stood on her feet. She started to run forward, blue aura surrounding her, mixing in with the celestial energy. More water started to gather around her trident. She was putting every little ounce of strength she had into this attack and hurled it, throwing it over her shoulder. Her strength, the power, all pushed the trident forward, creating a wave and stream of water that would have been able to cut diamonds. It had so much pressure behind it. The trident was aimed right toward H, who simply raised his hand. He stepped to the side and grabbed it. When he did, he spun his body and hurled it back. Several loud bangs were heard as the trident was breaking through several sound barriers. The trident had moved too fast. The attack was too fast, and now, Wince, as she looked down at her stomach, could see that there was a large hole. Nearly her entire midsection was missing. She didn't even have time to say her last words as she fell to the floor, followed by the screams of her sister. Inside the celestial space, sitting in his self-made chair, Mundus was tapping his finger away. He was away from all the other celestials, allowing them to continue their tasks. They just went on doing as they usually did, having no idea what was going on. Because Mundus had been keeping an eye on the situation, he knew what planets the fight would be taking place on. It allowed him to open up several portals, and he was watching everything that was happening in real time. "I knew these Earthlings would be big trouble. It looks like our guess was right," Mundus thought. "After sending a few Celestials to deal with them, we realized that they had a few of those with the power of Godslayer. Not only that, but they seem to be progressing at a fast rate. Is it due to the wars? Due to them pushing themselves so hard?" When Mundus was talking about this, he wasn't just referring to the Dalki, but the vampires as well. He could see what Jim had been trying to do, creating a situation where only the strongest would survive. In times of war, there were always those that had to fight and rise to the top just to survive. Everyone had their own story, everyone had their own lives, and there might even be seeds of those growing stronger that no one knew about. I did a lot to help you out in this war, Quinn. I hope my gamble is going to pay off. And these guys, just what are they doing? She has always been an outlier. Sometimes I feel like she is more trouble than Imor Tui. But they don't see it that way, I guess. Well, there's nothing we can do about her anyway. When looking at the portal, Mundus was looking directly at Sarah, the one known as the god of war, who had suddenly decided to join this battle. He had a feeling it wasn't due to his own choice. Before the invasion had taken place, there were many humans that lived on planets different from Earth. One of these places was the Greylash faction. Their memories of events had also been altered. However, there wasn't an attempt to convince them to join Jack's side so much. In the first place, after the first war against the Dalki, the Greylashes had taken a neutral stance. Overcomplicating things and trying to get them to join the war would have been a hard thing to do. Someone who had been traveling for a while now was out on the planet, though, searching through a thick jungle. They were with a group of travelers. A large, long neck-like dinosaur creature was staring at them. They were all in the middle of combat and had been fighting it for a while. Some of them had broken arms. A beast shield had been broken and smashed, but one person at the very back hadn't been hurt. "We're screwed! We're all going to die! Who knew a demigod-tier beast would be in a place like this?" one of the men said, with his beast weapon shaking in his hand. The weapon in his hand was only at the advanced tier, and it was struggling to even pierce the skin of its opponent. "Give me that!" one of the travelers at the very back said, as he snatched the sword from his hand. The traveler looked confused. He had a tight grip on the weapon, yet when it was pulled from his hand, it felt like it almost slipped out, and there was no resistance at all. As if the weapon wanted to get into his hand. "What is Silk doing? Does he really think he can fight against that thing?" one of the travelers said. "Wait, come to think of it, hasn't Silk just been at the back of the group not doing anything?" With a big puff of air, the traveler known as Silk swung the weapon. Out came an energy blast that went right through the long-necked dinosaur's head. It looked almost as if nothing had happened at first, but slowly the top of its head started to fall off. How is that even possible? I didn't even know the weapon could do that," the man asked. "It can't," the man replied. "At least not in your hands. Now all of you get back and scram. You were just given a second chance at life, so you better treat it well." The others looked at each other. They were happy to go back after that encounter, and maybe from now on would stop venturing into such dangerous palaces. Excuse me, my sword?" one of the travelers asked. "What did you say? I just saved your life, and now you're really asking for your sword back?" Silk replied. The man ignored that his sword had been taken, and turned away with the others with tears down his face. He had saved up his whole fortune to buy that sword, and now he wouldn't be coming back with it. Now, the man known as Silk was on his own, deep in the jungle. At least, he thought he was. "Is this really what you thought you would be doing?" a soft voice said. Turning around, the man could see a woman holding a staff, covered in robes. "Sarah, what are you doing here? You never go into the celestial space, communicating and making deals with the other celestials. You always stay near Earth?" "And you care why?" Sarah replied. "The only reason why I can guess you are here to speak to me is because you want something from me." Bliss clicked her tongue and gave a smile back because Sarah was right on the mark. "Aren't you the god of war? I wonder, then, why someone like you isn't taking part in the war, one who has the strength to empower those that are behind them, one of the best strategists in the battlefield, and a person who can use any weapon better than anyone else." During Sarah's time here, Jack and Jim had already gone into countless wars against other races. Sarah could have fulfilled some of his conditions by joining those wars, even if it was as a normal recruit, yet he had chosen not to. "Do Celestials have a sense of right and wrong?" Sarah asked. "Or once you become a Celestial, then do you just end up doing everything you can to fulfill your condition?" "There's a large difference between me and you, Bliss. As you said, I am the god of war. I was a Celestial that was originally human, and due to all the people that worshipped and prayed to me, I ended up becoming a Celestial. Was it the same for you, or were you always a celestial? Sarah asked. That won't change anything, Bliss said. You know my powers, and I thought I would just come here to inform you of something. Whatever your reason, you have decided to not join this war, on the human side, on Jack's side. Maybe it's because you still have an obligation to complete, or you feel guilty for failing the one named Leo. Either way, you have made your choice whether you know it or not. There is a big war coming, one of the biggest this universe will have to deal with, and if the outcome of this war is one-sided, then there will be a clash and possible destruction of the universe. Now, you can continue hunting and take your time relaxing. I have seen what happens. You decide to eventually act, but by then it's too late, so I'm telling you to act now. When you want to act, contact me. I'll send you to the place that you need to be. This is a lot more interesting than I thought, Sarah said, standing and looking at Chris and Peter. Peter was just seconds away from dealing with Nock. The demon-tier shadow beast had been trying to aid in the background, but the vines were useless against Peter's headtail that was able to cut through nearly everything that came his way. In the end, before he could reach his target, a spear had come out, stabbing him right through the stomach. The force was strong in the attack and had managed to push him back. Using his hands and strength, Peter had managed to stop the spear from spinning, but it had ripped the skin of his hands, and the spear had still penetrated right through his body. This spear! It managed to cut through my power that is covering my hands and body, Peter thought. It was the first time he had been hurt in such a way, and there was something else he had noticed as well. Initially, he thought the spear had to at least be on the demon tier level. Otherwise, why would it be able to generate that much power? Perhaps it was due to the person who threw it, but even then, Peter reckoned he was one of the strongest beings in existence. So the only way for him to be pushed back was a combination of powers at play, but now, holding on to the spear, he could tell it wasn't that great. So much so that with his strength, he broke both ends of the spear and allowed it to drop to the floor. Soon, the hole in his body was starting to heal. What fucking stupid human has decided to get involved in my fight? It was a question that not just Peter had, but the Amra around did as well, as they did not recognize this person. But to Geo, he had just saved Nock's life, and in a time like this, rather than ask questions, he saw him as an ally. The man in question was covered from head to toe in weapons. The armor on his chest had strange circular devices embedded into it. Around his wrist, there looked to be multiple small daggers, and he even had gloves that looked to be hiding something on them. Then, on his back, there were still 2 spears that could be seen on top of a few swords along with a greatsword. Even along the side of his leg, there were compartments for different types of weapons. This was someone who was clearly ready for action. That man, Chris said, as certain memories were starting to flood into his head. Although Peter had seen Sarah before, it was brief and for a short while. At the time, he was also pretty well hidden. For Chris, though, he knew him quite well because, at the time, Leo and Sarah had gone against Chris and Zero. They had fought against each other. Of course, Jack and Jim could only ask for the memories to be changed of those that they knew, and they were unaware of the existence of Sarah. What is he doing now here, fighting along with these aliens? Things are getting quite confusing, Chris mumbled to himself. Peter didn't care about asking questions, though. He was incredibly annoyed and had decided to dive straight forward toward the new opponent. When he did, though, a large rock came out from the side and hit him clean. It pushed Peter's cheek until he could react and break the boulder with his arms. There is more than one person in this fight, Geo shouted, appearing right behind the broken rocks and throwing a solid hit to Peter's cheek. In turn, Peter grabbed the arm that hit him and punched hard at the elbow joint, attempting to break it in one hit. Geo could feel extreme pain as he gritted his teeth, but his hand survived one hit. I'm not sure if I can survive more, Geo thought. That's when he could see someone else approaching from the side. It was Nock. Getting a second wind on seeing someone coming to help, he swung all of his arms and hit Peter this time in the ribs. It didn't move Peter at all, but allowed for his grip to weaken and Geo to break free. With his legs, he pushed off and tackled Peter with 2 of his arms, while with his upper 2 arms, he hit both of Peter's away before he was ready to do anything. Then, with his bottom 2 hands, he lifted Peter off the ground and slammed him into the floor.
I'm sure he'll be okay, Chris said. He wanted to focus on another person in front of him. Do you remember me? Chris asked. I'm sorry, Sarah replied. I don't remember, weaklings. Hearing this, there was really only one thing that Chris could do. He charged forward, and as he did, his body started to transform. Unlike the times when he was fighting before, this time his entire body seemed to change. His facial structure was completely that of a werewolf, with his razor-sharp teeth, his legs, and more. When his transformation finished, though, he could see several daggers going right towards him. They were lit up with energy as well. Using his clawed hands, he was able to swipe and knock all 4 of them away, but he could feel the strength behind just the simple daggers. The last time, he thought, was he taking it easy on us when he was helping Leo before? Chris thought. Don't you think it's only fair? Sarah said. Touching his chest piece, he pressed down on one of the circular devices. In doing so, it popped out. As it did, the circular device had these sharp razor blades coming out from the sides. Now that I'm fighting against those with celestial energy and godslayers, don't you think I should use celestial energy myself? Chris's ears could pick up a change in the sound of the wind from behind, but it was a little too late. All of the daggers that he had knocked away were still flying through the air, and they had pierced him right in the back and through his thick hide. Crap! It's able to break through my hide. And were they some type of homing daggers? For a second, as all the daggers went in his back, he flinched, closing his eyes. When he opened them, he could see the small circular device right in front of him, beeping. It exploded right in his face. It was a large explosion that shook the buildings nearby, and a large cloud of smoke had covered the entire area. Ah! Chris screamed as he swung his claw randomly, but managed to hit nothing. Before he knew it, a claw had scratched his body. It was deep, and blood could immediately be seen. From his gloves, Sarah had summoned deadly claws that shot out from the top, and they also had a poison effect, one at the demon tier level. With a thrust forward, Sarah tried to stab Chris in the heart, but he was able to swing his arm and knock it out of the way. Soon he pounced back out of the smoke and could see clearly once again. Tensing the muscles on his back, the small daggers came out of his body, and the mark was healing on his chest as well. Even the poison that had entered his body and had made him feel slightly weaker for a second was disappearing as well. All of these were the effects of his werewolf body. They were even more resilient than the Dalki, with a great healing speed. You weren't this strong before, and it's not just the energy. What is this? Chris asked. Sarah stood there calmly on the other side. I told you already, I can't remember you that well, but let me ask you a question. How many weapons did I have when I went up against you last time? Thinking about it, maybe there were 2 weapons. It was nowhere near the amount he had on him now, but what difference did that make? Sarah just smiled. The more weapons I have, the more serious I am. What Sarah was saying was true. His ability allowed him to turn any weapon up to the demon tier level, even if it was a basic tier weapon. What that meant, though, was not only was the weapon itself a demon tier, but the strength it provided the user was at the demon tier level. Right now, with all the weapons he had on his body, he was using his ability to bring them up to the demon tier level, and in turn, they were all strengthening his body. This was Sarah at his very best. Originally, Chris was slightly concerned for Peter, even if he didn't openly show it. This was because Peter was going against not just one opponent, but essentially 3. There was the demon tier shadow beast that was controlling the vines, Geo, and Nock. He had no clue where the demon tier owl went. It seemed to have disappeared after getting hit a few times. However, Geo was fine with this, because he was sure that it was being used to support other areas. After all, while they were fighting against these 2, there was Jim himself, as well as the original vampires, all still fighting. The truth was, they were annoyed that this had taken a lot longer than they initially thought. As time went on, there was a large amount of pressure going on in Geo's mind about the fight, which was perhaps why he was pushing himself. In the end, though, Chris realized that he had no time to worry about the other battle. He would just have to trust the one by his side, because his opponent was going to be tough. Ah! Peter screamed as he pulled himself out of the ground
as pieces of rock went flying in all directions. Geo quickly went to grab Peter, trying to attack him in the same way as he did before, but with a swing of his head, he hit the arm away. Then there was Nock as well, that wasn't so far behind, attempting an attack.
"You will pay for this,"
Peter shouted. The outside of his fist was glowing with energy. When throwing it forward, a large ball of ki came out. This was something unique to Peter. He couldn't do the third stage of ki type attack. He never learned it, but somehow using the first stage of ki, which he didn't really understand in the first place, he could force the energy out of his body. It slammed into Nock, pushing him back, and as it hit his skin, it was starting to damage it. Worried, Geo came forward and started to hit the energy himself, punching it with his golden arms. While the two were worrying, finally Peter was given a breather. The inside of his bones was healing, after they had been crushed by the large attack, but what was really concerning him a bit was the hole in the center of his stomach. Although the wound had healed, there was still energy that was lingering inside.
"It's the same for the aliens' attack as well. Their power is able to get through my own special energy. Who cares about that? The only thing I need to do is take them out."
Creeping towards Peter while he was in the middle of his thoughts were several vines. In his celestial form, his head-tail started to grow to the point it reached the bottom of the floor and curled up like a tail, even though it was attached to his head. Swinging it, all of the vines from the demon tier were cut through, and Peter charged through towards his two opponents. That was until a green wall appeared right in front of him. It was several vines combined together to make a thick wall. Just like with everything else, though, Peter was able to use his head-tail to slice through it. When he did, though, the two Amra were nowhere to be seen. They had jumped to the side, and using the strength in their legs, both blasted right toward Peter. Reacting, Peter curled up into a type of ball. He tucked his legs in while using both of his arms to cover his head. Geo's and Nock's fists were flying, hitting Peter everywhere they could. They hit his arms, his side, the side of his legs, and more. They continued to pound away, not taking a single breath. If they did, then it would give a chance for Peter to attack. What is this person's body made out of? Geo thought, as he continued to punch with his golden arms as much as possible, but the glow around them was starting to fade. Normally, hits of this level and consistency would turn anything to rubble, yet Peter was still there, curled up in a ball. At the same time, though, Peter himself had a similar thought.
What are these guys' hands made out of? Their hits are getting through everything, and they're causing fractures in my bones.
It felt like a competition of holding out between them. Whichever was the first to give in would lose the battle. As the two Amra continued to hit, they started to slow slightly, as they still hadn't taken a breath. Their chests were hurting, the acid was building up in their limbs, and their arms were feeling incredibly heavy. I can't do it. I need to breathe, Nock finally said, as he went to throw out a punch, and at the same time lifted his head slightly to take a breath. This was the moment Peter had been waiting for. He kicked with his left foot deep in the ground, surrounded by the yellow energy. For a second, it had emitted so much power that it caused Geo to flinch slightly. No, I have to push through this, Geo thought. He attempted to push through, and finally broke through the energy that felt like it was burning his skin away, but he was soon met with the long head-tail swiping right towards his neck. Now, the head-tail was covered in the strange yellow power as well. Geo had no choice but to lift all four of his arms. The blade cut right through, causing his blood to leak slightly. It wasn't enough to go through the dense bones of the Amra, but it hurt. When Geo pulled his hands down, though, he soon realized that the head-tail, the kick to the ground, all of it was a distraction to try to get him away. Because right now, he could see Peter with his hand right through Nock's chest. Swirling around his hand was another head-tail. During the whole fight, Peter had never shown such a thing, and it was because it was a first for him as well. Peter wasn't the type to win by tricks or use his head much, but just used his will, which, similar to his celestial form, allowed things to change, wanting to produce the strongest attack possible in order to finish Nock off. The head-tail had split in two. It wrapped around Peter's hand, giving it a sharp edge and twice the power. Just like Geo, Nock had managed to get his hands up to block, but it was useless. The strength of the punch The power behind it, with the sharpness of the headtail, ripped right through Nock's skin and continued on, eventually causing a large hole in his chest. Blood was starting to pour out of his mouth. Nock's eyes weren't filled with anger. Instead, it felt more like a disappointment. He wasn't looking at Peter either, but instead was looking at Geo.
"It looks like we won't have to compete against each other anymore," Nock said. "You win, my friend."
His head flopped toward his chest, and there were no signs of life in Nock anymore.
"No!"
Geo screamed and rushed forward, throwing out a punch. Peter quickly pulled out his arm and jumped out of the way. The powered golden fist punched the air, and loud bangs were heard as the fist landed against the air. It distorted, and a pulse of energy went out, moving part of the clouds in the sky above. "Beast, take him away! Take him back!" Geo ordered. The vines, controlled by the demon tier beast, started to pull Nock's body away. Geo wanted to grieve. He wanted to talk to his friend even more, but it wasn't the time. "What is this?" A voice was heard. Turning his head, he could see another Amra was now where Nock was being pulled, and it was one they knew well.
"The young ones, they shouldn't have to go before me," Dober said.
Seeing Dober, for Geo, was a big surprise. After defeating Athos, 3 Amra in total led the race and their multiple planets, and this included Dober himself. Although originally Dober wasn't a fighter, he had grown quite strong. He was brought into the group due to his smarts and information he had on new technologies. Back then, he was one of the few Amra that was researching technologies that they could use. However, being around Geo and Nock, who had great power, had also somewhat influenced Dober. On top of that, he gained natural strength as he worked in the forgery and helped around in several places in and outside of the tower. This was why Geo was surprised in the first place, because Dober was in the tower, and if he was now out of it, there was a chance someone else was as well.
"Don't get your hopes up,"
Dober replied. He knelt down and looked at the face of Nock. There was nothing. No equipment, no crystal that could save him now. Life had completely gone out of his eyes. Dober hadn't seen any part of the fighting or what was going on, but seeing Geo's reaction and what happened so far, it was no wonder he was putting a lot of hope into that person.
"He is working hard away and is in the final stages, but it is impossible to know, and it would be wrong of me to give you a time frame. But what is happening here?"
Peter's body was relatively hurt from the constant pounding. His body was healing, and he could still fight, but in order to heal properly, he needed to eat. If needed, then he would fight Geo back in a desperate attempt. However, the hunger was quite painful for him, so Peter went to find one of the dead bodies that were nearby for a quick meal to replenish him. He wouldn't usually do such a thing. Even though he had respect for the dead that fought their lives in the war, it was an important time. Seeing how Peter wasn't attacking him, Geo realized he had some time to talk, but was unaware of exactly what Peter was doing, so he kept an eye on him while talking. "I'm not sure we can do anything," Geo replied. "These two are stronger than I imagined. Nock gave us everything. He fought alongside me with everything we had, and we were still unable to beat him. The strength in my own hands is dwindling. I'm not as strong as I was at the start of this fight." Geo was being kind. Nock was stronger than Dober, so if the two of them had no chance at winning the fight, then with Dober it certainly was the case. As for his powers, the glow on his forearms was fading. The celestial energy he used to power himself was running low. Most of the energy had been used up in his current fight, but Geo had been fighting all over the place, going against the vampire leaders and going from one place to the next, while Peter and Chris were very fresh. Maybe because Geo had just lost Nock, but he wasn't feeling very hopeful about the situation and was believing there was no point for him to go on fighting.
"I'm afraid that I don't have good news to bring to you, but I thought I had to inform you," Dober stated. "Me and the other forgers, we all left the tower and immediately could see that several areas were in trouble. We spread out and are doing our best to help out all groups, but we are being pushed back in all areas. Without any help, it will only be a matter of time before they reach our base and reach the tower."
Looking at Peter, he was seen chowing down on human flesh, ripping part of its skin and eating it on the spot. But what Geo really wanted to do was glance at something else,
another fight that was going on. Several pulses of energy were felt, ripples and waves sent through the air that would hit them. A powerful claw was thrown from the side, and with two swords swinging down, Sarah managed to cut through Chris's skin once again. He could feel that it managed to hit the bone and had just stopped there. He is going through even all the ki that I have placed in that area. I'm even having to use ki to protect my raw bones. Otherwise, his weapons would have cut through that. Chris, out of anger, went to open his mouth and attempted to bite at Sarah. Before he could do so, Sarah lifted his leg and kicked him across the face. A big shockwave went off with the hit, and a large cut was on the side of Chris's face. Looking at the foot that hit him, he could see a blade sticking out the end of the boot that appeared to be hidden. This person, just how many weapons does he have? Chris, out of anger, swung his fists, not caring whether he was hit or not. Sarah could feel the anger, and rather than going in for a strike and risk taking a hit for hit, he decided to block, lifting the two swords. One of the swords he held took the brunt of the impact, and he could see part of it shatter. With my powers, this weapon should be on the demon tier level, and this person has the strength to basically break it, Sarah thought. Moments later, what he had feared happened as the sword shattered. With a kick of his boots from the ground, they had activated an active skill that was almost like a puff of air, and Sarah increased the distance between the two. Chris would have been able to catch up, but during the fight, more than once, he had been hurt trying to follow after his opponent. The wounds on Chris's body were piling up, but still healing. You're healing. The more I hurt you, the slower it's starting to get. I guess you're not as invincible as you thought, Sarah stated. I never thought I was invincible, Chris replied. There was something strange about the fight he didn't understand. Even with all the strength his opponent had, Chris still felt no less than him in strength or speed. Sure, his opponent was skillful with weapons and could use their active skills during the fight that was helping him, but Chris still felt that it wasn't the deciding factor. It wasn't the difference between the two as to why Sarah was winning the fight. You don't understand, do you? Sarah said. I can tell you the answer. I don't mind, because it's not something you can fix anyway. It's because you are scared of death. But you see, I'm not scared of dying, so I can take more risks than you. Chris listened to his opening words, but didn't understand it. Chris didn't feel scared when fighting, and he had fought with his life on the line multiple times. Regardless of these things, though, the subconscious thought of death would always enter one's head. Blocking large attacks, being careful when attacking, the use of ki, and skills. A lot of decisions were made because one wanted to preserve their own life. For Sarah, being who he was, he didn't have these fears. Death was more of an annoyance than anything. There's no point trying to figure this out now. All I need to do is get a lot stronger than you. Chris's voice trailed off for a second, because in the back, he saw something he didn't expect. Geo and Dober had jumped up to a building. Sorry, my strange friend, but the city and my people are in trouble. I wish you good luck and all your power in attempting to defeat these two. With those words, Geo and Dober had left the battle scene. Peter had just finished recovering and felt like he was back at 100%. Did that alien just leave me to deal with these two on my own? Sarah thought. Sarah had to do a double take when he looked behind him and back at Chris and Peter again, because he couldn't believe the audacity of these aliens. He didn't want to join this war in the first place, and then when convinced to join it and help the losing side, they had gone and abandoned him just like that. And now look at the situation you have gotten yourself into, Sarah said to himself, shaking his head. From the corner of his eye, he could see Peter jumping up in the air. It looked as if he was going after them. Well, if you're going to do something, then you might as well do it right, Sarah sighed, as he held out his hand, and one of the rings underneath the gloves he was wearing started to light up. A crossbow appeared in his hands. Pulling the trigger, several bolts had come out, and each one of them was covered in flames. One bolt was shot right in front of Peter. If he carried on moving, he would run into the flames. Punching the air, Peter managed to stop his momentum with a bang, while making a large hole right through the fire as well. Soon he was dropping to the ground, and that was when the other bolt of flames was coming toward him. With the head tail full of his ki energy, he swung it down, splitting the flame produced by the arrows in half, and even hitting one of the bolts completely in half.
"Oh, very impressive," Sarah said.
Meanwhile, Chris had jumped up, with his claws ready to pounce. Similarly, as he did with his right hand, with his left hand, the ring started to glow and produced a round shield. Chris's claws hit the shield, but he felt like all of the power had bounced back right at him, and he was chucked in the air, performing somersaults before he landed on his feet next to Peter's side.
"You piece of crap! Do you really think you're so tough, fighting with all these weapons? Use your fists!" Peter shouted.
"All I hear are cries of a sore loser," Sarah replied back with a smile, putting both of his weapons away. He then pulled out 2 long spears from his back and held one in each hand. "I think it's best if you ignore the others for now," Chris said. "This person might not be someone that we can take out on our own. Do you remember what we did back then when we fought against that celestial?" Peter had a horrid look on his face as he remembered what Chris was suggesting.
"I thought we had grown stronger than that."
"Whether you like it or not, this person is stronger, and it's the best thing we can do," Chris shouted, not giving Peter a choice. His body started to change once more, but not into that of a werewolf. Instead, it turned into that of a large wolf. In this form, Chris was far faster and more agile on his feet. He immediately went towards Peter, who jumped up and landed on Chris's back. "I see now. So it's 2 against 1, but I'm the one getting called out for using weapons," Sarah said, gripping the spears tightly. Before he knew it, the large wolf was running straight toward him. At the right time, Sarah took a step forward and thrust the tip of his spear. A large amount of power left from the tip and made a really large hole in the buildings off in the distance, but that was because it had hit nothing but the air. Seeing the attack, Chris moved to the side, and at the same time, Peter swung his head tail. His own speed was being added with Chris's, producing a strong blow. At the last moment, Sarah was able to lift the other spear up and block the attack. Ripples of energy were shaking through the air, and that wasn't the only thing that was shaking. The entirety of his armor was as well. "That attack, it was crazy powerful. I'm not sure I can block that too many times." The thing was, the attacks didn't stop there. With Peter and Chris working together, they continued to run circles around Sarah. With his spear, he attempted to attack, but was hitting nothing, and would get several strikes back. He blocked most of them, with one hitting his shoulder. It had caused a crack through his armor and pierced his skin slightly. "Crap, that hurt," Sarah thought. The wolf pounced in, and Sarah tumbled, rolling underneath it. When he did, he shoved the spear from below, but Chris had already landed with Peter and swung in for another attack. This time, rather than using the edge of the headtail to try and hurt Sarah, it was wrapped around one of his spears. Chris started to run in the other direction, and Peter pulled. There was no choice for Sarah, as he had to let go of his spear. It flung out and was thrown to the side, and now it looked like Chris and Peter were coming in for another round. "So what if you take that weapon? I have lots of weapons I can use, but you have seriously pissed me off." Sarah kicked off the ground with his boots, and a suction of air shot him high up. He was now higher than the buildings were, and signs of fighting going on in other areas. "I can see why the others rushed off now. It looks like this war won't last too much longer." But that wasn't his concern for now. Instead, the rings on his hands were glowing, and weapons started to appear in his hands. Immediately, Sarah threw them onto the ground. They weren't going toward Chris or Peter. Instead, they were just hitting the ground. Weapon after weapon were hitting the ground, until there were about 50 weapons there. With another spear in his hand, he spun his body, and a tornado surrounded him. It looked devastating, and Chris and Peter didn't want to see if they could get close or not when crashing to the ground. Several of the weapons that were on his body had also entered the ground, and they were all in different areas. Staves, maces, spears, short swords, long swords, daggers, spike balls, and even things that had never been seen before. Chris could sense that this was something different, and he decided to use this chance to take a breather. Now, Sarah looked different compared to before. There wasn't a weapon on him, apart from a single spear and the armor he was wearing. Everything else was stuck in the ground. Spinning the spear about, Sarah then stuck the bottom end into the ground,
and lifted only his left foot up. "You are in my zone now," Sarah said. His eyes started to light up with white energy, and no longer could his pupils be seen. The energy was running up and down his body until it went running down just one of his legs. His foot slammed into the ground, and the white energy spread out. It didn't create a crater, nor did it seem to damage the ground. If anything, it looked like a ripple of thought just floating on top of the land. When it touched the weapons on the floor, the energy rose, covering them. It wasn't just one of the weapons, but all of the weapons that had been thrown onto the floor were now covered in this white energy. When the white energy reached them, for a split second, Chris allowed it to touch his foot. He felt no malice in the energy, nor did it feel like it did any harm to him. "This person, their calm and relaxed demeanor, it's frightening me, more so than anyone I have ever seen before," Chris thought. The final weapon in Sarah's hand, that too, was thrown onto the floor, and calmly, Sarah started to walk towards them. The strange white energy glow that had been surrounding Sarah's body was no more, but his eyes were now filled with this energy, as were the weapons all along the ground. When he walked towards the others, Chris could feel what he meant by his words from before, that this person had no fear of dying. What gives him this strength? Is it because he believes he is much stronger than us? Or is it something else? Chris thought. "Are we just going to stand here all day and play with ourselves, or are we going to fight?" Peter shouted, as he used the back of his heel to dig into Chris's side. It was true. They had to fight either way, but there was no harm in being cautious. With Peter on his back, the two of them entered the field of weapons. They ran past several, and Chris began to circle their opponents. The speed was fast enough to kick up dirt from the ground, and if someone was watching from the outside, it would look like a tornado was surrounding Sarah. Just like before, when the opportunity felt right, Chris pounced in, and Peter swung his head tail. Sarah reached out to his right and grabbed one of the weapons on the ground, and it was just a simple staff. It didn't look impressive, and could even be confused as just a stick. Moving to the side, Sarah dodged the sharp end of the head tail and swung down the simple stick, pinning the head tail right to the ground. A burst of white energy filled the bottom of the stick. Then, bending slightly again in a small movement, Sarah picked up a sword. He could see Chris attempting to attack him by using his mouth and opening it up with his razor-sharp teeth. With another swift movement and perfect timing, he moved to the side and slashed, hitting the back leg of Chris. It was a deep cut that caused Chris to crash his head into the ground and tumble. Peter had fallen off, but managed to get up just in time. When the two looked at their opponent again, this time they could see a bow and arrow in his hands. Letting go, a stream of energy followed behind it. It was sharp and fast. Chris gritted his teeth, transforming back to his werewolf form and swinging his fists. Before it reached, though, the arrow had split into several smaller beams of energy and moved around it. Two of the arrows went right through the arm of Chris and the shoulder. They were big blows, creating small holes in the werewolf's flesh. His healing abilities were working overtime. Meanwhile, the rest of the arrows had headed toward Peter. Curling up into a ball, he had managed to protect himself again. The arrows pierced through his arms as well, aiming for his head, but they didn't get through. When the arrows tried to pierce further, his own internal energy was fighting back against the arrows, essentially disintegrating them before they could do any more damage. "What is going on?" Peter shouted, uncurling himself. He felt embarrassed that he had to protect himself in such a way, and he didn't understand what was happening. There didn't seem to be much change in Sarah, only that he no longer had the weapons on his body, and shouldn't that be worse for him in the first place? The truth was, Sarah had more powers than the others had imagined. Right now, he had created a battlefield for himself, at least what represented a battlefield, with the fallen weapons on the ground. In truth, it was a battlefield. Even in the zone where the weapons were, there were fallen enemies and friends, and battles were continuing all over the place. All of this was giving energy to Sarah, giving him celestial energy. In turn, he could use that energy to create a zone where his weapons would all have the same effect as if they were on him. They were all at the demon tier level, and all of them were powering him. At the same time, while in the battlefield zone that he had created, he would get an additional boost. Before, too slow to react to the speed, he was now enhanced and making minimal movements, and combining all the uses of his weapons, his fighting was coming out. The two attempted to do the same again, Chris turning into his wolf form, and Peter getting on top of him, but in the middle of it, a spear had been picked up and was thrown right through the air. "Do you think I would let you do something so annoying again?" Sarah said. He now had small objects in his hand that had razor-sharp edges. It looked similar to what was attached to his armor before, only these were thinner and lighter. Throwing them out in the air, they started to go off in all sorts of different directions, and now Sarah ran towards the two, being on the attack. On the way, he picked up 2 curved weapons and held them in his hand. Peter, seeing this, had gathered energy in his fist and threw it out. A yellow ball of energy was going towards Sarah, but rather than strike the energy or move out of the way, with his foot, Sarah kicked up a large axe from the floor. Mid-air, the weapon collided with the energy, keeping both in place. The axe spun on the floor and eventually lost out in the struggle of power. But the attack had been blocked and allowed Sarah to now be above them both. Sarah swung his sword down, hitting both claws of the wolf that had now transformed back into a werewolf. The energy created from the strike had pushed Chris deeper into the ground. Peter went to attack with his headtail, and throwing towards one of the swords with the headtail, he was able to deflect it. Once again, in a desperate move to harm Sarah, a second headtail had come out. With his other sword, though, Sarah just left it in place, hovering with his energy, and moved to the side. The headtail collided with his second sword, and now there was nothing in Sarah's hands, but he was by Peter's side. "You said that I should be using my hands for combat, right? Then tell me how this feels." Sarah threw a fist, and it landed cleanly right on Peter's nose. A cracking noise could be heard, and the bones themselves could be felt breaking, including those in Peter's skull. Luckily for him, his healing capabilities were kicking in as well, as he was sent away and off into the distance. Turning back around, Sarah was ready to deal with the other one, but when looking at where he had last seen Chris, he noticed that he wasn't there, and only the imprint of his body on the ground was. Soon, though, Sarah could feel a rise in energy. It wasn't a power like he was used to. It wasn't celestial energy. Just what is going on? Sarah thought. This was when his eyes locked onto the energy. "I thought that there might be more trouble than we would have to deal with," Chris said. "The fact that you are here, I thought it meant that there would be others as well. I still don't understand why you are helping these aliens, but when my life is on the line, I don't have time to be answering questions." A short burst of energy, a last-ditch effort. Chris had activated the 4th stage of Ki, using the Pure's invention of a soul weapon, and while doing this, he had completely transformed into his werewolf state. Both of these things combined made Chris the Crimson Red Werewolf. The red skin and fur of the werewolf standing in front of Sarah looked fierce. The power was something he had never gone against before, and he could feel how alive it was, how much vitality it had in front of him. It was almost as if all the attacks he had made before, the buildup of damage that had been built up from the fight, had disappeared in that instant. Rolling on the ground, Sarah managed to reach a large greatsword and pulled it out from the ground. He was ready to face whatever his opponent had to throw at him. That was, until he had lost sight of the large red werewolf. Has he disappeared? Sarah thought. There was a blur in his vision, moving about from side to side. A clear view of the werewolf couldn't be seen. It was moving so fast that there was nothing to see at all. It was only because of the disturbance he could feel in his zone of power that he knew where Chris was. That was why he knew exactly when Chris had gone to attack him. He lifted his great sword up, and the claws of Chris and Sarah's great sword clashed with each other. Unlike the times before, though, the entire great sword was smashed into several small pieces. The energy from the claws, even though not directly aimed at him, continued forward, hitting his armor, and it was piercing right through until it was eventually reaching Sarah's skin. He could feel a great burning sensation as it got to him. With no weapons in his hand, he had to do something, and he had made his choice. "This fight has gone too far for me now," It's no longer any fun, Sarah thought to himself. There is no longer any benefit if I help out anyway. The end is near. Stomping his foot on the ground, several of the weapons on the floor lifted and started to come toward him. Chris, being cautious after being hurt by the mysterious man several times, backed out. He wondered, was this one more attack, a great power just like before to match his red werewolf form? Whatever it was, Chris needed to beat it, and he needed to be fast about it because he couldn't keep up this form for long. Of course, Sarah did not know that Chris could not keep his red werewolf form for a long time. When the weapons touched Sarah, they started to disappear, as if they were going back into storage. Suddenly, several of the weapons just fell to the ground, and when they did, Sarah could no longer be seen. What the? Chris turned his head left, and he turned his head right, expecting Sarah to come out and attack him at any moment, but he never came. The weapons that were on the floor, some that were still stuck into the ground, no longer had the white glow to them either. "Tell me!" Peter shouted, running back to the fight scene, creating a dust cloud behind him. "Where is he? Where is he?" "I think," Chris said as he started to cancel his red werewolf form, but stayed in his werewolf form just in case. "He ran away." "What? After all that, he just runs away. Who even was that? Why would he just... What the... Peter felt like pulling his eyelids off his face. They had no clue who that was, their reason for interfering, and because of that, Peter felt like he could never repay this person for attacking them. "His energy! It's gone! It's gone!" Peter shouted. Peter was furious as he stomped around the floor, even smashing some of the weapons that Sarah had left behind. Peter himself did not really know what he meant by that, but the celestial energy that was similar to Peter's that he had felt in the area while fighting the man was no longer there. One of the many abilities Sarah had was to be able to know what was happening in the general area. It was almost as if he had a bird's-eye view of the situation. It was one of the skills that helped him win many wars, being a great tactician. This was because he knew the movements of the enemy side. It was more helpful than one would think in a large-scale war, but from what he could see, there was no hope of turning around, not at least with his power. The vampire leaders had managed to push from all sides. There were vampires and a few Dalki. All of them had managed to push the Amra back. If he had given it his all and won against Chris and Peter, then that wouldn't have changed the tide of the war, which was why, as quick as he came, he left just as fast. This war was over, and there was nothing more the god of war could do now. Geo had come back from the situation, and with him, he was bringing back Nock's body. In order not to dishearten the other Amra who were fighting, he did this secretly, and asked the vampire controlling the demon-tier beast to put him away. The situation they had come back to was worse than they thought, though. Thanks to Dober and the forgers from the tower, they managed to survive this long by setting up a literal wall. Materials had been brought out from the tower, and in a mile radius around the tower, a wall had been made out of solid rocks. On top of that, there were rocks that had been given to the Amra. The enemy was now coming at them from all different directions, and the Amra didn't rest. They hurled rocks towards the vampires, while others fought on the ground and front line. The owl demon-tier beast was seen striking, lifting up vampires, and hitting others with its long neck. Once in a while, though, a large attack would happen on one section of the wall with the Amra, as the leaders got involved with their blood aura attacks. But rather than going in all at once, they would back off after doing some damage. "Do you not think this is cruel?" Edvard said, watching the situation. He was standing on top of one of the Amra houses from a slight distance. This way, they could give better orders on the attack. For Edvard, though, he hadn't been involved in any of the attacks at all, and Hickel often stayed by his side. He was looking after his dear friend, who seemed to have changed so much after the attack on the Namriks. "When a beast is cornered, that is when it's at its most dangerous," Hickel replied. "We have lost a lot more vampires than I would have liked. I don't wish to lose more. If we continue like this, concentrating on strong attacks here and there, we will chip away at their armor. Sooner or later, we'll be able to break through, hopefully without losing too many more vampires." Hickel's plan was working. The moment Geo reached the area to help, the main attackers would have disappeared, and he could tell his people were getting tired.
Their numbers were getting smaller as well, 1,000, maybe 2,000. Was that what was left of the Amra now? Seeing the enemy on the other side with their numbers unknown, it was a lot of pressure on their mental health. One of the Amra picked up a rock, and when he did, his arm felt incredibly weak suddenly. He couldn't even throw the rock towards the enemy as tears were rolling down his face.
"This is it, isn't it? This is the end for us. There is no way we can win."
The Amra was disheartened, broken down, and a blood aura strike came toward him. He had almost accepted his fate until Geo stood in front, taking the attack.
"It's only over when we say it's over, and it is not over," Geo shouted back.
At that moment, a planned attack occurred, and the wall that had been weakened in several spots was targeted once more. The leaders unleashed a flurry of blood swipes with great aura towards the made wall. The rocks that were pushed from the base had fallen, the wall had fallen, and the vampires were now freely able to attack them. The vampires were seen running toward the Amra people, and Geo reached out, wishing to help them all. Running past him, he could see several things collide right into the vampires. A bull-like beast pierced a vampire with its horns, and then started to chomp down at its neck with its mouth. "Beasts," Geo said. It wasn't just one beast. There was a whole army of beasts that had appeared behind the Amra. They were clashing with the vampires. Turning his head, Geo noticed that they were coming from the first floor of the tower, and it could only mean one thing. The battle scene had completely changed in a matter of seconds. The Amra had been retreating further and further towards the tower. They were ready to make their last stand, and in that final moment, it was when what looked like a miracle appeared. Beasts had joined the battle, coming from behind the injured and tired Amra. There were all sorts of different types, ones who ran on 4 legs, ones with vicious teeth, large bear-like creatures, plant creatures, and more. The beasts' numbers were in the thousands, and they were taking on the vampires without a hint of hesitation. "Ronik, are you seeing this?" Joke asked, who was giving orders to one of the demon-tier shadow beasts. Yeah, I am," Ronik said with a large smile on his face. The two of them had been somewhat hiding out of sight. They stayed in a building where they could watch everything because they weren't on the vampire side, but the Amra wouldn't know that, so it was best for the two to just observe the fight from far away. The vampires were struggling. They were using their daggers to try to slash right at the black wolf-like beast's neck. The dagger managed to hit, but it didn't go in deep enough to kill the beast. That was because there was a strange, lingering shadow coming off the beast. In turn, the dark wolf turned around and bit the vampire right in the arm, holding on tight and shaking its head. It lifted the vampire in the air. "Everyone, help those around you! Stick in groups! Don't be arrogant and try to take on these beasts on your own," Hickle shouted. So far during the fight, the vampires had been rotating those who were attacking and resting. This was part of their plan to chip at the strong wall slowly while tiring out their enemy, but now with the thousands of beasts that had suddenly joined the fight, they needed to act. Another large bat-like beast was flying through the air and had come right at Grenlet. It dived, hitting his large belly, but a shield of blood aura deflected the attack, and the creature was lifted into the air. Jumping up, Grenlet created a large hammer out of his blood aura in his hand and whacked the bat down, slamming it into the ground. The beast struggled for a bit until it eventually stopped moving. "These beasts, they aren't normal," Grenlet answered. "That was, maybe an Emperor-tier beast, but it took so much effort to take it out." Hickle could see it as well, and soon all of the other originals were starting to gather around him. They all were there to report the same thing to him, the struggle they had against these beasts. "There has to be a reason for the beasts to suddenly come out like this. The tower. This whole time, have they been backing up the tower to protect it? Is this their trump card?" Hickle said to himself. Jim was also having a look at the situation. He was away from the others, looking at the back of even the leaders. "I can't believe it. These vampires, they can't even take care of some beasts. But maybe this will be the push they need to finally evolve," Jim said to himself, and was wondering what was happening with another situation that had been occurring before. The energy from the battle seemed to fade, so there had to be an outcome of who had won,
and who hadn't. "You idiots," Jim said to the leaders. "Seeing how all the beasts are coming from that tower, take it down." The message was transmitted through a telepathic vampire, and they all heard the order loud and clear. The original leaders had gathered, and now all of them were walking together toward the tower. The beasts came to attack them, but with their blood powers and abilities as well as physical strength, they dealt with them with relative ease. Their movement wasn't slowed as they went further and further ahead. Geo and Dober could see this. They were busy fighting as well, and could see them walking toward the tower. "Should we stop them?" Dober asked. "No, it should be fine," Geo answered, because he knew. Right now, standing at the base of the tower, a certain individual had finally left. He stood there for a while, observing the situation in front of him, and quickly had to do something. "I was away longer than I thought," Quinn said to himself, smelling the blood of the battle in the air. He could feel the blood that was being spilled everywhere. He could sense it. Not just of the Amra, but also of his fellow vampires that were like him, and in this situation, not of their own choice, it pained him that he was unable to do more before it had gotten to this point. Raising his hands, 2 large shadow portals appeared behind him, right by the base of the tower. All of the regular beasts that Quinn had gathered from the vampire settlement in his spare time and from the Pensui planet were unleashed onto the battlefield. The vampire leaders, the original vampires, the first that had been turned, all 8 of them that were still present and alive, continued to push down to the center, getting rid of as many beasts as they could on their way. They were still a large distance away from the tower, but now they could see someone standing at the base. "Who is that?" Bianca asked. Due to the distance, some struggled, and due to what the person was wearing, it was hard for them to recognize the person, but one of them was breaking down in sweat once more. Grenlet fell to his knees. His entire forehead and the side of his face were drenched. His heart was beating fast, and he was in pain. "This reaction, it's happened before," Hickel realized. Looking at the man in question, he was covered from head to toe in an armor set. It all looked like a single piece of armor, and no one would even imagine that they were made from multiple different crystals based on the way it looked. A dark red color had been used as the base of all of the pieces of equipment, with large engraved designs and accents of gold. It wasn't too bulky as it sat on top of Quinn's body, but looked fierce as ever. The boots were crafted perfectly, covering one's feet, and when it bent at the kneecap, there was an appliance, an illusion almost of fangs. If one bent the knee, then it would close these fangs to bite down. On the side of each of the boots, made in gold, there were what looked like 2 large feathers sticking out. From there, the chest piece was thick in the center, like that of a grand knight. Just like most of the armor, it was covered in a dark red, but engraved on the outside in gold was an image of a phoenix. However, this engraving didn't look normal. The golden phoenix looked to be moving, as if it was burning even now on top of the armor. Although separate, the design continued on the shoulder pieces as well, with 2 phoenixes that could be seen on either shoulder with the same glow. The chest piece had been made with the behemoth crystal and the phoenix crystal. Then there was the mask that covered his face. Just like Quinn's original mask, he had gone for the traditional design. There were large fangs that covered his mouth, but at the side, close to the edge of the mouth, there were 2 large circular objects that stuck out slightly. Even while standing there, little sparks of lightning were going off. Then, finally, there were the gauntlets, extending from his fingertips all the way to his elbow. Although the color base was also red and gold, the golden glow seen on the gauntlets emitted radiant power. The fingertips of each gauntlet were glowing gold, and there was a red base with a golden power, like a volcano steaming all the way down to the elbow. All of the equipment that Quinn was wearing beamed with power, so much so that it was almost as if it could not be contained by the armor itself. "I have a message for you all," Quinn shouted. It wasn't loud enough to reach the end of the battlefield, but it was loud enough for the vampire leaders to hear. When they heard the voice, their suspicions were confirmed at that moment. "I am Quinn. I am part of the Shadow Covenant, a disciple of Arthur and the previous king of the vampires. With this information, choose what you will do next wisely. Raising his hand in the air, several shadow portals started to open up, and dropping out of them from above were shadow beasts. But unlike all the ones from before, all of these were demon-tier shadow beasts, ones that had been collected from the planet the behemoth resided on. Quinn lifted up both of his hands, and in doing so, large portals of shadow had been summoned all across the battlefield. Most of it had become a wasteland full of rubble. Nearly all of the buildings in the area had been destroyed, and the fighting was continuing on the hard ground, or on top of the rubble, but the large shadows had caught a lot of the vampires' attention. The vampires were still greater in number compared to the beasts and the Amra put together. Although the initial surprise had caught them off guard, they were adapting and learning how to deal with the beasts, but they weren't prepared for what was coming next. Falling out of the shadows were gigantic beasts. First, they could see a large dangling claw-like red arm from one, and then the whole body of a creature that looked like it had come from the dark depths. Out of another portal, there was a beast 3 times larger than an elephant, with 10 trunks coming out from its head. As soon as it landed on the ground, it swung the trunks, hitting the vampires far away. The vampires used their blood aura on the elephant like beast, but were unable to leave a scratch as it continued its rampage. This continued on as more and more deadly beasts were coming out from the shadow portals, all of them with the same traits, all of them with a lingering shadow that covered their body.
"We need help!" a vampire screamed. "We can't take them on, it's impossible!"
The vampires could feel their immense power, and it was only confirmed as they had attempted to fight back. These beasts, they were all at the demon tier level. "It's Quinn!" Ronak said, with the biggest smile on his face. From where he was and the angle he was watching the battle from, he was unable to see Quinn, but just seeing the demon tier beasts, he knew it was him. "He did as he said he would," Joke replied. "With the beasts now supporting the Amra, especially at this level, there's no telling who will win this war." The war was pretty one-sided, but demon-tier beasts weren't something that just numbers could beat. They were a power too strong for regular vampires to handle. Still, they could see that there were some vampires that were stepping up to the plate. Past leaders that had been placed in a slumber and woken up, the likes of Muka and so on. There were also talented vampire knights as well that were doing well. However, that was it. They were just doing well. These beasts seemed to be even more difficult than the regular demon-tier beasts, and that was all due to the environment they had come from, having to live on the planet where the behemoth existed. "Quinn, you have become our savior once again," Geo said, looking at the situation, but he couldn't let him do all the work, and raised his hand. "Fight side by side with the beasts. Let's get rid of those that are not welcome on our planet." The Amra that were spread out on the battlefield all heard Geo's words, and in response cheered loudly. They were getting a second wind in this fight, and although Geo didn't want to admit, in some ways he felt like he could rest now, as he could let Quinn deal with the hard ones. The original leaders all stood there in place. They were looking at the chaos around them and were wondering what to do. "Should we split up?" Wallace, one of the originals, asked. "We have to deal with the demon-tier beasts. I don't think the others can handle it. Otherwise all the vampires will be done for and we will lose this war." Although Wallace had asked a question, the person in charge, who would usually say something, hadn't done so. Hickle was dead silent. "That's not what we should be doing," Magnus shouted. "We should be going after Quinn. He is the person we have been looking for, and once again, here he is shouting his nonsense." It seemed like quite a few of the other leaders agreed with him, but the only thing was, they still remembered from the last time they had attempted to confront Quinn, and he had pretty much beaten them all. So how would it be any different this time? They needed to wait for Jim to act. "I'll deal with this," Magnus said, as no one else seemed to be responding, but when he took a step forward, Hickle was standing there in front of him, his hand on Magnus's chest. "What are you doing? Why are you in my way?" Magnus grunted through his teeth. Bianca, Edvard, and Grenlet all looked at Hickle. Their expressions showed signs of nervousness. "Are we really going to do this?" Bianca asked. "Do what?" Wallace asked, and the other leaders were starting to get weary around the others. You heard what he said," Hickle said. "I wasn't so sure before, but he mentioned himself. He is part of the Punisher's Covenant, and as part of that covenant, we will do everything in our power to support him."
The other originals had no clue what Hickle was talking about, but based on the tone of his voice and the uneasy feeling they all felt, they knew something was up, but it was a little too late. Magnus could see blood falling down the armor on his chest, and the blood was coming from Hickle's hand. "You bastard!" Magnus screamed. A huge explosion went off, and Magnus was sent flying backward. At the same time, the other leaders started to act. Grenlet had summoned a blood hammer and threw out his blood needles, trying to apprehend and stop the other originals. Meanwhile, Bianca skillfully kicked one of the other leaders in the head. Even Edvard, who had been quiet before, was acting, as he punched another original in the stomach, before receiving a hit himself. "What is going on?" the vampires shouted. They could feel the immense power from behind them. It was a power they recognized, so they turned their heads, and in doing so, they could see their own leaders, now fighting against each other. Just like how the Amra having the beasts on their side had boosted their morale, the vampires seeing their own leaders fighting against each other had lowered theirs. It was confusing for them all. Edvard was going against Wallace, the seventh leader, who boosted his strongest defense with his cape. He was able to transform and turn it into anything he wished. Edvard had been throwing punches, but as it hit the cape, his attacks felt like he was hitting nothing but soft air, and soon the cape would change shape. It turned into a spear and was heading right for his head. A pain could be felt, running through Edvard's body at that point. There were deep injuries inside him, injuries that had yet to heal fully, that had been given to him by Jim. A slip-up, in a fight between two originals, though, it would be the end for one. That was until a man stood in between both of them, Quinn holding out his hand. He held onto the spiked cape. "Quinn?" Edvard called out, confused as to why this person would help them. "I know you probably don't remember me," Quinn said. "Maybe you can just think of this as part of your powers, the fact that you were good to a person like me." Quinn then raised his hand up. It felt like almost no energy had gathered, but still, for some reason, Wallace felt like he needed to do everything in his power to stop this attack. He covered himself from head to toe in the cape. With his hand raised, Quinn slammed it down. The cape's strange substance did nothing, and its ability did nothing, as Quinn physically felt Wallace's head with his fingertips, pushing down until almost a pop sound was heard. The cape fell to the floor, and on the ground where Wallace once stood, there was now nothing but blood. "When this is all over, let's go for a drink together like we used to," Quinn smiled. Edvard looked back at Quinn and stared directly into his eyes. He was pulled in by time and didn't even look at the scenery around him, nor had he quite taken in what happened. Because the look in his eyes was gentle and had a hint of sadness, as if it was meeting a long-time friend. The thing was, with being a vampire that lived thousands and thousands of years, one got to read emotions on a face a lot better. If they really wanted to, they could put the time into becoming an expert in nearly every field, as long as they kept up with the new developments. But reading faces was something a person did naturally. The heightened senses, going through the same situation again and again, it made them an expert at reading people, and only those that had experienced as much as they were good at hiding it. For Quinn, technically, he had lived a long life, but in reality, the years he had experienced were few, so his emotions always showed easily on his face. Which was why Edvard wondered, why did this person look at him in such a way? In his mind, there were no memories of him and Quinn. They had all been removed by Malik. In its place were stories told about how a vampire, no, a demon from the original world where they had come from, had manipulated him, but thankfully they had saved him. Even the beatings he had taken and the weakened state that affected his internal energy, rather than all of that punishment coming from Jim, in his memories it had come from Quinn. Based on what he could remember, he had no choice but to believe it and go on with his life. Yet Edvard always felt that something was missing. If an original is getting tricked, then why? Why would they even choose someone like him when there were more capable originals? In his head, it didn't quite make sense, which was why he had decided to just distance himself away from others and everything that was happening. As for why he had gotten involved now, it was because of the simple words, the Punisher's Covenant. An old friend in Arthur, a promise, and words that were only known by a few. That was why he had decided to help. With all of these thoughts in his head,
It was why Edvard gave a simple reply. "That would be nice," Edvard answered. The other leaders, similar to Edvard, had been locked in battle against each other. They were using a great amount of strength, but at the same time weren't attempting to kill each other. The originals had been around each other for a long time. They had their differences during those times, but other than with the first original king Laxmus, they hardly had large-scale direct confrontations. It was hard for them in some ways to fight each other like this once again. Because of this as well, all of them felt like they had a connection with one another, something that set them apart from the other vampires because they were the first of their kind. They could feel that one of them had died. They all paused and turned their heads to see the scene of blood on the ground. They didn't quite understand what happened, apart from the fact one of them had died. The reason for their confusion was because there was no rise in power. They couldn't feel the overflowing vampire aura coming from Quinn as it came last time. Even then, if one was to attack with blood aura or any type of energy, surely they would have felt it. What it meant was that the attack that Quinn had dealt was purely a physical one, and it had reduced Wallace to that. With a burst of his hand, a slap. It was like Quinn had swatted a bug into the ground, an attack so strong and pure strength that it could break through Wallace's defense, his healing, and all of his energy. With this display alone, not a single original was going to try and stop him. Quinn had already surpassed all of them before, but this was to the level where their interference would be even less than a simple annoyance. "I'm going to end this war," Quinn said. "Tell me, where is Jim?" "He should be around 10 miles south from here. He won't be any further than that," Edvard answered. He wanted to say more. He wanted to warn him about Ray and the others that would try to stop him, but for some reason, he felt like there was no reason for him to worry. At the same time, Quinn had already left. He was already running, and there was no chance for Edvard to even catch up with him. Quinn was running through the torn city, and around him he could smell the dead. He could feel it in the air, the blood that was everywhere. The anger was bulging up inside him, but it was doing so in a calm manner. He couldn't quite explain it. It was almost a similar feeling to when he was a Celestial. Rather than anger coming out of his fists, or through his voice and aura, it was coming out through his actions. The reason for killing the original, rather than giving him a beating, was because Quinn could see it. If he hadn't stopped the attack, it would have been a fatal blow to Edvard. For getting Edvard involved with this, for him keeping his family secret, and allowing them to live a normal life for a short while, he at least owed him this. "I have to trust that the others have managed to break Syl out. Since everyone is still fighting, then that most likely means that something had to have gone wrong. I can teleport to Minnie through the shadow and see what's going on, but Jim is here. He is one half of the puzzle that I need to stop now. I will kill him and make sure he never comes back. I know that won't outright stop the war straight away, but it's one of the first steps to this whole thing. If I can do that, then I can worry about what will happen to Ray after, or I can just ignore him completely." The new armor Quinn wore, that he had traveled the whole universe to create, he knew it was powerful. He could tell from just using it and wearing it now. However, there were two problems that he had. One was Ray himself. His strength, it was hard to gauge. Even in the last fight, it never felt like Ray had been taking him seriously, as if he still had a lot more to give. His own armor was powerful and synced up with him perfectly. I have to remember, he was a being that at one point gave all of his powers to humanity, the powers that stopped the First Dalki War. During the last fight, though, Quinn did notice that Ray hadn't used any abilities. It seemed like even though he was using the demon-tier dragon's body as a host and his old armor, he was not at the level he was once before. This was not the Ray of the past he was going up against. The second problem was, Quinn had no time to test out all of the skills of his new armor set. Wearing multiple pieces of armor made from the strongest god slayers, there were bound to be some strong active and passive skills, and there was even a set skill that Quinn had never seen before. Before I get into this fight, I should take a quick look at all of them again and just give myself a reminder of what they do. Out of all of these things, there was also something the system stated about his equipment that he had never seen before. The new set of armor Quinn was currently wearing was a full set, just like the Blue Fang set.
It was hard to come by high-tier sets for a number of reasons, one of them usually being the fact that they needed to be all made from the same type of crystal. For Quinn himself, he had never had the chance to create an armor set, nor had he come by many that had an armor set. The only reason why he had one was due to Helen in the first place, which was why it was considered such a big gift at the time. Due to the way armor sets were made, if a person wanted a demon tier set rather than just a single piece of item, it meant they would have to try and find the same demon tier beast to create a set. This was more possible with lower tier crystals, as there were usually multiple of the same type. However, there were some exceptions to this. A skilled forger would be able to create a set as long as the beasts had similar traits. If they all focused on speed, the power of fire, or something along those lines, there were also newly discovered upgrade crystals that could be used as well. With these, again, a skilled forger could upgrade certain armors and then try to recreate other items to create a set as well. With Quinn's current armor set, he felt like what he was creating didn't fit any of these standards. The God-slayers he faced, their powers and traits were completely different, nor did he use any of the other methods. Only the styling and color of the armor were the same due to the materials and the forge itself it was made from. Yet, despite all of that, the armor Quinn had created was a set, and with that, it meant it had a skill set. Not only that, but when Quinn had finished creating all pieces of the armor set, the system popped up with a message. "Congratulations! You have successfully created the God-Slayer armor set. You are the first person to have successfully created a God-Slayer armor set." The first God-Slayer armor set? Does that mean what Ray is wearing, his armor is not considered at the God-Slayer level? Still, how is this even possible? Is it just because I used all God-Slayers to create the armor set, or is there some other type of link? Although Quinn wasn't so sure, there was one person he had to thank, because he was sure it was impossible without him, and that was Alex. What Quinn didn't know about Ray's armor set was that it was special in its own way, and there was a reason as to why it wasn't considered a God-Slayer set. That was due to it actually being made from Ray's original body. It wasn't made from crystals like regular armor, and anyone who wore the armor would be able to summon some of the fierce power of the Red Dragon set. When wearing all pieces of the God-Slayer armor set, the current passive skills are active. Self-healing durability. All armor pieces have the ability to restore themselves to their original full condition, no matter how damaged a piece is, or if split into several parts. The largest piece will restore itself to full condition. Depending on how damaged the armor is, the time for restoration may vary. The description reminded him a lot of the demon tier wings that Quinn had as well. Only in this case, it was an effect that worked on all the armor. Never did he have to worry about creating a new set of gauntlets again. Time and time again, he had lost equipment due to one reason or another, and unless he had a failed quest penalty like he did a long time ago, he would never have to worry. Celestial resistance. The will and hatred of all the God-Slayers used to create the crystal have been passed onto the armor. In turn, the armor has great resistance to celestial energy. This is a skill that certainly suits the name of the armor. The best thing to go against celestial energy has always been other celestial energy. However, as a God-Slayer, one would have to rely on their overwhelming power or powerful abilities. In a way, this armor makes it so Celestials are near enough on equal footing, but there is no telling how resistant it is, and I don't plan to fight Celestials anytime soon. From experience, there were many Celestials that weren't good fighters at all. He could imagine that the 5 or maybe 4 spiked Alki were more powerful or skillful, but if the two were to fight, due to the effect of celestial energy, the Celestial would win. God-Slayer Zone, a passive skill that is always active. The God-Slayer Zone is energy emitted from the armor that interferes with celestial skills. Note, it does not interfere with celestial energy. Celestial skills, Quinn thought. Thinking about this, Quinn remembered when he was a Celestial, there were many things that Celestials could do. For one, they were able to enter the celestial space. They could also reincarnate and teleport to other planets. He was sure that there were other skills as well, but Quinn never got to see them. With this ability, it would stop Celestials from escaping or even contacting others for help. Immediately, Quinn started to think of Mundus.
If he knew of these set skills or active skills, he would have never agreed to the deal. On top of that, he was pretty sure they would never let him use it again. So far, based on the set skills alone, rather than just being a generally powerful armor, this was more so an armor specifically to go against the gods. Why would the universe put something like this in my hands, though? Quinn thought. That's what the Celestials, Logan and Richard's information stated, right? Everything that happens is the will of the universe, to a degree, allowing for an armor to have these types of effects. Quinn didn't dwell on it too much longer. Hopefully, when this was all over, there would be no confrontations with the Celestials. In the first place, other than the first set skill, none of the other set skills would help him against his current opponents. It was then, when Quinn had read the last set skill, that he was a little confused. The name itself didn't give many clues as to what it actually did, and the description was a little confusing, but when he thought about it a little more, he believed it could be the best set skill of the lot. Godslayer Armor Set Skill. Limitless. Limitless. When all pieces of the first Godslayer armor set are worn together, it will have the limitless effect. All pieces of equipment individually will have limitless stats. It was because of this explanation that Quinn had originally thought the set effect of this wasn't too much to write home about, but he knew that maybe it was more so due to the fact that he didn't really understand it. That was when he started to look into detail a bit more. Checking out the equipment, just as the system stated, he could see that they all had this passive effect, limitless. When seeing this, he noticed something else as well, and that was the fact that the equipment had no stats. Even demon tier equipment would have a stat figure placed next to it, giving Quinn an idea of what were the strengths and weaknesses of each piece of equipment. But here, there were none. Of course, currently, stats didn't matter too much. The stats were just a boost to one's physicality, and there were now multiple energies that Quinn went against that could bypass the realms of normality. Celestial energy, for one. Still, it didn't explain much, so he decided to do a little test. He only wore one piece of equipment and decided to check out the stats again, and this time, he could see the system had an error sign with a little eye icon next to it. The system is unable to determine the value of this piece of equipment. Trying this test for all of the pieces, he noticed that they all said the same thing. The system can't tell the value. Does that mean the stats that it gives are beyond the system's understanding? But if that's the case, that's the value without the set boost. If we take the word limitless, doesn't that mean as a set, the power is even stronger, to the point where it can't be measured? It was hard for Quinn to think, to really imagine what it meant, but the only thing he could imagine was, what if someone who had no strength at all was to wear this armor? If the system's words were right, then one just wearing the armor would have limitless power. He imagined they would be stronger than most god-slayers, celestials, and could even defeat demon-tier beasts, but not just anyone had the armor. He did. It was at that point that Quinn perhaps realized something. He had traveled with Mundus to fight some of the strongest god-slayers in existence and managed to beat them. He was already one of the strongest in the universe. Now, though, with the armor set, he was at the pinnacle, and there would only be a few that could maybe hope to challenge him now. Regardless, he would have to put this limitless power to the test, as he felt like he was also going up against someone with limitless power. With the armor, it would at least put him and his opponent on similar grounds, but even then there were still more things the armor could do. The first piece of equipment that Quinn had made was his Godslayer boots. It was the first opponent he had gone against. It was hard for him to say which opponent was the most difficult, as they all gave him different struggles. The first thing that Quinn noticed was the fact that there was more than one set of skills, and this was for the boots alone. Passive skill, Silent Steps. The user who wears these boots will never make a sound as they move, no matter how fast or slow. When fighting, a person relied a lot on their senses, and that included hearing. For a vampire that had enhanced hearing, they used it a lot to track if someone was following them, or near them. Although the skill didn't sound all impressive when put together with Quinn's speed, he could leave situations with many unable to track him. At the same time, whether it was thanks to the set ability or not, wearing all of the armor, he felt no slower than when he was using the Blue Fang set, which just focused on speed. Flight Steps. The user is able to step on air when using the boots. They can rise and fall, and the speed will be determined by the user's speed.
The active skill didn't have a cooldown time, nor did it seem to run out. It was practically a piece of equipment that gave an ability to one. What Quinn liked about it, though, was that it wasn't an ability similar to flight. With flight, one had to use it in strange ways. They didn't move their feet or would have to rely on wings of some sort. With this, Quinn could just run across the air as if he was fighting on the ground.
Cloud clone. The user is able to make a total of 3 clones of themselves at one time. The clones are limited to 50% of the user's natural power. The clones are not durable.
Quinn already had the shadow clones that worked in a similar way. The problem was, his clones were unable to attack. They were more used as decoys. Although these could be used the same way, these clones were also able to attack. The monkey man he had faced could produce more than 3 clones, but this was equipment made from his powers, rather than the God Slayer himself. All of these active skills were from a single piece of equipment, and there was a lot more to go. The next piece of equipment that Quinn had worked on in the forgery was the chest piece. In the end, the chest piece had been made alongside the shoulder guards, but with a focus on the chest piece since it covered the largest part of Quinn's body. Due to how much material was going to be made, 2 God Slayer crystals had been used, the Phoenix crystal and the Behemoth crystal. Just like with the boots, there was more than one skill for the item. However, it seemed like because they were made with the shoulder guards, the skills were together and would only work if the 2 pieces were used together. In a way, the shoulder and chest pieces had to be treated as one item.
Sunfire Burn. An extreme heat with traits similar to the sun will be activated, dealing damage to those in the nearby area.
Without using the skill, it was hard to know just how extreme the heat would be, but if it was anything like what Quinn had experienced going against the Phoenix, he imagined that it would do well when fighting against multiple opponents.
Indestructible Shell. This skill can be used once per month. The skill allows the armor to become indestructible for 10 seconds.
This item reminded Quinn a lot of an item he used to have, the Indestructible Sword. The item didn't have good stats, but because of its trait, there were multiple times when he could use it in a fight that helped him out. Quinn was sure that with its stats in the first place, the armor would be pretty much indestructible, but if a large attack had the chance of finishing him off, it was a good safety move to have, which made sense why it had a long cooldown time. Finally, there was the last skill of the chest piece, and once again, he was looking at something he had never seen before. With this new armor, the system was showing him new things.
A new flame. You have not met the requirements to use this skill.
Other than that, the system gave him no more information. Quinn tried to use the armor on its own, taking other pieces away, but the requirements still had yet to be met. The skills so far all followed a similar trait to the crystals they were made with, so it gave him some ideas, but still, one of the skills on the armor, for now, was locked. 2 more items made up the whole set, the mask and the gauntlets. The mask was originally meant to be the last item that Quinn wished to create, but because of the situation with Alex, and how Alex was guiding him the whole way, it had become the second to last item he made. Because there was no telling whether or not Alex would still be there after the gauntlets. It covered half of his face, and was designed like the Oni masks that were made long ago in the past. This gave a vicious outward appearance, and suited his armor as well as the vampire self well. The thing was, the crystal that had been used to create the mask was an unknown. The crystal had been received by the Grand Magus, someone that was powerful enough to even contain Mundus. To this day, Quinn was unsure if the 2 of them were ever locked in battle, and which one of them would win. This showed not just him, but even the Celestials, that the universe was incredibly vast and full of powerful beings. In the end, a God-Slayer crystal had been handed to them, but they had no clue what it was from. Was it a beast? A more humanoid God-Slayer? What were its powers, and what could it even do? There was a chance that the God-Slayer crystal was even a weak God-Slayer, and that was why he decided to have it placed in the mask. Masks often didn't have much in terms of stats to give to the user, but were considered more of an additional item. Like a ring, earring, and so on, but knowing full well about how powerful Minnie's God-Slayer ring was, there was a chance that this could be special as well.
Shifting mask. The mask's requirements to be powered change based on the user who is wearing it. Requirement blood. Blood can be used and stored in the mask as an energy source. The amount of blood that can be stored is limitless. The more blood stored, the stronger the output of energy.
The mask had taken on the trait of Quinn being a vampire, which was why the requirement for him was blood. So far, the mask seemed similar to when he used his own blood powers. Having the title Ruler of Blood allowed Quinn to control blood in the area, even from an area the size of a planet they were on. The problem was it took time to move all of that blood. Then, if he wanted it to become a powerful attack, he needed to condense it down to the point it could be used. In this case, the mask could now be a storage place of blood, and there was no need to use the power stored in it. Through battles, he could continue to store the energy needed longer and longer. While running through the battlefield, Quinn was already doing just that. There was also another use of the blood mask, something that he thought he would never have received. Now that he could store blood in his mask, he could also access that energy whenever he wished. There was no need to use the energy all at once. It wasn't that type of thing, but what it practically meant was Quinn had an unlimited blood bank. He was able to take blood stored in his mask whenever he needed it. If they got through the armor to eventually damage him, he could now even heal himself. With a war like this, with blood all around, it was a frightening thing to think about.
Energy converter. The stored energy can be converted into different types of energy. Lightning, fire, water.
Seeing this reminded Quinn a little of Syl. It was almost as if he could use different powers. The blood gathered could be used to allow him to use lightning energy or other forms of energy. He didn't know how it quite worked, as there was no time to test it just yet. Based on whatever opponent he faced, though, it was sure to come in handy.
Energy output. Based on what current energy is being used, the user may draw out energy from the mask. This can be used in one go, or as the user wishes.
The last skill on the mask was the reason why Quinn could also use it in the same way as he would a blood bank. There was also no need for him to physically take the energy out. It was an automatic thing he could do with a thought of his mind. The mask, which he didn't expect much out of, had in the end become quite the valuable thing. Then finally, there was the last item. The gauntlets were made from the god-slayer Asura, one that had frightening power in his fists, and like Quinn used his fists to fight. Honestly, Quinn himself wasn't sure what to expect out of this one. It just seemed right when making the crystals, but whenever he thought about the gauntlets, he had a heavy heart in doing so. That was because not only were they made with the God-Slayer crystal, but by using the celestial blood guns. Were the soul of the best forger in the world, and his dear friend Alex was. The gauntlets were a success, but at what cost? Because after creating the weapons, Quinn had yet to hear the voice of his dear friend, even now while using them. Alex, all of this in the first place is because of you. No matter what, I will never forget you exist, and wherever you are, I hope you can see what you have created, Quinn thought. Just as he was about to remind himself of the skills and power of the gauntlets, there were two figures that had appeared in front of him. Immediately, Quinn stopped as he looked at them. "We managed to meet again," Chris said with a smile. "The last time we didn't really get to fight each other so much." "I don't want to fight either of you," Quinn said, looking at the other person by Chris's side. It was Peter. "I don't want to fight my friends." "Friends? What do you mean? How can that be? Look at what has happened. Jim has gone planet to planet in search of you to stop you. You have caused this war. You are no friend," Chris stated. "I caused the war?" Quinn replied. "The races that lived on these planets were innocent, so much so that they banded together to stop your stupid conquest. Have I ever attacked you? Have we ever been the ones to come after you? Forget it. This is pointless. I will be going off to see Jim." Chris's body started to transform, and Peter turned into his celestial form as well. "I'm sorry, but we can't let you hurt our actual friend," Chris said. Quinn tensed his fist as he looked at both of them. "I said I didn't want to fight you. Not that I wouldn't." Both Peter and Chris were present when Quinn unleashed his power on the planet Namric. They felt the intense energy, and on top of that, heard about the story of him going up against the original leaders all at once. In their heads, the person in front of them was the ultimate goal. If they dealt with him, then it meant this war was over. There was no need for them to go planet after planet chasing down a possible enemy, which was why, in that split second,
Chris had to make a decision. As his body was transforming into his werewolf form, his skin was starting to redden, from which was growing the fur on his body as well. Using this twice so soon puts a lot of strain on my body, but if I don't do at least this much, can I beat him? Chris thought. Use everything you have, Peter shouted out to Chris. Peter was already a step ahead, having transformed into his celestial form, and his head tails splitting into two parts. In doing so, both of the head tails wrapped around Peter's fists, giving out the strongest blow he possibly could. I guess this is a good chance to test out a few things, Quinn thought. Suddenly, right in front of the others, a puff of white smoke appeared, and in doing so, there were now 3 entirely different Quinns in front of them. All the 3 Quinns got ready to fight as well, taking fighting stances. Crap! What are these clones? Which one is the real one? Chris thought. He had no time to think, as he went ahead and struck out with both of his claws towards one of them, while Peter had done the same. At the same time, the clones produced a strike of their own with their fists covered in blood aura. They spun like the blood drill Quinn often would use. The powers collided all over the place, producing pulses of energy in the area, sending clouds of dust. But with Chris's speed and power, he had managed to overpower the strike, and his claw went right through Quinn's body, but it only exploded into a cloud of smoke. Peter, with his strike, had done the same, hitting the other Quinn's body, and his target had turned into a cloud of smoke as well. How is that possible? That attack was real. It was powerful and stronger than any of the blood aura that I felt before. How could that possibly come from a fake? Chris was stunned. This was not the first time he had gone up against someone with the power to create clones, but they were always decoys, not having much, if any, power of their own. This time, Chris felt like if he wasn't in his red werewolf form, maybe the strike would have been close to equal in power. Still, he didn't have time to think of that. Since there was still one Quinn left, it meant the real one had to be him. A blood drill was thrown from the center, and Chris managed to avoid it by jumping to the side and launching himself from the ground, destroying the area beneath him. He stabbed the final Quinn right through its body. Got you, Chris said. His risk had paid off, and using the red werewolf form from the beginning had worked. Looking up, he tried to see the pained look on Quinn's face as he said his last words, but instead, he just saw a smile on his face. What the? After the smile, another cloud of smoke puffed right in front of Chris's face. Even the third one was a clone. A feeling could be felt on the back of his head as it was grabbed and slammed down into the ground. It cracked the floor beneath Chris, and Quinn soon lifted him up and slammed his face into the ground once again. After that, with a lift of his hand, there were several blood swords in the air around him. Swinging it down, the blood swords went right through Chris's body, through his arms, legs, and his back, but avoided certain areas. I know you have a good healing, so you will survive this punishment at least, Quinn said, as he got up off the floor and looked towards the other one on the field. He didn't want to hurt his friends, but there was no other way for him to deal with both of them, who would just recover and come back to fight him again. Chris was in pain. His whole body was shaking, not just from the blood swords, but from the head strike. He didn't understand why his body was hurting so much, and even now, it felt like it was getting attacked from the inside. His body was trying to heal while he was getting hurt at the same time. Because of this, he was finding it hard to even move his body. He was pinned down completely. When he slammed my head into the ground, what did he do? Why is my body acting this way? Was it something in his gauntlets? What is going on? Chris was trying to think back to when he had gone wrong in the fight. Where was the slip-up? The main issue was the clones. Because they could produce a strong amount of blood aura, it was hard to tell what was real and what wasn't. Because in the end, the attacks, although weaker, were real attacks, so one would have to worry about the attack from the clones as well. There was one more trait of the clones that were annoying as well, that Chris didn't consider until now, and that was the fact that when the clones were made, a puff of smoke would appear, and the same would happen when they were destroyed as well. The puff of smoke didn't last long, but it gave enough time for someone at Quinn's speed to do things that could be unseen. For Quinn, he entered his shadow at that moment and appeared elsewhere. While they were too focused on killing the fakes, he was already behind them, ready to strike at any moment. His new boots helped greatly, with his movements being silent as well, making it almost impossible to know where he was. The only reason why Quinn hadn't struck sooner was because he wanted himself to test his new skill out a bit. Of course, not that he was looking forward to hurting his friends, but he knew that Chris and Peter were some of the strongest people he knew, and were also super resilient. It gave him a good opportunity to test out the power of the armor without hurting them too much. Peter turned his head, looking agitated that he had been tricked by a clone. "I'll kill you!" Peter shouted as he ran forward once again. This time, rather than wrapping his tail head around each arm, he wrapped both of them around a single arm. They twisted around each other, and spirals of yellow energy were flowing around them, heading straight for his fist. "Let's try and see just how durable this armor is," Quinn thought, planting his feet on the ground. He moved his body so the fist collided right in the center of his chest piece. It had hit the top of the phoenix design. The yellow energy exploded on the spot, and sparks went off in all directions from the armor and almost disappeared in the air instantly. Even the energy from Peter's arm had gone, and he was confused by this. Looking down, Quinn could see that there wasn't even a dent on his chest piece of armor, nor had he gone flying back into the distance either. He just stood there, firm and strong. "You have no clue, do you? The energy I gave you belonged to me. It's celestial energy, so of course it wouldn't work." Peter's attack was the perfect chance to see how strong the armor was. Peter was strong physically. He even used ki in his attacks, and it had celestial energy with his celestial form. The effect of the armor worked, dispersing the energy. Meanwhile, the armor could take the full extent of his blow without him having to do anything. Quinn assumed this was all due to the limitless factor of the set. As he thought, as long as anyone wore this armor, they would be one of the strongest there were. Quinn quickly moved his hand right onto Peter's chest. "Just wait here, my friend. We can talk soon." "Skill activated. Blood shock." The fingertips on Quinn's gauntlet lit up, and sparks emitted from them into Peter's body for a second. Just like Chris, it felt like almost his whole body was shutting down, trying to heal the damage that was being done inside, and he fell to the ground, unable to move. "What have you done to me?" Peter yelled out. "You'll be fine soon, and by the time you can get up, all of this will be over," Quinn answered.